Chapter 1. Beheading at Meridian Gate. The time has come. Execute immediately. The execution supervisor glanced at the Addison on the city tower and, receiving her nod, immediately threw down the immediate execution token. As soon as he spoke, a burly, grim-faced executioner strode onto the platform with a large execution sword in hand. On the platform, a young man dressed in prisoner's garb was bound hand and foot, kneeling as he awaited his execution. He slowly lifted his head, casting a reluctant gaze at Addison Audrey, but only saw coldness on her face. His heart froze, feeling utterly hopeless. His name was Braden, who had served as Audrey's page from childhood. 8 years ago, before the previous Hyder could appoint a crown prince, he died suddenly in middle age, plunging the great Nathaniel dynasty into chaos. Amidst endless wars, Audrey harbored ambitions for the throne. Thus, Braden advised and plotted for her. Within 3 short years, they became the most powerful separatist force and finally unified the great Nathaniel. Gaining power is easier than keeping it, especially since Audrey was a woman, historically unprecedented as an empress. At that time, officials were uncooperative, openly obeying but secretly defying her orders. Factions within and outside the court grew strong. Moreover, external threats occurred frequently, making the imperial position precarious. Braden once again stepped forward, using iron-fisted methods and psychological tactics to help her eliminate obstructive ministers and re-centralize power. Later, he led 100,000 troops on a northern campaign to stabilize the border. However, upon his victorious return, instead of promotion, he faced beheading at Meridian Gate. The charge was absurd, accumulating military power with intent to rebel. If he truly wanted to rebel, with his skills, strategy, connections, and reputation among the troops, a single wave of his hand would rally a vast army. The real reason for killing him could be summarized in 8 words. Overpowering the Hyder. Pacifying public outrage. He deserves more than immediate execution. A traitor like this should be cut into 1,000 pieces. Calling himself the first loyal minister of the great Nathaniel. Bah, he's clearly the first power Juliana, the first corrupt official. Using the Hyder's trust to slander the loyal and execute innocent people, his end is well deserved. At Meridian Gate, all the officials and vassal kings were present. They longed to devour him raw and drink his blood. For years, due to Braden's iron-fisted measures, their power and interest had been steadily eroded. Emetni royal relatives and senior officials were publicly executed. Seeing Braden about to be beheaded, each of them rejoiced. At this moment, the executioner took a big sip of strong liquor, spitting it onto the blade. Then, raising the execution sword, he aimed at Braden's neck. Braden closed his eyes. He had faced death many times and was not afraid now. But he felt indignant. He hated it. Why should someone who helped Audrey secure the throne meet such a tragic end? If he could choose again, he would never assist such a heartless woman. Granting you immediate execution is the last thing I can do for you, said Audrey on the city tower, hiding a trace of guilt beneath her cold beauty. Of course, she trusted Braden's loyalty. Everyone else might betray her, but Braden never would. But now that the political situation was stable and the borders peaceful, Braden's value diminished significantly. Killing him could consolidate power and quell the fury of the vassals and officials. She had no choice. Buzz. The ghost head sword glittered, descending swiftly. Just as everyone thought Braden's head would fall, a flying dagger whistled in, deflecting the sword away. Who dares cause a disturbance during an execution? Hundreds of Imperial Guards quickly reacted, drawing their weapons. I am Arn, the envoy of the Wei Kingdom. Please stay the execution, cried an heroic man running towards Meridian Gate. Moving incredibly fast, he appeared on the platform in an instant. The top martial artist of the Wei capital, 9th rank peak Arn? Why is he here? Everyone present was astonished, not daring to underestimate this heroic man. Imitation artists in the world are ranked from 1st to 9th level based on strength. 9th level masters can take heads like picking objects from a pocket. Arn, the top master in the Wei capital, was one of the peak 9th level experts. Arn, if you cannot provide a reasonable explanation today, you shall be punished for disrupting the execution, said Audrey coldly. As she spoke, black shadows emerged on the city wall, each emanating formidable energy. The leader's energy matched Arnie's prowess. Urgency overrides protocol. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. This foreign minister comes bearing an offer from our Hyder to trade with Great Nathaniel. Arn remained close to Braden, wary of any hidden attacks. What trade? Asked Audrey. In exchange for Southern Pass, let Braden join us in Wei. As Arn spoke, shock spread through the crowd. Jinan Pass was one of the 4 great strongholds of the Wei Kingdom, known for its treacherous terrain that made it easy to defend but difficult to attack. Once control of this pass was lost, the iron cavalry of Great Nathaniel could advance straight into the heart of the Wei Kingdom. Even if Great Nathaniel took over this pass and remained inactive, they could still throttle the Wei Kingdom's southern expansion and control trade along the route, offering numerous benefits. In short, giving up Jinan Pass was equivalent to handing over a vulnerable point to Great Nathaniel. For Arn to say this seemed like an act of treason. Braden was slightly surprised, looking up at Arn. Years ago, when Audrey had just ascended the throne with her position not yet secure and without any heirs, she arranged for Braden to enter into a political marriage with the princess of the Wei Kingdom. The Wei Kingdom valued Braden's capabilities, while Great Nathaniel needed the deterrence of the Wei Kingdom to stabilize the court quickly. Both sides were in agreement. But later on, for unknown reasons, the princess of the Wei Kingdom mysteriously vanished and has been unheard from since. Though this relationship existed, there was no reason to exchange Jinan Pass for his life. Moreover, it was merely a politically motivated marriage, devoid of any genuine affection. Why? Audrey was also very curious. How would I know why? Bo sent me here, so I came. This is the Hyder's own handwriting, complete with the imperial seal of the Wei Kingdom, proving what I say is true. Arn retrieved a document from his sleeve and threw it towards Audrey on the city tower. She caught it and opened it, her beautiful eyes widening instantly. Indeed, it was the personal handwriting of the Wei Hider, sealed with the imperial seal. To exchange such an important stronghold for a crippled and useless man was utterly foolish. Your Majesty, though Braden committed heinous crimes and deserves death, if his life can be exchanged for Jianan Pass, it would indeed be a fortunate event. Trading a lowly life for a formidable pass is completely worth it. Yes, it won't hurt to let him live a few more days. The ministers agreed, their opinions unanimously aligned. Executing Braden only brought momentary satisfaction. But if they could take Jianan Pass without a fight, they would have future opportunities to gradually annex the Wei Kingdom. Once the Wei Kingdom was destroyed, they could all feast off its remains until their mouths dripped with oil, far more satisfying than executing Braden. Chapter 2. The Heavenly Demon Technique. Your Majesty, all the troops guarding the southern town pass have already withdrawn. As long as you agree to this deal, we can station our ridges there immediately. Arn continued to tempt. Joe Audrey pondered for a long time and finally agreed. Fine, I agree. Thank you for your mercy, Your Majesty. Now, I will take him away, said Arn respectfully. He bowed and then used his internal strength to shatter the chains on Braden's body before leading him away, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. Braden's meridians inside his body were shattered, leaving him completely devoid of internal strength and effectively crippled. Not only had his bones broken, but he had also suffered severe internal injuries. Can you still walk? Asked Arn, looking at Braden. I can. Braden's voice was resolute, despite every step feeling like bones piercing through flesh and then pulling out only to pierce again. But the overwhelming hatred in his heart drowned out the physical pain. He returned from the victory in northern Gobi, where Joe Audrey held a grand banquet in his honor. Unbeknownst to him, all the food and drinks were drugged, which led to his peak 9th grade power completely dissipating after consumption. Immediately afterward, he was imprisoned by the Ministry of Punishments and subjected to brutal torture to forge evidence and testimonies. Watching Braden limp away, everyone present sneered with cold ridicule. To trade an impregnable pass for a powerless cripple, Joe Audrey's rule would inevitably lead to the disintegration of the Wei dynasty. Shepherdra, although Braden has lost all his skills, his strategic brilliance remains formidable. Letting him go may be detrimental to our Nathaniel dynasty, a dark figure with no less presence than Arn advised cautiously. Just a waste of space, said Audrey with disdain, though deep down, he also wanted to let Braden live, using this opportunity to save face. Shepherdra, you are the one who understands him best. Over the years, he has achieved countless remarkable feats. Without him, the shadow figure suddenly realized he had slipped up and hastily stopped speaking. Do you mean to say that my rise to power is entirely due to him? Asked Audrey. That is not what I meant, Your Majesty, the shadow figure denied as he knelt on the ground. Humph, he indeed possesses some talent, but over the years, his contribution has been mere labor. This throne belongs to me because of my own efforts. It has nothing to do with anyone else, said Audrey confidently. Then, he convened a council meeting to discuss the takeover of Southern Town Pass. The shadow watched Audrey's retreating figure and whispered orders. Pick a few elite men. When they pass through Southern Town Pass, attack them. I will hold back Arn while you kill Braden. Yes, replied the remaining shadows in unison. Meanwhile, Braden and Arn left the Imperial City. First, they sought treatment for Braden's injuries at an apothecary shop, then took a carriage back to the Wei Kingdom. Why did the Zhou of Wei trade a key stronghold for my life? Braden asked curiously from inside the carriage. The Zhou's mind is unfathomable. Who knows? Replied Arn as he drove the carriage. He was just as bewildered when he received this order. Southern Town Pass was one of the 4 great strongholds, virtually impregnable. It served as the southwestern gateway of the entire Wei Kingdom, critical to both the economy and military. Even exchanging a grandmaster for this pass wouldn't be worth it, let alone a single Braden. But defying imperial orders was not an option. He could only obey even if he didn't understand. Hearing this, Braden fell silent and sat cross-legged in meditation. During his northern campaign against the northern Gobi, he acquired a Hu ethnicity martial technique, the Heavenly Demon Technique. To practice this technique, one must first abolish their existing martial arts foundation, experience complete destruction followed by rebirth. According to the legends of the Hu people, there was once a Hu master who attained grandmaster status using this technique. But these were merely legends. Modern-day Hu masters hadn't seen any such feat, so none dared to gamble decades of hard-earned skill. Shepherds, I'm already a cripple. Trying this won't make things worse. Braden closed his eyes and began cultivating the Heavenly Demon Technique. Instantly, warmth emanated from his dantian, spreading throughout his body. His broken meridians started to heal during this process. Intense itching plagued him as if thousands of ants were gnawing at his skin. Biting his teeth, Braden persevered. After the meridians healed, they surprisingly thickened. Indeed, this is a remarkable technique. Braden felt immense joy and excitement. Meridians serve as the conduit for internal energy. Thicker meridians allow more internal energy, thus greater martial prowess. Having previously reached the 9th grade peak with his original meridians, reaching grandmaster status now seemed well within reach. One day, I will personally reclaim what you have taken from me. Braden's eyes blazed with hate as he continued cultivating the Heavenly Demon Technique. Time flew by, and nearly half a month passed. This day, heavy rain poured down, turning roads into muddy paths. Arn shook off the raindrops from his straw cloak. The rain is too heavy. Let's rest at the post house tonight and continue tomorrow. Agreed. Braden slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips. After half a month of cultivation, he had already returned to the 8th grade level. The power of the Heavenly Demon Technique far exceeded Braden's expectations. At this rate, returning to the 9th grade peak would take no more than a month. Breaking through to grandmaster status within half a year was entirely possible. 2 superior rooms, please, he requested from the Muhammad. And then warm up 2 pots of wine, cut 2 pounds of beef, and prepare some dishes to go with the wine. Arn took off his straw cloak, exhaled a breath of warm air, and found a seat. After continuous travel, they could only eat dry rations when they couldn't find a post house, making their throats parched. Something's not right, Braden felt as soon as he came in, sensing many gazes fixed on him. You have been safeguarding Audrey's external and internal fronts these past years, making enemies with so many people. There have been countless attempts on your life. We've encountered at least a dozen groups along this journey. But as long as I'm here, you can rest easy. Arn poured a cup of hot wine and handed it to Braden. This time it's different. There are experts, and the aura feels somewhat familiar, Braden frowned. Arn paused mid-pour, casting an incredulous glance sideways at Braden. Wasn't he completely stripped of his power? How could he still perceive the presence of strong fighters? It's the shadow figure that appeared on the city wall that day. They've been following us from the Imperial City all the way here. Arn, being at the peak 9th grade level, had naturally stronger perception than Braden. They are Shayna, Braden explained. Isn't Shayna the assassination organization spanning across 7 countries? Did you offend them, or is someone paying for your head? Arnie's expression tightened, becoming more serious. No, Audrey wants me dead, Braden said coldly, feeling like ice within. He didn't expect that even as he was about to leave the Nathaniel dynasty, the other party wouldn't let go. How do you know? Arn asked in surprise. Shayna was established by me personally. Besides me, there are 8 heavenly killers, all at the peak 9th grade level. Ordinarily, they gather intelligence from various countries, monitor officials within the country, and report directly to Audrey. If you say it's the shadow figure that appeared that day, then it can only be Audrey. Braden explained. Hearing this, Arn widened his eyes, utterly shocked. The intimidating Shayna organization, spanning across 7 countries, was founded by such a young person. Not only did this require formidable strength to command respect from subordinates, but also meticulous thought and exceptional courage. Establishing Shayna and expanding it to this size within just a few years was no less challenging than supporting Audrey in ascending the throne. And Braden managed to accomplish both feats simultaneously. He suddenly understood why Bo valued Braden so highly, even willing to trade the Southern Town Pass. This guy is truly terrifying. Shaken to his core, Arn now looked at Braden with newfound respect. Chapter 3. Former Subordinates. We are now entering the territory of the Great Wei Kingdom. They will definitely make their move. Instead of being constantly on guard against them, why don't we take them all out at once? What do you think? Braden looked at Arn and asked. There will be people to assist us at the Great Wei border. If we act here, I won't be able to protect you. Arn shook his head. You only need to deal with the Sky-Grade assassin. I'll handle the rest. A confident smile spread across Braden's lips. Are you sure? Arn asked doubtfully. Of course, Braden nodded. All right. I've had my eyes on these tales for a long time. The more Arn understood Braden, the more he felt that Braden was an unfathomable person who might have other life-saving skills. Thus, he shattered the wooden table with one palm, kicked off from the ground and flew upstairs to engage the Sky-Grade assassin in battle. The remaining Shayna experts, seeing this situation, overturned tables and drew their swords, preparing to offer support. At this moment, after counting the number of Shayna experts, Braden grabbed a handful of chopsticks. Don't interfere. Capture Braden first, ordered the Sky-Grade assassin. Yes. All the experts turned their gazes downward towards Braden. Remember, take him alive, the Sky-Grade assassin reminded them sternly. The trade between the 2 countries had just been completed. If Braden were to die within the borders of Nathaniel, it would be Nathaniel's responsibility. This transaction could easily be cancelled by the Great Wei Kingdom. Therefore, Braden must be allowed to die within the borders of Great Wei. Don't worry, Shepherder. Dealing with a powerless cripple is a piece of cake. Braden, will you bind yourself and kneel, or should we break your legs and drag you away? Why bother talking so much? Just break all 4 limbs and toss him into Great Wei before finishing him off. All the Shayna experts sheathed their knives together. To them, dealing with Braden didn't require any effort. One hand was enough to apprehend him. Don't be too overconfident. Arn glanced worriedly at Braden, revealing concern in his expression. Losing focus isn't good. The Sky-Grade assassin swung his blade down with overwhelming force. Holding 9 chopsticks in his hand, Braden put the rest back in the holder. Have you forgotten what I once said in Shayna? Even a lion hunting a rabbit needs to give its full effort. Being careless can cost you your life. Do you still consider yourself the boss of Shayna? You're nothing but a useless cripple without any power. One Shayna expert rushed forward first. Braden's expression changed, and he threw the 9 chopsticks forcefully. A powerful force erupted, sending the 9 chopsticks flying like arrows. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of them breaking through the air came, and the many Shayna experts felt a slight pain in their chests as if pricked by mosquitoes, not intense at all. But after moving forward 2 more steps, they experienced a sharp, tearing pain in their chests. Breathing became difficult, strength drained instantly, staggering backward. Looking down, they saw a bloody hole pierce through their chests, blood flowing profusely. You aren't powerless. How is this possible? Lying on the ground, the Shayna experts felt their lives slipping away, their eyes wide with shock. Not only did they react in surprise, but Arn and the Sky-Grade assassin battling upstairs also looked shocked. 9 Shayna experts, some even 6th or 7th rank, killed instantly in one blow. The strength of Braden was at least 8th rank. But wasn't he deprived of his powers by Audrey? Even if he repaired his broken meridians and started practicing anew, there was no way he could recover so quickly. Losing focus isn't good. Arn struck with a palm, returning the words verbatim to the Sky-Grade assassin. Humph, this time you got lucky. Realizing he missed his opportunity, the Sky-Grade assassin clashed palms and then took the chance to escape from the post house. Seeing this scene, the other trailing assassins fled in terror. Soon, only Arn and Braden remained in the disordered post-house. The Muhammad and several servants were huddled under the counter, trembling. Haha, you always surprise me, boy. When did you regain your cultivation? Arn laughed heartily as he walked downstairs, increasingly feeling that exchanging Braden for the South Defense Pass wasn't such a bad deal after all. Just now, Braden smiled, concealing the secret of heavenly demon technique. Very well, very well. Servants, our wine and meat. Hurry up. Arn was in high spirits. After a hearty meal, the two spent the night at the post house. Early next morning, they changed to fast horses and headed straight for Great Wei, to avoid any further complications. Several hours later, they arrived at the Great Wei border. Thousands of armored ridges were waiting with weapons in hand along the border. But at this moment, hooves thundered and dust rose as dozens of martial artists galloped toward them. These guys truly don't learn until they see the coffin. Arnie's face darkened, his peak 9th rank aura bursting forth. Don't attack. Recognizing their identities, Braden stopped Arn immediately. Dozens of warriors pulled on their reins, leaped off their horses, and knelt before Braden, respectfully saying, "Greetings, Lord Braden. Leaving the camp without permission is a serious offense, especially to see me. Are you not afraid of losing your heads?" Braden asked. "We've discussed it, brother to brother. To hell with Great Nathaniel, to hell with the Addison. We quit. From now on, wherever Lord Braden goes, we will follow." Lord Braden has been loyal to Great Nathaniel, established remarkable achievements, and supported the Addison from her early days. Now he has come to this end. Truly not worth it. Such a court isn't worth our loyalty. Everyone chimed in, expressing sympathy and regret for Braden, and anger and dissatisfaction with the court. Braden smiled and helped them to their feet. When assisting Audrey in her uprising, Braden had selected orphans from all over to train, gradually cultivating them into capable individuals. Starting from 500, only 30 some remained. Each one could be considered an elite among elites. Apart from being strong fighters, they were also adept at leading troops. Especially Christian, who reached the 7th rank at a young age, might very well become a grandmaster in the future. Their loyalty to Braden was akin to Braden's former loyalty to Audrey. "I am going to serve Great Wei next. Do you wish to follow me?" Braden asked. "Yes." Christian and others responded loudly, with unwavering determination in their eyes. They had served in the Great Nathaniel army for many years, deeply rooted, all receiving varying degrees of promotion. Going to Great Wei meant starting from scratch. Despite this, they were willing. They would rather start as common ridges with Braden than waste their lives in Great Nathaniel. Haha, well, I represent Great Wei in welcoming you. Rest assured, whatever Great Nathaniel can offer, Great Wei will offer more. Arn laughed heartily, his mouth nearly watering. 1,000 troops are easy to find, but a good general is hard to come by. Now, with these 30-odd elite officers joining, it was truly like a pie falling from the sky. The value of these people didn't fall short of a single grandmaster, let alone adding Braden into the mix. This deal was too good. Then let's go. Braden spurred his horse and entered the territory of Great Wei. He had started from zero, helping Audrey secure her throne. Naturally, he could strip her of everything she had. There will be a day when she regrets it. Chapter 4. The Zhou of Dewei is a woman. At this moment, in the Imperial Palace Hall, news of Shayna's failed assassination of Braden had already reached Audrey's ears. Looking at the kneeling heavenly rank assassin on the ground, a trace of disbelief flickered across Audrey's cold face. "Maddox, did you see clearly? Did he really recover his strength?" "Your Majesty." Braden eliminated 9 Shayna experts with one blow. "He has absolutely recovered his strength." The heavenly rank assassin known as Maddox replied earnestly. "How is that possible?" Audrey slapped her hand on the dragon throne, causing a crack to appear on the pure gold throne. The incapacitated Braden posed no threat to her. But if he had recovered his strength, with his talent, it was only a matter of time before he broke through to the Grandmaster realm. Suddenly having a Grandmaster-level enemy made it impossible for her to sleep peacefully. In addition, there is one more thing. Maddox lowered his head and stammered. "Speak." Audrey angrily rebuked. "We just received news that Christian from the northern garrison, along with more than 30 subordinates, have rebelled and joined Braden, swearing allegiance to Dewei." Maddox's voice grew quieter, as if fearing the Addison on the dragon throne. Bang! An overwhelming force erupted, shattering the cracked dragon throne into pieces. Audrey's expression was hideous, her fists clenched tightly, brimming with murderous intent. These traitors. We should have killed them all back then. These people had followed Braden from the start of the rebellion, earning great honors during campaigns over the years. Audrey had originally planned to cultivate these people after executing Braden. Who would have thought they would not be loyal to the hider, but follow Braden to serve Dewei? "What now, Your Majesty?" Maddox asked cautiously. "First, dig out all of Braden's former followers. Once we find suitable replacements, execute them all. At the same time, intensify military training. I will flatten Dewei." Audrey was ambitious, planning to conquer the world and unify the 9 provinces after securing her position as Addison of Nathaniel. With Nanjun Pass in her hands, she would destroy Dewei first. "Yes." Maddox nodded and vanished from the hall. Meanwhile, Braden was brought into the Imperial City by Arn to meet the hider. "Your Majesty, the person has been brought here," Arn said outside the study. "Enter." A crisp voice came from inside the room. "Go in. I'll wait for you outside," Arn nudged Braden. Braden pushed open the door and walked in. Behind the desk stood a slender man with delicate features. Though he was male, his skin was as fair as a woman's, without any facial hair. "Meeting again." The Dewei hider kindly smiled and appraised Braden. "Subject has a question. Why did Your Majesty exchange Nanjun Pass for my life?" Braden asked bluntly. "Because your life is more valuable than Nanjun Pass. Moreover, giving Nanjun Pass to Audrey will lead to her launching large-scale attacks with her ambition." Then our Dewey can launch a righteous army to campaign against the Nathaniel, not only reclaiming Nanjun Pass, but also the 3 counties beyond the pass. Kylie explained calmly. Nanjun Pass is difficult to attack, I fear. Fear what? You helped Audrey secure her throne and established Shayna. Could capturing Nanjun Pass be too much for you? Brayden was momentarily speechless, not expecting such high regard from the Dewey hider. That was a formidable fortress, not something that could be captured easily. The Pingjing campaign, you broke through an army of 3 10,000s with just 300 elite cavalry and rescued the besieged Audrey. The Xiefang Valley campaign, you defeated the allied forces of various warlords with 2 10,000s ambush troops, decapitating 8 10,000s heads. The Fan City campaign, winning overwhelmingly against 50 10,000s with 10 10,000s, laying the foundation for Audrey's ascension. Besides these major battles, you removed powerful ministers within the court to pave the way for Audrey. Isn't every one of these tasks harder than taking Nanjun Pass? Kylie recounted Brayden's accomplishments fluently. As the hider of Dewey, he had to be responsible for the subjects and would never gamble away a strategic stronghold for nothing. She made this decision after thoroughly researching Brayden. Such a person was an all-round genius. In ancient times, 1,000 gold pieces were spent to buy horse bones. Today, a formidable pass is exchanged for a great talent. With his help, Dewey would surely turn the tide and awe the neighboring countries. However, Brayden, watching him speak with fervor, furrowed his brows slightly. Something about the tone and manner seemed familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. And that crisp voice didn't seem like it belonged to a 30-year-old man. Just then, a eunuch's voice came from outside the study. Your Majesty, Diamond has prepared medicinal soup. My body is fine. Tell her to go back. Kylie waved impatiently. If Your Majesty refuses to drink it, I will stay outside the study all day today, came a pleasant woman's voice from outside the room. Just by hearing her voice, one could tell she was an alluring woman. Fine, fine, fine. Bring it in. As Kylie spoke, a graceful and beautiful woman walked in. I am busy with state affairs. Leave after placing it down. Kylie immediately urged her to leave. No way, I won't return until I see you drink it myself. Diamond pouted her cherry lips and used a jade spoon to feed the medicinal soup to Kylie's mouth. Kylie snatched the jade bowl, gulped it down right before her eyes and said, Go back quickly. Don't disturb me while I handle official business. Yes, as you command. A glint of cunning flashed deep in Diamond's eyes as she took the jade bowl and left respectfully. Oh, where were we? Kylie changed the subject and looked at Brayden. Your Majesty asked me to reclaim Jiangnan Pass and then take back the 3 counties beyond the pass, Brayden replied. That's right. Exactly that. To save you, I braved immense pressure from the citizens and the officials. Don't let me down. Kylie pointed at Brayden's nose with her finger, and her face suddenly flushed red. Her breathing quickened, her body heated up, and she desperately wanted to strip off her clothes. Her mind became hazy, and Brayden appeared as double images before her eyes. The most primal desires welled up from deep within her, and she let out a moan that sent shivers down one's spine. Poison? No, it's an aphrodisiac. Your Majesty, don't panic. This humble citizen will help you remove the effects of the drug using my inner strength. Brayden was startled, wondering if the consorts of the hider of Dewey were also formidable. To openly put aphrodisiacs in the medicinal soup, so insatiable? But now wasn't the time to dwell on it. If Kylie lost control, not distinguishing between genders? However, before Brayden could act, Kylie had already taken off the dragon robe, exposing the upper half of her body. Her skin was as smooth as jade, her arms slender, and her waist tiny. But why was there a layer of cloth wrapped around her chest? Could it be an old injury? Out of curiosity, Brayden lifted the cloth, and 2 large white mounds instantly popped out, hitting him in the face. Why you are not the hider of Dewey, Kylie? Brayden's eyes widened in disbelief as he reached out to remove Kylie's disguise mask, wanting to see who she really was. As a result, a perfectly exquisite face was revealed beneath the mask. It was none other than the long-missing princess of Dewey, and also Brayden's fiancée. Chapter 5. The Commander of the Jinui. Why Your Majesty wants, give it to me. Kylie, with no cultivation base, couldn't suppress the drug's effects and was completely losing her mind. Her body went limp as she fell into Kylie's arms, reaching out aimlessly. Brayden felt his whole body tense up. He hurriedly used pressure points to immobilize Kylie, then struck her back twice, channeling his profound inner strength. With his 8th rank prowess, neutralizing this common drug wasn't difficult at all. Soon, Kylie was sweating profusely, the drug effects evaporating from her body. Her flushed cheeks and dazed eyes gradually returned to normal. As her thoughts became clearer bit by bit, her pretty face turned red again instantly. She had returned to normal now, but the memories of just now still lingered. Just thinking about being seen naked by Brayden made her wish she could find a hole to crawl into. Weren't you missing? How did you become the Joe of Great Wei? Brayden knew she had come to her senses and asked. In recent years, my elder brother carried out reforms such as reducing the power of vassals and redistributing land, which angered those powerful families and nobles. In the end, he was poisoned to death. Since my brother had no heirs, he feared that Great Wei would fall into chaos after his death, so he had me disguised as him to maintain control. But being an hider is too hard. There are very few loyal ministers in the court, and I also have a harem of concubines vying for my favor. The more Kylie spoke, the more wronged and distressed she felt. Tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes. When she was still a princess, her brother handled everything, and life was carefree and easy. Now, she carried the burden of a nation on her shoulders. Actually, he took such great risks to save Brayden for deeper reasons. She couldn't distinguish who in the court were men or devils, nor could she find anyone she trusted entirely. Thus, she thought of Brayden. Who else knows this secret? Brayden cautiously asked. Only you, Kylie replied. Keep the secret safe, and I will help you with the rest, Brayden promised. He intended to help her wholeheartedly, first, as a way to repay her for saving his life. Second, only when Great Wei grew strong enough could they eventually subdue Great Nathaniel. Hee, I knew you wouldn't let me down. Kylie smiled sweetly. Put your clothes on first, Brayden said. Kylie's smile froze, and she quickly covered herself with fabric once more. It was uncomfortable, but she had to do it. After getting dressed, she put on the disguising mask again. After slightly tidying up her appearance, she became the imperious Joe of Great Wei once more. Rest first. Tomorrow morning during court assembly, I will appoint you as the commander of the Jinui. Great Wei and Great Nathaniel will eventually have a showdown. Before that, we must root out all traitors within Great Wei first. Kylie said solemnly. All right. Brayden nodded and pushed open the door to leave. Seeing Brayden come out, Diamond's face lit up. The drug must have taken effect, so she entered the Imperial study room. But before her right foot even stepped over the threshold, Kylie's angry voice came from inside. Get out. Next time you dare play such tricks, I will not be lenient. Diamond's expression stiffened, unwillingly retreating. She glared viciously at Brayden. I heard from Arn that you regained your strength. You must have helped Bo neutralize the drug, didn't you? Yes, Brayden admitted. You're nothing but a stray dog daring to meddle in my affairs. Are you tired of living? Now kneel down, knock 3 heads on the ground for me, shout Emitam, I'm wrong, and I will spare your miserable life. Diamond took 2 quick steps forward, blocking Brayden with her hands on her hips. Being thwarted left her extremely irritated. However, he was brought back at great cost, a key stronghold, and she couldn't just kill him. So, she sought to humiliate him instead. Diamond, he's just this kind of stinking temper, stubborn bones. I apologize on his behalf. Sorry. Arn quickly stepped in to mediate. Saying sorry won't do. If he doesn't kneel and acknowledge his mistake today, this matter won't be over. Diamond's anger flared. If she couldn't handle even this stray dog today, how could she maintain her dignity? Moreover, there were so many guards and maids watching outside the Imperial study. He would kowtow whether he wanted to or not. Arn says Diamond has backing from the Minister of Personnel. I advise you not to offend someone new here. Just admit your mistake and apologize. She only wants to save face, Arn whispered. What fault do I have? Why should I bow and apologize? With 1 step forward, Brayden's 8th rank aura pushed Diamond back. You're courting death. Enraged, Diamond didn't think twice and grabbed a long sword from a nearby guard, slashing at Brayden from behind. Bang! Brayden didn't tolerate her actions either. Stomping the ground, terrifying power burst forth. A wave formed on the ground, directly sending Diamond flying several meters away, tumbling on the ground several times. With your temper, you deserve to be beheaded at the Meridian Gate. Arn muttered under his breath before quickly leaving with Brayden. A lowly prisoner. A stray dog. You dare to be arrogant in front of me. I will definitely make sure you die. Diamond gnashed her teeth and secretly vowed. What did Bo say to you? Arn asked curiously. Nothing much, Brayden brushed it off casually. Fine. No need to talk about it then. Let me arrange your lodging first. Arn waved his hand, stopping his further inquiries. He led Brayden and the others out of the palace and rented several large courtyard houses near the palace. Before Bo officially appoints you, stay here temporarily. I have some matters to attend to, so I won't keep you chatting. Thank you, Brother Han. Brayden bowed, acknowledging the help he had received from Arn on this journey. We will be colleagues in the future. We should help each other. Arn returned the bow and left immediately after. The next morning, Brayden put on decent clothes and headed to the grand hall for the early court session. The officials lined up on both sides. Kylie, wearing the imperial crown and dragon robe, sat majestically on the throne. Just a few steps ahead, the top martial expert of the inner court, Arn, stood guard, not leaving Kylie's side for a moment. The atmosphere in the grand hall was somewhat heavy, with everyone looking intently at Brayden. This death row convict who had been exchanged for a strategic stronghold. Initially, all the officials strongly opposed this exchange, but Kylie was determined to go through with it regardless. If losing Jianan Pass would lead to widespread suffering in Great Wei, it would surely cause civil unrest, threatening her reign. Today's court assembly, I only have one announcement. Starting today, Brayden will be appointed as the commander of the Jinui, and will be granted the Golden Dragon Saber. Kylie announced solemnly. Arn got the hint and presented the Golden Dragon Saber to Brayden. The scabbard was thick and weighty. When unsheathed, the blade emitted a faint dragon roar, its edge gleaming with a cold light while the body shone with a golden luster, resembling a golden dragon swirling around. Brayden examined the saber carefully and knew that this was no ordinary weapon. Your Majesty, this old minister believes this cannot be allowed. Brayden was once a close general to the Addison of Great Nathaniel. Giving him such an important position is too risky. The Minister of Personnel was the first to stand up and oppose. Upon hearing this, many other officials joined in. Yes, Your Majesty, it would be better to observe Brayden for a while before entrusting him with significant responsibility. The Jinui monitors all officials. If he colludes with Great Nathaniel and abuses his power to harm loyal ministers, the consequences would be unimaginable. Why not demote him to the military camp? Shepherds, he has the ability to help the Addison ascend the throne. He should also be able to rise from the ranks. Chapter 6. The Fall of the Imperial Family and the Jinui. The ministers voiced their objections all at once, various sounds intertwining together, turning the solemn hall for political deliberation into a bustling market in an instant. Shepherdlands. Seeing that Bo's expression was not looking good, Arn immediately spoke up, barely managing to suppress the opposing voices. However, the ministers only fell silent. Their attitudes did not change in the slightest. Although similar scenes had occurred multiple times before and were already familiar, yet when she thought about the efforts she had made to revive the Great Nathaniel, which were repeatedly rejected, Kylie could not help but become angry. In these past few years since her brother's passing, For the people of Great Nathaniel, the person on the throne remained unchanged, as did the imperial power, stable as ever. But that was only among the common folk. Looking at the court, the edicts she issued were often revised or reversed, and ideas she proposed were frequently abandoned due to the minister's opposition. Only the decision to exchange Jian Nan Pass for Braden was implemented under immense pressure. Now, imperial power had been thoroughly suppressed, and her situation could even be described as precarious. So in the end, Kylie could only restrain her anger, turning her gaze toward Chancellor Anderson, who stood steadily among the ministers. Being stared at so directly by the ruler would make anyone feel uneasy, but Anderson remained calm and composed. The atmosphere in the hall gradually became oppressive, until one could hear a pin drop. Seemingly feeling that the atmosphere was sufficiently tense, Anderson then held his tablet and stepped forward with ease. Your Majesty, this minister has a differing opinion. Kylie sighed in relief. For him to say so meant he was now on her side. Castor, please speak freely. Yes. Clearing his throat, Anderson looked at Braden and declared loudly. Regarding domestic affairs, Braden assisted Audrey in eliminating corrupt officials and unifying the government. Regarding foreign affairs, in Pingjin, Fan Ambrose, and Shefong Valley, Braden won 3 decisive battles, wiping out all the rebels in the Nathaniel Kingdom. With such great talent in both civil and military affairs, how could he not be qualified for the position of commander of the Jinui? As for the concerns raised by my colleagues, I believe they are overthinking it. As an ancient saying goes, if a ruler regards his ministers as straw, then the ministers will regard the ruler as an enemy. The female hider of Nathaniel is known for her indifference, cruelty, and ruthlessness, and everyone knows this. Braden will never do anything that would destroy himself. Having finished speaking, Anderson bowed deeply to Kylie and said solemnly, Therefore, Your Majesty's action fulfills Braden's ambition and also secures an extraordinary talent for our dynasty, truly a win-win solution. Anderson's eloquent speech left the ministers speechless. Even the Minister of Personnel, who had been most vocal at the beginning, was now holding his tongue and no longer objecting. Of course, the biggest reason for their silence was the enormous power wielded by Anderson, second only to the hider. With him having clearly stated his support for Kylie, any further objections would mean facing the wrath of both the hider and the chancellor. Seeing that no one in the hall opposed anymore, the heavy burden in Kylie's heart finally lifted. Braden, the Jinui are the eyes and ears of the Son of Heaven, and the commander is a crucial position. From now on, you must be dedicated and enforce the law strictly, without disappointing my expectations, she instructed. Yes. Braden bowed in agreement, but his eyes flicked toward Anderson imperceptibly. If one only judged by appearance, Anderson, with his square face, phoenix-like eyes, 8-foot height, and long beard, was a perfect example of a loyal minister from traditional paintings. Even seeing Braden looking at him, Anderson turned and gave him a friendly smile, almost like a sincere friend. But as the saying goes, one cannot judge a book by its cover, especially after those subtle power plays. Having served in high positions for many years, Braden immediately realized that this man was not as dignified as he appeared. Even his support might very well be the result of a deal with Kylie, making Braden inwardly wary. This kind of person must be guarded against. Otherwise, one may not know how one died. After the court session ended, Braden's appointment officially took effect. He quickly grabbed some breakfast at a roadside stall and prepared to head to the town guard office. There was no choice. With the southern pass being controlled by Audrey, threatening the heartland, and the internal court divided by factions, plus Kylie impersonating the hider, a ticking bomb ready to explode, they didn't have much time left. To avoid another disastrous fate for the Nathaniel Kingdom, he needed to display the decisiveness and ruthlessness he seldom showed, moving swiftly to turn the situation around. It is said that when luck is on your side, even when you're sleepy, someone will bring you a pillow. Today, Braden's luck was apparently good. What he thought of seemed to come true. Just as he finished eating and was about to pay, he saw 2 men in blue mountain-patterned armor, swords hanging from their waists, storming toward the stall with fierce determination. Jinui? Interesting. Immediately, Braden, who had just stood up, sat back down, lowering his head to watch silently. Their moods clearly weren't good. After finding a table and sitting down, they roughly placed their swords on the table with a slap, speaking rudely. 1 pound of soy sauce beef, 2 bowls of noodle pieces, 6 sesame cakes, damn it, hurry up. This shout made the surrounding diners freeze momentarily. When they saw the 2 men's attire, the previously bustling stall instantly fell into a deathly silence. The diners lowered their heads, wishing to finish and leave quickly. The stall owner was so scared that his legs trembled. He ran over with a wretched face, pleading in his tone. Your honors, we only have noodle pieces and sesame cakes here. No meat? Exactly did he know that this sentence had stirred up a hornet's nest. Slap. A slap sent the stall owner sprawling on the ground. The dark-faced Ti, stood up abruptly, his eyes wide like copper bells. Damn. No meat, and you dare set up a stall? Messing with us? The other man silently placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, his expression unfriendly. Yes, there's meat. We have meat. Please calm down, your honors. I'll go buy it right now. With his cheeks swollen and blood trickling from his mouth mixed with nosebleed, the stall owner seemed oblivious to his pain, scrambling up to buy meat for the 2 Ti. Others dared not speak out, not even whispering curses. Only Braden pricked up his ears, listening intently, because the topic of their conversation was precisely what interested him most. Damn it, the commander was stripped of his hat by a Nathaniel Kingdom death row inmate and took it out on us, which we bore. But a mere tea-serving vendor dares defy me? No justice. Just bear with it. Heard that boy is incredibly handsome, kept as a favorite by the Nathaniel Empress. His victories were stolen from others. Later, he offended her and became a prisoner. Just a pretty face. Who knows why the hider would let such a scoundrel replace Commander Chen? Perhaps the hider has similar tastes. Who knows? If so, it makes things easier for us. If he behaves, he can be a clay statue. If he has ulterior motives, well, besides Commander Chen setting traps for him, if he annoys us, we'll make sure he regrets it. Indeed, let them mess around at the top as they please. For us, everything remains unchanged. They chattered away without any worry about getting into trouble, because they knew all too well these commoners could never do anything to them. What they couldn't imagine was how much they would pay for their arrogance this time. Chapter 7. A Show of Power. In less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the stall owner came running back with a grease-proof paper package in his hand, drenched in sweat and still bleeding from the nose. The marinated beef for your honors is here. Please enjoy, take your time. After carefully placing the paper-wrapped package on the table, the stall owner immediately turned around to prepare other dishes, enduring all kinds of nitpicking and insults but still forcing a smile, though it was more painful than crying. After 2 hours, the guards had finally eaten their fill, patting bellies bigger than watermelons as they left without a word. Needless to say, they wouldn't pay. In fact, the stall owner only dared to rub his stopped bleeding nose and sigh in relief after they had gone far away. But looking at the mess left on the table by those 2 men, he felt his heart bleed again. Seeing the melancholy look on the stall owner's face, Braden put away the sound recording tablet in his hand. This tablet was crafted by top artisans from purple bamboo, hollowed in the middle and decorated with intricate designs. When activated with inner strength, it could record sounds. Knowing he would take up his post as the Jinui commander today, Braden thought this item might come in handy and specially brought it along. Exactly did he expect to use it so soon? Young man, let's settle the bill. The stall owner, lost in sorrow, hurriedly wiped the blood off his face with his apron and forced a smile, coming over upon hearing Braden's call. In total, that will be 10 coins, sir. Were those 2 men Jinui just now? As Braden fished out his money pouch, he engaged the stall owner in conversation. When I was doing business in the Nathaniel Kingdom, I heard about how the Jinui of the Wei dynasty bullied the people lawlessly. At that time, I didn't believe it, but now I've learned something indeed. Sure. Unexpectedly, the stall owner was startled by this and quickly signaled Braden to be quiet, then whispered cautiously, Shepherder, if you are a businessman, never speak like that about the Wei dynasty. It can cost your life. Oh. Braden raised his eyebrows, intrigued. You mean they have the capability to find out what a traveling merchant says? Alas. The stall owner had accumulated much bitterness inside. Now spurred by Braden, and thinking that as a traveling merchant, he probably wouldn't stay long in Wei and thus unlikely to get caught, he decided to spill everything about the misdeeds of the Jinui. As the most powerful intelligence organization in the entire Wei dynasty, the Jinui had eyes and ears everywhere. Forget public criticism. 3 years ago, a minister merely grumbled a few words about the Jinui's arrogance to his family during dinner, and before the meal ended, the Jinui had stormed into his home and took him away. Less than a day later, he died in prison. This incident was just a glimpse of the notorious brutality of the Jinui. Their treatment of the common people was even more ruthless and exploitative. After leaving the stall, Braden headed straight for Baihu Street, where the Jinui headquarters were located. Upon arrival, Braden didn't rush to reveal himself but observed for a while, eventually noticing an interesting detail. Unlike other government district streets, even if they had grand red gates and central power, there would still be pedestrians outside. Even the Imperial Palace wasn't an exception. However, this Baihu Street, due to being home to the Jinui, was eerily empty of civilians. Even other officials from different government offices walked past the Jinui entrance nervously, as if afraid that one glance too many would send them straight into hell. From this, one could gauge the reputation of the Jinui. Recalling the words and actions of those 2 guards earlier, Braden's eyes grew cold, and he made up his mind. In the main hall of the judicial office, all Jinui officers of the capital above the rank of 100 household leader had gathered, chatting casually. At the far end of the hall, the desk of the commander stood vacant, with a middle-aged man in a flying fish robe and a beard standing beside it, his dark face as cold as ice. The Joe-appointed Jinui commander, Lord Braden, has arrived. Hearing the high-pitched announcement from outside, the atmosphere in the hall abruptly stiffened, everyone falling silent and turning towards the entrance. The next second, Braden, dressed in black silk robes and carrying a golden dragon saber, strode into the hall confidently. Noticing that the young man who would cut off his career path was extraordinarily handsome, the dark-faced man's expression darkened further, his eyes showing disdain. But in the next moment, he put on a broad smile, striding forward to greet him with clasped hands. Oh, my apologies. This subordinate has been so busy that I completely forgot Lord Shepherd was starting work today. Forgive me for not greeting you properly. Seeing the insincere smile on the other's face, Braden inwardly sneered. This statement seemed sincere but effectively shifted all blame for not welcoming a superior, placing himself in a morally superior position. If Braden pressed the issue regardless of protocol, he would truly be in the wrong. A power play? Too bad you picked the wrong target. No matter, I don't have that penchant for grandstanding. Braden glanced at the people crowded in the hall, then at the dark-faced man standing at the head position, his eyes filled with mockery. Amity, I ask for your name? Realizing he had been outmaneuvered, the smile on the dark-faced man's face vanished instantly as he replied in a deep voice. I am Brenton, the deputy commander of the Jinui, acting as the commander. Braden suddenly understood. No wonder this man had greeted him with such a forced smile and sarcastic tone, not even bothering to mention Shepherd's title. It was because Braden had just arrived here, blocking this gentleman's path to promotion. Understanding it was one thing, but he did not plan to back down an inch, nor did he have any room for retreat. Oh, so it's Deputy Commander Chun. My apologies. Braden perfunctorily returned a salute, deliberately emphasizing the word, deputy. This pointed remark caused Brenton's lips to twitch. Years of practiced self-control nearly snapped right there. Haha, yes. Brenton laughed awkwardly. Braden nodded slightly, yet the words that followed sent Brenton's blood pressure soaring again. Now that I'm here, everyone can disperse. Deputy Commander Chun, you go about your business. You don't need to worry about me. However, after Braden spoke, the 7 or 8 commanders in the hall simply kept their heads down, showing no intention of leaving, causing Braden to frown. Seeing this, a rare sense of satisfaction bloomed in Brenton's heart. Humph, a pretty boy fresh out of the Imperial prison dares to put on airs in front of me? Today, I'll show you who's the boss. The silence stretched on for several seconds, and still, no one moved. Braden secretly chuckled inside. Earlier, he was still pondering who to pull in or deal with, but now, there was no need for that anymore. His face remained expressionless. What, do I need to repeat myself? The colder the atmosphere in the hall became, the happier Brenton felt inside. Haha, shepherd, please don't take them seriously. These fellows are like stubborn donkeys, caring only about their own ease and ignoring newcomers. Giving Braden a disdainful glance, Brenton turned around and sternly barked at the crowd. Didn't you hear Shepherd's order? Dismissed. As soon as he finished speaking, the hall emptied almost instantaneously, in stark contrast to their previous hesitation. Chapter 8, Passing the Buck. Witnessing this absurd scene, Braden could only sigh inwardly. He sighed at Brenton's childishness. In the imperial court of the old Great Nathaniel dynasty, someone who acted like him, ignoring the hider's implied wishes and merely reacting out of personal grievances by opposing superiors head-on and openly building factions, would have been dead and buried many times over. He also sighed for Kylie. Her personality was truly unsuited for the power struggles in the imperial court. Reflecting on his own past, he had founded the Luo network with youthful ambition, which, in just a few years, became a colossal organization spanning 7 countries, one that saw countless high-ranking experts and even masters fail and fall. In contrast, she hadn't truly grasped control of the Imperial Guards, a force left by her elder brother. Instead, she let someone as mindless as Brenton rise to the position of acting commander. No wonder the elite Imperial Guard had sunk so low as to bully commoners and eat without paying, becoming a laughingstock. Brenton was oblivious to Braden's thoughts. Seeing him lost in thought, he mistook it for intimidation working. Shepherd, these subordinates are usually quite indulged. Please bear with them. Brenton strutted around Braden with deliberate slowness, his hands clasped behind his back, looking quite pleased with himself. But they do have one redeeming quality. He suddenly stopped, his gaze turning sharp, revealing unhidden threats and warnings. They know to sing the songs of whichever mountain they find themselves on. His words hung in the air for a moment before Braden came back to his senses. He looked at Brenton's smug face, first surprised, then gradually adopting a polite smile. Thank you for your reminder, Commander Chin. I will keep it in mind. No problem. We're all serving Bo, after all. Satisfied that he had broken the other man's spirit and changed how he addressed him, Brenton was enjoying the interaction immensely. As for the mockery in Braden's words, whether he heard it or not, it instinctively slipped through his filters. Should you need help or encounter anything Braden, don't hesitate to come to me. After all, while you are now a higher official, you've never managed such a large institution, lacking the necessary experience. Zaxoning to Brenton speak as if instructing a junior and completely underestimating him, Braden couldn't help but smile wryly. So, there is indeed something troubling me, Commander Chen. Speak up. Although disdainful of someone like Braden, who had been parachuted in through connections, since the other party had shown weakness, Brenton didn't wish to escalate matters. After all, his current power came from the hider, and although the latter was less involved now, being an appointed commander, if he pushed too hard against Braden and damaged his reputation, his own position would become precarious. But what Braden said next made Brenton's expression turn serious, wiping away any lingering goodwill. Braden politely bowed, smiling, Commander Chun, it's nothing serious. I simply want to review our records, including personnel files, accounts, rosters, equipment, administrative offices, and information about prisoners in the Imperial Jail. All related records, please allow me to see them. Reaching so far on your first day, you might get your fingers chopped off for that. Hearing that Braden intended to inspect all records within the office of the censorate, Brenton seethed inside, his expression turning particularly grim. A quick mental calculation led him to stall. This might be difficult. The relevant documents are scattered across various departments in the capital and even in the regions, making it hard to gather them all quickly. Brenton feigned difficulty. No problem, just start with the records of the office of the censorate. Braden waved his hand, unaffected by the stalling tactics. Understood. Brenton left with a darkened face, preparing to teach this presumptuous newcomer a lesson. Unbeknownst to him, every nuance of his behavior was easily read by Braden, leaving no room for secrecy. What Brenton didn't know was that Braden had no intention of engaging in a prolonged conflict, but instead aimed to resolve matters swiftly and decisively. Watching Brenton stride out of the hall, Braden's smile widened until 2 rows of white teeth showed. Those familiar with him knew that whenever he smiled like this, someone was bound to suffer the consequences. Upon returning to his office, Brenton was immediately surrounded by waiting officers. Shepherd, what did he say? Yes, we heard he has a close relationship with Bo. What kind of person is he? What kind of moves? The moves on the robe? Brenton sneered coldly. He wants to review all records of personnel, items, criminals, and equipment in the office of the censorate, not missing a single book. Upon hearing this, the entire office exploded into chaos. Is this kid out of his mind? Reaching so far, he might just get his bones broken. I really don't know what the hider sees in this death row prisoner that allows him to degrade us like this here. That's true. The Imperial Guards are the hider's personal army. If an enemy country's prisoner can inspect them at will, it's not just the reputation of the Imperial Guards that will be ruined. Where would the hider's dignity be? Yes, we must give him a taste of our power. But how? He is still our superior. Directly confronting him might not be appropriate. Someone raised a concern. Brenton lifted both hands and made a pressing gesture in the air, and the agitated officers quieted down. How? Eating, sleeping, and passing the buck, that's how. With his nostrils flaring towards the front, Brenton spoke in a deep voice. Hearing this, several officers immediately lit up and couldn't help but give Brenton a thumbs up. Shepherd are brilliant. If he wants books, let him fetch them from the various branch offices himself. All we need to do is stall. Right. If he wants it, let him get it himself. There are hundreds of branch offices of the Imperial Guards nationwide. Even if he doesn't die of exhaustion, we'll eat and drink without playing along with him. But what if he insists? The officer who had raised the concern still had doubts. Everyone rolled their eyes. Isn't that simple? We'll pass the buck. That guy just came from the Nathaniel Kingdom, with no troops, no money, and no influence. What can he do to us? You don't need to worry. I'll handle things over there. Believe me, he won't dare to do anything. Brenton's words steadied everyone's resolve, and he finally dismissed them with a wave of his hand. After all the officers left the office, he immediately locked the door, then loosened his imperial robe's waistband, letting the fat on his belly sag down. His smile turned sly. Honey, have you been waiting long? Brenton pushed open the door to the restroom. With gleaming eyes, he scanned inside and saw a woman sitting half reclined on the bed, her eyes filled with allure, her clothes half open, beckoning him with her fingers. My love, why did you make me wait so long? Chapter 9. The Decadent Inspectorate. Half an hour slipped by silently. Not only were there no books, even Brenton had vanished, leaving Braden alone in the entire hall. Any clear-eyed person would know that the other party was stalling, perhaps even giving him the slip. Strangely, ordinary newly appointed officials, faced with such provocation, indeed, such humiliation, would have long erupted in anger and demanded accountability. But Braden remained unperturbed, leaning against the desk and enjoying the view while sipping tea. The hot water for the tea was something he had to run several rounds to get from someone, and the scenery was nothing more than an ordinary sapling in the flower bed outside the window. The sapling, barely reaching thigh-high, was surrounded by weeds but showed no signs of yielding. Instead, it basked in the midday sun, spreading its few green leaves as it raised its head and strained upward. Braden understood that within a few days, all the weeds around the sapling would be dead. Tired of looking at the weeds, Braden turned back to find the grand hall still empty, with no one coming or acknowledging his presence. He didn't mind this at all, not about Brenton, nor those battalion commanders who paid lip service to him while harboring ill intentions. Nor did he care about the 100 commanders, chief flags, minor flags, and plainclothes guards below them who behaved like bandits, sucking the blood and fat out of the people. This entire rotten personnel system of the embroidered uniform guard, Braden had never planned to keep. This was not wishful thinking. In fact, as a semi-military organization, the embroidered uniform guard had always emphasized team cooperation over individual combat prowess. It wasn't like in Shayna, where you'd see swarms of 8th or 9th rank experts, even those at the peak of 9th rank. Such sights were rare in the embroidered uniform guard. Earlier, Braden had investigated those people, and even the highest ranked among them, Brenton, had barely broken through to 7th rank. These characters wouldn't even require his personal intervention. Christian and 2 others could handle them. He hadn't moved yet, nor had he revealed any hostile intentions earlier, because he needed to gather evidence first. Then, he would crush them completely, leaving no room for argument. In the tedious waiting, another half hour passed, and the tea in his cup was almost gone. Braden removed the golden dragon saber, which was wrapped tightly in silk, placed it on the desk, and then, hands behind his back, strolled leisurely out of the hall. Actually, those books weren't immediately necessary. The embroidered uniform guard annually compiled progress reports, expenditure statements, personnel information, and asset details for review by the inner court. This was an ancestral tradition aimed at limiting the power of the embroidered uniform guard to prevent it from becoming too powerful and uncontrollable. Unfortunately, Addison Kiley, as an hider, lacked talent and couldn't discern the truth from the falsehoods in those documents, nor did anyone assist her. Thus, Braden could easily imagine how much fluff was added to the records submitted to the palace. And this was the breakthrough he sought. Christian should have already obtained the books and started organizing them. Braden thought to himself. He had already sent them instructions to focus their investigation on these battalion commanders and the cronies they cultivated. As for the others, including Brenton, Braden didn't plan to involve them this time. One reason was that involving too many people could create unrest and lose him popular support. Compared to that, narrowing the scope but intensifying the crackdown was a better choice. Secondly, he needed time to cultivate his own power base. During this period, the embroidered uniform guard still needed to function, and the remaining personnel could still be used. So, Braden could wait calmly, but during the waiting period, he wouldn't let these people live too comfortably. Exiting the hall, Braden came to the courtyard, and just a glance made him squint. They say that if the top beam is crooked, the lower ones will be skewed. With Brenton keeping mistresses in the office, his lackeys were no less unruly. A whole row of offices, each headed by a 100 commander, currently bore no resemblance to a proper government office. Feeding birds, singing operas, cockfighting, dogfighting. The most powerful secret service institution serving the hider had been turned into a pleasure quarter combined with an animal market. Even from over 100 meters away, one could hear the noise from there. Braden pursed his lips and quietly approached one of the offices. The embroidered uniform guard had a fearsome reputation, and being inside the compound, there were no guards posted here. Clearly, Brenton and the other high-ranking officials didn't believe anyone would dare intrude. As for Braden, they had never treated him as a person to begin with. Or maybe they knew that what was happening in these offices couldn't be publicized, so they didn't want outsiders to see. At this moment, Braden could clearly hear a soft, lascivious singing voice from inside the office, so sultry that it gave him goosebumps even through the door. Shepherdantly sighing for Kiley, Braden thought that if he hadn't come, at this rate, in just a few years, the embroidered uniform guard would either be ruined by these people or gradually grow so powerful as to control the hider. Either way, it would be fatal for the current Kiley. Braden took a deep breath, adjusted his emotions, and became even more resolute in his determination to reform. Andre, the commander of 1,000 men, was reclining on a chair. Opposite him, a lady dressed in an operatic costume with a striking figure was pinching her delicate fingers, singing licentious songs that no respectable bookstore would sell. She occasionally covered her face with her hand, or let her eyes wander, swaying her alluring body according to the melody. Andre's heart burned with desire. Chuckling, He stood up and moved to take the woman into a cubicle for indecent acts. However, just then, the thick door bolt was shaken apart with a clang. The door swung open, and the blazing sun streamed in from outside. In front of both their eyes appeared someone in white embroidered clothes. "Blind dog, get out." The lust in Andre's heart turned into fury as he snatched up an inkstone from the desk and hurled it at the person. Even when he saw the white embroidered clothes for a moment, a certain chord inside him instinctively reacted. But the long-term arrogance and brutality had Andre not even considering who this person might be. He didn't want to think. Instinctively, he attacked. It wasn't until the inkstone flipped several times in midair and was finally caught steadily by the other party that a sinking feeling struck Andre's heart. He realized something was wrong. "What a refined interest, sir. In broad daylight, within an official office, in the administrative room. I admire you." Putting the inkstone back gently on the desk, Braden displayed his trademark harmless smile. But in Andre's eyes, it seemed especially creepy. Shepherd or shepherd. But thinking that the man was merely an escaped convict from Nathaniel who held no power and was rumored to have been stripped of his cultivation by the Nathaniel Addison, while he himself had grown up in Wei, inherited his father's position in the embroidered uniform guard since youth, and enjoyed the backing of Deputy Commander Brenton, Andre felt braver. Chapter 10. You must go, whether you want to or not. What's there to fear? He waved his hand for the flower actress to enter the adjacent compartment, then turned to Braden with a cold snort. "Your Excellency flatters this subordinate. I am Andre, 1,000-demon commander of the Northern Bureau of the Embroidered Uniform Guard. Just now, I failed to recognize your Excellency and lost my temper momentarily. Please do not hold it against me." Then he shifted the topic, pointing directly at Braden. "But this is my office, and you barged in without so much as a word. This might be considered quite impolite. Wouldn't you agree, shepherd or shepherd?" Braden's purpose was simply to annoy him, not to get entangled here. He smiled thinly. "So it seems I should apologize first, since I disrupted Commander Wu's refined interests." "You needn't worry about that," Andre waved his hand grandly, thinking inwardly that it was fortunate this young man knew better. Otherwise, things could have gotten ugly quickly. After all, everyone did it this way. His demeanor made it seem as if Braden had been demoted to 1,000-demon commander, while he himself held an Hyder-appointed position. The arrogance of these high-ranking officials of the Embroidered Uniform Guard was evident in his behavior. "Amity, I ask, what brings your Excellency to my humble office?" "Oh, nothing much. This morning I asked Deputy Commander Chun to fetch some records from the archives. It has been over 2 hours, yet he still hasn't returned. There wasn't even a servant in the main hall to inquire about it, so I came out looking for him." Upon hearing this, Andre sneered inwardly, wondering how someone like Braden, who lacked any foundation or background, could possibly access such confidential information. Moreover, just because Braden had taken the position that should have belonged to Brenton, Andre felt he deserved this treatment entirely. Not having servants, even the commander's office had been vacated for him, which was giving face to Bo by Commander Chun. "If so, what are you doing here?" Braden observed the changing expressions on Andre's face, guessing his thoughts with relative ease, and cornered him with just a few sentences. "Oh, I was worried that Deputy Commander Chun had been delayed by official business." "Deputy Commander Chun does indeed have heavy responsibilities, so that's very possible," Andre replied with a smile, though he secretly despised Braden. He thought Deputy Commander Chun must have given up on making a public scene, offering an excuse for Braden to back down. But Braden's next words froze Andre's smile. Glancing sideways at him, Braden found it amusing internally but spoke formally. "I understand. Actually, it's no big deal. At worst, I can go to the warehouse myself, but unfortunately, I don't know the way. Could Commander Wu accompany me?" Andre's smile slowly solidified, his expression turning complex as he stared at Braden, wondering if the latter had lost his mind. "Shepherd or shepherd, this subordinate is tied up with official duties, so?" "Tied up with official duties? Whose duties? That young lady earlier?" Braden asked teasingly. "One ongoing investigation, which I cannot disclose. Therefore, I cannot accompany you either. Please find someone else, Your Excellency." Andre's tone had cooled to an icy point, not even bothering to come up with a proper excuse. Any sympathy he'd felt for Braden moments ago vanished completely. "So, then I suppose I'll have to visit each department and see who is willing to escort me," Braden said calmly. Andre felt a jolt in his heart. Based on Braden's actions, he fully believed the other man would carry out his threat and even use Andre's excuses to divert attention. Thinking of the nearby officials who usually only enjoyed flowers, birds, cockfighting, and dog walking, with their notoriously bad tempers, they would probably verbally abuse Andre after such an uproar. Furthermore, Andre knew all too well what unspeakable activities they engaged in regularly. If the hider found out, while it might not cost them their lives, it would certainly bring significant trouble. Thus, Andre felt as if a herd of divine beasts were stampeding in his chest. "Your Excellency jokes. Allow me to take you to Deputy Commander Chun." Shepherding, Andre decided to pass the buck to his superior. But he wanted to personally escort Braden, as leaving him unchecked might result in worse outcomes, especially if Braden discovered and exposed Deputy Commander Chen's misdeeds, leading to further complications. No, let's not disturb him. Let's go straight to the warehouse." Andre took several deep breaths to control his urge to lash out. Nathaniel, the warehouse keeper, went home to take care of his grandson. "Both keys are currently with Deputy Commander Chun. In that case, let's go." Braden appeared reluctant. It took a full hour before Brenton finally had a moment to rest. "Darling, stay a little longer with me." Glancing at the half-clad, sweat-soaked woman beside him, Brenton surreptitiously massaged his aching waist, cursing her licentiousness in his heart. Yet he cooed, "Oh my little darling, today has truly been too much. You should have seen that young man who came today. He's not someone to trifle with. The first thing he did was ask me for records. I've left him hanging until now, and I must finish handling this matter. Just a pretty face. Leave him be if you must. What can he do? Is he going to rule the sky?" The woman protested. "Who? Just a deposed prisoner whose cultivation was stripped away. He only got close to Beau by sheer luck. What does he amount to? Brenton sneered, then added, I'm worried about Beau's side. Think about it. If that young man can't wait and starts wandering around, and stumbles upon something unusual and reports it to Beau, we'll both be in trouble. How long will this situation last? You didn't used to be so on edge. And look at this office. It's so cramped. I nearly suffocated this morning. Unlike the spacious restroom in the commander's office, the woman turned away in a huff, which required another round of coaxing from Brenton. Oh my dear heart, don't be angry. I promise you, within 10 days, that fellow will be forced out whether he likes it or not. If he provokes me, I'll send him straight to the underworld myself. Brenton's eyes turned cold, and anyone familiar with him knew he wasn't joking. Having controlled the embroidered uniform guard for over 5 years, his power had become deeply entrenched. When a subordinate openly opposed him like this, most newly appointed officials would have no choice but to pack up and leave, or else remain as a statue to maintain peace. Unfortunately for him, he was dealing with Braden, a formidable individual who had, single-handedly, shattered precedent by elevating a woman onto the imperial throne. Lord Chun, Lord Shepard is looking for you. Your subordinate has brought him here. Chapter 11. Time to reel in the net. Outside the office, Andre began shouting his report from 20 paces away. Everyone knew that Brenton had brought his mistress to the Provincial Pacification Commissioner's office. It was already an open secret. This morning, Andre had even seen her being carried into Brenton's new office in a sedan chair. Furthermore, after they were dismissed this morning, Lord Chun did not come out but stayed inside the office. It didn't take much imagination to figure out what he was up to. Andre did not dare to bring Braden directly in. Please wait a moment, Lord Shepard. His rough voice was like sandpaper scraping against a grinding wheel, making Braden's eyebrows arch. Oh dear, seems like I've stumbled upon something quite serious. Inside the office, chaos reigned. How can that young man be so ominous? We weren't planning to acknowledge him, but he actually comes right to our doorstep? Andre is such a fool. A waste of space. How could he lead someone here at a time like this? Aren't you in charge of the entire Pacification Commission? Why are you so afraid of him? Do you understand anything? Brenton glared fiercely at his mistress. I already said, if we were properly dressed, there would be no problem if he saw us. I have my reasons to justify it. But now, if he catches us like this and reports it to Beau, I might be charged with dereliction of duty. What should I do? The woman seemed frightened. Why are you panicking? Just get dressed and stay quiet inside. I'll deal with him. Adjusting his attire, Brenton walked out of the office with simmering anger and strode toward Braden. I was handling official business just now, so I couldn't welcome you as I should have. Please don't hold it against me, Lord Shepard. Looking at Brenton, whose face was hard as iron and showed no remorse, Braden was about to respond when he suddenly caught a faint, bloody scent from the other man, similar to a freshly broken egg. Indeed, something significant has happened. Deputy Commissioner Chun, your words are too kind. You're busy with official duties, and if I blamed you, wouldn't I be a tyrannical official who doesn't care about subordinates? Braden's lips curled slightly upward. You know it. And yet you don't leave. Brenton was grinding his teeth. Braden seemed completely oblivious to this, walking back and forth with his hands behind his back. Just now I heard from Commander Wu that old Wong, who looks after the warehouse, went home to take care of his grandson. So both keys are with you, Deputy Commissioner Chen. Now, hearing that you are busy with official duties, I will let it go and won't blame you for delaying an imperial order. Give me the keys, and I'll handle it personally. Upon hearing this, both Andre and Brenton were shocked. Andre was astonished that the supposedly foolish Braden actually took his words seriously. There was no old Wong. Everything was fabricated on the spot to prevent Braden from entering the warehouse. He wanted to grab Braden by the collar and yell, that was an excuse. An excuse. What an idiot. Brenton suspected that Braden might have some mental issue. Even at this point, no one in the Jinui, from deputy commander to servant, paid him any attention. Did he not realize his situation? Where did he get the nerve to give orders? Braden. It's often said that dogs rely on their master's power. Seeing his boss here, Andre was about to stop pretending, but Brenton gave him a stern look, cutting off his sentence. Andre inherited his position from his father and lived off ancestral merits, naturally having little interest in political intrigue. Brenton, however, had risen from the bottom and, despite becoming somewhat arrogant after gaining power recently, still retained a keen sense of political dynamics. Braden was sent by Beau as the new commander-in-chief. In a way, he represented Beau. This meant that no matter how fierce the internal struggles within the Jinui were, they must never truly lose face. Otherwise, it would embarrass Kylie, and no matter how lenient or inexperienced Kylie might be in governance, he would not tolerate such behavior. Understanding this, Brenton's eyes flickered as he quickly thought of an explanation. Oh, you see my memory? He lightly tapped his forehead, looking apologetic. Lord Shepard, I truly apologize. I was about to tell you about this after returning from the warehouse, but I got tied up with official duties. And what's the story? Braden relaxed, joining in their act with a pleasant smile. Alas. Brenton dramatically spread his hands, feigning helplessness. I sincerely apologize. As per regulations, halfway through the year, eunuchs from the palace will come to inspect the records. They will visit again at year-end, compiling 2 sets of checks before finalizing and archiving them for the Hider's review. Before the inspections are complete, no one in the Pacification Commission may tamper with the records. Violators will be punished according to law. Not even me? Not even the commander, Brenton replied gravely and decisively. Hearing this, Andre's eyes lit up. In his haste earlier, he had forgotten about this regulation. However, Brenton did add some personal twists to the situation. It was true that this precedent existed, but now it was only the end of enmity, more than half a month away from when the palace eunuchs would come for inspection. This detail he did not tell Braden. I've said everything I need to say. If Lord Shepard can wait, that would be best. If you truly cannot wait, Brenton gestured forward, adopting an unyielding posture. Please proceed as you wish. Braden had deliberately come to pick a quarrel just to reduce Brenton's vigilance. After all, if a newly appointed official representing the hider didn't even struggle and simply surrendered without resistance, it would raise suspicions. As for the warehouse, he naturally had no intention, nor any need, to actually go there. Shepherdance, there is such a regulation. This official will not force it. However, I am eager to understand the situation in the Pacification Commission sooner. I hope Deputy Commissioner Chun won't hold it against me. Braden pretended to be embarrassed, his tone softening slightly. This made Brenton feel both relieved and more disdainful. No problem. He waved his hand, his words full of warning. Dedication is commendable, but Lord Shepherd shouldn't rush things. A cautious boatman sails for 1,000 years. If there's nothing else, this subordinate will take my leave. With Braden's agreement, Brenton and Andre returned to their office like two victorious geese strutting about. Shepherder. This guy finally gave in after several rejections. Seeing Braden leave dejectedly, Andre couldn't stop smiling. Huh. Realizing weakness now? Too late. Brenton's eyes gleamed with malice. So what are your plans? Andre suddenly felt uneasy. Despite his usual lawlessness, getting involved in such high-level intrigue made him nervous. But Brenton was determined to deal with Braden. The boy had rubbed him the wrong way multiple times on his first day, especially since the coveted position of commander-in-chief was snatched right before his eyes. Brenton harbored immense resentment. Don't forget who we are. Find a reason to pin something on him, ideally a capital offense. At the very least, make sure he tastes our Great Wei dungeon. Once it's done, the position of deputy commander will be yours. Yes. Andre's previously hesitant gaze turned into one of greedy anticipation and viciousness. On the road, Braden looked up and noticed it was already noon. By my calculations, Xander and the others should be ready. It's time to reel in the net. He laughed, a hearty laugh filled with relief. Chapter 12. Ironclad Evidence. After returning to the office hall, Braden calmly sat behind his desk, patiently awaiting good news from Christian and the others. During this time, Brenton and his people were not idle either. Within less than half an hour, rumors spread like wildfire across the entire town commandant's office that the new official Braden was starting with 3 fires upon assuming office. The first fire was aimed at revising the town's record books, and he even barged into other officials' offices, forcing subordinates into admitting guilt. For a moment, those who initially had zero respect for this superior officer now viewed him negatively. Especially those officers who held positions in the morning did not want to have their fun interrupted by this unexpected superior one day when they were enjoying themselves in their offices. They feared he might publicly reprimand them after kicking the door open. To preserve their carefree lives, these officers rushed over to Brenton, discussing countermeasures. Their goal was to remove Braden from his position, or even imprison him. So, by midday, Braden's treatment within the town commandant's office had deteriorated significantly. He was already unpopular, and now no one bothered to acknowledge him. Even when he wanted to refill his teacup, the kitchen servants showed blatant disrespect. He saw everything with his own eyes but just smiled without any rush or worry. It wasn't because of an exceptionally good temperament, but because everyone in the town commandant's office, from the deputy commander's office down to the tea-serving servants, had an air of arrogance. Perhaps due to a lack of someone capable enough to keep them in check recently, these people had become excessively proud and complacent. They seemed convinced that Braden was merely a figurehead appointed as commander purely based on his appearance. They didn't even bother or considered verifying his background. So, facing this situation, where he felt they weren't worthy opponents, Braden naturally had no interest in confronting them. All he was waiting for was Christian and the others to return. The patient wait continued until late afternoon. With the end of the working day approaching, even the composed and steady Braden couldn't help but inwardly grumble. Christian was told to skim through the records and bring them over while picking out a couple of ringleaders for investigation. Did he really need to go through the entire Imperial treasury? Just as this thought emerged, Christian arrived under the hall with several former subordinates, each wearing a barely concealed smile. Especially Christian, a tall man nearly 8 feet, unshaven and rugged, grinned as bright as the midsummer sun, almost as if he had encountered good fortune that day. Seeing this, Braden couldn't resist teasing. Are you smiling because a young lady proposed to you today? Hee hee. Placing 2 boxes on the table, Christian apologized. I've delayed my task. Please forgive me, Shepherder. Don't worry, tell me what happened. Seeing the joy on Christian's face, Braden knew things had gone well, possibly even better, so he waved it off. Upon hearing this, Christian's expression immediately lit up like a flower in full bloom, unable to contain his excitement. Shepherder Braden, we've struck gold this time. How so? These fools, seeking rewards and salaries, plus the embroidered uniform guard growing in power, dared not be supervised even by eunuchs in the palace. They actually tampered with the annual records of the town commandant's office, making changes that would shock anyone, Christian sneered. For example, 2 years ago, they reported to the palace that the number of newly added patrol riders was over 5,000, and last year it increased to more than 10,000. They requested salaries and subsidies totaling more than 1.2 million taels of silver, not including routine rewards. If this were true, combined with the original personnel of the embroidered uniform guard, not only would Dewey be compromised, but even Nathaniel would be sieved. At this point, Christian was speechless. Moreover, their fabrication is extremely crude. Over the summer, I cross-checked with some brothers using other palace records. It took us only half a morning to find all the discrepancies. Please review them, sir. Braden examined a pile of freshly organized books carefully and then nodded. Where there's no supervision, abuse of power inevitably occurs. Clearly, he was not surprised at all. They had taken advantage of Kylie's temporary assignment, knowing she lacked understanding of many aspects. But the men he brought along were all veterans, with many specializing in scouting missions and nighttime reconnaissance. In military affairs, even a single false piece of information could cost thousands of lives in battle. Thus, they not only possessed profound expertise, but also had an incredible sensitivity towards the authenticity of information. Such sloppy forgery could never escape their notice. Very soon, Braden finished reviewing the stack of documents. It had to be said that, under Brenton's leadership, the deterioration of the upper echelons of the embroidered uniform guard over these past few years was astonishing. Fabricating wrongful cases to suppress dissent, pocketing salaries for non-existent personnel, these were all too common. Even more shockingly, in pursuit of money, this esteemed special intelligence organization of Wei had no qualms about engaging in the despicable business of selling officials information, a matter so absurd it elicited both tears and laughter. Founder of this network, Braden was utterly astonished. Yet, he felt more joy than anything else because with just the materials at hand, he could trace and conduct an ultimate purge of the entire embroidered uniform guard organization. So what did you do in the afternoon? It's already late in the day. Soon, everyone will go off duty. Recalling Christian saying they only needed a morning to organize these documents, Braden couldn't help but feel curious. Well, Christian gave a mysterious smile, pushing another much smaller wooden box towards Braden. Go off duty? As long as you want, many people in this town commandant's office won't be able to leave today. He patted his chest confidently, as if this box contained imperial orders and the hider's sword. Oh, then I must see what it is. These were brothers who had risked their lives countless times. Upon hearing this, Braden roughly guessed what was inside. With a click, the wooden box opened. Compared to the large wooden box earlier, there were far fewer items here. Only 3 thin books. Don't underestimate these thin books. If each of the previous volumes was a firecracker, then every page of these 3 thin books was a bomb. Rustling, the sound of flipping pages grew faster and louder until finally slapped on the table. Braden abruptly stood up, unable to hide the excitement and murderous intent in his eyes. He calmed himself down and looked at his subordinates, speaking sincerely. You have done me a great favor this time. Without this rock-solid evidence, it would take much more effort to bring them down on my own. Hearing this, led by Christian, all his former subordinates knelt down on one knee and declared in unison, willing to die for you. Chapter 13. Catching Turtles in a Jar. Christian chuckled and said, this is the first mission you received in Wei, Lord Braden. No matter what, we brothers will not let you down. Besides, it didn't take us much effort. These people were used to being arrogant and domineering. They never worried about anyone daring to investigate them, so their accounts were riddled with loopholes and their intelligence system leaked like a sieve. After several trips, we gathered everything we needed. Braden nodded gravely. After this matter is settled, I will report your merits truthfully to Bo. Thank you, my lord. The men's spirits soared. They were all former commanders of armies into Nathaniel. Now, risking their lives following Braden, none of them wanted to live idly without achieving something great. Christian. I'm here, sir. Dispatch some men to inform all the officers on duty that they must gather in the courtyard outside the office hall after work today. There are matters I need to announce, and no one is allowed to be absent. In addition, reinforce the guards at both front and rear gates. Without my written order, no one shall enter or leave. The usual gentle look in Braden's eyes was now replaced with sternness. Let the rest stay here with me. We will catch them in a jar. We might also need you to carry out the executions later. Yes, sir. Dozens of men responded loudly, and a wave of killing intent instantly filled the entire hall. Audrey, we'll meet again soon. I hope you won't be too surprised. Braden stood with his hands behind his back, gazing southward, his tone indifferent. A crimson sun hung on the horizon, as if painted by blood. In Brenton's office, a crowd of officers were clustered together, discussing heatedly. Is the person you found reliable? Andre made the final confirmation. This time they planned to accuse Braden of collaborating with spies from the Nathaniel Kingdom, intending to rebel. Once this accusation was confirmed, even if Kylie tried to protect him, he would be forced to deal with it by the officials at court, resulting in Braden spending the rest of his life in prison. They were aiming to take Braden's life this time. Don't worry, there will be no problem. Another officer assured, thumping his chest. That censor is my Sheridan. Currently, many ministers have complaints against this young man from Nathaniel, but they lack evidence. Now, we only need to smear him, then have my Sheridan lead the censors to act first. With a sneer, he added, once it starts, within half a day, impeachment memorials will flood Bo, and then no one can protect him. The only issue is finding a loyal witness. If he backs out halfway through the investigation, we'll be at a disadvantage. Brenton nodded slightly. Don't worry about that. I have several absolutely loyal ones. They wouldn't blink even if ordered to commit suicide. Indeed, Brenton wasn't exaggerating. Given the dangerous nature of the Jinui's work, he had secretly trained over 10 assassins for emergencies. He never thought they would be used now. All the better. The officer was delighted. Working together this time, how could we not bring down such a young upstart? They felt proud, but little did they know. From this moment on, death was already calling for them. Commander Shepard has ordered all officers of the Jinui, regardless of rank, to gather in the rear hall after work at dusk for an important announcement. Just as they were finalizing the details of the frame-up, Christian's booming voice came from outside, penetrating the walls and reaching their ears. Startled, they opened the door to find the messenger had already walked away. They learned from the guards that he wore plain clothes, not the official uniform of the Jinui, looking more like Braden's servant, relieved somewhat since he hadn't entered the office. After all, what they were doing couldn't be exposed. Shepard-Chen, this Braden is far too lax. The Office of Inspection is a serious place. It cannot tolerate such unruly behavior. Let me detain him and give him 50 lashes as a warning. Christian's actions reminded Andre of the morning when he was talking with an actress from the troupe, just before enjoying her company, when Braden interrupted. Feeling enraged, Andre yelled, forget it, it's just a servant. Shepard's Lord Shepard wants us to gather after work. Let's go and see what he's up to. Brenton flicked his robe, a cold smile on his face. From ancient times to the present, no one has ever liked overtime. In the morning, Braden had merely offended them, these high-ranking officials. Now this order undoubtedly offended every single Jinui officer from top to bottom of the Townfu office. Unless he had truly stirred up something monumental. This thought just emerged and was immediately cast aside by Brenton. What a joke. If that pale-faced youth had such capabilities, would he be blundering around aimlessly like a headless fly today, running into so many obstacles? Thinking of this, Brenton sneered slightly, his heart somewhat calmed. Just then, the drum signaling the end of the workday also sounded. The upper echelon who had been enjoying themselves all day, the middle management who had been idling all day, and the lower ranks who had been busy all day, no matter who they were, all let out long sighs of relief upon hearing the drumbeat, massaging or stretching their sore waists and backs, preparing to bid farewell to another hard day's work. But when everyone reached the door, they were all stunned. The original guards had already been replaced and were standing aside, not daring to make a sound. Currently, for sturdy men with scimitars strapped to their waists, were guarding the gate in place of the former guards. Who are you? How dare you intrude on the forbidden grounds of the Townfu office? Do you not fear the extermination of your entire clan? A centurion raised his finger at the other side's nose, but did not dare to act rashly. Each of the 4 men exuded an overwhelming aura. He could not discern their cultivation levels at all. There was only one possibility. These men were far more powerful than himself, and they did not intend to attack. Any rash move would likely invite humiliation. Facing the finger pointing at them, the faces of those sturdy men did not change. They just coldly said, "On orders of Lord Shepherd, all personnel of the Townfu office must gather in the rear hall after duty hours. Didn't you receive notification?" Everyone looked at each other. Of course they had received the notice, but like Andre and others, they thought it was Braden making unnecessary trouble, trying to establish authority as the new official. If anyone else had done this, it would have been tolerable, but most people here knew a little about Braden's past. Thus, they didn't take this pale-faced youth seriously. Chapter 14. He is not a waster. So, the mention of this matter by the big men was already problematic, and seeing their determined stance to carry it out, the people in the government office immediately exploded. What a joke. Even Bo has never made high-ranking officials stay after the court meeting, let alone we who have been busy all day. If he has something to announce, he can wait until tomorrow. Exactly. Bo hasn't even made us work overtime. He is just an Nathaniel Kingdom death row prisoner. Without Bo's great grace, grass would probably be growing on his grave by now. And yet, here he is, not thinking of repaying Bo but trying to act tough with us. Why should we listen to him? Haha, finding a stink bug while cracking sunflower seeds. Showing off here? Braden should consider where he is. These words were relatively mild. Some short-tempered officials had already started cursing on the spot. Up to this point, the big men's expressions remained unchanged until one of them reached out to force the door open. A good dog does not block the way. Get lost. Don't hinder this official from going home. Oh my god. Each hand grabbed one of the arms of the opposite party, twisting them behind his back. With the commandant screaming like a pig being butchered, the 4 big men showed cold faces together. Clang. 3 waist swords were unsheathed simultaneously. Commandant Braden of the commander's office has given orders. The Inquisition department will be under lockdown from now on. All entry and exit are prohibited without an order from the Daran. Those who violate the order will be killed on the spot. The cold-faced announcement chilled everyone to the bone. The last of the big men looked at the commander firmly held in his hands with an indifferent tone. Judging by your looks, this gentleman must have a family, right? What if I do? Let go. Thatcher still clung to a glimmer of hope, believing that since he was also a member of the Jinui, the Zhou's personal army, the other party wouldn't dare to be so reckless. His thoughts weren't wrong. In a way, the reputation of the Jinui was enough to stop children crying at night. Whether commoners or court ministers, they all feared this name greatly. But these big men were neither of the two, not even citizens of Dewey. The formidable reputation of the Jinui was nothing much to them, not as effective as a word from Braden. Sure enough, in the next second, a long knife was pressed against his neck, the blade cutting into the flesh, creating a line of blood. The icy sensation brought piercing pain. Shepherds, you have a family, you should value your life even more, not only for yourself but also for your wife and children. Wouldn't you agree, sir? The big man's face remained expressionless, but his words were chilling, pushing the long knife slowly forward. Thatcher knew that if he dared to say no, the next second, a good head would fly into the air. No matter how fast his colleagues reacted, it would be too late to save him. Take the knife away. I'll go back. Biting his teeth, though he couldn't believe someone dared to threaten a Jinui commander with a knife right in front of a group of Jinui ridges at the department entrance. But faced with real danger, he chose to yield. Strangely, before any action, these Jinui members were gnashing their teeth, wanting to tear Braden's men apart. Finally, when a commander volunteered to challenge, although he didn't break through, none of the remaining Jinui ridges moved to help. It was because this commander had reached the peak of the 4th rank, one of the few hopefuls within the Jinui expected to break through to the 5th rank. Yet, this kind of powerhouse was easily captured by a big man without any resistance. No fool among the Jinui guards in the capital, they didn't know the depths of these men's skills. They only knew that in this situation, it was better to retreat than to die meaninglessly trying to force their way through. So, they turned back, storming towards the rear hall. On the way, naturally, they cursed Braden and his bodyguards. These words quickly reached Abel's ears. Though curious about where Braden found so many experts, Abel was more interested in how Braden planned to resolve the situation. After all, with this move, he had thoroughly offended the entire Jinui, leaving little room for reconciliation. Thinking of this, a smirk appeared on Abel's lips, and with a wave of his large hand, he said, "Let's go see what this official shepherd has up his sleeve." Even now, Abel did not believe that Braden could really stir up much trouble, thinking he merely wanted to salvage his own dignity. But soon, they would pay a very heavy price for their arrogance and stupidity. A throng of several hundred people surged into the backyard like a wave, instantly filling the previously spacious courtyard to bursting, shoulder to shoulder. The back hall's door was tightly shut now, with only 2 identical household guards standing immobile at the entrance. Abel suddenly had a bad feeling. As the highest-ranking member of the Jinui at peak 6th rank, he couldn't discern the cultivation levels of these 2 guards at all. Where did that kid Braden find so many experts? Could it be from the palace? Abel's thoughts raced, But the others were too lazy to think that much and started cursing on the spot. Where is Braden? Why isn't he coming out? Didn't he say he had something important to announce? What? Tricked us here and thought he could get away with it by ignoring us? No way. Yeah, Bo has never treated us like this. Today, Braden must give us an explanation. Otherwise, don't blame me for disregarding my superior's authority and reporting you to the palace. Count me in too. I've been looking at this guy unfavorably for a long time. I don't know what Bo sees in him. Hundreds of people squeezed together, each voicing their own complaints, turning the courtyard into a bubbling cauldron. A single drop of water would cause it to explode, but the cauldron didn't burst. Suddenly, the two guards sank their breaths to their dantians, and in the next second, powerful voices laced with internal energy resonated throughout the courtyard. Shepherdlands. The commander of the Jinui has arrived. With these booming shouts, two large wooden doors slowly opened. But the scene inside made every Jinui present, including Abel, gasp sharply. Braden hadn't changed. He sat behind his desk, expressionless as he stroked a 3-foot-long brocade bag on it. What truly shocked everyone was the 12 large men dressed as household guards, 6 on each side of Braden. None of them had discernible cultivation levels, even to someone at peak 6th rank like Abel. Seeing the crowd fall silent, Braden slowly rose, no longer hiding his true strength. I heard everyone's comments just now. If I could, I wouldn't want to waste everyone's time. His voice, infused with internal energy, was highly penetrating, making everyone realize the legend that Braden was a waste was complete nonsense. How is this possible? Wasn't he completely crippled by the Addison of Nathaniel, with all his cultivation broken? Abel's eyes were wide like copper bells, filled with disbelief. Chapter 15. Earth-shaking Immature Case. He wasn't the only one puzzled. The same question was exploding in everyone's mind in the courtyard. The news that Braden's meridians were destroyed and his cultivation nullified had spread throughout the world, with a female hider vouching for it, so no one doubted its authenticity. But what did they see now? A man who should have not an ounce of cultivation was standing here, brazenly using his inner strength, and more critically, just like those gatekeeping retainers, none of the people in the courtyard could fathom the depth of his cultivation. Everyone present was elite special agents, having seen countless oddities since joining the Genie Wei. Yet this kind of life-altering situation still left them awestruck, unable to calm down. As the saying goes, human joys and sorrows are not mutually comprehensible. To most present, though displeased with the new official Braden, who caused trouble upon assuming office, since they hadn't offended him, they weren't particularly worried. More out of curiosity. Didn't Braden lose all cultivation? Where did he get his inner strength from? Ask you, who shall I ask? Why make such a fuss? Amitybe, he forcibly took some sort of medicine to recover his inner strength to establish authority. Forget it. Didn't Audrey destroy his meridians as well? Without meridian support, taking such medicine forcefully would risk Zircon internal power loss or even death. True. Or maybe Audrey spread fake news? It's possible. Look at his retainers. We can't figure out anyone's cultivation. If he brought them from Dajo, that would explain it. After all, which master would abandon family and career to follow a ruined cripple? If they were granted by Bo, it would be even more telling. Good point. Let's wait and see. Perhaps he summoned us for something important. Whispers spread through the courtyard. Most had shifted from initial resentment to curiosity. For Dermatong, Andre, and other high-ranking Genie Wei officials who had offended Braden deeply, the recovery of his cultivation was a terrifying tale. Especially when Braden spoke next, it sent Andre into a frenzy. If I could help it, I wouldn't waste your time. After all, delaying you from returning to your wives and children is quite unforgivable. Also, being a newcomer, I don't want someone resentful to ambush me on my way home. Therefore, necessary explanations must be given beforehand. Braden, after years in the political circle, excelled in social skills. He pacified everyone in just a few sentences. Still, no one responded. Clearly, words alone couldn't sway them to his side. Braden didn't ask for more, merely hoping they'd remain neutral for today's matters. His expression turned serious as he changed the subject, cutting to the chase. They say every new official makes 3 big moves, but I'm lazy. Just arrived in Wei. I didn't want to cause trouble. But today, our bureau experienced a tremendous, earth-shaking case. Braden's cold gaze swept over everyone, finally landing on Deputy Commander Brenton and others. They felt a chill. They knew Braden's previous words were like Duncan dancing his sword, aiming at them. Director Chun, could he be targeting us? Thinking about how Braden tried hard to examine the ledgers this morning and now said this, Andre felt fear creeping up. A mere civilian with no background. Even if he does target us, all the ledgers are here. What could he find in just one day? Brenton, holding on to hope, sneered dismissively. The atmosphere grew heavier. No fool here, everyone understood. This time, he was going to take drastic action within the Genie Wei. Some would suffer, they just didn't know who yet. Of course, maybe it would be them. Seeing the suspense build enough, Braden signaled Christian et al., who understood and focused their attention on Brenton and his group to prevent them from panicking. Time ticked by. Braden's clear voice rose and fell, while the courtyard grew increasingly tense, almost suffocating. Once this case is confirmed in our command, from the commander down to the lesser banner leaders, even the busy patrolling officers, many will be punished because of this. Imprisonment or beheading would be minor issues. Severe cases might even result in the extermination of 9 generations. As these words were spoken, everyone present sucked in a cold breath. Having mixed with the Genie Wei for so many years, none of them were fools. From the moment Braden spoke those words, everyone knew that this case was anything but small. In an instant, there was great unease. Each knew their own affairs. From the former acting commander and current deputy commander seated at the helm to the working officers below. Over the years, especially since Kylie lost control over them, they were well aware of what they had done. They knew very well that once Braden revealed something to Kylie, that person was certainly finished, without any doubt. After all, No matter how much power the Great Wei held, it all came from the hider. If the hider wanted to protect you, nobody could touch you. Conversely, the same logic applied. So in the face of tangible benefits or even life-threatening dangers, their initial good feelings towards Braden instantly vanished. Seeing the heavy and even hateful expressions on the faces of those in the courtyard, Braden felt no ripple within him. He knew that Kylie had transferred him here to clean up the Great Wei, to make it a truly reliable force for the hider, not to be a gentle mentor. So today, he was going to take decisive action, swiftly cutting through the high-ranking officials like slicing through tangled knots, those not yet implicated. If they understood the situation, it would be fine. But if they dared to jump out at this moment, he wouldn't mind dealing with a few more as well. Thinking of this, Braden sighed softly, his tone full of regret. But their audacity is truly immense. A notorious thief dared to commit such grave sins in broad daylight. I cannot turn a blind eye, nor can I act corruptly. Finished speaking, giving no time for the others to catch their breath, Braden gave a nod to Christian beside him and said softly, "Start reading."
Yes.
Christian took out a small booklet from his chest, less than 10 pages long. Chapter 16. You want to kill me? Yet, this tiny booklet, which seemed too small even for wiping one's bottom, had every sentence read out by Christian sounding like a thunderclap, exploding loudly over everyone in the Great Wei. Second month of Genuine's 7th year, Andre, 1,000 household officer of the Great Wei, altered personnel lists, colluded with the Ministry of Revenue, and embezzled 700,000 taels of silver. September of Genuine's 7th year, Andre framed Acton, an undersecretary of the Ministry of Rights, arrested his son Jerome on charges of treason, extorted 10 million taels from the Pei family, and tortured Jerome into disability in prison for refusing to confess. April of Genuine 8th year. Emity of Genuine 8th year. As Christian spoke incessantly, all of Andre's heinous crimes from the past were dragged into the light. Each time Christian finished reciting a crime, Andre's complexion darkened. By the time dozens of offenses were read out fluently, Andre's face was as black as the bottom of a pot.
Enough.
Faced with Christian who was ready to read out the final offense, Andre's face was livid. Only at this moment did he realize how rampant and high-profile he had become after gaining power, leaving so many handles for people to grasp. But Andre was not going to admit defeat. Despite being a little high-profile, he still had the foundation of an intelligence agent, ensuring each matter was thoroughly covered up afterward. Even if Shepherd Man found these kinds of handles, they would still be just street rumors without any evidence. No matter how much Shepherd Man argued, it would be useless. Brenton also looked incredibly uneasy. Kylie was now largely marginalized by the entire court. Emetny matters required relying on the Jinui to handle, depending on him as the commander and the officers under him. So, at least for now, without concrete evidence, based solely on these rumors, Shepherd Man absolutely could not bring down Andre, and Kylie definitely would not agree. Even if some evidence were found, as long as it didn't involve major crimes, even if verified, Bo would at most issue a warning, without giving any substantial punishment. Andre sneered and said, "Shepherd Man, you want to make a name for yourself after taking office by starting fires. I can understand that. If you think dealing with smaller fry is no fun and choose a bigger target, I can also understand. But what I don't understand is, before framing me, didn't you even bother to gather any evidence? All you're saying are rumors I've heard for years. If you think you can convict me just with these baseless whispers, you really overestimate yourself." By the end of his speech, Andre's eyes were filled with coldness. He had promised Brenton to get rid of Shepherd Man, or even throw him in jail within 10 days. But now he changed his mind. 3 days, at most 3 days. He would definitely take this guy's life. Before that, he would make Shepherd Man kneel before him and admit fault. Indeed, after Andre spoke, those who were initially shocked by Shepherd Man's sudden attack today all showed looks of disdain. This person must have lost his mind. If he could do anything to Qin Hu Wu merely through these rumors, would it be left for him? That's true. Not to look down on him, but someone who only has cultivation skills and lacks intelligence wouldn't survive 3 days if working with me. In my opinion, even the censors from the censorate aren't as crazy as he is, behaving delusively after just 1 day as the Jinui commander. Now we'll see how he salvages this situation. The murmurs of the crowd boosted Andre's confidence. He looked smugly at the other side, but Shepherd Man remained unhurried. "Wu Qinhu, don't be impatient. I haven't finished reading yet." "Alright, continue then. I'd like to see how many more unfounded slanders you can dig up against a loyal minister." Andre laughed coldly again, as if already seeing the beautiful scene of Shepherd Man being fiercely impeached by his colleagues tomorrow. Winter 5th day of Genuine 8th year. Christian resumed reading in a rough voice. Andre used arrows inscribed with characters during winter hunting, violating regulations. According to law, he should be executed. If the previous crimes were just ordinary offenses, this last one undoubtedly aimed to completely ruin Andre. Because whether it was in the Great Nathaniel or the Great Wei, casting characters on weapons was a privilege reserved exclusively for the royal family. Forget about Andre being just 1,000 household officer. Even if he were a Jinui commander or the current chancellor, once this charge was confirmed, execution would be considered mercy by the hider. Therefore, upon hearing this, Andre's eyes widened with boiling killing intent. "Shepherd or Shepherd, you want to kill me?" Andre was so enraged because although there was no obvious evidence for the earlier charges, he knew they were true in his heart. But only this last charge, Andre truly had never committed. After framing and forcing confessions out of people for most of his life, this was the first time Andre had been accused. He felt utterly indignant. He didn't know where Braden found all this information. Looking at Andre's flushed face, Brenton, however, remained unusually silent. The last charge that Braden mentioned was actually his doing. In the spring hunt of Genuine's 7th year, when Joe Kylie's brother went hunting, newly promoted deputy commander of the Jinui, Brenton naturally needed to accompany him. It was during that year he first witnessed how grand and solemn the hider's retinue was, leaving a deep impression on the then young Brenton and stirring up his inner competitive desire. Of course, he knew everything about the hider had strict regulations, and any unauthorized imitation would be considered an overstepping, punishable by death or even extermination of the entire clan. So, he dared not imitate the grand things but only cautiously engraved a few arrowheads for play during the next winter hunt. Afterwards, he hid them at home and never showed them again. Thinking of this, Brenton suddenly realized something, feeling a chill run down his spine. Unless, oh no, this kid must have come prepared with that little booklet. He is not making it up. Unfortunately, realizing the situation too late was already too late. Genuine 8th year, 1000 household Yangzact. Christian continued to read other people's charges without being affected by Andre's roar. Andre could only glower helplessly. As high-ranking officers were called out one by one, the atmosphere in the courtyard became increasingly tense. The attitudes of the Jinui towards this new commander varied widely. Hatred, resentment, disdain. Fortunately, Braden did not intend to implicate too many people this time. Otherwise, if the resistance was too great, even though they might be punished, it would invite unnecessary troubles in the future. The main targets of this cleanup were the upper echelons of the Jinui. Just among the 8,000 households in the capital, Braden managed to involve all of them at once. When all names and charges were fully read out, every 1,000 household named was glaring furiously. Clearly, if Christian and his companions weren't still there, they might have rushed forward and torn Braden apart. Chapter 17. How many 9 clans do you have? To falsely accuse in such a manner, Braden, aren't you afraid of divine retribution? I don't accept this. Without evidence, I will go to Bo and accuse you. Count me in. If someone like him is allowed to take charge of the embroidered uniform guard, how can we possibly live? Agreed. These 1,000 householders were mostly promoted by Brenton himself. They were all his confidants, not a whit less arrogant and domineering than he was. But compared to the anger of the crowd, Brenton's expression changed from dark to pale. If Christian had not read out Andre's crime of exceeding authority just now, Brenton might still have stood with them, confronting head-on. But now, he hesitated. They want evidence. Braden held the large wooden box and came to the door, scanning the cold, mocking, and angry faces in the courtyard, his eyes expressionless. I think everyone also hopes that I bring these out. After all, although post-execution reporting is a special imperial privilege, even an immediate execution requires evidence for conviction. Exactly. You listed so many crimes, you must produce evidence, otherwise, I will certainly go to the palace and report you, letting Bo punish you for framing loyal subjects. Braden, today, either show us evidence to make us convinced or commit suicide to atone for your guilt. Otherwise, we will kill you on the spot, risking our lives, to vent our fury. Show us the evidence. Yes, Braden, show us the evidence. All right. Seeing everyone intently staring at him, Braden answered without hesitation. He brought the wooden box to his chest, opened it before everyone, and took out the items inside. Inside were several thick paper books. Unlike the previous few page thin ones, these volumes were undeniably thick. When Braden held these volumes up, showing their front covers slowly around for everyone to see, those who had been loudly demanding evidence fell silent instantly, like roosters whose necks had been clamped shut, especially the group of 1,000 householders headed by Andre, who earlier had gnashed their teeth, eager to tear Braden apart, now looked as if they had been stripped of their spines, their faces white as paper. That thing, shouldn't it be sealed in the palace? Why did it end up in his hands? Andre's cheeks trembled slightly, half disbelief, half despair in his eyes. Oh no, this time we're really in deep. Looking at those account books that he had personally forged and compiled, Brenton felt his chest deflate like a punctured balloon. No wonder Bo granted him the golden dragon saber. No wonder he asked to see the inventory records right after taking office in the morning. It makes sense. Some things that had previously perplexed him gradually clicked together, all doubts instantly resolved. Shepherd and she ascended the throne instead of her brother, Princess Kylie, who had almost never participated in power struggles, had to confront court affairs directly, inevitably making mistakes along the way. Previously, exchanging the Southern Defense Pass for Braden's life, appointing him as the commander of the embroidered uniform guard, and even granting him the golden dragon saber. All this used to seem to Brenton as whimsical royal decisions. Only now did he understand. This fluid arrangement wasn't some royal caprice, but clearly a trap set by the other party, into which they blindly leaped. If it were in someone else's hands, Brenton wouldn't have feared at all, and might even turn things around when given the chance. But now, everything pointed unmistakably to the hider being the mastermind behind the scenes. He went through great lengths to bring Braden over from Great Nathaniel, giving him the golden dragon saber to serve as the commander of the embroidered uniform guard, and even opened the inner palace treasury, most likely aiming to have Braden clean up the embroidered uniform guard. This realization left Brenton without a trace of resistance. Angering others, he could rise again as long as the hider protected him. But once the hider decided to abandon them, the best outcome would be awaiting punishment. Resist the hider? How many 9 clans do you have enough for chopping? Even if it couldn't be guaranteed to be perfectly accurate, Brenton could feel the danger sharply and chose wisely to keep a low profile. He didn't dare take the risk. Losing would truly mean the end of his entire clan. But others weren't so lucky. Logic told them. Since Braden dared to start openly, he must have the means to thoroughly suppress them. As for the books in his hands, they were almost impossible to be forgeries. Don't be deceived by those beautifully presented numbers. They seemed unrelated to their crimes. But once Braden started digging seriously, using the data in those books as a breakthrough, they knew it would be bad. They couldn't hide anything, and eventually, everything would be uncovered. Therefore, regardless of whether they had been named just now, all those who had truly participated in falsifying data now felt an unmistakable chill at their necks, as if Braden's long sword was already placed there. The remnants of rationality seemed insignificant compared to the intense desire for survival. Seeing that their lives were about to be forfeit, they began to act recklessly, willing to risk their families' lives in a desperate gamble. Don't slander me. This isn't evidence at all. Indeed, it's just a ledger. The Imperial Palace's warehouses are full of them, with batches sent annually. How is this related to us and our market rumors? They were betting that Braden did not know the exact content of these ledgers or understand the severity of the issues within, hoping this would silence him. Actually, if any other official, even the current Prime Minister, had these ledgers, their reactions wouldn't have been so extreme. But the problem was that these documents were in Braden's hands, the newly appointed commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, someone who had received so many special privileges from Bo before taking office. This made the situation drastically different. It only meant one thing. Bo had reached his limit of tolerance towards their misconduct and was determined to thoroughly rectify it. But the impact of this realization on them was too great, leading to the intense outcry. Hearing their thunderous cries of injustice, which sounded far weaker than before, Braden sneered continuously, sensing the opportune moment had arrived. Zaxxon, he bellowed, his voice resonating with inner strength, suppressing all noise throughout the courtyard. My patience has run out, and I don't have time to waste here with you. The murderous intent grew visibly in Braden's eyes. You know exactly what you have done. If anyone else has objections, they can report to Bo after your crimes are punished, to thoroughly investigate whether the policy data sent over the years was genuine. But I must warn you, once the investigation starts, I will hold nothing back. Whether you lose your positions, end up imprisoned, or face execution and clan extermination, that will all depend on Bo's decision, so think carefully. Chapter 18. Decisive and swift execution. His sharp gaze swept over the crowd. Those who were fortunate enough not to be called out hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to lower their heads and pretend they were dead. It's not that they didn't want to speak up for their colleagues, but with Braden's attitude, it was almost as if he had come prepared, written all over his face. If they resisted, forcing him to thoroughly investigate these records. In the end, everyone in this courtyard would be doomed. Andre and others, upon hearing about being executed by slicing, saw no one stood up for them, and couldn't help but feel bitter and furious. But they still clung to a sliver of hope. Braden, this is false accusation and personal vendetta. Indeed, we are the Hider's personal guards. Only Bo has the authority to punish us. You don't have that right? Yes, we demand to see the Hider. See the Hider. They quickly unified their voices, and their shouts grew louder and louder. However, Brenton sighed deeply and knew it was over when he heard this. Shouting anything else would have been better, but with those words out, their lives were now completely forfeit. Sure enough, in the next second, Braden's lips curled into a slight smile. It seems Kylie gave me this golden dragon saber for a reason, he thought to himself. Braden's expression darkened as he said coldly, there's no need for that. What do you mean? Are you planning to overstep your authority, secretly executing us without the Hider's knowledge? Hearing Braden's words, the officials were shocked at his audacity, eyes widening in disbelief. And what Braden said next was like a bolt from the blue, crushing their remaining hopes completely. Overstepping my authority? You aren't even worthy of that. Braden looked down on them with disdain, resembling a judge from the underworld. He moved his hand to his waist, reached up, and a long saber burst out of the brocade bag, flying through the air before he grabbed it. Hey, golden dragon saber? Just seeing the golden dragon carved on the hilt, several hundred-man commanders collapsed to the ground. Even the 1,000-man commanders turned pale. Initially, they thought the Hider granting Braden the golden dragon saber was merely an honor or just for show, serving no real purpose. But now they realized, the Hider granted Braden this saber specifically to execute them. Without responding, Braden raised his arm, and the gleaming blade broke free from its scabbard, the endless cold radiance overshadowing the golden glow of the setting sun. The moment the saber was drawn, Brenton led the way, followed immediately by the rest of the 1,000-demon commanders and 100-demon captains of the Embroidered Uniform Guard. Within 3 seconds, hundreds of people from the Department of Judicial Inspection knelt on the ground. The golden dragon saber is personally bestowed by the Great Wei Zhou, and within the borders of Great Wei, both officials and civilians see the saber as they would see the Hider. This saber, granted by Bo, holds the power to act independently and execute first, report later. Traitors, bandits, corrupt officials, and evildoers can all be executed. This time, without Braden's reminder, Christian and others immediately entered the courtyard and brought back all the names mentioned on the list, handling them like rabbits. This operation went unexpectedly smoothly, with no resistance and no cursing. Andre and his men knelt on the ground, limp like sacks of mud, having lost all strength. To all subjects of Great Wei, to see this saber is to see the Hider. The person you wish to see, I am showing you now. Holding the saber, Braden looked at the dozen or so piles of human wreckage before him and said in a deep voice, now, accept your punishment. Christian immediately stepped forward with the scroll, reading out each person's charges and sentence. Braden's actions were decisive and swift. Every person named in the documents received the death penalty, and all were executed on the spot. Upon hearing the verdict, everyone remained silent, including Brenton. They all knew that once the golden dragon saber appeared, it meant Braden had received full support from Kylie. At this point, unless he wanted to lose his position, who dared plead for mercy? Not speaking didn't mean they weren't resentful, especially Brenton. With Andre as the leader, the entire decision-making layer consisted of trusted subordinates promoted by him. Now, with one wave of Braden's hand, most of them were cut down, effectively reducing Brenton's command over the Embroidered Uniform Guard by half. Kneeling silently in the courtyard, Brenton stared intently at Braden, his heart burning with hatred and fury like a beast ready to devour anyone in sight. Andre and the others were utterly despairing, sitting there weeping and babbling pleas of innocence and begging Braden for mercy. They felt infinite sorrow and regret. If they had known this would happen when Braden first arrived, even if their faces were battered, they would have tried their best to curry favor with him. But now it was too late. If they didn't want their families implicated, the only path before them was to accept their fate. Braden ignored their wailing, watching as the last rays of the setting sun dipped toward the horizon, then decisively raised his hand. Carry out the execution. Carry out the execution. As the subordinate shouted, Christian and others, who were already prepared, drew their knives, infused them with inner strength, aimed at the necks of the prisoners in their hands, and swung down fiercely. Being military commanders, they were quite skilled at beheading due to years of fighting, and without exception, all were experts above the 6th rank. In an instant, more than 20 long knives fell simultaneously. After a uniform slicing sound, more than 20 round heads fell to the ground and rolled around everywhere. Bright red blood shot into the air from the severed arteries under the strong pressure of the heart. The last ray of sunlight was just grazing the horizon, passing through the courtyard wall into the hall. The spurts of blood rushed into the sunlight, forming dozens of crimson golden flowers, both beautiful and chilling. Facing this scene, Braden's expression remained unchanged, and Christian et al. Wore stern faces as if there were more than 20 Vajra statues standing in the hall. But for those kneeling in the courtyard, this scene had a huge impact. As the last sliver of sunlight sank below the horizon, clear red drops fell before everyone, gradually converging into streams of dark red that flowed out from the hall. Swallowing sounds echoed continuously throughout the courtyard. At this moment, Braden's image changed in everyone's eyes. No one dared to see him as an incompetent pretty boy anymore. On the contrary, many recalled what he had done in the Great Nathaniel, things even deities might find hard to achieve. Before, they had disregarded these rumors, thinking Braden made them up for self-promotion. But after witnessing their once mighty superiors being killed like toothless, clawless tigers with no resistance, they realized what kind of decisive and astute person this new commander really was. As dusk fell, Braden's first big move as the commander of the embroidered uniform guard ended with this swift and merciless slaughter. However, he knew very well that although these officials and guards seemed subdued on the surface, their interests were completely at odds with his as an appointed commander. Instinctively, they would unite against him. His challenge was much bigger. Chapter 19. Favored in the harem? Me? After exchanging a few polite words, Braden immediately selected more than 10 capable men from his subordinates to fill the vacancies left by these killed officials. Although the Jinui has to deal with all officials of the court, it is essentially still a secret police organization. The personnel selection comes mainly from the military, so there was no worry about these subordinates being unqualified for their new roles. The scenes of 24 chickens being slaughtered were still vivid in everyone's mind, so the remaining monkeys dared not utter a single word against these appointments. However, this did not mean they had resigned themselves to the situation. They would continue to scheme against Braden and his people both openly and secretly. Braden wasn't worried about this. He believed in his own capabilities. He had managed to establish a foothold in the Jinui along with his brothers within a day, a clear testament to his strength. With this beginning, he no longer feared whatever storms might come in the future. Though humans do not share each other's joys and sorrows equally, while Braden felt quite content at present, someone else was feeling utterly miserable. Official Shepherd, Bo requests your presence. Staring at the eunuch delivering the message, Braden felt puzzled. Hadn't he just met the Joe this morning? Could it be that Bo wanted to inquire about the Jinui? But wasn't it too soon for such an inquiry when they hadn't even finished tidying up here? Numerous thoughts flashed through his mind, but Braden couldn't determine the purpose behind the summons. Forget it. He would find out once he arrived at the palace. That's troubling you then. Braden left Christian and the others to clean up the mess and followed the attendant all the way to the palace. However, upon reaching outside Kylie's residence, Braden saw Kylie unusually standing guard at the hall in trance with a somewhat anxious expression on her face. This appearance made him suspect that she had been discovered in her disguise as a man. A jolt shot through his heart, yet he remained outwardly composed. You may step back. She waved away the eunuch without waiting for Braden to speak, then grabbed his hand and dragged him into the hall before slamming the door shut. All the maids and eunuchs inside were also cleared out, leaving only them in the now empty chamber. The plan has been exposed? Braden furrowed his brows and got straight to the point, silently praying he was wrong because if it was true, then given Kylie's current grip on the court, things could get very troublesome. Kylie removed her mask, revealing her stunning beauty, but her expression was even more anxious. Yes and no. What does that mean? Braden asked, confused. Kylie took a deep breath and said in a grave tone, You know what happened here yesterday? The incident with Annabelle? Yes. Kylie nodded. You summoned me just for this? I thought something serious happened. Braden felt exasperated, as the tone of her voice told him this situation didn't seem severe. This is serious. Zach threateningly serious. Seeing his nonchalant reaction, Kylie grew anxious. But didn't I help you counteract the poison yesterday? And I also dealt with her. She shouldn't dare bother you for a while? Kylie stamped her foot in frustration. She won't come bothering me anymore because she went straight to unite with other concubines in the harem. What are they planning? Are they going to stage a coup? Looking at the puffed cheeks of the girl before him, Braden suddenly found her rather adorable and couldn't resist teasing her. Not quite. Unexpectedly, Kylie's puffed up face slowly blushed as she stammered, seemingly reluctant to speak. They? Tell me already. What exactly are they doing? Braden felt speechless. After hesitating, Kylie clenched her teeth and mustered the courage. They say I haven't even stepped into the harem for years, suggesting there must be something wrong with my body and want to send a royal physician to examine me. Upon hearing this, Braden couldn't help but laugh. You're the hider. How can these concubines overrule you? If they want a physician, simply refuse them. Kylie rolled her eyes cutely. If it were that simple, why would I need to call you? Hearing you say that, does this involve not only the inner court but also have participation from the outer court? Braden frowned, perceiving some underhanded dealings involved. Indeed. Kylie nodded gently, admiring his quick wit, an intelligence akin to sorcery, which was precisely why she chose him. Many of those concubines in the harem are related to officials of the outer court, like that Annabelle from yesterday. Her father is the current Minister of Revenue. And since I started governing in place of my brother, not only have I not left any heirs, but I've never set foot in the harem either. I understand. These past years, the concubines in the harem harbor resentment towards you. And I'm sure there are many rumors circulating in the outer court as well, Braden commented. That's it. Kylie sighed. Then her eyes widened in surprise. But how did you know? Did you hear something outside? Well, Braden pressed his lips together, retrieving a sound recording tablet from his sleeve and activating it with his inner strength, trying hard to suppress a smile. You'd better listen for yourself. Huh. Kylie's eyes were full of confusion, but as coarse voices began to emerge from the tablet, her face visibly turned cold, especially when she heard them say that Braden was Audrey's kept lover, even suggesting she had a preference for men. Kylie felt her chest, tightly bound by cloth strips, heave dramatically. Phew. After finally catching her breath, she said gravely, now you see how serious the situation is. Even a lowly Jinui can freely gossip on the streets. The outer court has all kinds of rumors. The suggestion for a royal physician to check my pulse is mainly their idea. Braden nodded. Indeed. If you don't let them come this time, the rumors will only become harder to suppress. And even if you manage to hide it now, what about your future visits to the harem? You'll be exposed right away, or else there will be a second, third attempt. Upon hearing this, Kylie fell silent for a long while before raising her head and staring blankly at Braden. In fact, there is a way to solve this situation. Under her gaze, which mixed expectation with grievance, Braden felt a creeping chill run down his spine, the sense of foreboding growing stronger. If you have a way, just say it. Why are you staring at me like that? What do you want to do? Braden, we're husband and wife, right? Yes. So, would you be willing to make a small sacrifice for me? You don't mean. Braden's mouth twitched as realization dawned on him. Kylie sighed softly, saying wistfully, if I could, who would willingly share their husband with others? But I've been thinking since afternoon until now and can't find any other solution. So, for our future, I can only ask you to go to the harem in my place and, well, to bestow favors upon those difficult concubines. At this moment, Kylie's little face was already flushed red, and it took her a great deal of effort to finish saying the last part. Boom. Even though he had braced himself mentally, Braden was still struck speechless by her words. Chapter 20. A Metcher case. What? You want me to grace the harem? Me? Braden pointed at himself with a speechless look, hoping Kylie was only joking. But after a long pause, Kylie's expression remained serious. Previously, even when Audrey had him sent to the execution ground, Braden hadn't been scared in the slightest. But looking at the seriously stern yet innocent-looking girl before him now, Braden felt a first-ever tinge of fear welling up in his eyes. You, don't joke. Do I look like I'm joking with you? Kylie glared fiercely. Braden was instantly lost for words. As she said, he couldn't escape this matter, and being the sole insider, there seemed to be no other way out. But can you bear watching me fall into the tiger's mouth? Thinking of those beautiful consorts in the harem, Braden's legs started trembling. These fierce wolves are not easy to deal with. Seeing this, Kylie slowly stepped forward, gently holding Braden's hands, her eyes brimming with tenderness mixed with jealousy, as if it could spill over at any moment. Only then did Braden feel that she had transformed back into the gentle and lovely, yet somewhat proud princess of Northern Wei, rather than the emotionless hider high above. If circumstances didn't force us, who would want this? I also wish to spend my life as a couple with my husband, but now, our positions cannot accommodate these fantasies. The girl looked somewhat disheartened. Braden fell silent, knowing full well their current situation left him no other choice. In the end, he gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. It looks like he has to sacrifice his charm for now. Shepherds gracing the consorts required him to disguise as the hider. Much preparation work was needed, so it wasn't urgent. Kylie chatted with Braden for a few more sentences before bidding farewell and leaving the palace. Meanwhile, what Braden did at the Jinui had already spread widely among the official circles in the capital city. Just before midnight, at 2 o'clock, Jose's residence was brightly lit without any signs of going to sleep. Currently in the Prime Minister's study, gathered were over a dozen key ministers, each with varying expressions but all filled with heavy anxiety. I opposed him joining the Jinui at the morning assembly today. This young man has placed a woman on the throne of Nathaniel and helped clear obstacles for her. He must have deep strategy and prudence. But you didn't listen. Now see what happened. On just the first day, he stirred chaos in the Jinui, eliminating most of Brenton's loyal subordinates. At this rate, it won't take long before the entire Jinui once again becomes a sharp weapon in the hider's hand. What will we do if this weapon aims at us? The Minister of Personnel Damien slumped, looking heartbroken, clearly shaken by Braden's swift action. Upon hearing this, the other ministers also whispered amongst themselves. Yes, this guy cleared the top ranks of the Jinui in just one day, paving the way for himself. At this pace, he doesn't need much time. Once he stands firm in the Jinui, he probably won't settle for being an idle official. With that cunning young man's tactics, what if he creates a major case and uses the Jinui to attack us in full force? How many of us can stay out of it? Yes, don't forget that he is the hider's man. Even if he doesn't move against us, do you think the hider will be content being a puppet ruler forever? The answer was obvious. Several key ministers shook their heads. They were very clear about the pressure exerted by Kylie. However, the current situation had formed. Asking them to voluntarily give up the benefits they had gained was absolutely impossible. Thus, the Jinui, the Imperial Guard, became a thorn in the hearts of all officials. They had struggled hard to remove this thorn, finally seeing some results. But alas, Braden's arrival brought everything back to square one. Now many people couldn't sleep, fearing Braden might do the same to them one day. As the debate grew intense, Anderson, supported by two maids, slowly emerged from his bedroom. Jose, Minister Wong. Everyone bowed respectfully. Anderson waved and smiled, showing no anger for being woken up. On the contrary, he appeared relaxed, almost indifferent. Please sit down, everyone. Relax and enjoy your tea. After inviting everyone to sit down, Anderson took a sip of tea, as if he didn't take such characters like Braden seriously. I've learned about Braden and heard everyone's discussions. Anderson smiled like a laughing Buddha, but his eyes flashed with deep calculation. Clearly not someone easy to get along with. In my opinion, the reason why this person has succeeded to a large extent is due to luck. After all, he's dealing with the Jinui, an organization that has almost decayed over the past few years and doesn't even have a 7th rank expert. Should he dare to do this in any other government department, he would have been arrested on the spot long ago. So I really don't think everyone needs to be so nervous. Go back and get some sleep. Anderson spoke the truth. As the prime minister, his power was second only to the Hiders, surpassing 10,000 others. He had thought the young man seemed quite promising in the morning, possibly someone who could be lured to their side, so he offered him a favor. Even though Braden ultimately didn't accept this goodwill, Anderson hadn't shown any concern, leaving him alone without further ado. Thus, Anderson had never genuinely considered Braden as a threat. After all, just because a locust grew bigger, did it stop being a locust? Those political rivals previously were far more aggressive, but what happened to them? Weren't they still played easily between his palms? With just a flick of his fingers, he could crush him. Your Excellency, it's not that we are overly worried. Now he's entangled in the internal affairs of the Jinui, but once he sorts things out and extends his influence into the court, scrutinizing officials will be inevitable. At that point, all we'll face is endless investigation and interrogation. What can we do then? Finally, Damien's words moved Anderson. After pondering for a moment, he slowly said, Shepard's he likes investigating cases so much. Let's give him plenty of cases to investigate. What do you mean, sir? Ha ha. Anderson sneered and replied, Shepard's he likes it so much. Tomorrow we'll assign him a major case to look into. Yes. How could I not think of that? Damien slapped his thigh in admiration, saying, recently, he must have racked his brains trying to fend off the counterattacks from the rabid dogs inside the Jinui. His position isn't solid yet. He chuckled wickedly. If we throw him a big case at the time when he most needs stability, the expression on that kid's face will be priceless. Ha ha. Anderson nodded amiably and waved at everyone. It's late now. Everyone should return and get some rest. Chapter 21. Digging a pit. That night, from the hider in the palace to the lowest-ranking officers of the brocade guard, and the concubines in the harem, as well as the high officials in the court, everyone was harboring their own concerns, quietly lying in wait, looking forward to the dawn. A deep vortex targeting Braden slowly took shape. Nothing noteworthy happened throughout the night. The next day, the morning court assembly commenced as usual. Though Kylie might not be adept at imperial strategies or possess exceptional talent, she had one good quality, her diligence and governance. Except for special circumstances, court meetings were held daily. It couldn't be helped. Her brother's wishes remained unfulfilled, and her power gradually diminished. If she didn't reinforce her presence this way, it wouldn't take long before she became completely marginalized, merely a puppet who nodded along. This greatly troubled the officials in court, especially those who were older. They had to wake up at 3 in the morning every day and hustle until 6 or 7 in the morning, then proceed to work after the assembly. In the long run, even the strongest bodies couldn't endure this. For instance, the ministers who had attended the small meeting at Anderson's residence last night all showed up this morning with dark circles under their eyes. If someone didn't know better, they might have thought these ministers had been stealing cattle last night. In contrast, Braden appeared vibrant and full of energy, unaffected by the all-nighter he pulled. For an 8th rank expert like him, such a night shift was nothing. Seeing his vigor, Kylie felt much more pleased compared to those listless old officials. After reporting the consolidation results of the brocade guard to Kylie, Braden modestly returned to his place in the assembly. Kylie was overjoyed upon hearing this. Although the brocade guard was called the hider's personal army, in recent years, her control over it had weakened significantly. Even now, the higher-ups in the guard openly defied her commands. She entrusted Braden to take on the role of commander-in-chief, precisely to clean house and regain full control of this armed force. She believed that with his intelligence, he could achieve this, but she hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. When he asked for access to the palace treasury yesterday morning, Kylie had assumed it would take some time before things came together. But within just one day, Braden had almost completely purged the upper echelons of the brocade guard. His efficiency and methods were indeed a big surprise to Kylie. Very well. Your Excellency has devoted yourself wholeheartedly to easing my worries and rooting out the corrupt elements within the brocade guard. I am greatly relieved. Be rewarded with a python robe and granted 5,000 taels of silver. Within the capital, you may choose a site to build your residence. In her joy, the frugal Kylie was unusually generous, bestowing 5,000 taels of silver and a coveted imperial python robe on Braden. Braden did not refuse. Complete control of the brocade guard would still take some time, and he needed funds to get started. As for the python robe, it was even more timely. While such favors didn't confer actual power, they represented absolute trust and status in the hider's heart. This would be immensely helpful for Braden to gain support within the brocade guard in the future. Before Braden, no one had ever received such favor from Kylie, let alone demanded it. Facing such deep honor, murmurs spread among the officials in court. Sure enough, before Kylie could savor her happiness for long, someone disrupted the atmosphere. Your Majesty, this minister has a petition to present, said Damien, the Minister of Personnel, shuffling forward to report. Dark circles under his eyes were more pronounced than a panda's, and his bloodshot old eyes spoke of fatigue. His voice was weak, clearly exhausted from attending the lengthy meeting at Anderson's home last night. Yet his resolve to find fault with Braden remained unwavering. Upon hearing this, Kylie subtly frowned. Due to Julianne, she had little fondness for this equally bothersome father. Go ahead. Braden also grew interested. This old man had caused trouble for him yesterday. Now he was back, probably not up to anything good. Judging by his black eye circles, he must have spent the whole night thinking about how to get to me, Braden thought with a touch of amusement. Yes. Damien clasped his tablet, stepped forward, and forced a smile after taking a deep breath. Commander Braden managed to thoroughly reform the chaotic brocade guard in just one day, truly a rare talent for our dynasty. Upon hearing this overt flattery, Kylie's expression turned peculiar, almost ready to summon the imperial physician to check Damien's mental state. Braden's eyebrows arched slightly. Sure enough, it was as he had suspected. Just 2 days ago, he had disciplined the other party's daughter, and yesterday this old man had stubbornly advised Addison Kiley to revoke her orders. Now that their relationship was strained, for him to suddenly take a 180-degree turn was indeed highly suspicious. There was no way he wasn't plotting something sinister. Braden stood there silently, eager to see what this urgent flattery from Damien actually entailed. Noticing all the officials watching him, Damien perked up and raised his voice slightly. Your Majesty, I think it would be best if you assign Commander Braden some missions. This way, not only can he utilize his talents, but also alleviate your Majesty's concerns and solve the nation's problems. A win-win solution. The moment these words were uttered, those in court who knew the inside story remained calm, while the uninformed officials stared wide-eyed at Damien with frowns on their faces. What kind of epilepsy has Secretary Chui got today? The Brocade Guard, after being reformed by Braden, will soon return to its peak power. A sharp sword is about to hang over everyone's heads, yet instead of thinking about how to limit the Brocade Guard's authority, he praises Braden and seeks favors for him? Utterly ridiculous. Phew. Could it be that Secretary Chui didn't sleep well last night and lost his mind? Whispers surged through the court, as the officials could not understand why Damien would do such a thing. But more astonishing events were to come. I second the motion. Without waiting for Addison Kiley's response, Chancellor Anderson stepped forward boldly, holding his tablet. The whispering immediately grew louder. You've got to be kidding me? Is one Damien not enough? Now even the Chancellor joins in? Huh? Do you think Braden has already been recruited by the Chancellor? This seems like the most plausible explanation. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. Anderson ignored the whispers. Oh, Minister Wang also agrees with this idea. Addison Kiley became alert. Over the past few years of ruling, though she couldn't fully comprehend every official's thoughts, she understood the general balance of power. With the Brocade Guard returning to the stage of power struggles, the first ones to lose sleep would be these high-ranking officials, especially powerful ministers like Damien and Anderson, who viewed the Brocade Guard as thorns in their flesh. Thus, their actions today seemed highly abnormal to Kiley. It was even possible they were setting a trap for Braden. Addison Kiley, upon this thought, glanced worriedly at Braden. Chapter 22. A hot potato. Seeing the Addison's worried gaze, Braden quietly returned her a reassuring smile. As the saying goes, meet force with force. He had dealt with people like Anderson before, eliminating at least 8 or 10 of them in the Nathaniel dynasty. And that was even before Audrey ascended the throne. Now, whether it be his current situation or experience, he was far better off than back then. Thus, he didn't care about Anderson's schemes at all. Whatever tricks he has, just bring them on. I'll handle it. Kiley sighed helplessly and could only take things as they came. Just as she was thinking, Anderson revealed his intentions. Indeed. He nodded slightly at Kiley. In recent years, the embroidered uniform guard has become increasingly slack, and the cases backlog in the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court is overwhelming. I think, now that Commander Shepard has taken office, it might be time to start handling some cases and shoulder this responsibility. After all, this is also part of the embroidered uniform guard's duties. If Lord Shepard does well, it will resolve difficulties for the country and alleviate the Joe's concerns. And by proving his merit, consolidate his position, deterring any remaining corrupt elements within the guard. These words have some reason, Kiley mused for a moment, lifting her eyes to look at Anderson. But what are your Excellency's arrangements? Anderson, as a chancellor, held power second only to the Hyder, overseeing both civil and military affairs, indirectly managing the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court. Shepard's he wanted Braden to start handling cases. There would likely be specific arrangements. Kiley probed further. The other party did not hide anything, replying candidly, last year, the National Treasury received 9,740,000 taels of silver in tax revenue. But during the early budget review and disbursement this year, 500,000 taels of silver vanished without a trace. I am aware of this matter, Kiley nodded, her brows furrowing slightly. At the time, the Ministry of Justice took the lead with the participation of the Supreme Court, but after more than a month of investigation, nothing was found. Difficult to relieve your Majesty's worries. We ministers are truly incompetent. Suddenly, the secretaries of the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Revenue, as well as the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, immediately stepped forward and knelt down to beg forgiveness, almost as if they had rehearsed. Enough. This case is complex, and the investigation has stalled. It's already been half a year since then, and I do not intend to blame anyone. Kiley waved her hand. Although she said she wouldn't pursue it, anyone with eyes could see her frustration from her expression. She was clearly upset by this matter. Even though the fiscal power of the Wei dynasty wasn't in her hands, and she had no control over the treasury, she was still deeply offended by the blatant embezzlement of state funds where even the masterminds were not uncovered, ultimately ending up executing a few low-ranking officials from the Ministry of Revenue as scapegoats. This matter is also my fault, Anderson bowed, though inwardly he was delighted. Actually, every penny and grain in the treasury had clear records. As long as one was determined to investigate, pulling these people out from behind the scenes would not be difficult. Anderson had done just that initially, but eventually traced the matter to members of the royal family. Although this chancellor often kept the Hyder under pressure, he was not invincible in Wei. If he pursued this, it might enrage the royal family members involved, leading to troubles for himself. So, saying nothing was found was merely an excuse to deceive Kiley. I've already said, no one will be blamed for this matter. Kiley was growing impatient, but suddenly realized something, her gaze sharpening. Your Excellency Wang, you mentioned this today. Are you suggesting Braden should investigate this case? Your Majesty is wise. That is exactly what I propose. Anderson smiled slightly, bowing to Braden. Commander Shepard has always enjoyed a good reputation in Nathaniel and served as Chief Justice there. His judgments have always been decisive, without ever causing any miscarriages of justice. In my old age, I admit I cannot match Commander Shepard in this area. Failing to solve this case, I believe if it is handed over to the embroidered uniform guard, with Commander Shepard's remarkable intellect, this case will be solved thoroughly, and the culprits will be brought to justice. Anderson spoke with righteousness, while Braden could only roll his eyes. He had already guessed what this old fox was planning but felt no fear. Kylie hesitated. She still had some feelings for Braden and didn't want him to take on this case. But seeing Braden's resolute gaze, Kylie finally sighed softly and spoke gently. Minister Shepard, are you willing to take on this case to resolve the nation's difficulties? Your Majesty, relieving the nation's difficulties and alleviating your worries is what I wish for. Braden immediately bowed to accept the order. Very well. Kylie nodded. I entrust you with this task. Your subject is at your service. Immediately after the early court assembly dispersed, Braden hurried back to the embroidered uniform guard with the case in hand. Although Addison Kylie had not set a deadline for him, he knew that the sooner he resolved the matter, the more impressively he would handle it, thus gaining more reliance and support from her to expand his influence. Only by doing so would he have enough clout in the Imperial Court in the future. Therefore, even though he knew Anderson had tossed him a hot potato, Braden was determined not to retreat even half a step. Xander, take 2 brothers with you and retrieve the case files of last year's embezzlement scandal at the National Treasury from the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court. Then send a few more people to the Ministry of Revenue to get all the related records of deposits and withdrawals. Bring everything back here for me. Yes. Unlike the officers of the embroidered uniform guard, the military backgrounds of these subordinates Braden brought from Nathaniel had one significant advantage. They silently did their work without unnecessary talk. As Braden busied himself tirelessly, Anderson was beaming with delight on the other side. In the office of the Chancellor within the Secretariat, this was where Anderson handled official duties. The Bureau allocated a separate courtyard exclusively for him, usually occupied only by him. However, it was now crowded with people. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Damien gave Anderson a thumbs up, his face filled with admiration. I was wondering what kind of case His Excellency would throw at this boy, but I didn't expect it to be such a mountain. He was well aware of the situation with last year's case. Despite holding a high position, none of the officials involved were ones he could afford to offend. Even those who had embezzled money refused to provide a scapegoat. In the end, they had no choice but to find some underlings from the Ministry of Revenue to take the fall. What a hot potato indeed. When the case first broke, both the heads of the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court were itching to investigate. But once they delved deeper, Hehe, things are starting to get interesting. I'd like to see how our fearless commander of the embroidered uniform guard plans to handle these individuals that even our 3 provinces and Shepard's ministries can do nothing about. A dozen or so officials surrounded Anderson, each eagerly expressing their thoughts. To them, Braden was almost certainly going to trip up big time this time around, or at the very least, find himself in a bind with no room for maneuver. There was no doubt about it. Chapter 23, Joining the Joe for a meal. Humph, wrap things up? I'm afraid that's impossible, Damien sneered with malicious glee. If he wishes to thoroughly investigate, he will kick against a hard stone. Unless he's willing to risk his life, he has no choice but to lower his flags and stop. After speaking so boldly in the Grand Hall, if he chooses to give up now, it would be like slapping himself in the face. His reputation will be utterly ruined. At that time, let alone having full control over the Jiniri Furbo, whether he can retain his current position as commander is uncertain. No matter what he chooses, he cannot resolve this situation. In response, Anderson gave a dignified smile, picked up his teacup and sipped lightly, maintaining the solemnity of a prime minister while feeling extremely comfortable inside. He suddenly had an intense desire to see the predicament this young man found himself in. Christian and his team worked efficiently. The main officials of those departments were eager to see Braden expose the stubborn stones behind the scenes, and hence they cooperated fully in providing case files and records. So in just half a day, Braden's desk was piled high with the case files from the incidents and the Treasury's records. Having just undergone a thorough cleanup yesterday, the morale within the guards is still unstable. You, as my personally appointed commanders, should focus on stabilizing everyone at this stage. Do not rush to expand results, nor show any negligence or contempt. Understood, sir? Go attend to your duties then. You don't need to worry about me. Yes, sir. After dismissing everyone, Braden took over the files and began flipping through them page by page with utmost seriousness. Admittedly, although these officials seemed to be working together to sideline Kylie, many of them indeed performed their duties diligently. At least the files were clear and orderly, not chaotic at all. This saved Braden much unnecessary trouble. In just 1.5 hours, he had Suliwan Bianqing Chenbu Suliwan B. He unearthed all the suspects, including those obstinate ones hiding behind the scenes. Looking at the dozens of names densely written on the paper, especially the top 2, Braden propped his chin thoughtfully and smiled in understanding. So this is what you're planning. Truly clever. Get my horse ready. I'm going to the palace. When Kylie met Braden again, it was noon. How did you decide to join me for a meal? In the bedroom, Kylie dismissed everyone as usual and removed her mask, sitting at the dining table. Compared to last night, she appeared more elegant and less alluring. I'm asking you a question. But seeing the young man opposite her only busy eating rice without paying attention to her question, even she, who tried to maintain her imperial dignity, couldn't help giving him a cute eye roll. Only you dare to be so bold before me in the entire kingdom of Wei. Though she complained, and though there was some helplessness in her eyes, there was mostly joy. Braden ate even more enthusiastically. Despite Kylie's frugality, the hider's food was far superior to his usual meals solved by the department. After swallowing a mouthful of stir-fried shrimp forcefully, Braden finally replied, "Well, you have it here, don't you? I was busy until the middle of the night and didn't get to eat breakfast due to the morning court session, then rushed back to review files. If I don't fill up here, I might not even get a sip of soup when I return." Hearing this, Kylie felt a warm surge in her heart. Shepard's taking her brother's place. She had been constantly on guard against the wolves in the court. There was no one who could share a happy meal with her like this, so she cherished such moments. But Brayden's identity as her fiancé gave her a special feeling. Just eat, I didn't blame you. Picking up her chopsticks, Kylie placed a few pieces of red braised lamb onto his bowl, smiling. Feel free to come whenever you want. It gets boring being here all alone in this palace. Don't blame me later for talking too much, or eating too much. Brayden looked at her, a hint of sympathy flashing in his eyes, but continued joking. I said it. Kylie's smile widened. Then let's finish the meal first, and we'll talk afterward. Kylie lowered her gaze and responded softly. Despite his scholarly appearance, Brayden, having spent time in the military, ate just like other ridges, gobbling down food eagerly. With Kylie's imperial cuisine being excellent in taste and ingredients, he enjoyed it immensely. This vigorous scene also stirred Kylie's appetite. Normally, she could only eat half a bowl, but this time she cleared 2 bowls of rice. However, right after the meal, Kylie immediately changed her tune. Suddenly I regret letting you come here for a free meal. If this keeps up, we'll both be eating ourselves into shapeless blobs. No woman was indifferent to her figure. Feeling her obviously swollen belly, Kylie pouted cutely. This sight made Brayden momentarily lose himself. He had once fantasized about sharing such a simple and happy meal with Audrey. But reality was that no matter how hard he tried, the other party only saw him as a mere tool for power. Just as she secured her throne, she couldn't wait to get rid of him. Yet, this desire was fulfilled today with his fiancée, whom he had only a nominal relationship with, leaving Brayden with mixed feelings. But I don't care. A monarch's word is sacred, and you've already spoken. So there's no going back, Brayden smiled, unable to deny that this feeling was truly good. Stop being frivolous, let's talk business. Kylie abruptly ended the warm atmosphere, instantly slipping into her role. Brayden nodded, pulling out a letter from his sleeve. Look at this first, try not to get too worked up. Kylie vaguely sensed something was amiss and cautiously took the paper. But as those familiar names came into view, she could no longer completely control her emotions, biting her lips tightly, radiating waves of coldness. You found them so quickly, are you sure it's them? The young girl stared straight at Brayden, her voice low. This is obvious, the case isn't complicated. Anderson and company knew who did it long ago. But as you know, your royal Braydens are untouchable, so they just found scapegoats to settle things quietly. I see. The coldness in Kylie's eyes deepened. Those scoundrels dared not offend her royal Braydens, but were willing to toy with her like a monkey. Let's set aside other matters for now. How do you plan to handle this? What's your advice? Of course, swift and decisive action. Take them all down before they're ready. Of course, a safer method isn't out of the question. Seeing Kylie deep in thought, Brayden thought she was feeling the pressure and started to rephrase, only to be interrupted by Kylie. No. Kylie raised her hand to cut him off, her gaze firmer and more resolute than ever, her words sharper than blades. Just keep investigating. No matter who's involved, deal with it accordingly without any consideration for me. Chapter 24. I will not become Audrey. Have you thought it through? Seeing Kylie's determination, Brayden secretly sighed in relief. However, he still felt the need to give her a precautionary word. Once this case is thoroughly investigated, none of the people on the list will be spared. The ramifications are significant, especially concerning those few of your Imperial Braydens. Imperial Braydens? The playful maiden instantly vanished, replaced by a cold smile on Kylie's face, her eyes brimming with hatred. When father was not yet enthroned, they fiercely contested for power, nearly placing him in mortal danger several times. After father ascended the throne and governed with benevolence and filial piety, he did not overly pursue their crimes. Instead, he granted them land and wealth. But how did these Imperial Braydens repay us? They committed numerous atrocities within their estates, even hoarded military supplies, always coveting the imperial throne. These have been long-standing issues. Now, they've even reached into the national treasury. With such conduct, do they deserve to be my Imperial Braydens? I understand. I will investigate without reservation. Brayden nodded, standing up as he grasped her stance. Brayden! Kylie called out from behind, hesitating momentarily. Remember, since we stand together, no matter what difficulties we may encounter in the future, as long as you don't abandon me, I will always be by your side. Brayden understood that after so many years of being besieged on all sides while hiding a shocking secret, this tormenting life had left Kylie severely lacking in security. At this moment, she was entrusting all her hopes and expectations onto him. We aren't just betrothed. Considering our current situation, apart from relying on each other, there's no other way forward. Brayden turned around and quietly gazed at the young girl. So I will assist you as I would have helped Audrey. Trust me. Upon hearing this, Kylie fell silent immediately. She lowered her head, biting her lip, lost in thoughts. Only when Brayden was about to step out of the palace hall did Kylie suddenly lift her head, her tone resolute as she pronounced each word clearly. I also promise you that I will never become Audrey. You can trust me completely. Waving her hand, Brayden strode away, and only after leaving the palace did a faint smile appear on his previously calm face. He believed her, for he knew those words could never come from Audrey. Whether Kylie recognized him as her husband, he was unsure, but she genuinely regarded him as a friend who could rely on and support one another. At this moment, Brayden felt no more doubts. Returning to the Jinui, Brayden immediately started making arrangements. Although Kylie had firmly stood by him, Brayden remained clear-headed. This time, the targets involved members of the royal family. While they were not powerful regional princes, they were also not distant relatives. They were royal dukes living in the capital under the Hider's close watch, with extensive connections and influence. The pressure Kylie could shoulder for him was limited. If mishandled, forcing those two princes into a corner would result in grave consequences for him. Thus, he needed to set a trap. Shepherd, are you sure you want to leak this information to the Ministry of Revenue? If the news reaches the two princes' ears, all our previous efforts will go to waste. Christian stood beside Brayden, his thick eyebrows knitted tightly. Brayden smiled slightly. They won't let those two princes know. His subordinates from military backgrounds were excellent in every way, but their thinking still followed a linear pattern like in war. He had to frequently guide them to adapt to working in a special agency like the Jinui. Why? Are they not in league? Christian pondered, inadvertently guessing correctly. That's right. At least regarding this case, the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of Justice, and the Grand Court definitely have no involvement. Braden nodded. I still don't understand. Aren't they all accomplices? Think about it. The Zhou's audience is already strictly controlled by those court officials. The matters they allow him to hear are what he hears. As for the National Treasury, it's completely beyond their reach. If it were really a conspiracy between the court officials and those two princes, this case would never have surfaced. The Ministry of Revenue wouldn't push their own men out as scapegoats. Christian, being astute, quickly caught on, understood. They didn't know beforehand and thought this would bring political success, only to realize they couldn't handle the opposition, ending up in a messy, inconclusive resolution. Precisely. Braden looked approvingly at Christian and added, the Jinui monitors officials from the rear, which is entirely different from the battlefield. You must change your mindset accordingly. I understand. From today on, I will also remind the other brothers more often. We definitely won't mess up the matters for you. Christian's eyes sharpened. He had already vaguely grasped what Braden intended to do. Go then. Braden waved his hand in satisfaction. Christian took the record of the treasury entries and exits and returned it to the Ministry of Revenue. The Minister of Revenue, Apollon, personally received him. Tell me, has your Commander Shepard uncovered anything? Taking the book, a smile danced at the corners of Apollon's eyes, who looked amiable. These records contained many clues that were glaringly obvious. The two princes hadn't even thought about hiding them while embezzling. So he was sure the other side must have seen the situation clearly and was even more certain that Braden wouldn't dare to expose it. The reason he took the trouble to specially meet with one of the subordinate was that he wanted to see this farce unfold. But Christian's next words froze his smile immediately. Minister, Commander Shepard has already sorted out the case. All those involved, including Atlas, have been put on the arrest list by Commander Shepard. Once evidence is solid, they will be apprehended immediately. Apollon sucked in a cold breath. While Braden's decisive handling of the Jinui was shocking but not surprising, as it was the Hider's personal army, Kylie only needed to find someone like Braden to reclaim military power, as all Jinui's authority came from the Hider, making it relatively easy. However, the princes were different. Firstly, they were the current Hider's own Bradens. Secondly, they stood for the entire royal clan in the capital and even across regions, with intertwined forces that were exceptionally terrifying. If not so, when the National Treasury embezzlement case broke out, the two princes would have been arrested long ago. Even high-ranking officials hesitated due to fear of repercussions, let alone an Hider controlled by Kylie. Apollon racked his brain and could only think of one possibility. Braden had been clouded by yesterday's small victory and was now preparing to confront the two princes head-on. Chapter 25. All preparations met. After sending Christian off with a forced smile, Apollon immediately rushed over to inform Anderson of the news in a fluster. Does he really intend to do this? Even though Anderson was usually very composed from his deep cultivation of Qigong, this piece of news had shaken him slightly. Spitting out the tea leaves in his mouth, he said in disbelief. A mere Jinui commander daring to do this? He hasn't even resolved the issues within the Jinui. Where does he get such courage from? It's true as day. He even sent over a list of suspects, which matches our previous investigation results. Apollon laughed bitterly. Braden's move really caught them off guard. They couldn't understand what this man was thinking, like an egg that wasn't fully hardened insisting on smashing into a stone. Jose, then what should we do now? Yes, by angering those two powerful forces and digging up trouble within the entire Imperial clan. If he dies, well, that's on him. But this case is something you handed over to him in front of all officials. We can't clear ourselves of any involvement in this matter. When he eventually dies, those members of the Imperial clan might turn their attention to you. Zaxoning to the worries of these officials around him, Anderson fell into deep thought. Braden's move indeed took him by surprise, but fortunately, it was not unsolvable. Humph! Anderson sneered. He continued, does he think the princes of the Imperial clan will be as compliant as officials in the palace guards, bowing their necks when faced with the golden dragon knife? Nonsense. Shepard's Braden wants to die so much, let's just grant his wish. We don't need to inform anyone from the royal clan either, lest there are unexplainable things later. We'll just take action directly. But what about Bo? Apollon expressed some concerns. Anderson curled his lips, looking sideways at him with disdain on his face. Having followed me for so many years, and yet you haven't improved your skills in court politics one bit. Realizing he made a mistake in speaking, Apollon quickly bowed deeply, cupping his hands. Please instruct us, my lord. Minister and I am here, Sheparder. You shall go back and immediately draft a new record of the treasury inflows and outflows and send it to Braden. These data should shift the blame of this case onto another person. Who? Sheparder. Anderson gave a sinister smile. Deputy Commander of Left Cavalry Guards, Dennis. Wow. Apollon looked in admiration, giving Anderson a thumbs up. Brilliant. Jose, redirecting the disaster towards others like this is truly brilliant. Anderson sipped his tea calmly, his expression relaxed. The method is right before us. Since he loves to capture birds in a bottle first and report later, we'll just imitate it. Oh, a supplementary record? Shepherding behind the desk, Braden pinched the paper slip brought back by Christian, his face full of amusement. After receiving the news, who did Apollon inform? While scanning the list, Braden asked calmly. Report to Lord, I left the Ministry of Household Affairs, and immediately afterwards, Apollon headed to the Shangshu province. Shepherd's that place has strict defenses. I could not enter quietly, but I speculate that it is probably related to Anderson. Very good. You know how to use your brain. Braden was very pleased with Christian's progress. Everything points to him. He is almost certainly the mastermind behind all of this. Braden wrote down a name on the paper along with its corresponding position, then took out his identity badge. Find out everything about this person. Which groups he has interacted with before in court, whether he is still part of those circles, and what his current inclination is. If you need money, you can directly use my badge to find the seal eunuch of the palace affairs office. The hider's rewards to me are still stored inside the inner treasury. Christian picked up the list and saw clearly written, Dennis, currently deputy commander of the Imperial Guards left cavalry guards.
Yes.
He cupped his fist and replied loudly, striding out of the room. After Christian left, Braden held his teacup and quietly enjoyed the view in the courtyard. After a long while, he sneered coldly. You want to mislead me into attacking the Imperial Palace? Anderson, you sure know how to calculate, but unfortunately, I'm not a greenhorn either. After muttering these words, he immediately summoned another subordinate. His name was Wang Zak, one of the men who followed Braden that day, with the highest cultivation other than Christian, now also reached the 8th rank. What orders do you have, my lord? Looking at the sturdy man kneeling in front of him, Braden put down his teacup and personally helped him up. I remember you used to serve in the army, as a night scout, right? Yes. Before meeting my lord, I served as a scout in the military. Wang Zak answered straightforwardly. Well, that's good. Then this mission can be considered as sending you back to your old trade. Please give orders, my lord. Your subordinate is ready to die 100 deaths without hesitation. It's good that you have such resolve, but I won't let an 8th rank cultivator go to his death. I'm not that foolish. The Jinuri has just begun its cleanup, and I cannot trust the people inside here at all, so I can only rely on you guys. I want you to infiltrate the residence of the Minister of Households Apollon, find a way to get a breakthrough from him, but don't alert him. Are you confident?
Yes.
Although they were currently engaged in espionage, it had similarities with the battlefield. So Wang Zak almost immediately understood Braden's intentions and accepted the order. After making all the arrangements, Braden sat behind the desk, a mocking smile appearing on his face. Anderson, this time we'll see whether you can lead this trouble away from me, or I will capture you, this big turtle, alive. In the following days, Braden finally had the opportunity to focus on expanding his influence. Although he had managed to shake up the entire upper echelon of the Jinui with sheer determination in one stroke, the vast middle and lower ranks of this organization remained unsorted. If he didn't handle this soon, it would be disastrous when those people stabbed him in the back during future operations. It must be said that the political maneuvering skills Braden honed in Great Nathaniel were far beyond what these increasingly arrogant special forces warriors could compare to. Adding the fact that the people he brought along were also assigned to various key positions, giving unconditional cooperation during the sorting process, which played a significant role. In just 3 days, although the core territory directly managed by Brenton remained untouched, the areas under Christian and others' jurisdictions had been handled with all sorts of means. Those who should be split were divided, those who should be co-opted were won over, and those who should be eliminated met their end without mercy. Huge chunks of stubborn forces were thoroughly eradicated. Now, everything was ready. Braden was no longer afraid to handle any case. And he did not have to wait long. Soon, the right moment arrived. Chapter 26, Forced into a Corner. In the early hours of this day, Braden was meditating in his room as usual. Though this world had an imperial court and secular power institutions, ultimately it was martial prowess that was held in highest esteem. No matter what one did, one's own strength was always the last line of defense, as well as the most solid one. Braden was very clear about this, and his efforts had reaped rich rewards. After these days of cultivation, his cultivation level had reached the peak of the 8th rank, only a small step away from the 9th rank. Reporting to the master, I have something to report, came two deliberately low, rough voices from outside the door. Awakening from his meditation, Braden couldn't help but smile faintly. It seemed things were starting to make sense. Come in, he said gently.
Yes.
Christian and Wang Zaken, both in black clothes, silently approached Braden. Have you found everything out? Braden asked. We have not failed our mission. They simultaneously removed their cloaks and then took out a sealed envelope with wax from inside their sleeves. Under the lamplight, Braden carefully read through the intelligence. Indeed, both of them had what it took to be members of the secret police. The information they collected was quite comprehensive and detailed. Dennis, currently 26 years old, is now the deputy commander of the left battalion in the palace guards. In his earlier years, he served as a house general in Anderson's residence and still has frequent correspondence with him. 5 days ago, Anderson sent him a letter, after which Dennis began to frequently gather his subordinate generals, seemingly preparing for some action. This man has a perverse and ruthless character, insatiable greed, and often beats ridges at will, but because he was once a minister of the prime minister, no one can deal with him. Muttering Dennis's background, the corners of Braden's mouth gradually curled up. Anderson, this old fox, really had good calculations, spending painstaking effort to create false data and placing the royal guard officers who were on his payroll on Braden's arrest list. At that time, as soon as Braden made a move, they could immediately control the guards and launch a mini coup d'état to force Kylie to order him to stop. That would even be the mildest outcome, while more likely, they would directly accuse him of threatening the royal guards and eliminate him on the spot. Unfortunately, Braden had already guessed their scheme, and there was no way he would jump into this trap. Next, Braden took out the investigative materials on the Minister of Revenue Apollon. The reason for investigating him was partly because the Ministry of Revenue was the money bag of the entire imperial court. Working in such a financial department, especially as its head official, one who remained clean and incorruptible would be rarer than a panda. Finding evidence on someone like him was undoubtedly much easier than investigating officials from the Ministry of Justice or the Grand Court of Justice. Judging from Apollon's previous actions, he clearly had nothing to do with integrity. However, Braden seriously underestimated the extent of his greed. Are you sure all these embezzled accounts belong to Apollon? Looking at the astronomical numbers listed on the invoices, Braden felt a little too fake. He had seen many big corrupt officials in Dajo, but none could match Apollon's appetite. Yes, I have verified it carefully, guaranteed without any doubt. Wang Zaken raised his hand in salute. Through several days of observation and investigation, we discovered that every time Apollon embezzles or takes bribes, he records it in his personal ledger. Just now, taking advantage of his return to his study after being intimate with his concubine, I broke in and took the ledger. Please review it, sir. Saying this, he took out 5 or 6 yellowed small notebooks from his pocket and respectfully handed them over to Braden. This will be interesting. After finishing the ledgers, Braden's eyes remained wide with surprise for a long time. But gradually, this surprise turned into excitement. Go prepare. After today's court session, the political situation in the Wei dynasty might just change.
Yes.
Your Majesty, if Lord Shepherd is truly unable to handle this case, perhaps we should announce it to the world to attract capable people to solve it. In the Imperial Council, Damien once again jumped up. This was already the 4th consecutive day he was urging for updates on the case, essentially forcing Braden to make a decision quickly. Regardless of whether he chose to investigate or not, neither option would end well for him. He was here just to stir up trouble. Any astute observer could see this, but among all the officials in the court, some were either openly aligned with Anderson's faction or belonged to other ministerial parties. However, whatever the party, the central goal was to suppress imperial power. Thus, for several consecutive days, not a single person stood up to speak for Braden. Damien, having finished speaking, glanced towards Braden sitting calmly with a mocking look in his eyes. Just a greenhorn relying on your Majesty's favor. How long can you stay so composed when your Majesty is cornered? He thought. Sure enough, as soon as Damien was dismissed by Kylie, who had been greatly disturbed, several more ministers immediately stepped up in succession, all urging Braden to solve the case promptly. Kylie was thoroughly annoyed by these persistent officials and simply let Braden step forward to lay everything on the table. She firmly believed that with her support, not to mention this being the capital, how much disturbance could those 2 princes possibly create? Braden, who was called out, saw the encouraging look from Kylie, rubbed his nose helplessly, and sighed inwardly that this girl was still too naive. However, being singled out didn't bother him since today, he intended to drop another bombshell and counterattack. Your Majesty, just now many ministers urged me to solve the case quickly. I believe it's actually not urgent. Before Braden finished speaking, Damien hastily jumped out. Commander Shepherd, you are mistaken. None of us meant to rush you. The old man only wished to remind you that if you cannot handle the position of commander, you might as well resign early. This way, you can save your own face and avoid getting involved in future mishaps that would tarnish your Majesty's name. Upon hearing this, Kylie remained outwardly calm, but her heart raced within her chest. She had traded a city for Braden and forcefully promoted him to commander despite objections. Damien's words were clearly an insult to her. Yet she couldn't lash out, or the historians would include this incident in the official history as a classic example of a ruler settling scores with a minister. She wasn't like the powerful hiders of the past who controlled the pen, but Braden stayed unperturbed upon hearing these words, even revealing a hint of amusement in his eyes. Cui Shangshu makes a valid point, Braden said with a smile. This response left everyone bewildered, be it the civil and military officials in court, Kylie seated on the throne, or even Damien, who had been the most vocal critic. Did this boy lose his mind while investigating the case? This was the single thought that flashed through every minister's mind. Kylie's expression changed several times until she saw the reassuring look from Braden. Then she finally breathed a sigh of relief and calmed down. She knew that since Braden dared to take this approach, it meant he already had a solution. Chapter 27. The counterattack call. Damien ignored all that, turning his head with a cold snort. It's good that you understand. Lord Shepherd should be more proactive in some matters. It would benefit both the country and yourself. That makes sense, Braden said calmly, unperturbed. The embezzlement case of the National Treasury has not yet been concluded. But as Secretary Cui mentioned, I should indeed take initiative in some matters. Otherwise, wouldn't I become an accomplice to corrupt officials? What do you mean by that? Damien had a very short temper, which was why he became one of Anderson's main supporters and frequently found fault with Braden. However, a person who could reach this position wasn't foolish. He immediately realized that Braden's words were not solely targeting the few individuals involved in the National Treasury embezzlement case. Your subject wishes to present a memorial. Ignoring him, Braden straightened his attire and stepped forward with his head held high. Kylie also understood the deeper meaning behind his words. She sighed inwardly, noting how Braden, just like in the Great Nathaniel dynasty, only acted when everything was perfectly prepared. She gave a glance to the chief eunuch of the Office of Ceremonial Rites beside her, who promptly stepped forward and announced in a sharp voice, "Granted." "Yes, Your Majesty." Braden responded in a deep voice, then glanced curiously at the Minister of Revenue standing nearby. Apollon felt uneasy under his gaze, his heart instinctively faltering. But considering Braden had only just established himself in the Jinui and had been saddled with the major case of National Treasury embezzlement recently, he assumed Braden must be overwhelmed and wouldn't have time to target him. Moreover, even if Braden wanted to, it wouldn't happen so quickly. Yet, life always follows Murphy's Law. What you fear most will cling to you like a plaster that can't be shaken off or avoided. Indeed, just as Apollon's anxiety began to ease, Braden's next report sent his heart leaping to its peak. I impeach Minister of Revenue Apollon for misappropriating public funds for private use, seriously interfering with imperial audits, taking bribes, and involving huge sums of money. Here are detailed reports on his transactions over the years, every entry written in his own handwriting. Please, Your Majesty, review them. As his words faded, the entire imperial court fell into a sudden silence, much like a sea calm before a storm. But then, the storm broke. The court burst into chaos like hot oil splashing icy water. Ridiculous nonsense. Shepherd's Minister Apollon took office 3 years ago. He has worked diligently day and night. Except for last year, the National Treasury accounts have never had any issues. Braden, don't spread false accusations. Haha, Minister Apollon comes from a prestigious family and grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth. To say he's greedy and corrupt? Braden, you're spreading mud on the wrong person. In my view, unable to solve the National Treasury embezzlement case, he's recklessly defaming others, hoping to muddy the waters. Bo must not believe his lies. Braden is spouting wickedness to deceive Bo and disrupt the court. I beseech your majesty to remove him from his post as commander of the Jinui and imprison him for investigation to restore order and reassure the people. When Apollon had previously attacked and mocked Braden, these people remained silent. But now, seeing Braden launch a counterattack, they jumped out as if they themselves had been impeached, attacking furiously. Only Apollon stood rooted to the spot, speechless, because he saw Braden hand a letter and 2 ledgers to the eunuch attendant before the hider. While he hadn't seen that letter, those ledgers were all too familiar to him. Cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead, and his limbs grew cold from the tips of his fingers. In a moment, Apollon could barely stand. Anderson had one advantage. He always stayed alert. Seeing Apollon's changes from start to finish, he cursed inwardly. This good for nothing. He actually dared to keep such actions in a ledger. Not only did he record it, but he allowed someone to steal it. Are the guards in his mansion mere decorations? The eunuch presented the items respectfully to Kylie after a few steps. Looking at the 2 yellowed ledgers before her, Kylie snapped out of her daze. Her expression complex, she glanced at Braden, surprised that he had moved so swiftly against Apollon, who managed the Wei Empire's finances and was a senior official. But after reading the horrifying details recorded in the ledgers, even her remarkable patience, honed through years of suppression, made her eyes redden. Apollon, regarding these 2 account books, do you have anything to explain to the Joe? Looking at the dazed Apollon below, Kylie's eyes had lost all warmth. She even bothered not to address him by his title and called him directly by his name. Shepherd 62 million taels. The average annual fiscal revenue of Wei is around 10 million. My brother and I live frugally, reducing the expenses of the palace year by year. This year, it has been compressed to less than 100,000 taels. How could Apollon? How dare he? Kylie raged inwardly. The edges of the account book pages were already aged and yellowed, with many holes bitten by bookworms. The ink inside had gradually faded over time, losing its color. More importantly, many of the transactions recorded were exchanges of power for money. Based on her memory, Kylie could perfectly overlap the transaction records in the account book with personnel changes at that time. In just 4 days, with the limited intelligence Braden held, it was impossible for him to fabricate evidence to this extent. There was no way she could doubt it. Reply. Report to your majesty. Braden is completely framing me. What he said about the account book, embezzlement and bribery, I know nothing about it and have never done such things. Please investigate clearly, your majesty. After a dozen seconds of panic, Apollon immediately reacted and quickly distanced himself from everything. Although the 2 account books obtained by Braden were genuine, they were merely scattered records. Emetny did not even have specific names or locations and could not serve as conclusive evidence. But the key reason he dared to brazenly deny it was the control of the court. To put it bluntly, in today's Wei, the hider is merely a slightly better puppet. If they are truly provoked, replacing an hider wouldn't be too big of a problem. Given this situation, according to Kylie's usual performance, if she still wanted to keep her throne, she would choose to retreat and endure, which was beyond any doubt. Chapter 28. Flipping the table. Thus, Apollon was more shocked and angry than afraid. As expected, the moment Apollon denied it, the other court officials swarmed forward in agreement. Your majesty, this minister agrees. As the Minister of Revenue, Secretary and I has always been diligent and extremely incorruptible during his term of office. He can never be what Braden describes as a corrupt bribe-taker. Your majesty, please forgive this minister's frankness. If merely relying on these so-called ledgers Braden found from who knows where is enough to charge a second-rank grand official of the Imperial Court, then soon all over the Empire people will vie to emulate it, and criminal officers everywhere won't have jobs left to do. Yes, utterly ridiculous. Hearing the bustling advice in the hall, Kylie showed a hint of helplessness on her face. Just as Apollon had thought, she desired to punish him more than anyone at this moment, but alas, she simply lacked the strength to do so. Not to mention those heavyweights with immense power in the court behind Apollon and those aristocratic families with intertwined networks of relations, even just dealing with this Apollon alone, who held all financial powers of the Great Wei, was not something she could currently mess with casually. Moreover, the 2 account books Braden handed to her indeed couldn't serve as ironclad evidence. In such a situation, trying to settle scores with him was akin to chasing after shadows. Thinking up to here, Kylie sighed silently in her heart and looked at Braden with an apologetic glance. She didn't blame him for failing to find the ironclad evidence that could bring about his immediate downfall. She knew under the iron-fisted organization by the court officials, that task was almost impossible to achieve. What she hated most was her own weakness. Forget restoring the Joe's majesty, she couldn't even keep the little bit of power left by her elder brother. Braden had clearly created such a breakthrough point. Yet, she couldn't exploit it to continue the investigation deeply. Instead, she had to give up midway. Frustrating, incredibly frustrating, and Jose Anderson's staunch support further trampled on Kylie's self-respect. Your Majesty, this minister believes that Secretary Shepard's act of fabricating evidence to arbitrarily accuse senior officials in the court is too excessive. This minister also requests Your Majesty to strip him of his position as the commander of the embroidered uniform guard and have him tempered properly before reappointment. Enough. Kylie gritted her teeth tightly, but her face remained calm. Minister of Revenue Apollon, for negligence and supervision leading to substantial embezzlement in the national treasury last year, you are confined to your residence for 1 month, serving as a warning, she said coldly, looking away as she couldn't bear to see Apollon's wrinkled face. Immediately afterward, Kylie shifted her gaze to Braden, her eyes filled with apology. Commander of the embroidered uniform guard Braden, speaking up based on rumors is the job of censors. Without solid evidence, you shall not accuse or expose others recklessly, let alone stir up incidents in the council. Considering this is your first offense, no strict punishment will be imposed. However, you will be penalized with 1 month's salary cut as a warning. Facing this equal punishment handling method, Braden remained unperturbed because this result was within his expectation. On the contrary, if Apollon meekly confessed, he would worry more. But deep down, Apollon was already cursing Kylie for her shameless behavior. Putting an old case from half a year ago on me now, how brilliant of you. A flash of anger crossed Anderson's face, and he decided secretly that he should discipline this hider in the future. I'm weary. If there's nothing else, we shall adjourn the assembly. Following the high chant of a young attendant, Kylie left the Hall of State Affairs through the inner door first. Instantly, due to her unfair punishment, the grievances pinned up in the hearts of the court officials exploded. Everyone targeted Braden, surrounding him endlessly blaming and berating him. Fortunately, Braden's cultivation was among the best in the venue. Otherwise, he would likely be beaten to death by enraged officials right there and then. Braden, to falsely accuse an important court official like you did is utterly beastly. Just you wait. In the end, Apollon, who nearly got dragged into the mess, cast a venomous glare at Braden and walked off angrily without caring about Anderson's warning glances. Good lad, just wait. In 3 days, if I don't get you off your commander position, may my name be written backward. Came Apollon's faint but clear curse from afar. As the god of wealth of the Great Wei court, whether in terms of connections, wealth, or power, Apollon was incomparably superior to Braden at this stage. His words carried no trace of boasting, but hearing it now, Braden couldn't help but find it amusing. Commander Shepard, let this old man remind you. Young men, especially newcomers, should maintain a low profile. Having too many enemies at this stage isn't beneficial for you. Anderson's forced smile while admonishing Braden made it seem like someone else had strongly backed Apollon earlier and requested Kylie to remove Braden from his position. Originally, he had a well-laid plan to divert the trouble eastward. Now not only had his plan been disrupted by the other party's brute force, but he also found himself in a deep hole. Anderson was already furious with Braden. Haha, alright. Braden didn't bother with the formalities and gave some vague responses before leaving right behind Apollon, completely ignoring the nasty looks on Anderson's face. Angering me to death. This little brat, truly infuriating. Just reaching his office, Apollon angrily swept all the paperweights and documents from his desk to the floor and smashed 2 vases against it, shattering them. Having served as an official for over 30 years, he had seen countless ups and downs, but he had never experienced such anger as today. The reason was that Braden disregarded all the rules. Although there were factional struggles among court ministers, they generally remained mild. When something happened, everyone tried to minimize the impact so the hider couldn't find fault, thus preventing the parties involved from losing their positions or even being stripped of their titles, unless one's behavior was extremely outrageous. But today, Braden's actions completely broke this balance, seeking to destroy him at any cost. How could he not be enraged? However, before he could vent more, someone knocked on the wooden door of his office. Which blind fool is disturbing Lord? Apollon's anger flared up even more. He stepped forward to open the door, ready to give whoever was outside a harsh beating for interrupting him. But the moment he opened the door, the curses on his lips froze, like a dog whose throat had just been locked. Lord and I, you are suspected of corruption, bribery, embezzlement, and selling official positions. Please come with us to the Northern Examination Office. 3 robust men stood outside, forming a pin shape, positioning Apollon right in the center as soon as he opened the door. This wasn't the most desperate part yet. White inner robe, green armor jacket, tiger-like arms, wasp waist, mantis legs, arrow sleeves bound on arms, feather knives on waist. Looking at the outfits of these 3 men, Apollon felt like he had seen 3 Buddhas ascending. They could only be from the embroidered uniform guard. Tell that bastard Shepard, I will never go, and he shouldn't push things too far. Otherwise, he won't know how he dies. Apollon gritted his teeth, nearly spitting out each word with great difficulty. Tisk, it's not up to you, one of the men retorted. Chapter 29. The Iron-Blooded Tough Emin Kirk. Don't forget where we are. Still want to get rough? When he saw the other party had no intention of leaving and kept closing in, eventually forming a triangular formation that completely surrounded him, Apollon started to panic. Seeing his blustering appearance, their attitude became even more disdainful. Secretary and I, don't waste your efforts. It's precisely because this is your office that we didn't kick down the door directly. But since you have this attitude now, don't blame us. After saying this, the leader seemed to lose any desire to talk, delivering a backhanded punch straight under Apollon's chin. With a dull thud, Apollon hadn't even managed to protest before being knocked out cold. Take him away. Yes. When he came to, the surroundings had changed from the office to the Imperial prison of the Jinui, Imperial Guard. Looking at himself, he found his body tightly bound to an iron chair, with the 4 legs of the chair fixed to the ground to prevent suspects from smashing their heads against the floor to commit suicide. All around were various implements of torture, arranged in large numbers on the walls. Whether young or old, male or female, there was always something suitable for everyone. Facing him was Braden, whom he had wanted to flay and eat for breakfast that morning. He was leaning comfortably in a soft chair, watching him with mocking amusement. Awake, Secretary and I? After a brief silence, Apollon revived and launched into a torrent of curses. For a moment, the entire Imperial prison was filled with all manner of foul language. Cursing for a whole incense sticks time. Apollon finally stopped when his throat dried up. Braden, however, ignored him entirely, brewing himself a cup of tea and sipping it leisurely. Braden, do you know how serious the consequences of your actions could be? Apollon glared at Braden with bloodshot eyes. This time, the other man finally responded. What consequences? You're a suspect, and we are the Jinui. We can act first and report later, specially permitted by Imperial authority. Do you think the Jinui would need to take responsibility for arresting a suspect and bringing them to the Imperial prison? Braden watched him with a half-smile. Ha ha. Apollon laughed loudly, tears streaming from his eyes. Jinui? Suspect? Imperial prison? He looked at the other side as if seeing a fool. Do you still think you're the same Jinui as 30 years ago? Are you still daring to mention the Imperial prison? You go and check your case files yourself. In these past dozen years, how many influential officials have been put in here even once? Braden remained silent, smiling but not speaking. Apollon was arrogant, but what he said was true. Ever since the late Hyder ascended the throne, ruling with benevolence and filial piety, the use of the imperial prison had decreased more and more until no powerful official was imprisoned anymore. By the time Joe Kylie's siblings took power, one attempted reforms only to have his life taken by his own officials, while the next tried to follow in their father's and brother's footsteps but lacked the ability. The three consecutive Hyders each faced misfortune after another, so it was no wonder the Jinuri had become worse year by year. But from the moment Braden took up command, everything was going to change. It had to change. Grabbing Apollon and dragging him to the imperial prison directly violated the rules, signaling a strong message. Braden wanted to tell everyone. The Jinui that made high officials cry at night and countless tyrants tremble in fear 30 years ago was coming back. Seeing Braden's silence, Apollon thought the other party was cowed and began to push further. Mr. Shepard, let's do this. Have your people carry me out in a sedan chair, all the way back to my office, then come with them to personally apologize to me. I won't ask for much, just 3 kowtows, and we'll call it quits. How about that? Then he turned the conversation. Of course, you could torture me, but whether you can withstand our retaliation afterward remains to be seen. Apollon spoke arrogantly. Although the authority of the Jinui had waned over the decades, they were still barely considered a threat hanging over every official's head. Sending him back now would give him unparalleled face and prestige. Braden watched quietly as Apollon slipped into fantasies, realizing the man truly believed this. Probably living extravagantly for so long had made him forget what the Jinui actually did. All right. This seemingly compromising word barely gave Apollon a chance to feel glad before Braden got up and left, his voice echoing chillingly. So, until he confesses everything, don't bother me. Oh yes, leave him breathing, don't kill him. As the words faded, Braden's figure disappeared, and 2 Jinui ridges approached with wicked smiles. Threats, persuasion, roaring, calling for help, and finally begging for mercy. No matter how much Apollon struggled, Braden did not retreat a single step. Today was destined to be restless for many people, and Kylie was one of them. Returning to the Qinqing Palace, she had barely approved 10 memorials when Chancellor Anderson rushed over in great haste. Attendant, prepare a seat. Kylie, who still remembered every detail of the morning's events with Braden, did not even look up. This time, however, Anderson was genuinely anxious. Your Majesty, it is outrageous for Braden to arbitrarily imprison officials in the imperial prison. You must personally intervene in this matter. Otherwise, it will cause panic among the ministers. For so many years, the civil officials have suppressed the Jinui for so many years. Having fought eagles all his life, he never thought he would be pecked by one at the end. As the leader of the civil officials, Anderson could not tolerate such actions. Faced with Anderson's relentless pressure, Kylie did not retreat in the slightest. On the contrary, she smiled faintly and forced Anderson into a corner with just one sentence. This matter, I fear I cannot interfere. Why? You are the son of heaven? Surprise was clearly written on Anderson's face. You still remember I am the son of heaven? Huh. Kylie sneered inwardly but sighed on the surface. Even the son of heaven must follow ancestral rules. The Jinui was established by Zhou Taizu, who granted them independent rights to arrest, detain, and judge. If you want me to interfere, would you have me bear the blame of being unfilial as well? Seeing Kylie's obstinate demeanor, there was a moment when Anderson truly wanted to risk everything and usurp the throne. After receiving a cold reception, Anderson returned in a huff. Imperial prison. Less than 20 minutes after leaving, Braden came back. It wasn't because he had thick skin, but rather that Apollon's resolve crumbled too quickly. At first, he thought the other party would last at least an hour. But after merely applying the basic whipping, before even a full incense stick's time passed, Apollon confessed everything, even divulging what color undergarment his father's concubine wore when he spied on her bathing as a child. Excellent. Now we won't lack evidence. Looking at the newly obtained confession, Braden felt greatly relieved. With this information, he had confidence to advance both his and Kylie's influence significantly. Chapter 30. The Zhou's daughter's demeanor. What? All arrested? Christian looked at the list that had slipped from his hand down to his waist, a look of concern on his face. Yes, all the individuals on this list are to be apprehended. Additionally, you need to bring several groups of men, act in separate teams, and raid their residences completely, seizing and sealing all assets, collecting evidence. This case must be solid as iron. Braden's tone was calm, as if he were discussing something trivial, but these people are spread far and wide. Some are imperial relatives, even members of the royal family. Such large-scale arrests. What about Bo? Facing Christian's concerns, Braden felt reassured. It showed that the other's martial mindset was rapidly shifting, indicating he would eventually excel in intelligence operations. Don't worry, Bo supports this. And after some time, even if they try to retaliate, they won't stir up much trouble. Besides, when you joined me initially, you weren't just thinking of small skirmishes, right? Thank you, Shepherder, for your guidance. I understand. Christian took his orders and left. Braden did not hide from him the matter of his recovering cultivation. Thus, Christian now felt more assured. Instantly, the embroidered uniform guard rode out in all directions, causing the entire capital to fall into chaos. At noon, in Qinqing Palace. You really have thick skin. One jest, and you've attached yourself to me? Glancing at the man dressed in dragon robes who was devouring food opposite her at the dining table, Kylie scolded playfully, yet her eyes sparkled with amusement. It depends on who said it. What do you mean? If you said it as the hider, I'd put down my chopsticks and leave immediately. Are there other ways to say it? Kylie raised an eyebrow, curious. Braden scooped a few mouthfuls of food before calmly saying, if you said it as my fiancé, how would that be? Kylie's curiosity grew stronger. Tisk. Braden smacked his lips teasingly. According to my understanding, you'd think I come too little, too late. Kylie silently picked up a spoon. ladling a large piece of braised lotus root and shoved it into his mouth forcefully, her face turning red. Really? You can't even finish eating without talking. You asked first. Happy times were always short-lived. After lunch, sitting across from each other at the table, the mood began to grow heavier. A mass arrest like this? Shepard's father became Hyder. Such precedents haven't existed. Kylie's eyes reflected undisguised worry, both for the court situation and for Brayden. So what? There hasn't been a precedent in the past few decades, but if we go further back, there are plenty. But this time, you've offended too many people. In the entire capital, just among the mansions you've seized belonging to earls or higher, there are over 20. That doesn't count the officials and royal family members. You're now at the center of a storm. Kylie sighed. Don't worry. I have acted based on evidence. They can't plot a coup and keep the country stable at the same time, so they won't make a direct move. They can only act against me secretly at most, Brayden said nonchalantly. And if it's just that level, you don't need to worry. Hopefully so. Kylie bit her lip and looked up. If the pressure becomes too great, remember not to endure it alone. I'm here for you. Her words warmed Brayden's heart. He smiled. That's enough assurance for me. Moreover, once this matter is settled, the position of Minister of Revenue will become vacant. This position controls the money bags of Wei, so it must be held by someone trustworthy. Otherwise, cases of embezzlement from the treasury like before will never stop. Be ready to take over. Surprised, Kylie was momentarily speechless. What? Don't tell me you haven't cultivated your own network in the outer court. Brayden was alarmed. If that were true, it would be problematic. Oh, I have. Kylie hurriedly replied, then her voice softened. But, the people around me have all been using my identity for their own ends, scheming for their benefit. None truly want to help me. Ever since you came, you have thought of me everywhere, even willing to handle matters like that for me, giving me such a huge surprise. I'm not used to it. Seeing her lower her head, her expression a mix of feminine tenderness and complexity, Brayden sighed inwardly. Kylie and Audrey were two entirely different people. No matter the circumstances, Audrey remained calm, decisive, ruthless, even unhesitant when Brayden was eventually betrayed and cast aside. A moment like this from Kylie, displaying her maidenly nature, was something you'd never see in Audrey, not even a hint. Her temperament is completely unsuitable for the court. Without me around, sooner or later something will happen. Brayden was contemplating how to keep her from being swallowed by the struggles when Kylie interrupted him. Brayden. Looking up at the beautiful and even somewhat cute girl opposite him, Brayden was momentarily dazed. Thank you. Kylie enunciated each word, her gaze intense with sincerity. Kylie truly appreciated this. Only before this man could she reveal her true self without any reservations, without fearing exposure or exploitation. What capacity are you thanking me in? Breaking free from her earnest gaze, Brayden grinned and asked. This time, it's 2 roles again? Kylie pouted. Yes, which one do you choose? If I had to choose, it wouldn't be as the hider. The hider never thanks anyone. At this point, a rosy flush crept onto Kylie's ears. But if an unmarried couple said such words to each other, it might also seem strange. Ha ha ha, Brayden laughed heartily. That settles it. Since the hider doesn't say it, and fiancés don't need to, why are you still hanging on to that thank word? The redness on her cheeks gradually faded, and Kylie's eyes were a bit moist. 5 years, it had been 5 years since she last felt this kind of genuine affection from someone. You won't leave me, will you? Gratitude was followed by fear of loss. What are you thinking? Unable to resist, Brayden reached out and affectionately tousled her hair. Not to mention we still have to work together against the great Nathaniel. You saved my life, you know? I won't leave until I repay this kindness. Kylie did not mind his caress and smiled sweetly. No matter what happens in the future, I'll stand by your side. Shepard G. All the suspects on the list have been apprehended. In the northern office hall, Christian saluted respectfully, reporting the progress to Brayden who sat behind the desk. Chapter 31. Emmett's executions. Are all the pieces of evidence collected? Yes, they really thought that the embroidered uniform guard was still that toothless tiger from before. They didn't set up any defenses, resulting in us catching them off guard and seizing both criminals and evidence. What about Anderson's reaction? He thought we would use this opportunity to get him. After the court session ended, he gathered his advisors and completely destroyed everything related to Apollon. He moved faster than a rabbit. Hearing this, Brayden smiled. If he wasn't alert enough, he wouldn't have become the chancellor. Ignore him for now. As for these prisoners, what does your excellency plan to do with them? Christian was also perplexed now. There were over 50 households, nearly 1,000 people, and the prison was almost full. How to handle them? A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Brayden's eyes. He hadn't come to Great Wei to be a nice guy. Bribing officials, buying official ranks, treating human lives as grass, even reaching into the national treasury to loot silver. Such despicable criminals must be punished swiftly and severely. Christian stiffened. He knew that the once decisive and fearsome official, Brayden, had fully returned. Though there were nearly 1,000 people, Apollon did not falsely accuse others. All those involved were dirty beneath their clothes. Moreover, Apollon had a habit of keeping records, documenting each transaction clearly. However, these high-ranking officials and nobles were so used to acting arrogantly. Even though they were in prison now, they all believed that Brayden wouldn't dare do much to them and remained defiantly stubborn. But Christian, who understood Brayden's limits, quickly taught them how cruel this world could be. Within 3 days, all cases involving the 50-plus households were thoroughly investigated and initial sentences were determined. There are a total of 1,173 corrupt officials. 533 are sentenced to death, while the rest receive punishments ranging from exile to hard labor. All assets of these convicts will be confiscated and added to the state treasury. After listening to Christian's report, Brayden shook his head. It's not enough. Christian couldn't help but tense up. He thought his punishments were already strict, yet it seemed the other party wasn't satisfied. He cautiously asked, then, what does your excellency think? Braden pondered for a moment before tapping on the table. Increase the punishment by 1 level for all those not sentenced to death. Whoosh! Christian tightened even more. A rough calculation told him that under this method, fewer than 1/3 of the 1,173 people might survive. We can no longer hide our strength. Shepherds, we've shown our fangs. We need to strike decisively and thoroughly before they build up their defenses. Otherwise, we won't have such opportunities in the future. Braden patiently explained. Over the past few days, the immense power behind these prisoners began to show. For 3 consecutive days, he faced collective impeachment in every court session without a break. Even after returning to the Office of Censorship after court sessions, countless warning letters flooded his desk, some of which included death threats. Braden laughed at all this. These people wouldn't last long. Meanwhile, Kylie wasn't having an easy time either. In just 3 days, impeachment papers against Braden filled 3 large boxes, all placed inside the Qingqing Palace. Some officials even went to the palace gates, collectively demanding the hider to imprison Braden for his brutality. Fortunately, Kylie managed to withstand the pressure. She stopped reading all the impeachment papers and kept them in reserve. She even retreated to the inner palace to avoid the chaos, knowing the officials wouldn't dare intrude on the hider's private quarters. This pressure peaked when the sentencing results came out after 3 days. Brutal official. Brutal official. Your Majesty mustn't turn a blind eye any longer. In the Imperial Ceremonial Office, several high officials in crimson robes crammed the small room. Some were in tears, others cursing furiously, including Anderson, who arrived with a dark face. Calm down, my lords. Don't ruin your health. I'll go fetch Bo immediately. Seeing the explosive atmosphere in the room, the Grand Secretary Fuller rushed to inform Addison Kylie in the inner palace. Executing nearly 2/3? Is this true? Despite being prepared, Kylie was still shocked by Braden's ruthless actions. It's true. The heads of ministries and vice ministers' eyes turned red upon hearing this news. If they had troops, they might have stormed the Office of Censorship immediately to fight Braden. Even the Chancellor came with a dark face, blocking my office in silence, looking quite terrifying. Fuller exaggeratedly reported the reactions of those court ministers to Addison Kylie, which far let Kylie, usually suppressed by the court ministers, feel relieved, even experiencing a sense of cathartic pleasure. As a result, she no longer held back her support for Braden's harsh measures and stood firmly with him. She gave a cold snort and assumed an imperial demeanor. Tell them that Commander Shepard is entirely enforcing the law impartially. Every piece of evidence can be checked publicly. There is no wrongful accusation or mistaken killing. I am powerless, but they should all disperse. Your servant will comply with your order. After dismissing the court ministers, Addison Kylie immediately left the palace harem and retreated to her own sleeping quarters. The reason was simple. The consorts were too tormenting. Knowing that she had been staying in the palace harem these past few days, their tactics nearly drove her to the brink of collapse. It seems I need to get Braden over here as soon as possible to help deal with those troublesome matters in the harem. Kylie thought. Noon, Kaidashi, public execution ground. The scorching sun mercilessly baked the earth. Nearly half of the city's population gathered, crowding around this normally spacious area, making it impassable. While the citizens of the capital indeed loved spectacles, such a massive turnout today was due to Braden's unprecedented move. A huge rectangular platform had been constructed the day before, covering an area of more than 500 square meters. Currently, 50 criminals, each with a signboard of death sentences on their backs, knelt in 2 rows on the platform. Behind them stood 50 executioners, each holding a large executioner's blade, standing silently at attention. Due to the sheer number of people to be executed, Christian went through great efforts, even borrowing from surrounding counties, to barely gather 50 executioners. These prisoners displayed various behaviors. Some laughed, others cursed, some wailed, and a few kept cursing Braden. But since they indeed had nothing substantial to hold against him and their own hands were dirty, their curses were limited to accusations of unjust killings, which lacked any real impact. In the crowd below, another 1,000 prisoners, escorted by the embroidered uniform guard, endured the ordeal. Chapter 32. Heads rolling. Some had good luck and were spared death. But for more of them, the verdict was execution, with only the timing in question. Unlike the people on the stage who still couldn't see the severity of the situation, most of them chose to remain silent. During these 3 days in the imperial prison, after being tortured by various instruments, their only wish now was to end their sinful lives as soon as possible. Noon has arrived. Shepherder, shall we proceed? On the platform for overseeing executions, Fuller came to Braden's side and whispered. He represented Kylie. As a eunuch who entered the palace from a young age and climbed up from the very bottom to become a top official at the ceremonial office, he prided himself on having witnessed the darkest and cruelest aspects of the world. Even so, when he saw the dark crowd of convicts about to be executed below, he couldn't help feeling a bit uneasy. Braden nodded, then stood up and shouted, Noon has arrived. Execute. With several dozen martial arts experts present, no one dared to perform any last-minute rescues, making this execution smooth. Sharp scythes raised in unison, and in the midst of convicts' shouts and cries, they fell down again in perfect synchronicity. Instantly, 50 streams of blood shot out, and 50 heads rolled neatly to the ground. The noisy scene instantly turned silent. A large portion of the crowd was pale with fear, especially some women, who were overwhelmed by the graphic sight and regretted coming along. On the execution platform, Fuller's throat rolled with difficulty. After another glance at Braden who seemed unfazed, he silently lowered his head, vowing never to offend this man in the future. This was just the beginning. After the first batch was done, the Great Wei Guards did not immediately clean up but brought the next batch of 50 convicts onto the platform, kneeling before the previous victims' corpses. Scythes rose, shaking violently, then fell, signaling the end of yet another group. One batch after another of death row inmates was pushed up onto the high platform, taking their final glimpse of the world before being mercilessly cut down. The execution lasted nearly half an hour. By the time it was over, The entire platform was piled high with decapitated corpses, drenched in blood. After the initial shock, the surrounding civilians did not disperse. One reason was that as the number of executions increased, they gradually became numb. Another was that Braden read out all the crimes before each execution, which garnered applause and cheers from the crowd. Especially those who had been oppressed by these prisoners were moved to tears, kneeling before Braden in gratitude. While Braden's internal cleansing of the Jinui seemed like a dog-eat-dog scenario to ordinary people, his execution of these convicts made him appear as a righteous judge in their eyes. In no time, Braden's formidable reputation spread rapidly throughout the streets and alleys of the capital. And for the officials with questionable integrity, the news brought only terror. At the residence of the Jose, we must find a way to eliminate Braden. He cannot be allowed to live. This man is a madman. Over 800 people, carefully trained government officials, all killed by him, at will. He absolutely cannot be left alive. Otherwise, we will have no peace. In the study, several senior officials were flushed with anger, their eyes blazing. Clearly, Braden's action struck precisely at the heart of the bureaucratic system of the capital, leaving a deep impact. Anderson also took a deep breath. He felt the pain in his teeth right now. It was obvious. According to Braden's behavior, if he hadn't severed ties with Apollon beforehand, and considering there were many experts guarding the Jose's residence, plus his own oversight of the Ministry of War, this man would have dared to make a move against him without doubt. From this moment on, he began to truly regard Braden as a formidable opponent, not someone easily crushed like an ant. According to information from our informants within the Jinui, Braden has 20 to 30 guards around him, generally of 7th or 8th grade skill, and he seems to be an 8th grade expert himself, Damien reported. And this person has Arn with him, sent by the hider to protect him. If we make a move, we can't guarantee this man won't interfere. Anderson calmed himself. Understood. I will find people to take care of him, but before that, we have something even more important to do. Now that Apollon has fallen, the position of Minister of Revenue is vacant. Tomorrow, join me in submitting a petition to secure this position. The Ministry of Revenue controls the purse strings of the Great Wei, and once grasped, the benefits are immeasurable. Thus, upon Apollon's downfall, everyone coveted his position eagerly. At Qingqing Palace, you've really stirred up a hornet's nest now. Kylie sat behind the dragon desk, her makeup still intact. When she heard Braden's report on the grand scene at noon, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. But after this battle, I've finally established myself firmly in the Great Wei, haven't I? Braden searched for his eyes, not showing the slightest worry. Kylie's face was full of helplessness. You've indeed stood firm, but you've also offended countless people, especially Anderson. I understand this person's character. He never forgets a grudge. You've disrupted his plans time and again, especially this time. Among the corrupt officials you executed, at least 5 had close ties with him. He won't let you off easily. Whatever, when it comes, I'll deal with it. Braden showed no concern, as if he were invulnerable. Be serious, I'm talking about something important here. Kylie gave him a glare, then softened her tone. For the next while, take Arn with you. With him around, no matter what happens, things can be delayed somewhat. I'll feel more at ease. Hearing this, Braden wanted to refuse. With the heavenly devil art, his cultivation was about to break through to the 9th rank. Emetsary was just around the corner, so he basically didn't fear Anderson. But one must always prepare for unexpected situations. Given Anderson's personality, once he made his move, it would undoubtedly be overwhelming. Braden wasn't willing to take that risk. In that case, I'd better follow your advice. Braden smiled lightly. Now that's more like it. Kylie nodded in satisfaction. The next day in the Imperial Court, the minister's impeachment of Braden intensified rather than diminished. This came as no surprise to Braden. After all, he had severed their lifeline with one stroke, and many ministers in the court wanted to tear him apart alive. He didn't bother arguing and chose to remain silent. Seeing that their attacks on Braden had no effect, and with Kylie playing mediator, the intensity of the impeachments gradually subsided. Just as Anderson prepared to work with his allied ministers to seize the vacant position of Minister of Revenue, Fuller came out to announce an imperial edict. This edict instantly shattered his perfect plan, leaving it completely in ruins. Chapter 33. The cooked duck flies away. By the grace of heaven and earth, the Zhou decrees. Luis, Minister of Works for 3 years, has performed his duties diligently and is rated excellent. Now, hereby, promotes him to Minister of Revenue. Your subject receives your edict. Thank you for your Majesty's favor. Luis stepped forward from the ranks, kneeling respectfully in the hall. This imperial decree by Kylie was like throwing a handful of salt into a basin full of loaches. The entire court buzzed and exploded into chatter. One must know that Luis's previous position was only that of a second-class Minister of Works. Whether it was being promoted within his department or transferred to another ministry, there was always an insurmountable gap. One should not underestimate this gap. Officials with weak backgrounds might never cross it in their entire lives. Yet this Luis not only advanced one rank, becoming a ministerial head envied by countless colleagues, but also underwent an inter-ministry transfer from the Ministry of Works, which oversaw engineering, to manage the financial affairs of the Wei dynasty. There were hidden nuances here, making it very intriguing. Jose, this? Damien was somewhat taken aback. Previously, the hider almost never intervened in official transfers. This sudden move caught even him, the Minister of Personnel, completely off guard. He couldn't understand what was happening today. Facing Damien's bewildered gaze and listening to the surrounding murmurs, Anderson, who had been mixing around the court for many years, how could he not comprehend the situation? Damn, they've snatched the peach right from under our noses. Anderson narrowed his eyes angrily, casting a hostile glance toward a corner on the right. There, similarly serving as Jose, the chief of Munxia Shizhong. Dean acutely sensed this malevolent stare. Upon realizing it was Anderson glaring at him, he simply returned a shallow smile, then turned away as if they were complete strangers. Seeing this, Anderson's fury grew fiercer. The Wei dynasty retained the full tri-provincial and six-ministry system, meaning he wasn't the only prime minister. He only managed the largest functional department, the Shangshu province. The heads of the central and Menxia provinces were also respected as Jose's, but didn't share the same heart with him. The secretariat was better. Although they weren't from the same faction, both generally agreed on major policies without much conflict. However, the Menxia province was different. That dean was solidly a royalist, a senior statesman from 3 reigns. During the reign of the late Hyder, he had already served as chief of Menxia, and he held this position for 4 terms, a total of 22 years now. What was most crucial was that Anderson had some hearing about this Luis. He had always worked under Dean with low visibility. This sudden attack left Anderson utterly unprepared. In the division of powers among the 3 provinces, the Secretariat was responsible for decision-making, the Menxia province for review, and the Shangshu province for execution. Originally, according to the old process, he and Mohammed, Secretary of the Secretariat, would have agreed in advance. During morning court sessions, candidates from his side would be reported to Kylie directly. The proposals would usually pass smoothly, ensuring everyone benefited. But this time, with this sudden intervention, all his plans were foiled. Although the court selection of officials could be recommended, the final decision still rested with the Hyder, and Dean's Menxia province held the power to review these appointments. Now, having smoothed things over with Kylie, both decision-making and reviewing were cleared, making the draft decree fully legal. With the decree already publicly read, unless they wanted a complete fallout, they could no longer make changes. Very well, simply wonderful. Considering your age, I intended to give you some face, but since you don't appreciate it, and even try to challenge me, Dean, we'll see where this leads us in the future. Anderson gritted his teeth, silently adding both Braden and Dean to his list of people who must be removed. Exactly did he know that if he found out Luis was actually Kylie's man, what expression would appear on his face? In the following days, Braden enjoyed a rare period of tranquility, even regulating his daily routine. He rose at dawn, handled official business from early morning until noon, continued handling internal reforms of the embroidered uniform guard in the afternoon, and upon returning to his office at night, remained sleepless, cultivating through till daybreak. Fortunately, the benefits of practicing Tianma Ju could substitute for sleep. Otherwise, such relentless efforts would likely have worn down even someone with profound cultivation. As a result of such relentless effort, within just 2 days, Braden's cultivation broke through the peak 8th level, officially entering the 9th level, bringing him not far from his pre-disability strength. Meanwhile, the internal cleansing of the embroidered uniform guard proceeded in an orderly manner. However, given the vast institution with 2 judicial commissioner offices, dozens of commanders, hundreds of captains, and thousands of personnel below them, the reform faced considerable challenges. So even though Braden and Christian continuously exerted efforts, the progress couldn't be significantly sped up. Until now, they had barely managed to take control of 2/3 of the functional departments within the Northern Townview office. Fortunately, everything was finally on the right track. Braden wasn't in a hurry. Meals needed to be eaten bite by bite. Of course, he still had one very important daily task, mooching meals. You sure have good fortune. The dishes on this table change every day, and the Imperial chef skills are so high. Unlike me, when I'm busy, I can only join the guys under me and stir the big ladles together. In Qinqing Palace, Braden tore off a chicken leg from a whole roasted chicken on the plate and savored it happily. If you like it, come more often. Hey, slow down. No one is competing with you. Kylie filled a cup of tea and pushed it to Braden, then propped her chin up, watching him adoringly. She enjoyed him at this moment, suddenly having another person to dine with, and that person being male. Kylie, who usually preferred light flavors, broke precedent by adding several meat dishes to the Imperial kitchen's menu, for fear that Braden wouldn't eat well. But, as you treat me better and better, I'm not quite used to it yet. After finishing the chicken leg, Braden picked up the teacup offered by Kylie, drank all the tea in one go, and said with a smacking mouth. Kylie was slightly stunned. Really? Before Braden came to the Wei dynasty, her imperial throne was already in perilous condition. Just one major mistake would lead to an irrevocable situation. But within less than half a month of his arrival, he first reorganized the embroidered uniform guard, making this Imperial Guard reliable again, then thoroughly investigated corruption cases, handling over 1,000 corrupt officials with swift and decisive actions, and even secured the position of Minister of Revenue for her. Compared to before, her situation had greatly improved. Therefore, she believed that compared to what he did for her, what she did for him seemed trivial. If it weren't for those people in the outer court suppressing me, I would have appointed you as National Ambassador long ago. In the current situation, the only person I can completely trust is you. The young girl confessed her true feelings with complete reliance, her endearing and touching appearance warming Braden's heart. Chapter 34. Black clouds pressing down on the city. Hee, actually you don't need to be so anxious. I've said before, you saved my life. So as long as you don't betray me, not only will I return what originally belongs to you, but I will also ensure that the realm of Wei remains safe and peaceful. Aha. Kylie's face was full of sweetness. By the way, what's up with Luis? Braden suddenly remembered Anderson's red-faced outburst in court 2 days ago, and showed a look of curiosity. It seemed that after the Imperial Edict was announced, Anderson's anger wasn't directed at you. Hee. Thinking about this, Kylie covered her mouth with a light laugh, her eyes glinting with a bit of mischief, looking very innocent and adorable. You mean that? Originally, Luis was a pawn planted by Eustace, but to protect him, Chancellor She offered to take him under his wing. On that day when I suddenly announced the Imperial Edict, Anderson must have thought it was Chancellor She's suggestion. All his anger went towards Chancellor She, leaving me untouched. He still doesn't know that Luis is actually one of mine. Looking at Kylie's graceful demeanor, Braden smiled sincerely. Given Anderson's vindictiveness, we should keep an eye on Chancellor She closely now. Not necessarily, Kylie shook her head with a smile. Chancellor She is a 3-dynasty veteran who has been in the corps since grandfather was alive. To this day, his former students and colleagues are spread throughout the empire. Anderson doesn't dare to touch him, and even making moves against him requires utmost caution. The girl then looked at Brayden, her eyes revealing genuine concern. It's you. Don't think that because Anderson hasn't made a move these few days, he's idle. I have a feeling that he will soon act against you. Hearing this, Brayden raised a corner of his mouth confidently. Don't worry. It's better if he doesn't come. But if he dares, I'll show them clearly which way the doors of the Office of Pacification open. This wasn't boastful talk. At 8th rank, he had been somewhat intimidated. After cultivating Heavenly Demon technique to reach 9th rank, Brayden's cultivation was more stable than ever before, and his internal strength had significantly deepened. It could be said that unless someone at the Emmetster level came, he wouldn't fear anyone. At least ensuring his own safety would pose no problem. And mobilizing a Emmetster level expert, even in the more prosperous Great Nathaniel, Audrey treated such people with great respect for fear of offending them. Now with just him, Anderson? It wasn't that Brayden belittled him. If Anderson wanted someone else to do the dirty work, he'd probably get slapped before he could finish speaking. So Brayden really wasn't afraid at all. Don't overestimate yourself. I'll call Arn over right away to accompany you back. Kylie rolled her eyes at him. Brayden's judgment was very accurate. In the Prime Minister's residence, study? This being the case, I leave it to you, Mr. Xia. Anderson respectfully clasped his hands toward a cold-faced man in black, standing in a dark corner. After it's done, I will surely offer rich rewards. Wei can't compare with Nathaniel. There are only a handful of peak experts at the Emmetster level, all stubborn old conservatives. Unless the nation is in peril, they won't lift a finger, let alone for something as secretive as this. He bet that if he went to them about this, they'd likely slap him into the wall immediately. So after much deliberation, Anderson changed tactics and, gritting his teeth, summoned the top assassin of Wei today, Nicolas. Though Nicolas hadn't reached Emmetster level yet, he was already at the terrifying peak of 9th rank, just one step away from enlightenment to the Emmetster level. The price for hiring someone like him was also exorbitant. 200,000 taels. Is an insignificant 8th rank ant worth such expense? Nicolas' eyes fell on Anderson, making the latter feel like he was being scratched with a blade, breaking out in a cold sweat. He hardened his gaze. Absolutely. If this person isn't dealt with, not only I, but the entire court of Wei will never be at peace. Hearing this, a hint of interest flickered in Nicolas' calm eyes. In that case, I might indeed want to meet him. Several days passed quietly. Until Anderson was about to make his move, these past days Brayden had adjusted his schedule. He spent over 2/3 of his time secluded in his resting room, quietly cultivating. This change proved highly effective. In just a few days, Xian's cultivation had already broken through the initial stage of 9th rank, reaching mid-9th rank. Though it wasn't entirely consolidated yet, this gave him more confidence to defeat the upcoming threat. That night, Christian took the initiative to find him. My lord, Brenton has been missing for a day. Christian bowed to report. Shepherd's that day when Brayden severed all his arms, Brenton's influence within the embroidered uniform guard had steadily declined. While Brayden had been gradually pushing forward reforms within the embroidered uniform guard these past few days, Brenton's position became increasingly precarious. All of this changed yesterday when Brenton, in a rare move, requested a leave of absence. Without any hesitation, Brayden approved it because according to Christian's intelligence, Brenton had confirmed deep ties with Anderson. As a result, after leaving the Office of Pacification, Brenton did not return home and went missing. It has been a full day now. Looks like they can't wait any longer. Upon hearing this, Brayden slowly opened his eyes for meditation. It seems they will be making their move soon. We need to be cautious tonight, Brayden. Arn, who was also meditating beside him, emerged from his trance. He picked up the sword sheath that was resting on his knees and said to Brayden with a grave look, Anderson is different from others. He's the Chancellor. Once someone in such a position decides to act, they'll strive for success in one blow. The person sent this time won't be weak. I understand. Brayden nodded slightly, his expression becoming serious. Yunhai, you go rest in the side room. Brayden waved his hand. If the opponent truly had 9th rank cultivation, Christian wouldn't stand a chance, and staying here would only increase the danger. Yes. Christian clearly understood this as well, and after responding resolutely, he left decisively. After he left, Brayden blew out the candle, and both he and Arn quietly sat cross-legged, waiting for the enemy. Time slowly passed in this suffocating atmosphere. The night grew deeper, and the occasional barking heard earlier had gradually ceased. The entire street where the Office of Pacification was located was deathly silent, without even a whisper of wind, creating a foreboding atmosphere. But this silence didn't last long. As time ticked by, suddenly, both Brayden and Arn opened their eyes simultaneously, a golden glow flashing in both pairs of eyes. They're here. Without warning, the wooden door, which had been tightly shut, exploded outward with a loud bang. A sharp sword sliced through the door panel like a knife through tofu, drawing shrill whistles in the air as it aimed straight for Brayden's neck. Chapter 35. Assassination fails. 2 dead and 1 escapes. All were cultivators of the 8th or 9th rank, with their cultivation accumulated to such levels that none could be said to have lower vigilance than another. Therefore, Fabian did not choose to ambush. There was no need for such a covert method. Instead, he opted for a direct confrontation, hoping to swiftly overpower Ahmed and then retreat calmly. Of course, even a lion catching a rabbit must exert its full strength. This principle was well understood by Fabian, a seasoned assassin. So he had brought 2 accomplices this time. Bang! Swinging his saber to deflect an incoming blade, the flying sword deviated from its original trajectory and crashed into the back wall constructed with golden bricks. The originally nearly 3 feet thick load-bearing wall crumbled like tofu, penetrated cleanly in one strike. Ahmed's wrist tingled slightly as he raised an eyebrow. Witnessing this scene, Yusef beside him was stunned beyond words. The last time I saw him act, he was still in the middle stage of the 8th rank. It's been less than a month. How did he leap to the middle stage of the 9th rank? Is the cultivation of a 9th rank expert so worthless? Yusef felt his inner core collapsing, but the truly shocked one was Fabian. In his estimation, such a response speed should have made it impossible for an 8th rank minor fry to evade his killing blow. Thus, there were only two possibilities. Either the opponent's cultivation was too shallow, and he hadn't reacted before losing his head, or the opponent had a decent reaction speed but chose to withstand the attack. An 8th rank cultivator hard-pressing against a peak 9th rank saber strike would hardly fare any better. The best outcome would be severe injuries. But what did he see now? A mere 8th rank individual deflected his all-out strike with just one saber slash? Moreover, it wasn't just about deflecting it. The opponent seemed almost unstrained. Lord Fabian, what do we do now? Benton watched everything unfold, suddenly at a loss. Nonsense. We obviously launch a strong attack. You and Tyler distract Yusef first. This one is mine. Fabian realized that Ahmed's cultivation couldn't possibly be just 8th rank. He had been tricked by Dalen, but there was no way out. They had already exposed themselves by making the first move, and the opponents turned out to be two 9th rank experts. They wouldn't let them escape easily tonight. To leave tonight, they must kill them first. It's just a 9th rank, not much more significant than a shrimp. Watch me take your life. Decided on this, Fabian called back his sword and charged in first. Tyler, who had just reached the 9th rank, also raised his saber and attacked Yusef. Only Benton stood rooted to the spot, unsure whether to advance or retreat. His cultivation was the lowest among them, not even reaching the 8th rank. Charging in would likely mean certain death. But thinking of Dalen's methods, if he always retreated, his fate might be worse than facing death. Besides, with two 9th ranks and one peak 7th rank on their side, they weren't guaranteed to lose to those two opponents. Considering this, Shin Wudong clenched his teeth and rushed into the room. In an instant, the neatly arranged office turned into a battlefield with dust flying everywhere. Fabian's decision was very wise. If it were a typical new 9th rank cultivator, they might indeed panic under the three-pronged attack and meet their end. However, his misfortune lay in once again misjudging Ahmed's true strength. Upon engaging in battle, Fabian's brows furrowed sharply, realizing that the opponent was not merely a beginner at the 9th rank, but solidly at the middle stage of the 9th rank. Though his cultivation had yet to stabilize, this discovery shattered Fabian's hopes of a quick resolution. Especially, Ahmed's counterattacks were incredibly agile. His movements and use of internal energy didn't match those of a freshly advanced middle-stage 9th rank cultivator. It was quite peculiar. On Tyler's front, things were even worse. Just entering the 9th rank, Tyler was the strongest Dalen could muster, but he stood no chance against Yusef, a seasoned peak 9th rank cultivator. He could only barely defend. As for Benton, upon getting close, he was casually slapped away by a palm filled with internal energy, hitting the wall and falling into unconsciousness from heavy injuries. Focusing elsewhere during a fight isn't a good habit. Just as Fabian was considering his next move, Ahmed's mocking voice echoed in his ear. He suddenly startled, immediately snapping back to reality and made his decision. Bang! With a single palm thrust pushing Ahmed back, Fabian didn't even glance at Tyler before sprinting towards the exit. Ahmed did not attempt to stop him. When a peak 9th rank cultivator decided to flee, he alone couldn't hold him back. Night Owl's face turned grim. Killers rarely had emotions, let alone when they were just a hastily assembled team. It was perfectly normal for his ally to abandon him. Less than 3 seconds later, Mei Ying's figure completely vanished into the dark night of the town food department, and the originally 3-on-2 situation instantly became 2-on-1. Arnie's attacks grew fiercer. His loyalty to the Great Wei monarch was absolute, and Braden, who had been recognized and proven valuable, was even more untouchable in his eyes. Therefore, these killers must die tonight. Seeing his impending defeat, Night Owl knew well that if he were captured alive, none of his family would survive. He made up his mind and bit through the poison sac in his mouth. The toxin flowed down his throat into his stomach, and within 3 breaths, Night Owl convulsed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he fell to the ground. As for Brenton, the palm strike had damaged his heart meridian, and with no one to treat him, he too was now dead. Thus ended this farcical assassination attempt. Of the trio sent by Anderson, 2 were dead and 1 had escaped, marking the failure of the entire mission. They called people over to handle the scene as Braden and Arn strolled side by side in the courtyard. Given that they were sent by Anderson, it was obvious that all traceable clues on them had been severed, so they didn't bother searching the bodies. You've been hiding your depth pretty well? Slapping Braden's shoulder, Arn grinned. Do you still need my company? This assassination failed, but I bet Anderson won't give up easily. Braden shook his head. In the Great Nathaniel, 9th rank experts were rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Hiring one could bankrupt a local tycoon, let alone cultivating one. Anderson lost 2 people this time, and the one who committed suicide was likely cultivated by him. Suffering such a huge loss, if he has any sense, he should lay low for a while. Arn found this reasonable and nodded slightly. It makes sense. The peak 9th rank who escaped is a professional assassin I've seen before. These types are purely mercenary and very cautious about risking their lives. He probably won't come back. Chapter 30 Shepherds. War clouds rise again. Bang. The exquisitely crafted blue and white porcelain teacup was thrown violently to the ground, shattering into pieces instantly. Without even bothering to wipe the tea from his tiger's mouth, Anderson strode forward and grabbed the other person by the collar, eyes bloodshot and bulging. What did you say? The assassination failed? Brenton and Abdul are both dead? How is that possible? This scene frightened the few advisors standing nearby. However, before they could step in to mediate, the man waved a hand, pushing Anderson's plump hands away from his chest with one palm strike, his voice icy cold. Jose Wong, it seems you aren't qualified to interrogate me. What do you mean? Staggering back, Anderson felt his anger almost reach its boiling point, but he also came to his senses, remembering the other man's terrifying peak 9th rank cultivation. He dared not act rashly. Do you still have the nerve to ask me? Nicholas sneered coldly, equally enraged. Who was it that confidently guaranteed us that Braden's cultivation couldn't exceed 8th rank? Who said that? How, wasn't he an 8th rank? Anderson realized there might be a problem with their intelligence. Seeing that the other party still hadn't figured out the true cultivation level of the assassination target, Nicholas exploded on the spot. 8th rank my foot. That guy has already reached middle 9th rank. What? Anderson's face paled in shock. Don't look at me like that. If I hadn't run fast enough today, I might have ended up like those two in the judicial commissioner's office. To think our grand country's Jose spent over 10 days without even figuring out the cultivation level of a commander of the embroidered uniform guard, causing such a huge loss. Jose Wong, our cooperation ends here. Don't contact me again. Saying this, Nicholas didn't wait for the dazed Anderson. He kicked open the wooden door and vanished into the night sky with several swift movements. Oh yes, the Jose should best not have any funny ideas about that remaining 100,000 taels, or else Upon hearing these words, Anderson, who had just come to his senses, was nearly driven mad with rage. It wasn't just because the 20,000 taels were wasted. Worse yet, he lost his carefully cultivated and resource-fed ace, an elite 9th rank killer, Abdul. More importantly, this failure meant the best opportunity to eliminate Braden in the short term had slipped away. For a long time to come, he would only be able to watch helplessly as the other side grew stronger, unable to effectively counteract it. How could Anderson not be furious? Jose, what do we do now? An advisor cautiously asked, holding a fresh cup of tea. What else can we do? This failed assassination didn't hurt him a bit, yet we suffered heavy losses. After so long as Jose, Anderson quickly forced himself to calm down upon recognizing reality. He took a sip of the tea, a glint of darkness flashing in his eyes. Let him revel in his arrogance for some time. We will take our time planning. As long as he remains within Great Wei, we will find an opportunity eventually. That night, both sides unexpectedly kept the news of the assassination tightly under wraps, not revealing a single word to the outside world. Anderson had his reasons, and neither did Braden wish to escalate matters. If the situation became too dire, risking the involvement of an entire Emetstar rank, the consequences would be unaffordable. In contrast, strengthening and expanding his current power base was far more important. With Great Nathaniel's military strength dominating Great Wei, and now controlling the southern pass, Braden knew well that Audrey would not give him much time. It wouldn't be long before conflict arose in the southern border. Therefore, over the next month, Braden became utterly busy, spending days either meditating and practicing, or working with Christian to carry out a major restructuring and overhaul of the embroidered uniform guard. It wasn't out of personal resentment. Rather, the political situation within Great Wei was especially complicated. The officials united to suppress the Hyder's authority and split into countless factions, each vying against the others. Those officials without control over armed forces usually met one outcome, becoming cannon fodder. So, whether for Kylie or for himself, he must have a fully controlled and reliable armed force. Especially given that the embroidered uniform guard was a special intelligence agency, even the lowest-ranked officers harbored countless ulterior motives. He simply couldn't be too careful. Finally, after a month of intense work, during which he barely visited Kylie's place for meals, Braden reaped his rewards. Reporting to Shepherd, 5th Squadron just reported that the southeastern region of the embroidered uniform guard has been largely brought under control. After hearing Christian's report, the now unbound Braden nodded slightly. Well done. Tell the men not to fear exhaustion. Speed up and ensure we firmly grasp the intelligence system in the southern region before Audrey sends troops into Great Wei. This concerns the entire course of the war. Our position in Great Wei can only be completely reversed if we win this battle, Christian said gravely, knowing all too well the weight of these words. Very good, go ahead with your tasks. With a wave of his hand, Braden dismissed Christian and let out a light sigh. He had selected 20 subordinates who had followed him to Great Wei and divided them into 5 teams to spread across the southern region. The sole task of these 7th and 8th rank officials was to link the entire intelligence system in the southern region, especially connecting the military posts. After over a month of effort, this initiative was beginning to bear fruit. Although the intelligence network throughout the southern region had yet to reach a level where it could be controlled as easily as one's own limbs, it had already been preliminarily integrated into a cohesive whole. Even many long-abandoned branches of the embroidered uniform guard had been re-established, and the person controlling this currently strongest intelligence network in Great Wei was none other than he himself. Not only that, after a month of intense practice of the heavenly demon art, Braden's cultivation had also advanced to the peak of 9th rank, truly returning to his once confident and spirited self. But compared to his former self, the current Braden was undoubtedly much more mature and low-key. That dramatic rise and fall had taught him a lot. Time flew by, and several days passed. One morning, Braden had just stabilized his realm and was about to enter a 3-day seclusion to attempt breaking through to a Emetstar rank when he was interrupted by an urgent report. Is the information reliable? Looking at the letter delivered with utmost urgency, Braden's expression instantly turned grave. Peaceful days were about to end. Absolutely reliable. We planted some operatives inside the southern pass recently, and this news comes directly from them. So, the ministers in the capital don't know yet? Yes. Their troop reinforcements were very secretive, making it extremely difficult for the border night patrols to detect. Moreover, we used the exclusive intelligence transmission network of the embroidered uniform guard, which is not only discreet but also faster. Our intelligence network is still fragile and shouldn't be exposed. You've done very well. Upon hearing this, Braden put aside thoughts of advancing to a Emetstar rank. Chapter 37. Then, let's fight. Braden immediately got out of bed and instructed. Prepare for the change of clothes for the morning court. From today on, we will have no leisure days anymore. Braden's words became a self-fulfilling prophecy, but it was not he who ignited this powder keg. Your Majesty, I have something to report. Before the morning court, just as the Honglu Temple finished announcing names, and before the petition submission phase began, even before Braden could speak, Dean, an old minister who had served 3 dynasties, cleared his throat, held his tablet board, and slowly stepped forward, his deep voice breaking the peacefulness of the court. Including Braden, everyone was a little bewildered. Because this old statesman who had served 3 dynasties had actually been quite low-key in recent years, rarely expressing opinions unless it was truly a matter of national importance. However, there had been no wars in these past few years in Great Wei. Even the volatiles in Angwin had been unusually quiet recently. The Nathaniel Kingdom indeed sent troops to garrison here, but only that much. Afterward, everything remained abnormally quiet, as if they had forgotten about this place. And yet, Dean chose this moment to step forward. Kylie's heart clenched. Minister Jia, you may speak freely. Thank you, Your Majesty. Dean first bowed and then said seriously, my hometown is in Nantaijing County. Last night, I received news from home stating that there has been unusual activity near Zenangwan. According to reports from my guards at home, every night lately, during the quiet hours, faint sounds of hooves can be heard near Zenangwan, as if troops are being moved. Whoosh! Dean's words stirred up a storm. Not only because Zenangwan is within Nantaijing County, but also due to Dean's personal prestige. No one thought he would joke about such matters. Hoof sounds? Kylie's heart instantly raced. Feeling both tense and hopeful, she asked Dean, is what you say true? Dean sighed slightly. How dare I deceive Your Majesty on such a matter? The guard who wrote to me has been with me since childhood and knows military affairs well. Indeed, he triple-checked before reporting this to me. The border reports should arrive within a few days. So, it seems, the Nathaniel Kingdom has already dispatched troops. Kylie's face turned extremely grave, mumbling to herself. Dean shook his head. Although people and horses enter the pass every night, each time it only lasts for 1 or 2 quarters of an hour, and there aren't many people involved. Also, the grain transport route remains inactive. Therefore, while full-scale mobilization might not have started yet, the fact that the Nathaniel Kingdom is reinforcing troops at Zenangwan is undeniable. Seeing this, those officials who usually engage in fierce power struggles, wanting to fight to the death, were now completely flustered. Their faces, which were usually brimming with confidence during internal feuds, now showed no signs of their usual boldness. Braden, however, remained expressionless. He had already known about these matters. But Braden was impressed by Dean, an 80-year-old man with no military position, who still cared so deeply about national security and dared to expose the reality of the court. He also stepped forward to report, Your Majesty, I also received intelligence yesterday from Zenangwan confirming that the Nathaniel Kingdom is indeed reinforcing its troops there. War might break out soon. The 2 pieces of intelligence corroborated each other, solidifying the grim situation at Zenangwan. The court was instantly plunged into turmoil. Ever since Kylie decided to trade Zenangwan to bring Braden to Great Wei, the Nathaniel Kingdom's troop movement into Great Wei was inevitable. The question was merely when. Everyone in the court knew this, but almost all assumed that after taking over Zenangwan, the Nathaniel Kingdom would spend several years consolidating its position before making a move. Therefore, under the leadership of Anderson, the strategy was to gradually build up the southern defense. None of them expected the Addison to be so impatient. This was a critical issue. Without mentioning other factors, according to the current situation, the day provisions and arms enter the pass would likely mark the Nathaniel Kingdom's formal invasion of Great Wei. Thinking of this, most officials looked at Braden with unfriendly, even resentful eyes. Kylie, however, paid no attention. Braden's actions over the past month had brought her countless surprises, which she clearly saw. To her, he was now her greatest reliance, the most trustworthy person, and undeniably capable. So she immediately asked, Minister Shepard, what do you think about this? Seeing this, the ministers felt extremely jealous. But they had no choice. It was a widely recognized fact in the court that Great Wei's army found it difficult to confront the Nathaniel Kingdom directly. So, regardless of whether Anderson and others were still sitting idly, even if they allowed, in this situation, they couldn't seize any opportunities, simply because they lacked the capability. Braden, however, remained composed and said in a grave tone, given the current situation, retreating is absolutely impossible. Once Zenangwan becomes a fully fortified stronghold for the Nathaniel Kingdom, the entire southern border will be in peril. And if they seize the entire southern region during this opportunity, the Nathaniel troops could march straight into our territory with no obstacles from the capital to the south. Our forces would lose any strategic advantage, putting Great Wei at risk of collapse. Therefore, my suggestion is, since the Nathaniel Kingdom has already begun preparations, we should not hold back any longer. We should take this chance to confront the Nathaniel Kingdom directly in the south, completely crushing their morale. If we can reclaim Zenangwan in the process, it would be even better. Before Kylie could respond, Damien, the Minister of Revenue, sneered and interjected. How dare a mere youth speak out here? He pointed at Braden's nose with a look of righteous indignation, as if he were a great statesman. To battle the Nathaniel army in the south? You have some nerve saying that. We all know clearly what shape our army is in. While Zenangwan is still in enemy hands, fighting a decisive battle now would give us no advantage at all. It might even result in the loss of our few elite border troops. What are your true intentions? Damien's words resonated deeply, gaining nods from the other officials. After all, the weakness of the Great Wei army was an objective fact. With recent emphasis on literature over military pursuits, capable generals were scarce. Even if there were some competent commanders, poor troop quality prevented effective strategies from being executed. Thus, they had been at a disadvantage year after year. Now, the lack of capable generals was severe, making it increasingly difficult to find suitable commanders. If Great Wei truly followed Braden's advice and engaged the Nathaniel army in a major battle in the south, defeat was almost inevitable. No one dared to guarantee even a draw. But Kylie's expression turned cold instantly. She stared silently at Damien until he felt uneasy before she spoke. Honglu Temple Minister. Your minister is present. Anwar, who oversaw the rituals and etiquette of the court, immediately stepped forward. Chapter 38. Training a new army. Interrupting the sovereign without being summoned or informed, and using foul language to insult senior ministers. What punishment should be meted out for such behavior? Your Majesty, this is a severe breach of protocol. According to the Great Wei law, he should receive 30 strokes with the court cane. Anwar replied without hesitation in a stern voice. Why are you still standing there? Kylie's expression turned increasingly cold. This Damien had been relying on Anderson's backing, acting above everyone else, repeatedly targeting Brayden during the council meetings, and today even treated her as if she were heir. Even his daughter wasn't easy to handle. Among all the women in the palace, only Diamond was particularly active. Kylie hadn't forgotten about the incident with the poison. She had long planned to take care of him.
Yes.
Anwar waved his hand, and two generals holding golden hammers immediately stepped onto the dais, quickly approaching Damien from behind, lifting his arms forcefully. Feeling pain radiate from his shoulders, Damien panicked instantly, kneeling on the ground with a thud and wailing loudly. Please calm down, Your Majesty. I admit my mistake. Damien had risen from a mere department head in 3 years to a high-ranking second-rank minister, all thanks to Anderson. His sole talent was merely serving as a mouthpiece. One couldn't expect practical work from someone like him. Even in terms of empty talk, he didn't match up to the censors who would rather face court caning than back down, seeing pain as an honor. But for Damien, 30 strokes? His buttocks would likely be torn apart after that. He did not want to suffer such torment. Take him away. Kylie showed impatience on her face, clearly furious this time.
Yes.
The two generals didn't hesitate, dragging the wailing Damien out. Within half a minute, cries of agony echoed outside the hall. Anderson's eyelids twitched. He hadn't expected Kylie to act so strongly today. But Damien was indeed too reckless and stupid, walking right into the trap. He couldn't find any reasonable grounds to plead for leniency. Anderson decided not to interfere, knowing the generals would not beat him to death. However, this scene carried different implications for the other ministers. They were puzzled. Usually mild-tempered, even somewhat timid, how could the hider take such a strong stance whenever it involved Brayden? Even today, Chancellor Wang, who was usually unflappable, chose to remain silent. This Brayden seemed to hold a special place in the hider's heart. Ignoring the reactions of the court officials, after dealing with Damien, Kylie turned back and looked at Brayden with great expectation. Minister Shepard, please continue.
Yes.
Brayden bowed slightly, deeply moved by the complete trust and support shown. Such thorough trust and protection were something that Audrey had never given him. This strengthened his resolve. He must win this battle, both for himself and for Kylie. The state of our army, as I have learned over the past month, includes weak ridges, few capable generals, lacks military discipline and problems with recruitment. Following what Secretary Cui said, sending our current troops to fight against the Nathaniel army will undoubtedly result in defeat. Hearing this, disappointment flashed across Kylie's eyes. How could I not know these things? But is there really no solution? Brayden shook his head immediately. Of course there is. I brought several dozen subordinates from Nathaniel, all seasoned generals with distinguished service records in Nathaniel's army. They are all fierce generals trained under me. They understand the strengths and weaknesses of Nathaniel's tactics and excel in battlefield command. Their expertise in training ridges is unparalleled. If Your Majesty grants me permission to recruit new troops and form a new army, I guarantee that within a month, this army's combat capability will at least match, if not surpass, any of Nathaniel's forces. Upon hearing this, Kylie's almond-shaped eyes lit up instantly. She was no fool. After years of biding her time, she was highly sensitive to matters of the court. On the surface, Brayden seemed to be seeking authority to train ridges for preparation, but in her current situation, Kylie understood. He was trying every means to build a truly loyal army for her. The capital's guards were riddled with infiltrators, and the embroidered uniform guard mainly served as spies. Therefore, this rare opportunity to openly create an army loyal to her, without much opposition from the court ministers, was invaluable. Approved. Recalling this, Kylie agreed without hesitation, as if fearing the ministers might find reasons to interfere. Zack's the number of troops you need after the assembly ends. The corresponding weapons, armor, horses, and logistical supplies will be fully allocated by Dixon from the Ministry of Revenue. Thank you, Your Majesty. Brayden bowed deeply, his hands clasped in a fist salute. The silver he had obtained from confiscating properties was mostly spent on establishing an intelligence network. Now that the other party was willing to allocate military funds and equipment from the National Treasury, it was naturally the best outcome. Kylie nodded in satisfaction. I entrust you with the command of the new army and the entire southern front. You have full authority to act as you see fit. Minister Shepard, do you have the confidence to shoulder this heavy responsibility? Your subject would not shirk even at the cost of 10,000 deaths. Brayden bowed deeply, clapping his fists loudly in agreement, making the other court officials envy him intensely. But the moment they thought about him really leading troops into battle, these envious minds suddenly turned cold. Though civilian officials and military generals seemed unrelated, their influence on each other was actually significant. The repeated failures in external wars in recent years had led to a decline in military generals and deteriorating military discipline in the Great Wei. It appeared to only affect military officers, but in reality, it gradually eroded the backbone of the civilian officials as well. No one dared to pick up arms and march bravely into battle anymore. Therefore, most of the civilian officials held a mocking attitude towards Brayden's audacious acceptance of the responsibilities of training the new army and commanding the southern front, believing he must be mad. Emetni were already waiting to see Brayden's failure and capture or death as a joke. But in this battle, Brayden would ultimately slap them in the face again. As soon as the assembly ended, Brayden wasted no time and immediately got to work. The important southern hub of Jinan Pass was currently controlled by the Great Nathaniel, but the surrounding defensive structures and hidden forts had not been abandoned by the Great Wei army. This was precisely why Audrey urgently reinforced troops to Jinan Pass. Given that Jinan Pass could not accommodate many troops, the number of participants in this battle would not be large, probably not exceeding 10,000 combined. This was exactly why Brayden dared to take on the command of this campaign with confidence. If the scale of the battlefield were to expand several times over, then given the current state of the Great Wei army, he would be powerless to turn the tide. Chapter 39. Full support. According to reports, the current garrison at Jinan Pass has reached over 5,000 troops, increasing by 1,000 each day. Within the territory of Great Nathaniel, Corresponding supplies of grain and military equipment are being rushed into production and transportation. Christian from the Northern Board of Inquisitors was holding a document, reporting the situation to Braden. With dozens of top experts seated and 200,000 to 300,000 taels of silver spent, within a month, Braden's efforts had shown results. Compared to the clueless court officials, the information he had gathered was incredibly detailed. Shepard's the letter received last night. New intelligence kept coming from the southern border every few hours. Braden stood up and paced. So, according to the current reinforcement trend of Nathaniel troops, the time until they launch an attack is no more than 1.5 months, possibly as little as 30 days? Yes, most of the fortresses around Zhennan Pass are still in our hands, so Zhennan Pass alone can only accommodate up to 50,000 troops. Christian nodded in agreement. In fact, 1.5 months was a conservative estimate. The Nathaniel army was currently reinforcing slowly just to avoid causing too much alarm and provoking a strong reaction from the Wei court. However, this situation wouldn't last long. As the city's troops increase, confidentiality would diminish, and with preparations gradually becoming more complete, the reinforcement speed of the Nathaniel army will surely accelerate. This time frame would fluctuate around 30 days. After analyzing the situation, Braden immediately made a plan. Yunhai, you must immediately select 2/3 of the brothers who have come from Great Nathaniel. Additionally, I will assign you 2 commanderies from the Jinyui. Your task is to recruit 20,000 good sons from the capital within 3 days. Their family backgrounds must be impeccable, and the treatment should be triple that of the border troops. In the remaining time, give it your all. I don't care how you train them, but after a month, I want this army to be like a sharpened blade, unstoppable. Understood. Christian saluted, then hesitated, saying, but, 20,000? My lord, the Nathaniel army can station at least 50,000 troops at Zhennan Pass, not to mention the armies pressing forward. Will 20,000 be enough? Hearing this, Braden grinned and patted Christian on the shoulder. Have you forgotten what I taught you? Quality over quantity. Our manpower is limited now. Assembling 20,000 is already our limit. Any more would compromise combat effectiveness. Besides, the families of those border troops are all in the southern territory. They have no way out and won't stand idly by watching their homeland fall. So, these 20,000 will suffice under such circumstances. Braden patiently explained, knowing well that if not for fear of collusion between the old foxes in court and the border generals, he would have taken control of the southern army himself. I understand. Christian suddenly realized, feeling a surge of excitement. He recalled the battles they fought with Braden, each one a miraculous victory despite being outnumbered. But after Braden fell out of favor with the Addison and lost his command, opportunities like this never came again. Now, as Braden regained military authority, the heroic spirit of battle seemed to return to this young man. Moreover, the Hyders' trust in him far exceeded Audrey's. They had no more reservations. 20,000? Is that enough? In Qinqing Palace, Kylie was equally surprised when she heard Braden's report, asking the same question as Christian. It wasn't that she underestimated herself. Rather, in her mind, the combat power of Wei Ridges compared to Nathaniel Ridges was simply on different levels, with casualty ratios often at 1 to 3, sometimes even 1 to 5. She couldn't imagine how Braden planned to use 20,000 troops to hold off 50,000 enemy troops. These past few days, I've examined all aspects of Great Wei, including civil administration, criminal law, and military affairs. From my observations, there are mainly 3 reasons for the current weakness of the Wei military. Braden spoke naturally with Kylie, without any formalities between them. Oh, what are they? Kylie asked curiously. Her military power was tightly controlled by the old officials, making it difficult for her to influence even the palace guards, let alone the rest of the Wei forces. She only had nominal ownership, with no real say in command, deployment, or even training, making it hard to gauge the actual state of the military. Braden patiently explained, firstly, the quality of recruits for the Wei army is poor. There's a saying here, good iron isn't used for nails, and good men don't join the army. Over 70% of the Ridges come from low-born backgrounds, some are even delinquents or convicts forced into military service. Why is this so? In our Great Wei, all Ridges are fully funded recruits who only need to focus on training and not engage in production. All expenses are covered by the Imperial Court, and military spending is enormous every year. How could such a serious situation arise? Kylie was shocked beyond measure. She had only heard slight rumors about this aspect, but never imagined the situation was this severe. Which leads me to the second point. Braden raised his finger. The recruitment system is indeed good, but it must ensure that the military management is incorruptible and upright, with all military pay fully distributed, and weapons, equipment, and training kept up to date. And frankly speaking, very few armies in Great Wei can achieve this. The majority of military leaders embezzle funds and mistreat their troops, leaving Ridges with meager incomes, sometimes not even enough to fill their stomachs. Moreover, since they cannot engage in production, those decent young men, seeing the current state of the army, will choose any other industry for a living rather than join the military if they can find another way to make a living. The third issue is redundant troops and civilian control over the military. You should be clear about how harshly the generals have been suppressed by civil officials in the court, so I won't elaborate. So that's why, these scoundrels. Kylie's chest heaved violently. She never expected that the once formidable Great Wei army during her father's reign would deteriorate into this state in just over a decade due to these parasites, fueling a raging anger inside her. Seeing this, Braden seized the moment and said, therefore, this time in forming the new army, I plan to reform these aspects. Once successful, the combat effectiveness of the new army will see a qualitative leap. Plus, this war is about defending our homeland, so the Ridges will surely fight with all their might. That's why I say recruiting 20,000 is more than enough. Kylie took several deep breaths to suppress her anger. She turned to look at Braden, her face full of gratitude and seriousness. You proceed without any hesitation. I entrust you with all the authority over this army. Whatever you need, I will fully support you. Just please train this army well and hold back the iron hooves of Great Nathaniel. I beg of you. With that, Kylie actually stood up and performed a traditional woman's salute to Braden. Chapter 40. Terrifying Treatment. Kylie, now free from her male disguise, exuded a gentle and delicate femininity, especially with her graceful curtsy, her slender figure unable to be fully concealed even by the oversized robes. At this moment, Kylie, the fake hider who had been barely holding on, finally found her support, allowing her to discard her pretense and return to being the pure and kind-hearted real princess she truly was. Brayden felt deeply moved. He understood that the reason for her actions went beyond their nominal marital relationship. More importantly, she really had no one else to rely on, and he was her only hope. He gently lifted Kylie up, sighed softly, and said in a gentle tone, "Between you and me, do we still need to speak in such formalities?" Hearing this, tears welled up in Kylie's eyes instantly. With the full support of the highest authority, Brayden had no reservations. Starting from conscription, he completely overhauled the existing system of Dewey, making sweeping changes. Ordinary ridges in Dewey were entitled to 3 taels of silver per month, with food, lodging, and even ample supplies of grains and oil, ensuring a stable living. Border troops, due to their frontline combat role, enjoyed even better treatment. However, it was widely known that regulations did not always translate into reality. The current state of Dewey's army was plagued by rampant corruption among officials, with embezzlement and exploitation of ridges reaching shocking levels. A regiment nominally consisting of 5,000 men received all its equipment and provisions based on that number. But in reality, only about 2,000 of these were actual living personnel, while the rest of the rations and paychecks filled the pockets of various officers. If any unit managed to retain 3,000 people, it was considered exceptionally honest. Even the genuine ridges' rations and pay were not spared by their superiors. After layers of skimming, the promised 3 taels monthly wage often shrank to less than half when it reached the ridges. Moreover, if a ridge had any hobbies like drinking, this meager sum would barely suffice to sustain them. Coupled with the long-standing preference for scholars over military officers, even high-ranking generals had to defer to civil servants, sometimes even to eunuchs. Shepard's Kylie's brother ascended the throne. Public disdain for ridges grew heavier, turning them into gathering places for criminals and delinquents. Thus, when the new army first announced its recruitment, the people of the capital were unimpressed. They believed that this so-called new army was no different from previous recruiting forces, likely to exploit and bleed dry the recruits once again. And there were rumors that after training, these ridges would be sent to the southern border to face off against the Nathaniel troops head-on. While embezzlement and exploitation were already bad enough, now they were expected to fight for these officials with such meager compensation. So at the beginning, the new army recruitment centers were nearly deserted, almost devoid of any activity. This news spread among the court ministers, leading to relentless ridicule of Brayden. Anderson was in an unusually good mood, sipping tea in his office and scoffing. At this rate, never mind 20,000. If he can recruit 1,000 men after a month, it will be because there are too many fools in the capital. Unfortunately for him, before his smugness could last, Brayden struck back decisively. New army recruitment. Ordinary ridges will receive 15 taels per month, small flag officers 30, total flag officers 50, increasing progressively. Additionally, those who pass the physical examination and join the army will receive a one-time enlistment bonus of 5 taels. Their family land will be exempt from rent for 3 years, and corvée labor will also be waived. At the same time, announcements were posted at every recruitment center. Christians specifically hired literate people to read them aloud, paying 1 yen of silver per hour. Dewey's capital had a population of millions, but employment pressure was significant. This opportunity seemed too good to be true, attracting many educated individuals eager to seize it. Reading aloud for an hour earned 1 yen of silver. This money came as easily as taking candy from a baby. Under their influence, crowds quickly gathered around each recruitment center. Upon hearing the announcement content, all bystanders were left speechless. What? 15 taels per month? Did I hear that right? Enlistment comes with a signing bonus? 5 taels? Does the court have too much money to know what to do with it? These aren't the main points. The key is the tax and labor exemption. This is the privilege reserved for Jiren and Jinshur officials. How can this be real? I heard that this new army is fully authorized by Bo and commanded by Director of the Jinui, Lord Brayden. To me, either this shepherd lord is a fool with too much money, or he's just trying to lure us southward to our deaths. The buzzing chatter rose and fell, and the people of the capital, who had previously been indifferent to the new army, now began to develop a keen interest in it, regardless of their initial attitudes. Recruitment requirements. Adult males between 17 and 32 years old, in good health without illness, of reputable family background, and of sound character. Criminals serving sentences are not accepted. Those with tattoos or body markings are not accepted. Hoodlums and ruffians are not accepted. When the people heard the requirements for enlistment read out by the clerks, their discussions grew intense. What? No tattoos allowed? A bare-chested man with dragon and phoenix tattoos on his chest looked bewildered, then became indignant. Other way armies practically begged people to join. Forget having tattoos beforehand. Many ridges even had characters branded on their foreheads after joining to distinguish them from civilians. This branding punishment wasn't just in the military. Even thieves and bandits in various places faced similar treatment. Thus, ridges came to be known by another name, criminal ridges. These requirements are too high, someone sighed. Emitai, this is real? I think so too. If they really wanted to trick us into joining, they wouldn't set these restrictions. Yeah, how many people in the entire capital could actually meet these criteria? The citizens discussed among themselves, their enthusiasm rising. It couldn't be helped. The monthly salary of 15 taels was incredibly tempting, and that was just for the basic rank-and-file ridges. Keep in mind, at present, most basic ridges and other Dewey armies barely received 2 taels of silver per month, and many only got slightly more than 1 tael, barely enough to survive. Even the relatively well-treated border troops offered only 3 to 4 taels per month for their basic ridges, which already made many envious. Now what did they hear? A newly formed army offering a terrifying 15 taels per month for its lowest-ranking ridges, more than 4 times what the border troops offered, and nearly 10 times more than other armies. Such a high salary had never been seen throughout the history of Dewey. So in no time, countless citizens around the recruitment centers were ready to give it a try. Chapter 41. Physical Examination. Brother, should we go and give it a try? In the crowd, a boy of about 17 or 18 years old, dressed in shabby clothes but with an exceptionally clear and handsome appearance, tugged at the sleeve of the youth beside him, his face full of anticipation. The youth, who was called Brother, frowned, hesitating, obviously unsure. Seeing his hesitation, the boy urged again. The notice clearly states that as long as one passes the examination, everyone can receive 5 taels of silver on the spot for enlisting, and our family will be exempt from taxes and corvée. If both of us get 5 taels each, that would be 10 taels, enough to pay for mother's medical treatment. Our mother has already stopped taking medicine for 2 days. Her illness cannot be delayed any longer. This is urgent. Their mother unfortunately fell ill, but the prescription written by the doctor included a rather precious herb. Moreover, this summer, a flood had just struck near the capital, driving countless displaced people into the city. Any job that could earn money was snatched up by those willing to do anything for a meal. This pushed the 2 young men to such dire straits. Finally, under the encouragement of his younger brother, the older brother clenched his teeth and thought that since the notices were posted all over the capital, they probably wouldn't be deceived. At worst, he could sneak out with his brother if necessary. With this thought in mind, the brothers exchanged glances and together approached the recruitment station. Shepherder, we have come to enlist? With one person leading the way, others followed like dominoes falling one after another. For a moment, the entire capital's recruitment points became quite lively. But as stated in the notice, the requirements for new army recruits were not ordinary. Therefore, most of the applicants were eliminated based on basic information alone, causing much resentment. Just becoming a ridge, not an official chosen by the court, why so many requirements? Rules are rules. The new army pays very well, but not everyone qualifies for it. Please move aside and don't block those behind you. Faced with the complaints of the applicants, the brocade-clad guard responsible for recruitment gave them a cold glance and replied curtly. Name? Dane, Dermot. Age? 19, 17. Address? Yong and Fong. What does your family do? My late father used to run a tailor shop, but it declined later. Now we rely on my mother taking in some mending work to make ends meet. Have you ever been involved in any criminal activities? Have you ever committed any crimes? No, we are respectable children. We've never done anything against the law. Can you read and write? I studied in a private school for 2 years. I know a few characters. The Jedi answered the questions cautiously. Initially, the questions seemed normal, but gradually they became increasingly strange. Why do you want to join the new army? The question left Dane confused. Enlisting and earning a living by serving as a ridge. Wasn't that universally known? Why ask? Dermot, being honest, bit his lip and answered, our mother is ill, and a batch of displaced people came to the capital, snatching all the jobs. We have no money to treat our mother. Regardless of whether it was the Nathaniel dynasty or the Wei dynasty, both ruled the world with benevolence and filial piety. Seeing how filial these 2 boys were, both the surrounding people and the guards' expressions softened. Do you know that once the new army is formed, it will immediately be sent to the southern border to fight against the Nathaniel army? Your lives may be at risk. Are you still willing to become ridges? Upon hearing this, the 2 youths nodded immediately, their expressions incredibly resolute. My brother and I lost our father at a young age. Our mother remained loyal to our father and refused to remarry, raising us both with great hardship. If our mother is seriously ill now and we abandon her, wouldn't we be no better than beasts? Dane said firmly. Dermot saw even deeper and further. He answered, now, the Nathaniel Kingdom has troops stationed on the southern border, holding the southern town pass. If the southern border falls, there will be no more defenses for the entire central plains, or even the capital. If the Nathaniel army breaches our territory and even breaks through the capital, our lives would also be in danger. These words suddenly woke up the surrounding civilians. Yes, now the Wei army is weak. If the Nathaniel dynasty seizes the opportunity to invade the capital, it would immediately lead to mass suffering, and the first to suffer would be the common people like them. They could hide now, but when the Wei army fails and the Nathaniel army enters the capital, where could they hide? This is the place they have lived generation after generation. In fact, the Wei dynasty does not lack brave and righteous people. It's just that the treatment and status of the Wei army are too poor, so no one is willing to enlist. Now, finally, they have encountered an army with excellent benefits, combined with the words of the 2 young men. Those who had initially chosen to stand by and watch, the genuinely qualified young men from good families, were deeply moved, and some had already quietly joined the queue. Anyway, they would die either way. If they could protect their homeland, they would endure even if the benefits turned out to be less favorable than promised. This was what everyone thought. The brocade-clad guard was profoundly shaken, followed by a sense of relief. He said gently, go inside for the physical examination. Once you pass the exam and your information is verified without error, you will officially become part of the new army. Thank you, Shepherder. The 2 brothers were overjoyed upon hearing this. They profusely thanked the brocade-clad guard and then entered the room set aside beside them. But immediately, their joy diminished. What? Physical exams require undressing. Dane clutched his patched robe, while Dermot covered his buttocks. The 2 brothers stared at the doctor across from them with an indifferent expression, looking as if they were watching a pervert, filled with caution. The doctor pursed his lips. Illness should not be hidden from doctors. The notice clearly states that those with tattoos are not accepted. How can I believe just your words? I need to check for any other hidden ailments in advance. Seeing the brothers hesitate, the doctor's face showed displeasure. What are you dawdling for? You're not 18-year-old maidens. What are you afraid of? All right. With those words, for the sake of the 5 taels of silver enlistment bonus, the 2 brothers endured. After a quarter of an hour, they came out muttering curses. To think he talked about not hiding illness from doctors, this man is utterly despicable. Dermot's eyes were red, thinking about how the doctor made him walk around the room like a duck, stark naked. while wearing gloves made of sheep gut to carry out surprise inspections, causing him to shiver inwardly. Dane also had an ashen face. He had never experienced such humiliation before, but when they thought about their mother waiting at home, needing money for medicine, the brothers, who were only a step away from the 5 taels of silver, temporarily endured it. Fortunately, heaven rewarded their efforts. Their physical exams passed smoothly, and after verifying their information with the brocade-clad guard without errors, a specialist brought them their enlistment bonuses. It's real. It's truly 5 taels of silver. Holding the shiny ingot of silver, Dermot's eyes welled up with tears. At this moment, he felt that all the humiliation he suffered from the doctor was worth it. Chapter 42. Offending the civil officials. The surrounding crowd and those in line were equally stunned. My word, they really gave money. Eyes wide open, the civilians watched the brothers holding silver ingots, their faces filled with envy. Yes, and it's really 5 taels per person? Those who were in line ahead of them also stared in disbelief. Don't think that 5 taels of silver are insignificant. Even in the capital city of Great Wei, where living costs rank among the highest, this sum would suffice to hire 2 skilled carpenters, or 4 to 5 day laborers, or even enjoy a luxurious night at a high-end brothel. In the context of Jingying, the Imperial Guard established since the founding of the dynasty, which shamelessly embezzles military funds and exploits the ridges to the fullest extent. Such an army that pays enlistment bonuses of 5 taels per person, just for passing inspections, not even counting as new recruits, is extraordinarily exceptional. And what happened next to the 2 brothers left everyone speechless. These are your tax exemptions and proof of labor exemption. Take these documents and money home quickly to get medicine for your mother. Really exempted? Initially, Jetty decided to dedicate themselves to the new army just for these coins that could save lives. Even if the actual military pay turned out to be the same or even lower than other armies, they accepted it. They never expected the additional terms to be true. Holding the document tremulously, Dane was dumbfounded. After all, the taxes in Wei, regardless of agriculture, industry, or commerce, are substantial, posing a considerable burden on ordinary families. Moreover, those unpaid labor duties that require you to bring your own food and travel to construction sites can be an even heavier mountain for families lacking able-bodied workers. Hearing these promises actually materialize, especially seeing the official seal of the Metropolitan Magistrate on the documents, the shock among the common people exploded. Exclamations resounded. This can't be real. Is there such a good thing under the sky? The civilians found it hard to believe that there could be such fortuitous opportunities. I hope it's fake, at least proving I'm not dreaming, but unfortunately, the names on those documents are from their family, and the Metropolitan Magistrate seal is genuine. Who would dare forge such documents risking beheading? Those who have the guts wouldn't bother deceiving us, and those who want to deceive lack the courage. The well-born youth looked complexly, now that the 5 tael advance payment had been issued and the tax and labor exemptions confirmed, the announced high salary. Gradually, some eyes grew hot. If everything were true, such an army, they would have no complaints, following orders faithfully. Don't talk so much. Go home during these 2 days off, or you'll miss the chance. Remember, you're already part of the new army. Military rules are iron laws. Report here before noon the day after tomorrow. A late report will result in 20 military lashes, and disappearing will have its consequences. The embroidered uniform guard patted his ornate flying fish robe, ignoring the excited gazes around him, with a warning look. Don't worry, sir, we'll arrive on time. Not a moment late. Jetty nodded rapidly. With such treatment, how could they dare be late? Sending off the joyous young men, the embroidered uniform guard returned to his post. This time, those originally probing youths became enthusiastic. Even commoners knowing they didn't meet the criteria squeezed into the line with red eyes. Shepherd Myler scenes unfolded at every recruitment station. True gold fears no fire. For each member of the new army, Braden truly provided a generous and almost exaggerated support system, something undeniably real and irrefutable. Thus, more and more people signed up, emotions running higher, eventually forcing the embroidered uniform guard to dispatch additional personnel to maintain order. Damn it, what does Braden take the Ministry of Revenue's treasury for? With a bang, Damien smashed his teacup to the ground in the Ministry of Civil Affairs, shards mixing with tea water flying everywhere. Damien wasn't the only one enraged. He rushed to Jose Anderson's office. Jose, Braden has violated the norms too much. It's one thing to promise 15 taels monthly salary, but exempting these ridges from taxes and labor. The Ministry of Revenue isn't his personal vault. The moment he entered the door, Damien started ranting wildly, but what he said was all about saving face. In fact, they did not really care how good the standards set by Braden for the new army were. After all, the Ministry of Revenue was now controlled by the royalist faction, and no matter how big a mess was created, there would always be someone else to take the blame, leaving them uninvolved. If they wanted money, there were plenty of other channels available. What they could not tolerate most was the implication behind Braden's significant improvement in the welfare of the grassroots ridges in the new army, especially tax exemptions and labor duties, which from ancient times to the present had been privileges enjoyed exclusively by literati. Now these were being applied to the lowest-ranking foot ridges. How could this be tolerated? Braden's actions were tantamount to undermining the high wall of civil supremacy over military that their generations of officials had painstakingly established throughout Great Wei. The atmosphere in the office was unbearably oppressive, but Anderson remained abnormally calm, saying mildly, "What are you panicking for? It's just the death throes of a cornered beast. Look at how frightened you all are." "What do you mean?" Damien was puzzled. Anderson threw a report from the Ministry of War in front of him, his face full of schadenfreude. According to intelligence from border scouts, within 1 month at the shortest, or 45 days at the longest, the Nathaniel Kingdom will launch an attack on us. And as everyone knows, it takes at least 3 months for the Nathaniel Kingdom to train a qualified infantryman, even for the simplest weapons and shield tactics, while this time is even longer for other types of troops. No matter how lively Braden acts now, he only has a little over a month. What can he accomplish with that time? Anderson sneered. Upon hearing this, the ministers around immediately felt relieved. So that's it. I understand now. Damien also suddenly understood and laughed along with the rest, as if they could already see the satisfying scene of the new army trained at great expense by Braden being routed on the battlefield. They paid no heed to the potential casualties if Wei were to lose and the Nathaniel troops marched straight to the capital. But this was normal. In the minds of these civil officials, their own interests came first, factional interests second, everything else came after. Even if the worst-case scenario were to happen, as representatives of wealthy merchants and landowners, they would not suffer much. At most, they would just change bosses. Chapter 43. Iron-blooded military rules. After all, who they serve makes no difference, does it? Perhaps after Zhou Daizhou brings his troops and the political situation changes, their opportunities might increase. This was the common thought among the civil officials whose interests were affected, a sentiment that had remained unchanged from ancient times to the present. How did the recruitment go today? At midnight, in the public office of the commander of the town food department, Braden was engrossed in drawing a map with a brush pen, not raising his head as he asked. Reporting to your excellency. From noon until now, less than 6 hours, we recruited a full 10,000 people. The enthusiasm of the citizens is very high. Christian beside him appeared extremely excited, his face flushed red with excitement. At this rate, we won't even need 3 days. By tomorrow morning at the hour of Shepherd, 9 to 11 a.m., the required 20,000 troops will be fully recruited. Are the standards strictly adhered to? There's no intentional leniency, right? No. Christian thumped his chest, somewhat wistfully. We have strictly followed your regulations for selection. Anyone with any issues regarding identity or physical fitness has been dismissed. If not for this strictness, we would have completed the recruitment of 20,000 by evening. Good. Braden continued to focus on his drawing, but didn't notice Christian's expression gradually turning heavy-hearted. Your Excellency, I have a question I hope you can clarify, Christian finally decided to ask after some hesitation. Speak. Braden didn't look up. I think, although high salaries for ridges are beneficial, aren't the benefits you've given these new recruits too generous? A monthly salary of 15 taels, 4 times what border troops receive, nearly 10 times what ordinary garrison troops get, and they're exempt from taxes for 3 years and lifelong corvée labor. Won't this have some adverse effects? After all, Daizhou's army is strong, and even when you trained there, you didn't offer such terms. Do you think my approach might fuel their greed and backfire? Braden finally stopped his work, looking at Christian calmly. Yes, I do think so, Christian admitted frankly. As they say, a pint satisfies thirst, but a bushel stirs resentment. This kind of thing happens everywhere. You are correct, there is indeed a high probability of what you fear occurring, Braden smiled enigmatically. That's why I need to forge you all into an unbreakable chain, nipping any such possibilities in the bud. Christian pointed at himself, laughing bitterly, but I don't know how to correct all these intricate issues. And with only a month left before deployment, teaching them even the simplest combat techniques is barely manageable. Seeing Christian's worried expression, Braden knew that unless he revealed more, Christian would remain anxious and unable to perform well. Actually, this isn't the first time I've built such an army. I conducted a pilot program in Daizhou, he said, pacing back and forth, revealing a shocking secret. The results were very successful. Although the newly formed army only had about 200 members, its combat effectiveness and endurance were not inferior to any of Daizhou's units at the time, sometimes even surpassing them significantly. Christian was greatly astonished but then realized that if it was a pilot, it must have been top secret. It made sense that he wasn't aware of it. All recruits came from respectable families, with clean backgrounds within 3 generations. The main weapons were firearms, with cold weapons as backup. Even though I only trained them for a little over 2 months, with relatively immature tactical skills and personal combat qualities, they managed to thoroughly defeat 1,000 Imperial spirit troops led by the Zhou of Daizhou in just half an hour during drills. As for the issue you mentioned, I discovered it too and summarized a set of effective restraining methods. Braden's resolute words hit Christian like a hammer. He gaped, gasping like a fish out of water. Then why was it never promoted? He couldn't understand why such powerful training methods were shelved. Braden sneered. Because she feared, if the new army became so formidable, it would equalize the status between civilian officials and military officers, opening channels for grassroots ridges to rise to the highest levels. And this, both the civilian officials who long dominated the military and she herself could not tolerate. Shepherds then, my military authority was gradually stripped away, until eventually, so that's how it was. Christian suddenly understood. Even in the current court of Great Wei, the suppression of the military by civilians was starkly obvious. He had recently learned that upon hearing the generous benefits Braden offered the new troops, a group of ministers gathered in Anderson's office, jumping and shouting curses. But speaking of the overwhelming power of the civil officials in court, the Daizhou dynasty absolutely surpasses the Great Wei. They would never allow the status of military men to rise, nor would they permit such a powerful and uncontrollable force to exist. Subordinate will do my utmost to help you train this new army. Christian instantly brimmed with enthusiasm upon realizing he would soon command the world's unique and formidable army. Don't be hasty. Braden stopped him, pulling out a calligraphy paper filled with words from the table. Just focus on their basic physical fitness for the first 10 days. Follow what's written here. It must be strictly enforced. Don't slack on any of these rules. Faced with such a serious Braden, Christian immediately halted and responded loudly. However, when he truly saw the military regulations written on the paper, sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. Too harsh. 2 days passed swiftly. On the 3rd day at noon, outside the city in the military camp. This place was previously used for the capital garrison's patrol stays, covering a large area with a complete set of facilities including parade grounds, barracks, and martial arts arenas. It was a camp that Braden had specially requested from Kylie. At this moment, a huge formation of more than 20,000 stood silently on the parade ground. The scorching afternoon sun shone down on those youthful faces, reflecting curiosity and nervousness. In front of the large formation, a small formation of 200 was notably visible. Unlike the slightly restless young people, this group consisted entirely of Braden's most capable subordinates and carefully selected officers from the Jinui. Their expressionless and cold faces made them appear immensely imposing and stern. On the platform, Christian, the chief drillmaster of this training, was shouting loudly using his inner strength. His rugged voice, reinforced by his inner strength, easily reached everyone present. You all have passed multiple rounds of review to get here, which means you haven't engaged in bullying or despicable acts. This shows that everyone standing here is good and smart. So I won't beat around the bush. I will only emphasize the next steps once. Whoever messes up can't blame me for not warning you. Christian's cold eyes scanned the crowd below. As he said, no one here was stupid. This opportunity was too precious. Everyone instantly became fully alert, terrified of missing even half a word. Chapter 44, The First Appearance of Firearms. Observing the reactions of the crowd below, Christian nodded slightly and spoke loudly. Although you are good people and not stupid, not everyone is suited for this place. I hope you can think clearly about this. If you cannot bear the training that follows, you should quit voluntarily. That's not shameful. It's better than losing your life in battle unwillingly. His words had barely left his lips when someone in the formation immediately raised their right hand, following the rule emphasized before training began, that anyone wishing to speak during a military meeting or speech must raise their hand first, gaining permission before speaking. Christian pointed at the young man who had raised his hand. Speak. Reporting Shepherder. If we cannot hold on and choose to quit halfway through, will our retirement pay be returned? And will tax exemptions and corvée labor exemptions also be nullified? As soon as these words were spoken, despite the many times discipline had been stressed, unrest spread uncontrollably within the formation. It now directly affected their personal interests. However, the expressions of the two Jedi remained unchanged, their eyes filled only with determination. After acquiring the money to buy medicine, after administering just 2 bowls of herbal soup, their mother's condition visibly improved. Upon learning the origin of this money, the sensible woman grasped her 2 sons' hands and instructed them to work hard in the military, both to repay Secretary Braden for saving their lives and to contribute to the protection of Great Wei. They must never give up easily. Thus, they intended to persist here no matter what. Shepherdlings. After a brief silence, Christian suddenly shouted loudly, his powerful voice infused with inner strength, striking the eardrums of all present, instantly silencing the previously restless formation. I emphasize this once again. Any speeches, meetings, or gatherings, if anyone speaks without raising their hand beforehand, 50 military lashes. Christian's gaze swept over the crowd below like a blade. Seeing no one dared to meet his eyes, he continued solemnly. You have asked a very good question. The enlistment payment is equivalent to a reward for believing in the new army and bravely joining it. Choosing to leave midway does not mean you did something wrong. Hence, the retirement pay will not be reclaimed. You can rest assured. This statement put the minds of many in the formation at ease. Most families were financially struggling, and the enlistment money they received had largely gone to support their families. They also feared that if they couldn't bear the pressure halfway through and decided to quit, they might lose their silver and achieve nothing. But Christian changed the subject. The exemption from 3 years of taxes and lifetime corvée labor, as clearly stated in the announcement, is a benefit only available to those who serve in the military. If you leave midway, these benefits will naturally be revoked. Do you understand? Yes. Emetni faces showed visible pain, clearly indicating that while receiving 5 taels of silver unexpectedly was still desirable, the temptation to stay was greater, and most wanted to persist. Alright, now let's get to the main point. Christian cleared his throat, and his expression suddenly became serious, spreading tension among the crowd below. The 5 execution orders of the Divine Might Garrison. 1. Any person who disrespects superiors or violates military orders shall be executed. 2. Any person who rapes, plunders, or oppresses civilians shall be executed. 3. Any person who spreads rumors and undermines military morale shall be executed. 4. Any person who changes allegiance or betrays the country shall be executed. 5. Any person who privately retains confiscated goods or fails to report them shall be executed. In the Divine Might Garrison, everything else is negotiable, but crossing these 5 red lines means death. The Divine Might Garrison isn't like other armies. There aren't many rules, but every single rule is not an empty formality. It won't become one. This is my greatest advice to you. Do not test the law. By the end, although Christian's tone had calmed down, every word he said had deeply imprinted itself in the minds of the new recruits, constantly reminding them. After everyone digested his words, Christian grinned. However, his next words chilled the spine of everyone listening. Alright, let's move on to assigning training tasks. Young men, believe me, the next month will be incredibly fulfilling and happy. Hearing this, many below rolled their eyes inwardly. No one was a fool. Everyone could recognize sarcasm. At the same time, everyone took a deep breath. They understood. The real test would start now. Can the Armament Bureau process this shape and accuracy? In the courtyard of the Armament Bureau, the entire management team and several old craftsmen stood lined up, surrounded by a group of Great Wei, Imperial Guards. Shackled by the Great Wei, Chief Eunuch Raphael of the Armament Bureau was almost in tears, unaware of where he had offended this favored official of Bo. Shortly after breakfast, he brought a large contingent of Great Wei to surround the Armament Bureau without any explanation, and now the old bones like him had to endure this ordeal. Seeing that Raphael was so frightened that he could barely stand steady, Braden waved his hand to signal the fearsome Great Wei holding blueprints to step back. He then took the blueprints and approached the old eunuch, speaking in a gentle tone. Lord Supervisor Gua, please rest assured. I did not bring these men to cause you trouble. This matter is of great importance, and confidentiality required such measures. Here is the hider's token. Braden pulled out a pure gold badge from his chest and handed it to Raphael. Only after inspecting it did Raphael feel completely reassured. After all, if Braden really wanted to target him, he wouldn't have gone through such elaborate efforts. To be appointed to oversee an entire bureau in the capital, especially one responsible for weapon production and manufacturing of Great Wei, Raphael was certainly no fool. The other party was the commander of the Genie Wei, a formal third-rank military official with troops and swords at his disposal, and was favored by Bo. In contrast, he was just an old eunuch with one foot in the grave, who hadn't even made it into the ceremonial supervising office. Any respect shown to him was purely courtesy. Trying to act important would be foolish. Therefore, upon seeing the golden badge in Braden's hand, his attitude did a complete 180, shocked as he was. "Oh, Commander Shepard, you are too polite. Shepard's Bo has ordered it. Just tell me your requirements. Whether it's going up the mountain of knives or down into the sea of fire, if I can manage it, I'll do it without a second word." Seeing the other side being so cooperative, Braden nodded in approval, feeling gratified. Indeed, the hardest part of anything is getting started. Ever since gaining full control over the Genie Wei and establishing himself firmly in Great Wei, conducting many affairs became much easier. He laughed heartily. "Lord Supervisor Gua, you flatter me. I merely have a few items that I wish to entrust to you and the craftsmen of the Armament Bureau for production." "Oh, what items?" "As long as they are within the realm of weapons, the Armament Bureau should be able to manufacture them." Seeing how much face the other side gave him, Raphael was prepared to return the favor. Braden handed over the blueprints. A type of firearm, which should fall within the jurisdiction of the Armament Bureau. Chapter 45. The firearm, successfully developed. Firearms? Raphael was taken aback by this and waved over the senior master beside him. The two of them began to study the blueprint carefully. In this era, whether in Great Nathaniel, Great Wei, or any other country, cold weapons dominated the national arsenal. This was especially true for armies. A fully armed force with firearms didn't exist. It could hardly be considered rare. Even those armies equipped with some firearms mainly used them just for their loud noise to disorient the enemy's horses, similar to the ceremonial artifacts using gunpowder in the palace. Thus, upon hearing that Braden wanted to create firearms, Raphael felt an immense relief as long as he wasn't going to be bothered. But after reviewing the entire blueprint, Raphael found himself at a loss. Every detail of these firearms had been personally designed and participated in production by Braden within Great Nathaniel. Hence, in the blueprint, the dimensions, shape, material, and all specifications of the firearm were clearly marked. Each of these requirements was exceptionally high. Glancing at each other and seeing the senior master nodding, Raphael's face immediately turned bitter. King, it can indeed be done, but he was a smart man. The objects on the blueprint were clearly for military use. Combined with the fact that Braden brought many Imperial Guards to the Armory Bureau, his intentions were self-evident. The recently established 10,000-strong Divine Imitershal new army would undoubtedly require a large quantity, which obviously made him a labor force for recruitment. "If you have any concerns, please do not hesitate to speak." Braden observed Raphael's worry and waved his hand. Seeing such frankness, Raphael clenched his teeth, knowing that even a resourceful woman could not cook a meal without rice. This type of firearm, the Armory Bureau can indeed manufacture. Not only that, if we enforce strict quality control, we can ensure the product meets your requirements. If Lord Shepard requires a large quantity in a short time, we could even mobilize craftsmen from neighboring states' branches. Having listened for a while, Braden finally understood what Raphael meant and couldn't help but privately scoff at the old fox. "Shepard Gua, rest assured, all expenses for these armaments will be covered by the Divine Imitershal Lord alone. It won't go through the Ministry of Revenue or touch the funds of the Armory Bureau." Braden had his own reasons. While Kylie ordered the Ministry of Revenue to gather supplies and weapons for the new army, he himself would bear the majority of the costs. Especially in areas like new weapons, salaries, compensation, and rewards, having complete control was crucial to ensuring the army's loyalty and preventing others from poaching. "With that settled, there are no problems, please rest assured." Raphael slapped his chest in assurance. Although he oversaw the Armory Bureau, he couldn't misuse public funds for Braden's projects. Hearing that Braden would cover all costs and given Kylie's support, what else was there to say? So be it. Previously, Braden worried that the stringent performance requirements and massive production capacity might overwhelm the Armory Bureau. Now, it seemed his concerns were unfounded. After settling various details, Braden instructed the Armory Bureau's firearm division to be completely isolated from the outside world for absolute secrecy. It wasn't an exaggeration. The items in the blueprint were too important for the new army. From military regulations to training methods, this whole system was developed over years in Great Nathaniel. Strict adherence to this system produced elite armies. For example, ordinary armies on the battlefield would start to collapse when casualties reached around 10%. So-called elite armies trained meticulously by warlords or capable ministers barely improved this ratio by another 10%. However, the troops personally trained by Braden could maintain formation even when half of them were lost, often fighting to the last man standing, a common occurrence. All of this was carried out in secret, known only to a few like Audrey. Initially, since she wasn't yet the Addison, she needed this elite force for tough battles and supported it. But later, upon ascending the throne and seeing increasing personal loyalty to Braden among these troops, Audrey became anxious. Her attitude changed from suspicion to outright attempts on Braden's life, sending him on multiple near-suicidal missions. Those troops, protecting Braden, also suffered heavy losses in those operations and vanished from Great Nathaniel's history. These new troops were so powerful partly because of strict discipline and broad promotion channels, but more critically due to firearms. "My lord, allow me to say, we'd better focus on improving the new recruits' combat skills. After all, the individual combat capability of Nathaniel's army is very strong." Inside the Firearm Bureau, seeing Braden holding the sample and examining it repeatedly, Wang Zakn, who had been promoted to 1,000 House of the Imperial Guard, looked complicated. He trusted Braden's strategic vision and tactical ability. Back in Great Nathaniel, Braden had proven his capabilities many times, and he was convinced. However, those decisions made by Braden back then were still within his understanding. Even if he couldn't fully comprehend them, he could vaguely grasp some clues. This time was different. Those firearms that Braden placed great hopes on, he had seen several times in Great Nathaniel. They were loud and dazzling with sparks, but they could only scare horses and timid ridges. Facing regular troops, even elite forces, fighting with these weapons that had practically zero killing power was almost like committing suicide. Seeing the sincerity in the other's eyes, Braden kept examining the firearm but smiled at Wang Zaken. Have you ever seen me joking with my subordinates' lives? This left Wang Zaken speechless, lowering his head without saying anything. Noticing Wang Zaken still had concerns, Braden put the musket on the table and patted his shoulder. The Armory Bureau does have some skill. At this pace, they should be able to produce qualified items by tomorrow. Whether they work or not, you'll see for yourself then. Braden had said it so clearly, and Wang Zaken had no choice but to believe him, although he still had some doubts. Time flew quickly. The next afternoon, at the testing ground of the Firearm Bureau, the firearms of Great Wei followed the same path as sound waves. In both military and palace settings, the only requirement for firearms, ceremonial artifacts, was that they must be loud and the sparks dazzling. Therefore, the Firearm Bureau specially cleared out a 10-acre area to test new products, which Braden now commandeered. Chapter 46, Divine Weapons. All the clutter on the grounds had been removed, and human-shaped targets were set up at distances of 30, 50, 80, 100, 120, and 150 paces. At this moment, the high-level officials from the Brocade Guard and the Arsenal Bureau gathered here, all to witness the birth of the first finished firelock in the history of Great Wei. From Braden to Raphael, and down to the tea-riders and veteran craftsmen, everyone's eyes were fixed tightly on the field. There, an exquisitely crafted firelock was secured on a firing stand, its dark barrel pointing at a straw dummy clad in 5 layers of heavy armor 30 paces away. The majority felt that Braden was making a mess this time, for they had either seen or heard of similar firearms. Those were designed to ignite gunpowder, releasing thick smoke and sparks to burn enemies, without any ability to penetrate armor, let alone 5 layers of it. Even his staunchest believers, like Wang Zaken, harbored doubts in their hearts. Ready, fire. Following Braden's command, the testing officer hiding in the iron booth at the back gently pulled the thin rope. The taut rope triggered the mechanism, and through a series of mechanical movements, the hammer embedded with flint struck the pan fiercely, sparking and igniting the gunpowder inside the barrel. A sharp bang resounded, as flames mixed with thick smoke erupted from the dark barrel, creating a rather intimidating scene. But what met everyone's eyes, especially those of the Arsenal Bureau's higher-ups led by Raphael, was a silent nod of disappointment. The reason was simple. The sound of this firelock was too faint compared to the ceremonial weapons they had tested before, so they didn't hold much hope for its lethality. Let's go see, said Braden confidently. His cultivation was the highest among them, and he clearly saw a lead ball being propelled from the gun at high speed into the armored dummy, causing the entire target to shake violently. Shepherd, not to overstep, but I've spent many years in the Arsenal Bureau. Such firearms produce muffled sounds and dim flashes. They likely won't have significant firepower. You might consider a different approach? Though it was only dozens of steps, Raphael kept rambling incessantly. His old eyesight was poor, and he didn't see the test clearly, but based on his experience, he pronounced this firelock dead. Initially, upon hearing the old eunuch's words, everyone nodded in agreement, with countless voices chiming in. However, as they approached the target, the murmurs gradually died down, leaving only Raphael persistently lecturing. Braden held back laughter until he reached the target, then interrupted him. Oh, Shepherd according to your standards, what level of lethality would you consider high? Raphael felt a flicker of joy, ready to instruct Braden, knowing that Kylie had allocated funds from his personal treasury for the new army, which wasn't a secret anymore. As the most loyal group to the Hider, he also didn't want Kylie's money to go to waste. Gradually, however, he sensed something was amiss. Previously, everyone was agreeing with him, but now no one spoke. Braden lifted the layers of heavy armor with a smile. Raphael instantly realized something was wrong, wiped his eyes, and focused intently. The old man's eyes bulged wide in shock. What he saw was the 5 layers of heavy iron armor completely penetrated, with an egg-sized hole visible in the hardest chest plate, still smoking. Raphael sucked in a cold breath. After serving in the Arsenal Bureau for over a decade, he had never seen such powerful firearms. The accompanying officials and captains were also stunned into silence. Some sharp-eyed individuals even noticed that not only were the 5 layers of front armor penetrated, but so were the 5 layers of back armor and the straw dummy itself. The lead bullet, after piercing through all the iron armor, still had kinetic energy left, disappearing into the distance. Don't underestimate the 30 paces distance. Aside from large crossbows, no other weapon in Great Wei could achieve such effects. Even a fully armored cavalry charge with a lance could only penetrate 2 layers of heavy armor at best. Swallowing noises sounded around, and the target range fell eerily quiet. After some time, someone softly murmured good, and soon, applause and exclamations erupted, almost rupturing Braden's eardrums. Shepherd, I was too arrogant just now, offending you. Please forgive me. Shinly bowing to Braden, tears streamed down Raphael's cheeks. They, these rootless people, had the Imperial Palace as their only home, and could rely on none other than the Zhou. Ever since the current Zhou ascended the throne, despite his diligence day and night, he could not stop the gradual decline of the Great Wei. Now, things were so dire that the state of Nathaniel had its knife at the throat of Great Wei. But in the end, he was merely a eunuch. Even though he managed the Arsenal Bureau, all he could do was ensure the best quality of weapons for Great Wei, and nothing more. Yet now, he saw hope for victory in this war. This hope rested on that small musket on the firing stand. Therefore, towards Braden, the inventor of the musket, without any hesitation, he immediately reviewed his previous attitude, only wishing the other party wouldn't be angry. Lord Gua, you misunderstand. We are all loyal to Bo. You just didn't want to waste supplies? Braden always had a broad mind. After several days of observation, he confirmed that this eunuch before him was exceptionally well-intentioned. Naturally, he wouldn't get upset over a few nagging words. Upon hearing this, Raphael exhaled a long breath. Chapter 47. Determined to stay. It's just a pity that its accuracy is somewhat lacking. Even a regular bow, let alone a crossbow, would be stronger in this regard. Yes, and its firing speed also cannot match that of bows or crossbows. On the testing ground, people were heatedly discussing the performance of the gun, while expressing regret over its shortcomings. However, Braden did not agree with this view. This kind of firearm was researched and developed under his leadership, and he had even directly participated in the development. The finished product had undergone several iterations, and the related performances and combat methods were already thoroughly understood. There are no weapons in this world that are perfect in every aspect. All of you should not be too greedy. Raising his hand to interrupt the conversation, Braden slowly said, I have already devised a set of related tactics and strategies that can perfectly solve the problem of the firearm's poor accuracy. Excellent. Truly excellent. Raphael couldn't stop laughing. Previously, when he heard that Braden had been exchanged from the Great Nathaniel for a city by the Hider, he felt extremely displeased, thinking this deal was simply a great loss. Now, he wished he could slap his past self twice. How could this be a losing deal? Based on his more than 10 years of experience at the Armament Bureau, this firearm alone would bring benefits to the Great Wei that would far exceed those of acquiring the Jinan Pass. Of course, the premise was that they had to win this war. Shepherdagua, now that the most important type of firearm has been successfully prototyped, I need at least 10,000 units within half a month, and the quality must be guaranteed. Do you have confidence in this? Initially, Raphael thought Braden was joking and didn't take his request seriously, but now he felt immense pressure. But thinking about the current pressure facing the Great Wei, and what would happen to them if Aziel invaded the capital, Raphael had nothing to worry about anymore. Rest assured, shepherd, even if I gather all the craftsmen around the capital, I will ensure that 10,000 qualified firearms will be delivered to the new army within half a month. The affairs of the Great Wei are the Zhou's affairs, and the Zhou's affairs are my affairs. Whoever dares to slack off or meddle during this time, we won't need your assistance from the Jinui. I'll chop him down first. With such a strong guarantee from the other party, Braden's mind was completely put at ease. Good. Since that's the case, then it's entrusted to Shepherdagua. After the war ends, I will personally hold a banquet to thank you. Braden kept Wang Zhang behind along with 1,000 men, instructing him to protect the Armament Bureau and the Firearms Supervision Bureau carefully. These two critical places could not afford any mishaps during this perilous time. After arranging everything, Braden immediately rushed to the camp outside the city. Although it was early autumn, the scorching heat of summer was still fierce. In the afternoon, the scorching sun baked the earth, and almost no one could be seen on the streets of the capital. Everyone had taken shelter indoors to cool off. However, the scene was different at the new army camp outside the city. Faster. You ate the most at lunch. Now you're slowing down? Do you do anything right? Only know how to eat. If you're captured on the battlefield in the future, don't say I'm your instructor. You Ridge. I'm talking to you. What are you looking at? Have you run the 10 miles yet? Want me to add another 10? On the lush green drill ground, over 2,000 Ridges wearing short attire were sweating profusely. Their training subjects were only 3, standing, walking, and running. They were divided into small formations of about 100 people each, with an instructor leading each formation, officers who had been selected by Christian from the Jinui. These ferocious-looking officers, along with the extremely strict training regulations set by Braden, managed to make thousands of men on the drill ground compliant within just 2 days. Finally, it was rest time, and everyone immediately squeezed under the shade of trees or leaned against walls, though instructors did not allow them to sit immediately. Brother, these instructors are too harsh. I don't know how long I can last. Dermot, rubbing his blistered feet, complained softly. It wasn't that he was being overly sensitive. He was willing to go to war and die for his country. But these instructors were too tough on them, as well as the incomprehensible training regulations. They didn't teach them martial arts but only taught them standing, walking, and running, each subject with added weights. Within one day, Dermot was already sick and feeling resentful. He wondered, isn't standing, walking, and running something anyone can do without teaching or practicing? But the instructors wouldn't explain. Their only words were, if you can't bear it, quit. It's not shameful. Though they said it, in reality, how could quitting after just 2 days in such a privileged army not be embarrassing? It would definitely be a huge joke. So Dermot could only grit his teeth and endure it. However, if this monotonous training continued, how long he could hold out was unknown. All right, complain less. Look at you. Aren't you usually fond of military books? You can't even hold out for 2 days? Dane curled his lips. In his eyes, apart from being tedious, the intensity of this training could only be considered trivial. Previously, to treat his mother, he worked as a dock laborer, which was far more exhausting than this training, with poor meals to boot. How can they be the same? There are so many interesting things in military books, unlike us who stand around or run every day, boring to death. Dermot rolled his eyes. Clearly, this young lad had an impatient disposition and couldn't stand monotonous environments. So what if it's boring? It's still better than not knowing where the next meal comes from in the capital, right? Don't forget where the money for mother's medicine came from. We mustn't be ungrateful. Dane patiently advised his younger brother, but actually, he craved the camp's food. 3 hearty meals a day, chicken eggs in the morning, meat at noon, and high-calorie noodles in the evening. This kind of dining and living standard surpassed even the best times when their family's tailor shop was still open, let alone afterward. So unless someone put a knife to his neck, Dane would never leave the camp. Among the recruited Ridges, many came from modest backgrounds, and most had similar thoughts to Dane. I get it. Dermot thought about it, and felt that his brother was right. Although the training was tiring and monotonous, and the instructors were tough on them, at least the food here was incomparably better than before. He could also read military books during breaks, which instructors didn't stop him from doing. Such a life was unimaginable before, so he made up his mind to bear through it. After resting for about 15 minutes, the assembly horn sounded again. After 2 days of adaptation, the new recruits were highly sensitive to this sound. As soon as they heard it, they started jumping up and running. In barely over a minute, the originally resting 20,000 people were fully assembled. Chapter 48. Unifying the troops. However, during this assembly, many people noticed a new face on the platform. He was around 23 or 24 years old, just past the age of majority. He had a serene demeanor and a warm disposition, with an expression so gentle it made others feel as if they were basking in springtime sunshine. He stood among the battalion commanders and company commanders, who were full of martial energy, like a piece of white jade placed in an armory, approachable yet distant. But that wasn't the most shocking part. What was hardest for everyone to believe was that this refined gentleman, though so young, was positioned at the very front of the high platform, leading all the battalion and company commanders. Even Christian, the overall instructor of the new training and currently serving as a 1,000 Demon commander in the Jinui and acting director of command, stood more than one step behind him. Although the Ridges had been in the new army for less than 3 days, they had grown up in the capital and were quite well informed. Moreover, this army had been personally ordered by Bo to be formed, so rumors had been flying around the camp for the past 2 days. Naturally, the identity of the young man on the platform was about to be revealed. Could he be Lord Braden? It was rumored that Bo traded a southern fortress for him. Originally, they thought he would be in Huxley of 50 or 60, but he was unexpectedly so young. He doesn't look older than me. This thought was circulating widely among the troops. However, due to the extremely strict training regulations of the divine military, a few troublemakers who refused discipline had all been beaten black and blue under the pretext of sparring by the instructors. Some even faced immediate dismissal from the ranks, utterly disgraced. So no one dared to move or speak out of turn. Looking down at the 10,000-strong formation of new recruits standing as straight as javelins, Braden nodded slightly, quite satisfied. In just 2 days, managing to unify 10,000 men into a cohesive force was no small feat, while the dedication of the instructor team and the summarized training methods played a significant role. The quality of the recruits was even more crucial. Without elaborating, these sons of respectable families far surpassed those filled with ruffians and criminals, even convicts, in terms of execution ability and discipline. In other armies of the Great Wei, let alone completing assembly within 2 minutes, remaining quiet while standing properly as they did now would be impossible. Reflecting on this, Braden cleared his throat and introduced himself loudly, his voice resonating with inner strength. My name is Braden, appointed by Bo as the Duke of the Divine Military. In other words, from now on, we will be sharing the same pot of food. His clear voice, amplified by his inner strength, reached every ear present. Everyone showed some astonishment because since the reign of the previous Hyder, civil officials had thoroughly suppressed military officers. Today, not only those high-ranking civil servants, but even those who barely passed the examinations after decades of effort, regarded them as mere cannon fodder, showing complete disdain. An officer like Braden, who displayed no airs and even said he wanted to share the same pot of food with them, was rare. Even in the entire Great Wei, there might be only a handful willing to act this way. Braden's amiable appearance had already diminished much of the new recruits' hostility, and his words further improved their perception of him. Braden continued, I believe everyone knows the purpose of forming this army. We will head to the southern border in less than a month to fight against the Nathaniel army. I don't want to hide anything from you. This battle will be extremely challenging because we will certainly be the main target of the southern Nathaniel forces. Are you afraid? Not afraid. As soon as Braden finished speaking, the new recruits shouted in unison, though many avoided eye contact, clearly insincere. Braden saw this and laughed heartily. Those who say they're not afraid are lying. 5 years ago, during the Battle of Pingjin, I led 300 elite cavalry to charge the enemy camp. At that time, I was already ennobled as a marquis, yet my legs still trembled when I mounted my horse. Ha ha ha. The new recruits who hadn't spoken burst into laughter, while those who had shouted reddened with embarrassment. Braden raised his hand to silence them. So, fighting outnumbered is something that weighs heavily on anyone's mind. Being afraid isn't shameful. Then he shifted his tone abruptly, his eyes becoming stern. But being afraid is one thing. Now that you've entered this military camp, taking the rations gathered through hardship by the common people, me, and Bo, this means that everyone has already made their choice. No matter how scared we are, we must defend our homeland. Let the invading enemies understand. Every step forward in invading someone else's home will cost them blood. Defend our land and serve our country. We will not let down the food and salaries collected by our parents and fellow villagers. Yes, we will not embarrass Bo. The new recruits below the platform were suddenly emotional, shouting all sorts of things. Although they didn't chant a unified slogan, this unpremeditated emotional outburst was much closer to reality, especially after hearing that such high salaries were squeezed out by the common people of Great Wei, Lord Braden, and even Bo from their personal expenses. Though they were said to be from respectable families, most of those standing here came from quite average family backgrounds, and there were even many displaced people among them. Thinking about how their parents and relatives worked diligently every day to squeeze out money for food to fight off foreign invaders, preventing the country from splitting apart, even eating insufficient meals daily, and then thinking about themselves, eating well and sleeping soundly here, enjoying meat every day which might only be eaten once a month at home. Their monthly salary was more than what most ordinary families could save up in a year. Yet they still complained about the boring and arduous training. Emetni faces turned red with shame, especially the jetty, remembering the earnest look in their mother's eyes, mixed with worry and heartache when she left. Dermot felt his heart ache. The mentality of just getting by through the days instantly vanished. He raised his right hand high, catching Braden's attention on the platform. Seeing his psychological tactics work, Braden felt somewhat relieved. He had always opposed the traditional training system where Ridges fought without knowing why, relying entirely on financial incentives. Such troops would naturally fight bravely when the tide was favorable, but once the situation turned unfavorable or dire, they would collapse faster than anyone else. Raising his hand toward the crowd, Braden spoke clearly, Dermot, Do you have something to say? Being called by name, Dermot's heart trembled, taking several seconds to suppress his excitement. He couldn't understand how a powerful figure like Braden would know the name of a mere new recruit like himself. But he knew this time, he absolutely hadn't followed the wrong person. Chapter 49. Allocation of Firearms. Dermot stood up straight and said excitedly without bowing, "How does the nobleman know my name?" Beside him, Dane was startled and quietly rebuked him. "Rude. Such disrespect to a superior officer. Haven't I taught you these past few days?" Their conversation was clear to Braden with his sharp perception. He waved his hand and smiled. "It's okay. The Divine Imperial Army doesn't have so many formalities. As for why I know your name," Braden's eyes held laughter. "I knew that afternoon about the filial piety you brothers showed by enlisting to save your mother from illness. That's quite an effort. And not just you two. I have records of all those in the Divine Imperial Army who come from impoverished families." Being praised in front of over 20,000 people, Dane couldn't express how grateful he felt. Such a caring superior was rare in Wei. Others also thought similarly, especially when they saw Dermot as a living example, making them even more moved. Shepherds everyone has decided to enlist, who wouldn't be willing to sell their lives. Being under such a considerate superior, worth it. "From now on, we will do whatever Commander Shepard asks," someone shouted in excitement. "Yes, for Commander Shepard, even if I give up this worthless life, it's worth it." "That's right. With such a benevolent superior, we have no other desires. We'll follow Commander Shepard." Looking at the two 10,000-spirited new ridges below, all the Imperial Guards, including Braden's previous subordinates, were filled with admiration and respect. With only a few words, he had completely won their hearts, which wasn't something ordinary people could do. But Braden waved his hand and said, "You're not just doing it for me but for Bo, for the millions of Wei civilians soon to be trampled by the Nathaniel troops, and for your own parents and loved ones. Exterminate the Nathaniel army and protect our land. Exterminate the Nathaniel army and protect our land. Exterminate the Nathaniel army and protect our land." Braden's passionate speech ignited the spirits of the 20,000 men. Following his lead, the roar below shook the heavens, creating what would become the most formidable enemy of the Nathaniel army ever since its inception. Meanwhile, Braden understood that morale could not last long without positive feedback, much less transform into material strength to defeat the enemy. So he needed to reassure them. "I just heard a report from Instructor Amal that everyone finds the recent training rather monotonous. Isn't that right?" After bonding with them, everyone knew Braden was humble and very understanding, so they no longer hid their feelings. "That's true, Commander Shepard. We don't fear hardship, really. But the drills are mostly standing and running, and we haven't learned any battlefield combat techniques." Dane raised his hand and came forward, different from his brother who studied theories. Dane had once delivered supplies to the southern border troops, giving him some idea of the situation there. He was worried. If this continues, no matter how high the military pay is, we may not be able to match the Nathaniel army, who are all cavalry. Emetni nodded slightly. Dane had a point. According to the current training program, after half a month, their physical fitness would indeed improve dramatically, and their formation would be incredibly neat. But ultimately, that was just the surface. Without mastering real combat skills, they were likely to be defeated in battle. Braden glanced appreciatively at him and turned to Christian, whispering, "These two brothers are excellent. They should be trained intensively." "I understand your concerns." Braden turned to face the tens of thousands of anxious eyes below, his expression serious. "But I assure you, everything you learn and practice now will unleash unimaginable power on the future battlefield. I am going to build the most unique force not only in Wei but in the world, one of the strongest fighting forces. The equipment, regulations, and combat methods you use will be different from other armies. This is the path I can offer you. Give me your answer. Are you willing to follow me?" His impassioned words resonated deeply, and moments later, a resounding roar erupted from the new recruits, shaking the world. "We are willing." After Braden left, the entire camp atmosphere was refreshed. Most people freed themselves from the initial attitude of muddling through day by day and threw themselves into their training wholeheartedly, no longer showing any signs of slacking off. As for the small number of people who remained lazy, they could no longer affect the overall situation and were quietly noted down by Christian and others, preparing to be expelled when the time came. While training diligently, the new recruits began to enthusiastically discuss the positioning of this army. According to Lord Braden, everything in our Divine Imperial Army, from military system to weaponry, and even combat tactics, is entirely innovative and unique. "So, how do you think we will fight against the Nathaniel troops in the future?" "I have no idea either. I've never seen the training methods created by Lord Shepard in any book, let alone the corresponding tactics and weapons." As one of the few among the new recruits who had read extensively on military theory, Dane had been frequently pulled aside for discussions these past few days. But due to his limited knowledge and the sparse information disclosed by Braden, he couldn't make a clear guess. However, this only piqued everyone's curiosity further. They trained even harder, eager to find out what kind of tactics and weapons they would use against the Nathaniel troops after a month. This went on for about a week. After that, the tedious drills and physical training finally came to an end. On this day, all the ridges gathered early in the drill field. The square formation of over 20,000 men was completed in less than 1.5 minutes. No one spoke or moved out of place. Their eyes were resolute, and they exuded a fierce demeanor, completely transformed from when they first arrived. Christian stood solemnly on the platform, with the instructors standing at attention behind him. Unlike the unarmed new recruits, each instructor was equipped with a firearm, slung over their shoulder with a strap. The bayonets, gleaming under the sun, gave off a chilling luster, adding a fearsome air to the scene, incomparably more impressive than before. Sweeping his gaze across the new recruits without needing to raise his voice, Christian said in a deep tone, "The purpose of gathering everyone today is only one." Seeing the strange-looking equipment on the instructors' backs, the new recruits vaguely guessed something but remained silent. Christian obviously approved of their appearance and nodded slightly. "Starting today, The Divine Imitrishal army will officially be equipped with new firearms. Chapter 50. Kylie leaves the palace. Just as Christian finished speaking, over 20,000 pairs of eyes instantly lit up below the platform, staring eagerly at the people on stage, making those on stage feel uneasy under their gazes. Ahem. Christian cleared his throat twice and said, because the production capacity of the firearms is limited, each squad will be issued only 10 for now. Starting today, the operation procedures and combat tactics of the firearms will officially be included in your training curriculum. The structure of the new training camp was quite simple. The 20,000 men were divided into 200 squads, with 100 men per squad and a drill master responsible for each. So, upon suddenly hearing that each squad could only receive 10 firearms, even though they knew it was temporary, the new recruits felt somewhat disappointed. It meant that, on average, every 10 people would share one gun. But when they heard they would begin to officially learn about the new weapon instead of standing at attention every day, the new recruits immediately dismissed their previous disappointment. And when they truly came into contact with the firearms and witnessed their power, they realized just how wide and bright the path Braden had offered them really was. Watch carefully as I demonstrate. When loading ammunition, you need to bite open the paper pack's tail end, pour some gunpowder into the barrel first, then use the ramrod to push the whole paper pack into the barrel and press it firmly. This step absolutely cannot be careless. Otherwise, it will greatly affect the accuracy and range of the shot. The drill masters demonstrated and explained seriously while they practiced. They had all gone to the armory ahead of time to study and already had a good grasp of the various precautions and tactical strategies regarding the use of firearms. With gleaming eyes, the recruits watched as the drill master loaded the ammunition and aimed the firearm at a 50-step distant straw dummy clad in heavy armor. The sound of the firearm firing is very loud, so you must adapt to it beforehand. After saying this, the drill master unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. The sparks from the flintlock hit the primer and completely ignited the gunpowder inside the barrel. Just as the drill master had said, using this firearm created a huge noise. A deafening bang resounded, followed by a large puff of flame shooting out of the steel barrel along with thick white smoke. Even though the drill master had warned them, the recruits were still startled by the magnitude of the noise. A few who had never handled such explosive devices before even went limp and fell to the ground. Their comrades did not mock them, for once the white smoke was blown away, they saw clearly that the head of the dummy 50 steps away had completely vanished. In its place was a pile of straw scraps on the ground, and an iron helmet nearby, punctured with a fist-sized hole through which light shone. Gulp. No one knew who swallowed first, but this sound acted like a fuse, quickly spreading among the crowd. Within moments, the sound of swallowing saliva echoed continuously as some stared wide-eyed. Others opened their mouths wide enough to fit 2 eggs, and some remained seated, having forgotten to get back up. Regardless of their reactions, everyone's faces without exception showed 2 large words, amazed. After being amazed, there was intense joy. Especially those who had previously been exposed to military weapons, they were particularly thrilled beyond measure. This kind of power, perhaps only a ballista can match it, Dane murmured, looking at the iron helmet that had been thoroughly penetrated front and back. Dermot was even more elated. He was a staunch theorist, not one of those who talk strategy without practice. Upon seeing the firearm, he understood why Braden designed that seemingly useless training method. Military manuals say that Nathaniel has many cavalry units, and these firearms are the best weapons to counteract horses. If our army adopts a dense formation similar to archery or crossbow formations and fires at the enemy, coupled with the superior power of firearms over bows and crossbows, the killing effect will be extraordinarily significant. Therefore, we indeed don't have to put much effort into learning hand-to-hand combat techniques. This excitement began to spread in everyone's heart from the moment they were introduced to the firearm and intensified as the specialized tactical training unfolded based on the characteristics of the firearm. Ever since arriving in the Wei Empire, Braden had barely had a moment to rest. He started by dealing with the Brocade Guards, then case after case followed. Investigating crimes, handling assassination attempts, organizing and training the new army manufacturing weapons. Finally, after getting everything on track, Braden spent several days lately training tirelessly day and night. He was extremely confident in the new army he had personally built. Once fully formed, this army's combat capability would definitely crush any contemporary army with equivalent personnel and equipment. Any contemporary army. Therefore, he had to make double preparations. Audrey wasn't a fool, and neither were the generals stationed at the border of the Nathaniel Empire. After suffering losses on the battlefield, they would certainly target him. If he didn't possess formidable strength at that time, he would be very passive, and might even fail miserably. After another half-month of effort, his cultivation finally broke through to the middle of the 9th rank, achieving another qualitative leap. 9th rank peak. In Qinqing Palace, looking at the smiling young man in front of her, Kylie was completely shocked, even doubting her own ears. If I'm not mistaken, a month ago when you first arrived in the Wei Empire, your cultivation was only at the 8th rank, right? Kylie said faintly. In just 1 month, you've walked the path others can't complete in 3 years. What exactly do you eat? Braden smiled gently. My previous cultivation was already at the peak of the 9th rank, but it temporarily dropped due to poisoning. The foundation is still there, so this speed isn't that fast. He casually made up an excuse, with no intention of telling anyone about the Heaven Demon technique. That was his greatest reliance, and would remain his secret. Kylie nodded, finding it reasonable, and changed the subject. How's the training of the Divine Valor camp going? However, Braden didn't answer directly, but looked at her with a smile. Rather than listening to me ramble on and leaving your heart hanging, why don't you go see for yourself? Hearing this, Kylie's eyes lit up immediately. Ever since she succeeded her elder brother to the throne, she had been confined in the palace for several years, unable to take even a step outside. For this romantic and innocent princess, these years as Hyder were worse than being in prison. Is it possible? What if the outer ministers don't agree? But soon, Kylie lowered her head in worry. The identity of the Hyder was like a large net, every thread deeply embedded in her flesh, making her cautious at every move. The Divine Valor Camp is the Zhou's personal guard, newly formed, consuming countless resources. As the supreme commander of this Imperial Guard, it is entirely reasonable and legal for your Majesty to inspect it first. Anyone who objects can be sent to the Brocade Guards prison. A sly smile curled at the corner of Braden's lips. He suddenly realized he had some potential to be a corrupt minister. All right. Kylie readily agreed, filled with joy. Chapter 51. Braden, you blockhead. Braden had fully taken control of the Jinui. For him now, arranging for the hider to leave the palace was no longer a difficult task. Besides, he had the perfectly legitimate reason of inspecting the Divine Courage Camp. The Jinui had recently been busy developing an intelligence network in the southern territories, and thus temporarily lacked the manpower to deal with the petty issues among the officials in the capital. Naturally, the officials enjoyed the respite. The next day, these officials of the Great Wei dynasty indulged in a rare late morning sleep, enjoying a day without court. Kylie, however, was excited all night long. Early the next morning, she changed into a set of wide-sleeved brocade clothing and left the palace incognito with Braden. They did not choose to travel by carriage, but instead walked side by side on the wide Zhuke Street. This was the main artery of the capital of the Great Wei, 10 miles long and 50 zhang wide, entirely paved with blue bricks. It ran from west to east along the central axis of the city, dividing it neatly in two. At that moment, the morning drum had sounded, and the various wards' gates were opened. The two markets commenced their operations. Countless citizens from inside and outside the city flooded onto this street simultaneously, striving to reach the eastern and western markets as soon as possible to buy or sell goods. So lively. Kylie sighed from the bottom of her heart, watching the bustling crowd and weaving traffic on Zhuke Street. Shepherdess ascending the throne, she had been confined within the palace walls for years. Every day, she had to outwit those ministers and evade the pursuit of the beauties in the harem. Life could be described as extremely arduous. Therefore, she cherished this trip outside the palace greatly, looking around curiously like a child at everything around her, which made the over 100 plainclothes Jinui guards who secretly protected them quite nervous. Observing the delighted Kylie beside him, Braden's face remained calm, but there was a hint of fondness and melancholy in his eyes. Recalling all these years, he had worked diligently and tirelessly to help Audrey ascend the throne, never relaxing even for a moment. What did he receive in return? When the birds are gone, the good bough is put away. When the cunning rabbit dies, the dog that hunted it is boiled. All the promises made previously vanished once she became the hider, turning into suspicion, suppression, and even attempts on his life. Thus, he also treasured this hard-won moment of ease. The eastern and western markets are both close to Zhuke Street. Over 80% of all trade in the capital happens here, so it's natural that it's bustling. How wonderful. I grew up in the palace. Even during my father's and elder brother's reigns, my outings were few and far between. Moreover, I could only gaze out from a carriage each time, followed by a large group of people, never coming here. A canary always yearns for the world outside its cage, hence Kylie felt a little dispirited. Then let's take a stroll. Shepherdess, it's so rare for you to come out? Really? Kylie's eyes lit up but hesitated, saying, but we agreed to inspect the Divine Courage Camp today. If we're late, what if it affects your plans? It won't. This is an impromptu inspection, so I haven't told anyone about our visit. Whether we arrive early or late, they will continue their training without any disruption. Braden shook his head, patiently addressing Kylie's concerns. Kylie understood that Braden was accommodating her because, even if the Divine Courage Camp was unaffected, he had his daily official duties to handle. In essence, he was using his rest time to accompany her shopping. Unfortunately, Kylie was still wearing a mask and couldn't display too much feminine behavior, only silently gazing at him. Braden, thank you. Kylie's almond-shaped eyes were beautiful, but unfortunately, her face appeared masculine. Braden's lips twitched, unsure how to respond. The two chatted softly as Braden also acted as a tour guide. In terms of capability, he surpassed Kylie significantly. Trapped in the deep palace, her understanding of the capital was limited to just a few areas and palaces. Within a mere month since arriving in the Great Wei, not only did he thoroughly cleanse the Jinui and restore intelligence networks across regions, but he also grasped comprehensive information about the entire capital. Any breeze or murmur in the capital now would not escape his notice. How about this hairpin? The design is indeed nice, but the solid gold makes it overly grand for young women. What about this one? Shepherd silver with purple copper. The materials fit well, but the pendant is too intricate, making it unsuitable. Two men strolled and shopped, enthusiastically browsing stalls selling women's jewelry, causing vendors to cast curious glances. Even other women at the stalls instinctively kept their distance from them. Fortunately, the surrounding plainclothes Jinui guards were unfazed. Given that the current hider had numerous beauties in the harem, it seemed normal to them that she would bring back some jewelry for them on such a rare outing. Although he was shopping with Lord Shepherd, it did look a bit odd. After looking at several hair accessories and having Braden point out the pros and cons each time, Kylie became somewhat uneasy. She stared coldly at Braden, and after a few seconds, she said in a faint voice, "Why do you understand these women's items so thoroughly? Who taught you?" Braden was a bit confused by the question, but his keen senses immediately detected a subtle sourness in the air. Alarms went off in Braden's heart. After more than a month of interaction, he had confirmed Kylie's growing affection for him, which, though not burning fiercely, was gradually intensifying. He didn't dare say that this knowledge came from his childhood days around Audrey, so he could only laugh bitterly and pat the fish scale pattern coat under his outer garment. You should see what I've been doing for the past month. Those officials' wives and concubines' jewelry can't be eaten as food. They have to be exchanged for silver. Shepherdess, they're being exchanged. I can't just accept whatever price they offer, right? I need to know the market value. The logic was perfect. Seeing his bitter smile, Kylie finally relaxed her scrutiny and chose to believe him. You could have had your subordinates handle this sort of thing. There's no need for you to personally learn about such trivial matters. Never mind. Just pick a hairpin for me. Braden was baffled by Kylie's sudden changes in expression. inwardly sighing that women's hearts were indeed as unfathomable as needles in the ocean. I'm asking you to pick a hairpin for me, to take back. Seeing him dazed, Kylie rolled her eyes elegantly. Only then did Brayden react, cautiously glancing at the stall owner. Seeing that the owner wasn't paying attention, he breathed a sigh of relief. So, what kind do you like? I asked you to pick one for me, just pick what you like. Why does it matter what I prefer? If she hadn't been dressed as a man, Kylie would have stomped on Brayden's feet hard. She had made it so clear. This wooden head. Chapter 52. Hairpin. So many people are watching. Brayden's face was full of distress. That's your problem, not mine. Anyway, I have an excuse. If anyone asks, I'll just say it's for the women in the harem, Kylie said with a smile, revealing 2 sharp tiger teeth, which looked quite adorable. With this being said, there was no way out for Brayden, who was now forced into the situation. He could only sullenly pick from the dazzling array of hairpins on the cart. Forget about same-sex affection, since he knew Kylie was genuinely a woman. As for gossip, he had no control over what others might say. Luckily, he had some experience with these things from his time in the Great Nathaniel dynasty. Recalling Kylie's flawless, clear, and pure face after she took off her mask and changed back into women's clothes, Brayden scanned through the accessories several times with his eyes. After brief consideration, he decisively chose a slender white hairpin from within. This hairpin, about 6 inches long, was entirely carved from jade ice, semi-transparent. Inside its slightly curved body were strands of purple core, and at the tail end was a delicate carving of a bud ready to bloom. A blue lotus, with exquisite craftsmanship. Shall we go with this one? Do you like it? Seeing the hairpin Brayden picked out for her, Kylie's eyes lit up as she hastily took it in her hands, examining it repeatedly. She handled it carefully, as if holding an invaluable treasure. Admittedly, after experiencing rises and falls from the foot of the mountain to the peak and then to the valley, Alali's mindset had undergone a qualitative change, becoming exceedingly discerning in her choices. This hairpin did not have the ethereal grandeur of pure gold nor the overly sharp edge of silver, but rather exuded a mildness with a touch of coolness, perfectly suiting an unmarried, pure girl. Kylie obviously thought along the same lines, refusing to let go of the hairpin once it was in her hands, her eyes filled with delight. Yes. Shepard's Kylie didn't carry money, and she didn't need to. Brayden settled the bill without hesitation, amid the curious gazes of the jewelry stall owner. They left Juke Street and continued shopping in the Eastern Emetricate. They bought many items, most of which Kylie had never used before. Ah, so sour. Unknowingly, it was already noon. In a tavern in the Eastern Emetricate, Brayden sat leisurely at a windowed table on the 2nd floor. Opposite him, Kylie clutched a sugar-coated hawthorn skewer, missing one fruit. Her facial features were clearly contorted from the sourness, yet she continued to chew a few bites and swallowed the hawthorn. Brayden rolled his eyes. I told you to eat less of those candied fruits. Now who's to blame? A fondness for eating is a common trait among women, regardless of age or era. Taking 2 large gulps of tea to neutralize the sour taste, Kylie offered a sheepish smile and handed the sugar-coated hawthorn skewer to Brayden. What's this for? Brayden's lips twitched. If not for the brocade-clad guards clearing the entire 2nd floor, preventing any disturbances, he wouldn't have accepted the skewer for anything. Kylie blinked at him. To raise funds for the Divine Emperor camp, I nearly emptied the Imperial treasury. Now, every penny needs to be saved, and we can't waste what we buy. He wouldn't argue that she spent treasury money for the Divine Emperor camp, but all the purchases today were paid by him. He felt somewhat helpless against Kylie's audacity. Can't you eat with a man's face in front of you? Looking at the sugar-coated hawthorn, Brayden nodded heavily. Nonsense, he wasn't a pervert. With her wearing a man's mask, it would be strange if he could eat it. Kylie pursed her lips and quietly removed her mask, instantly revealing her pure, beautiful face. Now, how about this? Without a word, Brayden silently put 2 pieces of the sugar-coated hawthorn into his mouth. Beauty is indeed a feast for the eyes. The ancients were not wrong, he thought to himself. Seeing this, Kylie smiled brightly. For some reason, whenever she was alone with Brayden, she wanted to drop all pretenses and show her true self as a pure Wei princess, not minding even if she suffered a little disadvantage. Put your mask back on. Don't take it off recklessly until I've thoroughly cleaned up the Wei court, especially outside the palace. After finishing the last few pieces of sugar-coated hawthorn, Brayden solemnly warned her. Yes, from now on, I will only take off my mask in front of you. Kylie smiled again, with no intention of putting the mask back on. Brayden felt it necessary to replace everyone around her with his own people. This girl's unpredictable nature was worrying. The meal went harmoniously, during which Kylie took out the white jade hairpin Brayden bought her, admiring it endlessly and asking him to see how it looked when placed in her hair. Cornered, Brayden had no choice but to comply. Fortunately, he had been cautious and pretended not to know how to braid hair. Otherwise, if this Tutanzu, vinegar jar, found out that he could even arrange women's accessories, he wouldn't have a peaceful life anymore. Alright, don't bother me while I'm eating. We still have things to do this afternoon. After the other party had finished braiding her hair, Brayden gently inserted the hairpin into the smooth black strands. He then clapped his hands and went to satisfy his hunger. Kylie took out a bronze mirror and admired herself repeatedly, as if she couldn't get enough of the beautiful girl in the reflection wearing the hairpin. So beautiful. If only every day from now on, I can dress up like this, shopping with family and loved ones, rather than wearing that heavy mask and dealing with the endless trivialities at court and in the palace. How wonderful would that be? She glanced at Brayden, who was enthusiastically shoveling food into his mouth, and suddenly felt boundless worries. No matter how beautiful the time, it will eventually come to an end. After lunch, the two tidied up and headed downstairs, boarding the carriage straight for the camp outside the city. There were inspections at the Divine Emperor camp in the afternoon. They couldn't afford any mishaps. Divine Emperor camp. Unknowingly, more than 10,000 new recruits had been here for half a month, and Christian's initial words were gradually coming true one by one. Their training intensity had gradually increased, with no relaxation, no vacations, and not even a hint of slackness. Over these past 15 days, their lives became increasingly difficult. When they first got armed with muskets, they experienced a brief period of novelty for 2 days. But after that, they fell back into endless training. The initial excitement was completely overshadowed by the monotonous repetition of cleaning and maintaining the guns. Originally, 25,000 new recruits were recruited into the Divine Emperor camp, but the fixed quota of the Divine Emperor camp was only 20,000, so 5,000 were destined to be eliminated. After this crazy exploitation over half a month, 2,000 people either left voluntarily or were forcibly expelled by Christian. The competition was extremely fierce. Now, almost all ridges could proficiently master formation and shooting techniques and were hardly affected by external disturbances. On Braden's instructions, Christian specially borrowed 1,000 cavalry from the Imperial camp to charge from the sides, or even the front during their drills. Gradually, this training made them able to load ammunition and shoot without changing expressions when faced with cavalry charges. Chapter 53. Open and honest. First row, fire. Second row, get ready. Third row, reload. Move faster. On the drill ground, more than 200 drill masters were directing orderly, dividing all the squads of hundreds of ridges into 3 rows, forming smaller units. Braden and Kylie quietly found a concealed spot beside the raised platform to sit down. Kylie had once tried to gain power and reviewed an army before, but Anderson interfered, and she could only pick a random army from the management. Moreover, there was no prior rehearsal. As a result, the review was nothing short of a disaster, leaving a significant psychological shadow on the young Kylie at that time. Later, as she faced increasing suppression from those ministers, she stopped conducting reviews. But the poor military discipline of the Dewey army and their lackadaisical attitude left deep impressions on Kylie. So today, when she saw the Divine Valor camp established by Braden, she felt nothing short of shocked. They were divided into countless small teams, each team split into 3 rows, with each row consisting of over 30 people. Each person held a musket. After the first row finished firing, they immediately retreated to the back and started reloading, replaced by the second row. This process cycled repetitively with clear division of labor. They marched in neat steps, firing while advancing forward. In front, at a distance of 120 paces, numerous straw dummies representing enemy formations were already torn apart by bullets. The lead bullets, nearly 2 centimeters in diameter, with the large amount of gunpowder propellant, achieved an initial speed so fast it was barely visible, delivering astounding power. At this distance, whether leather armor, chainmail, or even the heavy plate armor worn exclusively by the elite troops of Great Nathaniel, which almost encased a person entirely, none could withstand the bullet strikes. Moreover, due to the soft nature of these lead bullets, they deformed and tumbled upon entering a body, sometimes even shattering, causing tremendous injuries. The distance between the 2 sides gradually decreased, yet the musket phalanx never ceased firing until the last 20 paces when the rows no longer swapped positions. Bayonets out. At the drillmaster's command, the third row continued firing alone while the first 2 rows ceased shooting and drew their sword-like bayonets from their waist scabbards, attaching them to the muzzles via the tail socket. Once done, the originally 5-foot-long muskets instantly grew to nearly 7 feet, about 2.1 meters, making them almost indistinguishable from spears. Form ranks. With the drillmaster's shout, the entire formation quickly responded. Rows 1 and 2 immediately braced their musket stocks diagonally against the ground and secured them with their feet. Within moments, 2 rows of gleaming bayonet arrays took shape. This dense musket array, though lacking the intimidating presence of long spear formations, was by no means to be underestimated. Imagine the shock of the enemy cavalry after enduring a hail of bullets, thinking they could charge through these mere musket-equipped ridges. Upon reaching the front lines and seeing this scene, what would the Great Nathaniel army's expression be? It must be quite interesting. Thinking this, Kylie clapped lightly. Such formidable firearms and excellent formations. In equal numbers, no army within the capital can match the Divine Valor camp. Kylie sincerely praised. With such an army sent to the southern border, I am relieved. However, Braden shook his head, saying, what you see now is just the most basic musket formation. Once the remaining 2 types of firearms are replicated in a few days, coupled with cavalry support, then the Divine Valor camp can truly be called invincible. Hearing Braden's explanation, Kylie curiously asked, with such powerful firearms, why didn't you build an army in Great Nathaniel? Braden gave a self-deprecating smile. I did build a small-scale army back then, but the powerful firearms combined with unique training methods created an army so strong that it could effortlessly achieve a 10-to-1 advantage against Great Nathaniel's elite forces. This advanced system is the result of my exhaustive research over the past dozen years. But Audrey thought differently. She believed that creating such an army and weapons would make her lose control and even suspected I wanted to seize her throne. At this point, Braden closed his eyes and took several deep breaths to suppress his anger. I believe you. Unexpectedly, Kylie reached out and patted his back gently, her eyes soft yet resolute. Braden turned his head and looked at her in surprise. Kylie smiled gently. An innocent man has no crime, but the jade he carries becomes his sin. After sitting in this position for a few years, I know what Audrey thinks. I admit that in terms of ability, I cannot match her, but there is one thing she does not surpass me in. Looking at the confident Kylie, Braden recovered from his emotions and became curious. What is it? Kylie pointed a finger at him and said slowly, judging people shepherdens her ascension. Audrey has been extraordinarily proud. She prides herself on being able to see through everyone's heart and control the court with ease, unaware that this is just an illusion born of her arrogance. Her arrogance, self-confidence, even obstinacy, doom her to never be able to calm down and truly observe a person, or understand their thoughts. After speaking, Kylie pointed at herself, her eyes filled with seriousness. But I can do all of these. Braden was surprised. Don't look at me like that. After we were engaged, I stayed in Great Nathaniel for some time. During those days, I quietly observed you. No matter towards people or matters, you are extremely serious and meticulous, and you have no ambition. Where did you see that? Brayden asked with a hint of amusement, as this conversation gave him the illusion that Kylie truly understood him. Kylie smiled brightly, because even before Audrey ascended to the throne, you had already strengthened your own forces. If you really had ulterior motives, you would have had at least 5 chances to retaliate against her before she took action against you, with almost no chance of failure. But you didn't do that, and even before that banquet trap, you never had such thoughts. Am I right? There was silence, a long silence. Kylie's casual words plunged Brayden into a turbulent flow of thought. He suddenly realized that this Dewey princess, who wore an hider's outer shell but had an innocent appearance, seemed more complex than she appeared on the surface. You investigated me thoroughly. After the silence, Brayden's first words were laced with self-deprecation. Kylie placed her delicate hand in his, her almond eyes filled with resolve and sincerity. Shepherdess, I dared to say these things. I am not afraid of your suspicions, because I am different from her. I only wish to fulfill my elder brother's last wishes, then live out my life quietly. I will never cross swords with you. I cannot do such a thing. After a brief daze, Brayden suddenly felt incredibly relieved. Do we count this as being open and honest? He looked at Kylie, smiling. Chapter 54. Stubborn and self-willed Audrey. Brayden and Kylie's objectives for this trip were twofold. Firstly, to inspect the Divine Might Army. The combat effectiveness of an army is unknown before it goes into battle, but it's not entirely unpredictable. Discipline and military appearance serve as very important evaluation criteria. Kylie embarked on this journey precisely to have a sense of things. And quite obviously, the military appearance and discipline of the Divine Might Army indeed left a deep impression on Kylie, leading her to have great hopes for this force. The second objective was to boost morale. After all, the Divine Might Army carried the title of the Hider's personal army, unlike the half-military half-secret police organization like the Brocade Uniform Guard, or other armies in the Great Wei. Therefore, as the nominal supreme commander of this army, Kylie found it necessary to come to the camp, deliver a few words, and encourage the Ridges. Fortunately, though Kylie had grown up in the depths of the palace since childhood, after years of experience, she displayed no airs at all and was equally down-to-earth and approachable like Brayden. Thus, when she appeared, the Ridges below went wild with excitement. Most of them had been stationed in the capital for over a decade or even 2 decades, yet none had ever truly seen what the Hider looked like. Now, seeing that elegant and handsome young man on stage who exuded nobility without arrogance, and knowing that Kylie had prepared her speech for an entire day, addressing topics closely related to the Ridges' interests, discussing honor and future prospects, it made all the officers and men of the Divine Might Army determined from the bottom of their hearts to follow Kylie. For a moment, shouts of "Long live Bo" echoed throughout the entire camp. In the blink of an eye, 5 more days passed. According to reports from the Brocade Uniform Guard in the southern border, the Nathaniel troops' reinforcement rate has increased in recent days. As of the night before last, it is conservatively estimated that nearly 30,000 troops are stationed in Zanangwan. At the Northern Inquisition office, Brayden listened carefully to Wang Zak's report. Those firearms were personally designed and improved by him during his time in Great Nathaniel, with very detailed blueprints. The craftsmen at the Arsenal Bureau had spent their entire lives dealing with weapons, so with such precise blueprints, both their production efficiency and quality were impeccable. Wang Zak left his forces behind just in case, while he immediately headed to the southern border to expand the intelligence network of the Brocade Uniform Guard. With the efforts of these experienced veterans, the intelligence network of the Brocade Uniform Guard rapidly expanded. It has now become the fastest and most comprehensive intelligence gathering organization in the entire southern region, and almost all its informants are undercover, leaving both Great Nathaniel and the Imperial Court completely unaware that a vast web has quietly taken shape. According to this trend, it will take no more than 10 days for Zanangwan to be filled with Nathaniel troops. Brayden murmured, without a trace of worry in his eyes. Yes. Wang Zak nodded, pondering for a moment. Though Zanangwan is a strategic frontier stronghold, it can't compare to inland provinces. Accommodating 50,000 troops is its limit. He then frowned. We just don't know when Audrey will launch the attack once the troops are full. She'll do it immediately. Brayden replied without hesitation. Why? Wang Zak was surprised. Does Audrey dare to be so reckless? In his impression, although Addison Audrey often seemed very self-confident, she was not foolish. Wars of aggression were different from others. Apart from facing the Wei troops head-on, the Nathaniel army also had to overcome various resistance from the people of Great Wei. Given this situation, unless there was the ability to quickly end the war, launching a hasty offensive would indeed be unwise. Brayden smiled faintly, his smile laced with disdain but mostly complexity. I know Audrey too well. When she was still a princess of Great Nathaniel, her personality was incredibly impatient, and she never changed. However, I could somewhat mitigate her impulsiveness when I was by her side. Now that she has consolidated her power in the court, she desperately needs a major victory led by herself to showcase her capabilities and establish her legitimate claim to the throne. In this scenario, her stubbornness and impatience will be amplified infinitely, and she will interfere with frontline operations without anyone being able to stop her. If that's the case, it's wonderful news for us. Joy spread across Wang Zak's face. The military strength of Great Nathaniel far surpassed that of Great Wei. If the enemy acted recklessly, it would be perfect for them. Brayden remained non-committal. Go prepare, and bring Xander here. It's time for the Divine Might Army to be sharpened and ready for bloodshed. Yes. Wang Zak left, brimming with joy. These Ridges naturally wanted to earn military merit by fighting more battles now that they had chosen to join Great Wei. However, Brayden felt some complexity in his heart. He wasn't heartless. Otherwise, he wouldn't have willingly fought alongside Audrey for so many years. Even though her subsequent actions had broken his heart, the idea of truly taking up arms against the former armies he had once led still left Alley feeling quite uneasy. Shepherd, you summoned me. After receiving the notice, Christian hurried back from the Divine Might camp at full speed. Looking at this loyal subordinate before him, Brayden put aside his emotions. No matter how reluctant he was, he had no way out now. This battle must be fought and won. How is the training of the Divine Might Army progressing? Reporting to Sir. The single-subject training for the musketeers, cavalry, and artillery has been completed. Currently, we are conducting joint combat training, which should wrap up in about 4 days. Braden nodded. This progress was several days ahead of his estimates, showing that Christian had been pushing hard on the training. No matter how well they train, it's just formality. To become true elite ridges, they must be baptized by the enemy's blood in real battles. Hearing this, Christian was taken aback, but a strong excitement appeared in his eyes. With a thud, he knelt on one knee, hands clasped. The 21,000 men of the Divine Might camp are ready at any moment. Please give your orders, sir. Braden nodded slightly. After the training ends, everyone will be assigned according to formal units and then undergo 2 days of large-scale exercises. In 7 days, the entire Divine Might camp will set off from the capital, heading south by water. Yes. Suppressing the agitation in his chest, Christian accepted the order and left. 5 days passed quietly. At this moment, the Great Nathaniel troops stationed in Zenangwan have exceeded 40,000. And with the current pace of around 2,000 reinforcements per day, it would take no more than 5 more days for Zenangwan to reach its maximum capacity. In the Great Nathaniel Imperial Palace, the Council Hall. At this moment, Addison Audrey sat high on the dragon throne, maintaining an outward appearance of dignity and calmness. In reality, after securing her throne and thoroughly removing Braden as a threat, she had enjoyed an extremely pleasant past month. Now, the only problem before her was the war against Great Wei. Braden had guessed correctly. To win this war and show that she had gained the empire through her own ability rather than being aided by Braden, Audrey indeed took personal command, preparing to directly intervene in the combat operations. Chapter 55. A direct declaration of war. But right at this critical juncture, there was someone who just had to come forward to create trouble. Your Majesty. After some moments of thought, the 70-something-year-old Minister of War finally rose shakily from his brocade stool with a determined expression. This old minister believes that previously, Wei Kingdom's corrupt civil officials and cowardly military generals were not much of a concern. Joe Audrey had only recently ascended to the throne and was not familiar with military matters. To prevent unnecessary casualties due to potential blunders by the hider, it was necessary for him as the Minister of War to cool the hider down. Oh. Hearing the unspoken implication in his words, Joe Audrey waved her hand and said, My loyal minister, feel free to speak your mind. What is the current state of Wei? After a moment's deliberation, the Minister of War finally spoke. However, now that Hawk has become an unpredictable variable, the situation is different. Minister Zeku, what do you mean? Joe Audrey furrowed her brows suddenly. In the past month since Hawk left, she had been frenziedly purging both the army and the court, constantly inserting her loyalists. Her goal was to eliminate the influence Hawk had on Nathaniel over the years and cultivate her own party. Yet here was Zeku Yun, bringing up that name again. A name that deeply displeased Joe Audrey, almost like dancing on her minefield. Zeku Yun would not back down because of this. All previous battles commanded by the hider were led by Hawk on the front lines while she remained safely in the capital, simply awaiting good news. She had never witnessed firsthand how Hawk conducted his campaigns. As the Minister of War of the Great Nathaniel, however, he had once worked alongside Hawk and could honestly say that Hawk's command skills in warfare were terrifyingly remarkable, not something Audrey could take lightly. He cleared his throat and patiently explained, Your Majesty might not know, but Hawk's tactical acumen in battle must not be underestimated. If he had died as before, it would have ended everything neatly. But now he isn't dead. Not only did Wei recruit him, but his cultivation has even recovered. In my opinion, our war against Wei now has one more variable to consider. These words were particularly grating to Audrey's ears. She forced herself to suppress her anger and said coldly, Then, Minister Zeku, what should we do? Even the affectionate love had been omitted. Zeku Yun wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and eventually said solemnly, According to this old minister, it might be better to first recall Hawk to the Great Nathaniel, then launch a campaign against Wei. Ultimately, it's best if he does not involve himself in the war between Nathaniel and Wei, especially leading troops. His tactical prowess in battle is truly extraordinary. Joe Audrey took several deep breaths. She realized that Zeku Yun was genuinely terrified by Hawk, leaving aside the fact that Hawk, merely a lowly scribe, owed everything to the platform she provided. If not for her, he'd still be preparing ink and paper. How could he achieve anything without her support? Moreover, they had already torn apart any semblance of a peaceful relationship beyond repair. Joe Audrey absolutely would never lower herself to summon him back. It was out of the question forever. Most crucially, Audrey didn't think highly of Hawk's abilities, especially considering that although he led the armies, all the resources, the ridges, horses, money, and equipment, had ultimately come from her. Today, regardless of ridge quality, combat effectiveness, weaponry, or overall national strength, Wei fell short in every aspect compared to Nathaniel. No matter how skilled Hawk was, he could not defy the objective laws of warfare. Without these resources, what could he use to fight against her? His head? Thinking about this, Audrey's eyes narrowed as she made her decision. She did not believe that without Hawk, she could not handle anything. She did not bother revealing her true thoughts to Zeku Yun, but casually dismissed him with an excuse. Minister Zeku is overstating things. Hawk has already been placed as the commander of the Jinui by the Wei Zhou. He killed so many nobles of Wei, and now must be dealing with their retaliation. How could he have the time to manage border affairs? The incident where Hawk slaughtered the imperial family had created quite a stir in Wei and reached Audrey's ears through reports of his role in the Jinui. However, after assuming control of the Jinui, Hawk carried out extensive measures to eliminate all the Nathaniel spies in the Wei capital, concealing the formation of his new army. This strategy proved effective, as no one in the Nathaniel army or court knew about the existence of the Divine Might army even now. Without waiting for Zeku Yun's reply, Audrey suddenly stood up and declared in a frosty tone, Dispatch an edict to Jinnan Pass. The barbarians of Wei are unruly and disrespectful, bullying our guards and plundering our people. Today, I declare war on Wei. We will commence the attack 6 days from now at noon. She lowered her voice, her eyes filled with ferocity. This war. Our objective is to conquer Wei's entire southern territory. If possible, press our advantage straight towards Wei's capital. Yes. All the ministers were extremely excited. External aggression has always been the best choice to gain benefits and shift contradictions, allowing them all to profit from it. Naturally, they supported it with both hands. Only Zhou was relatively clear-headed. Looking at the Addison on the dais, who appeared to be full of passion but was actually excessively self-confident, he felt utterly helpless. He just wanted to shout at her, Your Majesty, since the ruler of Wei is willing to exchange a border town for Braden, do you think he will just set Braden aside? But now everything was too late. Her decree had been issued, and the combat mission was set. He could not change anything. Shepherding, Zhou silently left the council hall and returned to his office to write a resignation petition. He had witnessed Braden's abilities and understood that with this variable, the great Nathaniel army would find it challenging to avoid setbacks in this operation. Addison Audrey and the generals supporting her would never take responsibility for failure. When the time came, he, as the Minister of War, would be the scapegoat. He needed a plan for his family early on. In the blink of an eye, 27 days had passed since reinforcements were sent to Jinan Pass. The Divine Might Army underwent a complete transformation. Before we move out this time, every member of the Divine Might Army must write a will. Christian stood on the platform, his expression solemn. Below the platform, Dane carried a musket over his back, looking at his own robust body, lost in thought. Not only him, but through a month of intensive training and adequate nutrition, every ridge in the Divine Might Army became strong and healthy men. Their skin was dark and glossy, their eyes bright and sparkling. However, they had yet to undergo the baptism of blood and fire, so they still appeared somewhat naive. Therefore, when hearing about leaving a will, even though Christian repeatedly emphasized military discipline every day, there was still some unrest within the ranks. Shepherdlings. Whoever speaks again will receive 50 lashes. Chapter 56. Emerging off to the southern frontier. A sudden shout silenced the commotion below. Christian sneered, You bunch of cowards, look at you getting all scared. Asking you to write your wills doesn't mean none of you will return from the battlefield. An army capable of completely annihilating our divine Emperor camp doesn't exist in this world. It's just a worst-case scenario for you to consider. Hearing this, everyone found it reasonable and breathed a sigh of relief. After you've finished writing your wills, hand them over to the military for safekeeping. Should any of you fall in battle, they will be sent along with the compensation to your families, so think carefully about what you write. At this moment, Wang Zhang took up the conversation. Unlike Christian's brash nature, he was calm and introspective. He held up his prepared will before everyone, speaking in a gentle tone. Everyone, don't feel sentimental or nervous. Commander Amal and I have also written ours. It doesn't mean we're going to die. In fact, everyone should know that with the weapon on your back, most armies can barely threaten you, let alone get within 30 paces without facing insurmountable difficulty. But there are always unexpected situations. In battle, no one can guarantee that they won't suffer injuries after numerous engagements. So, this will probably won't be needed, but it's just in case. Therefore, if you have anything you wish to tell your family, write it down. If any of you should fall, the Divine Emperor camp will deliver 200 taels as compensation, along with your will and personal belongings to your families intact. And the taxes and corvée exemptions your families receive will not be cancelled due to your sacrifice. Every ridge can supervise this. His words were like a stream of clear water, reassuring the ridges. After all, the benefits provided by the Divine Emperor camp were excellent, ensuring their families would be well taken care of even if they lost their lives this time. Christian, however, snorted disdainfully and shouted, I said you're a bunch of cowards. The Nathaniel troops are gathering tens of thousands of ridges in the south, ready to invade our Great Wei, trample your land, and ravage your families. Yet here you stand, fussing over a letter because of some will. Finishing, he drew his sword from his waist, raised it high, and roared, Real men finish writing and march off to the south with me to purge the enemy. The two trainers' contrasting styles worked wonders. The ridges felt reassured while also being roused into fervor. Emerge to the south. Purge the enemy. The ridges lifted their guns skyward. Row upon row of shining blades flashing coldly, intimidating to behold. Within half an hour, everyone had completed their wills. Those who couldn't write received assistance from the camp clerks. For a moment, the Divine Emperor camp echoed with farewells. However, this mood dissipated quickly. As Christian had said, those who could endure such intense pressure wouldn't indulge in sentimentality. To them, military merit was their future, the thing they must strive for with all their might. To defend the country and provide a better life for themselves and their families, taking these risks was nothing. With everything settled, Christian shouted again, Break camp, board the ships. Let's part here. In Qinqing Palace, Braden extended his hand, stopping Kylie from accompanying him beyond the palace gate, a soft smile on his face. According to Audrey's character, once the Nathaniel army attacks, it will be a rapid, decisive offensive. Braden, intending to use the Divine Emperor camp as his strongest card, planned to secretly march to the south to give the Nathaniel troops a surprise attack. Therefore, he couldn't allow Kylie to see him off. Looking at the handsome face before her, Kylie suddenly felt a pang of reluctance and worry. She sighed, took out a sachet from her waist, and handed it to Braden. I won't say more formalities. This is the talisman I got from the temple for Addison Mother when I was 12. After she passed away, I kept it with me all the time. Now, I'm giving it to you. It's a memento from your mother. Keep it yourself. Do you doubt my abilities? Touched but stubborn, Braden hesitated to accept it. I understand your skills, but I am in the depths of the palace, and now, with a major enemy threatening our country, those officials don't have much time to pick on me. On the contrary, you are on the front lines where weapons do not discriminate. Wear it. It's very effective. Zaxxon to me. The last two words hit Braden's heart like a small hammer, sending waves through his mind. For so many years, no woman had genuinely cared for him. Audrey might have occasionally shown a thread of concern in her earlier years, but later on, it was only exploitation and suspicion. But at this moment, Kylie, with just a sachet and those two words, she completely entered Braden's heart, never to be erased. He remained silent, allowing Kylie to pin the sachet to his waist as if she were playing with a doll. Turn around. Very nice. Watching the young man turn around before her, Kylie smiled in satisfaction and then fell silent. The southern frontier is not like the capital. Be extremely careful on your journey. Finally, after what seemed like seconds yet an eternity of silence, Kylie's pink lips parted, her words sounding both like advice and a declaration of feelings. Braden silently nodded, then resolutely turned and strode out of Qinqing Palace. Dark clouds gathered over the sky of the imperial city, heralding a long-prepared great battle about to erupt. The Divine Emperor camp, the one-of-a-kind firearm army personally created by Braden, was about to face its first battle. It would soon become clear whether it was up to the task. The Divine Emperor camp was a firearm army whose military system followed the structure of Great Wei's army, but with some modifications. With a full strength of 21,000 men, it had one commander-in-chief, a rank of second-class senior grade, held by Braden. Underneath were 3 guards, each consisting of 6,500 men, commanded by Christian, Emmett Yuan, and Hanley, all holding the rank of third-class senior grade. Each guard had 3 battalions due to the characteristics of current firearms requiring dense formations for combat. Thus, despite being called battalions, they had nearly double the number of troops compared to other battalions in the Great Wei Army, along with their own medical, cooking, staff, and even communication squads. Below that, the division into hundreds, standards, and small flags was entirely changed. Instead, the army was divided into brigades, companies, and platoons, with each lower level containing 1/3 the number of troops of the upper level. Starting from the company level, every unit not only had its normal subordinates, but also its own direct command units. Such a structure allowed for flexible deployment while maintaining large-scale operational capabilities, reflecting Braden's hard-earned wisdom from years of commanding troops. In the cabin, Braden gazed at the rippling river outside, his thoughts deep and varied. Chapter 57, Azakving Hell. How far is it to the southern frontier? Braden listened intently outside the cabin. Reporting to my lord, there are still 170 li left, and we are expected to arrive tonight, Christian replied immediately. The fleet should slow down and land in the late night. Have the reconnaissance team choose an uninhabited area on the inevitable path of the Nathaniel army's vanguard. Once the Divine Valor camp arrives, they should immediately encamp there. No fires at night, and be cautious with smoke during the day. And make sure not to let the border troops discover us. This march of the Divine Valor camp to the southern frontier has been highly confidential from start to finish. Upon arrival, even greater caution must be taken. If word leaks that 2 additional divisions have reached the south, Audrey will likely hesitate, and achieving our strategic goal will become difficult. Yes, Christian responded solemnly. 10 troop ships disguised as grain transports arrived at their destination in batches and at different times. When Braden disembarked, it was indeed late at night. While training new ridges, Christian had also brought along an extremely elite reconnaissance battalion. This battalion, though less than 500 strong, comprised carefully selected individuals proficient in various forms of reconnaissance, assassination, abduction, espionage, and combat skills, truly the cream of the crop among the 20,000. Within half an hour of receiving Braden's order, they found the perfect location. The troops extinguished their torches and muzzled the horses. Guided by the local Jinui, Imperial Guards, they silently approached a large clearing within a dense forest close to the border. This clearing was vast enough to accommodate 20,000 men comfortably. Though near the main road, it was more than 50 li away from the nearest Wei border town, ensuring it wouldn't be easily discovered by border troops. As for enemy forces, there was no need to worry. The border between Great Wei and Great Nathaniel spans hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, and this era lacks aerial reconnaissance. In such a large area, hiding tens or even hundreds of thousands in the forest would make discovery nearly impossible unless the hidden force made critical mistakes, which the Wei army had done before. But clearly, the Divine Valor camp would not repeat such errors, so they were not concerned. Here, the 20,000 set up camp, communicating only in whispers and prohibiting loud noises. Any violation was dealt with swiftly under military law. Cooking stoves were designed to produce minimal smoke, and open fires were forbidden at night. Braden now resembled a venomous snake concealed in a pile of fallen leaves, waiting to strike a fatal blow once the Nathaniel army arrived. And that day came soon enough. Only a day after the Divine Valor camp established its position, Audrey, unable to hold back, ordered a formal invasion of Great Wei. Immediately, the 50,000 Nathaniel troops hidden in Jinan Pass rode out with lances in hand, charging into Wei territory with roars and shouts. General, look! The Nathaniel army is here. Less than 30 li from Jinan Pass, General Ajax, standing at the battlements of a fort, watched anxiously as dust clouds rolled toward them. Around him, apart from his battle-hardened personal guards, all other ridges were visibly terrified, their faces ashen. Their cavalry. All cavalry, at least 30,000. Upon hearing this, including General Ajax, everyone became uneasy. Quick, pass on my orders. Cut the drawbridge chains and move all defensive equipment onto the wall. They are cavalry and are not skilled in siege operations. Before Ajax could finish speaking, the 2,000 infantry that followed, like 2 resounding slaps, hit him hard. There are infantry behind them, and engineering equipment, a nearby captain shouted, his voice trembling. Previously, with their sturdy walls, they might have stood a chance against the elite cavalry of Nathaniel. After all, cavalry was precious and without siege weapons, dealing with fortified walls posed significant challenges. However, when they saw the infantry following the cavalry, hope faded. What cavalry couldn't handle, infantry considered child's play, especially well-prepared infantry. Though they held the advantage of height and thickness in their walls, the quality and morale of their own troops paled in comparison to those of Nathaniel. Ajax could truly trust only the 100 or so personal guards around him. Sure enough, the 30,000 Nathaniel cavalry did not attack immediately upon arrival. Instead, they lined up outside the range of crossbows, forming a large encirclement facing the city walls. Ajax was now drenched in sweat, staring at the grim-faced Nathaniel ridges before him. He knew his end was near. His prediction was accurate. Within half an hour of the cavalry taking their positions, the infantry rushed up and immediately began assembling trebuchets. Less than a quarter of an hour later, stones weighing more than 10 pounds each, still burning with flames, were launched into the sky by trebuchets, trailing smoke and forming long parabolic arcs in the sky. After reaching the apex, the kinetic energy from the trebuchet had been exhausted, and the potential energy began to take effect. With their own weight added, these incendiary projectiles were like meteors entering the atmosphere, crashing down on the battlements with roaring flames and terrifying power. Inside the stones was a highly flammable oil. Once they exploded upon impact, they instantly turned the battlements into a sea of fire. For a moment, cries of agony filled the air. "Shepherder, let's flee quickly. Their trebuchets are too formidable." The captain who had been yelling earlier now ran to Ajax, wailing like a child. Looking around at the others, all but his personal guards seemed on the verge of breaking down. "The Nathaniel troops are too far away. Our crossbows can't reach them." This was just the first wave of attack. Zaxoning to the cries beside him, Ajax sighed inwardly, yet he didn't want to give up so easily. With a swift slash, he severed the screaming captain's head from his body with a sickening thud. Ajax raised his sword and roared, "Pass my orders. Our trebuchets will counterattack. Any who shake the morale of the troops will be executed without mercy." This show of authority had some effect, and the city's trebuchets began to retaliate. However, due to obstructed visibility, the counterattack wasn't very effective. At first, a few stones landed among the Nathaniel troops, causing significant casualties, but soon they adjusted according to their plans. Subsequent attacks became much less effective. Meanwhile, the Nathaniel army intensified their fiery assault, launching wave after wave of incendiary projectiles onto the battlements. Wherever they landed, they turned everything into a blazing inferno. In moments, the entire wooden structure of the fort almost entirely caught fire, and ridges whose clothes were doused in the flammable oil ran around screaming in panic. But it was futile. Once ignited, the oil would only burn itself out. Even water couldn't extinguish it. The ridges could only roll helplessly in the flames. Ajax watched this living hell unfold before his eyes, his hands shaking violently, feeling utterly despondent. Chapter 58. The Slaughter of the City. "This is just a stone-throwing machine," Ajax muttered weakly. The might of the Nathaniel army had far exceeded his capacity to accept. Just by using a dozen stone-throwing machines, they had thoroughly broken the morale of the Wei army. And their other siege equipment hadn't even arrived yet. The infantry hadn't moved yet, not to mention the cavalry that the great Nathaniel was most proud of. Thinking of having to fight against such an opponent, Ajax felt that this army was simply not one that he could contend with. The attack of the Nathaniel army did not cease. After burning the city tower to ruins with incendiary bombs, the heavily armored phalanx of Nathaniel's foot ridges approached. In groups of more than 10, they carried shields nearly 4 meters square and close to 3 centimeters thick, coated in iron. They advanced with resonant steps towards the Wei city, their momentum almost awe-inspiring. Not only were these weapons awe-inspiring in appearance, but their defense capability was also incomparably strong. Arrows couldn't penetrate them at all. Even crossbows could barely pierce through the top layer of iron plates and the middle layer of thick wooden boards soaked in tung oil, but there was no way to penetrate the lowest layer of iron plating. Only rolling rocks could have any effect, but the city tower had already been burned to ruins, and many of the defending ridges were either dead or wounded, unable to organize any meaningful counterattack. This attack by the Nathaniel army even included battering rams. Their speed and ferocity made the remaining Wei troops in the city lose all fighting spirit. In less than the time it takes for 3 sticks of incense to burn, the city gates were smashed down, and the Nathaniel army easily stormed into the city. The residents in these southern cities had been relocated by the Wei Imperial Court recently. However, many people, due to a deep attachment to their homeland, refused to leave, leading to dire consequences. Before launching her attack, Audrey had given orders. Any city that surrendered would be treated with respect, while those who resisted would be slaughtered without mercy. This order made all the Wei army fortresses dare not oppose the Nathaniel army again. If it were earlier, when Braden was still commanding the Nathaniel army, such an order would have been unimaginable in the entire Nathaniel military system. Because he was very clear that conquering territory was only superficial, winning the hearts of the people was fundamental. Once the precedent was set, it would greatly amplify the brutality and bloodlust of the army. Under normal circumstances, martial law could control such phenomena to some extent, but once war broke out, even enforcers couldn't prevent this ignited killing flame. If left unchecked, there would be only one outcome: total massacre. The secret agents hidden within the city witnessed the entire process. At first, the Nathaniel army still adhered to military discipline, only pursuing and attacking ridges. However, as these fleeing ridges dispersed throughout the city and even hid in civilian homes, house-to-house searches became commonplace. Most civilians, fearing trouble, dared not intervene. But even so, the slaughter did not stop. Gradually, ridges began demanding money, and due to fear, the civilians thought that paying off the ridges might save them from disaster. This practice led to problems. Initially, a few coins could satisfy the first wave of Nathaniel ridges, but outside, other Nathaniel ridges were still empty-handed. Seeing their comrades obtain money, soon came the second wave. Then the third, fourth, and more waves of Nathaniel ridges came, with demands growing higher each time. Finally, the first Nathaniel ridge appeared who could not extort any money. It was a family of 3, an elderly couple and their daughter. The Huxley was a basket maker who earned a living by weaving things for others. Rhonda and daughter also took on sewing jobs to make ends meet. They lived in poverty but peacefully together. Everyone knew that such a household couldn't provide much. However, 3 rounds of Nathaniel Ridges had already drained this family's meager savings. Shepherd, we really don't have any silver left. Please show us some mercy and spare our lives. The old man begged bitterly. Being poor, even when the Nathaniel army attacked, they couldn't flee like wealthier families. Instead, they stayed in the city with the Zhaoxing's psychological hope, sealing their tragic fate. You old fool, you know your country killed our people. I'm only asking for some silver now. Don't make it worse for yourself. The Nathaniel Ridge outside coldly scoffed, pushed aside the old man, and started rummaging through the house. Soon, he found a small vat full of rice. What's this? The Nathaniel Ridge turned and coldly stared at the old man. With a thud, the old man fell to his knees before him, tears streaming down his face. You can't take that, sir. That's our family's only food. If you take it away, we'll starve. I don't care. With a kick, he knocked the old man to the ground and shouldered the vat of rice, preparing to leave. At this moment, the old woman, who had been hiding inside, ran out crying and knelt down with her husband, clinging to the Nathaniel Ridge's legs and begging him to leave them with something. After Zhou Chanlabantan, that Ridge became angry and raised his foot, delivering a harsh kick directly to the old man's head. How could an Huxley in his 50s or 60s withstand such a blow? With a sickening crack, the old man's cervical vertebrae were snapped, his head drooping lifelessly to the side as he breathed his last breath. Old man, old man. Seeing her husband die right before her eyes, the old woman immediately fell apart, hugging her late husband's body and wailing in agony. The Ridge, however, showed no surprise at this scene. Instead, for a brief moment, he seemed to hear muffled sobs coming from inside the room and pulled out his sword, ready to investigate. The old woman, seeing this, panicked instantly. She blocked the Ridge like a mother hen protecting her chicks, forcing herself to suppress her sorrow. Shepherder, if you want the rice, take it. We have nothing left. But after killing her husband, how could the Ridge heed her words? He had clearly heard the cries of a young woman from inside. With one slash of his sword on the old woman's shoulder, sending her stumbling backward, he lifted the curtain and slowly walked inside. The next second, the young girl in the corner, dressed simply and sobbing uncontrollably, gradually turned pale. A short while later, a blood-curdling cry echoed through the humble mud house. Audrey's decision to attack Wei and the decree she issued were like a key unlocking a box full of demons. As time passed, once evil accumulated beyond a certain threshold, it would be like a rock rolling down a mountain, impossible to stop. For a whole day, the entire area within the border was filled with the cries of women, the screams of men, and the clashing sounds of weapons, without a single moment of respite. In the end, Commander Ambrose Amal of the Nathaniel army ordered a complete massacre. This small town, which had once housed thousands, was utterly destroyed and reduced to ashes by fire that burned for 5 days, causing countless casualties. Bang! Christian threw the water flask on the ground with all his might, his chest heaving violently, his eyes burning with fiery rage. Chapter 59. Encounter Battle. He couldn't help but be angry. Many of these people were once his subordinates, superiors, or even colleagues. Back when Commander Braden led the Nathaniel army, those days of strict discipline and iron military law were so wonderful. They fought side by side to defend the country, eliminate bandits, and maintain peace among the people. Wherever they went, people would praise them as a mighty army. But now, it's been less than 2 months since Braden was relieved of his duties, and this army has become completely unrecognizable to him. How could it come to this? Amal Yun clenched his teeth, unable to comprehend. Looking at the agitated Christian, Wang Zakan sighed and gently patted his shoulder. Audrey nominally commands the troops but actually remains in the rear, enforcing laws far more leniently than Lord Shepherd. It's not surprising that the Nathaniel army has come to this. Pausing, he looked at the silent Braden and muttered, I just didn't expect they could carry out such a massacre. Influenced by Braden, their understanding of righteousness had always been very strict. They could never tolerate their Ridges oppressing civilians, let alone commit massacres, even though they no longer belonged to this army. Putting down the intelligence report, Braden sighed deeply and gazed at the sky. With things having reached this point, can you all now let go of your old grievances from the Nathaniel army? Hearing this, those who had followed Braden from the Nathaniel dynasty all nodded in agreement. This had been a lingering concern in everyone's heart. After all, despite following Braden to the kingdom of Wei, they had spent a long time in the Nathaniel army, living and working closely with their comrades in arms. To say there wasn't any affection was false. Some of them even felt reluctant about facing their former comrades in battle. However, after experiencing this event, the last threads of hesitation in everyone's heart snapped. As loyal core members of Braden's command, they absolutely could not condone the massacre. At this moment, each one silently drew a clear line between themselves and this army that had turned into beasts and devils. From now on, there was nothing but raging anger and hatred between them and the Nathaniel army. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Breaking through Z Mountain Pass, it's less than 100 miles to where the Nathaniel army is stationed, and there are no more fortresses in between. If my estimation is correct, we'll meet tomorrow at the latest. Yes, they responded in subdued tones. After everyone left, Braden stood motionless for a long time, finally sighing, Audrey, is this what you wanted? Commander, if we travel another 30 miles, we'll be past this forest. The next checkpoint will be right after. Early the next morning, a large cavalry force rode towards the woods where the divine Emitrishal camp was stationed, kicking up clouds of dust. Nathaniel Army Commander Emetrovin sat casually on his horse, listening to reports from his deputy. All right, then let's push hard and get there by afternoon. We'll take it down before dinner. The Hyder is waiting anxiously back at court. We must strive. The incredibly smooth first battle and the lack of any substantial resistance over several days had thoroughly eroded the army's vigilance, turning them extraordinarily arrogant. As the commander of this army, Emetrovin exhibited this arrogance especially prominently. Hearing this, the deputy laughed crudely, looking sleazy. Of course, when have our brothers ever slacked off on such missions? But I do have a small request. What kind of request? Speak. Demetrivan glanced at him sideways. Hee. The deputy rubbed his hands together, his face alight with excitement. Last time in that city, we only enjoyed ourselves for a few days. Our men weren't quite satisfied yet, so? At this, the surrounding generals who had tasted the sweet fruits of victory cast hopeful eyes at Demetrivan, entranced. Demetrivan licked his lips, remembering the exquisite young woman from 2 nights ago. The experience was simply amazing. Recalling those days under Braden's command. No alcohol, no gambling, no bullying new recruits, not even laying a finger on commoners. Those were unbearable times. He nearly suffocated under such strict rules. Now, commanding this army independently, he finally understood how heavenly life could be. Without restraint, this decadence would only grow faster. Easy. Demetrivan grinned broadly. If we break the city before sunset today, I promise you 5 days without sheathing your swords. Upon hearing this, the entire cavalry erupted in a hurricane of cheers. A dog that has tasted human blood cannot be kept. This army, having fully experienced the sweetness of slaughter, could not be stopped now. Report to the Darun. The enemy army is 20 miles away from us. Report to the Darun. The enemy army is 15 miles away from us. 10 miles away. Teams of scouts on horseback rushed back, continuously updating Braden with the latest situation on the enemy. As the distance between the two sides shortened, the ridges of the divine Emperor camp became increasingly tense. This was the first time for the new recruits to step onto the battlefield and face death directly. To say they weren't nervous would be a lie, and the tension in the officers' hearts stemmed from other concerns. Who is the commander of the enemy? Braden asked coldly. Reply to the Darun. The leader of the Nathaniel army is named Demetrivan, the current left army commander of the Nathaniel. A guard from the Brocade Guards quickly stepped forward to report. Demetrivan, huh? Hearing this name, a sharp glint flashed in Braden's eyes. He turned around and noticed that most of the surrounding officers also had grim expressions. Braden nodded slightly. Their attitude brought him much comfort. You all want to kill this scum, right? Yes. I can't wait to charge over there and cut off that bastard's head with my own hands. Christian and Demetrivan were once peers in the military, both serving in it. But later, Demetrivan, by aligning with Audrey, was promoted 5 ranks within just 1 year, a speed comparable to riding a rocket. Only Christian remained diligently training troops and fighting enemies in the army. So when he suddenly heard that the city butcher was actually this man, Christian nearly ground his molars to pieces in anger. Just prepare yourselves, then let you have a good fight. Braden waved his hand. But there's no need for you to worry about this, Demetrivan. Today, I will personally cleanse the family and kill this scoundrel. Saying these words, there was not a hint of emotion left in Braden's eyes. Upon hearing this, the subordinates all nodded in unison. They all knew Demetrivan, who had once been a Atian under Braden. Braden's hatred for him was no less than theirs. Report to the Darun. The enemy army is less than 5 miles away from us. This sentence sounded like the trumpet of war. As soon as the words were spoken, Braden ordered in a deep voice, begin. Yes. The 3 commanders immediately carried out the order. An encounter battle was about to begin. Chapter 60. The arrogant Nathaniel army. Musketeers form ranks. Artillery prepare. Cavalry take your positions. The war drums thundered, and flags fluttered in the air. Upon receiving orders, the 3 battalions swiftly moved to their designated positions as planned before the battle. Due to the limited width of the official road, even after cutting down the surrounding trees, the space cleared was not enough for a frontline formation of over 20,000 men. Therefore, only small units were mobilized for this operation. 2,000 musketeers, 200 artillery ridges, and 500 cavalrymen on each flank. Each guard contributed 1 unit, ensuring fairness among them. A line formed by just over 3,000 men was only dozens of meters wide, appearing quite thin. It seemed that a few hundred elite cavalrymen charging at them would be enough to scatter the army completely, then they would be harvested like slicing melons. But there was no trace of fear on any ridge's face from the divine Emperor camp. Everyone began preparing for battle, loading cannons, chambering guns, and even calming horses quietly in the woods. Every person's expression was solemn, their eyes revealing unwavering resolve, as if determined to turn this line into an impregnable fortress. No matter who the enemy was, once they collided with it, the result could only be total annihilation. Tension, excitement, gravity, indifference. Each ridge's eyes concealed different emotions, but ultimately all these emotions merged into one word, silence. The air before the battlefield seemed frozen. Everyone remained silent, silently watching forward, waiting for the unlucky one who would soon charge into their arms and become a sacrifice to the flag. Time passed bit by bit. There was no sound in the divine Emperor army except for the flapping of banners in the gentle breeze. But soon, this tiny noise was drowned out by the tremor of the earth. The ridges felt a tingling sensation underfoot, which was weak at first, like fine dust rising from the road at the beginning. As time passed, the ground shook stronger and stronger, lifting even the sand and small stones rhythmically bouncing up and down along the road. At this moment, the officers could vaguely hear the sound of hooves. Experienced officers knew this was the sound of a large cavalry force moving, and the number must exceed 10,000. Actually, cavalry troops numbering in the thousands already made a startling noise that could be heard miles away, but that was just loud sound. Being able to shake pebbles off the ground from several miles away indicated that this cavalry force must number over 10,000, possibly heavy cavalry. Suddenly, everyone in the divine Emperor camp became tense. After all, every man in that opposing army was a veteran of numerous battles, the pride of the great Nathaniel dynasty. Moreover, they had stormed through the second most fortified pass in the southern border of Great Wei, Zishan Pass, in less than half an hour, proving their strength beyond doubt. They faced an army composed of 10,000 battle-hardened veterans, not 10,000 bandits. Their own side could not compare in terms of numbers or combat experience. So even though they had won previous drills overwhelmingly, most people were uncertain about the outcome of this first real battle. TSK, Judging by the sounds, the Nathaniel army must have sent all they have. After arranging everything, Wang Zaken came to Braden's side and clicked his tongue. Braden was on higher ground, making it easy to observe the enemy. He held a monocular spyglass, intently staring at the end of the road. Through the spyglass, a black torrent stretching for tens of miles was charging towards them from the end of the road. This flood was led by light cavalry, followed by heavy cavalry. Rows of black banners bearing the Nathaniel character flew high, likely intimidating anyone who saw it, causing them to lose all will to resist. The display is impressive. Becca must have spared no expense this time. Handing the spyglass to Wang Zaken, Braden looked extraordinarily calm, seemingly not taking the powerful cavalry force that broke through Zishan Pass seriously at all. He said confidently, but however grand their display, they are nothing more than wolves in sheep's clothing. They cannot scare the divine Imperial camp. They will not win this war. As Braden said, an army that has tasted forbidden fruit indeed instills fear through its brutal tactics and behavior. However, corresponding curses also befell this army. The uncontrollable savagery would spread like a virus, slowly corroding the Nathaniel army, turning them greedy, arrogant, bullying the weak, losing the core qualities of a truly powerful army. The core of this spirit is the courage to draw one's sword even when facing a stronger opponent, and the resilience to hold on until the very last moment, until the last man standing. The divine Imperial camp embodied this spirit at this moment. The Nathaniel army was advancing swiftly, and the vanguard units of both sides could already see each other. However, despite the sight of that long, seemingly endless black dragon, though heavy-hearted and tense, none of the officers and ridges in the divine Imperial camp showed any sign of fear. Everyone's eyes were filled with intense fighting spirit. Witnessing this, all the generals who had led troops before felt gratified because this army dared to draw its swords against an enemy that was stronger than itself. Meanwhile, within the ranks of the Nathaniel army, the side effects of their initial indulgence were starting to show. A report for the commander. A group of Wei ridges has been spotted 3 miles ahead, numbering around 3,000. A scout reported urgently as he galloped up. Hearing this news, every member of the Nathaniel army's command staff opened their eyes wide in disbelief. You mean there are Wei ridges ahead? Etienne rubbed his ears, unsure if he had heard correctly. After the battle at Zishan Pass, the fame of the Great Nathaniel army had spread across the entire southern border in just a few days. All Wei ridges along the route had either retreated into their cities or fled at the sight of them. They hadn't encountered any organized resistance from Wei forces. Today, it seemed they had come across something unusual. Reporting to the general, yes, they are wearing iron armor uniforms of Wei and carrying banners with the characters for Wei. The scout bowed his head, but the arrogance on his face couldn't be concealed. They have lined up in formation on the official road, equipped with strange weapons. It looks like they intend to intercept us here. The scout couldn't help but smile as he finished his report. Upon hearing this, all the Nathaniel generals burst into laughter. Shunamal laughed the hardest, nearly losing control of his horse's reins as tears streamed down his cheeks. Wiping away his tears, Shunamal massaged his aching stomach and looked at the Etiennes beside him, trying hard not to laugh out loud. He said, they say that the troops of Wei are weak, yet the ridges are all clever. I don't think so. We've only been in Wei territory for 3 days, and we've already encountered 3,000 men who have lost their minds and dare to block our path. As soon as he finished speaking, another wave of wild laughter erupted among the Nathaniel army. Chapter 61. The heavy cannon displays its might. Laughing, they spurred their horses to the front of the formation. Through the telescope, they indeed saw the Shenwu camp 3 miles away, with banners waving. One Etienne said immediately, Commander, I think you have a point. Those Wei troops we encountered before weren't good at fighting, but they were all crafty. Yes, on our way here, those along the route all fled in panic at the sight of us, without even showing their faces. Even those who did fight us were under strict orders from the Wei court and had strong defensive fortifications behind them, like that Wei troop at Zishan Pass. Otherwise, they would have run too. These Wei troops we've met today seem to have lost their minds, all of them. With just 3,000 men, they dare to block our path of 30,000 elite cavalry. No sane person would come up with such an idea. The Nathaniel army's senior officers all agreed, finding these Wei troops crazy for coming here to die. At the same time, this extremely arrogant provocation irritated them. Commander, let me take charge. I don't need many men. Give me 1,000 cavalry, and I'll blow some wind into them. A subordinate general came to a Metrovan, saluting to request the mission. Upon hearing this, other generals disagreed. Commander, let me go. I don't even need 1,000. Just 500 elite cavalry will do. If I can't break through their lines in one charge, I'll bring my head to see you. Javier, why do you always try to join in when there's an honorable task? Hehe, not everyone can do this kind of job. Without real skills, don't undertake it. You should stay with the main force. Javier, what do you mean? Seeing they were about to argue, Metrovan raised his hand, and both shut their mouths unwillingly. He tightened the reins, looking contemptuous. Shepherds, both generals want this credit. It's hard for me to assign this task casually. Giving it to either side would cause dissatisfaction. Well, since everyone wants to earn this merit, I'll give this opportunity to all. Now I order, adjust the deployment. Move all heavy cavalry to the front, leading the charge. Let all 30,000 troops together crush the Wei army ahead. Yes. Hearing this, the other Nathaniel generals were pleased, thinking this was indeed a good plan. If Metrovan had assigned this task to one person, others would be dissatisfied. Besides, hundreds or thousands of cavalry might take some time dealing with the foot ridges, no matter how easy it might be. It wouldn't be as shocking. But 30,000 cavalry attacking together made a different scene, highly shocking. Most importantly, facing this number of charging cavalry, those thousands of foot ridges had no chance to resist. They would be trampled into meat paste, deeply embedded into the yellow earth road in just one charge. This was exactly what Metrovan truly wanted, to crush this audacious Wei army with overwhelming power. Such an example would warn other Wei armies not to oppose the Nathaniel forces again. The order was quickly conveyed. Within less than a quarter hour, the deployment was adjusted. 8,000 heavy cavalry clad in 100-pound armor, their horses also covered in heavy armor, were moved to the front. They became the arrowhead of the Nathaniel army's archery, like a steel flood, stamping shallow trenches into the road surface hardened by large stones, causing fear in everyone watching. The Wei troops didn't show much change upon seeing this scene. Such cavalry drills were common back in the capital. Though the Nathaniel army's display was exceptionally large this time, they had already become desensitized. Now they stood quietly, waiting for orders to fire. This dumbfounded appearance looked even more arrogant to the Nathaniel troops, and they felt a bit of pity for the Shinwu camp ridges. Teske, 3,000 wooden heads are about to turn into a puddle of meat paste. A heavy cavalryman clicked his tongue to a nearby general. The general sneered, eyes full of disdain. With those clumsy sticks, they must die. Who else could survive? Yeah. The Ridge nodded, gradually accelerating his horse. Let's give them a quick death. Emitive they'll reincarnate as Nathaniel citizens next time. Ha! This is the end for those who obstruct the great Nathaniel army. The speed of the Nathaniel army increased rapidly, and the distance between the two sides closed swiftly. 3 li, 2 li, 1.5 li. Braden stood at a high vantage point, quietly waiting for the optimal moment to strike. Finally, after several breaths, the distance between the two forces closed to over 700 meters. At this distance, both sides could clearly see each other's formations, and the Nathaniel army's cavalry had accelerated to a very high speed. As the founder of the artillery unit, no one in the world understood the tactics and methods of such units better than Braden. He had precisely calculated that, at this distance combined with the horse speed, the Nathaniel army had no choice but to charge straight ahead. Heavy cannons, fire. Braden gave the order decisively. Heavy cannons, fire. The artillery commander roared upon receiving the order. Instantly, the 10 heavy cannons positioned at the forefront of the Shinwu camp began to display their might for the first time against the Nathaniel army. These cannons were forged from fine steel, each weighing nearly 2,000 caddies, too heavy for human hands to push and requiring horses to haul. At this moment, they were securely fastened to the road by the Shinwu Eagle artillerymen using gun carriages and steel spikes over half an arm's length long. The artillerymen raised torches, igniting the fuses at the rear of the cannons. A few seconds later, a deafening roar erupted from the Shinwu camp's artillery position. This sound was like a thunderclap in July, shaking even the horses of the Nathaniel army a mile away, making them neigh in fear, their heads tossing anxiously. Fortunately, the Nathaniel cavalrymen had superb horsemanship, taking some effort to calm the frightened horses. But before they could understand what was happening on the opposite side, disaster struck their vanguard. The Shinwu camp was equipped with 2 types of cannons. One type weighed 2 tons and fired solid cannonballs or canister shots, while the other type, lighter, less than 100 caddies for both the cannon and carriage, fired small iron beads and pebbles, similar to howitzers. The first wave to fire was the former. Sharp whistling sounds approached as 10 black shadows sped toward the Nathaniel army faster than the eye could follow. Before they could react, 10 vacuum paths appeared within the front ranks of the Nathaniel army. The heavy cannons used by the Shinwu camp had a terrifying caliber of 150 millimeters, loaded with 3 to 4 caddies of gunpowder per shot, with an explosive power that could only be described as extraordinary. Chapter 62. Dazed and beaten. 10 heavy cannons fired simultaneously, unleashing a volley of dense iron projectiles carrying immense force at supersonic speed towards the Nathaniel army a mile away. Due to Braden shortening the attack distance, combined with the large powder load in these heavy cannons and their equipped sights, the shells traveled almost in a straight line at this range, requiring no elevation adjustment and suffering no loss of kinetic energy. In less than 3 seconds, the 10 shells had reached the front ranks of the Nathaniel army. In the era of cold weapons, the Nathaniel army's heavy cavalry was indeed hailed as the strongest on earth. The over 100-pound heavy armor could easily withstand attacks from horseback bows, foot bows, crossbows, swords, and lances, and even spear thrusts when the horse speed wasn't too high. Even against the bed crossbows used for city defense, unless the projectiles were too large, like those from multi-bow crossbows that could pierce armor, the Nathaniel army's heavy cavalry could endure the impact. However, even such mobile fortresses, which could virtually be unstoppable in direct frontal assaults, proved as fragile as paper and as soft as mud in the face of the shells from the divine Emmenterschall camp. With a wet ripping sound, a shell hit the left side of a heavily armored cavalryman at the forefront of the Nathaniel army. Upon contact with the plate armor, the tens of thousands of pounds of kinetic energy instantly erupted. The meticulously crafted plate armor, under such terrifying force, tore apart like thin paper. The cavalryman inside was shattered by the impact, his entire left half of the body obliterated in an instant. Only half of his body remained hanging on the horse, traveling a dozen meters forward due to inertia before crashing to the ground. From start to finish, this cavalryman didn't make a single sound before meeting his fate. And he was just the beginning. After shredding one cavalryman, the kinetic energy of the shell remained undiminished, its trajectory unchanged, still carrying devastating power, bringing death to the following riders. Plop, 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 plop. Each time the shell struck a rider, it acted like a meat grinder, tearing through their heavy armor along with their entire bodies. Even those who were lucky enough to only graze the edge of the shell would lose an arm or half a leg, or if they grazed their helmet, their head would be completely gone. In short, within the trajectory of this shell, there were almost no intact survivors. All creatures blocking its path were eliminated. The trajectory extended for more than 100 meters before the shell, having passed through numerous layers of iron armor and human bodies, exhausted its kinetic energy and crashed into the ground, ending its brief yet brutal slaughter. Along this trajectory, blood and limbs were strewn everywhere, and dozens of riderless warhorses ran wildly in all directions. The scene nothing short of Tsan was utterly tragic, and similar bloody paths crisscrossed the entire front line of the Nathaniel army. There were 10 of them in total. In a single concentrated volley, 359 heavy cavalrymen of the Nathaniel army perished on the spot, with over 200 injured, most severely maimed and likely to die in this era. With 10 bloody tracks carved out, the advanced speed of the Nathaniel army's vanguard suddenly slowed dramatically. Riderless horses charged about chaotically, ridges panicked, and everyone thought it was divine punishment from heaven. They only saw the large iron pipes mounted on tripods far away in the Wei army's formation, red light flashing at their muzzles, spewing smoke and followed by explosive booms that hurt their eardrums and startled their horses. Worse still, right after the explosions, countless ridges in their ranks were inexplicably torn apart. The excellent heavy plate armor offered no resistance and was shredded along with their bodies. Dozens of bloody paths mysteriously appeared in their formation, extending for hundreds of feet, with anyone within this range either maimed or killed. Even their massive bed crossbows, which required 5 to 6 people to operate using a winch, could penetrate only 5 or 6 men at once, clearly visible like long spears, incapable of achieving such effects. This kind of power could only come from divine punishment. For a moment, the Nathaniel army's heavy cavalrymen looked as if they had seen ghosts, pulling tightly on their reins and looking around in panic, forgetting about charging altogether. The artillerymen of the divine Emperor camp had previously only fired at inanimate targets. They knew their cannons were powerful. But when they truly used these cannons against the enemy, they realized just how terrifying the weapon's might was, stunned with wide eyes and open mouths. But they wouldn't waste this golden opportunity. After the first volley, the artillerymen responsible for maintaining the barrels immediately used long-handled swabs wrapped in wet cotton to clean the residual gunpowder from the cannon tubes. After the inside of the barrels was cleaned, the loaders, who were long ready, immediately tore a small opening in the oiled paper-wrapped explosive packages and stuffed them into the barrels. Then they pressed a spherical steel shell onto the explosive package, pushing it down to the bottom of the barrel with a ramrod and packing it firmly. Once everything was ready, the gun captains responsible for ignition poured a pinch of powder into the vent at the rear of each cannon and inserted a fuse. Seeing all 10 cannons prepared, the commander waved his flag and roared, "Fire!" Upon receiving the order, the 10 gun captains repeated their previous actions, lowering their torches to light the fuses. Seconds later, the 10 150mm caliber heavy cannons roared again, hurling 10 steel shells, each carrying the force of 10,000 men, fiercely towards the vanguard of the Nathaniel army. Whiz! Thud thud thud. Following the ear-piercing whistles, the bloody scene reenacted within the Nathaniel ranks. The vanguard, which had just regained formation, was once again torn apart by more than a dozen bloody paths. For a moment, human cries and hoarse neighs never ceased. These 2 rounds of artillery bombardment left the vanguard of the Nathaniel army utterly dazed. Equally bewildered were the higher-ups of the Nathaniel army. What on earth is that? How could it have such power? The Metrovan grabbed the collar of the Etienne reporting to him, fury burning in his eyes, spitting saliva all over the other's face. The 2 loud booms startled him too, but before he could figure out what was happening, the frontline reports came in, nearly making him burst into anger beyond measure. 2 loud booms cost them over 1,000 casualties, most dying instantly. How could this not enrage him? With his collar grabbed, the Etienne also looked bitter. For heaven's sake, he didn't know what happened either. All he saw were 2 flashes from the Wei army's camp, followed by 2 tremendous booms, leaving their side looking like it had been plowed over, utterly tragic. But he wasn't stupid. With a little analysis, he guessed what might be happening. He stammered, reporting to Shepherd, it should be a weapon from the Wei army. A weapon? The Metrovan's eyes bulged wide. He had been in the military for over 20 years. What weapons hadn't he seen? Even the giant bed crossbows used for city defense and large trebuchets for sieges couldn't possibly have such exaggerated power, and their effects would be predictable. Now he was being told that 2 volleys that took out 600 heavy cavalry and injured another 400 or 500 were due to a Wei weapon. What nonsense! What weapon could have such extraordinary power? Chapter 63. Unethical Mortar. And the most critical point is, how could such a weapon of heavenly punishment be in Gavriel's hands? How could he accept it? How could he believe it? Do not deceive me. If you dare to mislead your superior, be careful, I might just cut your head off. Faced with this fact, watching a Metrovan's eyes redden with anger, the lieutenant general had no choice but to shrug and mumble. If you don't believe it, you can go see for yourself. As the commander of the heavy cavalry, seeing his veterans, whom he had trained from scratch, suffer such heavy casualties, he felt more pain than a Metrovan, who was parachuted in as the top official. He didn't have the patience to coax the other party anymore. The corner of a Metrovan's eyes twitched crazily. He drew his sword intending to chop off this lieutenant general's head, only to be tightly held by his staff officers and Etiennes, who after much persuasion managed to stop him. Commander, this is not the time to get angry. We need to order the cavalry at the front to withdraw immediately. Yes, our heavy cavalry is not plentiful. If they are attacked like that another 7 or 8 times, the army will collapse. The 2 Etiennes pleaded bitterly, but were rudely interrupted by a Metrovan waving his hand. Use your swine brains and think, can we withdraw at this moment? With these words, everyone fell silent. After 2 rounds of attack, both sides had already closed within 1 mile of each other. The speed of the Nathaniel army's armored cavalry had increased. At this point, retreating would mean being passively hit. No one wanted to be hit, and there was also no time for that. The Metrovan's expression turned cold. Shepherding on horseback, he gazed at the front lines and then said coldly, "Tell the ridges at the front not to be afraid. Although the Wei army's cannons have great power, their firing rate is slow. Now, with less than a mile between the 2 armies, they can't shoot many times. As long as we seize this opportunity and charge over on horseback, with just a few rows of men, they won't be able to hold us back. A single charge will break through." Yes. The lieutenant general's face darkened, thinking that a Metrovan was treating them like cannon fodder. But there was no way out. When Bo sent a Metrovan here, he also gave him considerable power, almost absolute authority. If he dared to defy orders, the next second, his head would definitely be gone. So, after a brief moment of consideration, he saluted and left, silently calculating the probable losses this time around, determined to ask a Metrovan for more benefits when the battle was over. Upon receiving the order, Even though many of the Nathaniel army's armored cavalry had shadows cast on their hearts, fearing the military laws, they could only curse while continuing to increase their horse speed and galloping towards the Wei army's position. The distance between the two armies grew closer, the Nathaniel army's speed faster and faster, still maintaining an extremely dense arrow formation for the charge. It wasn't that they didn't want to spread out. On this official road, except for the central dirt road where horses could run, both sides were lined with towering trees. Even a slight dispersion would lead directly into the trees. Would Braden let such a perfect opportunity slip away? 4th Heavy Artillery barrel cleaned. 7th Heavy Artillery steel bullet loaded. 3rd Artillery captain in place, ready to ignite. At the artillery site, reports from various positions echoed loudly and orderly. When all the heavy artillery operators were ready, Braden did not rush to give the order to fire, but quietly stared at the accelerating Nathaniel army's armored cavalry, patiently waiting. Finally, after a few seconds, a ridge from the ranging team suddenly stood up. Report. The enemy has entered within 300 steps of our formation. This is it. Braden took a breath. In fact, the effective range of the heavy artillery was 4 to 5 miles, with a maximum range of 8 to 9 miles, far more than the 1.5 miles he ordered to fire. He shortened the firing distance mainly to pull the opponent into close range before engaging. Only then could the Wei army maximize the firepower of their firearms. Otherwise, firing at normal distances, if the opposite side felt the sting of gunfire and bullets, they might turn around and flee. That wouldn't be ideal. Knowing that his side was mostly infantry, which couldn't catch up to them, the small amount of cavalry they had would just be fodder if they pursued. And now, the opportunity Braden had been waiting for finally came. Musketmen stand still. Heavy artillery and mortars open fire. All gun positions concentrate fire on the frontline cavalry cluster. Decisive orders quickly spread down. In the next moment, a large number of torches fell simultaneously in the artillery site, igniting the fuses at the rear of the barrels. Unlike the previous round where only the heavy artillery fired, this round included 30 field guns placed between 2 heavy cannons, starting to spew fire. These small guns were also made of fine steel, but they were much smaller than the heavy artillery. Each weighed less than 100 pounds, and the ammunition they fired wasn't steel single-shot bullets, but rather a large area of steel beads and iron nails similar to shotgun pellets. Never underestimate these little things. With 8 ounces of black powder fully ignited, generating extremely high pressure within the barrel, each steel bead and tack carried several times more energy than the crossbows used by infantry of both sides. Moreover, this type of shell had a very wide coverage area, with one shot spreading over a large expanse. At that moment, 30 mortars firing simultaneously formed an enormous curtain of shells, covering a 180-degree three-dimensional space in front of the Nathaniel army, completely sealing it off. Mixed among them were 10 spherical steel projectiles weighing several pounds each. When combined, their lethality far surpassed any previous artillery bombardments by several times. And indeed, that was the case. The vanguard of the Nathaniel army, having reached their maximum speed, collided head-on with this kinetic-laden curtain of shells at a mere 300 paces away from the enemy. In an instant, 10 bloody paths appeared as usual, but even more unfortunate were those hit by the steel beads and tacks, turning into sieves. Speaking of kinetic energy alone, these steel beads and tacks already far exceeded the individual energy storage weapons of this era, comparable to muskets. This meant that the heavy plate armor developed to counteract cold weapons like bows, crossbows, and spears could not withstand this rain of projectiles at all. The worst part was yet to come. Due to their small size and lower kinetic energy compared to heavy artillery shells, those struck by them wouldn't be instantly killed unless hit at vital points, unlike those unlucky enough to be hit by heavy artillery shells which turned them into meat paste on impact. However, the steel beads and tacks could easily penetrate armor and pierce through the human body, spinning inside and causing massive internal bleeding. So in an instant, the entire vanguard of the Nathaniel army's heavy cavalry felt as if they had collided with an invisible wall. The first row was lucky. Both men and horses turned into sieves on impact. But the people behind were less fortunate. The Metni were just wounded and fell off their horses. The ones behind didn't have time to stop due to limited charging space, making it impossible for them to adjust their horses. They could only watch helplessly as their own horses knocked down their comrades in front and trampled over them mercilessly, leading to many being crushed to death. In this round, at least 500 Nathaniel Ridges were killed on the spot, and over 1,000 were injured, suffering heavy losses. For a moment, screams, curses, cries, and the mournful neighs of war horses echoed throughout the Nathaniel army's vanguard. Chapter 64. Failed Assault. The heavily armored Ridges were somewhat shell-shocked by the various devices flying over from the Wei army's side. After 5 consecutive rounds of bombardment, each round was visually more shocking than the last, and the destructive power also increased with each attack. The heart of the commander of the heavy cavalry bled, as they had already lost close to 2,000 men, amounting to over half their casualties. What is this thing? He gritted his teeth, staring intently at the barrels on the Wei army's line. He couldn't understand how those tubes, no thicker than a forearm and incomparable in size to the city's heavy crossbows, could unleash such tremendous force. After charging 3 li and enduring 5 rounds of bombardment, 1,900 were killed, over 2,000 injured, and worst of all, they hadn't even gotten close enough to touch a corner of the Wei army's clothing. What kind of situation was this? At this moment, his hatred for the Wei army before him reached its peak. At the same time, he deeply hated Ametrevin. If not for his insistence on attacking without investigating the enemy situation, how could his troops have suffered such massive losses? He swore that if he survived this time, he would do everything to impeach the other party, making sure Ametrevin paid dearly for his actions. The Metni of the heavy cavalry Ridges were sweating cold sweat and starting to lose heart. It wasn't that they were cowards. It was simply because the projectiles from the Wei army flew too fast. The Metni didn't even see the shadow of what was coming, let alone react instinctively, before being turned into sieves or pounded into mush. Who could endure such a humiliating death? But Ametrevin hadn't ordered a retreat. The execution squads behind them were ready, eyeing them menacingly, and any deviation from the official road by their horses would result in merciless steel blades. Reluctantly, the remaining 4,000 plus heavy cavalry could only muster the little courage they had left to launch a final charge toward the nearby Wei army camp. Fortunately, the distance between the two armies was now only 200 paces. At the loading speed of the Wei army's weapons, they would only need to endure one more round of artillery fire before reaching the Wei army and cutting them to pieces. At this point, hope reignited in the hearts of the heavy cavalry. Their eyes turned red, morale surged, and their horses sped up once again. And they actually survived the next round of bombardment. Despite fewer than 4,000 remaining, everyone was incredibly excited, riding recklessly towards the Wei army's position. Because now the distance between the two armies was less than 150 paces, and the last round of artillery fire had been endured. The remaining stretch of road was like an open path, posing no threat. Imagining this, the Nathaniel army's heavy cavalry seemed to visualize easily breaking through the enemy lines and retaliating ferociously with their swords. For a moment, they were all extremely agitated. Brothers, charge through this last open stretch and kill every man in the Wei army. Take their heads to honor our banner. A lieutenant raised his curved saber and howled to the sky. Inspired by him, the remaining heavy cavalry showed signs of madness, their eyes flashing with bloodlust as they charged toward the Wei army's position. Report. The vanguard of the Nathaniel army is 140 paces away from us. Report. The vanguard of the Nathaniel army is 120 paces away from us. From a high vantage point, Braden had put down the telescope. This distance didn't require it anymore, as the naked eye could see clearly. Shepherder, the Nathaniel army has entered musket range. Give the order to fire. Beside him, Christian was anxious, pacing back and forth like an ant on a hot pan. He couldn't understand why Braden still hadn't given the order to fire even though the enemy had entered musket range. One must know that although there were only about 4,000 of them left, and some were injured, these were all heavy cavalry. If they really threw their lives away and charged hard into the Wei army's position, it would be questionable whether their thin formation of 3,000 plus could hold. But Braden remained unperturbed, and instead lectured Christian. You're too impatient. War isn't about drawing lines on a map, or comparing statistics. Some things aren't just surface level. Amal Yun listened half comprehending, but Braden ignored him. Report. The Nathaniel army's vanguard is within 100 paces of us. Finally, the voice Braden wanted to hear finally sounded. Braden's expression changed, and he gave the combat command with a wave of his hand. Open fire with the muskets. First round. Target the horses. Almost immediately after his words, the first row of 500 musket ridges in the Wei army's camp simultaneously raised their muskets, aimed at the horses of the Nathaniel army's heavy cavalry, and pulled the triggers. Bang! The sound of gunfire rang out like exploding beans, and thick blue smoke instantly rose from in front of the musket battalion, blocking their view of the results. However, from Braden's position, it was clear to see. As soon as the first volley of bullets left the muzzles, they struck the front row of the Nathaniel army's horses in unison. Although the horses of the Nathaniel army's heavy cavalry were heavily armored with almost no exposed areas, they wore chainmail which was a lower tier of protection compared to the iron can-like armor of the riders. It couldn't withstand the gunpowder-accelerated musket balls. So after one volley, countless blood flowers instantly blossomed on over 100 horses in the front line, as they screamed and fell to the ground. This sudden turn of events made the Nathaniel army's heavy cavalry disbelieve their own eyes. Wasn't this supposed to be the last round of bombardment? Wasn't it said that the Wei army had no other offensive means? What the hell is going on? After falling flat on their faces and getting up from the ground, those ridges cast murderous glares at Ametrovin and the Wei army. Clearly, if looks could kill, both sides would have died countless times already. But this was not the end of their nightmare. It had just begun. Fire! With Braden's steady command ringing again, the previously quiet 2-second musket formation of the Wei army started firing once more. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! 500 men per row, 6 rows in total, shooting in batches in perfect coordination, and due to the increased number of rows, the intervals between shots significantly shortened. Row by row of pearl-sized lead-gray bullets flew out like nanomaterial filaments in the ancient Zither plan, ruthlessly reaping lives. Pitifully, all the horses in the front line of the Nathaniel army were brought down in the first round, completely blocking the official road. The rear cavalry, those with poor riding skills, simply couldn't pass through. Trying to retreat wasn't an option either, as the execution squads and main forces blocked them from behind, leaving them standing there, silently taking the hits. As for those with better riding skills, they could barely control their horses to jump over the corpses ahead, but those few dozen people getting through didn't help, because what greeted them was a barrage of hundreds of bullets coming straight at them. In an instant, chaos erupted among the Nathaniel army's vanguard. There were wounded ridges and horses everywhere, and bodies lay strewn about. Their assault was halted as if it had collided with a massive hammer. It was already a one-sided declaration of failure. Chapter 65. Fighting until red in the eyes. Commander Amal, retreat. We can't keep charging like this. Otherwise, all 8,000 of our heavy cavalry will be wiped out here. Row after row of bullets finally became the last few big stones to break the camel's back. It was clear that the number of heavy cavalry still able to sit steadily on their horses at the front was about to fall below 4 digits. This massive casualty rate finally shattered the vice-general's inner world completely. Without caring what Commander Amal had ordered, he shouted and then led the remaining remnants into the woods on either side. Jared, you dare to flee from battle? Wait for me. Seeing Jared zoom off with the remnants right under his nose, Imetrovin's brain buzzed as if it were exploding, with fiery anger bursting in his eyes. But the military situation was urgent at this moment, so he couldn't bother with him now. He would settle accounts later. In the current situation, having thrown in so many men, they had barely managed to push forward to this position. There was no way Imetrovin could retreat. Otherwise, not to mention the Imperial Court, he just couldn't face the heavy cavalry. Not only could he not retreat, but he must charge forward full force. Now, both sides were less than 100 steps apart. He didn't believe these Wei troops could come up with anything weird again after this. With years of experience in battle arrays, Imetrovin trusted his judgment, so he directly ordered. The rear army should move the corpses of the horses ahead, and the main force should continue to charge forward. He didn't believe that these final dozen or so steps would become an insurmountable obstacle for the Don Nathaniel army. Ridiculous. But he would never have thought that this confidence of his would cause the Don Nathaniel troops to suffer such a huge setback. Seeing the opponent fall for the bait and start moving the horse corpses, Braden at a distance curled his lips. Imetrovin, your temper is still as stubborn and hasty as before, unwilling to turn back until you hit a wall. He sighed softly, saying leisurely, well, this time I'll cleanse my house and send you down personally. Speed up the musket firing, don't conserve ammunition for me. Artillery ready, grenadiers ready, cavalry ready. 2 orders were quickly issued, and the 3 units immediately knew what to do without any rehearsal. The rate of ammunition discharge from the musketeers increased rapidly, rows of lead bullets pouring down on the Don Nathaniel army like raindrops, causing severe casualties, which left Imetrovin extremely helpless. He gritted his teeth. Shield bearers forward. Buy time for our brothers clearing the corpses. As soon as the words were spoken, a group of ridges carrying large square shields of wooden boards wrapped in double-layered iron sheets rushed to the front of the battlefield. In groups of 10 or so, they placed their shields in front of the horse corpses. These square shields were the ones used by the Don Nathaniel army when attacking Zishan Pass. It had to be admitted that the Don Nathaniel army's defensive skills were indeed maxed out. The iron armor previously worn by the heavy cavalry and those horse armor couldn't be easily damaged by cold weapons. Only firearms could do it. And these large square shields, just lifted out, could even withstand muskets. Double-layered millimeter-thick iron sheets, plus thick pine wood boards soaked in tung oil in between, made the lead bullets fired by the Wei army stuck in the shieldwood boards, rarely managing to penetrate them. Indeed, this bought some time for the Don Nathaniel army to move the horse corpses. But Imetrovin overlooked one point. While the shields delayed the attack on his side, they also provided cover for the opposite artillery. A shield wall taller than 10 feet completely blocked the line of sight between the 2 armies. But the officers of the Divine Emperor Corps weren't fools. Seeing the enemy set up the shields, how could they not know what they intended? Plus, with Braden's order, instantly, the Wei artillery took great speed, swiftly cleared the cannons, and reloaded new ammunition. After half a minute, all the cannons were finally ready. The artillery commander fiercely waved the flag in his hand and roared, "Fire!" Boom boom boom. 40 heavy cannons roared together. Those large square shields, which could barely withstand musket bullets, offered no defense against these heavy cannons and were instantly torn to shreds. The Don Nathaniel ridges hiding behind also suffered greatly, being mowed down in rows by the steel ball shells that followed. Seeing this scene, Imetrovin was almost spitting blood with anger. Giving up on worrying about the corpses, he directly ordered the main force to trample over the bodies. At this point in the battle, no one dared to oppose. Everyone silently complied. Bullets, shell fragments, and splinters flew everywhere on this not-so-wide official road, continuously claiming Don Nathaniel lives. Fortunately, at this time, the bow and arrow range had been reached, so the Don Nathaniel army wouldn't just take hits anymore. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Hundreds of archers formed a phalanx, pulling their bows taut and shooting their arrows full of hatred towards the enemy. The Wei army started to incur casualties. Whoosh. Plop. An arrow struck a musketeer's arm, its sharp tip piercing through the armor and embedding 2 centimeters into the flesh. The musketeer immediately stifled a groan but did not pause his actions. He endured the pain, loading ammunition, charging the weapon, and pulling the trigger. Only those with severe injuries would be urgently carried off by the medical troops behind them, after which new musketeers would immediately step up to replace them without any hesitation. If it were another Wei army unit, they would have crumbled long ago under this level of attack. But under Braden's strict training, ironclad military discipline had already been deeply ingrained in this force. They were capable of engaging in a war of attrition with the Don Nathaniel army. The distance between the 2 sides gradually closed, and the number of casualties rapidly escalated. However, overall, the number of casualties on the Don Nathaniel side was incomparably higher than that of the Divine Emperor Corps. When the 2 sides closed to within 40 steps, the Don Nathaniel side, including the heavy cavalry from earlier, had already lost nearly 6,000 men, with close to 8,000 wounded. It could be said that this elite force, which the Don Nathaniel Imperial Court had placed great hopes on, had already suffered more than half its losses without even coming to close combat with the Divine Emperor Corps. In contrast, the Divine Emperor Corps had only lost a dozen or so men since the battle began, with a few dozen injured. The casualty exchange ratio had reached a terrifying 1 to 300. This kind of casualty ratio was almost impossible to achieve in the era of cold weapons. Imetrovin was now fighting until red in the eyes. At this point, there was no way he could talk about retreating. Returning would mean death. Being beaten by a small unit with a 1 to 300 casualty ratio, if he really went back, Audrey would never let him off. Moreover, he was certain that this Wei army unit was far from ordinary. Leaving aside the weapons that should not exist in this world, just their ironclad military discipline was on par with Don Nathaniel's most elite units. Now, there was only one path before him: fight. Even if it meant fighting to the last man, he must utterly annihilate this Wei army force, seize their weapons, and take them back. Only then might Audrey possibly spare him. Chapter 66. Strike while the iron is hot. With this thought in mind, Imetrovin drew his long saber and shouted loudly, "Brothers! Just 100 steps ahead lies the Wei army formation. Follow me and charge through. Victory in this battle will bring us promotions and honors for our wives and descendants. I order here and now, for every Wei ridge's head, 100 taels of silver shall be rewarded." Having said that, out of fear that heavy cavalry losses would demoralize the troops, Imetrovin personally led 5,000 men from the central army forward. Seeing their commander leading the charge, the previously faltering heavy cavalry ridges felt reassured. Emetrevin raised the war banner and waved it vigorously, leading over 6,000 troops of his central force to merge with the less than 5,000 remaining heavy cavalry units. They gripped their reins tightly, lashed their horses' flanks, spurred them past the bodies of fallen comrades, brandished sabers and long spears, and charged red-eyed at the Xinwu army. The ground beneath was transformed into a bloody carpet of crushed bodies and dead horses as they were trampled underfoot by thousands of galloping hooves, an unpleasant sight to behold. Shepherd, should we reinforce them? Their formation is too sparse. Even if they have that device, it's unlikely they can withstand such a massive cavalry charge for long. The frantic charge of the Nathaniel troops left Christian feeling queasy. He thought the enemy was going all in and was worried about the situation. Moreover, Christian found the Nathaniel army's behavior of trampling their own fallen utterly repulsive. He realized this Nathaniel army wasn't the valiant and invincible force he remembered. However, Braden remained calm, even taking out a handkerchief to wipe his spyglass lenses. What are the characteristics of troop morale during battle? Braden suddenly asked Christian, posing an unrelated question. Caught off guard, Christian still answered promptly, in battle, the morale of an army surges like a drumbeat. Strong initially, wanes after the second strike, and is exhausted by the third. Recognizing the principle, Christian's expression brightened instantly. Braden nodded approvingly, pointing towards the Nathaniel forces. Look, the original position of the Central Army banner has moved to the front lines. Emetrevin is getting desperate. Christian nodded firmly. As the commander of 30,000 men, Emetrevin wouldn't risk his life unless absolutely necessary. Seems our artillery strikes earlier did work. The Nathaniel army's morale really is compromised, he murmured. Not just compromised, but severely damaged, Braden corrected. Our continuous bombardment has decimated their frontline heavy cavalry, nearly driving them to collapse. With no other choice, Emetrevin had to lead the central force to bolster them, but it's barely making a difference. Don't let their fierce appearance fool you. The Nathaniel army's morale has plummeted. It's only maintained by Emetrevin's presence. So, once we fend off this assault, the Nathaniel army will crumble completely. You make a good point, sir, Christian agreed, almost convinced. Yet he still had doubts. But even if their morale collapses, it doesn't mean the entire army will fall apart. After all, their casualty rate is below 20%. Several former Nathaniel army officers nodded in agreement. In this world, any regular army would disintegrate when its casualty rate hit 10%. Wei's army, being relatively weaker, could not hold at 7 or 8% casualties. Nathaniel's regular troops, being much stronger, could endure up to 15% before morale significantly dropped. This particular Nathaniel elite unit could endure up to 30% casualties. There were instances where their casualty rate neared 50%, yet they held firm. Hearing this, Braden chuckled and shook his head. I'd hesitate to say this about the old Nathaniel army, but now, after experiencing pillaging and slaughter, their mindset has changed. They won't sacrifice themselves needlessly for victory, risking the wealth they've accumulated. We have this battle secured, he concluded confidently. As these words were spoken, many people showed a contemplative expression. Even many of the ridges responsible for guarding began to think about the purpose behind Braden's stringent military regulations. Perhaps it wasn't solely for management. Braden was calmly summarizing and analyzing the situation, but Emetrevin didn't have that luxury. Brothers, follow me and charge through. Earn silver. Emetrevin held the large banner in his right hand and gripped a saber in his left, charging at the forefront of the Nathaniel army, protected by his personal guards. The concerns Braden worried about, he actually understood them all. Yet humans have inertia. While many understood the logic clearly, they often couldn't act on it, let alone persist with it. Emetrevin chose to indulge himself in the Nathaniel army, allowing the seeds of greed to take root and sprout in everyone's hearts. Experience had shown that indulging inner demons felt good indeed. However, once this door was opened, it became impossible to revert the sin-laden Nathaniel army back into the once powerful force that rallied on mere slogans, even for Emetrevin. Thus, he could only use profit as bait to lure the Nathaniel army into battle. And reality proved that once an army's combat motivation was tied to money, it wasn't far from being ruined. Initially, the Nathaniel army charged with vigor, especially after trampling over the bodies of their fallen comrades. The distance between the two sides was now less than 100 paces. At this moment, the Wei army's cannons had just finished firing and weren't prepared for another round. This meant that as long as they braved the hail of musket fire and covered the final 100 paces, victory would naturally belong to them. Everything unfolded as the Nathaniel army imagined. As they increased their horse speed, the distance between the two sides shortened. Musketeers and archers lined up, drawing bows and raising guns, greeting each other with volleys of bullets and arrows. The Nathaniel army quickly suffered heavy casualties. Bullets from muskets were too powerful. Regular shields offered no protection. Large shields that could withstand bullets were almost 2 inches thick, but they couldn't be carried on horses. They could only rush forward, eyes bloodshot, enduring the concentrated fire. Emetrevin's central force, with its numerous banners making it conspicuous, received special attention. After several volleys, more than 1,000 ridges fell directly. Chapter 67. Ground fire? Landmines. Watching his personally selected central army ridges fall one by one, even some of his personal guards were hit. Moreover, regardless of the layers of heavy armor worn by those struck, without exception, they were all pierced through by a single shot. The lead bullets seemed to have flown off who knows where, leaving only 2 blood-soaked holes as big as jujubes on their bodies. Emetrevin's heart bled. These were all the elite troops he had painstakingly cultivated with countless efforts and resources. Seeing them eliminated one by one now, it felt worse than being executed himself. Therefore, his hatred for this Nathaniel army had completely penetrated his bones. Pass my order. After breaking through the enemy lines, all remaining enemies shall be slain on the spot, without leaving a single one alive. Just bring their tubes with us and capture the next fort. After entering the city, no ceasefire for 10 days. Emetrevin promised benefits again to boost morale. He focused on the firearms on the Wei army's front lines. Even though they would be heavily weakened after eliminating this Wei army, these powerful weapons would ensure no resistance when capturing the next group of forts. The Metrovan secretly decided that after entering the city, he would vent his anger thoroughly on those lowly Wei people, cleansing the humiliation he suffered today. Hearing their commander's promise, the Nathaniel army charging forward seemed to have taken deer's blood. Eyes bloodshot red, they roared like wild beasts from their horsebacks, galloping toward the Wei army's lines. No ceasefire for 10 days. This was undoubtedly an enormous temptation. In just a few breaths, the distance between the two armies closed to 50 steps, allowing Nathaniel June's archers to unleash effective volleys. Wave after wave of arrows rained down in graceful parabolas, plunging towards the Wei army positions. Fortunately, the artillerymen knew they had no chance to fire their cannons. They grabbed shields beforehand and quickly joined the rear musket formations as per protocol, raising their shields to protect against the arrows. Thus, despite the flurry of arrow rains, the Wei army did not suffer significant casualties. They continued expressionlessly, calmly following infantry drill standards, repeatedly loading bullets, powder, raising guns, and firing, like killing machines. The rain of arrows and volley of bullets interwove, felling Nathaniel army ridges row by row. Casualties were maintained at a 3-digit rate every second. Even the divine Emperor corps struggled. The protective area covered by the artillerymen's shields was limited, and they too continuously fell victim to arrows. Both sides thus consumed and endured, competing to see who could persist till the end. As they approached 40 steps, more than a third of the Nathaniel army's central forces had been wiped out, but the survivors grew even more frenzied. Victory was within reach. This scene made Metrovan both heartbroken and exhilarated. As long as they broke through the Wei army lines while riding this momentum, he could make up for all the losses suffered today. However, he knew that if they failed to break through before their morale ran out, let alone a crushing defeat, victory in this war would slip away from them. But Metrovan, always self-confident, did not believe this situation would occur in his army. Their madness and arrogance blinded them, leading the Nathaniel army to even put away their bows, drawing sabers and spears, preparing to charge with cavalry. Meanwhile, unnoticed by anyone, the Wei army artillerymen had lowered their shields, opened large boxes beside their muskets, and took out iron spheres about the size of apples. 35 steps, 33 steps, 31 steps. The distance shortened again, with every Nathaniel army officer and ridge displaying a crazed look. They were already imagining the wonderful scene of cutting down the Wei ridges until heads rolled everywhere. But in the next moment, this beautiful dream was mercilessly shattered by a thunderous explosion. Ignite! Seeing most of the Nathaniel army rush into the preset minefield, Braden decisively ordered. Shepherdnal flag bearers immediately waved their flags. Upon receiving the command, the divine Emperor corps ridges hiding in the forests on both sides pulled the igniters. The moment the igniters were pulled, the ground rumbled, the entire road violently shaking as if a volcano lay buried beneath, ready to erupt. Nathaniel army horses panicked, but before they could understand what was happening, two blazing orbs erupted simultaneously at the front and midsection of their formation. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated through the forest. Blinding red light overshadowed the sun, detonating 2 rows of landmines 30 steps in front of the Wei army and a li, about 500 meters, away. Each explosive point contained 5 mines, each packed with 10 pounds of explosives. 10 mines, 100 pounds of explosives, detonated simultaneously, creating 2 20-meter-wide vacuum zones. In this area, the intense shockwave and the dense fragmentation jet swept through, ensuring no living creature within this region could survive the explosion. In just a moment, over 100 ridges from the Nathaniel army were wiped out, and their formation was severed into 2 segments, and the slaughter by the divine Emperor corps was far from over. Boom, boom, boom. Following the detonation of these 2 mine belts, the scattered mines buried between them also exploded in succession. For a time, countless fireballs erupted from under the Nathaniel army's feet. Before they could react, the dense metal fragments mixed with the shockwaves mercilessly surged up, taking away life after life. Ah, what is this? Ground fire. It must be ground fire. Is it divine punishment sent down upon us? The Nathaniel army's camp was filled with wails. The fragmentation from these landmines had the same killing effect as the shrapnel shells from the divine Emperor corps cannons, with similarly devastating results. Even a mere graze by the fragments would result in a piercing injury at the very least. And unlike artillery bombardment, the Nathaniel army did not know what was inside those tubes used by Wei forces. A fireball would shoot out of the tube mouth, and something would fly over to claim heads. The divine Emperor corps landmines, however, were all buried underground, giving no warning before exploding. No one knew which part of the ground beneath their feet was safe. Once an explosion occurred, the fragments would cause casualties within a fraction of a second, leaving no time for reaction. Thus, the Nathaniel army believed these explosions were divine punishments, causing widespread chaos among the troops. Seeing this scene, Metrovan's face turned ashen. With years of commanding experience, he clearly understood that this was not divine punishment, but a new weapon of the Wei army. However, he had no solution. The little bit of morale he had painstakingly built up was completely shattered by these explosions. Every ridge in the Nathaniel army now nervously stared at their own feet, terrified that a burst of fragments might suddenly erupt from somewhere, sending them to meet Yama, the god of death. Apart from his few personal guards, no one was willing to continue charging with him. Moreover, due to the close spacing of horses during the charge and the narrowness of the road bordered by large trees on both sides, they had no space to turn their horses around and could only stand anxiously huddled together. Chapter 68. Complete Annihilation. Commander, let's retreat. Seeing the situation turning for the worse, a bodyguard quickly tugged at Metrovan's clothes, earnestly persuading him. Metrovan's face was pale as he gritted his teeth and looked around. Behind him, in their own ranks, landmines kept exploding, taking countless lives. Emetny ridges lost their mines and simply dismounted, fleeing into the adjacent woods. In front of them, The Wei army's gunfire never ceased. Shepard's rows of ridges constantly took turns firing, rounds of bullets poured in relentlessly, and the vanguard had already suffered heavy casualties. Even he had nearly been killed by the first wave of mines, but for the experienced bodyguards who shielded him with their bodies, sacrificing themselves to save him. After much deliberation, Imetrovin finally slammed his horse hard and forced out the word through clenched teeth, retreat. Although he said retreat, he truly could not bear it. Time and again he gathered strength to throw punches fiercely, but every time he was thrown off balance by the peculiar weapons of the Wei army. Why? Why was this happening? Why did it always end up like this? Where did this Wei army suddenly come from? Too strange. Quick. Escort commander to retreat. Roaring inwardly, Imetrovin was surrounded by several bodyguards, ready to turn his horse towards the woods. But right at this moment, the Divine Valor camp unleashed another assault. Grenadiers ready. Hidden signalmen waved two color flags, silently giving orders. Seeing this, the grenadiers hiding among musketeers immediately unscrewed the caps on their grenades and held onto the hemp ropes inside. Pull. The flags fell, the hemp ropes were pulled out, and streams of blue smoke immediately rose from those iron lumps. Throw. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. These grenadiers, who also manned cannons weighing hundreds of pounds or more, had extraordinarily developed arm muscles. A 4 to 5 pound grenade in their hands felt like a small sandbag. Upon receiving orders, over 200 grenadiers swung their arms wide and hurled the large iron lumps directly at the Nathaniel army's long snake formation. In an instant, countless iron lumps rained down, and even if they didn't explode, conservatively speaking, dozens would have been crushed to death. Imetrovin stared dumbfounded at the sky, watching countless smoking iron lumps fall toward him. His bodyguards hurried to shield him, preventing him from being struck on the head, though one hit his shoulder. But Imetrovin felt no joy. After so many rounds with the Wei army's firearms, he had developed a conditioned response to anything smoking or flaming. Looking at the rolling iron lumps on the ground, all he managed was a painful murmur. It's over. The next second, 200 fiery red flames erupted instantly, swallowing and annihilating the entire vanguard of the Nathaniel army, including Imetrovin's bodyguards. Braden watched quietly through a telescope as this grand fireworks show unfolded. Each fireball explosion ensured no living thing within 10 meters survived. Within 15 meters, injuries were inevitable. Once all the mines on the road exploded, the corpses of the Nathaniel army covered the entire official road thickly. Those severely injured lay amidst the corpses of comrades, moaning painfully as they faced death. And those still standing, whether man or horse, were few. They had completely lost their fighting spirit, nervously glancing around. Shepherding deeply, Braden thought that while he had buried tens of thousands of ridges he once led, there was no other choice since this army had crossed his line. No matter how reluctant he felt, his actions would not waver. Surrender them, Braden said calmly. Send out cavalry to catch the fleeing remnants. None who refuse to surrender will be spared. Yes. Christian, looking spirited, accepted the order. Unlike Braden, he didn't carry such heavy thoughts, only guessing that the plan was to leave an escape route for less fierce resistance. Anyone who wants to live, drop your weapons and kneel to surrender. In 10 breaths, anyone still holding weapons will be killed on the spot. Only then did the Divine Valor camp fully reveal itself, emerging from the surrounding woods with guns locked onto the Nathaniel army on the road. Seeing this, no one dared resist, dropping their weapons voluntarily and kneeling with raised hands in surrender. The long-restrained cavalry, upon receiving orders, immediately turned their horses, bypassing the corpses strewn across the ground, and dashed into the woods to take a shortcut, pursuing the scattered remnants who had just fled. Within less than 15 minutes, distant gunfire and faint shouts of battle could be heard from afar. Shepherder, this time we've really struck it rich. It took half a day for the Wei army to tally up the spoils of war. By evening, Christian approached Braden with a delighted expression to report. Ho! Braden wore an amused look, teasing him. How much good stuff did you get? You look so happy. Christian scratched his head, smiling naively. There's indeed quite a lot. Over 32,000 sets of armor, more than 11,000 sets of horse armor, among which over 4,000 are severely damaged and need to be melted down. Most others only have partial damage. Some just have 2 holes in the chest and back. Wash them. Replace the armor plates, and they're good to use again. We seized countless weapons like swords, spears, halberds, and more. At this point, Christian looked somewhat frustrated, but we didn't capture much in terms of supplies or grain, making us still responsible for feeding those prisoners. Braden nodded. That's normal. They were all cavalry operations, moving swiftly with the aim of capturing the next stronghold, then sustaining themselves through war. Carrying fewer supplies is common. Braden's words reminded Christian of the atrocities committed by the troops at Zishan Pass, and he fell silent for a moment. By the way, what was the casualty ratio between our forces and theirs? Braden suddenly asked. Christian composed himself, reporting to Shepherder. Our side suffered 81 deaths and 244 injuries, about a 15% casualty rate. After speaking, his face lit up, but it's different for the Nathaniel army. In this battle, we killed or injured 27,794 of them and captured 4,882, with another 104 missing. The Nathaniel vanguard, after this battle, can be declared completely annihilated. Almost a 100-to-1 casualty ratio. Braden stared at Christian's dazzling white teeth. He rubbed his chin, nodding slowly. For the first small-scale drum operation, outnumbered as we were, to achieve such results is excellent. Chapter 69. The role of the commander. Right, what about Imetrovin? After clearing all these Nathaniel troops, Braden suddenly remembered his old subordinate. He's dead. Christian bared his teeth. He showed no mercy for this former colleague. Turned into a sieve by shrapnel from 2 landmines. Died quickly. Lucky him. Wang Zhang wiped the steel blade. The rest of the generals nodded in agreement. Adults must pay the price for their actions. Having followed Braden for many years, they detested certain behaviors to the core. Shepard Imetrovin ordered the massacre, crossing that red line, there was no more sentiment between them. And those orders given by him and the deeds done by the Nathaniel troops had been marked with a price tag, just waiting for today's battle to settle all accounts. After a moment's silence, Braden said coldly, "Seal his body with lime. Take it with us. Bury the other bodies on site."
Yes.
Also, you should hurry up with the identification work of prisoners. Anyone who committed any atrocities at Zishan Pass should be taken away. Others shall be detained on site. Yunhai, you are the first commander of the Divine Might Camp and also a senior officer in the Embroidered Uniform Guard. I give you this task and also the authority to mobilize local Embroidered Uniform Guards. You must get it all clear within 2 days. I obey your order. Christian answered seriously, accepting the order with a fist salute. Emmett Yuan, Hanley, you are responsible for post-battle cleanup and military training for the next 2 days. We indeed achieved an unprecedented great victory, but we mustn't let our heads swell. Otherwise, we'll suffer a fall eventually. I won't interfere with how you carry out the training, leaving it all up to you. In short, after 2 days, I want everyone in the Divine Might Camp to become sharp swords, ready to take enemies' heads as soon as they draw them out. We obey your order. The second commander of the Divine Might Camp, Emmett Yuan, bowed and gave a fist salute, his eyes filled with passion. They had witnessed this unprecedented victory today. They no longer doubted this highly armed force. Also, make sure to record the names of the injured and fallen ridges, preserve their bodies with lime, then transport them back to the capital as quickly as possible for burial. When the war is over, I will personally preside over the memorial service for them in the capital. In addition, the relief silver for the fallen ridges must reach the hands of their families, and the subsidies for the injured and disabled ridges must also be paid in full. Whoever dares to touch even a single coin inside will lose their head. Are you clear? Yes, sir. Both replied loudly, feeling both solemn and deeply moved. Because in the armies of this world, forget the wounded or sick, even the compensation for fallen ridges would be repeatedly embezzled by superiors. And after such embezzlement, what was left could hardly be expected. This was true even for the great Nathaniel army. Only Braden, only that former official they were willing to lay down their lives for, only that god of war who led them to create countless great achievements, would do this kind of thing, could do such a thing. At this moment, they were incomparably happy and proud of their initial choice. After arranging the army's affairs, Braden turned his gaze towards Wang Zaken beside him, giving instructions. Ancient sayings speak of moving troops before preparing provisions. But now it has to change. For the Divine Might Camp, intelligence is often more important than supplies. The troops set off in 2 days, the next target being Zishan Pass. You used to be a scout in the Nathaniel army. Now I'm putting the reconnaissance division of the Divine Might Camp and all southern border embroidered uniform guards under your command. Your task is to ensure the smooth flow of intelligence for my troops. Do you have confidence? If not, please speak up now. I will find someone else. How couldn't someone who specialized in intelligence see through Braden's provocation? Yet, the pride inherent in him as a ridge rose at his words. Replying to Shepherder, if any problem occurs in the intelligence of this expedition, you won't need to send executioners. Save some energy. 1 gunshot is enough for me. Great. Braden clapped heavily and praised. Those words are uplifting. Then I'll entrust the entire Southern Intelligence Network to you. When this war ends, I will petition for your promotion when I return. After arranging everything, Braden slowly nodded, then said solemnly, I only give you 2 days. Tomorrow afternoon, all officers above Shaoqi level in the Divine Might Camp should gather in the camp for a post-war summary meeting. The mech breakfast at dawn the day after tomorrow and leave at Chun time. Target, Zishan Pass. Receive the order. The generals gave a fist salute, shouted loudly, and hurried off to their posts to do the job. As the commander of a large army, Braden was well aware that the core of his job consisted of only 2 things. One was to know how to use people effectively and keep them under control, ensuring they did not become arrogant and unruly. The second was to formulate various strategic policies and handle military affairs. As for leading troops into battle at the front lines, it was a necessary skill for a commander, but it was not part of the job description. Anyone who didn't change their mindset would be nothing more than a fierce general, and such a person was prone to reckless charges due to a heated mind, which could easily lead to disastrous results, even collapsing an entire front line. Absolutely unfit to command a large army. History had proven that his approach was indeed correct. These men, like Christian, were Braden's former subordinates in the Nathaniel army, all promoted from the ranks by Braden himself. Their individual capabilities were undoubtedly formidable. Moreover, since they had defected to the Wei dynasty and joined the highly armed Divine Might Camp, which Braden established with his own hands, to these officers and ridges of the Divine Might Camp, although the camp bore the title of the Hyder's personal guard like the Embroidered Uniform Guard, it was not a secret police organization like the latter. The Hyder resided deep within the palace, and as a legitimate military force, even the top generals seldom saw the Hyder without authorization, perhaps only once a year. Therefore, in the eyes of all officers and ridges of the Divine Might Camp, this Commander Braden, who recruited them personally and meticulously built and perfected the Divine Might Camp, was the person with the highest authority and prestige in the camp. No one else came close. With these multiple layers of respect and trust, the Divine Might Camp handled tasks such as clearing the battlefield, distributing relief silver, and interrogating Nathaniel prisoners with remarkable efficiency. In just 1.5 days, the post-battle cleanup after the first battle was completed. The bodies of the Nathaniel troops were piled up, with firewood underneath and poured with naphtha oil, and then set ablaze. The fire burned for a whole day and night. Only on the second day did the Divine Might Camp bury the remaining ashes locally. On the wayside, the fallen ridges were respectfully gathered, sprinkled with lime powder to preserve them, and after a solemn mourning ceremony by the entire army, loaded onto ships bound for the capital. Chapter 70. The truth becomes clearer through debate. After General Wang Zaken integrated the 2 intelligence networks, the efficiency of handling affairs increased significantly. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Braden convened the post-battle summary meeting as scheduled. He moved all the tents in the central camp to the periphery, clearing out a space of more than 1,000 square meters in the middle. His seat was placed in the cleared area. Over 100 long benches were arranged in an arc shape, partially enclosing his seat. Although it was rather simple, none of the officers complained. Because at this moment, from the highest-ranking commandant down to the smallest team leaders managing dozens of people, all 400-plus members of the Divine Valor camp sat neatly in formation. However, since Braden had not yet started speaking, everyone could only stare blankly at each other, making for a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Braden understood that this was everyone's first time attending such a meeting, and they might naturally feel restrained. Therefore, he took the initiative to speak up. Today I have gathered everyone here to summarize the pros and cons displayed by our army and the enemy during this campaign. You are free to speak your minds, and I will not punish anyone for their words. On the contrary, if anyone criticizes problems and proposes significant suggestions or opinions, I will not hesitate to reward them. As he spoke, he glanced towards his former subordinates. Christian immediately caught on, though he was also surprised because Braden had organized similar meetings in the Great Nathaniel before. Due to restrictions from the court, those previous meetings involved fewer people and allowed less freedom of speech compared to now. He immediately stood up, giving Braden a simple military salute, then declared loudly, "Report to your excellency. I have made an observation regarding our combat methods." Oh. Braden was instantly intrigued, beckoning him to continue freely. The other officers also perked up their ears, curious about what Christian would say as the first one to speak up and whether it would lead to rewards or punishment. Realizing he had become the center of attention, Christian showed no signs of nervousness. He cleared his throat and said, "Your Excellency, this time we achieved a remarkable victory with just over 300 casualties, killing or wounding 27,000 Nathaniel Ridges and capturing 4,000. This can be said to be unprecedented." Upon hearing this, despite Emmett Yuan and Hanley's constant reminders, the officers and men of the Divine Valor camp couldn't help but show expressions of pride on their faces. Just as Christian put it, this unbelievable victory came from the Great Wei, from their Divine Valor camp, from these common Ridges who were looked down upon by ministers in the court. And this was their first battle. Who wouldn't feel proud with such a record? But Christian's next words were like a bucket of cold water, dousing their newfound pride. But after careful study, I discovered that a significant part of our victory this time was due to luck. Buzz. At this statement, there was an uproar in the hall. It must be noted that the first guard of the Divine Valor camp contributed the most troops to this battle, and as its commander, Christian was the happiest. Not to mention, when reporting to Braden 2 days ago, he nearly burst into laughter from joy. But now, he seemed like a different person, pointing out flaws on his own initiative. Shepard's Christian held the rank of a Major General, which was a third-rank official, and was Braden's right-hand man and effectively the second in command of the Divine Valor camp. No one dared to challenge him rashly. But many people felt Bu Fuqi, unconvinced, inside. Their painstaking training for a month and their fearless performance on the battlefield had finally brought them this victory, yet Christian attributed it to luck. Emetni were holding in their frustration. Clearly, if Christian failed to provide solid reasoning, his personal credibility would be greatly affected, and even his future position in the Divine Valor camp would be in question. Christian seemed to have anticipated this. He simply smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to look at me with those eyes. Shepard, I dare to say this, I certainly have evidence." Then he turned to Braden, "Your Excellency, although our unit achieved significant results, our casualties were also substantial, nearly 1/10 of our forces." Hearing this reason, someone finally couldn't hold back any longer. "Your Excellency, I object." Seeing someone about to challenge him, Braden didn't get angry. Instead, he was unusually pleased and immediately waved for the person to stand. The one who stood up was a dark-faced giant, wearing relatively simple armor, indicating that he wasn't of high rank. "I am Captain Emmett Lachi, currently serving as the 1st Squadron Leader of the 7th Battalion of the 2nd Guard of the Divine Valor Camp. I pay my respects to Commander Shepard and Commander Amal." After standing up, he first gave a military salute to both Braden and Christian. His direct address of Christian's title already showed his dissatisfaction with him. Braden nodded slightly, having a rough idea of the reason. In the battle 2 days ago, the 2nd Guard had dispatched a battalion, among which 2 squads came from the 1st Company of the 7th Battalion. As a military commander, it was only natural that Emmett Lachi couldn't tolerate his own troops being criticized. However, Braden did not stop him but instead clapped his hands and smiled. "Very good. Captain Wong has objections. Speak freely. The truth becomes clearer through debate. I guarantee no one will be held accountable for this, nor will anyone cause you trouble." With Braden's support, Emmett Lachi felt reassured. Facing Christian directly, with some anger on his face, he said, "Commander Amal, I find it extremely difficult to agree with your words just now. In the past, our army didn't even fight against the Nathaniel forces. Even when encountering stronger bandits, our casualty ratios weren't good, often at 2-to-1, or even 1-to-1. But this time, we deployed just over 3,000 men, facing 10 times as many elite Nathaniel troops head-on, without any ambush or surprise attacks, and still managed to achieve a casualty ratio of 1-to-100, eliminating more than 27,000 enemies. I can't understand how such casualties can be considered significant. What kind of casualty ratio would satisfy you, Commander Amal?" After these words, many lower and mid-ranking officers silently nodded. They hadn't missed a single day of training in the Divine Valor camp, knowing how hard it was. Without exaggeration, their daily training load in the Divine Valor camp probably matched what the brother units in the capital could achieve in a month. And yet, under such intense training, facing 10 times the number of enemy elite forces, they only suffered 1/10 the casualties, which they saw as the absolute limit. They also wondered what Christian expected to be satisfied, unless turning them into invincible warriors. The tension in the air immediately intensified. Christian, however, remained calm. After following Braden for many years, his temperament had become very steady. A few words wouldn't easily provoke him, and he understood that Emmett Lachi's actions stemmed from caring for the unit. Chapter 71. Collective Wisdom and Effort. He faced Emmett Lachi, his voice unusually warm. "Captain Wong, don't be angry. Shepard, I dared to bring this up. I have absolute confidence in convincing everyone. Although Emetlachi had an impatient temperament, fortunately, he was not a reckless man. On the contrary, Christian's unexpectedly amiable attitude shocked him immensely. He had been prepared for a scolding when he stood up but didn't expect the other party to give him such a big opportunity to back down, which instantly dispelled his anger. Even his previously firm stance began to waver. He bowed and clasped his hands, changing his address. Shepherds, you are so confident. I will listen with all due respect. Both sides' performances pleased Braden very much. He waved his hand. Commander Amal, since everyone is waiting, don't hold back. Speak your mind.
Yes.
Christian said clearly. The reason I mentioned that a significant portion of the enemy's casualties were due to luck and that our losses were substantial is not baseless talk. Today at noon, after reviewing the battle report from the guards, I found several interesting points. This statement piqued everyone's curiosity, and they all leaned in to listen. Christian slowly pulled out a battle report. In this battle, we inflicted 27,794 casualties on the enemy, among which more than 10,000 were killed by our artillery fire alone, while most of the remaining casualties were caused by various explosives. Those who were actually killed or wounded by musket fire, according to a rough estimate, numbered only around 5,000. And yet, the unit with the greatest loss was precisely the musketeers, making me think deeply. Hearing this, the officers who had been dissatisfied with Christian immediately quieted down. All the middle and lower-ranking officers who had directly participated in the war knew Christian was telling the truth. Did you find anything suspicious? Braden's expression became increasingly serious. After all, it was the first large-scale deployment of firearms, and there were bound to be problems. There is. Christian nodded emphatically. I simulated the battle many times on the sand table and finally discovered that the reason for the minimal casualties among our artillery troops was that their range was much greater, and throughout the battle, our army almost always suppressed the enemy. The enemy had no countermeasures at all. But the range of muskets isn't that far. Emetlachi stroked his chin, frowning as he added. Indeed, Christian agreed, nodding. During the later stages of our musket exchange with the enemy, we were already within the range of their bows. Because we needed to use muskets for aimed shooting, our positions were relatively fixed, unable to move freely. Additionally, the shields carried by the artillery were too small, resulting in unnecessary casualties. That is indeed the case. Braden carefully recalled the details of the previous day's battle and realized Christian was right. Emetlachi was left speechless by his own family member's explanation and could only murmur, then, what solution do you have? Christian waved his hand confidently. This can be easily resolved. The main issue is our lack of foresight earlier. Now we just need to plug the loopholes. Firstly, the armor and helmets for the musketeers need to be custom-made, especially the helmets. Shepherds, most of the enemy's arrows come from above in a parabolic trajectory. Iron helmets should be made with wider brims to protect the neck and shoulders. Secondly, unlike traditional military formations, musket lines are generally thin, and the only close combat weapon they have is the bayonet, which is limited against cavalry. Therefore, it's best to place a row of giant horses or sandbags in front of the formation to prevent enemy cavalry from charging through. Thirdly, the narrow road restricted Nathaniel Army's movement, forcing them into a long line during their attack on us. Moreover, we had planned meticulously while using firearms for the first time, leaving them unprepared. And with our smaller numbers, the enemy underestimated us, leading to this great victory. But in future battles, especially open field engagements, once the enemy becomes prepared, our advantages will diminish significantly. So I propose that, after this, our army should not engage the enemy recklessly if they outnumber us more than 6 to 1. Once their numbers exceed this ratio, our situation becomes perilous. Christian laid out all his analysis, piece by piece, backed by reason and data, even providing solutions. His suggestions convinced everyone present, including Emetlachi. Lord Amal, he bowed toward Christian, his dark face flushed with embarrassment, but admiration shone in his eyes. I spoke too intensely just now and have offended many. Now that I think about it, I feel ashamed and hope Lord Amal can forgive me. In the army, strength is respected. As long as you have the capability, everyone will admire you. Christian laughed heartily. Captain Wong, what are you talking about? Lord Shepard has said long ago that this meeting aims to scrutinize current issues, gather collective wisdom and effort, and discuss our strengths, weaknesses, and areas for improvement. Everyone has the right to speak up. Of course, everyone also has the right to question. If you have objections, we can debate them out. As Lord Shepard often says, truth becomes clearer through debates. Captain Wong, you needn't worry. Ha ha ha, Commander Amal hit the nail on the head. Braden was extremely pleased. He had spent over a decade in the Great Nathaniel dynasty but failed to achieve his aspirations. Unexpectedly, they were realized here in the Great Wei. He waved his hand and instructed the clerk, write down all of Commander Amal's suggestions and discuss each one. Once approved, implement them immediately. Once confirmed effective, each suggestion will be rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver.
Yes.
Seeing how Christian had earned such generous rewards with just a few words, the entire conference hall instantly became lively. Officers racked their brains, looking for flaws in the Divine Valor Camp's recent battle or merits from the Nathaniel army, and thought about practical solutions they believed could work. Especially those young mid to low ranking officers. Many of them were veterans transferred from other armies within Wei, with rich combat experience. Their suggestions were often very practical. Where else could you find an opportunity to strengthen the army's combat power while benefiting yourself? Thus, for a moment, enthusiastic voices filled the conference hall, one after another. Seeing this scene, many mid to high ranking officers felt deeply moved. Previously, in the Wei army, scholars always held sway over martial men, placing military officers far below civil officials, not to mention any say in important matters. Looking at today's scene, it felt much like the scholarly mandarins gathering to debate classics and doctrines. But these debates here would genuinely boost the unit's combat effectiveness, which was no less effective than the lofty discussions of those mandarins. Thus, under Braden's intentional guidance, the trend of valuing scholars over warriors in the Great Wei began to change within the Divine Valor Camp for the first time. Chapter 72. exceptional rations treatment. Emetlachi was thoroughly impressed. At the same time, he admired Braden to the utmost. Such magnanimity, such strategic acumen, such courage. Perhaps only this creator of the divine Emperor camp could possess such qualities? Before, Emetlachi's feelings towards Braden were mostly gratitude for providing him with a position that offered such generous remuneration. This allowed someone from his commoner background to serve and provide for his entire family comfortably. Now, Emetlachi felt an additional emotion towards Braden, akin to the excitement a talented horse feels for its appreciating master. This feeling was extraordinarily strong and would support him as he established military accomplishments, eventually reaching the rank of third-grade official. But that is another story. The summary meeting lasted from afternoon until evening, and the officers' spirits remained exceptionally high. Their suggestions had already accumulated to over 100, with more than 10 people receiving rewards on the spot. Most of the others would not be left out. Once their proposals proved successful in the army, they too would receive rewards and silver. As night approached and all suggestions were exhausted, these several hundred officers reluctantly returned to their respective camps, still exchanging ideas as they left. Shepherd, this move was truly brilliant. Just one meeting has mobilized officers at all levels of the military instead of exhausting resources on blind endeavors. The many issues they raised were things we never even thought of since our army's inception, which is quite remarkable. After everyone left, Christian followed Braden into the camp, admiring him wholeheartedly. He genuinely admired Braden. Even the most elite troops of the Nathaniel army separated their officers and ridges by hierarchy. High-ranking officers usually came from prestigious families, while those from ordinary backgrounds typically spent their lives in lower ranks, unable to rise further unless their military achievements were so extraordinary that even the court couldn't suppress them. Even when Braden managed the Nathaniel army on behalf of Audrey, he could only promote a few individuals from the grassroots level, leaving the overall structure unchanged. Christian and Wang Zhang rose during that period. However, the divine Emperor camp was different. The lower-level officers here were almost entirely selected from outstanding new recruits. Middle and upper officers were mainly drawn from other Wei army units, experienced officers at the grassroots level, along with Braden's subordinates from the Great Nathaniel, where over 90% came from commoner backgrounds. Such an officer corps, unprecedented not only in Great Nathaniel and Wei but compared to the finest armies of past dynasties, was truly unique. More impressively, this post-battle summary meeting, though similar practices existed in many armies, involved only senior officers or advisors elsewhere. If you had suggestions, you could only present them to your immediate superior, who might ignore them or claim the credit if useful. In the divine Emperor camp, however, regardless of rank or position, everyone could participate, and practical solutions were rewarded genuinely and tangibly, setting it apart. Haha, collective wisdom naturally leads to such outcomes. No need to be surprised, Braden said casually. As the founder of this system, he had seen this happen many times. I expanded today's meeting to the entire army precisely to establish this practice in the divine Emperor camp. In the future, we will hold such meetings after every battle and regularly to identify problems in daily training and management. Moreover, previous meetings, including today's, were limited to officers. In the future, this should include even the lowest ranks, ideally selecting 1 or 2 representatives from each squad. Phew. Upon hearing this, Christian could not help but gasp. If Braden's idea of ridge representatives were realized and treated equally to officer meetings, undoubtedly, the divine Emperor camp's cohesion would far surpass any other army. Knowing that ridges die for those who understand and value them, having an officer like Braden who cares for grassroots ridges and breaks through institutional barriers to give them a voice, who wouldn't cherish such loyalty? Who would dare betray him? Then Braden shifted the conversation, giving Christian a polite dismissal. You may rest now. It's late, and we have a tough battle tomorrow. Yes. Christian nodded, saluting and taking his leave. That night, almost all officers of the divine Emperor camp went to sleep with excited anticipation, looking forward to the next day's battles. The oil lamp in Braden's tent, however, remained lit until deep into the night. Early the next morning, just past the hour of 5 a.m., the previously tranquil garrison of the divine Emperor camp suddenly sprang to life. It was still dark, but the ridges were already holding torches and cooking breakfast, creating a bustling atmosphere. Thanks to the convenience of waterway logistics, since stepping onto the battlefield, the meal standards for the divine Emperor camp had been raised by 2 levels. During training, there was only a guarantee of meat every day, but now it had become meat at every meal. For just breakfast alone, there were 3 main dishes: rice, thick porridge, and steamed buns. In addition, there were lamb soup, braised pork, and yellow beans stewed with pig trotters, rich and hearty meals that provided energy and nutrition for the ridges. And unlike other armies that commonly used compressed rations like coarse flour cakes and soaked dry rice during wartime, the divine Emperor camp only used them for light raids. Otherwise, such items were never seen. Despite these luxurious dining conditions, Braden always felt something was missing. Once this battle is over, I'll have to return to the capital and go to the Bureau of Culinary Arts to find some chefs to develop better military rations. On the parade ground, watching the ridges eating heartily, Braden furrowed his brows and took half a steamed bun into his mouth. Indeed, in the divine Emperor camp, all officers ate the same large pot meals as the ridges. Only the injured or special groups like family visitors could enjoy small private kitchens. Pfft. Hearing this, Christian, who had just taken a big sip of lamb soup, almost spewed it all over Braden's face. Cough, cough. After recovering, he stared blankly at the large chunks of lamb bone and meat, along with radishes and green onions in his bowl, his expression incredibly vivid. Lord, do you think what we're eating now isn't good enough? Braden shook his head. There's always something lacking. Something lacking? Brother, have you heard yourself? Christian's lips twitched violently, but our meal standards, just like in Dewey or de Nathaniel's elite forces, are far beyond what they can match. And for the current meal standards you requested, Bo had to argue with the officials in court for 3 days before it was finalized. Later, the censorate led the criticism, causing the whole court to call us dandies, saying we fight while eating fine food. This time, Chapter 73, Kylie's pressure. This time, Christian was not being disloyal. Back when he was in the Great Nathaniel army, Braden had also improved the treatment of ridges, including their rations. As a general who rose from the bottom by military merit, treading over countless bodies, Christian felt pampered after Braden's reforms to the Nathaniel army. Yet, even so, these days at the Divine Valor camp still left him dazed with the abundant provisions. Not only were the supplies rich and varied, but even the cooks here were selected for their culinary experience, ensuring every meal was carefully prepared for the troops. Therefore, he genuinely felt that Braden somewhat indulged these ridges. However, Braden scoffed disdainfully. The Nathaniel army has been laying siege for 5 or 6 days. We are risking our lives on the front lines, while they feast daily with their wives and concubines in the rear. And they have the nerve to complain about our good food? Christian was speechless. The reports from the embroidered uniform guard that Braden had just shown him indeed indicated that officials were hosting grand banquets almost every day during this critical period. In previous times under the Wei dynasty, such behavior might not have raised eyebrows, but it was glaringly inappropriate now that they were at war. Perhaps they thought that even if the Wei dynasty fell completely to Nathaniel, the commoners and royal family would suffer, but not them, as representatives of the landowners and merchant class. They assumed Qing Yishao would need stability and wouldn't punish them. They'd merely have a new employer. Now you understand, right? In this crucial moment, I'd rather convert all the Ministry of Revenue's funds into military provisions than let them benefit one bit more. Seeing Christian silent, Braden said gravely, with the Nathaniel army pressing hard, I can't deal with them now. I've let these pests live temporarily, feeding them while they complain. Once the war is over, I'll settle accounts with each one of them. Understood, Christian replied, his eyes firm. It's better to use these resources to support our troops than to leave them for those officials to enrich themselves. Braden smiled approvingly at Christian. You got it. My ridges are all good sons and precious jewels, not the riffraff found in other Wei armies. In the past, we didn't have the means, but now we do. There's no way I'll let my ridges eat straw and swallow chaff. Besides, once we report victory, these pests won't be able to speak up anymore. Christian nodded in agreement. Wei dynasty, capital. Today's morning court was tense as usual. The Imperial conference had barely begun when Kylie, who hadn't even settled into the Dragon Throne, faced a barrage of accusations against the Divine Valor camp and Braden led by the censorate and supported by the Chancellor and various ministries. Your Majesty, I impeach Commander Braden of the Divine Valor camp and Commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard. Yesterday afternoon, the Divine Valor camp's logistics team requested 10,000 taels of silver from the Ministry of Revenue to purchase food. In just 4 or 5 days of the campaign, they've already spent nearly 30,000 taels on meals alone, without even engaging in battle yet. I believe the court cannot tolerate such extravagance. Especially Braden, during his term as the commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, he investigated numerous corruption cases, including embezzlement from the National Treasury. Now, he leads this extravagant lifestyle. For this reason alone, Your Majesty should issue an edict stripping him of his position as commander and ordering him back to the capital for punishment. Dali Temple's Qing Conley stood forward, sternly indicting Braden with righteous indignation. Beside him, the Minister of Revenue Luis looked on in disgust, clearly repulsed by the whole spectacle. Kylie sat in the Dragon Throne, equally seething. For 5 straight days now, these officials had been attacking Braden during morning court, especially since the army departed and Braden went with them. They regained control of the capital's narrative, becoming increasingly bold in their criticism, escalating each day. Most of Braden's actions regarding the new army had been reported to Kylie, including matters of ridge rations. Though she lacked military expertise, she understood that proper rations were essential for maintaining high morale and combat effectiveness. Moreover, no matter how alarming Conley's words sounded, as if the Great Wei would be bankrupted by the Divine Valor camp's expenses if Braden wasn't stopped, in reality, these 30,000 taels were for over 20,000 troops over 4 days, including provisions for war horses and transportation costs. Though the expenditure was 3 to 4 times higher than other armies, it was far from being considered extravagant. And what could this amount, sufficient to feed 20,000 robust young men freely for 4 days, do if spent on these officials of the Great Wei court? The answer: it would cover 9 months' salary for a chancellor. You didn't hear wrong. The Great Wei practiced a high salary policy to prevent corruption, so the officials were paid very well. For example, the chief of the 3 departments, like the chancellor, earned an average annual salary of 4 to 6,000 taels. In the Great Wei, 1 tael of silver could sustain a family of 3 in the capital for 2 months if they spent frugally. Yet now, these highest-paid officials showed no concern for the state's troubles and indulged in daily festivities. They dared to accuse the border-bound ridges of extravagance just because they ate well. They even accused Braden, who had no fixed abode, lived either in the Northern Bureau or stayed at the Divine Valor camp, and occasionally had meals at the Imperial Palace, of embezzlement. Not only did they demand his dismissal, but also wanted him brought back to the capital for investigation. How could Kylie not be furious? How could she not be indignant? If even Braden was considered corrupt, what would these ministers be called? Was there any law left? Any justice left? However, with Braden away at the front lines and herself almost alone in this vast capital, she couldn't afford to clash with the entire court. So, like before, Kylie intended to ignore these idiots. But today, these ministers seemed determined to make things difficult for Braden. Like turtles biting onto weights, they were set on it. After being ignored for a while, Conley grew impatient and continued to insist that Kylie take severe actions against Braden. This was just the beginning. Following him, Zach Casimir, Damien, and a host of censorites all jumped out, one after another, to impeach Braden. Suddenly, the pressure on Kylie multiplied. Chapter 74, Playing Monkeys. Moreover, they unanimously used the fact that the Divine Emperor camp had been on the expedition for several days without engaging in a single battle as their point of criticism. This made Kylie even more frustrated. What an absurd reason they came up with. The capital was over 400 miles away from the southern border and nearly 600 miles from the front lines of both countries. Unless it was an urgent message delivered by express courier, regular intelligence transmission would take at least 2 days, not to mention the army moving by water route. Leaving aside the time spent marching, including today, the divine Emperor camp had only arrived in the south for no more than 3 days. How could they expect this newly trained army, which had never been on a battlefield before, to find and defeat the most elite vanguard troops of Nathaniel country within such a short time? Were their heads kicked by donkeys? Just 3 days ago, intelligence came from the southern border, stating that Zishan Pass had fallen 6 days earlier, and Nathaniel's 30,000-strong army had occupied it in less than an hour. Thatcher Ajax died in the line of duty, and the 6,000 defending troops mostly perished, with the rest being captured by the Nathaniel army. This was not all. Afterward, the Nathaniel army conducted 3 days of inhumane pillage and massacre in Zishan Pass, leaving thousands of the 50,000 residents dead or wounded. During those 2 days when the news arrived, Kylie suffered from insomnia and anxiety night after night. What were these court officials doing at that time? They acted like nothing was their business, leaving her alone to worry. Now they came out to criticize the divine Emperor camp. It should be noted that the troops stationed in Zishan Pass were the best equipped, best treated, and strongest fighters among all the border troops of Great Wei, relying on a high city wall and deep moat. Why didn't they fight instead of jumping so high in criticism? Seeing Kylie's obviously angry face, the ministers felt secretly delighted. This meant that their guess was correct. Braden was a military idiot, and he created the divine Emperor camp merely to please Kylie, lacking any combat capability. Even if the divine Emperor camp reached the south, they would absolutely cower and dare not face the Nathaniel army. If they kept pressing on this point relentlessly, attacking it, then no matter how much Kylie wanted to protect Braden, she wouldn't be able to cope soon. For a moment, the ministers in the hall seemed like a boiling pot, grasping what they believed to be the divine Emperor camp's pain points and attacking with all their might, each looking more arrogant and smug than the last. Kylie's face darkened bit by bit. After years of hidden endurance, at this moment, she really wanted to break her composure and have these good-for-nothing officials, who only cared about party factionalism and bribery, flogged right there in the palace, beaten till they dropped dead. But she knew she couldn't do that because if she did, the waiting game would escalate, and the ministers wouldn't let her off easily. At this moment, Kylie only wanted to handle the matter coldly, but the censorate wouldn't stand for it and jumped out to force the issue. Your Majesty, Braden has spent a whole month training the divine Emperor camp, consuming countless resources and providing better treatment than other armies. However, since they rushed to the southern border, they haven't fought a single battle or even seen a single Nathaniel ridge. Such idle people are unfit to lead troops. Please reconsider. Suddenly, the imperial meeting fell into a deadlock. Kylie clenched her fists, preparing to adjourn the court directly. But just at this moment, a loud report came from outside the hall, breaking the noisy chatter of the ministers. Report. Urgent dispatch from the divine Emperor camp in the south. After shouting, a eunuch from the imperial office, holding a letter with both hands, hurriedly ran into the hall. He walked straight to Kylie through the frozen crowd of ministers, raised the letter over his head, and bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, here is an urgent dispatch from the divine Emperor camp in the south. Minister Shepard has important military information to report. Only at this moment did the civil servants recover from their initial shock, but their faces did not show surprise. Instead, they wore thick smiles of schadenfreude. It's an urgent dispatch. It looks like Braden has stumbled in the south. Heh, the Nathaniel army is hard to fight against. Even Zishan Pass, the second largest stronghold in the south, was breached in less than an hour. Yes, and the defenders at Zishan Pass were our strongest and best equipped border troops. They failed in defense. Braden's so-called mighty divine Emperor camp, having been trained for just a month and never seeing blood, will probably be wiped out when encountering the Nathaniel army. Not necessarily. Didn't you see how well the ridges of the divine Emperor camp ate this month? They'll surely have enough energy to run away, though probably with their pants wet from fear. Ha 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 ha. The ministers laughed and joked, as if the divine Emperor camp were the detested Nathaniel army, or they themselves were subjects of the Nathaniel dynasty. The next second, however, Kylie abruptly rose from her dragon throne, her face full of disbelief. Hee hee, look at your Majesty's expression. Young Braden has likely suffered a defeat. This time he's in for big trouble. That would be best. It'd be great if your Majesty ordered his immediate execution. It wouldn't be in vain for our worries these past few days. Kylie paid no heed to the minister's chatter. She repeatedly read the content of the military dispatch. Her hands holding the letter began to tremble, and her eyes shone brighter and brighter. However, years of reigning had given her considerable depth. She tried hard to restrain her excitement, calmed herself down, and then looked at the gloating ministers below, immediately thinking of a fun idea. After all this time I held back, it's now your turn to taste failure. Thinking this, Kylie deliberately put on an extremely serious expression, saying nothing, just standing there holding the letter, in silence. Seeing this, everyone became even more certain that the dispatch contained no good news. They were elated, jumping around more vigorously. Your Majesty, I propose we immediately remove Braden from all his positions. Yes, the embroidered uniform guard should also be handed over to someone else. Have him arrested and brought back to the capital immediately. In their minds, they were already imagining the glorious scene of being revered as role models by their colleagues after bringing Braden down, all of them feeling immensely pleased. Looking at this group of jesters, Kylie forced down the smile at the corner of her mouth. Her gratitude towards Braden had reached its peak. Suddenly, she nodded slightly and said, My beloved ministers say that I should remove Braden from all his positions and have him arrested and brought to the capital? Indeed, this young man is not only idle but also harbors evil ambitions. Allowing him to command the army will surely bring disaster to the country. Kylie dragged out the word, deliberately teasing everyone. After a long pause, she finally said slowly, So, who shall we send to deliver the imperial decree? At this moment, Jose Anderson, who had been suppressing his impatience for a long time, could no longer hold back. Ever since Braden left the capital, he had been planning every moment how to bring him down. This campaign of verbal attacks against Braden was orchestrated by him behind the scenes. So seeing that the time had finally come, Anderson couldn't wait to step forward, bowing to Kylie and saying, "This old minister volunteers." Chapter 75, Boomerang Slap. Should your majesty allocate a contingent from the Imperial Guards to me, I wouldn't need too many, 5,000 would suffice. As Anderson spoke these words, arrogance and self-satisfaction spread across his face, showing utter disregard for Braden's Divine Valor camp. "Oh, is the Chancellor certain? The Divine Valor camp has over 20,000 troops," Kylie said with a stern expression, but she could hardly contain the smile tugging at her lips. Emetni officials caught the deeper meaning in Kylie's words. Those who had been making noise gradually quieted down. Anderson alone remained oblivious, thinking that Kylie had finally decided to coexist peacefully with him. He continued to swagger, smugly stating, "The Imperial Guards stationed in the capital are the Zhou's elite forces, fierce and battle-hardened. How can they be compared to the dispirited remnants of the Divine Valor camp, who flee at the first sign of battle? Leading 5,000 troops already counts as old minister giving them high regard. If Braden surrenders without resistance, it will be all over. If he dares to fight to the bitter end, this old minister will lead the heavenly army to capture him on the spot." As soon as these words left his mouth, Kylie couldn't hold back her smile any longer. Damien, the Minister of Personnel, rarely showed such quick wit. He sensed something was amiss, though uncertain. He still reached out to tug at Anderson's sleeve. Unfortunately, it was too late. "Don't mention they have 20,000. Anderson was still rambling when he suddenly realized that the number of troops in the Divine Valor camp hadn't decreased as expected. He immediately asked, "Your Majesty, didn't they suffer a defeat in the southern border? Why is their troop count still over 20,000? When he saw the mocking expression on Kylie's face seated on the dragon throne, his heart sank, sensing that he had fallen into a trap. Damien covered his forehead, speechless. Chancellor Wang was usually composed, but today he was unusually restless, clearly rattled by Braden's recent string of victories. It seemed he had made a grave mistake. Looking at Anderson's stunned expression, Kylie felt the anger she had bottled up finally find an outlet. She watched him with a half-smile, not answering right away, but her tone was filled with sarcasm. "Shepard's Chancellor Wang wishes to capture Braden. If I don't facilitate this wish, I might appear ungrateful, which wouldn't be proper." Then, she shifted her tone, even more mockingly. "However, the reasons you gave won't work anymore. The latest war report from the southern border states that 2 days ago, the Divine Valor camp encountered the vanguard of the Nathaniel army 70 miles outside Zishan Pass. After a half-hour intense battle, the Divine Valor camp emerged victorious. This battle resulted in 28,000 casualties among the Nathaniel troops, with 5,000 captured. The entire Nathaniel vanguard was annihilated, leaving no one alive. Some weapons and equipment were seized, along with the bodies of their leading generals, which will be transported to the capital by boat tomorrow afternoon. The Divine Valor camp suffered only 300+ casualties, maintaining its complete structure and readiness for further engagements." Kylie read the war report aloud in front of the court, and by the end, a satisfied smile spread across her face. She looked down at the dumbfounded officials and the stunned Anderson, remaining silent for a moment. Finally, she said, "Shepard's Chancellor Wang wishes to capture Braden. Those 2 reasons won't work anymore. Whether the Divine Valor camp's ridges would resist me or not remains to be seen, but you won't get a single ridge from my troops." Upon hearing the report, Amal Chong, the chief attendant, also felt his eyes widen in disbelief. Although he admired Braden's talent and expected some level of victory, he never imagined it would be so stunning. The Divine Valor camp had trained in seclusion outside the capital for a month, barely stepping out of camp, like a turtle in its shell. Yet once deployed to the southern border, they delivered a thunderous blow to the arrogant Nathaniel army. 28,000 killed or wounded, 5,000 captured, with less than 400 losses on their side. A casualty ratio of 100 to 1. Such a victory wasn't just against the Nathaniel army. No army in the Wei dynasty could achieve this, not even in suppressing bandits. After hearing this news, Amal Chong first felt immense shock, then deep satisfaction. This victory not only wiped out most of Aziel's advance force and crushed the Nathaniel army's arrogance, but was crucial for the morale of the Wei army, which had been suffering defeat after defeat. But Amal Chong couldn't help smiling and stroking his snow-white beard, amused by Kylie's biting wit. As she said, in this time of crisis, this timely reign of good news would boost morale not only in the capital but throughout the entire Wei dynasty. At this point, going to the capital guards to find trouble with a meritorious unit like the Divine Valor camp, and using such absurd reasons like their commander being incompetent, would only happen if Chancellor Anderson was utterly fed up with his job. Sure enough, coming out of the long shock, most of the officials, including Anderson, had faces as if they had lost their dear mothers. Especially Anderson, facing Kylie who was full of smiles from the Imperial steps, he felt like his face was on fire, as if he had been slapped dozens of times. The truth was almost the same. Today he, Anderson, had lost all his dignity, but Kylie did not intend to let them off so easily. Just now, she had almost bumped her head against the wall due to the pressure from these ministers. How could she not seek revenge? She scanned the court officials below, then smiled lightly and said, "If Minister Wang can't come up with any reason, that's also fine. Why not do this? Minister Wang can take some people from his own household guards. And those of you who just agreed, why don't you also contribute? I counted just now. There must be about 100 of you. Not too many. Each of you contributes 4 or 50 men, and there will be 5,000 right away. I'll provide you with weapons, grain, and horses, and send you to the southern border to find the Divine Valor camp. How does that sound?" Jia Chong, after all, was a 3-term elder statesman with extraordinary self-control. Even upon hearing this, he tugged at his beard hard and managed to suppress his laughter. However, Luis beside him lacked this composure. He immediately bit his lips and lowered his head. After 2 seconds, his shoulders and back began to shake violently. It was too painful trying not to laugh. The hider was really too sharp. A few royalists found it hard to hold back, while a few neutrals enjoyed the show. Only the majority of the ministers who had jumped around loudly demanding Braden's trouble wore extremely dramatic expressions. They had just cheered loudly for the fun of seeing their political rival Braden. In the blink of an eye, they were smacked by a boomerang that flew back and slapped them in the face, turning themselves into the joke. Anderson's face showed myriad emotions. He stood there for nearly 10 seconds, changing expressions 7 or 8 times, before forcing out a smile uglier than crying. Chapter 76. The People's Punishment. Your Majesty, I was too hasty just now. Indeed, Commander Braden is a fine military leader. Watching this old man yield, Kylie felt incredibly satisfied. But she also understood that the old man still held sway over court affairs. Going too far could backfire. It would not be good for either Braden or herself if she antagonized him to the point of no return at this stage. Not only that, with Braden having achieved such significant military victories, she could not even bestow great rewards upon him, for fear of upsetting the old man and his faction. Thus, she forcibly suppressed her desire to ridicule him further and waved a hand lightly. Mateo knows well enough. Officer, copy this war report and post it in every street corner large and small within the capital. Announce it daily to boost our people's morale. Junjur. An official from the Ministry of Rights ascended the imperial steps respectfully, took the report from Kylie's hands, then retreated. I am somewhat tired. Let us adjourn for today. Kylie flung her dragon robe aside, sweeping away dramatically. Yet as she turned, a barely noticeable sinister smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. Gongsong Bisha. Bisha wansui wansui wan wansui. Bang. Evening. Anderson, who had acted indifferent all day, finally erupted when he returned to the Chancellor's residence. He kicked over the dinner table, startling his family, his wives and children, who were quietly waiting for him, leaving them standing motionlessly, not daring to utter a sound. This Braden. He is becoming my greatest threat. And that yellow-mouthed youth. If it weren't for me back then, how could he have sat on that throne? How dare he mock me like this today? I will sooner or later. Chancellor, be careful what you say. A returning aide quickly interrupted Anderson before anger drove him into saying more. Realizing he had spoken out of line, Anderson clamped his mouth shut but did not take it too seriously. Why should I be afraid? What can he do to me? He indeed cannot do anything to you, but there are ears on the other side of the wall. Upon hearing this, Anderson coldly scanned those present, causing them to immediately retreat tactfully. After they left, Anderson remained aggrieved. I had planned to lie low temporarily and then use the Nathaniel army to eliminate Braden in one fell swoop. Who would have thought this boy would turn things around, not only defeating the Nathaniel army but almost completely wiping out their vanguard? Shepard, I underestimated him. This situation is difficult. As Anderson grew despondent, the aide sneered contemptuously. Sheparder, it might be too early for such words. In my opinion, while Braden's victory is impressive, it does not mean a comeback. Oh? Explain yourself. Anderson instantly grew curious. The aide patiently explained. Sheparder, think about it. What level is the war between Wei and Nathaniel? A national war. True, the Divine Might Regiment managed to destroy most of the vanguard forces of the Nathaniel army in one go, which shows remarkable strength, almost unbelievably strong. However, given that it's a national war involving large-scale battles, can a mere 2,000 men under Braden win this war? Anderson pondered for a moment, slowly nodding. You make a good point. So what should we do next? Nothing needs to be done. The aide fanned himself leisurely, adopting an air of wisdom. If my guess is correct, after this battle, the upper echelons of Nathaniel will try every possible means to get rid of him. Now I understand. Ha ha ha. We'll sit back and watch how Braden gets dealt with. Anderson laughed heartily into the sky, but the laughter faded by the next evening. Although Braden had left the capital, the Jinui, Imperial Secret Police, office remained here. They had informants keeping an eye on every movement within the court. Immediately after today's council meeting, the Jinui received detailed reports, recording everyone's names and words spoken. When Kylie ordered the capital's administrative offices to copy and publicize the war report, the Jinui sprang into action. They recruited countless beggars, storytellers, and idle loafers. These people spread word about Anderson's group trying to tarnish the reputation of Braden in the Divine Might Regiment during the morning council session, even planning to arrest them. Naturally, the outcome was clear. Just days ago, news came of the Nathaniel army massacring Jishan Pass, filling the capital's residents with anger and fear, dreading a similar fate should the Nathaniel army march in. So when they heard about this unprecedented great victory, the city's citizens, who had been living in constant worry and fear of the war spreading, erupted in tears of joy and jubilation. In no time, the Divine Might Regiment and Braden rose to unprecedented heights in the hearts of the capital's residents, almost worshipped as deities of war. But when they later heard that those officials in the court actually harbored intense suspicion towards their great hero, the nation's god of war, and even planned to use the capital's garrison troops to arrest Braden and replace the Divine Might Regiment, these justice-minded commoners instantly erupted. The mansions of those officials were guarded by house servants during the day, so they did not dare to do anything. But at night, when those servants and courtyard guards were asleep, the citizens began to take action. Therefore, all the ministers who had given Braden trouble that day received special treatment from the citizens of the capital. Among them, Anderson was the most notable. The next day, as soon as Anderson's sedan chair left his residence, he received a grand surprise from the citizens. The magnificent exterior gate of the Chancellor's residence, which was originally impressive and splendid, was now covered with filth, making it unbearable to look at. Rotten vegetable leaves and rotten eggs were thickly plastered on the stone stairs outside the door, causing cloth shoes to slip upon stepping on them. And that was not all. There was even more vexing behind. The once brightly colored vermilion gate adorned with several rows of gilded copper studs had been thoroughly made up with excrement. In crooked strokes, two large characters meaning traitorous minister in yellow-brown were repeatedly brushed onto the gate panel. Apparently, the citizens who smeared the excrement were filled with intense anger, using a lot of force and a large amount, pasting a thick layer. Who did this? Shepherding in the sedan chair, nearly falling backward along with the chair bearers, Anderson got down with a cold face, only to witness the scene that skyrocketed his blood pressure right away. But no one was destined to answer him. The early autumn temperature was not cool. After a night of fermentation, even in the morning, the smell at the gate was extremely wonderful. So after cursing for just a couple of sentences, a gust of hot wind immediately sent this pungent and wonderful smell into Anderson's nose and mouth. Immediately, he was choked until his eyes closed and his head tilted to one side, directly falling onto the thick layer of rotting vegetable leaves beside him, creating a chaotic scene. Shepard Myler scenes kept reenacting in front of many officials' residences that morning. The news reached the palace, but Kylie did not express any opinion. She only secretly rewarded the substitute commander of the remaining Jinui in the capital with a brand new Crimson Dragon robe. Thus, the matter came to an end. Chapter 77, Shepherdage. News travels slowly, so Braden naturally didn't know what was happening in the capital right now. At this moment, he was leading the Divine Valor camp to the base of Zishan Pass. Reporting to Sir, we have investigated the situation inside. 2 days ago, General Ametrovin led all the cavalry and most of the infantry from Nathaniel's vanguard force out of the city, and we wiped them all out. Now there are only 2 8-yens and fewer than 3,000 Nathaniel troops remaining inside the city, mostly logistics personnel with weak combat strength. Upon hearing the scout's report, Braden nodded calmly and ordered, the army will rest here for 2 hours. After that, we will launch a full-scale attack. We must capture Zishan Pass within half an hour to minimize civilian casualties. Although the Nathaniel forces had been on a rampage for several days, firstly, they were still new to their evil ways after opening the Pandora's box, and secondly, the leadership wasn't foolish enough to let their ridges massacre all the civilians. They needed the survivors to repair walls, maintain weapons and armor, and sustain production. Therefore, over the past few days, the Nathaniel forces mainly focused on looting, which allowed many civilians to survive by luck. One of Braden's objectives in attacking the city was to protect as many of these civilians as possible. Yes. The scout bowed and passed on the order. Meanwhile, Apollo, the Nathaniel general guarding the pass, was observing this Wei army with a telescope on the city wall. But after watching for a long time, the Wei army showed no signs of action. Instead, they even started cooking meals and relaxing. What do they plan to do? Apollo was puzzled. Victor, another commander, impatiently scratched his ear as he walked over. Why don't we stop wasting time on the wall and send a force to charge into their camp, cut through them, and bring back some captives? Despite Victor's brazen words, none of the Nathaniel ridges objected. Because as the vanguard force of Nathaniel, although they were few in number, they far surpassed the Wei forces in individual skill, tactical coordination, weaponry, and logistical support. Even as a garrison left behind, they could easily defeat a Wei force 5 or 6 times their size. As for the Wei army outside the city, despite appearing to number over 20,000, their cavalry numbered less than 4,000, while the remaining ridges weren't even considered much of a threat. Thus, Victor's remarks didn't surprise anyone present. On the contrary, having spread terror wherever they went, every Wei ridge and civilian within earshot would tremble at the mention of their name. So when this Wei army boldly ventured near the occupied Zishan Pass, the Nathaniel ridges felt a pent-up anger, itching for a fight. However, Apollo prudently rejected the proposal. Let's wait and see. If they withdraw, we'll chase them and bring back some prisoners for questioning. He then added sternly, if they recklessly attack, we'll show no mercy. Yes. Hearing this, the Nathaniel ridge's eyes gleamed with anticipation. To them, this unknown Wei force was simply a source of military merit. Time ticked by, and finally, the 2-hour rest period ended. Form up. At the order, the bare-chested drummers lifted their mallets and struck the war drums, whose deep and intense beats echoed across the entire camp. The previously lounging ridges of the Divine Valor camp sprang up like coiled springs and rapidly assembled into formation. In under 3 minutes, more than 20,000 ridges formed into perfect ranks. This speed left the Nathaniel ridges on the city wall speechless, their mouths agape and eyes bulging. Is this really a Wei army? This is absurd. Victor swallowed hard. An expert knew the truth at first glance. The speed of assembly alone revealed the caliber of this army. But knowing this filled him with complexity and disbelief. Even for them, switching a force of 20,000 from rest to battle readiness would take at least 2 hours, twice as long as the speed demonstrated by this Wei army. Leaving aside combat strength, based on this mobilization speed alone, if he had impulsively led men into their camp, Victor shuddered at the thought. Victor shook his head, not daring to think further. Apollo also realized that this Wei army was no ordinary force. Unlike Ametrovin, who had risen through flattery and sycophancy, Apollo possessed a keen strategic vision. Without hesitation, Apollo immediately called over a messenger. Send out 2 groups of troops at once. One group will leave the city to find the commander and tell him not to advance into Wei territory. Someone is threatening his rear. He must bring his forces back to defend and reinforce Zishan Pass. The other group should immediately head for Zanangwan and report the situation here to the court. Yes. Seeing Apollo's demeanor as if facing a grave enemy, Victor, who had just confidently claimed he could capture some spies, suddenly felt somewhat embarrassed. He tried to salvage the situation by saying, Old Wu, there's no need to be so nervous, right? To be honest, this is just a bunch of Wei ridges, probably just for show. I've heard that Zhou Wei loves these kinds of displays during military inspections. Apollo shook his head. I feel uneasy, but I hope you're right and they are just for show. However, I cannot take any risks. We must win this battle against the Nathaniel and Wei. Hearing this, Victor put away his scornful expression and prepared to be slightly more serious. But he still tried to reassure Apollo. Don't be too worried. Although it looks like their numbers exceed 20,000 by 80%. They don't have cavalry, and I haven't seen any siege weapons, just a row of iron pipes and steel cylinders in front. Although Zishan Pass isn't as strategically important as Zanangwan, it still has high walls and deep moats, and it's quite large. With their number and equipment, they won't stand a chance even if they try to surround us. Apollo nodded in agreement but felt increasingly uneasy as the drumbeats from the enemy camp grew heavier and more intense. Outside the city, the Divine Valor camp's troops were already lined up under the resounding drums. Through real combat, they gradually transitioned from just appearing strong on the surface to developing a genuine killing aura, moving closer to becoming a formidable force. Reporting to Sir. All personnel of the Divine Valor camp have assembled. We are ready to launch an attack anytime. Please give your orders. Attack the city.
Yes.
Chapter 78. Provocation. Following Braden's order, the Divine Valor camp moved without hesitation and launched an assault on Zishan Pass. Compared to the ambush 2 days ago, this time, the ridges of the Divine Valor camp had already experienced battle, and being an attacking force, they held all the initiative. Thus, whether it was the proficiency in tactics and strategies, the coordination between ridges, or the morale of the entire army, everything had unprecedentedly improved. After all, they had seen blood. The military drums suddenly changed rhythm from extremely dense beats to abruptly sparse ones, but each beat felt like a heavy hammer directly striking every ridge's heart. Snap, bang. Artillerymen followed these drumbeats and started setting up the artillery positions methodically. Within 5 minutes, more than 20 heavy cannons were lined up in a row. Except for the 5 cannons in the center aimed at the city gate, the rest of the heavy cannons had their muzzles elevated, with the lines extended from the rear sights and front sights ending right on top of the city tower. Under the supervision of the embroidered uniform guard, the quality of the heavy cannons used by the Divine Valor camp could be said to be extraordinarily excellent. Thanks to Braden's constant modifications and experiments, these cannons' structural parameters were very mature and outstanding. They were even equipped with aiming systems. This allowed their effective range to reach a terrifying 3 li. The maximum range could even extend to over 5 li. This already surpassed almost all the heavy weapons of this era. Therefore, the artillerymen set up their positions 2 li away from Zishan Pass, ensuring that their heavy cannons could hit the target while maintaining accuracy and maximizing their own safety. On the city tower, seeing that the Divine Valor camp did not advance the battle line, but instead established positions 2 li away from the city and set up rows of wheeled steel barrels, the Nathaniel army and its defenders couldn't help but show confusion. What are these Wei ridges doing? Isaiah was puzzled. They have already begun the attack with thunderous drums. Why are they still standing outside? Apollo frowned. It's hard to say. They haven't set up stone-throwing machines or even battering rams. It doesn't look like they are going to attack the city. Should we strike them first as a test? Isaiah asked tentatively. Apollo shook his head. We can't. Their formation is 2 li away. Even if this Zishan Pass has enough space, there's no way we can set up large stone-throwing machines here. Even if we could, the range wouldn't be enough. Hearing this, Isaiah punched the crenellation, clenching his teeth, extremely annoyed. If they have the guts, let them just stand there. If they dare to attack, I'll make sure they taste the might of our Nathaniel army. Apollo nodded slowly. With the tall walls and deep moat of Zishan Pass, if it were defended by Wei ridges against our army, it would indeed be insufficient. But now the situation is reversed. Although we only have 4,000 men, I admit this Wei army has strict discipline, but with such rudimentary equipment, unless they grow wings, they won't step past the city gate. Apollo's judgment wasn't out of arrogance. The Divine Valor camp was a highly firearms-oriented unit, focusing on medium to long-range combat, rarely engaging in close-quarters combat, and required rapid mobility. So, to pursue lightness, their armor was much thinner compared to other Wei ridges, let alone the Nathaniel ridges clad in double or triple layers of heavy armor. And merely relying on these basic lamellar armors, our stronger bows can penetrate them easily, not to mention the heavy defensive weapons on the city tower. Moreover, lacking siege equipment, this Wei army wouldn't last if they tried to attack. As long as they stepped within 300 paces of the city wall, Apollo was confident in turning many of them into pincushions. The surrounding Nathaniel army officers and ridges also nodded, looking at the Wei army outside as if they were fools, imagining countless times what it would look like after being shot into pincushions. Just as the Nathaniel army on the city tower felt quite pleased with themselves, the attack from the Divine Valor camp finally began. And today's battle was destined to become a nightmare for the surviving Nathaniel ridges for the rest of their lives. Captain Zach Chi of the artillery battalion had good fortune. In the Nathaniel Kingdom, he had followed Braden in researching firearms and training small units, especially excelling in using cannons. So when the Divine Valor camp was formed, Braden, eager for talent, promoted him directly from a 5th-rank junior officer of the embroidered uniform guard to the rank of commander of the Divine Valor camp's artillery battalion, a 4th-rank military officer. Not only did this promotion bring him back to his old expertise, but through the battle 2 days ago, Zach Chi also proposed a reform suggestion for the artillery from his perspective. That was the result of a highly specialized division of military roles, where musketeers, cavalry, light artillery, and heavy artillery each belonged to separate units, trained separately, and specialized in their respective tasks. Only during joint combat training or actual battles would they gather together. This suggestion was quickly approved by Braden. He assigned almost all the artillery from the 3 guards under the Divine Valor camp directly to Zach Chi. At this moment, he had control over more than 100 cannons of various calibers. Although his rank remained at 4th grade, in terms of status, he was more impressive than the 3rd grade commanders of the 3 guards in the Divine Valor camp. He also understood that this live combat was a test for him from Braden. If he performed brilliantly, his reform plan would continue to be implemented. Otherwise, his prestige within the army would be significantly affected. Therefore, there could be no slip-ups in this battle. It had to be a resounding victory. Zach Chi drew his command saber and fiercely waved it toward the Nathaniel troops on the ramparts of Zishan Pass, shouting loudly, "Heavy cannons, fire!" As the order was given, war drums thundered. The gun captains of the 20-odd heavy cannons in the artillery battalion unhesitatingly pressed down the torches in their hands, igniting the fuses. The nearby cannon crew members immediately retreated a bit, crouching low and covering their ears with their hands. The Nathaniel ridges on the city walls saw this scene clearly. Watching the somewhat comical actions of the Divine Valor Camp's artillery, many couldn't help but sneer derisively. What are they doing? Don't know, it looks like they're setting off fireworks. Huh, do they think those iron barrels can scare us off? Who knows? Wei troops have always been bold. They dared to surrender Jinnan Pass to us without resistance. Now using the fireworks strategy to scare us away makes sense. Ha 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 ha. A burst of loud laughter echoed across the city wall as the Nathaniel Ridges didn't take the Divine Valor Camp's cannons seriously at all. In their minds, weapons with a range exceeding 2 li were limited to siege megaweapons like the triple bow crossbow and certain specially reinforced large trebuchets. And clearly, these big iron barrels outside the city did not belong in that category. Countless Nathaniel Ridges gave the thumbs down gesture, their faces full of provocation. Chapter 79. I just want Zishan Pass. Soon, they couldn't laugh anymore. Seconds later, the fuses of the heavy artillery burned out, and 20 or so cannons emitted red flames from their muzzles all at once. Heh, they really are setting off fireworks. Ha ha ha. The Nathaniel troops on the city wall laughed so hard they couldn't straighten their waists. Well, once we defeat them, we'll grab a few prisoners too. When the new year comes, we'll have them set off fireworks for us. Ignatius chuckled with contempt, drawing cheers from everyone. Good, good, good. Brave general. Apollo did not join this mocking crowd. He didn't mock, but instead grew unusually serious when he saw the artillery fire. The explosive force of gunpowder weapons surpassed that of cold weapons, causing even the largest crossbows or trebuchets to still leave faint shadows of their projectiles visible. However, when the heavy cannons fired, the enormous amount of explosives inside propelled the spherical shells at near-sonic speeds, making it impossible to see anything exit the muzzle. Several seconds later, as dense rows of cannonballs carrying tremendous kinetic energy hit the walls accompanied by thunderous booms, Apollo finally realized what kind of weapon this Wei army used. Bang! The first shell's trajectory was slightly off, smashing into the back part of the 4-story watchtower, turning its over a foot thick brick and timber structure into tofu-like pieces in an instant, leaving a transparent hole. Take cover. Upon witnessing the power of the shells, Apollo gasped. He shouted at the others, but it was too late. The artillery unit had fired in unison, and within half a second after the first shell struck the watchtower, the remaining 20 shells followed. This time, the Nathaniel Ridges on the watchtower weren't so lucky. A near-sonic shell's kinetic energy was far beyond human endurance. The shell smashed into a parapet nearly 2 feet thick, blowing it apart instantly. And cells hiding behind were either directly shattered by shells piercing through, feeling no pain. Those farther away had worse luck, as the flying stones from exploded shells had kinetic energy not inferior to shrapnel from howitzers. These flying stones tore through armor and flesh upon impact. Instantly, countless men were killed on the spot, and many more lay bleeding and groaning on the ground. One round of bombardment left everyone dazed. Yet none realized the severity of the situation, still peeking out from the parapet, looking around. What's happening? Where did those iron balls come from? Ignatius and Apollo were fortunate, protected by their bodyguards, who pushed them to the ground as shells hit the walls, leaving them unharmed. Zhao witnessed a shell destroy a parapet nearby and subsequently pierce through 3 heavily armored ridges before embedding itself deeply into the brick wall of the watchtower behind. This sight sent his heart racing, thumping loudly audible even several steps away. Apollo's throat tightened, swallowing hard, his voice trembling. It's the Wei army outside the city. These iron balls were launched from their iron tubes. Hearing this, Ignatius's eyes widened in disbelief. Old Wu, don't scare me. When did the Wei army get such powerful weapons? They can shoot so far and hit with such force. Apollo gave a bitter smile, having watched the Wei army light the fuses of the iron tubes, only for iron balls to fly over within seconds. Who else could it be? He sighed. Old Zhao, let's think of a way out now. With this type of weapon on their side, defending Zishan Pass is going to be tough. Zhao shook his head vigorously. This absolutely won't do. Don't you know Commander's temper? If we abandon Zishan Pass, cutting off the rear of our vanguard army, do you think he'll spare us? Even if we pass the Commander's scrutiny, remember that Bo and the court are closely watching this battle. If we desert the city, the crime will lead to our entire families being executed, never mind just us. Apollo fell silent. Even though he didn't want to admit it, he knew that what Ignatius said was true. He probably only had the choice of fighting to the death today. Abandoning the city would mean no one from Audrey above, the great Nathaniel court in the middle, down to Commander Emetrovin, would let him off. Moreover, just a few days ago, Emetrovin had ordered the massacre of the city's residents. Of the 50,000 civilians in Zishan Pass, over 20,000 had been brutally killed by the Nathaniel troops. The city was now nothing short of hell on earth. Given this alone, the option to surrender to the Wei army no longer existed. Even if the Wei army accepted their surrender, they would likely turn on them immediately upon entering the city and witnessing the horrors within, seeking revenge, even though Apollo himself had not participated in the massacre. Thinking about this, Apollo suddenly felt some regret. Unlike Ignatius, who had been thoroughly indoctrinated by Audrey, Apollo valued his life greatly. Shepherd, we can only do our utmost to defend the city now. We can only hope that the messengers we send out can reach Commander Amal or the court as quickly as possible and bring reinforcements. Their hopes were good, but alas, Zhak Qi, who had longed to validate his theories through this battle, would never give them such an opportunity. Heavy cannons continue firing. Aim for their watchtowers and gates. Bombard them. Leader Zhak, the supply of gunpowder and shells we brought isn't much. More than half has already been used up in previous battles without replenishment. Shouldn't we be more conservative? Conserve? Zach's up. If we can concentrate our artillery advantage in this battle and capture Zishan Pass in one fell swoop, completely annihilating the vanguard of the Nathaniel army, then everything the Nathaniel army has done these past days will have been for nothing. They'll lose both their bride and their ridges. However, if we fail this time and let them establish a foothold at Zishan Pass, when the Nathaniel reinforcements arrive, not only will our previous victory against the vanguard be nullified, but will also be surrounded. I don't care about the consumption of shells and gunpowder. I only want Zishan Pass. Do you all understand?
Yes.
The few deputies beside him all clasped their fists and shouted in unison. Within half a minute, the cannons, which had fallen silent for only a short while, began firing again, unleashing wave after wave of artillery rain ruthlessly upon the Nathaniel troops on the watchtowers. Chapter 80. Suicide Charge. Just need Zishan Pass. Commander Braden muttered this phrase over and over again. After a long while, a gratified smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Transmit my order. Musketeers, ready your firearms. Cavalry, mount up. Prepare to cooperate with the artillery to fully take control of Zishan Pass. Yes, sir. Several commanders led by Christian bowed respectfully with a fist salute, accepting their orders and dispersing to mobilize the troops. At the same time, on the battlements of Zishan Pass, my lord, the Wei army's offensive is too fierce. They are relentlessly hurling large iron spheres at our city wall, as if they have an inexhaustible supply. We can only withstand their bombardment without any countermeasures. What shall we do? An officer from the lower ranks, braving the artillery fire, ran up to Ignatius and shouted in a hoarse voice. Ignatius also had bloodshot eyes. The cannons of the Wei army had an incredibly long range. Over 2 li away, iron projectiles were being launched like they were casually tossed around during meals, coming straight toward them wave after wave. On their side, the farthest reaching catapults only had a range of just over 1 li, barely scratching the enemy's defenses. What could he do? Before he could finish his thought, another barrage of shells rained down. That very officer who had spoken was struck directly by an iron shell. The massive force obliterated him on impact, turning his entire body into a puddle of flesh. The splatter of blood, mixed with internal organs, spattered across Ignatius's face. The pungent smell of blood rushed into his nostrils, fueling his growing madness. He dashed down from the battlement, rallying his men together. Holding up his saber, he bellowed, "Comrades, the Wei dogs are excessively oppressive, relying on those metal barrels for reckless actions. Hiding here in the battlement, we are only sitting ducks. Now, who is willing to charge out with me to slaughter all the Wei dogs?" His words fell to deaf ears. The reason was simple. Days of plundering had ignited insatiable greed among the ridges. They carried countless lives and treasures, enjoying luxuries once unimaginable under the governance of Commander Braden. To risk their heads now against the Wei army seemed absurd. What a joke. Those metal barrels would unleash fiery death, hurling iron spheres the size of dinner plates, maiming or killing anyone caught in their path. If I die, what happens to all the wealth I've looted? You think I'd give it all to you? Seeing his men's reticence, Ignatius seethed but was powerless. Greed had taken root, impossible to retract. He had to coax them along. I have observed that adjusting the angles of those metal barrels is difficult for them. Our city still has several hundred warhorses. If we can rush out swiftly, engage them in close combat, their barrels won't be effective anymore. Who will follow me on this charge? I promise. Whoever kills an enemy will receive a promotion and a reward of 100 taels of silver. Finally, bribes paved the way, sparking some interest among the Nathaniel ridges. They raised their knives with grunts of agreement. Relieved, Ignatius selected 800 men, distributing the remaining 800 horses among them. They then silently awaited orders in the passageways beside the inner gate. Zishan Pass's gate and battlement were under intense bombardment, ordered by Zhak Qi. 5 or 6 heavy artillery pieces were pounding the gate nonstop. The thick double doors, nearly a foot deep, were now riddled with holes. None dared to charge out through such relentless cannonade. It would mean certain death. Apollo on the battlement was also frantic, pacing back and forth. Zhak Qi's fury was unmatched. Over 20 heavy cannons fired almost continuously, each round within minutes. Except for brief breaks for cooling, the cannons didn't cease. Within just a quarter of an hour, at least 200 shells had struck the battlement. This was life-threatening. Just days ago, their attack with explosives had reduced the structure to ruins. Now further bombed by heavy cannons, the remaining remnants offered no protection for the ridges. Of the 600 defending ridges he led, most were killed outright. Only dozens remained. Yet he couldn't leave. Otherwise, the morale built painstakingly would crumble instantly, leaving no one willing to defend the battlement, inviting Wei's bold assault. Brothers, hold with me. I don't believe their metal barrels can keep firing forever. Once they stop, General Zhao will lead a counterattack, and we will have relief. This speech revitalized the defenders. Every Nathaniel ridge gritted their teeth, enduring the bombardment, closely watching the Shenwu camp's movements. In the Shenwu camp artillery field, dozens of cannons continually belched flames, bombarding the city wall in rounds, creating deep craters in its thick fortifications. How many shells are left? Seeing that all the structures on the city tower had been completely flattened and the battlements of the city wall were entirely shattered, even if there were clusters of rats hiding up there, they should have been blown away by now. Zhak Qi turned and asked. Report to you, sir. On average, each heavy cannon has 10 rounds left. Zhak Qi nodded and suddenly ordered. Concentrate fire and aim to blow the city gate wide open within 3 salvos. We need to buy time for the infantry and cavalry to charge. Actually, it didn't take 3 salvos. Although from a distance of 2 li, the accuracy of the heavy cannons was not very high. The previous concentrated fire from 5 cannons had already made the 2 city gates rickety and unstable. At this moment, the concentrated firepower from 5 cannons suddenly increased to over 20. The fragile wooden doors could no longer withstand the barrage, only 1 round, and they were blasted into fragments. Hold fire. Zhak Qi gave the order decisively, and the previously thunderous artillery position fell silent instantly. Anyone unaware might think they had run out of ammunition. Braden nodded, quite satisfied with Zhak Qi's judgment and commandability. He then issued an order. Prepare the musketeers and cavalry. If everything goes as planned, the remaining enemies inside the city will come out to fight desperately soon. Before he finished speaking, Ignatius led his hastily assembled 800 cavalry charging out of the city, shouting fiercely, "Brothers, so your general will charge into the Wei army, destroy those iron barrels. Without these things, these Wei troops will become toothless tigers. At that time, when we slash through their army, it will be like slicing through melons and chopping vegetables. This bunch of Wei dogs are no match for us in close combat. Ignatius led the charge, constantly spurring on his ridges with words. Moreover, he was clever. He did not foolishly rush straight toward the muzzles of the heavy cannons of the Shenwu camp, but divided his forces into two routes, flanking around the artillery trajectories of the Shenwu camp's heavy cannons from both sides. Otherwise, if they still had shells, that would be a big problem. Seeing this, Apollo on the city tower finally breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't worried about the safety of this cavalry force. The combat capability of individual Nathaniel ridges was originally much better than the Wei ridges, and the Nathaniel kingdom's dominance came mainly from its abundant production of high-quality warhorses. So even if they couldn't win, relying on their extremely fast horses, the Wei cavalry couldn't catch up with them. Only Zhak Qi found pleasure in this situation. In his eyes, this kind of charge by the Nathaniel cavalry was simply suicide. Chapter 81. A big surprise. Everyone be cautious. Don't let them detect any signs. Faced with these military achievements that had practically come knocking on the door, Zhak Qi cherished them immensely and was terrified of them fleeing midway if they noticed anything unusual. Therefore, he specially issued an order. After receiving the order, the artillerymen of the Divine Valor camp who had already experienced the baptism of war and were now solely focused on earning military merits, had to forcibly suppress their excitement and feign some tension and fear. Even their actions of adjusting the cannons were deliberately made more chaotic. This move proved effective. Seeing the ridges before those 20-odd heavy cannons at the opposing camp, fumbling around trying to adjust the direction of the barrels without making any progress, Isaiah felt a surge of joy. His guess was right. While it was true that the large iron barrels of the Wei army did indeed have astonishing power, operating these powerful weapons was also quite troublesome. Without mentioning anything else, just turning the barrel involved an incredibly complex process. Moreover, this Wei army clearly hadn't expected them to charge out from the city, and all were frightened into disarray. The speed at which the cannon barrels turned was as slow as a snail and couldn't keep up with these fast-moving cavalry. Isaiah was confident. Despite his side only having 800 cavalry while the Wei army alone had 3,000 to 4,000 cavalry, not to mention the over 10,000 infantry. As long as there was no threat from those big iron barrels, the remaining ridges posed no real threat. One should not forget. In this era of cold weapons, their Nathaniel army cavalry reigned supreme. Brothers, charge forward for me, break through their flank defenses, and seize their frontline positions. After Isaiah gave the order, the signalman immediately conveyed the command using flags. The Nathaniel army's cavalry split into two routes and immediately flanked around the Wei army's two wings, forming a V attack line while maintaining a certain distance from the Wei army. Seems like those beastly deeds done at Zishan Pass haven't turned them into a bunch of useless trash. Seeing how sharp and efficient the Nathaniel army's cavalry's encirclement tactics still were, rapidly charging while keeping a distance that even ordinary bows couldn't reach, Zhak Qi clicked his tongue, his expression complicated. It's normal. I spent years gradually enhancing the combat effectiveness of the Nathaniel army. Whether officers or ridges, much of their combat experience has been ingrained in their minds. Over the past few days at Zishan Pass, the most affected aspects have been military discipline and morale, but it's slowly manifesting. As for their combat effectiveness, not only won't it decrease, but it might temporarily increase if enough incentives are provided. Braden stood beside Zhak Qi at some point, patiently explaining. Zhak Qi raised his spyglass for careful observation and found it was indeed as Braden said. The Nathaniel army cavalry raiding on both wings had bloodshot eyes, staring greedily at the Divine Valor camp's artillery position, looking like wolves eyeing a piece of fatty meat. Clearly, their commanders must have promised significant rewards. I see. Thank you for your clarification, Shepherder. I understand. This is a battlefield. Formalities aren't necessary. Focus on the battle. Shepherds they don't want to remain human but wish to become ghosts. I will grant them that, personally cleaning house and sending them to meet Yama. Yes, General. Undeniably, the Nathaniel army's cavalry could dominate this era not only due to Braden's meticulous training, but also because of their magnificent warhorses. After speeding up for over a mile, the sturdy warhorses galloped swiftly, carrying the Nathaniel army cavalry quickly beyond the Divine Valor camp's frontline position and directly circling around from both flanks. Now is the time. Turn your horses and thrust into the heart of this Wei army. Seeing the heavy cannons of the Divine Valor camp still facing Zishan Pass with the cavalry unmoving, Isaiah was elated. He promptly ordered the two groups of cavalry to attack inward, intending to split this Wei army into two, isolating the frontline artillery position. Naturally, if they could directly stab into the core of the Wei army's main camp, it would be even better. Seeing the two Nathaniel army groups coming like pincers from both sides, Zhak Qi remained unperturbed, a mocking curve forming at the corner of his lips. He decided to give them a little surprise. Fix bayonets. Following Zhak Qi's thunderous command, the musketeers stationed on the flanks of the Wei army quickly fitted bayonets to their guns, even forgetting their initial panic. Unsheathing, drawing the blade, fitting the gun. All movements were executed seamlessly. Click, clash. The sound of steel components colliding was uniformly loud and resonant. The Nathaniel army cavalry, currently charging fiercely on horseback, began to look somewhat hesitant, goosebumps rising on their hands. The scene was overwhelming both visually and audibly, as if the Wei army they faced wasn't composed of humans but rather machines programmed with code. Isaiah also felt somewhat startled and uncertain. From a distance, it hadn't seemed so intense. Now, observing up close, he realized just how formidable the organizational strength of this Wei army was. He couldn't think of any army, let alone one that could match or surpass such organization. Leading only 800 cavalry to charge an enemy several times their size, with an organization level unparalleled, was it truly a wise move? But there was no way out now. The arrow had already been set on the string. Retreat was impossible. Otherwise, without taking out the artillery positions, a barrage of shells would rain down upon them the moment they retreated. Isaiah steeled his resolve and made a significant gamble. These muskets are shorter than spears. It's all for show. Follow me into battle. The first to breach the enemy lines gets 50 taels of gold. The first to pierce through the formation gets 100 taels. Indeed, rich rewards inspire bravery. Faced with the tangible allure of gold, the previously hesitant Nathaniel Ridges became roused. Dozens of Nathaniel cavalry immediately charged forward, their insatiable greed for money plain to see. More importantly, in their eyes, the act of fixing bayonets on muskets by the Divine Valor camp appeared absurdly foolish. To ensure mission success, although their cavalry numbered only 800, each ridge wore at least 2 layers of armor, and their horses were protected by barding. Such heavily armored cavalry would intimidate even the most disciplined spear formations using proper long pikes, let alone these musketeers, whose weapons, barely 2 meters long, looked more like sticks except for the short bayonet near the muzzle, had nothing to do with actual pikes. With such rudimentary weapons, no matter how disciplined this Wei army was, what could they do? Could they pierce through their horse armor or block their sabers? With this confidence, the 2 groups of Nathaniel cavalry quickly formed arrowhead formations, charging recklessly toward the flanks of the Divine Valor camp. Chapter 82, Funeral Escort. Seeing this, Zakshi finally couldn't help but show a smile. The cover had not been in vain. The fish had taken the bait. Musket ridges fall back. Mortar cannons open fire. Cavalry prepare. The command floated lightly from his mouth, but when carried out, it caused a tremor. Bang, bang, bang. In unison, the marching steps resounded, and in an instant, the Divine Might camp musketeers retreated a full 5 meters backward. Witnessing such synchronized movement again, the advancing Nathaniel cavalry instinctively flinched. But upon seeing the musketeers actually retreating, dozens of the leading Nathaniel Ridges couldn't help but chuckle. Looking at your neat actions, we thought there was some grand scheme. Turned out to be nothing? Where's the arrogance you showed while bombarding the city gate? Realizing fear now? Too late. If I don't cut off all your Wei dogs' heads and pile them up, you won't know the might of our great Nathaniel elite Ridges. Just as all the Nathaniel Ridges were gloating, one sharp-eyed Ridge suddenly pointed towards the Wei army's position with puzzlement on his face. Look, what's that? Everyone followed his gaze, and in the next second, they all froze. Behind those Divine Might camp musketeers, it wasn't empty as expected. Instead, after their retreat, a row of over 50 small bundles covered in white cloth lay neatly on what should have been an empty patch of ground. Next to each bundle stood 4 Wei Ridges, whose intentions remained Bradenar. Seeing the puzzled expressions of the cavalry 100 paces away, the Divine Might camp artillerymen revealed a row of white teeth and acted to resolve their doubts. All gun captains grabbed the corner of the white cloth and simultaneously pulled it off. At this moment, the Nathaniel army realized that under those cloths lay objects eerily similar to the large iron cylinders from the Wei front line. Upon seeing those 50 small iron cylinders, every charging Nathaniel cavalryman felt a mix of terror and frustration. It turned out the Wei Ridges holding burning sticks were merely drawing attention, hiding their true power behind them. But there was no way to retreat now without becoming live targets. With mounting dread and discomfort, they could only charge forward. Fortunately, unlike the larger ones, these 50 cylinders not only had a diameter and length about a third of the former, but also a simpler structure. Those large ones, for instance, were thick enough to fit a human head and came with heavy-looking frames secured deeply into the ground by steel stakes, obviously for stabilization. The smaller cylinders, however, all had wheels attached, with much thinner stakes for securing them. Their caliber was significantly smaller, barely bowl-sized. Seeing this, the Nathaniel Ridges silently breathed a sigh of relief. With such reduced size, the power mustn't be much either. Moreover, they had already charged to within about 100 paces of the Wei army's flank. Covering that distance, their fully spurred warhorses needed only a few moments. Based on their experience being shelled earlier, the time allowed only 1 round of cannon fire from the Wei army. Estimating by the caliber of the enemy's cannons, the projectiles would probably be fist-sized, hitting at most 1 or 2 people per shot. With luck, they might even dodge. Comparatively, these were less deadly. After calculations, the Nathaniel Ridges concluded that at most a few dozen men would be lost, which was completely bearable. Without hesitation, the 800 elite cavalrymen on both sides lowered their bodies flat against their horsebacks, swords drawn, arrows notched, ready to teach this Wei army a lesson about what it means to be the tank of the cold weapons era. Horse hooves thundered, war horses neighed, dust billowed. At this moment, the stunning scene of 800 heavy cavalry charging as one unfolded. However, what disappointed them was the complete lack of panic or fear on the faces of the Wei Ridges before them. What they saw instead was calmness, incomparable calmness, and a hint of disdain. This was no illusion. The recruitment process for the Divine Might camp, personally overseen by Braden, picked only genuine good family sons. These men might seem ordinary individually, but when united for the goal of defending their homeland, they unleashed power far surpassing any contemporary army. Having just experienced the charge of thousands of heavy cavalry and tens of thousands of light cavalry a few days ago, how could they be frightened by this small force of only a few hundred men, who were even less well-equipped than the previous forces? That was out of the question. Fire! As the red command flag fell, 50 torches also descended simultaneously, igniting the fuses of those mortar cannons. The fuses burned rapidly, and the throats of the Nathaniel cavalrymen, especially those dozen or so leading the charge, began to dry uncontrollably. There was no way around it. Despite their determination, the memory of being bombed by the Divine Might camp's heavy artillery was still vivid. It had felt like being blown up like rats, with nowhere to hide. They could only urge their warhorses on, praying to reach the enemy formation as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the gunners of the Divine Might camp all watched them with expressions that seemed to bid farewell to the dead, as if this Nathaniel cavalry force was already a pile of corpses in their eyes. Finally, under this intensely oppressive atmosphere, the Nathaniel cavalry charged within 80 steps of the Divine Might camp's flank. At this moment, the long silent cannons roared again. Boom! 50 mortars lined up in a straight line, simultaneously spewed fire from their muzzles, like a string of sparks, displaying an oddly dazzling beauty. Everyone knew that this beautiful display required countless lives as its price. And indeed, it was true. Thunderous cannon fire erupted suddenly, and due to the doubled number of cannons, the noise surpassed even the heavy artillery of the frontline troops. The low-frequency sound waves carried immense energy, making chests feel heavy. Horses that had never heard such a cacophony became restless and agitated. But the Nathaniel Ridges could no longer care about these things because, almost immediately after the fire flared, a dense network of shrapnel composed of countless steel balls, iron fragments, and stones came pouring down upon them. The Nathaniel army had misjudged. These cannons were all mortar cannons, which unleashed a comprehensive shrapnel net, not mere fist-sized iron chunks. While each piece of shrapnel was individually small, some no larger than a fingernail, they carried kinetic energy comparable to bullets fired from a musket, effortlessly piercing through the 2 layers of armor worn by the Nathaniel Ridges. Chapter 83. Surrendering the city. The Nathaniel troops assumed these iron barrels would fire iron balls like the heavy cannons before. To avoid being targeted by concentrated fire, they deliberately spread out while charging, planning to regroup into an arrow formation and pierce through the Wei army after enduring the bombardment. But when the cannons roared, they paid a tantong price for this miscalculation. Just one volley of artillery fire caught these 800 men in 2 giant nets of shrapnel. Steel beads and shards rained down on them like hailstones. Any hit would either leave a bloody scratch or, worse, create a gaping hole, tearing through armor as if it were paper. And because they had spread their formation horizontally earlier, their attacking formations on both sides were mere straight lines. This left their front line extremely thin. Even if some wanted to hide behind comrades, using them as human shields, the circumstances didn't allow it. Such a formation was easily penetrated by the first barrage of shrapnel from the howitzers, with almost no one able to escape. In an instant, wails and cries filled the ranks of the Nathaniel army. Zhang Qi roughly estimated that half of the 800 Nathaniel cavalry were struck directly in this barrage, tumbling off their warhorses moving at 60 kilometers per hour, either dead or severely wounded. As for those still mounted, few were unscathed. Most were wounded and had lost their combat effectiveness. Zhang Qi nodded, satisfied with the results of this barrage. However, the Nathaniel troops couldn't hold together any longer. Earlier, they endured being bombed like rats on the city walls. They also endured leading 800 men out to charge against 20,000 Wei troops. But where were the fist-sized cannonballs they expected? What was this monstrosity? At this moment, all Nathaniel Ridges felt a deep sense of despair. If, as Isaiah had said, they could push through with dozens or even hundreds of casualties and cut into the Wei army, they might have mustered the courage. But now, one artillery barrage had reduced their numbers by half, and 2/3 of the survivors were injured. They wouldn't last a second barrage. Rushing in with so few would only get them surrounded and picked off one by one. What's the point of fighting? The rewards were tempting, but without life, there was no enjoying it. They surrendered. Once the thought of surrender entered their minds, everything seemed easier. Thus, these Nathaniel troops, deeply influenced by greed, made a decision that would shame their ancestors. Before the artillery corps could clear their guns, they saw the surviving Nathaniel Ridges discarding their weapons. Those on horseback dismounted, and those who survived falling to the ground simply knelt with their hands raised above their heads. As for Isaiah, his conspicuous armor made him a prime target for the artillery corps. If not for his bodyguards forming a wall around him, he would have been riddled with holes. Having witnessed the power of the artillery corps' howitzers, he was the first to surrender. With a thud, he rolled off his horse, holding his sword aloft with both hands and shouting loudly, "Stop! We surrender!" Seeing this, Apollo on the city wall turned pale and muttered helplessly, "It's over. It's all over." He wasn't surprised or angry at Isaiah's surrender. Had he been in Zhao's place, he wouldn't have fared much better. Suddenly remembering something, Apollo pulled over a few bodyguards and said urgently, "You must rush out of the city immediately and report what you've seen today, especially about the Wei army's cannons. And make sure this news gets out." But, Shepherd Wu, should we head north or south? Don't look for Commander Amal anymore. No news for 3 whole days. Our vanguard is likely already destroyed by this Wei force. Head south. Inform the court in Bo. Yes. The bodyguards bowed and quickly descended from the city wall, riding hard out of the back gate, speeding southward. Outside the city, seeing that his side suffered no casualties and one artillery barrage forced this once arrogant Nathaniel force to surrender, Zhang Qi showed no pride on his face. Years of following Braden taught him many things, making him unusually composed. He knew this Nathaniel army was not the same as when Braden was in command. Now their morale relied almost entirely on military achievements and the opportunity to indulge their desires after victory. They wouldn't stand a chance against true adversaries. Even against equally matched forces, this hollow strength doomed them to defeat. Have your leader come forward, the rest stay kneeling. Thus, Isaiah was brought before Braden by Zhang Qi. At the sight of Braden, Isaiah's legs truly turned to jelly, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. "Do you recognize me?" Seeing his reaction, Braden said with interest, Reply to Lord Shepherd. 5 years ago during the internal strife in Nathaniel, Lord Shepherd led the Imperial army to quell the rebellion. I was then a 100-man captain in the Boxian forces and had the honor of seeing Lord Shepherd from afar. At that moment, I was awestruck and admired Lord Shepherd as if my admiration were an endless torrent. Stop. Braden waved his hand to cut off the man's flowery speech and directly asked, "How many defenders are left in the city now?" Replying to Lord Shepherd, when a Metrovan left, he left behind 3,000 armored ridges at Zishan Pass. During Lord Shepherd's bombardment of the watchtower, 600 or 700 died. I also brought out the most elite 800 men. Now, at Zishan Pass, we have barely more than 1,000 defenders. Isaiah nodded obsequiously, but he felt utterly bitter inside. If he had been defeated by other Wei military leaders, he would not have admitted defeat and might still entertain some ulterior thoughts. But knowing that it was Braden across from him, he dared not have any such thoughts. He had already thoroughly witnessed Braden's abilities and methods 5 years ago. Surrendering obediently and accepting punishment might offer a glimmer of hope for survival, but if he dared to resist, his death would be worse than anyone else's. Lord Shepherd, what he says matches our intelligence. Wang Zaken whispered in Braden's ear, who nodded in agreement. Just as Braden was about to speak, Isaiah jumped in immediately. If Lord Shepherd wants Zishan Pass, there is no need to trouble General Wang. Oh, you have a way? Replying to Lord Shepherd, there is another officer in the city who served alongside me, and has also met Lord Shepherd before. At this time, he doesn't know it's Lord Shepherd's army on the other side. If he knew, he wouldn't dare to resist, even if he had 10 lives. If Lord Shepherd is concerned, I can go personally and tell him to bring all the defenders out of the city. He absolutely wouldn't dare say no. Seeing Braden neither agreeing nor disagreeing, Isaiah sighed with relief, knowing that his life was temporarily safe. Chapter 84, A Blood Feud. Isaiah didn't lie to Braden. He didn't dare to. After being dispatched to persuade the surrender, he stood at the foot of the Zishan Pass city wall, shouting up at the tower, and every 3 sentences would include a mention of Braden. Apollo was not reckless. When he previously saw the powerful iron barrels equipped by the Divine Valor Corps, he was shocked but barely accepted it. After all, if someone did have a run of good luck and got a craftsman capable of creating such formidable weapons, it wasn't impossible. What truly made him unable to comprehend was the military appearance and discipline of the Wei army below the city. They had invaded the state of Wei for days now, and with previous intelligence, they knew exactly what the Wei ridges were like. The ridges' pay was in arrears. Military discipline was lax. Their appearance was deplorable. And this weakness was systemic, from top to bottom, and changing 1 or 2 young reformist officers couldn't change it. But when Apollo heard Isaiah say that the commander of the Wei army outside the city was Braden, all his confusion and doubts disappeared. So it's him. No wonder. No wonder. Apollo muttered to himself, his face relieved. Zach Isaiah, if this Wei army had another commander, he wouldn't have submitted and might even have thought. Have the guts not to use those iron barrels. Let's face off in a proper battle, and decide the winner once more. But knowing who his opponent was, this absurd idea immediately vanished. Because, bluntly speaking, the reason their Nathaniel troops could now rampage through all the nations in this era without any hindrance, striking whomever they wanted, was largely due to Braden's efforts. If not for his bold reforms and iron-fisted tactics, Nathaniel's military these past few years would still be embroiled in chaos between rebels and officials, far from having the current formidable military strength. So upon hearing Braden's demand for them to surrender, Apollo did not hesitate for a moment. He immediately ordered all Nathaniel defenders in the city to strip off their armor, lay down their weapons, and line up as they marched out through the collapsed section of the city wall, forming 2 straight columns at the base of the wall. And as the defending general, Apollo led by example, wearing only short clothing, jogging over 2 miles to the front of the Divine Valor Corps. Zactal man wishes to offer the city in surrender. I beseech your excellency to show mercy and spare our lives. Upon seeing Braden, Apollo knelt down with a thud, lowering his posture extremely. Though Braden gave no response after hearing this, both Apollo's and Isaiah's anxieties were alleviated. Because in this battle, which lasted less than half an hour, all casualties were on the Nathaniel side, and none of Braden's subordinates were harmed in the slightest. And in the end, they had surrendered the city willingly. Given this situation, they couldn't think of any reason why Braden would make things difficult for them. Braden remained indifferent, his gaze scanning both of them before glancing at the 2 columns of prisoners. Seeing that the number was indeed around 1,500 and estimating there were no Nathaniel ridges left in the city, Braden waved his hand and ordered the Divine Valor Corps to march into Zishan Pass. Upon receiving the order, the Divine Valor Corps moved according to the prearranged plan. Artillerymen packed away the light howitzers, while heavy artillery stayed put, firmly aimed at the direction of the tower, just in case. Each battalion of musketeers formed a square formation of 300 men, bayonets fixed and cartridges loaded, marching in neat and orderly ranks into Zishan Pass. Cavalry was divided into 2 parts, one part flanking the infantry columns escorting them into the city, while the other remained outside to protect the heavy artillery position. And all this maneuvering and reformation was completed silently using flag signals. Witnessing this scene, the Nathaniel ridges who had surrendered felt a collective jolt. Isaiah and Apollo also swallowed involuntarily. Thankfully, they had surrendered immediately and hadn't foolishly resisted. Even disregarding the threat of the large iron barrels, just the military discipline shown by this Wei army, and the perfect coordination among them, plus the fact that they were led by Braden, who was known for his ingenious tactical maneuvers back in Nathaniel. In a real fight, none of their 3,000 men would survive this day at Zishan Pass. The army slowly entered the city, and the 2 followed behind, being escorted by lines of musketeers from the Divine Valor Corps holding rifles aimed at them. Although the rifle tips weren't pointed directly at them, the sight of row upon row of shiny black barrels, and those deep, dark muzzles, was enough to send chills down their spines. Their hearts were once again on edge, walking in fear that these iron barrels might misfire and launch something at them like the heavy cannons did earlier, giving them a lethal explosive treat. 2 days ago, after encountering the vanguard of the Nathaniel army, everyone in the Divine Valor Corps had already heard about what happened inside Zishan Pass and mentally prepared themselves. However, even so, when they truly stepped into Zishan Pass, their hearts still clenched tightly at the sight before them. Although Zishan Pass was a critical border stronghold, it was also one of the population centers in the southern region, so residential areas were planned within less than 20 steps from the inner wall. But when the officers and men of the Divine Valor Corps crossed over the remnants of the city wall, they found that where countless houses should have stood was now reduced to ruins. Several rows of houses had been set ablaze. Beams and wooden supports were burned away, the tiles of the roofs collapsed in large patches, and surrounding walls were knocked askew. Fortunately, this group of Nathaniel ridges hadn't gone as far as setting the entire city ablaze, leaving most of the building structures intact. Even so, this ghost town-like scene made every ridge of the Divine Valor Corps seethe with anger. especially after Aziel's garrison in Jinan Pass. To prevent the turmoil from affecting the civilians, the Wei court began organizing large-scale relocation of people from the south. In the Divine Valor Corps, there were 24 men who had grown up in Zishan Pass. Seeing their homes destroyed by the Nathaniel army, these dozen or so immediately lost control. They rushed forward with their muskets, pushed aside the ridges escorting Isaiah and Apollo, and pointed their guns at the heads of the two, ready to fire. What are you doing? Stand down right now. Christian was taken aback and immediately rode over to them, whipping them furiously. Before Braden gave the order, Isaiah and Apollo could not die, at least not now. Despite being lashed until blood ran down their faces, these men did not put down their muskets. Their eyes, fixed fiercely on the two prisoners, burned with intense rage, their gums bleeding from biting down hard. We want to kill these bastards. Yes, they've wrecked our homes like this. This blood feud must be avenged. My father is still in the city. Chapter 85. Settling old scores and turning faces. This sudden turn of events nearly frightened Isaiah and Apollo into wetting themselves. Especially Isaiah, knowing that although the order for the massacre was given by a Metrovan, as one of the two appointed city defenders by a Metrovan, his hands were equally stained with the blood of the Great Wei citizens, and the benefits he had reaped were incalculable. Feeling the cold, hard barrel of the gun on their foreheads, Isaiah and Apollo both felt a sudden urge to urinate, truly terrified. Especially seeing those pairs of eyes glaring at them with hatred, wanting to tear them apart right then and there, they were genuinely afraid these hot-headed youths would spare nothing to take them down, not even considering whether these barrels could fire anything. Just one swing at their heads would be enough to knock them out. In their panic, they suddenly noticed Braden riding his horse toward them. They instantly felt like they had seen a savior and knelt down, weeping and shouting, "Shepherder, please save us. What's going on?" Braden frowned. Upon noticing the unrest here, Braden had hurriedly ridden over and saw more than 10 musketeers surrounding Isaiah and Apollo in a tight circle, with the muzzles of their guns forming a 360-degree encirclement around their heads. "Shepherder, please save us," Apollo cried, tears streaming down his face. The order for the massacre was issued by a Metrovan. It was his vanguard who set the fires. Those responsible for demolishing houses also came under his jurisdiction. "This really has nothing to do with me." Isaiah, trembling on the ground, added, "Yes, sir, your ridges say they want to kill us, but we were only left behind to guard the city and had no involvement in those matters." After hearing their cries, Braden immediately understood what had happened, but he did not rebuke or blame these emotionally agitated ridges. On the contrary, his tone was gentle. "Which units do you belong to?" Seeing Braden, these ridges calmed down considerably. Braden was known for being very humble and approachable, often mingling with the ridges without any airs. Even influenced by him, the Divine Valor Camp officers and ridges ate from the same pot, earning great respect from the troops. They put away their guns, bowed respectfully, and reported their unit designations. "Reporting to Sir, I am Junior, currently serving as a musketeer in the 3rd Battalion of the 1st 1000 Household Group of the Divine Valor Camp. I am Gustav, from the 3rd Battalion of the 1st 1000 Household Post of the 3rd Guard of the Divine Valor Camp. I am." After listening to their reports, Braden nodded slightly. They came from different positions, different units, and even different ages. This indicated that it wasn't that their superiors hadn't adequately explained military discipline, but rather another reason. Braden quickly guessed the cause. "Were you all originally from here?" Reporting to Sir, yes. We are all from Zishan Pass. We moved inland to avoid war, and now returning to our hometown and seeing how they have ravaged it, our hearts burn with indignation. Indeed, Braden understood. His expression remained gentle, but his words carried an uncontestable tone. "Well, before departure, didn't your superiors convey the Divine Valor Camp's military code to you?" Hearing this, the dozen ridges choked up and fell silent. They knew the Divine Valor Camp's military code very well. Not only the code, but also the 5 core red lines of the Divine Valor Camp were clear to them. A few seconds later, Junior responded with gritted teeth. "Reporting to Sir, we were told. No gatherings causing trouble, no torture of prisoners." Looks like you haven't collectively lost your memory." Braden nodded, continuing, "What is the first of the 5 execution orders of the Divine Valor Camp?" At this, not only the rioting ridges, but even the surrounding Divine Valor Camp troops felt a chill run down their spines. "Reporting to Sir, the first of the 5 execution orders of the Divine Valor Camp is, anyone who disrespects commands or defies orders will be executed," Junior said through clenched teeth. Everyone fell silent, all too aware of this red line. If Braden decided to act, they would accept it. But putting themselves in their shoes, if their homes were desecrated this way, their anger might surpass these men's, possibly leading them to fire their guns immediately. So, if Braden were to punish these men, while they wouldn't voice objections, they certainly wouldn't agree internally. Braden was fully aware of this. Pausing for a moment, he said, "Shepherds, you understand. It makes things easier." Upon hearing this, everyone except Isaiah and Apollo's expressions darkened. The dozen unruly ridges fell silent for a moment, then dropped to one knee. Junior bowed deeply to Braden, his face full of sincerity. "Military discipline is ironclad. I have nothing to say, and will not make things difficult for you. I will go to the military court and accept my punishment. We only ask that you consider these brothers, though they have acted foolishly, are first-time offenders. Please spare their lives, and I will accept the punishment alone." "You sure do take responsibility easily," Braden said with a faint interest before anyone could respond. "I have been deeply indebted to you, my lord. When my family traveled to the capital, our money was completely robbed by bandits. If I hadn't been recruited into the Divine Valor Camp, we would probably be begging on the streets in the capital now. Moreover, if it weren't for you leading us back to Zishan Pass, even knowing what happened here, I would have been powerless. Such great kindness cannot be repaid, so I can only atone with my death and repay your grace as a horse or ox in my next life." "Brother," Junior's words moved everyone around, and Braden looked at him with evident appreciation. Clearing his throat, Amidst Junior's resolute gaze and the worried looks of the others, Braden gave orders sternly. Christian, Wang Zact, I order you two to immediately conduct a thorough investigation of all Nathaniel troops in Zishan Pass. What have they done here over the past few days? Within one day, I want a detailed report on each individual and every action.
Yes.
Emmett Yuan, you will oversee the daily operations of the Divine Valor Camp, manage logistics, transportation, and supplies.
Yes.
Hanley, I order you to mobilize manpower from the Divine Valor Camp to repair the city walls and assist the citizens in rebuilding their homes and restoring production order. Additionally, inform them. Tomorrow at noon, I will hold a public trial for the Nathaniel troops involved in the massacre at Zishan Pass town. All citizens must attend. Although uncertain how the trial would proceed, Hanley firmly carried out Braden's order. Yes. These words shook the hearts of the Divine Valor Camp Ridges. Braden was not one to make empty promises. Since he decided to thoroughly investigate the massacre by the Nathaniel troops and hold a trial, he would not let it go lightly. Even Junior, who knew he could not escape death, felt relieved and had no complaints. If those beasts could receive the punishment they deserved, what did it matter if he died? Only Isaiah and Apollo were more apprehensive than ever. Seeing how Braden intended to settle old scores, he clearly planned to turn against them. Chapter 86. Relief through work. But before they could say anything, Braden waved his hand, and two Ridges immediately came forward to escort them away. As for you all, after the men were taken away, Braden looked at Junior, who was kneeling in front, and the row of kneeling troublemaking Ridges behind him, pondering slightly. Shepherder, that you have done so much for us is already more than we could ask for. We have no regrets. We only beg you to spare Brother He's life. Shepard's he was neither an organizer nor the first one to raise a gun. This wrongdoing should not fall solely on his shoulders. Yes, Shepherder. We were all involved in what happened just now. If Shepherder wants to punish someone, then punish us. We have no complaints. These dozen or so Ridges clamored for mercy for Junior, which deeply moved the surrounding Ridges. Even Braden was not angry, but rather filled with relief. However, Junior was so furious that his nose almost twisted sideways. He had personally witnessed the severity of the 5 major execution orders. During training, a few new recruits couldn't withstand the pressure and did not want to quit, so they secretly slipped out of the camp to relax in the capital city. This relaxation ended up in gambling dens and brothels. In other way army units, such actions were considered minor and usually tolerated. If caught, the worst punishment would be a military caning, and the reason would only be leaving the camp without permission, not gambling or visiting brothels. However, it was different in the Divine Might camp. They slipped out in the evening and were captured by the military law department at dawn. After an overnight interrogation clarified everything, the next morning, during the assembly of the Divine Might camp, their crimes and death sentences were announced publicly, and they were promptly executed before the entire troop. With such strict enforcement, he believed their current offense was even worse, and Braden would never tolerate it. Why are you all making such a fuss here? Shepard rarely shows leniency. I, Junior, have 5 brothers. Losing me isn't a big deal, but will you all cut off your family line? These words made the troublemakers bow their heads and shed silent tears, not daring to speak. The surrounding Divine Might camp Ridges also felt pity. Emmett Yuan and Hanley even wanted to approach Braden to plead, but Christian held their clothes and gave them a reassuring look. Sure enough, the next moment Braden chuckled sarcastically, looking at Junior mockingly. What? After receiving so many rations from the court, having fought only 2 battles, you want to throw away your life and abandon everything? Upon hearing this, Christian and others showed relief on their faces, knowing they were safe. Junior, however, was puzzled, murmuring, Shepherder, what do you mean? Braden sniffed lightly. I know. Most of you know the rules I set, but do not understand why. This time, I'll give you all a chance to understand why I made these regulations. Without understanding this, you will never realize your mistakes, and you can never become a truly formidable army. The public trial tomorrow will require the participation of all members of the Divine Might camp. You will remain confined until then. Attend when summoned, and I will announce the punishments. Understood, Shepherder. Junior suddenly understood, feeling elated. Shepard's Braden said so, their lives were saved. Although they didn't know what the punishment would be, as long as they could keep their lives, what else could they ask for? At that moment, whether the rioting Ridges led by Junior or the other Ridges of the Divine Might camp, their admiration for Braden reached new heights. The commotion temporarily subsided, but Braden's tasks were far from over. Though Zishan Pass had been captured, the Nathaniel troops' recent massacres had turned it into almost a ghost town. Therefore, after entering the city and imprisoning the captives, Braden's first task was to restore civilian life. The Nathaniel troops did not leave a single grain of rice for the citizens, confiscating everything and storing it in warehouses they guarded. Knowing this, Braden immediately sent the Divine Might camp Ridges to take control, but did not open the granaries directly. Shepherder, please open the granaries now. The city is full of starving people, and there's no time to waste. Emmett Yuan was good at fighting but straightforward. Having experienced famine in his childhood, he knew how desperately hungry people could act, so he panicked upon hearing Braden's plan. Think carefully. If we open the granaries directly, opportunists might hoard food. What would we do then? This? Emmett Yuan was left speechless by Braden's retort. I hadn't thought about that. That's why you're only good at fighting, and you can only fight. Braden shook his head. Many things concerning national economy and people's livelihood are much more complicated than war itself. War is merely a byproduct of these things. So, what do you mean, sir? Emmett Yuan asked, tentatively. In this chaotic era, food is the foundation of everything. Although my unit has annihilated the vanguard army of Nathaniel, the situation between Nathaniel and Wei is still Bradenar, and we don't know what might happen next. Therefore, we must tightly control this resource. We will open the granaries, but we cannot directly distribute the grain. Pass down the order. Set up soup kitchens in various places to provide relief for the elderly, weak, women, and children in the city. For men, they should receive cooked rice, and it must include meat. Emmett Yuan, who had just barely understood, immediately widened his eyes. If we provide relief with food, porridge would be enough. There's no need to give dry rice separately to men, let alone meat. The other generals also looked puzzled. However, Braden explained, although I have ordered the Divine Might Camp to help rebuild the houses for the citizens, the Divine Might Camp is not a labor squad, and my ridges are not civilian workers. These tasks ultimately should be done by the citizens themselves. After all, this is their home. I understand. Christian, who had followed Braden for many years, immediately grasped the essence. Now, almost every household in Zishan Pass has nothing left. As long as they can get food, they will do anything. Not only house rebuilding, but repairing the city wall, transporting weapons and supplies, repairing damaged equipment, and so on. We can seek help from the citizens. We just need to provide them with food. This way, we don't have to pay extra wages like the government hires workers, nor will we implement forced labor, which could cause complaints among the citizens. This is truly a win-win strategy. Shepherder, you are wise. Christian sincerely admired Braden. He was about 10 years older than Braden, having lived for over 30 years. If he hadn't seen this plan firsthand today, he had never even thought about it once. Chapter 87, Public Trial. The next noon, the public trial began. It was held at the Kaizangwan marketplace, where executions usually took place. Hanley had already informed the city officials, and bailiffs went door-to-door notifying citizens that each household needed to send one person to witness the execution. People gradually gathered at the marketplace, creating a noisy scene. Soon, 2 rows of ridges ran up, dispersing the crowd and surrounding the entire viewing platform. Braden walked last and sat under a pre-built pavilion. He glanced at the document in his hand, then looked up at the citizens. Though he wasn't clear about the situation inside the city, he knew the written report only covered a fraction of reality. Even though they had captured Kaizangwan without disturbing the civilians, everyone in front of him still watched them with fear. Junior arrived slightly later, walking heavily beside Braden and whispered, "Shepherder, my aunt wants to know if we will collect taxes. She says everyone in the city is out of money now." Without answering, Braden pointed to an empty space nearby and said, "Stand over there." Junior wanted to speak again but seeing Braden's expression, quickly shut his mouth and stood quietly on the vacant ground. As it approached the appointed time and all citizens were assembled, no more people entered the marketplace. Only then did Braden stand up. Looking at the sea of faces before him, he spoke loudly. Every country has its laws. Every family has its rules. Debts must be repaid. Murder demands retribution. This public trial in Kaizangwan will enforce national law strictly, with all verdicts announced immediately. Bring in the criminals. Once Braden finished speaking, ridges dragged the prisoners into the field, which had been cordoned off for this purpose. The hundreds of prisoners knelt down densely. Seated on the platform, Braden wore a serious expression. Beside him stood a civil official holding scrolls. Seeing Braden nod, he started reading aloud. Coulter, former captain of Kaizangwan Guards, convicted of killing Amal Butcher and his wife in National Peace Alley, and their son Amal Shirtu, as well as raping their daughter. He has committed murder and plunder, and deserves death. After the civil official finished reading, Braden picked up the token from the table and threw it forcefully. Execute. Immediately following, the prisoner at the head of the line was beheaded. Seeing this, the crowd burst into discussion. I've seen Coulter. He came to collect money several times. If you couldn't pay, he would beat you. And he died like this? When Coulter killed the Amal family, I saw it happen. It's because Amal Butcher couldn't pay him, so he wanted the cattle. A fight broke out, and Coulter killed Amal Butcher. Well deserved. Without these filthy men, how could Kaizangwan have been bullied so badly? They silently applauded, looking at Braden with kinder eyes. The public trial was not over yet. More names were called out. Over 100 prisoners, all guilty of murder and plunder, were sentenced to decapitation. Some prisoners wet their pants before even being executed, and wails filled the air. But how could such a large city only have 100 troublemakers? When nearly everyone had been executed, leaving the scene blood-soaked, Braden stood up once more. Everyone, I know you are still afraid, but we are the just army sent by the court to bring peace to Kaizangwan. Is this vast Kaizangwan truly only home to a few bad people? If you miss this chance, when will justice come for you again? I will stay here for the rest of the afternoon. If any family has grievances, gather evidence and submit it. This trial will continue until all injustices are addressed. With that, Braden instructed the surrounding ridges to let people go. Citizens glanced at each other and hurriedly left, spreading the news. Junior stood nearby with his brothers, bewildered by everything. After the citizens dispersed, Junior approached and asked, "Shepherder, did you call us here just to watch executions?" Braden didn't look up from his documents and explained casually, "Not yet. You'll understand soon." Junior became even more puzzled. What difference would a little while make? Nothing more than a few more citizens accusing others, followed by immediate executions. But Junior's eyes widened in surprise soon enough. At first, things seemed normal, with several citizens running up to accuse others of plunder, holding ragged clothes as evidence. The troops quickly arrested the accused upon investigation. However, during questioning, Junior's eyes suddenly bulged wide open. The reason was an old man with completely white hair and beard, who had no teeth left, came to lodge a complaint, saying that someone had taken all the money from his home and he hoped to get it back. But when the person was brought back, he did not plead guilty. Clearly, it's his son who is addicted to gambling and owes us gambling debts here. I came to collect the money, and they even beat us up and drove us away. Now he actually accuses us of plunder? Junior looked at the old man and then at the captured prisoner. For a moment, he didn't know who was telling the truth. Just now, when the old man was crying and sobbing about how his money was taken and he would starve to death, Junior immediately roared that he would personally help the old man. Now, the people were brought in, and they claimed to be debt collectors. Junior looked at the old man angrily. "You old rascal, how can you lie?" The old man, furious, pounded on the table and cursed. "Did he take my money or not? If I don't have money, won't I starve to death? Which word did I lie about?" Hearing this, Junior became even angrier. "But your son owes him money. Seeing the two about to fight, Braden struck the bench with the heavy gavel, and instantly there was dead silence. Junior barely endured the humiliation of being deceived and returned to his original corner. Braden also turned to look at the old man. Old sir, we are not here to handle trivial matters like these. The magistrate's office has already opened. You should go there for such issues. The old man angrily replied, you are an official too, as are those in the magistrate's office. Why can't I come here? These fellows took my money. They deserve to have their heads chopped off. But before he could finish speaking, the Ridges escorted him away from the scene. Only then did Braden call over Junior. Do you now understand why I wanted to set those rules? Junior was taken aback and shook his head. How does this old man lying relate to the rules in the military camp? Braden pointed at Junior's chest. People have emotions and desires, and they act based on their likes and dislikes. If you were the main officer, and the old man said he was wronged, you said you would personally execute those who plundered him. What would happen after the execution? Junior was stunned. Braden nodded. It seems you understand now. After the execution, if you found out it was because the old man's son owed them money, and they had no choice but to come collect due to desperation, you might start to regret it and even feel that the old man deceived you. But can you put back the head you've already cut off? Chapter 88. Apollo's Death. Junior was thoroughly convinced. Now he understood why Braden had brought him to witness the public trial. Personal venting could not represent the law. To judge whether something was right or wrong required a comprehensive perspective. He lowered his head deeply and stood obediently by Braden's side. Your Excellency, I understand my mistake. We should not have acted impulsively. Braden merely nodded and waved his hand, saying, go back, and don't make the same mistake again. If you encounter such situations in the future, you should know how to handle them. Pausing for a moment, he added, I can let you off today and tomorrow, but I came here to fight, not to let you off. Remember that. Junior immediately stood at attention, gave Braden a salute, and then left. As news of the public trial spread, more and more civilians came out. Rape and plunder were common charges, and the number of people arrested by the army increased, causing the execution grounds to become crowded. But Braden never showed impatience. He calmly sat there, verifying each criminal and sentencing them according to the laws of the Great Wei dynasty. Before long, the entire execution ground seemed drenched in blood, with pools of it everywhere. Heads piled up like a small mountain. From the opposite tea houses and taverns, a crowd watched as, every time someone was beheaded, they would exclaim in shock, 268. Already 268 heads. Isn't this new official too brutal? I doubt it. He might just be winning the hearts of the people. After the great disaster at Zishan Pass, everyone is enraged and needs an outlet. This new official is quite clever. What's the point of killing so many? They're just minor figures. None of the big ones have been caught. The crowd shook their heads again, thinking Braden was avoiding major issues. Until an old man was supported into the public trial venue. Seeing Braden, he immediately knelt down in tears. Please, Your Excellency, do justice for me. I was once a wealthy household in Zishan Pass, owning thousands of acres of land and numerous estates. But my home was invaded, leaving my family dead, and only I survived by chance. Braden raised his head calmly and asked, Elderly sir, do you know who led the attack on your home? The old man lifted his head and said slowly, Apollo. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Junior turned to look at Braden, tense-faced. Their group had intended to kill Apollo, which led to this situation. Now the old man still wanted Apollo dead? They hoped Braden would agree but felt that keeping Apollo alive had its uses. At this moment, Braden waved his hand. Bring Apollo here. Soon, Apollo was brought over, cautiously observing everyone present. Seeing the Huxley, he trembled instantly. You, how are you still alive? The Huxley stumbled in anger upon hearing this. Still alive? What did that mean? Did he wish he were dead? Thinking about it made the Huxley grit his teeth in fury. Apollo, you led a group to kill my entire family. You scoundrel. I want your life now. Your Excellency, it's him. On that day, my family saw him lead a group of Ridges into my home, slaughtering everyone. I heard my poor daughter-in-law was also ravished. He broke into tears while speaking. Braden remained expressionless. Apollo, is this true? Apollo immediately fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Your Excellency, falsely accused. This really isn't my fault. It was an order from above. If we didn't obey, we would have been ruined. Turning to the Huxley, he whispered, Shepherd, it wasn't my intention to lead people against your family. It was because your son offended someone. The Huxley hesitated, then burst into laughter, his eyes red with rage as he glared at Apollo. So you admit to leading the attack? I don't care whose orders it was. You personally carried out the massacre. This silence spread across everyone, all eyes turning to Braden. Braden nodded slightly and picked up the token on the table. Execute. Boom. In an instant, the entire crowd erupted. Who was Apollo? Everyone knew well enough. Yet they also secretly understood that due to previous events, Apollo was one of the two highest-ranking officials who had surrendered. Would he still be executed? They looked at Braden and suddenly burst into cheers. Shepherd or fair judge? Shepherd or fair judge? Their good impression of Braden reached its peak. But was Braden really a fair judge? Even Junior didn't understand why Braden chose to order the beheading. Unbeknownst to him, after some time, Junior suddenly trembled all over. Was the Daran trying to win the hearts of the people? He took a deep breath and stared intently at Braden. It seemed that after this public trial, all the civilians in Zishan Pass would be completely devoted to Braden. Recalling it further, if they had killed Apollo, who would Braden kill then? Who could he use to win hearts? At this thought, their expressions became complicated. No wonder Braden said to think from a macro perspective. Apollo would certainly die, but not by their hands. His death must have greater significance. Thinking this far, their expressions grew serious. Junior turned around and warned a few brothers. From now on, no one is allowed to disobey orders, break rules, or go against the will of Shepherd. His brothers nodded earnestly. Of course, they were serious, because as long as someone avenged them, What did it matter if they sold their lives for him? Besides, it wasn't like he was asking them to die. Meanwhile, at the execution grounds, Apollo was yelling frantically, "Your Excellency, you promised not to kill us. Your Excellency, I surrendered and helped you take Zishan Pass. How can you renege now?" He was quickly scared out of his wits, but no one paid attention to him. The executioner's blade fell, and his head landed on the ground. But then came a dramatic turn. Another person approached Braden to file a complaint, also against Apollo. When a woman appeared on the scene, sobbing, everyone once again turned to Braden upon hearing Apollo's name. Could Apollo be killed twice? How could this woman's grievance be redressed? Braden hurriedly ordered someone to bring up Apollo's severed head. Chapter 89. Appointing Junior. Apollo died once, and naturally, he couldn't die a second time. But Braden allowed the people to vent their anger in their own way. Thus, an unimaginably gruesome scene occurred at Kayamechkut Square. Apart from Apollo's severed head, his body was dismembered by the infuriated citizens. Hanley was worried, whispering beside him, "My lord, Apollo and Ignatius surrendered with troops. If they, as officials, could commit such acts, it's inevitable that their ridges would also have engaged in looting and pillaging." He leaned closer, speaking even more quietly. "By killing Apollo, aren't you concerned? What if the surrendering ridges worry about retaliation and revolt?" Indeed, this was a significant concern. However, Braden was already prepared for this. Facing Hanley's worries, Braden slowly asked, "Have you considered whether Apollo's or Ignatius's ridges would abide by our rules?" Apollo and Ignatius led troops from the Great Nathaniel, and everyone had witnessed what happened on the battlefield. Could these ridges truly become comrades? Without promised rewards post-battle, they wouldn't even dare to go to war. Hanley drew a sharp breath, eyes wide, looking at Braden. "My lord means that it's better for these troops to cause trouble?" Braden nodded slightly. "Pass down the order. Keep a close watch on them. I estimate there will be unrest tonight. Those who stir up trouble will be killed without mercy. Through the test of great waves, only the true gold will remain." Hanley truly admired Braden, bowing repeatedly. "My lord's foresight is truly impressive." In the camp, at the prisoner area, Ignatius was restlessly sitting and standing. It had been 3 hours since Apollo was taken away, and until now, there was still no news. He repeatedly tried to send trusted subordinates to gather information, but all were blocked by Braden's ridges. The more this happened, the more uneasy he felt. After much thought, Ignatius realized he couldn't just sit and wait any longer. He immediately called in his confidant, saying, "Tell the ridges that we must escape tonight. We can't keep waiting. I fear something bad might happen." The confidant agreed and left the tent, heading to a secluded corner of the camp where Braden's men were already waiting. Lowering himself humbly, the confidant said, "Ignatius sent me to prepare for escaping tonight. I played along. Please make your preparations early." Upon hearing this, Wei ridges exchanged glances, and one of them went back to report. Seeing this, the confidant softly asked, "Are my family members safe?" Wei ridges nodded, "Rest assured. Our lord always keeps his word. However, do you know what to do tonight?" The confidant nodded repeatedly, drenched in sweat, and returned to make arrangements. The Wei ridge then reported everything to Braden at Kayamechkut Square. Braden frowned, asking, "Are you sure he's telling the truth?" The Wei ridge hesitated. "His family is still in our hands. It's unlikely he'd lie." Braden waved, "Call over Junior. This fellow has learned from his mistakes and should have grown. From now on, let him handle matters like this as your commander." Braden chose Junior not without reason. For him, the biggest issue was the lack of capable personnel. He couldn't promote everyone indiscriminately. Almost 90% of his rules were misunderstood by most people. He could already hear complaints. They came to join the army, not to do miscellaneous chores. Why were there internal affairs regulations? Junior, however, had suffered and thus understood the rules better than those who didn't grasp them. Junior soon stood before Braden, showing great respect. Braden looked at him and smiled. "Do you understand the importance of rules now?" Junior nodded repeatedly. "My lord, previously I was foolish. You never intended to spare Apollo and Ignatius, but their deaths bring us greater benefits. We shouldn't kill them, especially not in secret." Braden nodded slightly. "Not bad. You've got some smarts. In the future, you'll be responsible for interrogations in the camp. Remember, get every detail, verify inconsistencies, and dig deep." Junior was greatly taken aback. For an army, intelligence is undoubtedly of utmost importance. Lord Braden actually entrusted such a crucial task to him? Was he not worried that Junior might mess things up? Before he could figure out how to shirk the responsibility, Braden's voice had already reached him. "You don't need to overthink other matters. Whether the intelligence is genuine or false, I can naturally discern it. Once you handle more tasks, you'll be able to summarize patterns. If you're unsure, it's not a problem, you can learn. But if you are easily swayed by emotions, or even foolish beyond redemption, that would be truly incurable. Alright, follow him down. There's a mission for you right now. Judge for yourself how to interrogate and confirm the accuracy of the intelligence." Braden waved his hand and immediately instructed a ridge waiting on the side to take Junior to the prisoner camp. On the way there, Junior kept pondering over Braden's words, quickly getting a grasp on them. He summoned the confidant again and launched a series of professional interrogations. "When do you plan to act? Which route and which city gate will you take? How many people have you persuaded to defect? Where will the rebellion start first? Have you done anything despicable in Zishan Pass before? Aren't you worried that our lord might hold a grudge and execute you along with others?" These consecutive interrogations were far more professional compared to those of the Wei ridges earlier. The confidant answered one by one without any pauses or hesitation, seemingly not lying. With this information, Junior immediately had someone transcribe it and send it to Braden. Without even looking at it, Braden directly handed it over to Hanley. "The surrendered troops plan to escape tonight. These are their detailed preparations. Go prepare now and make sure to capture every single one who plans to flee." There was still a bit of time left for the public trial, and Ignatius's name had been mentioned no less than 10 times. Chapter 90. Ignatius's Fate. Another character was mentioned, Emetravin. As Braden watched the angry crowd of civilians, he stood up and gave his assurance. Everyone, rest assured. You will see Ignatius tomorrow morning, right here, for you to deal with as you wish. As for Emetravin, I ask for your patience. I promise I will capture him for all of you. Countless civilians believed in Braden's promise and gradually dispersed. On their way home, discussions about Braden persisted. The ridges of the Wei dynasty are truly excellent. They are genuinely fighting for our people. Currently, we don't know who will be the next official after Zishan Pass, but if the taxes under Wei are lower than Nathaniel, that would be even better. I'll wholeheartedly become a citizen of Wei. Not just lower than Nathaniel, even if it's slightly higher. What does it matter? You don't know how I thought I could never avenge my child's death. It was Wei who avenged us. I plan to have my child join the Wei army. Didn't you see the ridges under the adult's command? They look so impressive. More and more people began praising the benefits of the Wei dynasty, and the reason was very simple. The bullies who oppressed them were taken care of by Wei, and despite being destitute, Wei provided them with means to make a living. Some of the civilians had already entered the military camp, becoming laborers, helping Wei's ridges build houses and repair walls. Although there was no pay, they received 3 meals a day, which was better than starving. Word spread quickly, and Braden's name became famous throughout Zishan Pass. That night, Ignatius couldn't sleep. He didn't dare to take off his armor. When the prearranged coughing sound came from outside, Ignatius immediately jumped up. He opened the tent flap and saw his confidant approaching swiftly. The confidant appeared somewhat nervous, whispering, "Shepherder, everything is arranged. The vanguard camp will mutiny first. We must hurry to the cavalry camp. With horses, it will be easier to escape." Ignatius still wasn't fully convinced, asking, "Which way?" The confidant leaned in, through the north gate. "I've bribed some Wei ridges there. Their defenses are the weakest." Finally relieved, Ignatius followed the confidant toward the cavalry camp. At the appointed time, the distant vanguard camp indeed erupted into chaos, and suddenly flames engulfed the camp. Ignatius immediately mounted his horse and shouted, "We must head to the north gate at once, control it, and leave quickly." Numerous ridges hurriedly rushed towards the north gate. However, when they finally reached the north gate, Ignatius froze. The city wall was lined with countless shadows. 2 cannon shots rang out nearby, followed by the sound of footsteps, indicating ambushes on all sides. Even from the civilian houses behind them, ridges emerged. Someone ignited nearby bonfires. Around the north gate, at least a dozen bonfire piles illuminated the area brightly. Ignatius immediately raised his hand, pale-faced, shouting, "Stop! There's an ambush." Others halted their horses, afraid to move forward. Only his confidant spurred his horse faster, charging straight into the Wei ridges camp. By now, how could Ignatius not understand what was happening? Staring in disbelief at the Wei officer before him, he angrily demanded, "You knew about our plans for mutiny all along?" No one answered him. Instead, the ridges parted, and Braden slowly emerged from the camp. Upon seeing Braden, Ignatius's eyes bulged in rage, roaring, "Official shepherd, I merely sought a way out. Are you refusing me even this?" Braden smiled. "In the past, I've seen executioners carry out sentences. Often, dogs would linger around the execution grounds. After the executioner kills someone, blood flows everywhere, and these dogs lick the human blood. Some elders, upon seeing this, would gather people to kill these dogs. When I asked why, they told me that once dogs taste human blood, they will bite humans in the future. It must be stopped. Ignatius, while you were in Zishan Pass, following Emetravin's orders, you burned, killed, plundered, committing atrocities. In one night, you raped 18 innocent girls, boasting about it. I ask you one thing, can you still be an honest ridge now?" Ignatius felt immense shame upon hearing this, but he refused to beg Braden for mercy, shouting, "False charges can always be found. All you want is my head. Come and get it if you can." He roared again, revealing his full cultivation level, a solid 9th rank. But Braden merely rolled his eyes. What if I'm only 9th rank? No matter how good one's skills are, they still fear a cleaver. Musket team, get ready. At the order, the surrounding ridges of Dewey raised their iron pipes in unison. Ignatius's face turned ashen. He knelt down again. "Lord Shepherd, please give me another chance. As long as you don't let me die, I will do anything you ask." Upon hearing this, Braden smiled. "These are your own words. Bring him here and bind him. Pierce his shoulder blades and destroy his Danteon meridians." Several men immediately went over. Ignatius indeed did not resist, being pierced through the shoulder blades with an iron hook and having his Danteon destroyed with one palm strike. His face instantly turned deathly pale. Then he was taken to the dungeon. The next day, he realized how foolish his decision had been. He was brought by the ridges of Dewey to the vegetable market where crowds of civilians who had grudges against him gathered thickly. The officer who escorted him simply said indifferently, "Lord said that he promised to deliver Ignatius to you. Here he is now." With that, the surrounding ridges left. Ignatius looked at the approaching crowd in terror, shouting angrily, "Don't come closer. Don't come near me. Get lost. You lowly peasants. Do you want to die?" He couldn't continue his curses because an old man stepped up with a hoe and shattered his genitalia. A heart-wrenching scream echoed, while the surrounding civilians became even more excited. "Ignatius, look at you now. Did you think about this end when you killed my daughter back then? Beast, rest assured, we won't kill you right away. We want you to suffer worse than death. You killed my son and my father in front of me, making my wife kneel beside you begging for mercy. Now you reap what you sowed. Everyone line up. Take turns. And make sure not to kill him. I've already invited a doctor. Everyone listen to the doctor." Chapter 91. Braden's Judgment. Isaiah finally passed away 3 days later. When Braden received this news, he did not show any emotion. This was the end Isaiah deserved. At this moment, Braden was meeting with Christian and Wang Zakn. Christian cupped his hands and said, "Shepherder, we have roamed around the surrounding areas for a while now. We've run out of ammunition and food supplies. Those bastards from the Great Nathaniel didn't leave us a single grain of rice. Upon hearing this, Hanley's expression grew even more serious. Currently, besides supplying the troops, the army also had to provide food for the civilians within Zishan Pass. When the Great Nathaniel army left, they not only stripped the people of their resources, but also burned all the stored food. Lack of food in the army was now the greatest crisis. Braden nodded calmly. There's no need to despair. There is still food available. It's just a matter of whether we can obtain it or not. Christian asked in surprise, Shepherder, where's the food? Keep in mind, Christian had scoured the entire surrounding area over these days and found no food at all. He couldn't possibly take the meager rations of the local civilians, could he? Braden chuckled after hearing Christian's question and began to explain. The common people of Great Wei don't have food because they are ordinary citizens. How can they compete with the ridges of Great Nathaniel? But do the ridges of Great Nathaniel not eat as well? This is a Metrovin's scheme. If we abandon the people, we will earn a bad reputation. If we choose to save the people, we won't be able to mobilize enough food in time, so we would have to use military rations to feed both sides. In that case, our army wouldn't be able to pursue a Metrovin. But there is one last option. Take the food directly from the ridges of Great Nathaniel. Christian was taken aback. Upon careful thought, this was indeed a Metrovin's cunning plan. But perhaps a Metrovin hadn't anticipated that Braden would choose the third option, one a Metrovin hadn't seen coming. Christian couldn't help but ask, Shepherder, how did you make this judgment? Doesn't he really worry about us continuing the pursuit? In response, Braden simply mentioned one name, Junior. Initially puzzled, Christian then froze in shock. Of course, Junior was from Zishan Pass, and there were many others like Junior within the army. In other words, Christian was convinced they chose the second option because ridges from Zishan Pass couldn't bear to watch their fellow townsfolk starve. Christian suddenly looked astonished. He never imagined that Braden had considered all of this. Shepherder, I have one last question. Why does a Metrovin fear our pursuit? Shepherds a Metrovin use such tactics, he must have been preparing for Great Wei's troops to continue pursuing them. From Christian's perspective, the Metrovin had already moved far away, making it too late to chase. They could only stay and help the people survive together, so a Metrovin's precaution seemed excessive. Smiling, Braden shook his head. You went to investigate what the Great Nathaniel Ridges did. So, what was the most peculiar thing they did when they withdrew from Zishan Pass? Christian thought hard before raising his head in shock. They took a large number of laborers with them. Braden nodded slightly. Yes, that's it. Why would they take laborers? Why would they forsake food supplies just to bring along laborers? In my view, there's only one possibility. The Metrovin hasn't gone far. He's probably still nearby. But there isn't any city nearby as easy to defend as Zishan Pass, so they likely have another objective. This point I haven't figured out yet. Finishing his statement, he stood up and waved his hand. Yunhai, send people out immediately to investigate, find a Metrovin's hiding place, and try to understand his intentions. Once confirmed, we'll move out immediately. Christian nodded and quickly left. Braden, however, wasn't so relaxed. The army had brought plenty of food supplies, but now an entire city's worth of people were waiting for food. Even maintaining the most basic sustenance, these supplies wouldn't last. Within 7 days, if they couldn't locate a Metrovin's forces, by then, even if they found him, they might not have the strength to fight anymore. Though Christian didn't know this, his actions were swift. A large number of scouts were dispatched to patrol the nearby mountains. Emiliano was a hunter from the mountains, so much so that he didn't even have a proper name. Due to the war between Great Nathaniel and Great Wei, he hadn't ventured down the mountain for a long time. Seeing the situation at Zishan Pass stabilize over several days, Emiliano decided to go down the mountain with his captured game. As soon as he entered the city, he paused in surprise. Previously, Zishan Pass was bustling with merchants from both Great Wei and Great Nathaniel, but in reality, the common people of Zishan Pass did not fare well. The local indigenous population even became prey for the exploitation of Great Nathaniel. Therefore, every face of the common folk showed signs of distress. Cody's father could no longer endure this, so he fled Zishan Pass to live on the outside mountains, making a living by hunting. Though it was more dangerous and arduous, they at least enjoyed freedom. But now, Cody returned to Zishan Pass and was momentarily stunned just by taking a glance around. And Huxley, breathless, was carrying stones while shouting loudly, "You young rascals! You carry a stone less diligently than an old man like me. Hurry up! If you delay the official's work, can you afford the responsibility?" Cody couldn't help himself and stepped forward to stop several people. "Old sir, you're advanced in years. Why would you still be conscripted for labor?" The old man frowned and cursed. "Young man, what wicked words are you speaking? Shepherds, the official came to our Zishan Pass. Has there ever been any conscription for labor? These old folks, all gathered by the official, have been supplied free grain, but who doesn't know that grain is currently scarce in Zishan Pass? I can't stand idly by. I've lived a diligent and honest life. How can I take food for nothing and let the ridges go hungry? So I volunteered to work, hoping to give a little help to the official." Saying this, he glanced disdainfully behind him. "These youngsters aren't as strong as an old man like me." With that, he turned his head and carried the stone a few more steps. Seeing the scene before him, Cody felt somewhat dazed. He walked towards the inner city with his prey, only to find that everywhere inside were laboring commoners. These commoners were busy repairing walls, constructing roofs. In short, everyone worked hard. But there wasn't a single complaint. Instead, their faces were filled with smiles. This left Cody completely baffled. Chapter 92. Hunter Cody. Cody curiously observed his surroundings a few times before quickly arriving at the market. He found a stall and began setting up, glancing around, noticing that there were almost no other vendors nearby. Without much thought, he started talking to a nearby vendor. "What's going on in the city? Why do I see laborers everywhere?" The vendor shook his head continuously. "Dare not speak recklessly. They are not laborers. If your words are overheard, you will be beaten." The great Nathaniel Ridges evacuated Zishan Pass, taking all the copper coins and precious valuables with them before leaving. The grain within Zishan Pass, even from common folks' homes, was plundered. Anything they could carry was taken, and what they couldn't was burned. There is very little food left in the whole of Zishan Pass. After our lord captured Zishan Pass, he allocated military rations to hire the common people to repair the city walls and houses within the city. Just think, now the citizens are repairing their own homes, and the lord is employing them with food. How righteous is this? So, do not talk nonsense in the city. If someone hears you, you might be beaten to death. Cody showed an expression of disbelief. From his father, he heard that officials, whether high or low-ranking, were boundlessly greedy without limits. Why did he hear something different? Cody stayed for a while longer, and only a few people came by to buy a couple of pheasants. Most of the animal skins he brought were unsold. This made Cody somewhat anxious. At that moment, a few armored ridges approached. Cody's expression became even more nervous. He wanted to avoid them, but soon they stood right in front of him. Cody could only force a smile and stand up. Gentlemen, I haven't sold anything today. Could you come back later for tax collection? The ridges exchanged glances and smiled helplessly. We're not here for taxes, and Zishan Pass doesn't require taxes now. Cody was taken aback. Previously, every time he came to Zishan Pass, someone would collect taxes. He had heard that in Zishan Pass, the market tax was collected daily, sometimes even twice a day during special periods. But now people came, yet it wasn't for taxes. What could it be for? The ridges clapped their hands loudly and shouted. Folks, the real culprit behind the chaos in Zishan Pass is a Metrovan. However, our lord believes a Metrovan is hiding somewhere near Zishan Pass, but we can't find him. If any of you notice anything while traveling, report it to the camp, and our lord will reward you greatly. They repeated these words 3 or 4 times before leaving. It had been 3 days since Christian began tracking a Metrovan's whereabouts. Today was the 4th day. Braden knew this couldn't continue, so he instructed Hanley to send messengers to ensure all citizens receive the message. Cody remained seated in the background the entire time until the ridges left. Only then did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. By the afternoon, he still hadn't sold much of his game. After exchanging some for salt and other necessities, Cody left Zishan Pass with these items. He lived in Langwei Mountain, a wild and remote forest. It was called wild because hardly anyone ventured here. Cody's father, with unparalleled hunting skills, along with Cody's upbringing, allowed them to establish themselves here. He stumbled back to his wooden hut, thinking about what he saw in Zishan Pass, unable to resist mentioning a few things to his father. His father sneered. Don't get involved in this. Whether it's the Wei dynasty or the Nathaniel dynasty, when those big shots fight, we common folk suffer. If you report to the Wei today for rewards, tomorrow, when the Nathaniel return, you'll be dead. That's not a good deal. Cody nodded, agreeing with his father. But the next day, he couldn't find his father anywhere. At first, he thought his father had just gone hunting. He blew a bone whistle in the woods, but received no response. Unable to wait any longer, he followed some of his father's tracks out. After an unknown period, he reached the deepest part of Langwei Mountain, where he discovered numerous signs of activity, suggesting many people had gathered here. Cody realized something was amiss and tracked further into the deeper jungle. Here, he couldn't even see sunlight. Towering trees surrounded him densely. He immediately grew wary. What would such a large group of people be doing deep in the forest? He recalled the words of those ridges in the market, and then thought about his father being taken away as well, which made Cody extremely anxious. He continued deeper into the forest but soon stopped because all traces disappeared here, indicating that someone had deliberately wiped out these signs. This also meant that their hideout was nearby. With his father being captured, it was evident how alert this group of people was. Cody didn't dare to be careless, so he immediately retreated and returned to the wooden hut, waiting until nightfall. Seeing his father still hadn't returned, he instantly understood that his father must have been caught. He rushed to Zishan Pass overnight. The next morning, as dawn broke, he stood at the city gate of Zishan Pass and headed straight for the nearest military camp. Your honors, I come to report. I found signs of a large number of people in the depths of Langwei Mountain, and I suspect that the person you are looking for, a Metrovan, is deep in Langwei Mountain. My father was captured by them. Please, save my father. Cody cried out loudly. The other ridges exchanged glances. Would a Metrovan go to Langwei Mountain? Uncertain, they reported the matter to Junior. Junior asked in detail, and immediately sensed something was amiss. He took Cody to see Braden. It was already the 5th day. To be honest, even Braden felt that a Metrovan, that old dog, should not have survived this, as if fate had decreed it otherwise. But at this moment, Junior brought Cody over. Junior pointed at Cody and ordered, Tell the Darun all you saw and heard. Daring not to hesitate, Cody quickly recounted everything in detail. Braden did not trust easily. He began to ask questions. Are there wild beasts in Langwei Mountain? Cody nodded. Yes, Langwei Mountain got its name because of the many wolves. Over the years in the mountains, I've seen bears too, though not much of other wild beasts. Braden frowned. Then how did you and your father live in the mountains for so many years? Cody cupped his hands in respect. I hope the Darun can see clearly. My father was once a famous hunter in Zishan Pass, having hunted a bear on his own. Braden scoffed. Are you joking? Hunting a bear alone? If your father were truly so brave, why haven't we heard of your family's fame? Chapter 93, Field Combat. Braden was fully aware of this. Before the advent of firearms, a hero who could hunt wild beasts alone would always be celebrated to the heavens. Just like when Earl's name came up, people would immediately think of his tiger fighting feat on Jingyang Ridge. Tigers were often used as a benchmark for measuring one's prowess. Those who could kill tigers were considered top warriors. And what about bears? They were even more formidable than tigers. Therefore, Braden found it hard to believe. But Emiliano shook his head. Your Excellency may not know that my father did not gain fame because the big bear he killed was bought by a wealthy family. Later, they boasted that their son had killed a tiger, and as a result, he was summoned by the imperial court and became a general. My father couldn't tolerate this injustice and eventually left Zishan Pass with me, moving into Langwei Mountain, where we have lived ever since. Braden was taken aback and turned to look at Junior. Junior understood and immediately went out to investigate. Shortly after, Junior returned and nodded slightly at Braden. Shepherder, there indeed was a bear hunting hero from Zishan Pass who was summoned by Great Nathaniel and became a bear hunting general. He is currently leading troops for Great Nathaniel, known for his unmatched bravery. Braden paused, then asked, "Do you have any proof that your father killed that big bear?" Emiliano nodded. "Of course. Our family has inherited a 10-stone great bow, and my father used this very bow to kill the bear." "How many stones?" Both Junior and Braden were unsettled. A 10-stone great bow? Braden was skeptical. He walked up to Emiliano and asked him to extend his hands. Upon closer inspection, Braden noticed that Emiliano was different from ordinary people. Firstly, his right hand was unlike most right hands. It wasn't just calloused, but the bones were deformed, making his two hands completely asymmetrical. Secondly, Emiliano's arms were extraordinarily muscular, giving off an explosive strength. Braden immediately spoke up. "If you can draw a 10-stone bow, your strength must be considerable. Could you demonstrate it a bit?" Emiliano shook his head. "A 10-stone bow isn't drawn by hand. Even a god wouldn't be able to do so. It requires both hands to pull the string and then use your feet to anchor it. But I do have some strength. If you wish to see, after rescuing my father, I will personally demonstrate the 10-stone bow to you, Shepherder." Braden nodded and instructed Junior to inquire further about Emiliano. Soon, Junior returned and confirmed that Emiliano had indeed lived in Langwei Mountain, a fact known to everyone. Braden felt confident and immediately ordered the army to head towards Langwei Mountain to capture a metrovin. The troops left a significant portion of the food supplies behind and quietly marched into the mountains. Since it was a mountainous area, carrying cannons was impractical, but fortunately, the ridges still had muskets. Emiliano led the way, explaining the precautions while walking through the forest. Braden followed closely behind, listening intently. Before long, most of the ridges, including Braden, were gasping for breath. Mountain trekking was far more strenuous than normal marching, especially in Langwei Mountain. There were no trails inside Langwei Mountain, making the journey particularly challenging. Even Braden couldn't help but ask, if there are no paths in the mountains, how did a metrovin enter? Christian hadn't thought of this issue. However, Emiliano quickly responded, deep within Langwei Mountain, there is a river that flows out to the Yin River of Zishan Pass. There are few signs in the forest, and I suspect they entered via the water route. Christian was stunned, then slapped his forehead. How could I forget the water route? They brought so many laborers that even if they dragged the boats, they could get them into Langwei Mountain. Currently, traveling by boat mainly involved going downstream. Going upstream required smaller boats, while larger ones depended on laborers dragging them, even becoming a livelihood for many. Braden furrowed his brow, thinking, and then looked up at the forest. The biggest question now was, why did a metrovin insist on entering such a primitive forest? Unless he doesn't plan to return to Great Nathaniel, or has something more important than returning. Braden muttered, then suddenly narrowed his eyes and smiled. I understand. It's all about the money. Christian was puzzled. Braden pursed his lips slightly and explained, yes, it's all about the money. The wealth he plundered from Zishan Pass. He didn't dare to openly bring it back because once in Great Nathaniel, it wouldn't belong to him anymore. And he also dared not leave it behind because we arrived. Even if Christian were foolish, he understood now. So he hid the money in Langwei Mountain? Then how will he explain it when he returns? The hider of Great Nathaniel wouldn't just let him off, would he? Braden sneered. Do you think he needs to explain it all? With the money, he can live incognito. What could be better? But he won't get this money. They continued to walk deeper into Langwei Mountain, taking 2 breaks along the way, and soon arrived at the place Emiliano had mentioned earlier. Braden looked around at the mountainous terrain and quickly asked, are there any caves nearby? It would be difficult for them to dig a hiding place for money here. Emiliano nodded. There are caves. Previously, during winter hunts, many hunters ventured deep into Langwei Mountain, and I was part of one such expedition. There's a large naturally formed cave inside, even with a hot spring. This time, even Christian nodded in agreement. That makes sense. The metrovin knew about this cave, which is why he thought to use it. If not for large-scale winter hunts, ordinary hunters probably wouldn't venture so far into such a wild area. Shepherder, allow me to take charge. Let me capture a metrovin. But Braden shook his head with a slight smile and turned to look at Emiliano beside him. Codes, if you consider a metrovin and his men as a pack of wolves, and now you're a hunter leading a group of civilians to exterminate these wolves, how would you do it? Emiliano was taken aback. He examined the terrain and then nodded slightly. We can drive them into the cave and then seal the entrance. Whether we burn wood to smoke them out or use stones to completely block the entrance, anyone who tries to escape will be killed one by one. Christian widened his eyes. Is war really fought like this? Braden laughed and nodded. Let's proceed as Codes suggested. Immediately, under Emiliano's direction, the troops stretched out their lines, forming an encircling formation, and slowly advanced towards the cave. Chapter 94, Heavenly Punishment. Deep within Wolftail Mountain, a sudden cry rang out. Enemies! After the roar came panic. Uncels of the Great Nathaniel dynasty scrambled out from every corner, instinctively gathering toward the cave headquarters in alarm. Scattered gunfire echoed, with more and more people entering the cave. Emiliano led at the front. Start fires and produce smoke. As long as smoke filled the cave, those inside couldn't hold their breath indefinitely and would eventually have to run out, allowing them to wait and capture them easily. Braden thought the same. They gathered damp branches and leaves, ignited large fires, and someone continuously fanned the flames. Vast amounts of smoke entered the cave, choking the surrounding Wei ridges too. Soon enough, indeed, some couldn't take it and rushed out. Wei ridges stood with knives at the cave's entrance. They captured anyone who came out. Any resistance met an immediate gunshot at close range. At such proximity, musket's accuracy disadvantage was irrelevant. As long as the distance was close enough, precision didn't matter. Before long, bodies began piling up. Braden stood behind, instructing Christian, "Don't kill Metrovan. The people of Zishan Pass still need him for revenge." Ignatius had lasted 3 days. He really wondered how long the main culprit, Metrovan, could endure. Christian laughed broadly, nodding repeatedly. After a while, those inside seemingly couldn't bear it anymore and almost all came out. Wei ridges started clearing the battlefield, waiting for the smoke inside the cave to disperse. However, there was also a very bad piece of news. Christian shook his head repeatedly before Braden. "Shepherder, Metrovan isn't here." Braden was stunned. "Not here? How could that be? Does this mean we guessed wrong?" If Metrovan wasn't there, then the treasure he hoarded likely wasn't either. He wouldn't leave his loot unprotected. Realizing this, Braden quickly entered the cave. Several people were already choked to death inside, and even after reaching the deepest part, Metrovan was nowhere to be seen. Braden's face darkened, arriving at the end of the cave where numerous supplies piled up. This was where Metrovan stored provisions. Braden frowned at Hanley. "Weren't you told all provisions were burned? Didn't you hear anything about it while being active in the city?" Hanley shook his head in confusion. "Shepherder, I genuinely didn't know. It seems there's more to this." Braden fell silent. He quickly realized, looking coldly at the grain before him, Metrovan didn't plan to hide the money, and we don't see any laborers. "Get me a map." The map was soon brought. Zishan Pass was a critical fortress. Braden's finger moved on the map, stopping near Riverbank's solitary city, Yin City. He took the laborers to construct defensive works in Yin City, planning to stop us there. He might return to Zishan Pass after we leave, using these provisions as preparation. Large amounts of grain are not easy to move. He deliberately burned miscellaneous items to conceal the grain, ready to return and sustain himself, or even recruit more troops using these stores. But he also feared our pursuit. If we pursued fast enough, his fortifications in Yin City wouldn't be complete, offering no effective defense. Thinking this, Braden strode out of the cave. "Let's go. Leave some people here. I'll send boats from Zishan Pass to transport the grain out. At least this will ensure the survival of the people of Zishan Pass. As for Metrovan, let's set off now. I want to see how he plans to stop our army." Braden felt somewhat irritated, a sense of having been toyed with. But he would teach Metrovan that nothing was true before absolute strength. The next day, the army mobilized. A vast crowd headed towards Yin City. The river beside Yin City was the Yin River, also near Zishan Pass. Their inability to find Metrovan earlier was largely due to his choice of water routes. Due to war, local civilians seldom ventured out, making it unlikely to spot a massive troop boarding ships. "We should have searched for fishermen near the docks earlier. Shepherder, this is my mistake. I only thought about the people in Zishan Pass." Neglecting this point, Christian apologized frankly to Braden. Wang Zak also wore an apologetic expression. Their oversight delayed the army's time. Braden shook his head slightly. Misfortune and fortune come together. At least we found the provisions, ensuring the survival of the civilians inside Zishan Pass, right? The two felt even more guilty, wishing they could chop off Metrovan's head right now. After advancing for about a day, the army arrived at Yin City. Yin City was by the riverbank, and there were even some residents of Yin City on their side. As the army prepared to cross the river, the city gates of Yin City opened, and countless ridges came to the riverside, with archers and spear carriers all ready. Metrovan led the way to the riverbank, looking at the opposite Dewey ridges, laughing loudly. "Looks like you're quite late. Do you really want to start a war with our great Nathaniel? Are you prepared?" Braden also arrived at the riverbank. He looked at the opposite of Metrovan and couldn't help but smile. Metrovan was an old general, appearing with white hair and beard, exuding authority and experience. But in front of cannons, no experience was enough. Braden shouted loudly, "Tell us, after going through so much trouble to bring so many laborers here, what kind of gifts do you plan to give us?" Metrovan did not answer, only calmly saying, "You won't stay long anyway. Why be stubborn here with me? The Dewey is weak. Isn't it better to be obediently weak?" These words instantly enraged many of the Dewey ridges, making them flush red. Dewey was indeed weak, but they had been winning battles, growing increasingly confident. Being mocked by Metrovan, how could they not be angry? Charge! Someone couldn't hold back, roaring in anger and directly rushing towards the riverbank. Boats were already prepared here, and they wanted to board and fight. Braden still had his wits about him, and quickly ordered to stop them. He turned around and commanded Christian to quickly bring up the cannons and fire at the great Nathaniel ridges across the river as soon as possible. Boom! A loud explosion. Metrovan first froze, then looked up in disbelief. Cannonballs carrying blazing flames landed among the great Nathaniel ridge's ranks. Metrovan couldn't contain himself any longer. This is heavenly punishment? Chapter 95, Civilian Reports. Christopher had everything figured out. Timing, terrain, and popular support were all in his hands. But what he hadn't anticipated was that Ahmed would have control of the divine punishment. Just a few thunderous blasts, and Christopher's troops were already scattered. What was once a well-organized army now stood dispirited, having lost all will to fight. Christopher howled to the sky. Why has it come to this? This is not due to any fault in battle. As an experienced veteran, he had pushed himself to his limits. Arriving early in Yin City and waiting for the enemy, this was timing. Defending by the river, this was terrain. Using the plundered wealth from Z Mountain Pass as bait to reward brave ridges, this was unity. He thought this would be a certain victory, but never imagined that a few cannon shots from Ahmed could break his men's morale. He looked back, seeing fear and cowardice in the eyes of his ridges. They wanted to flee. Ahmed raised his hand, and the cannons immediately fell silent. Christopher looked up angrily. "Shameless child! You cripple my army with unorthodox methods. Even if you win, your victory is unjustified." Ahmed laughed heartily. "Victors write history. Once I win, everything I say is right. You call me a shameless child? What about you? Burning down Z Mountain Pass, causing countless deaths and displacements. To you, I am shameless. To me, this is karma. Follow me." Cross the river. With a wave of his hand, Ahmed ordered his army to cross. Cannons blasted indiscriminately, leaving Christopher's ridges too terrified to approach. At this moment, Christopher noticed something. While the cannons seemed powerful, their range and destructive impact on the ground appeared limited. His eyes lit up as he realized how to counter the cannons. However, standing in this desolate field, it was clearly not the time to fight back. He promptly ordered a retreat, returning to the city and immediately gathering manpower to stack sand-filled bamboo baskets as fortifications. Meanwhile, Ahmed led his forces across the river, not paying much attention to this development. Especially crossing with cannons was a complicated task, requiring 2 or 3 small boats to work together to carry the heavy weapons. The Yin River lacked large vessels, making the process even more cumbersome. By the time the entire army crossed, it was already evening. Ahmed and his men immediately started preparing meals, clearly unable to launch an attack that day. That night, Christopher ordered digging trenches and reinforced the city gates with tightly packed sand. The next morning, Ahmed led his forces to challenge at the city walls. Christopher resumed his earlier arrogant demeanor. Shameless child, do you think a few tricks can defeat me? This Yin city will be your grave. Despite the fierce words, Ahmed remained unfazed. After some thought, if defending the city was truly necessary, Z Mountain Pass would undoubtedly be far more advantageous than Yin City. Yin City was built by the river, which was convenient, but also meant they could easily cross elsewhere. The walls of Z Mountain Pass were 13 meters high, whereas Yin Cities were only 6 to 7 meters. Yet Christopher chose Yin City, suggesting there must be information unknown to Ahmed. However, time did not permit deeper reflection. Capture Yin City first. Christopher must be captured alive and sent back to Z Mountain Pass. This is my promise to the people. As for Christopher's hidden secrets, we cannot afford to worry about them now. Christian and others accepted the orders. Then came the assault. Cannon blasts echoed against the city walls, but their impact was minimal. From atop the wall, Christopher saw the explosions and immediately dropped to the ground. When the blasts ended, they quickly got back up to defend. Not just Ahmed, but Christian also noticed something amiss. Reese pointed out an indentation on the city wall, filled with bamboo baskets. Shepherder, they've lined the walls with bamboo baskets. Ahmed was momentarily stunned. Bamboo baskets? What could those be for? Taking a closer look, he soon understood. Christopher is experienced. The bamboo baskets reduce the effectiveness of our cannons. When we fire, they hide behind these basket stacks. Cannons landing on the sand inside don't cause much damage. Let's bombard the gate first. The bamboo baskets stacked with sand acted like modern-day sandbag defenses, as effective as trenches. The only trouble was, without firearms or cannons, Christopher's side couldn't retaliate. But as the attacking force, all Christopher needed to do was employ proper defenses, like rolling logs and rocks, or pouring boiling oil, to easily obstruct the advancing army. Now bombarding the gate caused a portion to collapse, spilling a lot of sand. Seeing this, Ahmed turned pale. Cease fire. This Christopher is truly a crafty old fox. He even blocked the city gates with sand and soil. Even if our cannons destroy the gates, it won't be very effective. Shepherds, that's the case. Let's set up camp first, and have the ridges send siege equipment from Z Mountain pass down the Yin River. Zhang Yunhai drew in a sharp breath and asked, My lord, can we only engage in close combat? Ahmed said expressionlessly, Foolish. Our ridges can rely on cannons and muskets for battle, but they cannot just depend on them and forget how to fight hand-to-hand. Christopher is our greatest lesson. Zhang Yunhai immediately dared not speak and nodded slightly. Ahmed stared intently at the city gate, feeling a vague sense of unease. Shepard's Christopher was holding on to Yin City. He clearly had confidence. What gave him that confidence? Reinforcements? A glint of inspiration flashed in Ahmed's eyes, and he suddenly smiled. He waved his hand and said, Zhang Yunhai, listen to my order. Lead the scout camp and spread out as far as possible. Any slightest movement around, report back immediately. Zhang Yunhai didn't know Ahmed's intentions, but still nodded in agreement. The Dawei army immediately began setting up camp. On one hand, they waited for the siege equipment to be sent from Z Mountain Pass, while on the other hand, scouts were dispatched all around Yin City. Within a couple of days, no siege equipment arrived, but instead, a few civilians were brought over. Upon hearing from Taj about something urgent, Ahmed also had those civilians brought in. As soon as they entered, Ahmed asked immediately, Where are you from? You want to see me for something? The civilians exchanged glances and all nodded. My lord, we come from nearby villages under the jurisdiction of Yin City. We came to see you because our surrounding villages are filled with ridges of the Great Nathaniel dynasty. Although we don't understand why they are hiding in the farms, we think this information should be conveyed to you. Ahmed was instantly stunned. He approached the map and looked at the farms around Yin City, breaking into a cold sweat. Chapter 90 Shepherds, Timely Rescue. So that's how it is. Zishan Pass is a heavily fortified military stronghold. There are no nearby villages to speak of. Even if a Metrovan wanted to ambush us, he would have nowhere to hide his men. The 100 miles around Zishan Pass don't even support many birds, whereas the area near Yin City is filled with farms, perfect for an ambush. This Metrovan really intends to annihilate us all. Braden sneered coldly and turned to look at the villagers. Why did you decide to tell me this? Based on Braden's understanding, most civilians preferred not to involve themselves in such matters. They feared retribution from the Wei troops. If Braden left and the Wei forces returned with greater strength, their families could be wiped out. Thus, for the villagers to share this information meant they were risking everything. The villager immediately knelt on the ground. Shepherder, my only son took his wife and child to Zishan Pass to buy goods, coinciding with the city's lockdown order. My family of 3 never returned. My lineage is now cut off. Later, I sent someone to inquire in Zishan Pass and learned that a Metrovan ordered the lockdown. The citizens of Nathaniel acted atrociously within the city and killed my entire family. I originally sought revenge but lacked the means and strength. Then I heard that the upright magistrate of Wei arrived at Zishan Pass, beheading Apollo and Isaiah. That gave me this idea. Now that your forces are approaching Yin City, I rushed here overnight, fearing that General Ametrovan might see me or worse, lay an ambush for you deep inside Yin City. Braden hadn't expected that merely executing Apollo and Isaiah would earn him the loyalty of these people. He nodded vigorously. You can rest assured. I vow to ensure Ametrovan has no place to bury his body. But currently, Yin City is hard to attack. Ametrovan has surrounded it like a turtle shell, likely leading to a prolonged standoff. However, I've already dispatched men to Zishan Pass to bring siege equipment. It shouldn't take long. Halfway through his sentence, Braden's expression changed abruptly. He turned and shouted loudly, Christian, how long ago did the men leave for Zishan Pass? Christian calculated. About 2 days. Braden frowned. 2 days? From here to Zishan Pass by fast horse only takes half a day. Shepherdage equipment is heavy. Loading and transporting would take 1 day each. By now, they should be on the road. Christian nodded rapidly. Your assessment is correct, sir. According to the timeline, they should arrive tonight. Braden shook his head. It's too late. You must immediately lead men up along the Yin River. Shepherd Ametrovan set an ambush at the farmsteads and still holds Yin City. It's clear he won't let us pass. He wouldn't just sit by as the siege equipment arrives. They'll strike on the way. Quickly. You must move swiftly. If we're late, those siege weapons will be lost en route. A cold sweat broke out on Christian's forehead. He understood Braden's concerns and turned, rushing out of the tent. He picked 500 ridges and raced upriver against the current. It didn't take long before he saw a group of people standing by the riverbank. Christian's eyes widened in alarm. Those people looked suspicious, not at all like fishermen. Moreover, what fishermen would gather in groups of several hundred? The adult's suspicions proved correct. Christian roared, fast. Capture them quickly. If they stop the boats from Zishan Pass, we'll be too late. His men charged forward on horseback, firing their muskets. A row of people fell instantly. The remaining individuals, realizing something was wrong, turned to flee. But how could footmen outrun horses? In moments, the remaining men were also slain. Some panicked and jumped into the river. Christian couldn't do anything about them. When they reached where the people had gathered, they found small boats lined up, ostensibly for fishing. But the boats were filled with dry grass and kindling. If the ships from Zishan Pass arrived, these men would set fire to the boats and block the river. Vile tricks. Christian cursed. Not lingering further, he continued onward with his ridges. Eventually, they encountered no more trouble and soon sighted the incoming ships from Zishan Pass. The vessels were loaded with disassembled siege equipment, mostly made of wood, which would burn easily if set aflame. Fortunately, the general planned meticulously. Christian felt a wave of fear, escorting the ridges all the way to ensure the siege weapons arrived at the camp. Braden saw the arrival of the siege equipment and immediately felt relieved. He gathered many generals into the tent. Looking at the generals before him, he began addressing them. You all know the current situation. The entire Yin City is like a turtle shell. If we want to break in, we either use up a lot of ammunition or directly launch an assault. Using a large amount of ammunition is impractical. Our destination isn't Yin City but the capital of Wei. So this battle can only be fought with close combat. Now we face some complications. As he spoke, Braden pointed at the farms marked on the map nearby. Do you see these estates? They're all filled with Ametrovan's men. I'm worried that during the city assault, Ametrovan might order these ambushes to strike when the situation turns against us. Not to mention, the previous supply routes and personnel are no longer safe. We must send more troops and find a more convenient route. The batch of engineering equipment delivered today almost got intercepted by Ametrovan's men mid-route, a living example of this issue. Zaxoning to Braden's words, everyone nodded in agreement. The situation wasn't favorable for Wei, but it didn't matter much. With muskets and cannons at their disposal, even in close combat, the Nathaniel Ridges were no match. Several people stood up right away. Commander, give the orders. Without the advantage of artillery, we'll still force our way through. To think that Ametrovan wants to stop our army, it's impossible. At that moment, Emiliano spoke up. In fact, since Emiliano had helped Braden find food, under the guise of rewards, Emiliano was directly recruited into the army. Don't underestimate Emiliano. Hunting wasn't such an easy job, especially in Langweishan, where there were many beasts. Emiliano's father was also getting old. Surely he couldn't hunt his whole life? Emiliano agreed to Braden's arrangement, settled his father in Zishan Pass, and then became a part of the army. He now looked at Braden seriously. Chapter 97. The new city is settled. Braden was somewhat surprised. Emiliano is a hunter who has never read many books or led troops, but his wilderness combat skills could be of great use. Therefore, leaving Emiliano behind was equivalent to keeping a field army. So Braden didn't expect that Emiliano would speak up in such a meeting. Curious, he asked, Emiliano, what do you have to say? Emiliano pointed at Yin City. Shepherder, you said they used sandstone to transform Yin City into a turtle shell. So why must we insist on attacking Yin City? It's very difficult for us to break in, but with their wooden doors sealed off by sandstone, isn't it even harder for them to get out? We can completely raid the surrounding farms and clear the nearby areas. As for Yin City, just leave a group of people to watch their movements. When we penetrate to Nathaniel, no matter how well defended Yin City is, what good will it be then? Upon hearing these words from Emiliano, everyone exchanged glances. Indeed, it's hard for them to attack inside, but it's also difficult for the enemy to get out. In other words, this city becomes a stumbling block on their way forward. If they can't remove it, they might as well go around it. Everyone exchanged looks again and laughed unanimously. Even Braden couldn't help but laugh. After careful thought, Braden quickly spoke. This way, Christian, Wang Zaken, you take people to thoroughly clear out the ambushes in the surrounding farms. Remember the military discipline. No messing around. Christian nodded repeatedly. Previously, some may not have understood the use of these rules and discipline, but now it was crystal clear to them. If they recklessly killed civilians, who would still be willing to report any ambushing activities? Had it not been for the early warning from the civilians around Yin City, Wouldn't their siege weapons have already been destroyed? And now Braden continued. After killing those ambushers, don't just throw the corpses anywhere. Throw all of them into Yin City. If you can't throw them in, pile them up outside. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped. They did not know about viruses or fungi, but everyone knew that corpses were ominous and could easily cause diseases. So during war, enemies' corpses are either burned or buried in large pits. These corpses being thrown into Yin City meant that Yin City might become a dead city. However, thinking of Ambrose Amal's strategy, they figured, aren't you trying to act like a turtle? Then keep acting like one. Everyone laughed heartily, feeling immensely satisfied. The next day, more than half of the army set out, following the map directly to surround and attack those farms. The Wei Ridges hiding in the farms had no idea what was happening. They just noticed that fewer and fewer people were around the farm, then suddenly they heard a loud sound. By the time they reacted, Wei Ridges surrounded them and started firing wildly. Gradually, nearly 3,000 corpses were transported over. The siege weapons arrived simultaneously, and all these corpses were placed on trebuchets and hurled directly into Yin City. Ambrose Amal learned the news right away and cursed aloud. How hateful. This child Braden violates heaven and earth. Doesn't he know that desecrating corpses would incur the wrath of the gods? The more Ambrose Amal spoke, the angrier he got. Some corpses landed on the walls, others fell within the city, such as on rooftops and near wells. The stench permeated everywhere. Not daring to hesitate, Ambrose Amal hurriedly ordered the corpses to be piled up and burned. They weren't foolish. They knew that corpses could lead to epidemics. But there were over 3,000 corpses thrown in from various angles. Surely some would be missed. Soon, unexpected changes occurred within the city. First came the smell. The burning corpse smell mixed with the natural odor made everyone in the city uneasy and pale-faced. Then came the plague. Although it only erupted in small areas and Ambrose Amal acted swiftly to curb it, it didn't have much effect. Both civilians and Ridges were in a panic. On Braden's side, seeing all the corpses being burned, they stopped throwing them in and simply left them outside the city. The putrid smell emanating from the corpses was too foul even for the Nathaniel Ridges stationed at the wall, forcing the Wei Ridges to retreat dozens of miles. Too stinky. Ambrose Amal could only order some flammable materials to be tossed down, but they couldn't burn effectively. This method only curbed the smell temporarily. After the fire died out, the odor returned. Even Ambrose Amal dared not go to the city wall again. He vomited several times as soon as he went up. Now, the Nathaniel Ridges on the city wall have to wear 4 or 5 layers of cloth around their mouths and noses when they are on duty. Another problem was the flies and rats that couldn't be stopped. While they were feasting outside the city, many of them sneaked into the city, and the spread of the plague in the city never ceased. Ambrose Amal regretted it. He regretted provoking such a malicious person as Braden. Feng City. This was a large city next to Yin City. Beyond Feng City, it was almost the territory of the Old Wei Kingdom. At this moment, Braden was sitting in the Lord's Mansion of Feng City. He looked at the few generals before him and spoke. Now is about the right time. The Wei Kingdom has been weak for so long. If we can push deep into the territory of Nathaniel in one fell swoop, it will certainly boost the morale of the Wei troops. The biggest concern now is I'm worried about the lack of manpower. Hanley, I need you to recruit Ridges and buy horses. For training, follow our previous methods. I need warriors. Hanley nodded repeatedly in agreement. Christian stood by and asked, Shepherder, what about me? Braden laughed instantly. Recruiting Ridges needs money and grain. These need you to arrange. Remember my words. We mustn't disturb the common people. Their lives are already hard enough. But the wealthy families within Feng City, you can act upon them. Christian's eyes lit up, asking immediately, to what extent can I act? Braden only said one sentence. If anyone collaborates with the enemy, kill his entire family and confiscate all their property. Here, Braden did not say, after verification. His meaning was very clear. If these wealthy families don't comply, take 1 or 2 families as examples and execute them all. Christian accepted the order excitedly. At this moment, Braden turned to Wang Zak. Money, grain, and troops all require some time, probably about a month. These new recruits won't have enough training, so they can only be trained in real combat. Your task isn't light either. Find some merchants in the city to draw a map of the Wei Kingdom, in preparation for the army's expedition. Chapter 98. His father is gone. Christian and Wang Zak left with their arms around each other's shoulders, and Fengqing also welcomed its new master. In fact, Fengqing had its own defending army before. However, the biggest problem with Fengqing was that it didn't have many ridges to defend it, because this city's natural defense lay in the north. In other words, if Fengqing were under the control of the Wei, it could utilize the treacherous northern mountains to station a large number of troops, always ready to guard against a surprise attack by Nathaniel. But precisely because it was currently in the hands of Nathaniel, more troops were stationed in Yin City. Yin City was now surrounded and isolated, fighting daily against the stench of decaying corpses, making it impossible to come to Fengqing's aid. Braden returned to the back courtyard after the meeting, and soon the former mayor of Fengqing, Raymond, was brought over. Shepherding on the chair, Braden looked at Raymond with a puzzled expression and asked, Is the surname Zhao a prominent one in Nathaniel? What is your relationship with Isaiah, whom I encountered previously at Zishan Pass? Raymond bent down and said with a fawning smile, Isaiah is my Sheridan. Braden's smile became teasing as he asked, Do you know he committed grave offenses and was butchered by the people of Zishan Pass? It took him 3 whole days to die. Upon hearing these words, Raymond immediately drew in a sharp breath. He instantly realized that the person in front of him, Braden, was someone he couldn't afford to provoke. He quickly responded, Shepherder, rest assured. I am not in the same camp as Isaiah. Whatever you want to know, Shepherder, I will tell you everything. Braden nodded slightly and said, What background does the one called Imetrovan have in Nathaniel? Raymond immediately whispered, replying to the Sir, Imetrovan is an old general of Nathaniel, experienced in war. If we talk about background, quite a few from the military support him. Braden smiled and said, Now Imetrovan has turned Yin City into a turtle shell. Even if I want to attack, I can't get in. Is there any way to make him come out to meet his doom? Raymond was stunned and then couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Shepherder, you are wise and brave. If even you can't achieve it, how could I possibly do it? Braden gave him a glare. Instantly, Raymond was shocked. He immediately replied, yes, Shepherder. There's a way. Braden was taken aback and frowned at Raymond. Raymond quickly spoke up. Imetrovan has a son, who is the mighty general of the Nathaniel, Emil, stationed in Rao City not far from Fengqing. To reach Rao City, just go 200 or 300 miles east after crossing the northern mountain range. But we don't need to go to Rao City. All we need is for Shepherder to send some loose ridges to inform them of Imetrovan's current situation. They will return to Nathaniel and inevitably enter Rao City and inform Emil. In no more than 5 or 6 days, Emil will lead his troops to Fengqing. We don't even need to fight Emil. We only need to inform Imetrovan that you possess the power to punish heavily. Knowing that you hold a powerful weapon, Imetrovan will be worried about his son's safety and will certainly come out of Yen City. At that time, won't he be at your mercy? Braden suddenly laughed and patted Raymond on the shoulder. You still have some use. Some secrets of Nathaniel, please remind me when you know about them. Don't be so passive like today, answering whatever I ask. It makes it difficult for me to speak up for you. You also know the rules of Wei's court. Even if you surrender, if you don't accomplish anything, have no role, how can anyone tell whether your surrender is genuine or not? If you want to live, you must show some value. As soon as he finished speaking, Braden asked Raymond to leave. When Raymond left the room, he was drenched in sweat, soaking through his clothes. Meanwhile, Braden found Junior directly and instructed him to arrange this matter immediately. As Raymond predicted, those scattered ridges released went straight to Rao City after crossing the high mountain. They hurried along, feeling relieved upon entering Rao City. Without money or supplies, they had no choice but to pant and arrive at the city lord's residence to report to the lord. Emil was the lord of Rao City. Besides handling official duties every day, he had nothing much else to busy himself with, often watching dancers perform. Especially the dancers from Wei, which he found especially captivating. Hearing that some defeated ridges had fled back from Fengqing, Emil was startled. He waved his hand to dismiss the dancers and ordered the ridges to be brought over. Soon, he saw several ragged-looking men. Frowning, he asked, Wei is weak. How could they defeat you so soundly? Are you deserters pretending to have fled here to seek food and drink in Rao City? The ridges immediately knelt down and kowtowed. Shepherder, what we say is true. We dare not deceive you, Shepherder. The Wei ridges carried 2 types of iron pipes. The larger one has the power to move mountains and seas, while the smaller one can kill from 1,000 miles away. Currently, Imetrovan is besieged in Yen City, which has become an isolated city. The Wei ridges kill nearby ridges, and then throw the corpses into the city or pile them outside. Although we didn't enter the city, we heard that more and more bodies are being thrown out of Yen City. The situation doesn't seem good. Emil was shaken to his core. He immediately stood up, grabbing the ridge who was speaking and yelling angrily, What nonsense are you talking? My father is experienced and a seasoned veteran who has never lost a battle. How could he possibly be trapped in Yen City? The ridges were almost in tears. Shepherder, what we say is true. According to Imetrovan's strategy, he held Yen City to contain the main force of Wei's ridges, while we were hiding in the countryside, waiting for Wei's ridges to tire before cutting off their supplies and attacking Zishan Pass. If Zishan Pass and Yen City fall together, even Braden would have no choice but to surrender. But something went wrong somewhere. After Braden blocked Yen City, he directly sent a large army to the countryside, driving us all out. Most of us were killed, and it caused such a commotion that our commander saw the situation wasn't favorable and gave orders to retreat early. Even so, halfway through our escape, we were caught by Nathaniel's ridges. Imetni died on the way. That's how we ended up in Rao City. Emil instantly became tense. He didn't panic. As Imetrovan's son, he had learned all his military experience from Imetrovan, so he immediately dispatched people to inquire in Fengqing and also waited for other scattered ridges to reach Rao City. Soon, Emil met other scattered ridges, and after careful questioning, both sides gave similar accounts. Emil was suddenly in a panic. His father might be lost. Chapter 99. No return. Emil couldn't wait any longer. Without waiting for the scout from Fengqing to report, he immediately gathered his troops and rode swiftly towards Fengqing. At this point, Braden was no longer in Fengqing. Compared to Emil, Imetrovan was the most troublesome. He had managed to come up with a countermeasure against cannons with just one encounter. This person must not be allowed to live. Christian had to prepare supplies on one hand, while leading the ridges to defend Fengqing on the other. Braden's order to him was simple. Defend at all costs and do not venture out. It wasn't that Braden didn't trust Christian. It was due to the insufficient manpower of the army, which now had to be divided. Most of the defenders in Fengqing were new recruits. Expecting them to fight outside the city would be like giving Fengqing away. Before Emil arrived at Fengqing, Christian invited the prominent local families of Fengqing to dinner. A group of wealthy merchants sat uneasily in their chairs at the city lord's residence. Christian asked with a smile, Is the food not to your liking? The merchants looked at each other and hurriedly shook their heads. One of them bowed and asked Christian, Shepherder, may we ask why you have summoned us here? Christian smiled slightly. I heard that during the Nathaniel army's occupation of Fengqing, several of you provided considerable support. Now that our Wei army controls Fengqing, I only ask that your support for Wei should not be less than what you gave to Nathaniel. Otherwise, as you know, it would be very difficult for me, and others might consider you traitors who colluded with Nathaniel. The merchants instantly felt relieved. One of them immediately spoke up, I'm willing to provide 3,000 pickles of grain for the army. Previously, when Nathaniel occupied Fengqing, he offered roughly the same amount. However, Christian frowned upon hearing this. Zeki Yuanyu, did you make a mistake? 3,000 pickles was just for one time. You supported Nathaniel 5 times, totaling 15,000 pickles. I'm not asking much, 20,000 pickles, how about that? The merchants' faces turned pale. They didn't expect Christian to demand a total account. Christian then clapped his hands without hesitation. Soon, Junior walked in with a ledger. Taking the ledger, Christian calmly said, "Gentlemen, don't even think of deceiving me. This ledger clearly records how many times each of you contributed and how much money or grain you provided. I have an account for everything." Upon hearing this, the merchants turned ashen-faced. The one who spoke earlier was sweating profusely. "Shepherd, where can we get so much grain? Isn't this a death sentence?" Christian nodded slightly. "You're right. So this time, we aren't limited to grain. Those with money can give money, at market price. If you have neither money nor grain, well, sorry, but start preparing graves for your entire family." "What?" Several people jumped up in shock after Christian finished speaking. Preparing graves for their entire families? Wei's methods were even more ruthless than Nathaniel's. One merchant spoke coldly. "Shepherd, must you do this? Aren't you afraid of losing the hearts of the people?" Christian laughed, looking at the speaker mockingly and retorted, "Can you represent the people?" The man immediately bowed and replied, "Shepherd sits like this. I take my leave. No money, but I have my life. If you have the means, sir, feel free to come and take it. Just so you know, I have many relatives working for both Nathaniel and Wei." With that, he turned and left. Christian frowned, looking at the remaining merchants who lacked the audacity to speak bluntly, but still claimed they needed time to gather the resources, without specifying when. After they left, Christian looked at Junior sternly. "That guy was too arrogant. Find out his background. We can't afford to have trouble because of him." Junior left quietly. 2 hours later, Junior returned. The family he belongs to is surnamed Sunday. He has 3 sons. The eldest serves as an official in Wei, reportedly a high-ranking one in the capital, but we lack details as the capital hasn't confirmed. It's unlikely he would tell us either. The second son is a merchant who trades between Wei and Nathaniel, making them financially secure. The third son serves as a general in Nathaniel. Hearing this, Christian hesitated. Immediately, he sent a letter to Braden. Braden read the letter carefully. An official in the capital. Surnamed Sun. From Fengzhou. Who fits these criteria? Gainer. Andre's lackey. Braden smiled instantly. He pinned a reply to Christian, with just one word. Kill. After sending the messenger away, he wrote a memorial to accuse Gainer of treason. With Gainer holding an official position in the Great Wei court, your father repeatedly supplying materials to Great Nathaniel, and your brother serving as a military general in Great Wei, what else could this be if not collusion with the enemy? Braden hadn't anticipated that his arrival in Fengcheng would bring such pleasant surprises. After finishing up here, he tidied himself up and headed outside of Yin City. Outside Yin City, the fire blazed high into the sky. Clearly, both the defending forces within the city from Great Nathaniel and the troops outside from Great Wei were dealing with the corpses. Once the bodies were mostly burnt, the smell of roasted meat spread hundreds of meters away. Only then did Braden lead his men forward. Looking up at the battlements, Braden shouted loudly, "Where is Emetrovan?" The ridges above promptly went to report. After quite some time, Emetrovan finally appeared on the battlements, looking extremely grim as he stared down at Braden. Braden smiled broadly and said, "I have good news for you. Would you like to know?" Emetrovan scoffed coldly. "What kind of good news can come out of your mouth?" Braden nodded vigorously. "Of course it's good news. Heaven has compassion for all beings. Even our Great Wei dare not go against the will of heaven. So I am willing to give you a way out. Now we have informed the governor of Rao City about the situation where you are besieged in Yin City. Perhaps he might come to rescue you." Braden deliberately didn't mention Emil's name. Upon hearing this, Emetrovan became anxious and worried, his heart pounding like a drum. He roared angrily, "Dare you so insolently?" Braden threw his head back and laughed loudly. So Raymond wasn't wrong when he said that the governor of Rao City, Emil, is your biological son? Now that his father is besieged, whether he comes or not as your son, he has no choice but to come. If he doesn't come, he will be considered unfilial, making it hard for him to command respect, let alone continue being his mighty general. But if he does come, pausing here, Braden gritted his teeth and said word by word, "I vow he shall come but never return." Blood surged in Emetrovan's body, and he suddenly fell backward, fainting. At this moment, Braden had already turned and left without looking back. Chapter 100. Return to Yin City. Move all the soil away and open the city gate. Everyone was a bit terrified at Emetrovan's command. Were they going out? Huddling in Yin City, they might smell the foul stench but could still survive. But if they went out, they would face the condemnation from the ridges of the Great Wei. It was uncertain whether they could survive. However, Emetrovan was their commander, so they looked at each other and began moving the soil bit by bit. Even a fool knew that once the city gate opened, they would be met with a tough battle against the Great Wei. The problem was, Emetrovan's backup had been dealt with by the Great Wei ridges. With only the people of Yin City, winning was like a dreamer's talk. That night, many commanders of the Great Nathaniel gathered and started discussing. Is Emetrovan asking us to go to our deaths? It was fine following him when we won before, but now to die, I can't do it. Why not bind him and surrender to the Great Wei? This won't work either. I heard Apollo and Isaiah also surrendered to the Great Wei, but because they massacred civilians in Zishan Pass, they were executed by the Great Wei. Have we killed fewer civilians ourselves? Emetrovan took out a lot of money from Zishan Pass. We take the money and flee from here. Anyway, his life or death has nothing to do with us. He may as well die if he wishes. Anyway, I will never agree to go and die with him. After discussing for a while, they quickly determined. They led the way, each taking their confidence, prying open the warehouse door, and then carrying off the gold and silver without hesitation. Ordinary ridges did not understand what happened until early the next morning when they realized something was wrong. There were a total of 30,000 Great Nathaniel ridges in Yin City, but by the next day, there were barely more than 20,000 left. In one night, 10,000 people had run away. When Emetrovan received the news, he was so angry that his whole body shook. He ordered the gate opened and immediately said, "Everyone escape quickly. The main general of the Great Wei, Braden, is a man who will not let even a minor offense pass. He won't spare you. We could have returned to the Great Wei together, but it seems that it's impossible now. With only this number of people left, everyone, good luck? Hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances and prepared to flee. Emechevin turned around, took his loyal generals and personal guards without a word, and joined them in the crowd, trying to leave Yin City. Outside the city, Braden, leading the Great Wei Ridges, saw this scene and immediately laughed. I knew it would be like this. Emechevin knows fighting would lead to certain death. Besides, his troops have no heart for war, and how can ordinary Ridges compare with his son? Hanley was stunned and asked, Shepherder, how do we capture Emechevin? Are we going to catch all these people? I see they are fleeing randomly. It might be hard to catch them. With 20,000 people scattering in all directions, catching and identifying each one would be almost impossible. Due to the shortage of manpower in the Great Wei army, they didn't even have 20,000 Ridges. Capturing 20,000 in this wilderness was laughable. Braden shook his head slightly. To capture Emechevin, we don't need such trouble. What he will surely do now is go to Fengqing to meet Emil. He only wants to notify his son and leave the territory of the Great Wei together. We just need to head towards Fengqing and see how many go there. Hanley suddenly understood. Shepherd Emechevin dispersed his troops. It clearly showed he did not want to continue fighting. Wanting to find his son was naturally about running. Hanley slapped his thigh suddenly. Shepherder, let's go to Fengqing and stop Emechevin. Braden chuckled lightly. Is Emechevin that easy to catch? He's a crafty old fox. A seasoned old general of the Great Nathaniel, victorious in hundreds of battles, rich in experience. It wouldn't be easy to catch him if he wanted to escape. So Braden soon spoke up. Just follow him first. As for the rest, you don't need to worry. I've already made arrangements. Emechevin left Yin City with his guards, entered a nearby farm, and changed into plain clothes, hiding their armor. Each person carried a bundle of firewood, hiding their weapons inside. Then 30 to 50 people headed towards Fengqing, but they hadn't gone far when Emechevin ordered them to stop. To Fengqing, we must not go straight in. Braden is no ordinary man. He will certainly understand our intentions. We should take a detour and return to Yin City. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Return to Yin City? Isn't that looking for death? Emechevin, however, calmly said, I still have hidden silver. With this silver, we will change our identities and claim to be merchants, conducting business in the Great Wei. This money I haven't told anyone. After I see my son, this money will be divided among all of you. When we return to the Great Wei, there will be even more rewards. The crowd responded with surprised faces. General, there's no need for such measures. Emechevin shook his head without further explanation, leading everyone back to Yin City like peasants. At this time, there wasn't even a single guard at the city gate of Yin City, let alone inspections. They entered unchallenged. The Ridges of the Great Wei were clearing away the traces left by the bodies. Emechevin even saw an officer loudly shouting orders. Spread more lime. Make sure everything is spotless. Yin City is a trading city. Nearby farms come here for transactions, and countless merchants stop here to rest. We mustn't affect Yin City's future business. Emechevin glanced at the officer, and then hobbled forward like an elderly person with poor health. They entered the city and arrived at a courtyard. Emechevin instructed his personal guards to dig, and soon enough, several chests of gold and silver were unearthed, along with prepared clothes. Immediately, everyone changed their attire and transformed into a group of merchants, then proceeded to register at the city lord's office. Merchants are the least afraid of death. Having just fought in Yin City, several merchants had already gathered at the city lord's office to inquire about how to proceed to the Great Wei. Emechevin joined the queue and soon obtained a pass. Then he led the group out of Yin City, heading north. Even so, they did not take the route through Fengqing. Perhaps Emechevin himself understood that Fengqing was likely surrounded, and going there recklessly would be extremely dangerous. Meanwhile, Braden and Hanley were searching for Emechevin throughout the southern border region. Despite their relentless efforts, they found nothing. By the end of the month, Braden and Hanley returned to Fengqing. Christian quickly approached, excitedly reporting, Lord, we held the position. Those who tried to leave the city to fight were stopped. Not only that, but according to your arrangements, we have also constructed the armory you required near the city. Chapter 101. Emil is captured. Braden came to stand before the map. He pointed at the map with his hand and soon laughed. Now in the southern territory, although we have occupied Yin City and Feng City, the northern area is still under the control of the Great Nathaniel. Once Emechevin sees Emil, if they leave Feng City and return to the area governed by the Great Nathaniel, they will certainly avoid Feng City and Yin City, traveling west and then continuing south to return to the Great Nathaniel. If so, it would be impossible to capture Emechevin. Christian, hearing this, asked, then what should we do? Braden smiled and said, capture Emil alive. As long as Emil is in our hands, Emechevin can only come to us to meet his doom. Upon hearing this, Christian immediately became excited, understanding there was a battle to be fought. He spoke up, my lord, then we must make proper plans. But Braden did not show any extra emotion. He looked at the map before him with calmness. There's no need for planning. Before, I had you stay behind in Feng City with few muskets and cannons, so Emil doesn't know we have such weapons. He's worried about his father and is eager to break through the defenses of Feng City. Plus, during the previous siege battles, all our defenders were new recruits, leading them to underestimate our Great Wei army. So we don't need complex strategies. We just need to attack directly. Christian, you go organize the troops. We move tomorrow. Christian immediately got excited. He turned and went to arrange things. The next day, Braden led the army out of Feng City straight towards Emil's camp. Emil's reaction was exactly as Braden had anticipated. The defenders of Feng City are all new recruits. From our previous engagements, they weren't very experienced. With this opportunity, we might be able to break through Feng City directly. The main reason my father is trapped in Yin City is because of Braden's large army. If we can break through Feng City, even Braden would have to divide his forces for defense, giving my father a chance to escape Yin City. Brothers, follow me into battle. As soon as Emil finished speaking, the army immediately charged forward. Christian was taken aback but laughed loudly. My lord, everything has been predicted by you. Braden gave a faint smile and waved his hand. The first row of ridges squatted down, while the second row readied their muskets. Fire! On command, the ridges pulled the triggers. Muskets fired, and without knowing what was happening, the great Nathaniel ridges fell in rows. Without giving Christian time to react, the cavalry on both sides immediately charged forward. Seeing the battlefield situation, Emil immediately sensed something was wrong. He shouted aloud, "Retreat! Quickly withdraw from here. They have deadly weapons." He didn't know what muskets were, but their effectiveness was obvious, causing him to turn pale with fear. Hardly finishing his words, he turned his horse around and fled. Seeing the great Nathaniel ridges scatter, Braden sneered, "You came, and now you want to run? Feng City isn't that easy to leave." The cavalry on both sides kept firing while riding, and soon many of the great Nathaniel ridges fell from their horses. The Great Wei ridges moved quickly, not daring to delay as the enemy tried to flee. But Emil was fleeing for his life. He didn't dare look back, relentlessly lashing his warhorse. As he neared the hillside, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, looking back and smiling. The great Nathaniel ridges hadn't chased after them. Emil told the guards who followed him, "This Braden is only this much. If it were me, I would have arranged ambushes here to cut off their retreat." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of cavalry actually appeared on the hillside. Emil was startled, but fortunately, there weren't many of them. He gritted his teeth and headed west. Even if he couldn't return to Rao City, heading west would lead him back to Great Nathaniel territory. When the pursuers didn't catch up, Emil laughed again. This Braden is still somewhat smart, but he miscalculated one thing. If he had placed men in the west, I'd admit defeat. Just as he finished speaking, gunshots rang out. Emil panicked. With nowhere else to go, he instinctively headed north. There was a rift here in the mountain range, like someone had split the mountain in two with a blade. This place was called Sword Valley for this very reason. When Emil rushed in, he was already terrified. Suddenly, several ridges holding iron pipes appeared ahead, shouting, "Stop!" Ignoring them, he kept going. Gunshots echoed in the canyon, deafeningly loud. Even animals would tremble. People were frightened stiff. But these shots weren't aimed at Emil. His warhorse collapsed with a thunderous thud, and Emil tumbled several times on the ground, ultimately falling unconscious with a bleeding head. The Great Wei ridges immediately stepped forward to tie him up, along with his guards, and sent them all to the Great Wei camp. Upon seeing Emil, Braden burst into laughter and said, "Now that Emil has been captured, capturing a Metrovan will be a piece of cake." Christian promptly responded, "Shepherd, I'll go spread the news right away so a Metrovan can come to meet his doom." Before he could leave, Braden smacked him on the head. "Foolishness! Do you think a Metrovan is the same as Emil? A Metrovan knows very well that even if he comes, we won't let his son go." Christian scratched his head, looking confused. "Then why did you say earlier that once we capture Emil, a Metrovan will come to meet his doom?" Braden pointed at Christian and asked, "Who knows that Emil has been captured?" Christian shrugged. "Everyone knows, don't they?" Braden rolled his eyes. "All right, this subordinate of mine is just an idiot," he explained with disdain. "What everyone knows is that at the north gate of Feng City, our Great Wei army fought a battle with the Great Nathaniel army but failed to capture Emil. The ones who truly know about this are just a dozen or so people. Those ridges sent to the cliffs and those dispatched to set up ambushes to the west were given orders to capture Emil with all their might. In other words, no one besides us knows that Emil has already been captured." Christian drew in a sharp breath. "So what does Shepherder mean by coming to meet his doom?" Braden smiled faintly and walked to the map. "Emil is the lord of Rao City. Now that he's been captured, Rao City is leaderless and easy to seize. Can you guess where a Metrovan would most want to go after escaping from the Great Nathaniel?" Christian paused, then suddenly realized. "Rao City." Braden nodded. "Our biggest problem is the shortage of manpower. We're not afraid of direct combat, but to capture all the enemies, even with our muskets, it's impossible." A Metrovan understands this point very well. He came from Yin City, and when he was there, he knew we couldn't capture him. So he also knows that we didn't capture Emil. Thus, he will definitely go to Rao City. Chapter 102. Flawless Strategy. Christian, Wangzak, Hanley, Jr., and everyone around were all dumbfounded. They had followed Braden through the battles, and without his explanation, many of them hadn't realized what was truly happening. In Yin City, they let a Metrovan Tang go, and many thought it was a missed opportunity. But now, thinking back, they had the will but lacked the power. This point, Braden didn't need to explain. They wouldn't have thought of it themselves, lost in the joy of victory. And when capturing Emil, the situation was different. Emil was unlike his father. He appeared unusually inexperienced. Even before arriving at Fengcheng, Braden had prepared a troop of new recruits for him. Facing these new recruits, Emil fought with spirit and confidence. But once Braden arrived with veteran ridges, Emil's troops crumbled instantly. His escape route and mindset were thoroughly analyzed by Braden. First north, trying to return to Rao City, Braden had stationed 200 men there. These 200 men frightened Emil into turning west. Another 200 men awaited him in the west. These 200 threw Emil into panic, leading him directly into Blade Valley. He never even considered that from beginning to end, everything about him had been meticulously arranged. Even Christian couldn't hold back, asking, "Shepherder, weren't you worried Emil might not go to Blade Valley?" Braden gave a cold laugh and asked just one question. "Tell me, what kind of road would Emil choose to save his life?" Christian clapped his hands. "Of course, the main road, traveling so fast. If he chose the wilderness, tripping over a stone could mean death." Braden nodded. "Exactly. You know the main road is necessary, so how many major roads are there northward? Only one leads to Blade Valley. Even if he wanted to deviate, he couldn't." Upon hearing this, everyone finally understood. Fengcheng. A group of merchants entered the territory of Fengcheng. Nowhere here lacked ridges of the Great Wei. The first thing Braden did upon entering Fengcheng was to restore order. Due to the turmoil of war, many cities suffered from security issues, with plenty taking advantage of chaos. Because Because Braden emphasized security, the streets were now patrolled by armored ridges. Emetravantang remained calm, but his subordinates appeared uneasy. While eating on the side, a group of ridges walked in. Several of his subordinates tensed up, almost drawing their hidden knives. Their knives were concealed among their goods, so no one discovered them. Emetravantang smiled as he approached the ridges, asking, "Shepherders, is the northern passage from Fengqing open yet?" The ridge hesitated, then looked at Emetravantang's attire and nodded with a smile. The passage has been open for some time, but merchants must be inspected when entering or leaving. Emetravantang breathed a sigh of relief and offered to treat the ridges to a meal. None accepted. Desiring news of his son, seeing no cooperation from the ridges, Emetravantang frowned. After the ridges left, he fell into deep thought. At this moment, several scholars entered. Indeed, Fengqing also had literati, showcasing the respect for literature within the Great Wei. One scholar loudly remarked, "Those recent battles were fierce. I heard Emil brought 50,000 to Fengqing, only to vanish without a trace." Emetravantang's hand trembled. He felt dizzy, nearly fainting. Gritting his teeth, he approached the scholars, smiling despite red eyes brimming with tears. "Excuse me, I'm curious about the battle a few days ago. As you see, I'm just a merchant. If it's unsafe up north, I won't dare send goods there." The scholars exchanged glances, laughed, and invited him to sit. Emil ordered the bill and began inquiring about the battle. His sole aim was to find where his son's body lay. Soon, the scholars began to speak. First, the details of the battlefield, and upon learning Emil had escaped, Emetravantang relaxed somewhat. He hurriedly asked, "How did Emil manage to escape? Didn't the general prepare a backup plan?" The scholar sighed. There was a backup plan. 200 men were hidden in the mountains to the north, aiming to capture Emil, but they moved too soon. Emil sensed something wrong and fled west. Emetravantang took a sharp breath, understanding the danger involved. He quickly pressed further. Then what happened next? The scholar continued. Then the Darun arranged 200 men in the west as well. These were his final arrangements. After all, he couldn't keep ambushing into the territory of Great Nathaniel, could he? Emetravantang nodded repeatedly, eagerly wanting to know about his son's whereabouts. The scholar went on, but neither group managed to capture Emil. He went straight north. North? That meant returning to Rao City? Emetravantang knew the implications and felt a wave of relief, but sighed aloud. What a pity, missing such a great opportunity. The scholars all shared his frustration, lamenting. Isn't that the truth? But what can we do? There are too few Great Wei ridges, and capturing isn't their strong suit. Emetravantang nodded again, knowing it was indeed true. He asked another question. If only the Darun had made more preparations. The scholar scoffed. More preparations? Old man, how come you didn't suggest sending troops all the way to Rao City? Do you think that's possible? Preparing 2 groups was already extensive, yet these 400 failed. They're getting caned right now. Emetravantang froze at this news. After finishing his meal, he strolled down the street. As the scholar had mentioned, the 400 men were sprawled at the execution ground, their buttocks bleeding profusely, clearly disciplined for their failure and publicly reprimanded. He thought he'd arrived at an inconvenient time. Had he come earlier, he might have witnessed the caning. He stayed overnight in Fengqing with his subordinates. Despite knowing Braden was also in Fengqing, he remained unperturbed. The next day, Braden left Fengqing with his troops, seemingly heading south to tidy up matters. Emetravantang stood among the crowd, watching Braden depart. Once Braden was gone, he resumed his inquiries within the city. To his surprise, the information he gathered shocked him even further. Feigning weakness to strike decisively, setting up consecutive ambushes, Braden has been flawless in his planning. But alas, he probably didn't expect that despite his meticulous arrangements, he still failed to capture Tianyang. Chapter 103, Do Not Seek Revenge. After consolidating all the information, Emetravan finally felt at ease to move forward. He headed north, left Fengqing, crossed mountains, and then arrived at Raoqing. Upon entering Raoqing, Emetravan let out a sigh of relief. Everything here seemed utterly unremarkable. He went straight to the city lord's residence. The guards there saw Emetravan and loudly questioned him. "You old man, where do you come from? Don't you know this is the city lord's residence? This place isn't meant for you." Emetravan sneered and said, "Tell your lord to come out. His father is here." The guard was taken aback and hurriedly reported it. Then he obsequiously escorted Emetravan into the city lord's residence. "The city lord is waiting for you in the study." With that, the guard bowed and left. Emetravan couldn't help but curse under his breath. This good-for-nothing kid didn't even come to greet his own father? Saying this, he approached the entrance of the study, pushed open the door, and saw a back figure. In an instant, the smile on Emetravan's face froze. The figure slowly turned around, smiling as he looked at Emetravan and said, "General, it's been a long time." Emetravan clenched his teeth and spoke, "Braden, what have you done with my son?" Braden clapped his hands, and soon after, someone brought in Emil. Emil did not seem mistreated. He looked well-fed and well-rested. Braden, with an unperturbed expression, said, "See, I've arranged for a reunion between you and your son. What do you think of that?" Emetravan remained silent. Looking at his son, he said, "So you captured my son when we were still in Fengqing?" Braden nodded. "Of course, such a perfect opportunity. How could I have let it slip? If he returned to Raoqing, he would certainly organize the city's defenses immediately, fortifying it like Yinqing. That wasn't a scene I wished to see. So once I knew the county magistrate of Raoqing was your son and a military officer, this strategy was already set. I feigned weakness to your son, making him believe Fengqing's ridges were all inexperienced recruits, easily defeated. Then after informing you about Yinqing, once you panicked and fled, I returned to Fengqing. Taking advantage of the fact that your son had no idea what was happening, I decisively crushed his army. I predicted he would head north because entering Raoqing would mean safety for him. So I stationed 200 men on the hillside, of which only about 10 knew their real mission was to drive your son away. The others thought they were simply capturing prisoners. In reality, hiding people or capturing them on that hill was impractical. As a result, your son was forced to flee westward. I also arranged people in the west to guide him directly into Sword Valley. Sword Valley. Hearing these 3 words, Emetrovin instantly understood everything. There was no need for many people in Sword Valley. Just a few could block dozens. Even worse, they had muskets. Tears suddenly welled up in Emetrovin's eyes. At that moment, someone rushed in anxiously. My lord, I heard Emetrovin has arrived. Speaking hastily, this person turned and suddenly saw Emetrovin, giving him quite a start. Braden smiled and introduced him, Raymond, formerly the city lord of Fengcheng, now the city lord of Raocheng. Instantly, Emetrovin's eyes turned red. He gritted his teeth as he glared at Braden. Braden continued, with your son captured in Fengcheng, Raocheng was leaderless. With Raymond, who had the appointment letter from Fengcheng, and your son's jade pendant, taking over Raocheng was effortless. I took the troops inside and outside, quickly controlling the entire Raocheng without any trace of suspicion. Sure enough, you came looking for me here at the city lord's residence. Do you know how long I've been waiting for you? These words made Emetrovin clench his fists tightly, tears streaming down his face. Braden! What a fine man you are, Braden. I, Emetrovin, admit defeat. As he finished speaking, Emetrovin fell to his knees abruptly. His expression remained emotionless, but tears continued to stream down his face. He shouted aloud, Braden, whatever guilt there is, I bear it all. Please spare my son. Braden shook his head. To cut grass, one must remove the roots. If I let your son go today, who can guarantee he won't come for my life someday? Emetrovin, you should know I cannot spare him. Begging will do no good. Emetrovin took a deep breath. Let him go, and I'll give you some information, guaranteed to surprise you. Hearing this, Braden chuckled derisively. Emetrovin sighed and said, what do you have to lose? If you can capture him once, can't you capture him again? Aren't you curious about what this information is? Braden sneered and asked, tell me, maybe I'll find it interesting enough to actually release your son? Emetrovin immediately said, concerning your Great Wei court, someone is coercing the Son of Heaven to issue orders to the feudal lords. Is this information enough? Braden's expression changed. Are you kidding? Such a significant event. Why hadn't he heard even a whisper about it? Emetrovin continued. Why was I in Zishan Pass? Have you thought about that? Zishan Pass is a crucial stronghold. In reality, my presence there was to coordinate with actions within Great Wei. Now that you hold Zishan Pass, Raocheng, Fengcheng, and Yin Ambrose, all you need to do is lead your troops westward to capture Zilin and Heong areas, then Great Wei's borders will be restored. But I can tell you, you won't be able to advance into the territory of Great Nathaniel, because certain people won't allow you to enter Great Nathaniel's territory. Braden's face turned unusually grim. He nodded. Guard, untie Emil. Emetrovin, don't play tricks on me, or else even if your son escapes, I'll kill his entire family regardless of the bigger picture. Emetrovin nodded forcefully. At this point, Braden had already led others away. I'm giving you just 1 hour. Although Braden left, Junior remained standing where he was. Emetrovin understood why Junior was still there. He didn't say anything but turned his head to look at Emil, reaching out to caress his son's head. Emil was already crying like a little child, but Emetrovin was smiling. He was relieved that he had such an opportunity. Even if he died, his wish would be fulfilled. He spoke to his son. Tianyang, once you get out, go back to our hometown. Under the locust tree in the courtyard, there's some silver saved up for you. The money in the storeroom is left for your mother and her concubines. Give them enough to live on. Don't think about avenging me. Braden could crush you as easily as crushing an ant. Zaxxon to your father. Find a wife, start a family, and settle down. It wouldn't be good if the Amal family lineage were to end, right? Remember, no matter whether it's the Nathaniel or the Wei who rule this land in the future, never serve as a general or take any official position again. Zaxxing is more important than anything. Chapter 104. Emetrovin's death. Emetrovin knew he was going to die, but what he was most concerned about before his death was his son. Emil cried from beginning to end. Emetrovin tried to speak several times, but ultimately couldn't utter a word. He embraced his son and reminisced about the past. Time passed quickly, and soon an hour had gone by. Emil was escorted out. Standing on the city wall, Emetrovin watched as Emil rode westward towards Zilin. Once he entered Zilin, he would have a smooth journey back to the territory of the Great Nathaniel. Relieved, Emetrovin continued watching until his son's figure disappeared from sight. Then he turned around, tidied up his clothes, and walked into the study with great dignity. Braden had been waiting here for quite some time. Upon seeing Emetrovin, Braden immediately said, Junior, please leave. Junior bowed and closed the door. Now only Braden and Emetrovin were left in the room. Taking a deep breath, Emetrovin spoke. I believe you've noticed the strange happenings at the Imperial Court of Wei. Braden nodded. There were many people targeting him within the Wei court. Even before he arrived, things were not going well, and it was evident that someone wanted to stir up trouble. Emetrovin continued. In fact, what's happening in the court is just a small matter. What you don't know is that within the territories directly controlled by Wei, not in the southern regions, many officials have been bribed, and someone is secretly recruiting troops. Corrupt local officials. Braden was startled by this statement. The corruption in the court was already enough to be troubling, but if one thought about it, corrupt officials moving to the regions wasn't entirely unexpected, given the court's decay. But there was a huge problem. Where did they get the money? For the Great Nathaniel to bribe local officials in Wei, recruit ridges, and keep all this secret without anyone finding out, it would cost an astronomical amount. Even the Great Nathaniel wouldn't dare take such a risk. If it failed, it would be like wasting years of tax revenue. At this moment, Emetrovin calmly said, it's not us from the Great Nathaniel who did this. You can guess who could carry out something like this while hiding everything from the top and bottom. It's clearly someone inside your own Wei, with our Great Nathaniel only providing minimal assistance. Braden fell silent. He even got goosebumps. A certain prince? Or a close aide to the hider? The current chancellor? Or a governor general? Countless possibilities raced through Braden's mind, but he couldn't pinpoint the culprit. This person needed real power. Without actual power, hiding such significant news would be impossible, and they needed a lot of money. Recruiting troops across various regions was no small feat. The Metrovan continued speaking. The original plan was that once chaos erupts in your Wei court, rebellions would break out across various regions. These regional forces would march toward the capital to force the hider's hand. Naturally, someone would lead troops to protect the hider. After that, the hider's words would become irrelevant, holding the hider hostage and issuing orders on his behalf. You understand the consequences. As Emetrovan spoke, Braden slowly raised his head. Who is this person? Opening his mouth, Emetrovan uttered 3 words. Riker. At this, Braden slapped the table. Impossible. Indeed. Braden's first thought was disbelief. He even drew his dagger and pressed it against Emetrovan's neck. Say that again? How can it be him? Emetrovan remained silent, only smiling. Staring into Emetrovan's eyes, Braden stumbled backward and sat down. His gaze became somewhat unfocused. Smiling, Emetrovan said, Braden, I admire you. I admit you're very smart and capable, stronger than me. So think about it. Who has the greatest possibility to achieve what I described? Apart from Riker, who else could it be? Braden didn't respond. Emetrovan continued with a smile. It seems you realize how serious this matter is. It's Riker, an older brother of the late hider, with a close relationship. He is even called the virtuous prince, not involved in politics, only fond of fishing. Even when invited twice by the late hider to help in the capital, he refused. At that time, he said, the hider is present. Princes should not enter the capital. As far as I remember, when the current Addison of Wei ascended the throne, she also sent a letter, though she might have known Riker would not return to the capital. Everyone believed Riker upheld justice and brotherly love, setting an exemplary precedent. How could such a prince do something so treasonous? Do you know how Riker gained our trust? Braden shook his head. Emetrovan laughed and said, because he admitted it himself. The reason why your Great Wei's Zhou Datong didn't pass the throne to him was that Zhou Datong discovered that he had poisoned him. Not only did he poison Zhou Datong, but he also poisoned your late hider. Braden clenched his fists instantly. He didn't care about the past. But the critical point was, if this person was Kinney, what should he do? If he passed this message back, not only would those in the court not believe it, even Kylie wouldn't trust it. Braden sighed immediately. He put away all his thoughts and looked at Emetrovan. Thanks. I'm still saying, if you're lying to me, running to the ends of the earth won't help your son. Emetrovan nodded slightly. I know I can't escape death. There's no need to lie to you. Braden stood up, took out a bottle of medicine, and poured it into the tea in front of Emetrovan. This is poison, colorless and odorless. Death comes quickly. Consider it as my thanks to you. To be honest, I also respect you. Your arrangements in Yinqing were so thorough that even with firearms, I might have been caught off guard. You shouldn't blame me for not letting you live a few more days. You should know that many people in the camp are from Zishan Pass. They wouldn't let you live either. Emetrovan picked up the teacup, sighed, and asked, I heard it took Ignatius 3 days to die? Braden nodded. In excruciating pain. Nobody knew he had died when he finally did. What did that mean? It meant that Ignatius had been tortured into a vegetative state. When others vented their anger, they didn't even notice he had died quietly. Emetrovan shook his head. You wronged him. He acted under orders. Braden also shook his head. Orders or not, he indeed used your orders to carry out countless atrocities. Emetrovan nodded. Then that's fine. As soon as he finished speaking, he drank the tea in one gulp. Indeed, it was colorless and odorless. Soon, he clutched his stomach. Breathing became labored, as if he couldn't catch his breath. Then he fell down directly. Braden looked at his body and said, bring Emetrovan's body to Zishan Pass. Chapter 105. A new round of preparations. Amalzhang died. The biggest problem in the southern border was solved. But Braden wasn't overly happy about it. The message Amalzhang left when he died was too shocking. Fortunately, he could still arrange for people to investigate. If it's confirmed, he would have the opportunity to stop this matter with evidence. At this time, the regions around Raoqing and Fengcheng had completely stabilized. Amalzhang initiated a new round of recruitment and expansion. The armory also began construction, with training happening almost simultaneously. The unfortunate ones were many of the bandits within the southern border. Wherever there were bandits, without hesitation, Braden's troops would swarm towards them like hunters finding their prey. Because if they arrived late, there would be nothing left. Meanwhile, Braden, while corresponding with Kylie, had determined the local officials for various regions. As for Raymond, his identity as a local official was directly revoked, and he was enlisted into Braden's army for clerical duties. Braden simply didn't trust Raymond. One day, all the troops returned to Zishan Pass and were ready to assemble there before advancing westward. Ahead lay the region of Zelene. Naturally, Braden also planned to return. Just as he arrived at the city gate, all his guards and ridges halted. Because all the civilians inside Zishan Pass stood along the road, watching Braden's carriage with fervent eyes. Zacking the curtain and seeing this scene, Braden was initially taken aback, but then proactively stepped out of the carriage. He waved his hand, and immediately, all the civilians erupted into cheers. Shepherder. Heavenly Judge. Various shouts filled the air. Because Braden kept his word. Dakari was dead, Ignatius was dead, and even Amalzhang's body was brought over. Emetni Ridges explained to the civilians while venting their anger. If Dakari and Ignatius were left alive, they might still be useful. Especially Amalzhang. If kept alive, it could have earned Braden great credit. But because Braden had promised the civilians of Zishan Pass, he personally delivered these people to them. How could the civilians not be grateful? And Huxley suddenly rushed out, kneeling on the road and weeping bitterly. My family has been ruined by these beasts. If it weren't for you, Shepherder, I wouldn't have been able to take revenge in my lifetime. Thank you, Shepherder. Thank you. He continuously kowtowed to Braden. Braden hurriedly asked his men to help the old man up and glanced at Junior. Junior quickly spoke up. He was one of the Avengers. He bit a piece of flesh off Ignatius. Braden was astonished. Considering the old man's age, the fact that he could still bite off a piece of Ignatius showed how much hatred he harbored. Emiliano, standing among the crowd, soon waved to someone else in the crowd. Seeing this, Braden also smiled. Looking back, he noticed that many of his ridges, including Junior, were excited and eager. Braden immediately waved his hand. All the local ridges may return home. You're granted 3 days off to spend time with your families. Everyone cheered loudly. Numerous people rushed back to their loved ones. Emiliano also returned to his father. Father, are you comfortable living here in Zishan Pass? Has anyone dared to bully you? Emiliano's father shook his head and sighed. Your lord is a good person. The defenders of Zishan Pass show no mercy. They even pay for what they eat. In Emiliano's father's eyes, paying for food was extraordinary. Emiliano opened his mouth but couldn't find the right words to say. Yet, that was the reality. Before, Zishan Pass, though not entirely chaotic, certainly wasn't as decent as now. Forget paying for food, they rarely paid vendors after eating. Emiliano supported his father home, speaking softly as they walked. Lord has already written to the Hider, requesting a tax reduction for Zishan Pass for the next 3 years so it can recover. I've heard from Lord that there's a high possibility of the tax reduction. Emiliano's father became instantly excited. He grabbed his son's shoulders. Previously, I forbade you from entering the city because the officials were practically inhuman, and the ridges weren't much better. But your lord is different. Zaxonwell, even if you die, don't let your lord die. With him, our lives will be better. Emiliano nodded vigorously. Meanwhile, Braden had already appeared at the city hall. Looking down at the group standing below, he curiously asked, Aren't you going home? Most of these people were from Zishan Pass, including Junior. Junior shook his head. My family is almost all gone. Returning home would only bring sorrow. As for Lord, we are about to march towards Zelene. Have you thought about how to fight this battle? Braden laughed. I thought with the muskets and cannons, we could just steamroll through. But as you saw, Amalzhang turned Yin City into a turtle shell, and we couldn't do anything in a short time. Now attacking Zelene is similar. If they discover the weaknesses of our muskets and cannons, it wouldn't be good for us. I only have one requirement. Even without muskets and cannons, our ridges must have a certain combat capability. Secondly, there's the issue of horses. The southern border has almost no horses. In our Great Wei, the horses in the north are of better quality, but now the biggest problem is the insufficient quantity. First, we need to sort out the horses within Zishan Pass and prioritize supplying them to veteran ridges, arming them as light cavalry to maintain their mobility. We can also purchase horses locally in the southern border. For other ridges, as long as the horses can move, the requirements aren't that high. Hanley spoke up first. But Lord, where will the money come from? Indeed, to buy so many horses, they didn't have enough money. Braden laughed immediately. How could we not have enough money? You forgot, although Amalzhang is dead, the batch of silver he looted from Zishan Pass hasn't been returned yet? This debt is now uncollectible. Even our ridges know this money has disappeared. I speculate that those who took this money are Nathaniel people, possibly disguising themselves as merchants trying to return to Great Nathaniel, or pretending to be ordinary people hiding away. Junior, I'm entrusting this investigation to you. Leave none behind. Bring back all the money. Besides, remember when we asked the wealthy families in Fengqing to donate money? We can do the same again in Raoqing, Yin City, and even Zishan Pass. I still stand by my words. Only approach the wealthy families. Do not disturb the common people. Chapter 106. King an example. Imperial City. Kylie looked at the documents in her hand and couldn't help but curl her lips into a smile. Gainer? What a big fish this is. These people always cause trouble for her, especially after Braden left. This group of people took the lead in opposing her initiatives in the court. Without exaggeration, previously, although there were disputes in the court, they could still make some decisions with difficulty. But now, no matter who proposes a suggestion or initiative, there will be a group of people coming to hinder it. For example, not long ago, when Braden captured the areas near Fengqing, Kylie planned to reward him. But to this day, these rewards have still not been finalized. Some say the rewards are too much, others say they are too little. In theory, this is something that Kylie can decide alone. However, every time she decides on it, immediately a group of people kneel down, saying that this does not conform to regulations and ancestral rules. Among this group of people was Gainer. After putting away the documents in her hands, Kylie came to the court. She looked at the civil and military officials before her and slowly opened her mouth. Your Excellencies, the latest battle report from the southern border has been delivered and is in my hands. The expressions of the people present varied. Kylie said calmly, Braden has meritoriously pacified the southern border. Now he has recaptured Zishan Pass, Yin Ambrose, Feng Ambrose, and Rao Ambrose. The entire southern border only remains with Zelene and Dayang. I believe it's time to give him some rewards, and also to reward the troops. What do you think, Your Excellencies? Upon hearing this, the civil and military officials present couldn't sit still anymore. Immediately, someone jumped out to oppose. Your Majesty, since the entire southern border hasn't been reclaimed yet, why not wait until the entire southern border is recovered before deciding? Now giving rewards and rewarding the troops, once the entire southern border is recovered, how will we reward again? Why not handle them together? Kylie smiled. She knew it would be like this. These people jumping out so quickly actually verified her suspicion. Soon, more people emerged, suggesting that Braden should be rewarded. Instantly, the two sides started arguing. Kylie knew clearly that even if she spoke up now and decided to give the rewards, it wouldn't work because these people would drag the discussion into how to reward. In short, it couldn't be implemented. Previously such methods worked, but today, they won't. Kylie coughed, and instantly the court became silent. She calmly took out the second document. I have another document here sent by Braden, saying that someone in our court is colluding with the enemy. Do you want to know who it is? Everyone looked at each other. For a moment, no one dared to speak. Kylie sneered coldly. Someone, arrest Gainer for me. Before everyone reacted, the guards outside rushed into the court and pressed Gaynor to the ground. Gaynor raised his head, Bufu, unyielding, written all over his face. Your Majesty, I don't accept it. I have never done anything detrimental to the court. On what grounds do you accuse me of collusion with the enemy? Kylie took out the document and spoke slowly. On what grounds? On the grounds that your father provided Nathaniel over 10,000 stones of grain when he was in Fengsheng, not to mention silver and jewelry. On the grounds that when Braden asked for provisions, he led everyone in opposition. Your father has already been punished for his crimes. If you need another reason, your brother serves as a general for the Nathaniel, is this enough reason? As soon as these words were spoken, a commotion broke out in the court, and everyone stared dumbfounded at Gaynor. Even those close to Gaynor moved far away from him. Gaynor's eyes widened, and he quickly said, Your Majesty, I still don't accept it. Without mentioning other things, this has happened throughout history. How many powerful families keep eggs in different baskets? Doesn't Your Majesty understand this principle? As long as I serve the great Nathaniel faithfully, why does Your Majesty have any reason to arrest me? Kylie laughed even harder. You may not have done anything, but your father did. Don't you admit this? Now that your father has betrayed the country, can he not force you to betray too? If I don't arrest you now while you haven't done anything, do I have to wait until you really do something? Gaynor, are you taking me for a fool? Gaynor's face turned ashen. His mouth opened but closed again, remaining speechless. The reason was simple. Resentment towards his father suddenly surged in his heart. If not for his father, would he end up like this today? Kylie lifted her head to look at the others. After reclaiming most of the southern region and uncovering Gaynor's treason, I want to bestow the title of Grand General upon Braden. Is there anyone who opposes? Grand General, as the name implies, is the head of all generals. Bluntly speaking, Braden can use this title to directly take control of all the army of the Great Wei. Who dares to oppose? Braden can even directly go after them. Instantly, a change swept over everyone's expressions. The civil officials remained largely unaffected. After all, Grand General was still a military post. The Great Wei valued civil officials over military ones. So what if Braden became the Grand General? On the contrary, some civil officials' eyes lit up. How did the previous Grand Generals of the Great Wei end up? Each and every one of them was shackled in the imperial city, trembling like dogs that had lost their masters. Should they make any bold moves, they would immediately be reined in by their superior civil officials, living each day in fear. Therefore, the civil officials did not oppose too strongly. As others were about to speak, the guards abruptly dragged Gaynor away. Only then did everyone realize that Kylie was making an example out of him. They looked at Kylie, their gazes becoming increasingly complicated. Kylie calmly said, Shepherds, none of you have any objections, it's settled. Relief washed over her as she finished speaking. Once the imperial decree and appointment letter were sent to the southern border, Kylie rubbed her temples. Braden's promotion was inevitable, because he had been recruiting ridges and expanding his forces in the south. In the Great Wei, this was a strict taboo for military generals. Typically, after heavy losses in battle, generals could only replenish their troops to cover those losses. But Braden was different. He directly expanded his army. One reason was that with fewer men, capturing or pursuing enemies would be less effective. Another was that the upcoming battles at Zelene and Deyong would inevitably stretch the front lines. Even Kylie understood this. Previously, Braden could move freely through the southern regions as he reclaimed territory. But now things were different. If he attacked Zelene with all his forces, the troops in Deyong might retake Fengsheng and other areas, putting Braden under attack from both fronts. Expanding the army was thus inevitable. Having achieved her goal, Kylie also let out a slight sigh of relief. That evening, in the imperial study, she picked up her brush and began writing a letter to Braden. One part conveyed her confusion over the court situation, while the other was filled with affection and blessings. The letter and the imperial decree arrived in Braden's hands simultaneously. Looking at the letter in his hand, Braden instantly smiled. Chapter 107. Henrik, the General of Zelene. If this happened earlier, Braden might have other thoughts. When ministers and the Hyder were at odds, it was merely a struggle between imperial power and ministerial authority. This was quite common throughout history. If the Hyder was forceful with tough measures, then imperial power would exceed ministerial power, making the court one-man dominated. Should the Hyder be weak, subordinates could deceive from below, enforcing all sorts of rules as coercion. Often at such times, there would inevitably be a losing side. Usually, it would be the triumph of imperial power. An Hyder who overly valued authority might ultimately overturn the table. Unable to debate, he would isolate and attack each, then directly resort to force. There were also cases of ministerial power winning. By that time, the Hyder would generally lose heart and give up, not even going to court. This was also a harbinger of nationwide chaos. Thinking about this, Braden took a deep breath. Indeed, King of Jared, even if his moves are made, they are so silent and stealthy. No one thinks of him, let alone the hidden danger. When decrees don't go through, there's a possibility of deceit. In due time, national turmoil is normal. The King of Jared's army is near the capital, waiting for the Imperial army and rebels to wear each other out before coming under the guise of assisting the Hyder, seizing control of the entire court. At that time, whether king or not, his words would be more powerful than the Hyder's. With his reputation, perhaps even the citizens would drape him in a yellow robe. Braden smiled. He felt he had seen through the King of Jared's tricks. However, what mattered most now was to recover the southern territory as soon as possible. Putting down the letter and imperial decree, he immediately ordered someone to call over Junior. Who is the defender of Zelene? Junior hurriedly responded. In recent days, we've sent spies into Zelene and Deyong, but until today, we do not know the main general of the Nathaniel people. Braden frowned. That's impossible. As the main general, he must establish authority. How can he not show himself? Might you have missed something? Junior shook his head quickly. Shepherder, I'm telling the truth. The situation in Zelene is very strange. Everyone seems solid like an iron block, their commander never appearing. Even so, we cannot find their weakness. Previously, when I sent money through spies, both spies and money vanished the next day. Someone even thanked us for sending money on behalf of Great Wei. Braden fell silent. Upon reflection, he immediately frowned. A general not showing up? He had never heard of such a way of fighting. After careful thought, his eyes suddenly widened. He thought of a possibility. The Nathaniel people sent an outstanding person here. Junior was stunned. Why does Sir say so? Braden laughed and shook his head. The Nathaniel people only have a couple of formidable generals, famous worldwide. It's hard to hide them. To avoid drawing attention, none of them appear because any one of them moving can make Great Wei wary. Not showing up prevents heightened vigilance, thus allowing better cooperation with certain individuals. Though Junior didn't know about Calvin, Braden did. At this point, he was pretty sure that Ambrose Amal wasn't lying. The Nathaniel generals are Curtis and Henrik. Curtis excels in attacking, known for unconventional strategies. Henrik excels in defense, once holding a city with 2,000 men against 10,000 enemies for a month. Facing Henrik is likely this time. Even Junior had heard of Henrik's fame. His expression changed dramatically. If it's Henrik, that explains it. The ridges under him are seasoned veterans. Persuading them to betray Henrik is utterly impossible. Braden nodded and turned to call Zhak Ziyuan. How are the provisions you've arranged? Are the wealthy cooperating? Zhak Ziyuan nodded. Shepherd, everything went smoothly. The Sun family in Fengcheng, seeing the precedent set by precious jewels, didn't dare misbehave. Braden smiled. He shouted, Christian, come in. Christian immediately came in. Braden looked at Christian and quickly spoke. I want you and Wang Zhak to spread rumors that Henrik is in Zelene across various places. Christian was stunned. Shepherder, what's the meaning behind this? Don't you know this will make Nathaniel people more arrogant, while our troops will be restless? Henrik's name was truly earned through battles. Braden shook his head. Just do as I say. Christian, completely puzzled, left the tent with Wang Zhak. That afternoon, rumors spread within the city. As a result, many of the wealthy families and some commoners fled to Zelene overnight, not just around the city, but also including Fengcheng and Yen Ambrose. Except for Zishan Pass, there was basically a phenomenon of population loss everywhere. Only at Zishan Pass was the situation completely different. The people there were exceptionally confident and proud. Why did the Nathaniel people send Henrik over? Precisely because our master fights too well. The other Nathaniel people are no match for him. Just watch, these Nathaniel people will soon be defeated. They spoke convincingly, and some people actually believed them. After all this, Braden did nothing more, continuing to train the troops in Zishan Pass. He chose an auspicious time, and then led the army towards Zelene. This time, only Junior, Shirtu, and Zhak Ziyuan accompanied Braden. Christian stayed behind in Fengcheng and Zishan Pass with others to guard against enemy attacks. Zelene, a middle-aged man with a dark complexion sat on a couch. Strangely, his hair was streaked with gray. He was none other than Henrik. At that moment, one of his subordinates reported, General, a large number of people are at the gate of Zelene. Should we open it? Henrik nodded. Heh, they're probably just sending spies inside. Send people to thoroughly investigate, then round up these people. Just make sure they don't cause any trouble. Shepherds, they're offering us people. Why shouldn't we accept them? The subordinate nodded and immediately went to make arrangements. In Henrik's view, Braden's actions were utterly meaningless. Even if Braden guessed he was here and sent spies, what difference would it make? Perhaps he didn't realize that this wasn't Braden's true intention. After the group entered Zelene, they were immediately confined to a restricted area. Their movements were closely monitored, and patrolling ridges surrounded them everywhere, giving them no opportunities to act. However, their basic living needs were not interfered with. For example, fetching water, buying vegetables. Chapter 108. Errors and Omissions. The market. A vendor was packing up his stall. He turned to the vendor next to him and said, TSK, those people from Dewey are so wealthy. You wouldn't believe it. He bought 3 huge fish at once, saying there were many people. In our place, unless it's for a banquet or restaurant, who would buy such large fish? The neighboring vendor was also taken aback. Don't even get me started. Since more people from Dewey came over, I've been selling way more meat. These past few days, I couldn't stop smiling when counting the money. Too bad we have to hand over a portion of this silver. Wouldn't it be great if all this belonged entirely to us? Speaking of which, why are those from Dewey so rich? From what I heard just now, he's just an ordinary merchant. Why would he spend so extravagantly? The fishmonger frowned, sensing something amiss but unable to pinpoint it. The next day, as they set up their stalls again, they quickly noticed something odd. Even those from Dewey who appeared in rags could come up with silver to buy goods and even enjoy some drinks. These vendors were among the first to sense that something was not quite right. Soon enough, whispers spread like wildfire throughout the market, everyone claiming people from Dewey were all rich men. Finally, someone couldn't hold back any longer. Some began entering Dewey territory on their own accord. Someone directly asked, why do you all seem so wealthy? The Dewey native let out a bitter laugh. Is this considered wealthy? After the general arrived in southern territory, taxes were basically non-existent. Besides, he implemented a work for relief policy. It's said that Zishan Pass faced a massacre, where half the city's population perished and survivors had no food to eat. Then the general provided military provisions to those who helped rebuild walls and houses. Later, when more supplies were found, they started giving out money, though not much, better than nothing. So we managed to save some. We definitely need to buy food, as people cannot live without it. Recently, we've also found work within the city, earning money which allows us to settle down in Zishan. The person seeking information seemed disbelieving. If that general is so good, why did you come to Zishan? The Dewey person sneered. Why did we come to Zishan? The reason is simple. Henrik is here. We don't want to go through turmoil anymore. Coming to Zishan means stability. Another reason is that the general specifically targets the rich, making them provide land, food, and silver. So many wealthy families move to Zishan. We depend on these families for living. They came, so naturally, we followed them. Otherwise, we might not even have meals. Nearby Zishan residents exchanged glances. They hadn't considered this angle before, but after thinking carefully, it made sense. However, upon returning, some still felt discontented. Henrik is powerful indeed, but the issue is he doesn't give us opportunities to make money. Forget about work for relief, even our regular trade and livelihood. He still collects the usual amount of taxes, not less than ours by a cent. More importantly, Henrik is skilled at defending the city, but there hasn't been news of preparing to attack Dewei. In my opinion, it might be better to go to Dewei. Not to mention, the silver these Dewei people have is all real. Over cups of wine, they talked more heatedly, but the fact remained, their observations were true. Dewei had such good treatment, why couldn't Henrik achieve the same? Comparison exists, and it stirs issues. Yet, even with these thoughts, most wouldn't dare to go to Dewei even if spoken aloud. Until Braden led his troops to Zishan City, Henrik didn't appear. Instead, a general faced Braden with disdain. Are you this brat trying to challenge the great Nathaniel? I advise you to scram. Braden smiled but remained silent. From the next day on, he trained his troops intensely. Frequent assaults took place. Each time they moved, tension rose on both sides. Then, midway during a charge, the Dewei ridges suddenly halted and walked back as if nothing happened. In the eyes of the great Nathaniel citizens, Braden seemed like he had too much leisure time. Word reached Henrik's ears, causing him to scoff. He's feigning weakness. The area around Zishan Pass was under the responsibility of a Metrovan. He is not a weak commander, yet Braden effortlessly took it down. He is following military strategies now, appearing inexperienced but actually deceiving us. He must have other plans. We just haven't figured them out yet. By the way, have you thoroughly interrogated the people from Dewei? How many men does Braden have under his command now? A subordinate quickly replied. Braden has over 80,000 troops under his command. Recruitment is ongoing in various regions, probably stopping at 100,000. Previously, their new recruits were training by slaughtering bandits near Zishan Pass. Now they have nowhere else to train, so they've come to our Zelene, right? Henrik shook his head and continued questioning. How many ridges are stationed below Zelene City? The subordinate answered, I estimated using a point system, about 40,000. Henrik squinted his eyes. Attacking Zelene with 40,000 men meant the remaining 40,000 must be guarding against Yang. Launching a full-scale attack on two fronts simultaneously was impossible. Because if the 80,000 men were held back, people from Great Nathaniel could enter places like Zishan Pass, leaving Braden sandwiched between enemies, certain death. With this thought, Henrik took a deep breath. Continue gathering intelligence. Whatever Dewei does, report it to me immediately. The subordinates all nodded. Henrik stroked his beard. He began thinking, what else had he missed? Suddenly, his eyes widened. Not good. Quickly, get someone to control all those Dewei people who entered Zelene, and screen each one to find out what they've been doing and saying recently. Upon hearing this, the great Nathaniel Ridges immediately made arrangements. Soon, information came back. First, there were no spies among these people. Second, Dewei's policies seemed more beneficial to commoners. Seeing these recorded statements, Henrik felt an immediate chill run down his spine. He knew Braden must be exploiting this very issue. Chapter 109. Shaking the people's hearts. Damn it. Colton is using these so-called civilians to shake our people's morale. From now on, prohibit any Dewei person from entering the city. Prohibit. Halfway through his sentence, Henrik suddenly stopped. His subordinate looked at him in confusion. What next? Henrik was silent for a moment, then shook his head. No, this is an open stratagem of his. The more we forbid, the more we can't stop the information from spreading. We can only spread rumors and tell the civilians below that what those Dewei people say is false. The Dewei people are deliberately showing this, coming here to deceive them. Upon hearing this, the subordinate immediately went to make arrangements. At this moment, Henrik began to deeply ponder. What other cards does Colton have? There's no reason. Relying on these lower-class civilians with nothing, wanting to break through Zelene from the inside is simply a pipe dream. What other means does he have? Henrik couldn't figure it out, and Hanley and the others couldn't figure it out either at this time. Shepherder, why not launch a direct attack? Their city gates don't have so much earth piled up. We just need to push their gates open and can easily get in. Upon hearing this, Colton rolled his eyes. One could only say that Hanley was too young. Do you know where Emil fled from? He fled all the way from Zelene. In other words, he fled from Zelene to Nathaniel. Do you think Zelene's generals wouldn't know that we have cannons? They haven't used earth to block the city because they themselves know it's not the best defense. Breach the city gates, our troops will certainly enter, but muskets and cannons won't be able to exert their full force within the city. I suspect the city might already be filled with traps and tunnels, just waiting for us to fall into them. Hanley came to his senses. If Zelene's defending general really was Henrik, how could he not foresee that Dewei would use cannons to bombard the city gate? Naturally, Henrik wouldn't ignore such a critical point. Yet he still allowed the city gates to open and close, accepting those Dewei civilians, as if he feared no cannons. With a worried face, Hanley asked, then, Shepherder, what should we do next? Colton smiled. Henrik excels at defending the city. In other words, when it comes to direct combat, especially siege battles, it's unwise for us to fight him head-on. But whether it's Dewei or the Nathaniel Kingdom, officials hold the power, meaning that commoners have little say. But commoners are people too. They will understand which place suits them best. Now, we can arrange for spies to infiltrate and just pass on one piece of news. Funching has already started distributing land. With so many people fleeing to Zelene, by starting from Funching and confiscating these people's lands, redistributing them to those without land, this news alone will be enough to make all who entered Zelene panic. Hanley's expression changed drastically. Land distribution? He shuddered. Shepherder, this provokes the interests of all Dewei landlords. Don't you think about it, if you really do this, how many people in Dewei will still support you? Colton remained calm-faced. They have already fled to Zelene. They are no longer citizens of Dawei. Or did you think I let them go for nothing? Both Finching and Raoyang were previously occupied by the Nathaniel. After all these years, they've become accustomed to Nathaniel rule. Now that the battlefield has reached here, they mostly hope for stability. Telling them that Henrik is in Zelene, they naturally believe that Zelene is more stable. Even I, being young, cannot match Henrik, because he has never been defeated once on the battlefield, especially in defending cities. But what about us? Without even starting the war, we are recruiting a large number of people everywhere. They fear that when manpower is lacking, we will forcibly enlist their family members into the army, so they fled to Zelene. But their roots are either in Finching or Raoyang, both under our jurisdiction. Previously, during wars, no one cared about farmland because military leaders believed ordinary civilians didn't matter. Now that I've taken their land, with their interests harmed, they will naturally panic. Hanley listened intently. Now looking puzzled, he said, Shepherder, even so, they wouldn't dare resist Henrik, right? Colton laughed. Resist Henrik? Of course they wouldn't dare. The people seeking stability wouldn't risk losing peace for personal gain. But the premise is, can they truly achieve stability under Henrik's hands? Shepardon patted Hanley's shoulder and said with a chuckle, you go ahead and do it. In a few days, you'll understand my intentions. Hanley obediently went off to make the arrangements. Not long after, a spy from Dawei indeed ran into Zelene. Henrik wasn't afraid of spies as long as they didn't get their hands on any information about Zelene or spread rumors within the city. These spies would be utterly useless. At this moment, the spy was brought to where the Dawei people gathered. While everyone was still discussing the situation, the spy opened his mouth. Funching has already started redistributing land. If your families are from Funching, you might face significant trouble. To put it bluntly, you may not be able to keep your land. Instantly, all the people from Funching and the major households stood up. An old man trembled as he spoke. Such a thing has never happened before. That's right. On what grounds do the Dawei people dare to do this? Aren't they worried about causing discontent among us? The spy laughed at this. Why should they worry when we've already fled to Zelene? When the time comes, they can easily accuse us of colluding with the enemy. What could we possibly say in our defense? The most important thing is that the land will be given to those who have none. Tell me, won't others feel dissatisfied? These words caused everyone's faces to turn grim, especially the major households. Their shops and businesses were managed by servants. No matter who won, they could return to Funching. But now, Shepardon's move practically sealed their fate. Someone fiercely remarked, how does he know we came to Zelene? Don't we have other places to seek refuge? In short, he has no right to take our land and shops. The spy glanced at them and soon laughed. I heard that the honorable official of Dawei worked for the Jinui before becoming a general. With just these words, everyone fell silent. Chapter 110, The Final Push. If it were anyone else, they might have truly been at a loss for where these people had gone. So, it was quite possible that no one else could have sealed their land off and given it to others. But the issue was, this was the Jinui. When it came to secret discussions of the Jinui, it was said that they could worm their way into anything. Even in the depths of remote forests, you might encounter one of their agents. According to folk sayings, the Jinui were like Chen Liyan and Sun Fenger, keen eyes and sharp ears, by the hider's side, knowing everything there is to know. The news of their entry into Zelene was bound not to be kept secret. For a moment, everyone began to sigh and lament. Some people looked at the spy, feeling puzzled. You? Why did you come to Zelene? They are distributing land over there. Wouldn't it be better for you to stay there? The spy chuckled and then furtively took out a plaque. Those around him gasped. Only then did the spy speak. I was originally under General Ametrovan. During the war, in Yinqing, everyone fled, didn't they? I ran to Fengcheng and settled down, but I didn't expect that in Fengcheng, house-to-house searches started. They said they wanted to distribute land and ensure everyone could earn a living. What could I do? If my identity was discovered and fell into the hands of the Dawei, they would surely cut off my head. The commoners finally understood. Someone curiously asked, then why are you hiding here with us? You can go see General Henrik. The spy shook his head immediately. See him? Don't think about it. First, I was under General Ametrovan and fled after a defeat. Then I escaped from Dawei. If you were in my shoes, would you believe me? And you all know how formidable the Dawei are. In short, my life is what matters. I have no intention of getting involved in the war. Others nodded in agreement. Yet, everyone seemed somewhat troubled, thinking about their houses and lands being divided. Who could be happy? And when they went to buy vegetables, they suffered a second blow. Those buying vegetables mocked them. Your Dawei general kills without shedding blood and eats meat without spitting out bones, right? We knew long ago. All those fancy promises you made before were lies, right? Did you really think we were clueless? Zax? Everyone was stunned. Someone took out money and asked, is the money fake too? The vendors stumbled over their words. Indeed. Outside, people said everything about these Dawei folks was fake. So why didn't they stay in Fengcheng and surround the city? But if what they said was fake, why did they actually have so much money? Could it be that while the Dawei weren't good, the wealth of the commoners was real? Was that even possible? Everyone was a commoner and knew how ugly the faces of officials could be. Thinking of this, the vendors exchanged glances and didn't know what to say. It was the Dawei people who sighed. If only we hadn't left back then. Now, they've divided our fields. We can't go back even if we want to. Let me tell you, the righteous lord of Dawei is indeed impressive. He keeps his word. There's something you may not know. Did you wonder why none of the people from Zishangwen came here to Zelene? Let me tell you. It's because they trust the righteous lord more than anyone. To put it simply, when the Nathaniel army massacred Zishangwen, the great lord came and arrested all the rebels. Moreover, he promised to kill Dakari and Isaiah, including chasing Ametrovan and eventually sending him back. He was a good official, but alas. The vendors were taken aback. Someone couldn't hold back and spoke up. During wars, I've never heard of ridges seizing the fields of commoners. Are you telling the truth or lying? This caused dissatisfaction among the Dawei people. What do you mean? Not talking about others, but no one else would dare to do this except for the Great Lord. As for him, I don't know how to describe him, but he seems wholeheartedly devoted to the people. Whether it's Dakari, Isaiah, especially Ametravan, if any of them were sent alive to the capital, the Great Lord would receive several promotions. Yet, he killed them on the spot. Hearing this, the vendors were dumbfounded. So it seemed this Dewey general wasn't bad after all? Sadly, in this era, what good did it do to be decent? To put it bluntly, no matter how good he was, if he lacked power, he'd still be treated like a piece of meat. Everyone sighed deeply. There was also a loud voice saying, if I were the general, I would dare to do this too, and do it even better. Their conversations went on like this. The people of Dewey laughed along. And then, stories about Braden began to spread within the city. Lord Henrik of the city lord's residence was very displeased when he heard this news. What exactly did Braden do? Why are our rumors having no effect at all? His subordinates quickly relayed the recent information they had gathered to Henrik. Henrik sighed. Braden is formidable, but it's a pity he joined Dewey. However, even so, for him to break through Zelene with just these civilians is still insufficient. The others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Everyone believed that Braden was wasting his efforts. It wasn't until several days later that Dewey ridges gathered and slowly advanced towards Zelene. Hanley asked Braden with a puzzled look, Shepherd, is this enough? Braden smiled and nodded. To capture the city, it's still not enough. But we're not capturing the city. As soon as he said that, Braden ordered the adjustment of the cannon angles and then to fire. Everyone who heard the order was dumbfounded. Shepherd, at this angle, the cannons can't hit the battlements. If it lands inside the city, Braden remained calm. It's precisely to hit the inner city and bombard it from all directions. I have only one goal, to instill fear in those civilians. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other in shock. This was butchering civilians. Even they weren't bold enough to do such a thing. Some Ridges, whose families were still inside Zelene, spoke up directly. Please rescind the order, Shepherd. We are natives of Zelene. Our wives and children are still inside the city. The cannons show no mercy, Shepherd. They knelt down, begging Braden not to bombard the inner city. Braden pursed his lips and helplessly shook his head. You people just don't think things through. Without civilian support, how can we take Zelene? The build-up before was to shake the resolve of those civilians. Just one last push. Chapter 111. Braden borrows troops. So many citizens chose Henrik because they believed that he could protect their safety. Shaking the citizens' confidence is one aspect, and on the other hand, using cannons to make them realize that Henrik can no longer ensure their safety. With these two prongs of action, the citizens inside the city will surely revolt. Let's take a simple example. Previously, they didn't revolt because of stability and good treatment, giving them only one choice. And once Henrik can't provide them with stability anymore, why should they still choose Henrik? When the city turns into a hellish place, why should they remain inside? At that point, all they would think about is escaping from this hell. Of course, this isn't Braden's true objective either. Now seeing someone blocking him, he was also relieved. Standing on the city wall, he loudly shouted, Henrik, I know you're inside the city. I'm not afraid to tell you. All my previous arrangements were intentional. The biggest problem lies right here. Originally, I planned to use cannons to demolish the city. But the biggest issue is also here. My Ridges are unwilling to harm innocent civilians. Henrik, you should be grateful that my troops have compassionate hearts. Upon hearing this, Henrik's face changed. He carefully thought about this possibility, and the more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Once those civilians get chaotic, even if they open the city gates from within and guide the enemy, the whole Zelene would fall into chaos, making it easy for Braden to capture the entire Zelene. Relieved by Braden's decision to abandon his plan, Henrik sighed. After hesitating for a moment, he had someone go out to call out. Etienne soon arrived at the city wall. Braden, stop playing these tricks. The more you do this, the more it shows your lack of confidence in conquering Zelene. It just makes us look down on you. Upon hearing this, Nathaniel laughed immediately. When we were in Yin City, Lao Metrovan had to turn Yin City into a turtle shell to defend it. They piled earth on the city walls and gates. Once we fired cannons, they tucked their heads like turtles. Your general, Henrik, is naturally formidable, a king among turtles, renowned for defense. Does he dare come down and fight our Great Wei? Our Great Wei can stop using cannons and rifles. Can't you muster that courage? Insulted, Nathaniel's Ridges became furious. One officer went straight to Henrik. Henrik waved his hand. Don't pay attention to him. He's trying to provoke us into battle. If we believe him, Zelene might fall tomorrow. Just ignore him. Besides, he won't last long. Zelene must not be lost. If Zelene falls, we won't be able to ally with the person from Great Wei, making our plot against Great Wei even harder. Subordinates were confused. General, what do you think Braden means by this? Does he just intend to shout insults outside the city? Henrik smiled. I admit, he did startle me for a moment. First, he made us lax using civilians and shook the civilians' confidence with words. If we really can't provide stability to the civilians, the city will definitely fall into chaos. But he's not ruthless enough. If it were me, I would have ordered cannon fire long ago. Once Zelene's civilians get chaotic, no one can help us. We need to manage both the civilians and the defense of the city. It will be very hard to manage both, and that's when they'll attack. Shepard's he gave up, he'll have to find other ways. Let's wait and see what he does. Henrik stroked his beard, smiling slightly. Inside the city, there were dirt piles everywhere, even trenches, all to avoid Braden's cannonballs. Now, by staying put without fighting back, Braden's men would have to storm the city walls unless they attacked head-on. But they only had over 40,000 men, while Zelene now had over 40,000 as well. One side attacking, the other defending, with all advantages in Henrik's hands. He couldn't imagine how to lose. Jing City. Calvin sat in the vast palace, looking weary. Soon, someone rushed over. Your Highness, something bad has happened. That little scoundrel Braden has led an army to attack Zelene. The king's brows furrowed suddenly. He reviewed the frontline reports carefully and then sighed. I thought Braden was just a petty clown. Never did I expect he'd actually take Fengcheng and its surroundings. Now, only Zilin and Haiyang remain. To be honest, we don't have much to worry about. The generals defending these two cities are Henrik. It's impossible for him to take them even with cannons and guns. Hearing it was Henrik, the subordinate relaxed instantly, but he still reminded him, Your Highness, this little rogue never follows the rules. You should be extra cautious. The best scenario is to have them withdraw from the vicinity of Zilin. As long as Zilin remains intact, we can still conduct trade with Great Nathaniel. One must always prepare for the worst. Calvin pondered for a moment and then nodded slightly. You're right. In that case, I will send someone to inform Carnell and request their troops to march out. Carnell borders both Nan Nathaniel and our Great Wei. We can then claim we cannot hold against them and have Braden mobilize his forces over here. Hearing this, the subordinates all breathed a sigh of relief. Not long after, the men below went to make arrangements. After his subordinates left, Calvin narrowed his eyes. He took out another document concerning Braden. Looking at Braden's biography, he sighed helplessly. Heaven, why do you always oppose me? This is my closest chance to the throne. Don't mess it up. With that, he burned Braden's biography in one swift motion. It was said that extraordinary heroes emerge during turbulent times, but he did not know if Braden was one of those heroes. However, whatever the case, he would not allow Braden to ruin his plans. Calvin took a deep breath and turned to walk to the back of the room. There were wooden dummies everywhere. He grabbed a sword and began slashing around wildly in the room as if trying to vent something. After a while, people outside could hear roars coming from inside the room. The servants were already used to this. When Calvin came out, he had resumed his usual refined demeanor. At this moment, someone approached quickly and whispered, Your Highness, Braden has come to borrow troops. Calvin was stunned. What? Braden actually dared to ask him for troops? He chuckled mockingly and opened the letter. Inside the letter were praises for Calvin, calling him a responsible and good prince. Then it requested Calvin to lend him troops to attack Zilin. Calvin almost laughed out loud with anger. Of course, he assumed Braden didn't know his true identity. He waved his hand and said indifferently, Just dispatch the troops, but let them move slowly. It would be best if they run into Carnell's army head-on. That way, we'll have an excuse. Chapter 112, At any cost. Calvin wanted Braden to withdraw his troops. Meanwhile, Braden went to Calvin to borrow troops. Their thoughts coincided unexpectedly. However, Braden operated in the dark while Calvin was out in the open. Everyone thought Braden was going to attack Zilin, including Henrik, who didn't suspect a thing. Previously, when he had driven civilians into Zilin and threatened to bombard the inner city, no one doubted his intentions. But after half a day, Braden still hadn't made any move. The civilians believed Braden genuinely cared for them, and Henrik also thought Braden would indeed attack Zilin. Soon, Henrik froze. Because on a certain day, Braden's army began to disperse. They surrounded the entire Zilin but didn't attack. Henrik vaguely sensed something wrong and said, Check it out. How many ridges are surrounding the city? His subordinate went to count and came back cautiously after a long time, saying, Shepherder, Zilin has 4 city gates, all of which are surrounded. I calculated that there are approximately 20,000 Wei ridges outside the 4 gates, about 5,000 at each gate. 20,000? If 40,000 ridges surrounded Zilin, and now only 20,000 were left, where were the other 20,000? Henrik felt uneasy, sensing something was amiss. He forced himself to say, Wait 3 more days. If there's no smoke signal from Diong by then, we might be in trouble. His subordinate was stunned upon hearing this. Henrik sighed. After everyone left, he paced back and forth in the room alone, unable to calm down. 3 days later, Diong remained quiet. In other words, Braden's 20,000 troops hadn't attacked Diong at all. This wasn't a feint to draw reinforcements. It was a real diversion. Henrik immediately ordered, select 5,000 elite ridges to break through the southern gate. His subordinate nodded, also feeling something was off. They weren't afraid of the obvious enemy, but feared not knowing where the enemies had gone. 5,000 elite ridges broke through successfully despite heavy casualties. Henrik gasped sharply. He looked around and suddenly realized something, pointing north and shouting loudly, Quickly! Select another 5,000 elite ridges to break through the northern gate. The southern gate led towards Diong. There was no ambush here. But what about the northern gate? The northern gate led directly to Wei territory. In other words, if they could break through here, they could enter deep into Wei territory. Shouts of battle soon echoed. The besieging ridges charged forward amidst gunfire, their speed indeed fast, circling around the Wei ridges. Everything seemed normal. Even Henrik frowned, thinking he might have guessed wrong. As the escaping ridges were about to get away, suddenly, they fell en masse on the ground. This location was near a small forest. Common sense suggested such a small forest couldn't hide many people. But this time, the situation was different. Codes led his men out of the forest, firing rifles fiercely. The fallen ridges were caught off guard and quickly became targets, meeting their demise one after another. Henrik drew a sharp breath, staring hard at the north. His subordinate, unaware of what happened, asked curiously, General, why is there an ambush at the northern gate? Henrik laughed mockingly. His laughter was unsettling, even giving off a fierce vibe. Good. Very good, Braden. Others leave 1 gap while encircling 3 sides, but you leave 3 gaps while encircling 1 side. You're clearly telling me not to inform Calvin. So your purpose in bringing troops to Zilin was never Zilin itself, but aimed at Calvin. We've been tricked. We've all been tricked. Braden's every move in Zilin had been reported by Henrik to Calvin. Braden didn't know how often Henrik sent reports, so he intentionally made those moves to tell Calvin that Zilin was indeed at risk of being breached. Now, Henrik understood Braden's intention with every action he took, waiting for him to report. Braden also wasn't sure how often Henrik reported to Calvin. He could only estimate the timing, ensuring his message reached Calvin before setting up these diversions and taking 20,000 troops straight to Calvin's territory. Even Henrik, to emphasize Braden's cunning and highlight his own achievements, detailed Braden's actions in his letters. Thus, only one possibility existed. Calvin would definitely try to make Braden retreat. How to make him retreat? Henrik looked towards the west, where the territory of Southern Qi lay. Southern Qi invaded, and Calvin suffered a great defeat. Out of desperation, he could only ask Braden for reinforcements. In this case, Braden would never be able to capture Zelene. Braden is sure of this point. Calvin wants to maintain his good image and dare not act rashly in court. He can only negotiate with Southern Qi. And he has been waiting on the road with his troops. He's not here to attack Zelene. He aims to catch Calvin's ridges and Southern Qi's ridges in one fell swoop. Cruel. No wonder it's Braden who easily took Ambrosiang. Truly ruthless indeed. Not minding the loss of one city or one piece of land, his goal is for greater gain. I am no match for him. Henrik sighed repeatedly. His subordinates overheard his words, their eyes wide with shock. They were very curious. Was this Braden really that formidable? In fact, Braden was even more formidable than they imagined. Henrik didn't know that Braden had also written to Calvin. Given Calvin's nature, he would certainly send reinforcements, but Braden wouldn't really reinforce them, so these ridges would definitely encounter trouble halfway through. Braden went there precisely to deal with the trouble. At that time, these dispatched ridges would be like meat buns thrown at a dog, swallowed by Braden with no possibility of return. All of this was unknown to Henrik. At this moment, Henrik handed the letter to his subordinate ridges, ordering them to break through at all costs and deliver the letter to Calvin. Thus, the third round of breakout began. Outside Zelene, the main general leading the siege was Hanley, who saw this scene and chuckled. The Lord was indeed right. Attacking such an old general as Henrik from within is impossible. The best method is to break from the outside. The war hasn't even started, yet he has already given away over 10,000 men. Without manpower, how can you defend Zelene? Hanley then shouted loudly, "People, dig horse traps outside the southern border of Zelene and hide some men there." The Lord said that Henrik might very likely lead his forces through the south to Deyang. Absolutely do not let him escape. Chapter 113. Zelene is abandoned. Yun Mountain. The Great Wei army was slowly moving forward. Leading the troops was Zhang Zhang, a senior general under the command of Calvin. Looking at Yun Mountain ahead, although the sun hadn't set yet, he already shouted loudly, "Everyone stop and set up camp. Prepare food." The ridges began to follow his orders. Halfway up Yun Mountain, Braden was looking through a telescope, soon breaking into a smile. "Covering only 10 miles a day. I saw them yesterday, and today they still haven't reached us. Clearly, they don't want to go to Zelene. So it seems that a Metrovan didn't lie to me. This Calvin really has ulterior motives. Junior, you can send someone to deliver the letter to the capital now, reporting everything we've seen today. The evidence is solid. I'm curious how long Calvin can keep hiding. The crux of dealing with Calvin isn't about how to fight him but lies in the fact that his hypocritical mask has never been taken off." Junior turned to make arrangements while curiously asking Braden, "Shepherder, given Calvin's many thoughts, why didn't he go directly to the capital when the late hider invited him?" Braden also shook his head. Many things weren't clear to him, so how could he understand this? But he knew there must be some hidden reason. Kylie had never talked to him about Calvin, suggesting Kylie might not know what Calvin was up to behind the scenes. So what is Calvin afraid of by not going to the capital? Braden frowned, feeling the mystery in the capital was bigger, centered around the throne, now occupied by Kylie. A long and difficult road indeed. Well, though they aren't advancing much, they will eventually reach Zelene walking like this. I suspect Calvin has found other help, probably from Southern Qi. Wonder what terms he offered. Junior laughed softly, saying quietly, "Shepherder, I've already sent people to watch Southern Qi. So far." Before he finished, a ridge rushed over breathlessly. "Shepherder, Southern Qi has deployed troops." Junior nearly jumped up, shouting angrily, "What did you say? Southern Qi has deployed troops? What does that mean?" The ridge panted, "It's true. We've been monitoring Southern Qi. As soon as they moved, we sent someone back to report. They just recently deployed an army of 50,000, all cavalry." Cavalry? Junior sucked in a cold breath. Training a cavalry unit is expensive. From training, horse costs, to weaponry, everything is very costly. Not mentioning accessories like saddles, war horses eat the best quality feed, adding significant expenses. Ordinary ridges wear paper armor, leather armor, or iron armor. Iron armor is the most expensive. What is cavalry? It means even the horses are clad in iron armor. These cavalry units are invincible on the battlefield, unstoppable wherever they go. But to Braden, these were mobile mountains of silver. Still stunned, Junior chuckled as Braden asked, "What do you think? Interested in giving them a taste?" Junior paused, unable to hold back. "Shepherder, wouldn't muskets be less effective against iron armor?" Ignoring that for now, while cavalry moves slower, it's still faster than our infantry. Cannons aren't very effective either. Braden laughed heartily. "Do you know the biggest problem? It's that Southern Qi chose to deploy now. They're not here for Great Wei. They're helping Calvin out of a bind. Just wait and see. They'll likely stop at Yun Mountain, setting up camps facing each other. No battle will ensue. But there's a huge issue. Once the cavalry settles, they won't move." Junior's eyes lit up. "Shepherder, you mean we can use live targets for our cannons?" Braden laughed, waving his hand. "Hurry. Yun Mountain is vast. At Calvin's pace, they won't cross in at least 2 days, giving Southern Qi's cavalry enough time to arrive. Now, transport the cannons here, hiding them in the forest within 2 days. When Southern Qi's cavalry stops, we strike." Junior grew even more excited. Taking down Southern Qi's 50,000 cavalry would be unimaginably satisfying. Everyone's morale soared, sleeping with smiles on their faces. Zelene. Henrik stood on the city wall, eyeing the surrounding Great Wei ridges closely. He couldn't hide any longer. "We must break through. Absolutely cannot affect the cooperation between Great Nathaniel and Kinney. Now, Braden is the wild card. If he sets up an ambush around Yun Mountain, and if Southern Shi really sends troops there, we'll be in big trouble. Henrik took a deep breath, unable to contain himself any longer. But facing muskets and cannons, his ridges had no plans for breaking through. Until Henrik noticed the frequent movement of vehicles in the Wei army camp. What are they doing? Henrik furrowed his brow, squinting slightly. He leaned forward, wishing he could see more clearly. Fortunately, the Wei ridges didn't hide it. Wheeled carts loaded with cannons were pushed away right before Henrik's eyes. Originally outside Zelene City, with 4 gates, there were 40 cannons in total. But now, only 20 remained. His subordinate couldn't help but speak up. General, what are they moving the cannons for? Henrik took a deep breath, pondering carefully, even approaching the map. Soon his expression changed. They intend to wipe out Southern Shi's cavalry. If they succeed, Kinney will have big troubles. All the dirty laundry between Southern Shi and Kinney, and between our great Nathaniel and Kinney, will be exposed. Southern Shi won't willingly accept this loss. They'll surely shift the blame to Kinney, ruining all of his plans. No, we absolutely can't let them achieve their goal. Send a fast horse out of the city immediately, make sure Kinney's ridges stay on alert. Hearing Henrik's words, his subordinate realized the severity of the situation, but still reminded, Shepherd, there's an ambush at the north gate. Henrik didn't look back. We're abandoning Zelene. I'll lead the main force to break through towards Depyong. Once the Wei ridges gather at the south gate, you break through from the north gate and head to Yun Mountain. Remember, you must inform Kinney's garrison of my words. As soon as he finished speaking, Henrik immediately issued orders. The Nathaniel ridges inside the city began to move frequently. Chapter 114. Breakout from 2 directions. Attack. The southern gate of Zelene City burst open. 20,000 troops charged out. The 5,000 ridges of the Wei Kingdom instantly became excited. They raised their muskets and fired continuously. But Henrik did not engage with them, using numbers to press forward, ensuring that a part of his forces could escape to the sides, pulling away from the enemy. With today's low accuracy of muskets, this made it impossible for the attackers to stop Henrik. Henrik led his men without looking back towards Dellen, occasionally glancing behind to notice the surrounding city gates' defenders retreating. 5,000 men were unable to hold back 20,000. How about 20,000 surrounding these 5,000? Seeing this scene, Henrik breathed a sigh of relief. His goal was achieved. Head to Dazhou first. Once inside the city we will be safe. Let them have Zelene, then plan for Fengqing after securing Diang. Damn, Ametrovin can't even defend Zishan Pass. Henrik grew angrier as he spoke. If not for Ametrovin losing Zishan Pass, would he be in this situation today? Had it been him defending Zishan Pass, he dared say Braden wouldn't have crossed over. Racing along the road, the pursuing enemies never gave up. All because of the flag in the camp. A massive Nathaniel let all Wei ridges realize Henrik was here. Hanley, lying in ambush, holding a telescope, saw the Nathaniel character on the flag and instantly felt exhilarated. Shepherd indeed predicted everything perfectly. Henrik actually went towards Dayong. Everyone prepare. We must capture Henrik alive. In the forest, everyone readied their weapons, cavalry mounted horses. Speaking of Henrik, racing ahead, he suddenly noticed circling birds above the trees ahead. Immediately, he felt uneasy. There was another ambush. Could it be that Braden didn't know about Kinney, and he used this method to ambush me? But it didn't make sense. If Braden didn't know about Kinney, how could he exploit my psychology, forcing me towards Dayong? Various thoughts raced through Henrik's mind. He realized there was no time to think further. The most urgent problem was overcoming the immediate crisis. Shepherding on his horse, he glanced around, quickly deciding on the eastern route. To the east. Follow the river to Dayong. The army immediately changed direction. Seeing this, Hanley widened his eyes, unable to contain himself, jumping and cursing. Damn it, they've changed course. Quick, quick, stop them. Hearing this, his generals were alarmed. Shepherder, most of our men are in the west, along with muskets, cannons, and pit traps. Interrupted by his subordinate, Hanley was already hopping mad. Dayong and Zelene. Zelene is in the north, Dayong in the south. Westward leads to southern Shi, eastward to Wei, crossing the river leading towards Fengqing. A normal person, knowing Braden came from Fengqing, would instinctively choose the west, preferring to escape to southern Shi rather than approach Wei. But Henrik wasn't a normal person. His order disrupted Hanley's setup. Cannons couldn't keep up, so Hanley rode out with his men, attempting to force Henrik westward. But would it work? Same problem again. Wei's biggest issue was lack of manpower. 10,000 troops left at Zelene, another 5,000 ambushed at the northern gate. Hanley only had 5,000 men at hand. Muskets and cannons, while powerful, lacked mobility. After some thought, Hanley reasoned if the ambush force emerged, Henrik would flee west, where he placed a small squad along with pit traps, surely capturing Henrik. But what he didn't expect was for Henrik, an experienced general, to recognize the ambush simply by seeing birds of void entering the forest. Not only that, he ordered an eastward retreat. By the time Hanley's 5,000 arrived, Henrik's main force had already passed, leaving no further ambush. Hanley slapped himself in anger. Damn, all my fault. Even such simple tasks I can't handle properly. How could Henrik escape? He grew more furious. Because capturing Henrik would have boosted Braden's reputation unimaginably. The boost in Braden's prestige and support would be immeasurable. Take, for example, Braden being appointed Generalissimo. Emetni people still didn't fully understand or sincerely submit to Braden. But if Braden captured Henrik alive, without reservation, Wei ridges would rally to Braden. Because of him, Henrik escaped. Looking at Henrik's back, Hanley became even angrier. He stood by the river and slapped himself hard on both cheeks until they were swollen. Zelene. The ridges of the Great Nathaniel inside the city saw the ridges at the northern gate leaving and became extremely tense. At this moment in Zelene, all 4 gates were open, and the Wei ridges were busy chasing after Henrik. Very few ridges remained to control the entire city. They knew their chance had come. The leading general was named Zhao Zakong. Seeing the opportunity, he immediately shouted, Charge out! 10,000 fully prepared Great Nathaniel Ridges immediately rushed out from the northern gate. There were still a few Wei Ridges maintaining order near the northern gate, but they couldn't stop them at all. One Wei Ridge was knocked flying several meters away by a warhorse, spitting blood profusely upon landing. Clearly, he wouldn't survive. The originally bustling civilians at the northern gate were trampled like grass on the ground by the warhorses. Elderly people's curses, children's cries, these sounds rose and fell incessantly. This was a bloody path. All those who blocked the way were thrown off by the horses and trampled under hooves, leaving behind only piles of flesh. These were piles of human flesh. The road at the northern gate was drenched in blood. The Wei Ridges also noticed something was amiss, but due to lack of manpower, they could only watch helplessly as they left. Zhao Zakong sighed in relief. Looking back, that bloody path was already passed. Ahead, there was another ambush, with an unknown number of ridges. But he guessed there were roughly 5,000 men. They had a full 10,000 men. Would 10,000 men be able to block 5,000? Zhao Zakong smirked slightly, feeling more confident. They proceeded forward, directly circling around a small forest ahead. He didn't believe that avoiding this path could escape the ambush. Just then, a fire started to the west. He turned his head to see that at some point, all the grass and trees around had been cleared away, leaving only dry firewood and weeds. Before they passed through, the fire had already broken out. Horses feared fire and did not dare to rush forward, slowing down instantly. Zhao Zakong immediately turned his horse around and roared, "East! Go east!" Chapter 115. No way out. The army hurriedly moved east, but after just a few steps, fires also erupted in the east. It should be noted that the army had been moving diagonally all along, trying to get as close to the north as possible. Now with fires on both the east and west, they found themselves unknowingly driven near the jungle. Before they could react, the horses of the ridges in front lost their footing and suddenly collapsed on the ground. Indeed, they had rushed into a pitfall trap. A pitfall trap consists of holes dug in the ground. Once the horse's hooves step in, the tremendous impact would break its legs instantly. Zhao Zakong reined in his horse, feeling a sense of dead calm within him. It's over. As he expected, gunshots had already sounded from ahead. He gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, "Go back!" Back? Where could they go back to? There were fires on both sides, while Emiliano led 5,000 men with firearms shooting from the front. Behind them, the De Wei forces had already brought up the cheval de frise. The cheval de frise was made by sharpening wooden poles of appropriate thickness, arranging them in a V shape, forming a sturdy triangle at the bottom, with sharp ends pointing outward. Any battle horse would be sent to its death upon collision. Zhao Zakong immediately understood that it was all over for him. Holding his spear, he couldn't help but roar, "Braden! The treacherous dog deserves to die." With those words, he led the charge towards the nearby woods. Emiliano, playing with his musket, laughed when he saw the enemy general foolishly rushing forward. He raised his firearm, aimed calmly, and fired. Zhao Zakong fell to the ground and lay still. After some time, no more than Nathaniel Ridges stood. Behind Emiliano, a group of peasant-dressed auxiliary ridges emerged to clean up the battlefield. Emiliano's first battle ended in victory, without allowing anyone to head north, completing his task and somewhat easing his mind. Just as he was about to sit down, a subordinate reported to him, "General, we found a letter." Illiterate, Emiliano handed it over to a scholar official in the military. The official read it aloud. Braden marched north, seeking aid from southern Qi. Those few words left Emiliano puzzled as he turned to look at the official. What does this mean? The official frowned. Braden had led an army to quell the southern border. What did this have to do with southern Qi? Given the current struggles of De Wei against Nathaniel, how could it possibly drag southern Qi into the conflict? People shook their heads, even suspecting that Zhou Nathaniel might be confused. In the jungle, Braden woke up abruptly from his sleep. Frowning, he looked at the sky and then stood up. Have the southern Qi forces arrived? As soon as he finished speaking, Junior rushed over excitedly. Shepherder, 5,000 iron cavalry from southern Qi have arrived. Braden sighed in relief. They really did come to Yunshan. Unable to resist, he chuckled. Heading westward into Yunshan, where the dense forest made visibility poor, Junior arranged for a few men to help Braden climb a tree. Using a telescope, he saw crowds of people moving like ants towards Yunshan in the distance. Braden sneered. Not bad, Kenny. Not only conspiring with southern Nathaniel, but now with southern Qi too. What is he thinking? If he truly ascends the throne, who knows how much land he would cede? Kenny could persuade two countries to assist only because he had offered excessive conditions. If Kenny became Hyder, the southern borders would no longer belong to De Wei but would become northern borders of southern Nathaniel. At that time, areas like Tubo and Zaknian might end up under southern Qi's control. Thinking about this, Braden was furious. Pass the order. Everyone must refrain from loud noise and muzzle the horses. Do not start fires or cook meals. We must remain undetected. Junior nodded repeatedly and went to pass on the orders. Once everyone was hidden, Junior returned to Braden. Shepherder, what do we do next? Braden laughed lightly. What do? We must capture southern Qi's troops. These 20,000 of Kenny's forces cannot be spared either. Their generals must be killed so we can justify taking control of the army. Our biggest issue is the lack of sufficient troops. Without enough ridges, how can we fight southern Nathaniel or southern Qi? If Hanley captures Henrik alive, things would be simpler. I could immediately requisition troops from the surroundings, ensuring enough manpower. Junior was stunned. Shepherder, you're already a general. Even if Hanley doesn't capture Henrik alive, you can still ask for troops. Braden coldly huffed. Don't you understand yet? General is just a title. Let me speak bluntly, being a general anywhere is the same. Without battle achievements or prestige, you can't expect everyone to submit just based on a title. You must be dreaming. If I capture Henrik, even if I don't ask, troops will be sent over to share in the glory. But if I fail to capture him, they'll see me as a young man unwilling to sacrifice their ridges in vain. They could find hundreds of excuses to refuse me. Junior's face showed realization upon hearing this. Braden didn't elaborate further, instructing everyone to rest and conserve their strength. At this moment, in Yunshan, the west was occupied by Carnell's iron cavalry, and the north by Zhak Zhang's 20,000-strong army. However, it wasn't until the next day that they finally met. Just as Braden predicted, when the two sides encountered each other, they set up camps without any immediate hostility or confrontation. Junior stood beside Braden and whispered, "Lord, what should we do?" Braden pointed to the Carnell camp and smiled. "What to do? Bombard them directly. Afterward, gather a few hundred men, put on Carnell armor and mount their horses, then raid Kenny's army. Remember, kill their main general at all costs." Junior chuckled. Someone asked, "What if we can't identify their main general?" Braden replied grimly, "Then kill them all. No one is spared. Kill all the commanders. In short, these 20,000 have entered my pocket, and there's no way I'm giving them back." Everyone nodded, pushing cannons through the forest towards the front. Once within range of the Carnell iron cavalry camp, they immediately set up the cannons. Preparations complete, Braden waved sharply. Boom, boom. The cannon fire erupted in unison. The Carnell iron cavalry were caught off guard. Their camp was struck by falling shells from the sky. Tents instantly caught fire. People streamed out of the tents, many still inside when the tents were hit by the shells. There was no time to fight. Several officers shouted angrily, but the masses couldn't tend to the horses in time and hastily left the camp. This surprise attack was successful. Out of 5,000 iron cavalry, at least 2,500 had been eliminated. Chapter 116. The Elder in the Deep Palace. Before the fire below died down, Braden led his men rushing towards the camp. For anyone who came, they fired a shot immediately. Entering the camp, a strong smell of roasted meat rushed into their nostrils. Junior turned his head and vomited. This was roasted human flesh. He still couldn't help turning to look at Braden and said, "I never want to eat roasted meat again." Braden laughed heartily. "That's not up to you." And many of their war horses also died in the camp. They could only be made into roasted meat. Junior promptly vomited even more fiercely. Braden took charge, gathering up all the iron armor and flags he could find without giving any rest time. He then led them towards Zhak Zhang's camp. Hearing the cannons from Yun Mountain, Zhak Zhang had actually long realized what was happening. He hurriedly rushed out with his men and saw a ragged band of Carnell cavalry. Carnell cavalry? How did they end up like this? Could there be rebels in the mountains? Zhak Zhang felt uneasy and quickly went forward to meet them. But as soon as he approached, he sensed something was wrong. Why were these cavalry holding metal pipes? Jiangwang and Carnell had constant skirmishes on a small scale. Though both sides secretly cooperated, such friction wouldn't concern the higher-ups. Now that was the problem. Frequently clashing with Carnell, how did Zhak Zhang not know they had such weapons? Before he could react, a loud boom sounded, and a bullet struck between his eyebrows, causing him to fall directly to the ground. The people behind him sensed something was amiss and wanted to run, but Junior wouldn't let this opportunity slip by, leading his people with aligned muskets in hand. Now Zhak Zhang's army also sensed something was wrong. Enemy attack. Prepare your weapons for battle. More and more people shouted. Some were so panicked that they even ran off without their shoes. However, when they rushed out, they found that the Carnell cavalry had vanished, while the generals around Zhak Zhang were dead or injured. Leaderless, countless ridges looked at each other in confusion. At this moment, the savior arrived. Braden rushed over with a group of people, shouting loudly, "Are you the troops dispatched by the Seth to support our general?" The ridges stared at each other for a long time before someone ran out to ask, "Who are you?" Braden pulled back on his horse and shouted loudly, "I am Braden, the great general of the Wei Kingdom." The armies under the Seth breathed a sigh of relief. All being Wei people, they were fellow men. They knew nothing about the Seth collusion with the enemy. It was the Seth secret. As for the slow journey recently, Zhak Zhang also gave an explanation. Zhak Zhang didn't wish the ridges to follow Braden to certain death, so he deliberately slowed things down, which earned some gratitude from the ridges. But now that Braden had come, unwilling as they might be, they could only follow him. So without any suspense, Braden took control of Zhak Zhang's army. Now just around Yun Mountain, he already had 30,000 troops. Unable to resist, Braden's lips curled up, making Junior find a ridge to send a letter to the Seth. "Your Excellency's brilliant strategy secures the world, sacrificing great generals and losing ridges." In the palace, the messenger Ridge knelt on the ground, trembling. The Seth read the letter in his hands, anger evident on his face. He gritted his teeth, glaring at the Ridge. "Tell this king exactly what happened. What about Zhak Zhang? Where is he?" The Ridge stammered in response. "Your Highness, General Zhak led us 10 miles a day to Yun Mountain, and we encountered Carnell cavalry. Then General Zhak said we probably couldn't reinforce the great general, so he sent someone to deliver a letter to the great general, asking for help. The morning after the letter was sent, thunder roared from Yun Mountain. Not knowing what happened, General Zhak waited outside with his men. Then a group of defeated Carnell cavalry came running over, and upon seeing General Zhak, they suddenly opened fire. We thought Carnell was trying to sneak attack us. We were organizing our troops when those people killed some generals and fled. Not long after, the great general came over and took over our army." The Seth nearly spat blood upon hearing this. He waved his hand to dismiss the Ridge. Once the person left, he angrily slapped the table, ignoring the bleeding hand. "Braden! Beast! Pedro, where are you? Pedro!" His roar echoed, and shortly afterward, a middle-aged scholar walked into the room. This middle-aged scholar was Pedro, whom the Seth called, and also his top strategist. Seeing the Seth, he quickly said, "Calm down, your highness." The Seth took a deep breath and sat down. Pedro got someone to tend to his wound. Throughout this process, the Seth remained silent. Pedro, however, looked at the letter and listened to the Ridge's account of what happened. He sighed helplessly. "Your highness, it's too late to turn back now. Focus on the bigger picture." This instantly infuriated the Seth. Just as he was about to raise his hand, the maid who was treating his wound let out a startled cry as she was struck in the face by his hand. The Seth froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. Pedro, you're right. Focus on the bigger picture. Everyone else leave us. Pedro glanced at the maid, then led the others out of the room. Once the door closed, soon came cries of surprise from inside, interspersed with the tearing sound of clothes. Pedro stopped, feeling a vague sense of unease. He raised his eyes to the sky. Erratic and cruel. I'm afraid I will suffer too. Your Highness, it was because the late hider saw through you that he did not allow you to return to the capital. With that said, Pedro walked away. In the capital, Kylie stared at the letter in her hands, her face revealing disbelief. After deep thought, she stood up and left the palace chambers. Attendants followed her as she made her way to a secluded corner in the back courtyard of the palace. Soon Kylie halted. An old man was here, burning firewood, preparing to cook. Kylie spoke softly, Grandpa Amal. Startled, the old man quickly stood up, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing to Kylie. Your Majesty. This servant didn't know Your Majesty was coming and failed to greet you properly. Please forgive me. Kylie looked at the old man with complex emotions and asked, Grandpa Amal, were you an attendant to Grandfather Joe? The old man froze, then seemed to realize something, and bitterly laughed, replying, I dare not have Your Majesty address this servant so respectfully. You can just call me Zyadezi. My real name is Amalda, and I've been with Faksong since childhood. Kylie sighed. What offense caused your punishment? Those who had served under Grandfather Joe should at least be supervisors. But this old man was merely a gatekeeper. Chapter 117. Past Emitters. Amalda said with a bitter laugh, because I spoke out of turn while the Fakson was holding court. He actually participated in the Joe's discussion of state affairs. This alone proved that he was close to the Fakson. Kylie immediately understood. She asked, do you know about Prince Imperial? Kylie did not specify which prince she was referring to, and there were many princes on her side, certainly more than one. Unexpectedly, Amalda smiled and responded with a question. Is Bo referring to the Sebastian? Kylie's heart tightened. She instantly realized that what Braden had mentioned could be true. Amalda sighed. Does Your Majesty not find it strange? Why did the late hider have so few children? As soon as these words were spoken, Kylie felt a shockwave ripple through her, her hand clenched into a fist. Amalda nodded. When the Fakson was still reigning, the Sebastian poisoned both the late hider and Fakson. At the time, the prince had just been appointed crown prince. Outwardly, he was the friendly elder brother to the late hider, and within, he was the wise and intelligent crown prince, but the poison he administered was discovered. Fakson was enraged and deeply grieved when he found out it was the crown prince. Immediately, Fakson told me that if the crown prince ascended the throne, there would be no hope for the late hider. So Fakson gave me an imperial edict, stating that unless the state of Wei was to be destroyed, any entry of the prince into the capital was to result in his immediate execution. This edict was communicated to the prince, but not to the late hider. Just on the day after receiving this order, the prince was stripped of his title as crown prince and ordered into exile under the title of Sebastian. Afterward, the late hider ascended to the throne, repeatedly inviting the Sebastian back to the capital. The prince was very tempted, but I couldn't let him enter. So I sent a eunuch to deliver an imperial edict, and thus the prince gave up on that thought. Kylie was shaking all over. At this moment, Amalda brought down a pot of hot water from the stove and poured 2 cups of tea shakily. He smiled at Kylie and said, I will go fetch the edict for Your Majesty. Saying this, he went into the house and shortly returned carrying a box. Kylie's hands trembled violently as she opened the box and saw the yellow imperial edict inside, causing her to feel dizzy. When people around tried to help her up, she pushed them away. Seeing Kylie bite her lips, almost drawing blood, trembling hands opened the edict. A quick glance made Kylie shut her eyes tightly. Amalda sighed and took a slow sip of tea. Unable to contain her questions, Kylie asked, why was it me? As far as I remember, quite a few people wanted the Sebastian to be hider back then. You could have destroyed this edict and even earned his rewards, couldn't you? Amalda grinned. Your Majesty, I am a servant to Fakson, and forever will be. Why did Fakson give me this edict? It was because he knew who I was. With that, blood started trickling from the corners of Amalda's mouth. Shaken, Kylie stood up suddenly and loudly called, summon the royal physician. Hurry. Amalda shook his head and said with a smile, Your Majesty, it is unnecessary. This is a royal secret. Except for me, only Your Majesty can know. Now that you know, I must die to protect Fakson's secrets. Otherwise, what a scandal it would cause. Hearing this, Kylie trembled uncontrollably. She stood rooted to the spot, teeth gritted, watching Amalda take his last breaths. After being informed by a eunuch that Amalda was dead, Kylie waved her hand. Give him a grand burial. Bury him with full honors fitting a first-class official. Her aides exchanged glances and cautiously objected, Your Majesty, this might be inappropriate. The officials may voice dissatisfaction upon hearing it. Kylie drew a deep breath, with flashes of murderous intent in her eyes. Whoever dares complain, I will kill them. Everyone else hurriedly proceeded with the arrangements for the funeral in fear. In Zillion City, Braden sat in the main seat at the city lord's residence. Hanley knelt below, weeping loudly. My lord, I have failed you. My lord warned me earlier, but Henrik escaped anyway. Now he has fled to De Jong, making it extremely difficult to recapture him. I accept any punishment. Braden sighed and carefully examined Hanley's facial injuries before waving his hand. Why are you still standing there? Help him up quickly. Get a military doctor here. Don't you see the injuries on his face? Hanley looked surprised. My lord isn't punishing me? Braden glared at Hanley. Which of my military orders stated that failure to perform should lead to punishment? As long as you work wholeheartedly, whether the outcome is satisfactory or not, it should not be a reason for punishment. If I did this, others in the army would follow suit, possibly leading to bullying of regular ridges. What kind of precedent would that set? Hanley stared in disbelief. At this moment, Junior couldn't help but speak up. Shepherd, this action is inappropriate. If there's no punishment, how will we deal with insubordination in the future? In my view, reducing salary is the best option. It meant fining him. A fine wouldn't hurt too much, yet it would still make others realize that poor performance means no pay, preventing insubordination. Brayden also thought this made sense and asked, then shall we deduct 2 months' salary? What do you think? Hanley didn't resent Junior for this suggestion. Instead, he gave Junior a grateful look. He stood up and said, Shepherder shows mercy, but I must not let such fun spread in the army. Brayden was taken aback and frowned. What are you going to do? Hanley took a deep breath and shouted loudly, I'll accept 30 lashes. This was the military. 20 lashes could potentially kill someone, but Hanley had made up his mind. He took off his armor and walked out of the tent. All the ridges gathered there. He immediately spoke loudly. I, Hanley, failed in the ambush at Zelene's south gate and let Henrik escape. Shepherder shows leniency by only deducting 2 months' salary, but this trend cannot be allowed to grow. I'll take 30 lashes on myself. I hope everyone takes this as a warning. After these words, he lay down on a bench and shouted for someone to carry out the punishment. Brayden also came out, glanced at Hanley, and slightly pursed his lips. He did not stop it, because he knew this was good for the army. As each lash fell, all the ridges present felt their eyelids twitch. At this moment, an indescribable feeling surged within them. Afterwards, regardless of who they were, everyone worked more seriously. In short, Hanley's goal was achieved. For this situation, Brayden could only secretly arrange for the military doctor to give Hanley better medicine and provide him with some financial compensation. Ordinary ridges didn't know about these arrangements, but they saw responsibility and commitment in Hanley. From then on, they carried out Brayden's orders more thoroughly. The 20,000 ridges under Zakshung, who were brought over by Brayden, witnessed this drama on their first day in the camp. They became instantly respectful and more obedient. However, an adjustment period was still necessary. 1 month later, the entire army finally completed its integration. Additionally, Hanley's injuries were almost fully healed. The next step was to plan an attack on Dia. Chapter 118. Considering other options. During the month Hanley was recuperating, things did not remain entirely quiet. First and foremost was the rage of Southern Qi. They had cooperated with Kenny to cause trouble, but what was the result? Were they to just lose 5,000 iron cavalry like that? Southern Qi couldn't swallow this bitter pill and quickly sent a letter to Kenny. Kenny glanced at the letter, then angrily slammed his desk. Pedro, come over and take a look. Isn't this group from Southern Qi being too arrogant? They're actually demanding 10 million taels of silver as compensation from this king. Is 10 million taels of silver expensive? Not really. Whether it's Southern Qi or Kenny's side, there is only a slight difference in the price of warhorses, which isn't significant. A fine warhorse costs around 50 taels of silver. A set of armor forged from refined iron, including armor for the horse, would roughly require 100 taels of silver. Various allowances for ridges also cost about 20 to 30 taels of silver. For the 5,000 iron cavalry, each equipped with a horse, even without counting swords and such, just their armor and personal value amounted to nearly 200 taels of silver per person. So, 10 million taels of silver could be considered a conservative estimate. Now what? 5,000 iron cavalry, gone just like that. Can you imagine how enraged Southern Qi must be? The brunt of the blame naturally fell on Kenny. After all, if it weren't for his help, would the losses have been so heavy? Originally, according to Kenny's intentions, there was no need for actual fighting. The main goal was to create problems. Ideally, he wanted to capture Brayden, but they never expected that as soon as they arrived at Yun Mountain, they were bombarded, rendering all the silver wasted. With no profit and suffering heavy losses, it was only natural for Southern Qi to hold the initiators responsible. Seeing this astronomical compensation amount, Kenny was almost ready to spit blood. It wasn't that he couldn't come up with the silver. It was that he genuinely didn't want to. Pedro sighed. Your Highness, you are not yet the hider of Great Wei, nor are you in control. This sum of silver cannot be spared. If you are unwilling to provide the silver, I fear Southern Qi will invade. By then, don't expect cooperation. They wouldn't be adding trouble for you if they consider it nicely. Kenny snorted coldly. So what? Am I afraid of Southern Qi? They ignore pursuing Brayden and come after me instead. Do they see me as a pushover? To hell with them. I can't stomach this insult. Pedro sighed once more. After a brief moment of thought, he quickly gave his reply. Why not be frank, Your Highness? You can't afford this sum, and solving Brayden must come first. Only by eliminating Brayden can we gather enough funds to compensate Southern Qi. Of course, deploying troops is out of the question. As part of Great Wei, an attack on Brayden would be treasonous, something you cannot do. The best plan for you is to let Southern Qi attack Brayden. Best if Brayden dies, but even if he survives, he won't stand a chance against capturing Diong. The message has already been sent, and Zelene has fallen into Brayden's hands, a fact that Kenny understands well. At this moment, Kenny felt some dissatisfaction. Why didn't South Nathaniel send Curtis here and instead dispatched Henrik, who could only manage city defense and failed to keep an eye on Brayden? By the time Brayden reached Yun Mountain, no news reached him. Would he have suffered such heavy losses otherwise? Now, preserving Henrik only furthered his discontent. Wasn't South Nathaniel utterly useless? He snorted and declared, so be it. If Henrik loses Diong again, I'll have his head. Pedro solemnly nodded. In Pedro's view, South Nathaniel's decision to send Henrik was not wrong, even fortuitous. Because of Brayden's bizarre equipment, his current army was invincible on the battlefield, unmatched by any opponent. Even if Curtis excelled in strategy, he couldn't match absolute power, unless Curtis used manpower to win. But was that possible? South Nathaniel and Kenny were merely allies. Expecting them to mobilize tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of troops to surround Brayden was unrealistic. By the time they captured Brayden, Southern Qi or Kenny might have taken over their capitals. Henrik excelled in accomplishing steady tasks with minimal resources. His role in defense left nothing for even Pedro to criticize. It was just that Kenny was too upset, thinking a small figure like Brayden shouldn't have caused such disruption, fueling his discontent. Pedro shook his head, feeling that Kinney was increasingly losing patience. Perhaps Kinney had never changed. He had always lacked composure, becoming crown prince and poisoning the hider and his half-brother. What kind of composed person does that make him? Speaking of other matters. Upon receiving Kinney's response, Southern Chi was equally infuriated. Good heavens, they sent people over to help, and to make things more secure, they even dispatched Iron Cavalry, which are their elite troops of Southern Chi. To be blunt, the entire Southern Chi's Iron Cavalry barely numbered around 10,000, and they sent half of it in one go. Now they want some compensation, but Kinney's idea is to let them deal with Braden first. Can you imagine how furious Southern Chi must be? The Zhou of Southern Chi immediately declared, dispatch envoys right away. Send them to the capital of Northern Wei at once. I want to see if their hider remains so calm after knowing Kinney's plan. We will then invade Northern Wei with a large army. If we don't vent this anger, I won't be able to stand it. As soon as the hider spoke, a group immediately protested. Your Majesty, Kinney must not fall. Without Kinney, where would we get our war horses? Yes, Your Majesty. Although Kinney has been somewhat despicable, he has indeed smuggled quite a few war horses and iron mines to us over the years. Your Majesty, please reconsider. The hider raised his hand, panting, and said, that was 50,000 iron cavalry. What does 50,000 iron cavalry mean? In terms of silver, it amounts to no less than 10 million taels. To put it this way, the entire annual tax revenue of Southern Chi is just over 30 million taels of silver. Losing a third of a year's tax revenue in one go is something no hider can endure. Their prime minister quickly spoke up. Your Majesty, please remain calm. Kinney of Northern Wei has not officially rebelled yet, and Northern Wei is not in great turmoil. According to your plan, it is feasible, but the feasibility is low. From what I know, the Addison of Northern Wei is not very stable now. Her ministers are vying for power with her. If Kinney's situation becomes public, I'm worried that the Northern Wei hider might directly become Kinney. At that point, forget about compensation. The promises made by Kinney might not count either. So, we must come up with an alternative. Chapter 119. Southern Chi concedes. The Sherman fell silent. He looked at the Jose. The Jose slowly spoke up. Your Majesty, we must consider this carefully. Sebastian has been resisting our great Chi in the south all along. He knows us very well. To put it bluntly, even if we say he is planning a rebellion, the Zhou of Northern Wei wouldn't dare to act recklessly, and might even pretend not to know. This would make Sebastian more vigilant against us. In the end, it might lead to chaos in Northern Wei, during which he could send troops to hinder us. It's just not worth it. The Sherman pondered for a moment. Indeed, that's something the Sebastian would do. From the beginning of their cooperation, he had people investigate the Sebastian. The man was petty and notoriously difficult to deal with. If he really offends the Sebastian now, when they try to take a bite out of Northern Wei, the prince will definitely obstruct them. And they still need the Sebastian to smuggle refined iron and horses. They cannot afford to offend him yet. The Sherman took a deep breath. Are we just going to let this go? The Jose shook his head. The intentions of the Sebastian are clear now. Your Majesty, my suggestion is that we immediately send envoys to the capital of Northern Wei. Our sole purpose should be to help stabilize the Northern Wei court. At least, if the Sebastian wants to rebel, he will face greater resistance. On the other hand, we must cause trouble for Braden. Only by his death can we reclaim this money. Our best opportunity comes when the Sebastian falls out with the Northern Wei Zhou. If they fight fiercely, taking advantage of the ensuing chaos in Northern Wei, we can seize the opportunity. Zaxoning to the Jose, the Sherman clenched his fists. He knew he couldn't swallow this insult, but after careful consideration of the situation in Northern Wei, he realized the Jose's analysis was correct. Sebastian enjoys high prestige and holds significant power, plus he excels at feigning innocence. Even if the prince is plotting rebellion, whether or not the Northern Wei Zhou believes it is one thing. What methods does she have to sanction the prince? On the contrary, offending the Sebastian prematurely would make it harder for them to continue obtaining refined iron and horses. Thinking of this, the Sherman finally nodded. So, according to your suggestion, how should we create trouble for Braden? The Jose sighed in relief and explained quickly. Braden is currently recapturing the southern territories of Northern Wei. Feng Zhou and others have already been reclaimed, leaving only Dasheng. General Henrik guards Dasheng, and capturing him will be challenging. Of course, we will send troops, but who we send deserves careful consideration. I've heard Braden commands the forces of fire control and heavenly punishment, and hasn't lost any external battles, so we must strike when he is vulnerable. The troops we dispatch must be highly agile. The Sherman understood and said, should we send Flash? Flash is one of Southern Chi's renowned generals, skilled in surprise attacks, having once led an army to win a battle after traveling 800 miles in a day. The Jose shook his head slightly. The choice of general isn't as crucial as the use of light cavalry. This time, we can only send light cavalry. There are many types of cavalry at present. Zacked cavalry generally do not wear armor on either horse or rider, prioritizing mobility, primarily using bows for attacks. Regular cavalry wears armor for the ridges, but not for the horses. Iron cavalry, like the 5,000 men Braden eliminated, have both ridges and horses armored, though not heavily. Then there is heavy cavalry. Heavy cavalry isn't fast, lacking most of the cavalry's agility. But both the ridges and horses are fully clad in heavy armor, providing maximum defense, moving faster than infantry, with higher mobility and stronger defenses and offensive capabilities. Truly the best overall attributes. Overall, heavy cavalry is the strongest on the battlefield. However, the Jose suggested sending light cavalry. The Sherman quickly made up his mind. Then let's send the Wolf Cavalry. The Wolf Cavalry don't ride wolves. It's the title given to one of Southern Chi's light cavalry units, symbolizing their aggressive nature. The Jose nodded approvingly, thinking it was a good idea. Thus, Southern Chi finalized their plan. On one side, they would send spies to the capital of Northern Wei under the pretense of supporting the Northern Wei Zhou. Those sent must be exceptionally intelligent and cunning, with certain skills. But Southern Chi certainly had such individuals. On the other side, they They would dispatch 10,000 light cavalry to challenge Braden. They would not directly engage Braden in battle, but would constantly observe from the sidelines, much like lions hunting an elephant. They wouldn't charge out immediately. Instead, they would circle around. When you show signs of fatigue, the lions will swarm all at once. De Jong, below the city walls. Braden, leading 600,000 troops, smiled and looked up at the city wall. Henrik no longer concealed his identity and stood on the city wall, staring intently at Braden. Vincent, how have you been? Braden smiled, then shook his head. Unfortunately, I don't have many capable people under me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had the chance to return to De Jong. Henrik took a deep breath. Braden, tell me, how did you guess that I would come back to De Jong? Braden grinned proudly. Because you knew I was going to organize the connection between Southern Qi and De Wei certain individuals. You would certainly send someone to report. But the biggest issue lies here. To confirm my location, you must conduct some probing. Ultimately, the result of your probing is that you would need to lose at least 10,000 men to find out where I am. By that time, there would be only 30,000 men left in the city, and you would still need to dispatch forces to break through. I know my ridges well, and you understand your capabilities. You can break through, but you cannot guarantee that it isn't a trap. If I ambush everyone at the North Gate, would you dare to break through from the North Gate? I could leave you and all your men behind. At this point, Henrik also sighed. Indeed, Braden was completely right. Even when he knew there was an ambush at the North Gate in Zelene, he didn't dare risk sending all his troops there, fearing that Braden's main force was stationed at the North Gate. If a small ambush turned into a large one, not only Zelene but even Henrik himself would suffer losses. He excelled in defending cities and tended to make conservative choices. Now, Braden continued. So I concluded you wouldn't dare to send everyone to the North Gate. But you still needed to send the message north. How would you do it? The best way is to feign an attack while making a real move. Directly sending people to the North Gate would be suicidal, but you could pretend to break through towards De Jong and let the rest try to escape through the North Gate. This way, the chances of successfully breaking through the North Gate are maximized. Chapter 120. Do you think this is normal? Henrik laughed. He knew that Braden had him all figured out, but he couldn't accept it. Having fought so many battles, he was still an old general. How could he be manipulated by a young man like this? Could he just let it go? Then Henrik spoke up immediately. So how did you determine for sure that I would abandon Zelene? What if I pretended to escape but actually drew attention away from me, only to return to Zelene in the end? What then? Braden narrowed his eyes. If you pretend to escape, you will eventually really escape. Because I have men stationed at all 4 city gates. As long as you move, even if it's just a pretense, my men will enter the city first and gain control. If this were Southern Nathaniel's territory, you wouldn't have given it up so easily, but the problem is that this is the southern border of Great Wei. More importantly, my previous actions weren't meaningless either. In other words, you don't have the people's support. You can't guarantee whether my men entering the city will hide within it. Because deep down, you know the hearts of Zelene's civilians aren't with you. Even if you returned, you wouldn't be able to clear out all of Great Wei's ridges. By the time I come back, this hidden move might make you lose Zelene. You can't take any risks, which is why your choice from beginning to end has only been one thing, to completely give up on Zelene City. As soon as these words came out, Henrik froze. He remembered that at the start, Braden had spread propaganda across Fengqing, saying the commander defending Zelene was him, Henrik. And many people wanting a safe life fled to Zelene, because Henrik's reputation made them believe that as long as he was there, Zelene would be as steady as Mount Tai. At first, Henrik thought Braden's actions were foolish. He even opened the doors to welcome these people since they could be used as cannon fodder or even as ridges. However, before he had time to tame these people, they started spreading Braden's policies within the city. Thus, the citizens of Zelene could not unite around Henrik. In other words, once Henrik fell into fatigue, these civilians would find it none of their business. Though his past battle records were indeed glorious, those were within Great Nathaniel, where the people supported their government. With insufficient manpower, the people of Great Nathaniel would wear armor to help. Even when some places were lost, the people would charge up, dragging the enemies down from the city walls. His impressive record didn't come from him being powerful, but because he had the support of the people. But here, the people of Zelene didn't support him. Did he dare defend Zelene? He did not dare. So as Braden predicted, he abandoned Zelene, heaving a sigh now. If this were Great Nathaniel's territory, Zelene would never fall into your hands. Braden laughed heartily. It looks like you also understand that this isn't Southern Nathaniel's territory. You are well aware that this is Northern Wei. As you said, you don't care about the people here, so you can't trust them or believe they would help you fend off our Great Wei ridges from taking over Zelene. Because you don't trust them, you ran to Deziyang. But similarly, Deziyang is also within the borders of Great Wei. Do you really feel secure? This was Braden attacking psychologically. Henrik replied calmly. Just attack as you please. Mere words won't change anything. Braden smiled slightly. Are you not very nervous? Henrik was taken aback and squinted his eyes. Standing under the city wall, Braden looked directly at Henrik. I can see it. You're not nervous, maybe even relaxed? When you were in Zelene, you dared not face me and only hid in the city lord's residence. You worried everyone would know the defender of Zelene was you, Henrik. But in Deziyang, you don't mind anymore. Henrik scoffed. When I escaped from Zelene using the Nathaniel flag, everyone knew I was heading to Deziyang. What's the point of hiding now? Braden shook his head. No. You clearly knew that as long as you didn't show yourself, we wouldn't be able to confirm who you were, even with the Nathaniel flag. But you still showed up, which means you have another agenda. Braden raised his hand and issued orders. Everyone, retreat 10 miles and set up camp. Dispatch all scouts. I want to know what happened in Deziyang beforehand. The army immediately retreated. On the city wall, Henrik squinted his eyes. Just a glance gave him a sense of shock. All actions of Braden's army were carried out in perfect order. An average army could never achieve such precision. let alone retreating 10 miles while maintaining square formations. This army was beyond shocking, truly resembling celestial troops. With such a formidable army, winning battles would be effortless even without divine punishment or earthly fire. Henrik sighed, and then turned back to write a letter, requesting the hider of Southern Nathaniel to dispatch Curtis. He felt that Braden must die. Otherwise, their plot against Great Wei would never succeed. At the camp, Braden summoned the troops. Junior rushed in from outside. Shepherd, we have found out. Dezhou previously dispatched about 20,000 men, and their whereabouts are now unknown. Hearing this, Braden heaved a sigh of relief. This old villain deliberately showed up to delay us in Dezhou. I was right after all. Junior was puzzled. Shepherd, what do you mean by that? Wouldn't Henrik's explanation make sense as well? Henrik had already revealed the Nathaniel flag. Showing up now seemed quite normal. Wouldn't he, as the main general, have to remain hidden? But Braden shook his head. It makes sense? You're wrong. It doesn't make sense at all. Who is Henrik? One of the two major generals of Southern Nathaniel, Curtis, the brilliant general, and Henrik, the defensive general. Even in Great Wei, their names are known. Henrik has never lost a city while defending one. But now, Zelene has fallen into our hands. Even if he abandoned it, shouldn't this still count as our achievement? If news spreads that Henrik has lost a city, how much of a blow would it be to the morale of Southern Nathaniel's ridges? Don't you understand? If I were Henrik and I had lost Zelene, I would go into hiding deeper, perhaps even find a general surnamed Nathaniel to take the blame, telling everyone that this was his flag and losing the city had nothing to do with me. Because I need to be responsible for all the ridges of Southern Nathaniel. I can't have any blemishes on my record so that they can continue to trust me. But now, not only has he shown up, but he also spoke to me and didn't deny being Henrik himself. Do you think this is normal? Braden sneered coldly, pointing at Dezhou on the map. Chapter 121. Tripartite Relations. Previously in Zelene, no matter how we argued, we said the commander of Zelene was Henrik. Did we have any evidence? Did Henrik ever show up? But now in Deyang, despite having a better choice, Henrik did appear. Do you think this is normal? If you still don't get it, let me put it another way. In Deyang, if Henrik hadn't shown up, even if he made some mistakes, he could still blame others and personally reappear to regain control. The most feared by defenders is being breached, because that's when they panic, subconsciously thinking the city is lost, then wanting to escape. If Henrik had appeared at that moment, he could have immediately boosted morale and retaken the city, even driving enemies back out after they breached the walls. But now, Henrik shows up without any advantage. As an experienced general, do you still think his actions are normal? At these words, Junior was speechless. He couldn't help but ask, Shepherder, how did you come up with this? Braden rolled his eyes. I thought of this possibility when I surrounded Zelene and Henrik didn't dare to show up. If we were attacking Zelene, I would have warned you all. Unless Henrik was killed, there should be no slackness. But later I went to Yunshan, and there was no plan for a direct assault on Zelene, so I didn't need to tell you those reminders. Now in Deyang, Henrik actually showed up voluntarily. Haven't you figured it out yet? Hearing Braden's words, everyone gasped. No. Is Braden really thinking so much during battles? At this moment, Junior was thoroughly convinced. Braden also sighed. Now we're in trouble. Do we attack Deyang or not? If we do, it will inevitably be a hard assault. And we can't go all out since there are still 20,000 Southern Nathaniel forces outside. Once we weaken, they'll counterattack instantly. If we don't attack, our southern border will always lack this city, which means we haven't fully completed Bo's task. Junior immediately spoke. Shepherder. Of course we attack. Are we afraid of them? That Henrik abandoned Zelene. He isn't that formidable. Braden opened his mouth but couldn't find the right words. The loss of Zelene was part of Braden's calculation, even planned meticulously. But regarding Deyang, to put it bluntly, the current Sebastian wouldn't care about Henrik anymore, nor the situation here. He can only choose to trust Henrik himself, because the Sebastian has suffered losses at his hands, and will naturally be wary of him. He understands that if Braden could easily defeat Henrik, there would be no need to go to Yunshan. Thus, the Sebastian would pretend this battlefield doesn't exist. And what about Southern Qi? He killed 5,000 of their cavalry, with losses estimated in millions. Southern Qi wouldn't dare attack rashly, especially not helping the Sebastian or Southern Nathaniel, as they too fear Braden's potential to exploit weaknesses and scheme against Southern Qi. With the Sebastian and Southern Qi inactive, he could only stalemate with Henrik. A hard assault would mean unacceptable losses. Of course, he couldn't tell Junior these thoughts. He waved his hand and ordered, find out the whereabouts of those 20,000 troops first. Deal with Deyang after that. Upon hearing this, Junior nodded and took the order. Though slightly disappointed, he went to execute it. Meanwhile, Braden rubbed his chin, pondering deeply. For 2 days, the entire Wei army remained silent. But soon, news stunned Braden. You mean you didn't find the 20,000 Southern Nathaniel troops, but found Southern Qi's wolf cavalry instead? Junior nodded with a bitter smile. They wouldn't dare fight us, let alone confront us face to face. They fled whenever we approached and returned around Deyang once we left. Wolf cavalry in Southern Qi is renowned for swift attacks. They're ruthless and excel in raids. I'm worried they might strike once our assault on Deyang fails. Braden closed his eyes, pondering carefully. This makes no sense. Why would Southern Qi ignore Boyd and target us? Do they collaborate with Boyd so tightly? Junior, send someone back and find people from Kyoto for more information. Junior nodded. Though confused by Braden's thoughts, he simply followed orders. When he returned with the information, Braden was stunned. There was no news from Kyoto. In other words, Southern Qi had not publicized Kenny's rebellion widely. What was Southern Qi's intention? After losing 5,000 men, could they be so magnanimous? It doesn't make sense. Am I not worth more than 10 million taels of silver? They don't ask Kenny for money but come to me instead. What does this mean? Kenny is clearly worth more. As Braden spoke, he suddenly realized something. He widened his eyes and angrily slammed his hand on the table. I get it. Kenny, You dog. You must want Southern Qi to eliminate me before you agree to compensate them. If I die, let alone not taking Deyang, even Zelene, Fengqing, Rao City, and Zishan Pass might be recaptured by Southern Nathaniel. What a scoundrel. This Kinney is really a dog. The more Braden said, the angrier he became. While it was true that he had outmaneuvered Kinney and Southern Qi, his main hope was to make them enemies. But clearly, Kinney made this decision very quickly, and even more strangely, Southern Qi agreed. There must be some hidden benefit exchange involved. Why did Southern Qi agree? They and Kinney aren't bold enough to turn against each other. What's the root cause? Braden couldn't figure it out. He wasn't omniscient, and his informants hadn't uncovered such deep details. Especially in this border region, where Southern Qi and Kinney have been fighting for years, it was already shocking enough to learn they were allies. To know the specifics of their mutual benefits was beyond Braden's ability to guess. He returned to the map. The southern border, Kinney, Southern Qi, and Southern Nathaniel. The boundaries of these four regions were highlighted by Braden. He stared at the map, muttering to himself. In recent years, there has been no war between the southern border and Kinney, which should be due to an agreement between Southern Nathaniel and Kinney. Southern Qi and Kinney have fought wars, though not large-scale ones. However, small conflicts can't be concealed. How could they form an alliance? What exactly is the relationship among them? Chapter 122, A Prudent Move. Junior looked at Braden, who seemed to be possessed by a demon, and couldn't help but remind him. Shepherder, we only need to capture Deyang. Braden shook his head repeatedly and chuckled bitterly when he heard this. Your thinking is too simplistic. Riker, Southern Qi, and Southern Nathaniel are allies. Now that most of the southern region has been taken, only Deyang remains, and it appears we can easily capture it. But do you know where the biggest problem lies? Junior shook his head. Braden soon spoke up. I thought I had outsmarted Riker and Southern Qi. This way, Deyang would have no one to help them. Riker needs Deyang, and this point has been mentioned before. Zizak and Deyang are closely related to Riker's interests. But there's a rift between Southern Qi and Riker. According to my plan, they wouldn't have the chance to assist Deyang. But what about now? The relationship between Southern Qi and Riker hasn't deteriorated. Whether I capture Deyang or not doesn't matter much. Because Braden didn't finish, only making 2 marks on the map. Junior took a glance and instantly gasped. Shepherder, you mean both Southern Qi and Southern Nathaniel will send troops? Braden added another mark with a serious expression. Junior's hair stood on end. Riker will cut off our retreat? Braden closed his eyes and nodded slightly. Yes. Riker doesn't need to fight us. He just needs to send people to take over Rao City and form a defensive line. As long as he blocks our return to Guan'ai, we won't be able to get in. Although I am the Grand General, don't forget what kind of reputation Riker has in Wei. If it really comes to that, we will be isolated, surrounded on 3 sides. Junior was startled. At this moment, Hanley frowned. Shepherder, this isn't right. We haven't captured Deyang yet. They could still do this, meaning we wouldn't be able to escape either. Braden rolled his eyes. Are you an idiot? Because we haven't captured Deyang, ensuring that Southern Nathaniel and Riker's interests haven't been completely severed. If we capture Deyang, cutting off Riker and Southern Nathaniel's interests, they will go to any lengths to re-establish their connection here. They aren't sending troops because Riker's plans aren't complete. Otherwise, do you think Riker would let me trap 20,000 of his troops without a word? Hanley understood. Capturing Deyang means severing their mutual interests, plus offending Southern Qi. The 3 parties will all send troops to eliminate us. Not capturing Deyang means Riker is still planning, maintaining appearances, so he won't make a move. Shepherder, we shouldn't attack this Deyang city. Hanley had listened for so long and reached this conclusion. Even Junior couldn't stand it anymore. This time we came for the southern region, and only Deyang remains. How can we not attack? Shepherder's intention is to let their alliance collapse first, then capturing the entire southern region won't be a problem. Braden nodded. The biggest trouble lies here. I thought that after the Yun Mountain battle, killing 50,000 cavalry from Southern Qi and trapping 20,000 troops from Riker suffered losses and couldn't compensate Southern Qi. Southern Qi wouldn't let it go easily and would spread the news of Riker's plot against Wei far and wide. As a result, the alliance between Riker and Southern Qi would break, and Southern Qi wouldn't let Riker meddle in the southern region's affairs. Because Southern Qi believes Riker exchanges benefits with Southern Nathaniel. If Southern Qi's interests are harmed, why should Riker maintain the exchange? He will inevitably help hold back Riker for us. As Braden finished speaking, both Hanley and Junior realized the gravity of the situation. Now they knew the true situation. The reality is that Southern Qi swallowed its pride and remained inactive, indicating a secret agreement between Southern Qi and Riker. If they truly captured Deyang, the alliances wouldn't dissolve, and they would face the forces of all 3 parties. Everyone gasped at this thought. Shepherder, what should we do next? All eyes turned to Braden. Braden furrowed his brows, studying the map for a long time before shaking his head. I'm clueless. It seems we must first uncover the root of their benefit exchange. Identify the source and tackle it from there. Cut off their interest exchange channel to end their alliance. But the problem is, we don't know exactly what kind of interest relationship exists between the 3 parties. This was the reason for Braden's headache. Now even Junior and the others were beginning to feel the pressure. They realized they were facing a much more complicated situation, not just the question of whether to attack Deyang or not. Seeing the worried looks on Junior and Hanley's faces, Braden actually smiled. All right, we've turned misfortune into fortune. If it weren't for Henrik showing up, we wouldn't have known he dispatched 20,000 troops. If it weren't for locating those 20,000 troops, we wouldn't have known about the Wolf Cavalry, and we wouldn't have known that Southern Qi and Riker haven't fully broken ties. At least we didn't rashly capture Deyang. We still have a way out. It's just going to be more troublesome. Junior shook his head. Shepherder, this is due to my incompetence. I'll send someone to investigate immediately. I can't believe that Riker could have such significant dealings with him without a single hint getting out. Hanley also nodded. Their most prudent course of action was indeed to gather more information. And this investigation took another month. When the news spread, everyone was stunned. Wasn't Braden here to reclaim the southern region? In a month, he hadn't made any moves at all. The Dewey court was in an uproar. The southern Qi court was also confused. Only their chancellor had a gleam in his eyes. At this moment, the southern Nathaniel court was in chaos, because Henrik requested Curtis to join him in dealing with Braden. The Hider didn't want to agree. But when Curtis saw Henrik's letter, he immediately wanted to go to war. The Hider sighed. Riker hasn't made a move yet. The current Dewey isn't completely in turmoil. What if we miss our opportunity if you leave now? Curtis fell silent. Indeed, Riker and Dewey haven't fully broken ties. This posed a question. All three forces were pointing fingers at Riker. At this moment, only Southern Qi's chancellor knew how dire Braden's situation was, and how prudent his lack of action truly was. Chapter 123. Rejected again. The city of Deyong. Henrik sat on the city wall, his face dark and grim. He had received a reply. Curtis would not be coming over. Pity. Braden is such a demonically talented individual. Now that he has penetrated deep alone, the Sebastian, Southern Qi, and Southern Nathaniel are all his enemies. If we fail to slay him beneath the walls of Deyong, when the Great Wei eventually seizes the world, it will surely owe much to him. Some of his subordinates were somewhat displeased. General, don't you think you're inflating their morale while undermining our own? Braden's firearms are indeed powerful, but so what? Isn't he also unable to capture the city of Deyong? When we were in Zizak, he didn't launch an all-out attack either. Wasn't it because he feared your reputation, General? Henrik shook his head. You can't speak thus. Haven't you understood? In Zizak, he chose not to launch a direct assault because he had better options. Even seemingly idle moves had significant utility. Now, the reason he doesn't dare attack Deyong is clear. If Deyong falls, his army will pose a direct threat to Southern Qi, who wouldn't sit idly by. And with our alliance with the Sebastian, losing Deyong would render our pact meaningless. In this scenario, choosing not to attack Deyong is actually the right decision. But now that Curtis isn't coming over, I fear Braden still has some other plans. His refusal to attack Deyong suggests he's already grasped the current situation. Once he does decide to attack Deyong, it means he already has a way to break through. By the time he finished speaking, his subordinates were drenched in sweat. Such an analysis made it clear that Braden was indeed a demonically talented figure. He possessed the ability to see the bigger picture, proving that he was no ordinary commander, but rather one with the air of a distinguished general. Just then, the sound of bugles rang out, and cells of the Great Wei began advancing slowly toward Deyong. Henrik immediately frowned. With our 10,000 roaming troops still outside, he dares to attack Deyong? Before Henrik could understand the reasoning, Braden had already arrived at the foot of the city. Looking up, Braden met Henrik's gaze, a faint smile on his face. Henrik took a deep breath. What do you intend? Braden spoke calmly. To take Deyong, reclaim the southern territory, only then will the Great Wei be at peace. Henrik froze. You know full well that Deyong will never fall into your hands, even if you manage to capture it temporarily. Even if you break the blockade set by the Sebastian, have you not considered that the present-day Great Wei cannot withstand the joint attacks of Southern Qi and Southern Nathaniel? I admit your heaven's punishment and earth's fire are formidable, but do you have enough troops? His words clearly exposed Braden's predicament. Unmoved, Braden stared coldly at Henrik. So what? I will still capture Deyong whether or not we can hold it. It's a matter for me to handle. But reclaiming the southern territory is an imperial command. Upon hearing this, Henrik sighed. Then issue the order. This old man will await your arrival on the battlements. Braden shook his head. Not yet. We waited this long precisely to investigate where those 10,000 ridges went. Our purpose has been achieved. I assumed you hid them around Fengqing or Raicheng, just waiting for the right moment to ambush me from behind, as well as to seize Fengqing and others. That's why my men searched night and day for a whole month, practically turning every inch of the southern territory upside down, yet still found nothing. They were simply not there. The sustenance of 10,000 people leaves no trace. They are in southern Nathaniel. You dispatched them back home to delay me. Though I do not know your true intention, I am certain they won't enter the southern territory easily until receiving certain messages. Henrik's breathing paused. He hadn't anticipated that Braden would guess the whereabouts of those 10,000 ridges, nor that Braden would deduce his arrangement. Without confirming the location of these troops, Braden could never be at ease attacking Deyong. Any slight delay, and Braden would face the combined attacks of Curtis and Henrik. However, the court rejected Curtis's plan to aid Deyong, frustrating Henrik's scheme. Yet, he still couldn't fathom how Braden could have confidence in capturing Deyong. Braden remained unperturbed. Now surrounded by enemies. Not counting the 10,000 troops still in southern Nathaniel, there were 7 or 8 10,000 men inside Deyong itself. Plus, Southern Qi had 10,000 wolf cavalry lurking nearby, watching closely. He needed to consider carefully how to proceed. The Zhou of Southern Qi received a letter from Braden. Puzzled, he wondered why Braden, with whom he had never interacted, would write to him. Having someone unroll the letter, he soon froze in place. In the letter, Braden merely stated a fact. The territories of Southern Nathaniel, Southern Qi, and Great Wei bordered each other. Though Braden could understand Sebastian's betrayal of Great Wei, he couldn't fathom why Southern Qi was involved. The reason was that among the three powers, Southern Qi was the weakest and poorest. If Sebastian's plot against Great Wei succeeded, there would be a significant issue. Would Southern Qi still have any reason to exist at that time? After reading the letter, the Zhou of Southern Qi immediately began to sweat profusely. In the letter, Braden invited him to join in attacking Deyong City. If they captured Deyong, then Southern Nathaniel and Sebastian would no longer have mutual interests, forcing Sebastian to rely solely on Southern Qi. Wouldn't it be better for everyone to compete based on their own merits at that point? The Zhou immediately summoned the Prime Minister after finishing the letter. He handed the letter to the Prime Minister, who also sighed deeply after reading it. This Braden is indeed clever. He wants to attack Diang by breaking our tripartite alliance. If he used cunning tactics to subdue us, it would only increase our resentment. He persuades us this way. Even an old minister like me finds it tempting because his analysis is true. But Braden wiped out our 10,000 iron cavalry. Sebastian said that we can only get compensation by killing Braden. That's one thing. Braden wanting to attack Diang is his business. Our participation would only benefit us if Braden successfully takes Diang. Otherwise, it might lead to heavy losses. That's the second thing. The hider frowned. So it was something they, Southern Chi, couldn't possibly agree to. Why did Braden send this letter then? Old Jose, please speak frankly. What's the purpose of Braden sending this letter? The Prime Minister soon spoke up. He hopes we will withdraw our troops. The Wolf Cavalry is watching closely, making Braden uneasy. Hearing this, the hider suddenly understood. He asked, but if we withdraw, how can we kill Braden and claim compensation from Sebastian? The Emetritron nodded. That's what Braden doesn't know. So we can refuse him. Chapter 124, An Open Scheme. Very soon, Braden received a reply. Hanley, after reading the letter, burst into fury. Those people from Southern Chi, do they have no sense of propriety at all? They won't even agree to withdraw their troops. Do they really want to watch as Kenny takes over the entire Great Wei? Braden chuckled softly. Whether they agree or not, we've already achieved our goal. Hanley was dumbfounded for a moment. What did one letter accomplish? It didn't bring him any troops, nor did it contain any strategic arrangements. Soon enough, Braden began to speak. They read the letter and rejected our proposal, but that's not the most important part. The most important thing is that we planted an idea in their minds, one they can't stop thinking about. That idea is this. Among the three forces, Southern Chi is the weakest. Hanley first paused, then suddenly came to a realization. In that case, whenever there's an opportunity for profit, Southern Chi won't sit idly by while Southern Nathaniel and Kenny reap the benefits. Braden nodded in agreement. Our army can conquer all because of our muskets and cannons. After entering South Jing, the first thing we did was establish our own armory. Now, it's time to let this location be known. Braden had armories before, but they were always kept extremely secret. Ordinary people couldn't even hope to gain information about them without risking their lives. Now, Braden planned to reveal the location of the armory intentionally. Hearing this, Hanley was stunned again. Shepherder, you mean to use the armory as bait to incite the three forces to attack? But what if they all attack together? What will we do then? Braden chuckled once more. He took out a gun, unloaded all the gunpowder, and asked, without gunpowder, would these muskets be of any use? Bewildered, Hanley shook his head. Braden continued, do you think they can get the formula for making gunpowder? To make the gunpowder, Braden employed blind and deaf workers who worked in dark, cold conditions. Forget getting the formula, even the families of these workers were under control. Just like mentioned earlier, anyone trying to obtain information about the armory would immediately be blinded and their tongues cut off, then trained to prepare the gunpowder. Even if they wanted to leak information, they couldn't. In this situation, they couldn't obtain the gunpowder. Smiling, Braden went on, using a pile of useless muskets to break their alliance, and once we defeat them, the muskets will return to us. Why not? Hanley fell silent upon hearing this. He now worried that if the three forces weren't tempted and refused to attack, what would happen? As for the location of the armory, Braden chose Fengqing. Indeed, he deliberately leaked that the armory was located in Fengqing. Immediately, all three forces received the news. Kenny was the most agitated. An armory? Where do Braden's iron pipes come from? The Thunderbolt and Earthfire weapons are also made there? Pedro nodded. He could confirm the information was accurate. Kenny still didn't believe it and asked, could it be some kind of trap? Pedro shook his head. My men have sent 6 groups to verify this. Only 2 groups returned. These 2 groups could only return because Braden allowed them to. Kenny frowned and asked, are those 2 groups reliable? Pedro nodded. There were no anomalies with them. Moreover, they were all dead loyalists. The loss of 4 out of 6 groups is proof enough that this place is Braden's core area. The reports from the 2 returning groups are clear. Whether it's the scale of the armory or the entry and exit times, everything matches up. In short, it's where the Thunderbolt and Earthfire weapons are manufactured. Finally convinced, Kenny immediately gave orders. Send troops to attack Fengqing right now. No. Don't attack Fengqing. Write a petition stating that a group of Southern Nathaniel people plan to capture Fengqing, and we're sending troops to support. We absolutely can't let these Southern Nathaniel people interfere with General attacking Diang. With that said, Kenny laughed heartily. Pedro joined in the laughter, enjoying the hypocritical face of Kenny. Around the same time, the Joes of Southern Nathaniel and Southern Chi also received the news. The Joe of Southern Nathaniel dispatched Curtis without hesitation. The reason was simple. Muskets and cannons were too powerful. How many people does Braden have? With muskets and cannons, there are basically no one who can engage them in open battle on land. The most obvious examples include Isaiah and Apollo. Even Emetritron died at the hands of Braden, didn't he? The Joe of Southern Nathaniel was determined to get it. However, things were a bit strange on the Southern Chi side. This is an open scheme. The Prime Minister clenched his teeth as he looked at the hider seated on the dragon throne. The hider was somewhat confused. What do you mean? The Prime Minister sighed. In ancient texts, there is a story of 2 peaches killing 3 heroes, and Braden's move is almost the same meaning. He knows that we cannot resist the Thunderbolt and Earthfire. Whether it's Kenny or Southern Nathaniel, both are eager to obtain Thunderbolt and Earthfire to strengthen their own power. But once they go over, Your Majesty, there's a question. Will Kenny stand by while our 2 countries obtain the Thunderbolt and Earthfire? The hider felt displeased. Can't we all 3 share? The Prime Minister raised his eyes and asked another question. Your Majesty, do you think Southern Chi has any room for negotiation with them? The hider fell silent. Because Southern Chi was the weakest. You might say they were wealthy. Their agricultural system was very developed, so much so that farmers could harvest large amounts of grain and fruit without much effort. But if you say they were strong, their ridges couldn't fight much. Even their so-called cavalry was built by spending a lot of money from selling grain. They wanted to enhance the country's strength and had to smuggle horses and fine iron from Kinney. That was the crux of the problem. To be blunt, if they wanted to participate, Kinney would make them choose between fine iron and horses or the thunderbolt and earthfire. The hider immediately sighed. If we can't get it even if we go, then don't send anyone. The Prime Minister shook his head. So this is why it's an open scheme. Braden is afraid we won't go, afraid we will back down. Didn't he write us a letter long ago? If Kinney and Southern Nathaniel obtain muskets and cannons, then Southern She will truly have no reason to stay. Chapter 125. Surrender? The power of an open scheme lies in the fact that even though you know exactly what Braden is planning and see the trap in front of you, you have no choice but to jump into it. The hider of Southern She felt extremely humiliated. After careful consideration, he also understood the Prime Minister's words. We must go and send many people because we must get it. The Prime Minister nodded. Whether Sebastian or Southern Nathaniel gets the celestial punishment and earthly fire doesn't matter much. Because as long as Braden holds control over them, Wei does too. They just don't want to be sanctioned by Wei. But if we can't obtain the celestial punishment and earthly fire, our nation will perish. Upon hearing this, the hider of Southern She drew a sharp breath. Now he fully understood. He immediately said, Jose, please make the arrangements. Thus, Southern She also began dispatching troops. The three forces converged on Fengcheng, which was originally a core area of transition between them. Meanwhile, Deyang seemed less significant. When Junior swiftly appeared before Braden, informing him that 10,000 wolf cavalry had vanished, Braden smiled. Now we can attack Deyang without worry. Push out the cannons and bombard. One command, and they started bombarding. Hanley was puzzled. Shepherder, you know Henrik has prepared well? Our cannons might not cause significant damage. Braden chuckled lightly. Don't you understand? We aim to attack Deyang but can't fight head-on. The logic is simple. If we strike hard at Deyang, whether Sebastian, Southern Nathaniel, or Southern She sends troops, they won't be coming for Fengcheng. They'll be targeting us. What use is capturing an armory if, showing any sign of weakness, they choose to capture us instead? If they catch me, wouldn't they then be able to produce whatever firearms or cannons they desire? Hanley suddenly realized. The assault on Deyang was a feint. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, Shepherder, who do you really intend to attack? Braden smiled faintly. Duncan danced his sword, aiming at Abdurrahman. Just wait and see. Once news of my letter to Southern She spreads, Sebastian and Southern Nathaniel will surely turn against Southern She. Our true target isn't Southern She or Sebastian. It's Southern Nathaniel. This twist left Hanley utterly baffled. But Braden showed no sign of urgency. He sent for Junior and let the news about the letter spread. Thus, when the three forces reached Fengcheng, they paused in tacit agreement. As soon as the news broke, frantic correspondence ensued among the three parties. Despite sending their best generals, they had no say in whether to attack Fengcheng. Everything depended on negotiations by the forces behind them. First, Sebastian and Southern Nathaniel agreed and jointly declared that Southern She and Braden were colluding, violating the alliance, and thus should be expelled. Would Southern She accept this? They bluntly stated that Braden wanted them to withdraw, but they refused. The reason for their refusal was that Sebastian had promised compensation only after Braden's death. Now faced with expulsion, they would abandon the pact and ally with Braden instead. Sebastian and Southern Nathaniel couldn't bear this. While Southern She could be expelled, they mustn't ally with Braden. Thus, the three parties entered a stalemate phase. But time wasn't wasted. In the camp of Southern Nathaniel, Curtis looked disdainfully at the city walls of Fengcheng. I truly wonder what Bo is thinking. Fengcheng is nothing, easily taken. I've heard the commander here is Raymond, that coward. I wish to launch an attack right away. He raised his gaze to the city wall, where Raymond visibly trembled. He was indeed terrified. Never did he expect Braden to leave him in Fengcheng. Rushing back to the city hall, he soon met Christian. Raymond hurriedly knelt down. My lord, they've besieged us for days. Especially Southern Nathaniel's troops. They patrol the city daily. I just saw their main general, Curtis. Christian chuckled. So what if it's Curtis? I've never seen anyone match our master. Just watch. Even Curtis is no match for our master. Raymond forced a smile and nodded slightly. Christian sat calmly in his chair until someone rushed in and whispered in his ear. My lord, the signal has been received. Christian suddenly stood up, pointing at Raymond and said, You, go out now. Send someone to surrender. Raymond was taken aback, pointing at his own nose in disbelief. Me? Surrender? Christian smiled slightly and said, Yes, surrender. And surrender to all three armies. Be sincere and tell them you don't want to stay here. You just want to lead your troops away. Raymond was completely stunned. He had wanted to surrender long ago. So without any hesitation, he immediately dispatched envoys to the three camps to offer their surrender. Curtis laughed heartily upon receiving the news and also sent envoys to discuss with the other two forces. Their response was that they did not accept the surrender. They wanted to swallow up both the ridges of Fengcheng and the arsenal. This made Raymond even more panicked, and the next day, he began leading his men to break through the encirclement. Of course, this was also Christian's order. The three forces pretended to drive them away for a while, then watched as Raymond left. Once Raymond was gone, Fengcheng now seemed almost like an empty city in their eyes. The city gates were open, the defending generals were absent, and only some clerks maintaining order remained, trembling with fear and not daring to come out. Immediately, the three forces began dispatching spies into the city and quickly found the arsenal. After securing control of the arsenal, they opened one box after another and immediately saw iron tubes inside. At once, everyone started sealing them up. Without orders from their higher-ups, they dared not act. Meanwhile, the negotiations between the Sebastian, South Nathaniel, and South Chi had yet to conclude. Right at this moment, on that very night, Christian led 2,000 troops out of the city. They headed straight for Curtis's camp. A loud boom startled everyone. Christian had ambushed Curtis. Fire immediately broke out in Curtis's camp. Chapter 126, directed at us. Oh no. It's heavenly punishment and earthly flames. Is it Cornell's forces attacking? Curtis looked flustered. The generals under his command hurried back from their tents, shaking their heads in disarray. It shouldn't be Cornell's forces. There aren't many of them, and we have already retreated to the camps. Curtis shook his head. I've heard from the defeated ridges that these things are less powerful when they encounter sand. Fortunately, we had people dig up sand long ago. Everyone hide. Don't engage them head on. One of the generals was stunned. But what about our supplies, horses and such? Curtis roared angrily. Do your best to protect them. The situation is Braden now. We'll wait until dawn before deciding anything. His subordinates took their orders and immediately sent people to settle down. When dawn broke the next day, they discovered that casualties on their side were heavy. But this wasn't the most critical issue. More importantly, scouts reported that Cornell was already on his way, likely to arrive by afternoon. Fengcheng city gates were tightly shut, with Cornell en route. Encirclement from both sides? That doesn't make sense. Curtis stood there dumbfounded. He waved his hand and said, Go and find out if Kinney's forces and Cornell's troops were attacked. The subordinate immediately sent someone out and soon returned. General, neither Kinney's forces nor Cornell's suffered any unexpected attacks last night. Curtis froze on the spot. His eyes widened, then suddenly contracted. He understood. Everything made sense now. 2 peaches kill 3 scholars. Cornell, this isn't just 2 peaches kill 3 scholars. You're aiming for us, South Nathaniel. Cornell isn't trying to eliminate us through strategy. His goal has always been clear. He wants to attack Daeong. If we get ambushed here and lack the strength to assault Fengcheng, we would need to call back Henrik's forces from Daeong to fight against heavenly punishment and earthly flames. In that case, Daeong City will fall into our enemy's hands. Now, with no orders from the rear, our forces entering Fengcheng are bound to clash. Once we've fought each other to exhaustion, Cornell will send men to retake Fengcheng. What a devious plan, Cornell. Ingenious. The more Curtis spoke, the more despair he felt. His subordinates couldn't help but ask, Shepherd, do we have any countermeasures? Curtis shook his head, laughing bitterly. The most venomous part of this scheme is that we know what he's planning, yet we still fell into it. Now that I know his plan, there's still no way to retreat. How ruthless. He leaves us no room at all. His subordinates became anxious and couldn't help but ask again. What should we do now? Curtis took a deep breath. Let me see the might of heavenly punishment and earthly flames. You go now with letters to Kinney and Cornell's camp. He wrote 2 letters, hoping they would serve some purpose. The main army pressed forward, but Curtis's forces showed no signs of movement. Cornell smiled. They're not planning to run? Hanley couldn't help but ask, Shepherd, shall I give the order to attack? Cornell waved his hand. He doesn't plan to run, so we don't need our previous tactics. Use cannons and muskets to show Kinney and Cornell what they can't resist. Hanley took the order and left. Cannons and muskets were pushed out. The thunderous explosions echoed. Compared to the surprise attack by the 2,000 inside the city, this was the real offensive. Within half an hour, the camp was devastated. The army continued to advance, using muskets to target anyone who appeared, shooting almost instantly. Soon, Cornell and his forces reached the camp. The entire camp was in ruins, with hardly anyone alive. Find where Curtis is. Cornell gave the calm order. Suddenly, a roar came from nearby. Cornell, die, you dog thief. A group emerged from the trenches, wielding knives and slashing wildly. Before the nearby ridges could react, they were cut down. But that was as far as they got. Before this group could regroup, surrounding ridges turned their guns and fired. Bang bang, and the attackers fell. Cornell walked over and narrowed his eyes. It was a trench, dug large enough to accommodate 20 people, covered by a layer of camouflage that had gone unnoticed. And there must be many more such trenches. Everyone, be cautious. Use swords. Afterward, ridges advanced with swords, cutting their way through. At the slightest hint of trouble, they would stab with their knives, and upon hearing screams, they would immediately open fire. Even a fool could sense something was amiss. The remaining people all ran out. Right at this moment, scouts came running over. Shepherd, Kinney's and Cornell's forces are all coming over. Braden paused. They didn't attack the city. They are heading towards us? The scout nodded repeatedly. Braden hesitated for a moment, then raised his hand. Everyone, retreat by the same route? The camp hadn't been cleared yet, and Kinney's and Cornell's forces were already approaching. His side wasn't prepared for battle, and a rash fight would likely bring no benefits. Braden led the troops to retreat cautiously. Soon, the camp was surrounded by Kinney's and Cornell's forces, and the 3 powers eventually converged into one force entering the city. At this point, the entire Fengcheng had been completely occupied. Braden looked at Fengcheng with a grave expression and waved his hand, saying, Release all the captured prisoners. Hanley knew Braden's plan and did not doubt it for a second. As the prisoners were released, news of the war outside Fengcheng spread throughout the southern region. Almost everyone knew what had happened here. Upon receiving the news in Daeong, Henrik's legs went weak, and he sat on the ground. He lifted his head to look at the sky. I understand. He wasn't aiming for 2 peaches kill 3 scholars from the start. From the beginning, he was targeting us. The deserter clenched his teeth and spoke. General Curtis is still alive. When we separated, I saw that his hiding pit wasn't destroyed. Besides, Braden's army hasn't searched there yet. They might have entered the city now. Henrik laughed bitterly. Of course, they've entered the city. Because Kinney and Cornell don't care about them anymore. Without troops, they can't possibly seize heavenly punishment and earthly flames. Now we can only go to Fengcheng. We have to abandon Daeong. The deserter was stunned, looking at Henrik in disbelief. One of the subordinates asked hesitantly, Shepherd, won't Braden's forces intercept us if we do this? Henrik shook his head. They won't. They even hope Fengcheng becomes more chaotic. Speaking of this, Henrik felt an intense anger. Chapter 127, Changing Shepherd Situation. Henrik led his troops away from Daeong. The ridges of Ahmed's Dway stood not far away watching, as if both sides had just completed a handover ceremony. Henrik left reluctantly because he knew that De Jong was now lost and Ahmed would definitely attack Fengqing. When that time came, the entire southern border region would belong to De Wei. But there was nothing he could do. Heaven's punishment and earthfire tugged at the hearts of countless people. Securing these two items was key to controlling the war effort. He didn't dare rest on the journey, rushing with his men all the way to Fengqing. Meanwhile, Ahmed had already led his forces into De Jong. He looked around with a smile. Now the takeover of the entire southern border region has succeeded. Fengqing will be more chaotic. Taj, inform our undercover operatives. Tell them to create disturbances such as ambushing the southern Qi army. Upon hearing this, Taj immediately laughed. He enjoyed this feeling. Even though they were at war, they didn't even have to step onto the battlefield to secure victory from afar. Was this Ahmed's ability? Taj became increasingly convinced. He promptly sent someone to Fengqing. Fengqing. After Gordon's forces and the southern Qi army entered the city, their first action was to surround the military factory. Then Enoch arrived. Although Enoch hadn't been killed, only a few thousand of his troops remained. Trying to contest for the military factory was virtually impossible. Negotiations between the three factions were genuine. However, one must have sufficient power for any meaningful negotiation. In other words, previously, Southern Qi was the weakest nation. Enoch hadn't taken the Southern Qi troops seriously, knowing that in any behind-the-scenes negotiations, Southern Qi wouldn't hold the upper hand. But now, during these negotiations, Southern Qi was indeed still the weakest, but the military factory was right here. Meanwhile, they, Southern Zhou, had become the weakest party with only a few thousand men. If Southern Qi obtained Heaven's punishment and Earthfire, would they need to consider these Southern Zhou ridges' thoughts anymore? Equipping their ridges with Heaven's punishment and Earthfire, Southern Qi could resist for a short while and turn into a formidable force not even Southern Zhou could contend with. This was also why the three factions went all out to come to Fengqing. As for seeking help from Ahmed, that was simply laughable. If they dared go, Ahmed would dare take them into the wilderness and eliminate them directly with Heaven's punishment and Earthfire. At this moment, Enoch sighed with worry. This son of Ahmed cannot be allowed to live. The crucial part is that this is an overt strategy. If we don't join the game, then Ahmed can let the Southern Qi and Gordon fight it out, reaping the benefits afterward. But once we enter the fray, Ahmed targets us because his goal is De Jong City. He must reclaim De Jong to build up the entire southern defensive line for De Wei. Unfortunately, now it's our turn to be at a disadvantage. Ahmed won't miss this opportunity. He will surely inform Henrik, who should be on his way by now. Hearing this, a subordinate heaved a sigh of relief. Once Henrik arrives, they still have a chance to seize Heaven's punishment and Earthfire. But at this moment, Enoch smiled bitterly. Don't think it will be easy. Quite the contrary, the test begins now. The subordinate was stunned. What did the test begins now mean? Enoch explained directly. It's simple. If the city can maintain equilibrium, things might go smoothly when Henrik arrives. Out of respect for Henrik's army, Gordon and Southern Qi won't dare refuse our demands. But if the city loses balance and the conflict escalates, whether between Southern Qi and Gordon or against us, a single spark could turn Fengqing into ruins. Think about it, almost 100,000 ridges gathered in Fengqing, and the cause is just a small workshop. A fight among 10,000 people here would be sheer hell. And do you know what's most terrifying? Neither Gordon nor Southern Qi will let us reap the benefits. They must suspect Henrik is on the way, so they'll target us first in any upcoming conflicts. The subordinate stared wide-eyed at Enoch. He knew the situation was complicated and spiraling beyond control. To put it precisely, it was like 3 people entering a room over a peach. Now the door is locked, and 2 out of the 3 have knives while ours haven't arrived yet. Once fighting starts, those 2 armed parties will certainly take out Enoch's unarmed group first before grabbing the peach. Enoch narrowed his eyes. Just watch, Ahmed will certainly not allow the situation to return to the initial stalemate. He will definitely make Fengqing chaotic. Others might not have this capability, but Ahmed definitely does. Without mentioning anything else, Fengqing was previously under Ahmed's control. Wouldn't it be difficult for him not to prepare in advance? Hearing this, his subordinates all turned pale. One of the subordinates couldn't hold back and spoke up. Shepherder, should we leave the city? Once we join forces with General Wade, we can then plot to seize Heaven's punishment and Earthfire. I think, within a short time, they may not be able to decide who wins. Hearing this, Enoch smiled and nodded. You are right. Then let's leave the city now. The subordinates grinned widely, their mouths unable to close. They began packing up, just wanting to get away from here. But when they turned around, they saw Enoch hadn't moved an inch. The group froze. What was going on? General, weren't we leaving Fengqing? Enoch smiled slightly. Yes, I promised. I'll leave with you now. Amidst the puzzled gazes of his subordinates, Enoch indeed followed them out. At this moment, all 3 factions were staying in the city, between the inner and outer walls. Their actions were quickly noticed by Gordon's and Southern Qi's armies. As they were about to reach the city gate, generals from both sides appeared, leading groups of ridges over. General Enoch, where are you going? Enoch remained calm and replied, I'm leaving the city. The 2 generals' expressions changed instantly. They exchanged glances and then unceremoniously ordered their men to block Enoch's path. Sorry, no one is allowed to leave the city at this time. This created some trouble now. Enoch's subordinates were completely at a loss. General, why won't they let us leave? Enoch chuckled softly. Because as long as we are here, they won't fight. Once we leave, they will definitely start fighting. And they are all waiting for the negotiations from the rear. In other words, they don't want to fight, so they must keep us here. Chapter 128. Accelerate forward. Curtis's subordinates were disheartened. We can't fight, and we're not allowed to leave? What is the reason for this? Curtis, however, remained calm. His belongings had never been packed because he had long anticipated that they wouldn't be able to leave. He returned to his room and calmly explained. Of course, they won't let us leave. If we do, we will definitely seek out Henrik. Therefore, before Henrik arrives, they must settle the matter one way or another. They don't have the authority to negotiate. Behind them are communications between Calvin and the three bigwigs of Southern Qi and Great Nathaniel. We are just generals who need to follow orders without any negotiation opportunity here. Our task is singular. Once a conflict breaks out, we must secure the celestial punishment fire at all costs. Even if we can't get it, we cannot allow them to obtain it. In other words, once fighting starts, it will be a battle to the death, with only the living capable of acquiring the celestial punishment fire. Now, tell me, who would willingly fight? Do you really want to die here? Yes. No one wanted to die. Therefore, the outcome was clear. The three parties preferred to wait for the negotiation results rather than risk a real battle in Fengqing. They also understood clearly another point. Once they truly started fighting, regardless of who won, Braden would certainly not spare the survivors, ultimately benefiting only Braden. Curtis raised both hands. We are like one fist, and Braden is like another. Only by uniting can we stand against Braden. The biggest issue here is that each of our fingers has its own thoughts, whereas Braden follows a single command. So the current situation is precarious. Any misstep means complete failure. Curtis saw through the situation and once had the ability to change it. But now, he only had a few thousand men left. What could he do to alter things? Even a small force requires some strength to make an impact, right? Curtis took a deep breath. Go, summon the two generals here for a talk. Only by persuading them can we peacefully get through this period. His subordinate took a deep breath and hurriedly left. Soon enough, the two generals arrived with their guards. The reason was simple. Curtis's forces were too few, and his power too weak, so they felt secure. The three sat around a table, and Curtis spoke directly. Henrik must be on his way to Fengqing right now. I know your thoughts, waiting for the outcome of the power struggle among the forces backing us, then making choices based on that. But the biggest problem lies here. Braden will not let us pass this time quietly. He will take action within the city, and if we don't unite, chaos will ensue. Do you agree? The three exchanged glances, finding it logical. Subsequently, they reached a basic agreement. Regardless of what incidents occur in Fengqing, they should first investigate thoroughly without any concealment. Afterward, the generals left contentedly. Curtis sighed in relief, calculating in his mind. If I were Braden, how would I make us fight given our temporary truce? Shepherdable disturbances are meaningless, but using a large force would only unify us against him. United as a fist, separate as 5 fingers, how do you plan to make us fight, Braden? Curtis couldn't figure out Braden's strategy. Until, boom. In the middle of the night, a deafening explosion echoed across the city. Half of the Southern Qi camp was reduced to ruins. This was Braden's doing. He had planted gunpowder here long ago. Curtis hastily dressed and appeared on the scene, immediately stunned. With half of Southern Qi flattened, even with his forces added, they couldn't effectively resist Calvin's army. The balance had begun to tilt. Calvin's general, upon seeing this scene, felt his heart race. Curtis's forces had been ambushed, and half of Southern Qi's troops were wiped out. Who in Fengqing now held the greatest chance of securing the celestial punishment fire? It was him. Forget the agreements. Get the general factory. Send everything to Jared. Upon hearing this, the Southern Qi general panicked. With insufficient manpower, should they really start a war? At this moment, Curtis knew he had been manipulated by Braden. He was quite displeased but still walked over to the Southern Qi general. We must join forces and stop them. The Southern Qi general knew he might not be able to hold back Calvin's forces, but did he have any other choice? If he couldn't secure the celestial punishment fire, or worse, let Calvin or Great Nathaniel obtain it, South Qi would face annihilation. He immediately roared and loudly gave orders to his ridges to prepare to block Calvin's army. A fierce battle instantly erupted between the outer and inner city walls. Given that they hadn't come together originally, the chaos of this fight seemed even more overwhelming. Before dawn, shouts of war echoed throughout Fengqing. Curtis also put on his leather armor and personally joined the fray. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind all this, Braden, was on his way back to Fengqing. On the second day, he saw the smoke signals rising from Fengqing. Braden immediately relaxed. Haha, success. These fools really thought I'd give them muskets and cannons for free? A metricsmanship practice. The more intense, the better. In high spirits, Braden slowed down with his troops while pursuing Henrik. Henrik naturally noticed the smoke signal as well. Instantly, a bad feeling surfaced in his heart. The smoke signal meant the war had begun. It wasn't hard to guess. After all, none of the three sides had reinforcements. Smoke signals were meant to convey messages, yet there was no one for them to convey to. They were only for one person, Braden. Someone was telling Braden that Fengqing had already started fighting. What Henrik worried about most was Curtis. Because Curtis only had a few thousand men, securing the celestial punishment fire was practically impossible. Accelerate forward. We must reach Fengqing tonight. Unable to bear it, Henrik ordered full speed ahead, pushing his troops faster toward Fengqing. Time was now crucial, every second a torment for Henrik. He urgently wanted to know what was happening inside Fengqing. Chapter 129 Hell. Dawn. The entire Fengqing was silent. With a creak, someone pushed open the door. This was a local resident of Fengqing. Last night, there had been a full night of intense fighting within the city. He cautiously walked towards the city gate, passing through the archway. Only then did he see the gruesome scene outside. 10,000 people had fought in this confined area. Countless deaths and injuries, bodies strewn everywhere. The ground at the center was unrecognizable in its original color, soaked thoroughly with fresh blood. This resident was startled and immediately returned to his home. One after another, more residents went to witness this horrific scene. All they saw were dead bodies. Someone thought of something and hurriedly walked towards the armory. Only at this moment did they realize that along the way, it was equally soaked in blood, with severed limbs of corpses everywhere. How many people died? Unknown. Dead bodies are everywhere, at least tens of thousands, right? Too terrible. All that blood pooling together. It feels like one could drown in it. Bodies, intestines everywhere. The stench is unbearable. Residents exchanged words here and there. The corpses attracted mosquitoes, dogs, and wild beasts which roamed around everywhere. The city gates opened. Zhang Nathaniel pushed open the gate. Seeing the scene before him, he froze on the spot. After a long while, he regained his senses, tears streaming down his eyes, bellowing angrily. Colton, you deserve death. Tens of thousands died because of Colton, and this battle would surely become the battle that elevated Colton to godhood. No one would want to confront such a devil, for Colton was terrifying indeed. This kind of battlefield was a nightmare for countless ridges. Someone, go check the city, see how many are left. Zhang Nathaniel took a deep breath, inwardly feeling relieved. If the ridges inside the city were almost gone, they could rightfully obtain heavenly punishment and earthly fire. But soon, a new wave of shouts rang out. All civilians cowered inside their homes, too scared to venture out. Outside, yet another battle raged. Zhang Nathaniel's troops were immediately ambushed as they ventured out, not just from one direction but from multiple spots. Among them were ridges from Carnell and the army of Calvin. Curtis sat tied up in a chair, a faint smile playing on his lips. Why bother? You knew this wouldn't work. Zhang Nathaniel came, and you all, after last night's fight, have no strength to stop him. Standing before him was the general of Carnell. Facing Curtis's smile, this general remained unmoved. I only have hope of participating in the seizure of heavenly punishment and earthly fire by controlling you. Last night when you suggested I join you to stop the armies of Calvin, I agreed because I had no other choice. But now, Zhang Nathaniel has come, and I and Calvin's army are allies. Curtis, I know you're strong and smart, but please don't treat others as fools. Curtis's smile slowly faded, replaced by a look of helplessness. Last night, as the fight reached its climax, someone mentioned a large force was approaching. Both sides instantly sensed something was amiss, and Calvin's army and the Carnell army stopped fighting simultaneously, directly taking control of Curtis and his companions. Because in the current situation, even if the general from Calvin obtained heavenly punishment and earthly fire, he wouldn't escape Zhang Nathaniel's pursuit. Carnell absolutely couldn't allow itself to miss obtaining these items, for losing them might mean national extinction. Thus, after forming a temporary alliance, their first mission was simple: weaken Zhang Nathaniel's army as much as possible. So a new round of slaughter unfolded in Fengcheng. Despite everyone knowing Colton was en route, they still held fast to the notion. They'd rather go without than let others get it. News traveled quickly. In recent days, dozens of horses ridden to death served as messengers for Calvin's forces. A batch of swift riders entered the city, delivering the letter, falling over as their horses halted. People nearby were accustomed to this sight, searching the fallen rider for a letter, rushing it to Calvin's study. After reading the letter, Calvin suddenly overturned the table in front of him. His servants were quick to summon Pedro. Pedro read the letter, then sighed softly. Not surprising. It's indeed as I expected with Colton. My lord, Colton is too powerful. Even the slightest flaw can be exploited by him, or he will create flaws where none exist. He cannot return to the capital. If he returns, then it would be impossible for your highness to plot against the Great Wei. That's what people say, but the problem is that talking is easy while doing is hard. Calvin flew into a rage. I am the one who most wants Colton dead. But tell me, in Nanjing now, who can kill Colton? Can we really let our entire 500,000 troops from Jared do nothing else but go to Nanjing to capture Colton? What difference does that make compared to openly rebelling? That's the issue. Calvin wished Colton would die right now. But the biggest problem was that if he sent too many people, others would become wary. If he sent too few, Colton wouldn't die. On the main battlefield, the only tactic they could think of was a human wave attack. In this situation, how could they possibly kill Colton? Even Calvin knew the possibility was slim. He clenched his fists, feeling humiliated, even angrier than before. Because Colton had taken away 20,000 troops from him and now intended to kill the tens of thousands he had sent to Fengcheng. Though Calvin indeed had vast resources, he couldn't afford such losses. He lowered his head darkly. Pedro, write letters to the Zhou of Carnell and the Zhou of Nan Nathaniel. Tell them that no matter what happens in Fengcheng, everything must stop here, and all troops must withdraw. The heavenly punishment and earthly fire will be shared by the three parties. Now, all three parties must launch a joint operation to kill Colton. Pedro was stunned, frowned, and shook his head slightly. They won't agree so easily. Calvin laughed sardonically. It doesn't matter if they don't agree. I will send people to cut off Colton's supplies and force him towards Nan Nathaniel or Carnell. They don't want to deploy troops? Then let Colton find them. As soon as he finished speaking, Pedro fell silent. He took a deep breath and then nodded slightly. Your Highness, I understand. I will arrange for people to take care of it. The situation changed again, and the entire Nanjing became the focus of everyone's attention. All of this, just because of Colton. The news of the battle at Fengcheng was slowly spreading, with 100,000 troops vanishing, including 3 renowned generals. Now even Zhang Nathaniel was involved. No one knew what extent Colton could reach. Chapter 130, Beyond the War. Fengcheng. When Braden and Hanley arrived, there was no one left here. Christian walked up with a look of frustration on his face. Shepherder, it's all my fault. The battle in the city was almost over, and I led my men to kill them all. But some of them broke through together and escaped. It's my negligence. Braden just chuckled softly. What do you understand? Whether it's Henrik or Curtis, the Sebastian, and the troops from Southern Qi, they all knew the outcome in Fengcheng. Of course, they wouldn't willingly die here. They made preparations for escape early on. How many people did you have? Even if I had come, they could still have escaped. Braden wasn't joking. These people were old foxes who would definitely flee when it was time. There was no stopping them. He directly led his men to the arsenal. It had been ransacked. It was normal that the doors were missing since part of the courtyard walls had collapsed. Braden frowned as he entered. Corpses lay everywhere, emitting a foul stench. But he remained unfazed as he headed straight to the rear storage area. The storage room was empty. All the newly produced muskets were gone. Of course, Brayden had already prepared himself mentally for this. He shook his head. These guys must have reached an agreement. Yunhai, don't blame yourself too much. If they were truly cornered, they wouldn't have had the presence of mind to take this cargo away. They were clearly consuming each other, and the few remaining managed to grab a batch of goods before leaving. That way, they don't need to take responsibility when they return. This was true. Shepard's all three factions sent representatives to negotiate. If they had taken action and divided the goods at the start, their leaders would have thought they acted on their own. Now, after almost exhausting themselves in battle, they returned with a small amount of goods, which would make their leaders believe they had done their best. Brayden glanced at the remaining goods and deduced their situation, then lost interest. Yunhai, have the bodies removed and disposed of, and remember to disinfect the city to prevent disease. Christian nodded and immediately began organizing the civilians and ridges. One corpse after another was dragged out, tens of thousands. Burning the corpses alone took 3 to 4 days. It was a terrifying duration. After learning about this, the local residents of Fengqing felt a deep sense of dread, and large numbers of people even started leaving, believing Fengqing was cursed. Of course, this was closely related to Brayden. While Brayden was still dealing with Fengqing's issues, Junior arrived. Sheparder, as you guessed, the Sebastian has dispatched troops. Brayden was clearly startled. He hadn't expected the Sebastian to really send troops. Losing interest in continuing his tasks, he sat in a chair and began to think. Junior looked puzzled. Sheparder, we have muskets and cannons. Even with the Sebastian's army, we have no reason to fear. With our firepower here, we don't need to worry about them. Why do you seem so concerned, sir? Junior's limitation lay in this point. Brayden sighed. War requires considering things beyond war. For example, in the previous Fengqing battle, both Henrik and Curtis likely guessed our intentions. But why didn't they expose these plots and negotiate with the other two factions' generals? Because they knew doing so would be acting on their own, drawing dissatisfaction from their respective hiders or princes. Shepard Millerly, the Sebastian sending troops is clear. His goal is to cut off our supply lines, and even use political means to suppress us in the south. Don't you wonder why the Sebastian dares to do this? With those words, Junior furrowed his brow in thought. He soon came to a realization. Sheparder, are you saying the Sebastian has made preparations? Does he think he has enough strength to become hider? This was hard even for Junior to accept. Brayden smiled. The Sebastian probably wasn't thinking like that, but he must have other plans. Brayden narrowed his eyes in thought, then laughed. This is a test. A test for Bo. I speculate that something significant has happened in the capital, making the Joe quite passive. Brayden narrowed his eyes, thinking what else could happen in the capital. Gaynor was beheaded by Kylie, and I was appointed as a Grand General. Logically, Kylie should have gained the upper hand in the struggle between imperial power and ministerial authority. But the sudden changes were something Brayden couldn't predict. Kyoto. Kylie stared intently at the ministers before her. Everyone was kneeling before her, but she didn't feel happy. Instead, she was very annoyed, because a palace guard had an affair with a maid. This was a trivial matter. After it happened, Kylie only needed to secretly execute these two people, and no one else would know about this incident, making it impossible for anyone to make a fuss over it. But it wasn't kept secret. Someone even shouted out a sentence. The palace guard had an affair with a maid. Your Majesty is also a woman. Wouldn't you feel your reputation is affected? According to our thoughts, we should take charge of guarding your Majesty's safety. Meaning that since Kylie is also a woman, now that the guard had an affair with a maid, Kylie's purity could also be affected. So the minister's suggestion was for them to take over the defense of the royal city to prevent similar incidents. But was that possible? Kylie rebuked without hesitation. There has never been a precedent for handing over the defense of the royal city to ministers. Are you trying to control me, the hider, to command the world? That's treason. Kylie's rebuttal was quite normal, but the officials below said one sentence. There has never been a precedent for a woman to become hider either. Your Majesty, you became the hider, but you are still a woman, and we need to consider this aspect. The hider was extremely angry. Both sides immediately started arguing with each other. It was at this moment that someone led the ministers to kneel down, with only one request, hoping Kylie would release her power. At least hand over the defense rights of the royal city and Kyoto to the officials below. Kylie clenched her teeth, unwilling to agree, which led to the scene described above. Ministers forcing the palace. Some even began boycotting court sessions, sitting in front of the palace to protest. Chapter 131. Just need the right moment. If this action had taken place at any other time, it would indeed have been effective. No matter which hider it was, they would have to consider their influence and reputation. Kylie was no exception. But during their demonstration, Kylie did not speak up, leaving both sides in agony. Just then, a message reached the capital. Great victory! The great general has taken control of Deyong, reclaiming the entire southern region. A ruse set up in Fengqing resulted in the capture of renowned generals like Henrik and Curtis, with casualties exceeding 100,000. A great victory for the Wei Kingdom. The moment this news arrived, all officials were stunned. On the surface, their protests seemed unrelated to this great victory, but many knew deep down that Brayden was the confidence behind Kylie's actions. This fact was proven true once again. Upon receiving this news, Kylie's approach became much more aggressive. She ordered a group of leading officials to go back home and rest. Of course, her real intention was to execute them, but such an order was not approved by those under her command. Don't think imperial decrees are always valid. In reality, each dynasty had limitations on imperial power. While the hider could decide many things, there were also many things he couldn't decide. Under extreme circumstances, either imperial power was centralized, removing all restrictions and allowing him to determine the fate of others at will, or ministerial power was concentrated, forcing the hider into a passive stance. Even if he wanted to rebel, only gentler methods could be used, and if detected, the hider might be eliminated as well. Killing people was clearly not within Kylie's permitted scope. The struggle between imperial and ministerial power was ongoing, making it impossible for her to kill high-ranking officials. Therefore, many officials came to negotiate with Kylie, changing execution to dismissal. But when it came to dismissal, those officials still did not agree. After all, these officials who dared to defy the hider belonged to the same faction naturally, and couldn't side with the hider. In such a situation, the outcome was clear. After much wrangling, the final decision was for those people to go home and rest. A large group of Ridges appeared outside the palace immediately. Before the protesting officials could react, the Ridges seized them and escorted them back to their own homes. A few elderly officials were furious. They knew that if they backed down now, future challenges to imperial authority would be difficult. For the sake of their clans and collective strength, a few old men wanted to commit suicide by banging their heads against walls. And this act of suicide had an interesting aspect. To the average hider, if ministers defied his orders and suggested changes through attempted suicide, the hider would feel uncomfortable. However, they had to pretend to be magnanimous, re-evaluating the disputes. Most likely, the hider would make some concessions. There were also hiders who were stubborn or cruel. These people were different. They would kill, regardless of what you did. Some hiders found it amusing to see those who attempted suicide. They would whip their dead bodies as a warning to all. Those elder statesmen wanted to use this method to make Kylie back down. Was that possible? Guards rushed forward, preventing the elderly from taking their lives. Immediately after, these people were quickly restrained and sent back home without a chance. After doing all this, Kylie held a report in her hand, revealing a smile. She won. One battle alone claimed 10,000 lives, including famous generals like Henrik and Curtis. This was the confidence given to her by Braden. Right then, another piece of news made Kylie shudder. Wang of Jared dispatched troops, heading for Zishan Pass. Why was the Wang of Jared going to Zishan Pass? Kylie instantly understood his intentions. He wants to intercept the great general's return. What utter nonsense. Kylie clenched her fists tightly. After a brief thought, she grasped the Wang of Jared's plan, and the coming situation would surely make her more anxious. After years of biding his time, now sending troops to Zishan Pass, the Wang must be confident. There was a strong possibility that all forces from Southern Nathaniel and Southern Qi would mobilize soon. Surrounded from three sides, even someone like Braden would find survival challenging. Without hesitation, Kylie immediately dispatched an edict, strongly demanding an explanation from the Wang of Jared. A duke commanding troops without imperial decree. What was he planning? Rebellion? In this edict, Kylie showed no courtesy. Royal Braden or not, she barely knew him. Her father truly cherished their relationship. In truth, this so-called Royal Braden was never a good person. The reason why her father had no heir was all due to this Royal Braden. Thinking of this, Kylie's anger grew even more intense. As the horses continued to move forward, the imperial edict was soon delivered into the hands of the Wang of Jared. The Wang of Jared glanced at the edict and immediately burst into laughter. My niece is smarter than her father. She still knows how to cause me trouble. But it's too late for anything now. I only need this one final push. With that said, he threw the imperial edict on the ground. One must know that this act could be considered a grave offense of disrespect. But what use did it serve? Around the Wang of Jared, no one would spread news of his actions. Pedro didn't even look at the edict, asking worriedly, Your Highness, we should think about how to deal with the Zhou. The Wang of Jared scoffed, she's just a woman. What's there to worry about? Does she dare to send troops against us? As long as we don't break ties, she can only endure. Pedro sighed, silently picking up the edict and carefully putting it away after reading it. The Wang of Jared was puzzled. What are you doing? Pedro shook his head. Today, Your Highness can show disrespect or even trample on the imperial edict, but tomorrow, others can do the same to your edicts. It's all the same. At that moment, Pedro realized that the Wang of Jared feared neither heaven nor earth. He had no respect for anyone. It made sense. Gifted in his youth, well known for years, and directly designated as the crown prince, he hardly faced any setbacks along the way. Being a member of the royal family with many flatterers around him, he didn't want to be the crown prince, but aimed for the hider. He turned around and poisoned his own father and younger brother, only to lose his position as crown prince and be exiled here as a king. Over the years, his temper worsened due to enduring so much, becoming increasingly peculiar. If he looked up to Kylie, that would be strange indeed. Not only did he look down on Kylie, but perhaps no one in this world met his approval anymore. Chapter 132. The Metsaker of the Ametjer clans. Southern Frontier. Braden arrived near Zishan Pass. He had already seen Calvin's army entering the city. They did have garrison troops at Zishan Pass, but these troops were not enough to withstand Calvin's army. Of course, this was not about brute force. There simply was no reason for battle. Calvin sent his troops to Zishan Pass, while the hider was still only holding him accountable. If Braden initiated combat, Calvin would undoubtedly label Braden as a rebel without hesitation, and this was something Braden could not accept. Watching the army march into the city, Braden fell silent for a long time. Hanley couldn't help but ask, My lord, are we really going to give up Zishan Pass, which we fought so hard for? Braden shook his head upon hearing this. Zishan Pass is ours, that's a fact. Calvin made a huge mistake. The reason he sent troops to Zishan Pass is because it's large and well fortified. The biggest point he overlooked is that Zishan Pass had been massacred by Southern Nathaniel before. We've been spreading news about Calvin's collusion with Southern Nathaniel recently. Thus, they do not have the support of the people here. Public sentiment is an elusive concept. Yet once specified, it can change the outcome of war. Both armies at war, without popular support means you can't recruit from the locals or form an army, let alone secure food supplies or demand assistance from the people. Of course, you can coerce the people with threats and weapons, but doing so will require you to spend considerable effort to prevent sabotage from behind enemy lines. So Braden did not take Calvin's occupation of Zishan Pass too seriously. Hanley relaxed and asked, My lord, given how arrogantly Calvin occupied Zishan Pass, surely Bo won't let him off easily. At least, an imperial decree would be sent to Calvin demanding an explanation. Wouldn't his troops withdraw immediately? Hanley thought naively. Braden sighed. In other circumstances, if Calvin acted like this, he would indeed be vulnerable to attack. But now, what's the biggest trouble? The struggle between ministerial power and royal authority, each vying for dominance, has left no room to focus on regional issues. And Calvin's actions will certainly inspire other princes or generals who hold military power to follow suit. Of course, they might not be as audacious as Calvin, but this does not stop them from declaring independence. Then the feudal lords will stand independently, fighting their own battles, which is the most terrifying scenario. With Calvin taking the lead, more people might ignore commands, merely testing the waters. If Joe Kylie wins in her struggle for power, it would be fine. But if she fails, or remains deadlocked, those military commanders would keep testing until they eventually declare independence to usurp the throne. Braden's side, the Great Wei took the southern frontier, but lost the entire Great Wei. What worries me most is that Calvin might enter the capital directly under the pretext of following an imperial edict, using the Hyder as a puppet to command the feudal lords. Hanley laughed when he heard this. Calvin wouldn't dare to do such a thing, right? Besides, if he dared to act so openly, wouldn't Bo stop him from entering the capital? Braden shook his head. We all rely on rules, but Calvin has clearly decided to break them. If he were more daring, he might have entered the palace and declared himself Hyder long ago. He delayed previously, wanting to follow the route of using the Hyder as a puppet. That's when I realized that Calvin cares about his reputation in the world. Caring about his reputation makes things easier. It means we can delay until Bo consolidates power and reclaim authority, and use this weakness against Calvin. But his dispatching troops to Zishan Pass shows he no longer cares about his reputation. Once he stops caring about his reputation, with his strength, usurping the throne wouldn't be difficult. So, we're not afraid of Calvin following the rules. We fear he won't. Seeing his troops enter Zishan Pass makes me worry deeply. After speaking, Braden turned to look at Hanley and Christian. You two should arrange it quickly. Leave some troops in various places to guard the cities, and move the rest to the vicinity of Zishan Pass. If Calvin truly doesn't follow the rules, we'll break through Zishan Pass and rush back to the capital to save Bo. Upon hearing this, Hanley and Christian nodded simultaneously. The two immediately turned to make arrangements. In the next few weeks, Braden finally received a message that relieved him. Calvin replied to Addison Kylie. He said he sent troops to Zishan Pass because both Southern She and Southern Nathaniel had dispatched forces. Shepard Millerly, Braden received news that both Southern She and Southern Nathaniel had sent troops to surround the southern frontier from 3 sides. Do not be fooled by Calvin's pretense of coming to guard the pass. In reality, he aimed to cut off Braden's retreat. To make matters worse, ever since Calvin's army entered Zishan Pass, Braden's supply lines were severed. Hanley approached Braden with a worried expression, saying, Sheparder, we have run out of provisions. Without provisions, no activity could be sustained. Braden chuckled lightly. At least Calvin hasn't openly broken ties. The Great Wei remains stable for now, and that is good news. As for the lack of provisions, you go and arrest all the wealthy families across the regions without leaving any spared. Hanley was shocked upon hearing this. What did it mean? Were they to arrest people even if they hadn't committed any crimes? If these people were arrested, Braden would offend a certain special class. So Hanley stood rooted to the spot, looking at Braden as if asking, Are you serious? Braden calmly nodded. I understand your confusion, but do as I say. Think about it. If they are truly innocent, how could they remain unscathed while this land repeatedly falls into war and changes hands? So, either they have connections reaching high places like the Sun family, or they are opportunists who switch sides when convenient. These are not our allies. Now that we are besieged on 3 fronts, only the common people are worth rallying to our cause. Hearing this, Hanley immediately understood. The extermination of wealthy families didn't need justification. Offending certain classes was inevitable. But what mattered most was that they must survive. This campaign was pushed vigorously forward, named the Clan Annihilation Action. All wealthy families with money, land, and grain were arrested. They were forced to kneel while other citizens denounced their alleged crimes. Anyone reported would be beheaded on the spot. News spread, and the entire nation was shocked. Chapter 133, King of Jared deserves to die. King of Jared called Pedro over. He asked Pedro in a very puzzled tone, Is Braden mad? Why did King of Jared say that? Because after Braden's move became known, countless people in the capital jumped out demanding Kylie issue an edict ordering Braden to commit suicide. The struggle between imperial power and ministerial authority once again revealed itself at this moment. On the other hand, countless people wanted to flee from South Border. Even some ignorant civilians thought it was like living in hell. King of Jared believed that Braden was cutting off his own retreat. Pedro chuckled lightly. Braden is indeed digging his own grave. Even if he takes control of the large households in South Border and gains enough food supplies, he has already lost the support of the common people and the protection of the powerful clans. There's no way for him to succeed. Pedro spoke based on facts. No matter which dynasty it was, without the support of powerful clans, it was virtually impossible to enter the center of power. Just take ordinary people as an example. If they have a background, like receiving support from a powerful clan, they can hardly have their own voice in the court, often being manipulated by the forces behind them. Some ministers could only rely on the Hyder, and such ministers would also be ostracized by others. Ordinary people cannot bear to be marginalized, so ordinary people wouldn't choose this path. Now, not just in the capital, but everywhere, people were demanding Kylie issue an order to kill Braden. They believed Braden had become arrogant and reckless after taking control of South Border, arbitrarily occupying other people's properties. But in reality, with King of Jared occupying Zishan Pass and cutting off the army's supply line, South Chi and South Nathaniel sent troops to confront Braden. If there were no food supplies leading to disorder in the military, it would really be disastrous. Braden didn't originally want to make this choice, but now he had no other option. In Fengqing City, Braden looked down at the civilians below and shouted loudly. The lands left by the large households all belong to you. They oppressed good people and were not kind-hearted. Only with their demise can we live better. I know you are scared. fearing I will treat you the same way I treated them. But if you see the civilians coming from Zishan Pass, you will understand what kind of people and army we are. Our army is here to protect the civilians. Braden raised his hand, and countless ridges roared angrily. They never had such an awareness before. Most of the time, the people in the army felt they were just common people, farmers, or military households, merely differing in lifestyle. This was all their thoughts. Until Braden established previous rules, many people realized the importance of these rules. The most apparent effect was that they narrowed the distance with the civilians. These things weren't just spoken by Braden. He led his army to actually do this. Under these circumstances, the civilians were still somewhat doubtful. Generally speaking, since Braden killed the large households, would he let them go? After all, officials and large households colluded, aiming for every last bit from the civilians, which has become everyone's consensus. But Braden wasn't just talking. The first thing he did was redistribute land. All the farmlands in the city were basically gathered and then redistributed. This was almost a basic operation during each dynastic change. But differently, in other dynasties, the redistribution of land happened because some supported while others opposed the establishment. Those who supported them got benefits, and those who opposed them had no place to exist. But under Braden, mostly everyone was treated equally. In addition, new policies were being announced. Not only that, Braden started instilling entirely new ideologies into the civilians. If these ideologies spread, they would surely cause a huge upheaval. But they couldn't spread, because the entire south border was sealed off. This was why Braden dared to act this way. Without food supplies, killing the large households provided him with food. Redistributing land gained the support of the civilians. Instilling his ideologies secured their loyalty. And when everything was done, the entire south border would become Braden's most solid base. Of course, most of this work was left to Junior. Meanwhile, Braden brought his army to Deyong and faced the South Nathaniel army. The South Nathaniel army had been at the walls of Deyong for 2 days and hadn't attacked yet because negotiations hadn't been finalized. Firstly, it was King of Jared. King of Jared did send troops, but he did not engage Braden in battle. Secondly, it was South Chi, whose troop deployment was too small and slow, causing South Nathaniel to hold back. Were they supposed to be the first to stick their necks out because they arrived first? Are they really taking the South Nathaniel generals for fools? As Braden approached, the first person he saw was a familiar face, Henrik. In front of Henrik stood another general, his hair tinged with gray. To be standing in front of Henrik? Braden laughed loudly. Are you two venerable generals of South Nathaniel, Henrik and Curtis? Henrik snorted, while Curtis looked up at Braden with an appreciative gaze and said, It is indeed this old man. Braden sighed. After the battle in the southern border, I thought you wouldn't come back. What I didn't expect was that your obsession with the southern border is so deep. Can you tell me what benefits King of Jared gave you to make you cling so tenaciously to the southern border? Braden had been investigating all along, but still hadn't found anything. However, the truth was that King of Jared had been smuggling iron ore and horses. The reason why Braden couldn't find any evidence was because after Braden arrived, King of Jared stopped the smuggling activity. After smuggling out the last batch of goods, the business was temporarily halted. Subsequently, as the battles continued, no matter how thoroughly Braden investigated, he couldn't find any clues because most of the people involved had withdrawn. The merchants responsible for smuggling on both sides were among the smartest. Once they heard there would be war, they fled. Under such circumstances, if Braden had found out, that would have been surprising. Upon hearing Braden's question, Curtis raised his head with curiosity. Haven't you guessed the reason yet? Braden was taken aback, then chuckled lightly. I have some suspicions, but I've never had any evidence. I've started to doubt whether my guesses are true. Curtis nodded. Then your guess should be correct. As for evidence, isn't it right there on your face? Indeed. Curtis had directly outwitted King of Jared. Braden was initially stunned, then he smiled bitterly. So it really is about these things. King of Jared truly deserves to die. Whether it's South Nathaniel or South Chi, they lack iron ore and horses, making it difficult for them to build powerful infantry and cavalry. But putting South Nathaniel aside, where did South Chi get their elite cavalry from? How could Braden not have any suspicions? Chapter 134, Shortage of MN Power. Among the three countries, the might of Great Wei was evident to all. The reason lay in the fact that Great Wei possessed iron mines and its own grasslands. They had unparalleled advantages when it came to forging iron tools or training and raising warhorses. In comparison, Southern Chi also had grasslands and its own warhorses. However, the quality of their warhorses could not match those of Great Wei. Nevertheless, both Southern Chi and Southern Nathaniel now had the capability to form formidable armies, including elite cavalry forces, which Braden had already guessed at long ago. Now, his suspicions were confirmed. But what did it matter? All he could do was curse Briar. At this moment, Curtis raised his head and loudly called out, Braden, you are a talent. If you are willing, I hope you can join our Southern Nathaniel. He indeed wanted to keep Braden. However, he was well aware that it would not be easy to persuade Braden. Braden merely waved his hand. There's no need to say more. Shepherd, I am a man of Great Wei. I will not change sides. As they say, a loyal minister does not serve two masters. Curtis was taken aback, frowning as he looked at Braden. Then what are you doing here in the southern territories of Northern Wei? The rich merchants you killed wouldn't accept you even if you left the southern border. They wouldn't have anything to do with you. I think you know very well that currently, countless officials in the court of Northern Wei are impeaching you, saying they want you dead. There's no point for you to stay in Northern Wei. Braden smiled, pointing at the city walls beneath their feet. He calmly said, premise being, you must capture this place first. Upon hearing this, Curtis fell silent. Indeed, they could only ensure Braden's downfall by capturing the southern territories of Northern Wei. Yet Braden's reputation and abilities were widely recognized. The difficulty in capturing the south wasn't just about the battles. It was also about broader strategic considerations. But Braden had managed to do it, leading to the current situation. Ultimately, Curtis raised his hand, signaling for the army to retreat slightly. For now, He could only wait for the actions of River Prince from Southern Qi, hoping to seize Braden directly when the time came. Braden, meanwhile, remained calm as he watched the front. When the Southern Nathaniel army retreated, he returned to the city. Looking at the map before him, Braden felt overwhelmed for the first time. Southern Nathaniel's troops naturally aimed for Deyang, but if Southern Qi sent their troops, they would go to Zilin. Currently, River Prince was stationed at Zishan Pass because Fengcheng, where Braden was located, lay behind it. River Prince didn't dare confront Braden directly. Places like Yinqing in between were neither strategically valuable nor worth abandoning. River Prince was also watching closely, waiting for Braden to show signs of fatigue. Once Braden showed any weakness, without a doubt, River Prince would be the first to move into the rear. Braden glanced at the map and turned to Christian beside him, asking, Yun Hai, can I still trust you? Christian froze, immediately kneeling on the ground and angrily declaring, Shepherd, rest assured, Christian would rather die than betray you. Braden smiled and shook his head. That's not what I meant. Southern Nathaniel is our greatest enemy, but Southern Qi cannot be underestimated either. So, I need you to go to Zilin to block Southern Qi. As for Wang Zachan and Hanley, return to Fengcheng to hold back River Prince. Junior was still in Fengcheng, so he wasn't part of the discussion. Hanley frowned, recalling how Junior once mentioned this very issue to him. After killing the rich merchants, Junior had predicted that Braden would not leave the southern territories. Now, with all three powers converging, Braden was deploying defenses, clearly indicating his intention to stay put. Hanley instantly admired Junior's foresight. Meanwhile, he asked, why don't we break out, sir? Breaking out anywhere would work, whether it's to Southern Nathaniel, Southern Qi, or returning to Great Wei. As long as we're alive, wherever we fight, we'll go there. There's no need to face such a dangerous situation. Indeed, he spoke of danger. With three powers attacking simultaneously, what else could this be? Braden shook his head. I will not betray Great Wei. Hanley paused, softly reminding him, Shepherd, you've killed many influential people in Great Wei. Those officials and scholars won't let you off. As for the peasants, they may outwardly follow your orders, but they are secretly filled with fear. Braden moved away from the map table and slowly sat down in the commander's seat. These officials and scholars, who appear to know so much, actually only care about their own small plots of land. Those who till the land, they aren't even human. They are like those old yellow oxen, unaware of what it means to be a person. The reason I killed those powerful families was to eliminate those who only care about their own small plots of land and make these tillers understand what it means to be a person. Forceful measures were unavoidable because we had no time. Raymond and Ametrovan mentioned earlier the Jared Prince's plan to hold the Hyder hostage and issue orders in his name. The Jared Prince's troops marching to Zishan Pass, whether intentionally or unintentionally, would stir the ambitions of many. The Great Wei is on the verge of chaos. The Jared Prince's aim is simple. He doesn't want to be the first to rebel, but this doesn't prevent him from wanting to rebel. Why did I kill those powerful families and let the tillers live like humans? Because we must preserve a sanctuary for Great Wei, so Bo knows there's still a place to rely on. If the capital really falls into disorder, at least Bo can come to our southern border. Upon hearing this, Hanley and Junior were momentarily stunned. Braden looked at them seriously. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. The southern border is our foundation for the future. As long as the southern border stands, everything will be fine. If the southern border falls, we're all doomed. If the tillers live like humans, they will support us wholeheartedly. As for these scoundrels, Braden stopped mid-sentence and stood up again, coming to the map, looking at it with a gloomy face. After a long pause, he spoke. Jared Prince wants to besiege us, Southern Nathaniel wants to kill us, and Southern Qi dares to intervene. Then let's fight. Bang. Braden slammed his fist heavily on the table. Hanley and Wang Zachan, follow my orders. Return to Fengcheng immediately. Disregard any army or command. Anyone who forcefully enters the city and disrupts its defense shall be executed without mercy. Christian, follow my orders. Emetrich to Zilin. Even if Southern Qi sends troops, their main force will be cavalry. Your army must fortify and clear the fields, holding out without yielding. The three responded loudly and began mobilizing their troops accordingly, while simultaneously recruiting more ridges. Indeed, there was a shortage of manpower. Originally, Braden had 80,000 men, plus the 20,000 provided by Jared Prince, making a total of 100,000. Now, Southern Nathaniel alone has sent 100,000 troops. Chapter 135, Shepherdage. Braden led an army of 50,000 encamped at Deyang to guard against the 100,000-strong Southern Nathaniel forces. Hanley led 30,000 troops back to Fengcheng to guard against Calvin. Christian had the smallest force, with merely 20,000 men. Thus, conscription started simultaneously in all three locations. The grain left by wealthy households was entirely used as military provisions, and the fields and mansions were mostly distributed among the common folk. The silver money left behind was all used by Braden for recruiting and equipping ridges. Untrained new recruits? Then they wouldn't be trained. There wasn't time or opportunity for training. While bolstering manpower, they were also actively preparing for battle. Before long, Southern Qi also sent troops to the battlefield. Mostly cavalry, this was true. But 700,000 in total, this too was true. Southern Qi's 70,000, Southern Nathaniel's 100,000, plus Calvin's 1,500,000. Now Braden faced a formidable enemy of 320,000, with less than one-third of their strength, but Braden showed no fear at all. The armory forged muskets and cannons daily without cease. Yet relying solely on these was insufficient. Braden ordered people to dig pits to trap horses, create barriers, and then set up minefields nearby. On the main battlefield, Curtis finally prepared to launch an assault. Faced with muskets and cannons, they had no other choice but to forge very thick shields from iron, with shield bearers marching at the forefront. Bullets couldn't penetrate the defenses of these heavy shields, so Braden ordered artillery fire from above. As soon as the cannon roared, the Southern Nathaniel army began to disperse. Indeed, they had undergone training under Curtis, and thus had learned to deal with muskets and cannons. Once they dispersed, even if the artillery hit someone, it couldn't cause widespread casualties. Countless southern Nathaniel ridges charged forward wildly against the firepower before them. They reached the foot of Deyang City and quickly set up ladders. Seizing the right moment, Braden ordered rocks and logs to be hurled down. Key was that it was difficult to use heavy shields on the ladders. Some ridges could still choose to shoot muskets. Thus, the situation became a stalemate. Curtis's forces would never breach the city. However, Braden had heard of Curtis's reputation. He excelled in unconventional tactics. Not content with the current situation, Braden began pondering what other methods Curtis might use to attack the city. Soon enough, shouts of battle echoed from the city gates. Daring not to look out, Braden guessed the gates were being attacked by southern Nathaniel ridges. He immediately shouted loudly to pour hot oil down. Armor couldn't defend against hot oil. More importantly, it bought time. Hot oil wasn't just effective when poured down. When the enemy came again to attack the gates, a single torch dropped from the city walls would suffice to make them retreat. Surviving a day meant delaying them for a day. The core strategy in defending the city was to delay. But Braden wasn't just good at defense. Hearing the cries and moans below after pouring hot oil, Braden directly ordered the gates to be opened. Shepherdage weapons were in short supply. Braden smiled. Meanwhile, Curtis and Henrik saw the city gates open. Emetni ridges rushed towards the gate, thinking they could exploit this chance to charge into the city, securing the first merit. At this moment, Curtis was alarmed. Not good. They have muskets. Quickly warned the front not to be foolish. But his words were too late. The attacking troops, obsessed with entering the city, surged toward the gate upon seeing it open. Behind the gate were rows and rows of musket-wielding ridges. Seeing the crowd densely packed and squeezed into the gateway area, they hadn't fought such an easy battle before. Just closing their eyes and shooting did the trick. Batch after batch fell, and the rear thought of shields instantly. At this point, Curtis was hopping mad. There is hot oil atop the walls. The oil beneath hasn't ignited yet. Why are they going over? To court death? Curtis cursed loudly, but he couldn't stop some holding shields and rushing forward despite musket bullets. Just as Curtis guessed, hot oil rained from the walls, along with torches. This scene can be imagined. The gate was tightly packed with people, drenched in hot oil from above and below, facing muskets. A torch falling turned everything into a sea of flames. Countless screams erupted, bodies writhing in flames. But it was useless. Unable to hold their shields steady, they fell to the ground, met only by bullets. Almost the entire gate area was piled with corpses. Curtis immediately ordered, back to camp. The southern Nathaniel ridges returned to camp, heads bowed in silence. Curtis unleashed a torrent of curses. I have emphasized countless times. On the battlefield, do not act on your own. Follow my orders entirely. Who gave you permission to attack the city gate? He dares to open the city gate because he has the courage to do so. Don't you know why he opened the gate? His aim is the siege weapons. A general snorted. General, we don't have many siege weapons left either. Upon hearing this, Curtis spat. So what if we lose them all? It's better than sending our ridges to certain death, right? Didn't you see the pile of corpses at the city gate, almost blocking it completely? Hearing this, everyone lowered their heads awkwardly. Henrik stood to one side, frowning slightly. General, please calm down. We came here to test them. At least now we have confirmed that Braden's Heaven's Wrath and Earth's Fire are not invincible. Regarding Heaven's Wrath, as long as our shields are thick enough, they can't do anything to us. As for the formidable Earth's Fire, as long as we disperse, they can't cause large-scale casualties. The only problem is the siege, where Braden can use other things besides Heaven's Wrath and Earth's Fire, making it difficult to handle. What if we lure Braden out and engage him outside the city? Curtis also took a deep breath. Use cavalry. If Braden dares to fight outside the city, charge with cavalry to catch them off guard. Deploy light cavalry in dispersed formation for guerrilla warfare, while the infantry uses shields to disperse formations and draw fire. Once we break through into their ranks and disrupt their formations, victory will be certain. Curtis and Henrik were on the same page. Avoid the strengths of Heaven's Wrath and Earth's Fire, disperse Braden's formation, and they would surely win. Meanwhile, inside Deyang City, Braden was assessing the battlefield. In just one brief skirmish, southern Nathaniel suffered over 6,000 casualties. As for Wei's ridges, they barely caused any harm, except for one who accidentally tripped. Chapter 136, Curtis strikes out. Back at the camp, the Atian was the first to speak. Shepherder, the southern Nathaniel troops aren't much? Indeed, he felt they weren't much. After one battle, over 6,000 of southern Nathaniel's troops were dead, while not a single hair on their heads was harmed. Naturally, the Atian was somewhat arrogant, but Braden's expression was very grim. He beckoned everyone to join him for a meeting. When everyone had gathered, Braden finally spoke. Southern Nathaniel has developed an instinctive response to our muskets and cannons. This isn't just limited to southern Nathaniel. It's the same with southern Chi and Calvin. While they are still no match for us on the front lines, today's victory doesn't mean that southern Nathaniel is weak. They were probing us. The moment his words sank in, everyone gasped. Probing? What could they be probing by attacking the city? Braden wore a serious look. I believe they've realized this too. Muskets and cannons are effective for defense, but they aren't invincible. Curtis and Henrik are seasoned veterans of the battlefield. Honestly speaking, even I can't match their command abilities. In such a situation, it will be difficult for us to hold our ground in Deyang. The Atian was taken aback and blurted out without thinking. Shepherder, didn't we win this war decisively? They lost over 6,000 men, and even their siege towers were dragged into our city. Why say it's difficult to hold? Braden chuckled and shook his head. Haven't you understood yet? When we opened the gates, I noticed signals being sent from behind their camp, ordering troops not to attack our gate. But on the battlefield, especially those ridges at the forefront, couldn't heed the signals and only wanted to rush through our gates. That led to this outcome. Our ambush was effective, but only so. Curtis and Henrik immediately sounded the retreat. In future battles, they will certainly recognize this and strengthen their control over the troops. What's the problem they're facing now? As Braden spoke, he walked up to the sand table. He grabbed a handful of red flags from the sand table, representing the enemy forces. He scattered the flags around widely. Then he pointed to the flags and looked at the few generals behind him. That's their problem. To avoid attacks from our muskets and cannons, they must disperse their army widely. But dispersing the army creates another issue. They become difficult to control. In this situation, they have only one solution: enhance the training of squad leaders, specifically sergeants and captains. A sergeant oversees 5 ridges. If these 5 ridges see a trap and think of taking credit, the sergeant will order them to stop advancing recklessly. If the captain learns of this, he will instruct other sergeants to halt their advance as well. To be blunt, it'll be hard for us to set similar traps and gain an advantage again. Braden looked at the troop formations on the map and soon smiled. But I've already thought of a countermeasure. The others were curious about what method Braden was referring to. Without saying more, Braden began to train a cavalry unit. Cavalry remained the main force on the battlefield, even in Braden's large Wei army, where cavalry was paramount. Of course, Braden did not limit himself to just training cavalry. He also went directly to the rear workshop camp. The workshop camp was composed of artisans who accompanied the army. While these people might not be able to fight on the battlefield, they could repair Ridge's weapons and armor and, when necessary, even construct siege engines and defensive equipment. Facing these artisans, Braden took out a new blueprint. Iron caltrops. Is it hard to forge this? Not really, it's actually quite easy. However, the premise is that Wei needs sufficient iron smelting capabilities. Take a simple example. Can Wei turn iron into molten iron? No, they cannot. So Braden started emphasizing the forging techniques for this. The workshop camp quickly started on this new task. However, iron ore was scarce here, especially since this was in the south, not the homeland of Wei, and with 3 armies besieging them. Thus, it was clear that there wasn't enough iron. But that was no problem. There were still many civilians in Deyang City. Braden ordered all iron tools in the hands of civilians to be collected, leaving only a small portion shared among several households. A large amount of ironware was thus gathered. It was enough not only to forge caltrops, but also to manufacture some muskets and cannons. Over the next few days, the southern Nathaniel army continued training without recklessly attacking the city, and Braden made no moves either. Both sides seemed to be preparing for the upcoming battle. It wasn't until about a week later that the major battle became imminent. As if by tacit agreement, Braden and Curtis both appeared at the front of their troops simultaneously. Braden stood on the city wall, while Curtis led his army below the city. Looking at Braden, Curtis spoke directly. Braden, there are few commanders I admire, and you are one of them. Regardless of how you reclaimed the southern border with your strategy, just the fact that you created heaven's wrath and earth's fire is enough for me to admire you. After you, the course of wars will change because of this. Braden also chuckled lightly. I once thought that as long as I brought out my muskets and cannons, any war would be as smooth as walking on flat ground. However, Henrik taught me a lesson. He spread sand and dirt everywhere, causing the terrain of Yin City to drop significantly due to him. But his method was effective, and I could never take Yin City head-on. Afterward, even the cities of Zelene and Deyang defended by Henrik required other methods to wear down. You all were very clever, making sure my weapons couldn't be fully utilized. You made me realize that there are still formidable people in this world. Curtis nodded slightly. In this battle, regardless of victory or defeat, I acknowledge you as my worthy opponent. Their conversation seemed superficial, but at this moment, both expressed a mutual sentiment. One expressed admiration for ancient wisdom against new technology, while the other acknowledged the power of new technology. Following this, the great battle erupted. The southern Nathaniel army sent out a small squad which immediately dispersed and rushed toward Deyang City at an incredible speed. This was Curtis's strategy. Equip elite ridges to create breakthroughs. And these so-called elites were the strongest individuals in the entire army in terms of personal ability. Chapter 137. Retreat again. Fire. A roar, and the ridges on the city wall pulled their triggers. The muskets blazed with light as gunpowder smoke billowed around. However, after a round of volley fire, the losses in the ranks below were not significant. Only about a dozen men fell. Braden squinted and silently raised his telescope. Precise iron-forged armor. It seems that the musket's power is insufficient, and they have noticed it too. Muskets not only lacked firepower but also accuracy and range. This was not something Braden could change easily, as the Great Wei's technology simply wasn't advanced enough to reach the standards of future equipment. Thus, even bullets couldn't penetrate this precise iron. But it didn't mean they had no effect at all. Braden called out directly. Aim for the horses. If they couldn't hit the men, couldn't they attack their mounts? Even so, the results were barely satisfactory. Braden sighed as well. Curtis's observation skills were indeed impressive. Immediately after, a whistling sound followed. A spear launched like a missile. The surrounding generals changed expressions and hurried to pull Braden back. But Braden stood there expressionlessly. An 8-ox crossbow? Could South Nathaniel have this level of craftsmanship? He suspected that the enemy had used an 8-ox crossbow. It was a weapon that could shoot spears like arrows. Since it was used in siege warfare, its purpose was not merely to kill or assassinate. Its specially made spears could embed half of themselves into the walls with such force. The exposed half would make it easier for agile ridges to climb. With just a glance, Braden understood Curtis's intentions. With an 8-ox crossbow, do you have leaping infantry too? Leaping infantry referred to exceptionally agile troops who could play a significant role in sieges. Braden was quite curious since he had only heard of this type of ridge. South Nathaniel shouldn't logically have them. Yet Curtis still managed to field them. Instinctively looking down, Braden saw those spear-like arrows embedded in the wall. The rushing armies immediately started climbing using these rods. Don't assume city walls are too high. In fact, they were usually only 5 to 6 meters tall, with major cities being 7 meters. If you mention walls over 10 meters, they'd be almost impenetrable in this era. Height truly represented much more. Indeed, Those agile ridges utilized the spear-like poles to climb the wall swiftly. Shouts erupted. Due to the dispersed South Nathaniel forces, the damage caused by cannons and muskets was limited. At this point, neither did the South Nathaniel army move nor did Braden feel anxious. He left the defense to the ridges below. Muskets at close range were powerful, resulting in substantial casualties for South Nathaniel. But the actual number of deaths wasn't that high, around 200 to 300 after several waves. Braden stared intently at Curtis from afar. So, he wasn't going to send reinforcements yet? Curtis also looked up at Braden. He felt a subtle unease, but held himself back. He was hesitating. Braden wouldn't be so simple. It wouldn't be easy to deal with him. Or had Braden really run out of tricks? Curtis sighed and spoke slowly. Just consider this a probe. How many more will die? He lowered his head and waved his hand. The next moment, the army charged. South Nathaniel's army spread out and rushed toward Deyang City. Sweat began forming in Curtis's palms. He knew Braden must have a trump card, just not when it would come into play. As the army pressed forward, cannons began to take effect. Just as Braden had predicted, the South Nathaniel army dispersed to avoid large-scale casualties from the cannons. Although casualties continued mounting, it was undeniable that they outnumbered the defenders. Capturing Deyang and apprehending Braden would justify the losses. Braden laughed. Seeing the entire army in motion, he shouted loudly, "Curtis!" Curtis turned to look at the city wall, unsure if he heard correctly. Braden shouted louder, "Your method against muskets and cannons is indeed effective. But you've exposed a fatal flaw. Do you know it?" Fatal flaw. These words intrigued the officers on the wall and the South Nathaniel ridges below. What exactly did the fatal flaw refer to? At this moment, Braden raised his hand. "Charge!" Below the city wall, the well-prepared ridges roared in unison. They stood straight, perfectly integrated with their horses, looking like a solid formation. And at this moment, the city gate opened. Under everyone's watchful eyes, they gradually accelerated and soon rushed out of the city. Then they galloped at full speed directly towards Curtis and Henrik. Henrik was still frowning and didn't realize anything was wrong when he saw the city gate open. It was Curtis who, seeing the gate open instantly, frowned sharply. "It's like this. Not good." He immediately began to mobilize the personal guards behind him and some of the participants. He had already understood. Seeing Henrik still puzzled, Curtis explained loudly, "Our troops are too scattered. If Braden sends troops to strike at this moment, what would happen?" The troops were too scattered. This meant that even if they hid behind the main army, the front line could not effectively protect them or shield them from harm. Once Braden sent troops, Henrik's face changed dramatically. "He's coming for us. General, retreat." Curtis thought the same thing. Order a direct withdrawal. But it was already too late. Large numbers of cavalry galloped at full speed, facing an army spread out everywhere. Some wanted to intercept but were few in number. Others were too far away and hadn't picked up enough speed. The Great Wei army had already rushed past. As for those few blocking the way, the muskets of the Great Wei army fired at close range, knocking them down. Horses leaped over their corpses, showcasing the horsemanship of the Great Wei. The organized army roared as they charged toward Curtis and Henrik, describable only by 4 words. Irresistible. Immediately after, South Nathaniel signaled for a retreat, leaving countless South Nathaniel ridges standing blankly on the spot. Looking back, they saw their headquarters, where Curtis and Henrik were, had been completely overrun. Chapter 138. The Timid Henrik. Brilliant. The Etienne roared in satisfaction. He truly felt exhilarated. Braden chuckled softly. The cavalrymen who led the charge, however, were utterly dejected. What a pity. We saw Curtis and Henrik. We were so close to capturing them. They were fiercely protected by their own men who threw themselves in front of our horses without any regard for their lives. Despite everything, we still couldn't catch them. These people blamed themselves. Why? Because those were Curtis and Henrik. These two men, one attacking and the other defending, seemed like the very pillars supporting the spirit of Southern Nathaniel. In this situation, capturing or even killing these two would have been an enormous boost to morale, possibly causing the entire Southern Nathaniel army to retreat. But they had failed. Braden laughed again. So what? I've beaten them once, and I'm confident I can do it again. There's nothing for me to worry about. So why should you worry? Don't worry. There will be another chance like this next time. Only then did the regretful cavalryman nod and reluctantly withdrew. Standing on the city wall, one could still see scattered remnants of the Southern Nathaniel cavalry retreating towards the rear. Clearly, it would take at least 3 to 5 days just for them to gather all their scattered forces. Soon, someone came back with a report. Our army has 200 casualties. The cavalry that charged out had kept casualties within 200, which already made Braden feel satisfied. Then, the Ridge reporting news raised his head, looking excited. Southern Nathaniel suffered up to 3,000 fatalities. This was not a probing attack this time. It was a direct confrontation between the two sides. While incomparable to previous wars, this battle carried different significance from the first defense of Deyang. To put it simply, both Braden and Curtis knew clearly before that encounter, neither side intended to fight seriously. Curtis had even prepared for some casualties. However, this frontal battle aimed for Curtis to seize control of the entire Deyang. But before they could fully launch their assault, they were forced to retreat hastily due to Braden's pressure, a testament to Braden's capability. The Etienne also looked elated. "General, despite outnumbering us, Curtis still lost. We can celebrate." Braden nodded with a light laugh. "In shifts, some can drink a bit, while others stay on guard." The Etienne nodded slightly. To many, such celebrations might seem to waste valuable time and could lead to mistakes. Why did Braden agree? Shepherdly put, the lives of ridges mattered too. No one knew how many more would die next time. Letting them indulge a little before death was the limit of what Braden could do. Back at camp, however, Braden frowned slightly. Without needing to wait until the next meeting, Braden understood Curtis's next move. Curtis would definitely leave a part of his force as resistance and prepare special troops to prevent another sudden attack by Braden. But Braden wasn't empty-handed either. At least, he discovered that the southern Nathaniel camp housed a type of troop known as leaping and charging ridges. He found a local person and asked curiously, "Does southern Nathaniel have many cliffs?" The local person nodded slightly but then explained, "I've been to southern Nathaniel. It's mountainous, mostly with small mountains, making it impossible to train leaping and charging ridges. My lord, I suspect these leaping and charging ridges are not from southern Nathaniel, but from southern Qi. Here, the differences between southern Nathaniel and southern Qi need explaining. Southern Nathaniel is a land of rivers and lakes in Jiangnan. Southern Qi is a high-altitude area." Braden frowned and asked, "Why would southern Qi train leaping and charging ridges?" The local person smiled helplessly. Southern Qi has its own herdsmen and warhorses. Their wars generally focus on defense, and few wish to attack southern Qi because of their familiarity with terrain and the climate issues there. Let alone, the miasma in southern Qi acts like a natural barrier, making it impossible for ordinary people to break through. Emetni tried to invade southern Qi before, intending to conquer the entire territory. But the biggest problem lay here. Even before reaching southern Qi, armies fell ill due to water and soil issues, especially plagues that wiped out entire segments. Braden nodded. This was something he needed to remember. The local continued. Southern Qi isn't entirely impenetrable. Those highlands are basically left unguarded. But the issue is, our ridges aren't suited for fighting in highland areas. Once spotted by southern Qi's herdsmen, they often end up fleeing. Braden sighed. High altitude effects impacted warriors' conditions, and losing battles was understandable. Finally, the local explained about the leaping and charging ridges. The defense of southern Qi is secure, but their offense is lacking. However, the warriors in the highlands possess excellent skills and abilities. Some of them often go to the mountains to gather mystical herbs. The prime minister of southern Qi proposed that these people could be trained into a troop similar to the leaping and charging ridges. With their agility, southern Qi could also have an offensive capability. And that's the origin of southern Qi's leaping and charging ridges. Leaping and charging ridges weren't invented by southern Qi, but they found it suitable for training such troops after hearing about them, so they naturally developed them. Braden nodded slightly upon hearing this. The dead were from southern Qi. It seems Curtis came prepared this time, but unfortunately, they underestimated the situation. Previously, I noticed Curtis was entirely focused on the offensive, while Henrik seemed to lack influence, thus neglecting the defense. This surprise attack was our best opportunity, but we failed to capture these two. But it's not a big problem. We need to prepare for the next move. Send someone. Dig holes in the city gate. Braden smiled as he ordered. Why dig holes in the city gate? Specifically to counter the leaping and charging ridges. Dare to climb the wall? Very well. I'll thrust spears out from the holes. I don't care how agile you are. Once hit midair on the wall, can you still fight back? Shortly after, Braden summoned a cavalry unit and had them patrol outside the city gates. Of course, they also carried iron caltrops with them. This thing specifically counters horses. Spread on the ground. If a horse gallops over and steps on one, it will fall, and anyone thrown off the horse, once injured, would lose combat ability. Braden looked at the nearby southern Nathaniel camp, a slight smile curling his lips. So, could Curtis and Henrik anticipate his preparations? Southern Nathaniel camp. Henrik took a deep breath. We didn't prepare adequately. Curtis shook his head. Lack of vigilance should have been anticipated early on. Henrik, you were too timid. Chapter 139. Southern Qi's thoughts. If anyone else had said this, Henrik would have slapped them. But when Curtis spoke, Henrik could only sigh. He explained helplessly. I've also considered the need for defense before. However, firstly, you are the main general this time, and our focus is on attack with Braden responsible for defense. There's no possibility they'd make a surprise attack on us, so I didn't think about this point. Later, seeing the army dispersing, I did consider that Braden might send troops to penetrate deep into our lines. But, Henrik didn't finish, but Curtis already understood. But you didn't dare to say it, right? Henrik sighed and nodded slightly. There should be only one voice in the camp. As the Atian, my job is to follow your orders. If I proposed this rashly, I was worried it might affect your reputation. Curtis shook his head. You're wrong. If the army needs only one voice, why did Bo send you along? The truth is simple. Braden isn't an ordinary person. Even if he's defending, there's still a possibility of attack. Bo means that this time, while I am leading the attack, another aspect is for you to cover up any weaknesses and prevent all of us from perishing here. Don't forget, in the Fengqing battle, we suffered significant losses. No country can afford to lose tens of thousands of men. Bo hopes we proceed prudently. After hearing this, Henrik nodded repeatedly. Had Curtis not analyzed it, he might never have thought of this. Prudence first. In other words, it would be best if they could take De Yong. But if they couldn't, they shouldn't all perish here. Considering the last two offensives, one probing and one formal attack, their casualties had already exceeded 10,000. Henrik's expression immediately became serious. In that case, General-in-Chief, perhaps I should take 5,000 men dedicated solely to defense, not participating in your plan. 5,000 wasn't many but wasn't few either. Curtis agreed readily. Admittedly because he was scared too. Braden's group was too fierce. They broke through and retreated, leaving almost no one in southern Nathaniel able to stop them. If those people attacked again, Curtis wasn't sure he'd be as lucky next time. Having reached an agreement, they immediately began reorganizing their troops, boosting morale, and preparing for the third offensive. Before the attack, Curtis found Henrik and discussed. Last time, we used jump formation ridges. I believe Braden will certainly try to defend against this type of ridge. Should we use them again this time? After thinking for a moment, Henrik asked in return. General-in-Chief, if we don't use jump formation ridges this time, what method will we use for the attack? Do you mean we just push forward entirely? Curtis immediately shook his head. Absolutely not. If we do that, our casualties will definitely be heavy. This isn't Bo's intention. It's more suitable for Southern Qi's jump formation ridges to lead the way for us. But speaking of other offensive methods, I do have an idea. What if we use civilians for the attack? Meaning let the civilians lead the charge. Upon hearing this, Henrik immediately shook his head. Although there are many civilians in Deyang, don't forget our cooperation with Kinney is in southern Jing. In other words, if Kinney obtains the Empire of Dewei, he'll still vie for control over southern Jing with us. Without public support, we might suffer more than we gain. Curtis thought carefully and reluctantly abandoned the idea. In Curtis's view, finding locals to storm the city, family and friends of Deyang, meant Braden might not dare kill all of them. But the problem was Henrik wasn't wrong. If they were to take over the entire Dewei, they could use civilians to breach the city, then gradually stabilize once they had the whole empire under control, and public sentiment would stabilize as well. But the issue was, they were cooperating with Kinney. And after Kinney took Dewei, they would have a long time of stalemate in southern Jing. Without public support, how could they hold on to southern Jing? Given their current capabilities, taking over the entire Dewei was impossible anyway. Curtis reluctantly gave up. Facing Deyang City, he had no good ideas, but Henrik came up with one. We can send someone to the capital of Northern Wei. If their hider orders Braden back, Kinney will hand southern Jing over to us, as per our alliance. And the biggest benefit is, if Braden returns, Kinney will have a conflict with him. This gives us an opportunity to stabilize southern Jing. Curtis was taken aback for a moment, then he laughed. Let's use this method. Send all the collected gold and silver treasures to the officials of Dewei. I don't believe they can't be bribed. In the capital of Dewei, a thin and lean man sat in his study. He was staring at the gold and silver in front of him, lost in thought. After hesitating for a moment, he wrote a letter to his teacher and had it delivered as soon as possible. His teacher was none other than the emits of southern Qi, known as the smartest person, and he was a spy sent by his teacher to help Kylie stabilize the court. The only problem was that he had just started to make a name for himself in the court, having indeed infiltrated the royalist faction, but was immediately bribed by southern Nathaniel. However, he wasn't sure if he should proceed with it. Everything depends on my teacher's reply. His letter was quickly delivered to southern Qi. Upon seeing the letter, the emits immediately came to Alexei and told him about Curtis's plan. The king paused for a moment, then clapped his hands in approval. Southern Nathaniel's method is not bad. If Braden returns to the Northern Wei court, he won't have the energy to bother us anymore. But the real headache will be Kinney. The emit smiled and shook his head. What do you think? Will Kinney agree? What was the purpose of his alliance with us? To kill Braden in the southern frontier. How could he agree to let Braden return? Moreover, once Braden leaves, according to the treaty, the southern frontier must be handed over to southern Nathaniel. Normally, it wouldn't be an issue. After all, people in Dewei value literature over military. But since Braden has just captured the southern frontier, if Kinney cannot even hold on to it, how could he possibly agree? The hider paused, then realized. Kinney would never agree to this proposal. Moreover, if Braden returns to the capital, it would make it even harder for Kinney to seize control of Dewei. This would be entirely disadvantageous for him. How could he possibly agree? The hider immediately asked curiously. So what does the old chancellor think? The emit smiled. My student might be able to advance further in the court of Dewei. If he can replace Braden in the heart of the Zhou of Dewei, that would be even better. Chapter 140. The Final Battle. In the Great Wei Court. Court is in session. A gaunt official stood up. Your Majesty. Not long ago, someone bribed me late at night, urging me to advise Your Majesty to recall the general from South Border and hand over the South Border affairs to Kinney. My heart was uneasy, so I kept investigating. Although I failed to catch the briber, I have confirmed that they were sent by South Nathaniel, and they didn't bribe me alone. Upon hearing this, the entire court was astonished. Some officials even showed signs of fear. Kylie raised her brows. Then she displayed an expression of joy. Explain thoroughly. Who else received the bribes? The gaunt official immediately spoke, exposing many officials. Right then, some people started cursing loudly. Zaquanyu, may you die miserably. The official called Zaquanyu looked resolute. For the sake of Great Wei, I would not regret it even if I faced death 9 times. So what if I'm doomed to die miserably? What can you do to me? Upon hearing this, Kylie viewed Zaquanyu in a higher light. After the court dispersed, Kylie deeply pondered and wrote down everything that happened in court in a letter. She even handed over some files on Zaquanyu to her subordinates, instructing them to send it to Braden. Zaquanyu graduated top in the imperial exams, and within 2 short months entered the core of the royalist faction. Born into poverty, gained support from a wealthy merchant, and had money for education, later married the merchant's daughter as gratitude? Braden carefully examined this information, nodding slightly. He seemed like an upright person. No big issues. His deputy curiously asked, do you not worry about him gaining more power in court, or surpassing your status in the hider's eyes? Braden laughed. It's better for Bo to have a more capable assistant. He, of course, wouldn't mention his relationship with Kylie, but he understood why Kylie sent this letter. Currently stationed in South Border, the court needed someone to help Kylie stabilize the situation. Zaquanyu was the best choice. However, the new top scholar was immediately entrusted with important duties without even time for observation, and Braden knew Kylie's current situation well. Kylie wasn't doing well in the capital and lacked reliable allies. Thinking about this, Braden sighed. Kinney is too good at disguising himself. He has gained too much favor in court. His greatest mistake was poisoning the late hider and Bo's father. If not for that imperial decree, the Great Wei realm might already be in Kinney's hands. Although we are outside, our victories provide Bo with confidence. The more battles we win, the less fearful Bo will be in court. Even if the world falls into chaos one day, Bo can still come to South Border, and Great Wei will remain Great Wei. We can always take back what's lost. Now, since Zaquanyu has this ability, we should use him. Hearing Braden's words, those around dared not interject. Braden began drafting a reply, telling Kylie to act boldly. Then he turned and went to the city wall, scolding Curtis. Old man, I thought you were a famous general and a righteous gentleman. Never did I imagine you'd use such despicable means to bribe our officials. Had it not been for an official disapproving of you, you might have succeeded. Curtis remained silent, face darkened. Why didn't he refute? because the Zhou of South Nathaniel also wrote to him. Upon learning the news, Kenny promptly condemned the Zhou of South Nathaniel for breaking the rules. He even demanded Curtis and Henrik spare no expense to kill Braden. The Zhou of South Nathaniel feigned righteousness in his letter, but it had no effect on Curtis and Henrik whatsoever. Returning to camp, Henrik appeared somewhat disheartened. Curtis pretended to laugh heartily. No problem. We should have anticipated this. It was causing trouble for Kenny, who certainly wouldn't agree. Henrik shook his head. It's my fault. I thought Kenny wouldn't stop us. After all, he seeks profit, and once he gets south border, he could demand certain concessions from us. But I didn't expect him to be so determined to kill Braden. Braden indeed cannot stay here for long. Now the main issue is whether we should launch an all-out attack. Zaxoning to this, Curtis fell silent for a moment. Finally, he said, Bo hopes we pretend, but how could pretending satisfy Kenny? Henrik paused, asking, what does the general mean? Curtis took a deep breath. We can attack, but Kenny cannot turn a blind eye. He must also send troops. Otherwise, the losses would be too great. Not only would we be unable to account to Bo, but Kenny might even accuse us falsely. To kill Braden, Kenny must make an effort. So, a letter was sent to Zishan Pass. Upon receiving the news, Kenny immediately summoned Pedro. Attack or not, Pedro's suggestion was not to attack. As long as Braden was in the south border, neither South Nathaniel nor South Chi could be at ease. But Kenny wanted to attack. With Braden dead, dealing with Kylie would be much easier, and capturing the entire Great Wei would be a breeze. Then both sides started presenting their reasons, and finally, Kenny decided not to send troops. The reason was a single sentence from Pedro. Even if we send troops, we may not necessarily win against Braden. Shepard and South Nathaniel can do such things. We must also be on guard against them. And more importantly, sending troops offers us no benefits. Once we suffer excessive losses, it will take a lot of time for us to capture Great Wei. Kenny fell silent. He could not deny Pedro's concerns. In the end, they still decided not to send troops. Thus, the situation in the south border remained deadlocked. 3 forces gathered, but none of them made a real move. Although Braden's troops had no supplies, they were not worried at all, because winter was about to arrive. Once winter came, would South Chi and South Nathaniel still stay in the south border? Just as winter was about to come, the final battle in the south border also reached its climax. On this day, the 3 forces launched attacks simultaneously. There was no strategy. It was purely brute force. Winning meant they could kill Braden. Losing meant they would have to retreat and wait for the next year to fight again. And Braden on the city wall was very clear about this. He was fully prepared. It sounded easy, but in reality, the number of Great Wei troops was too small, under immense pressure. But as long as they could endure this tough battle, Braden's efforts in various places were almost complete. He was confident that he could replenish his manpower next year, and by then, he might be the one taking the initiative. Chapter 141. The last battle before winter. How many died? 8,000. What kind of joke is this? How can I report this to the superior? Hanley roared in anger. With bloodshot eyes, he gazed at the corpses on the city wall and then turned his head. Below the city, the enemy forces were gathering again, preparing for the next assault. Suddenly, Hanley couldn't bear it anymore. He knew that the final wave would be the fiercest, but he had never imagined that these people would charge forward without regard for their lives, even braving muskets and cannons. They had even breached the city walls 3 times and engaged his ridges in close combat. 8,000 dead. When had the Great Wei, under the leadership of Braden, ever suffered such a heavy loss? Roaring loudly, Hanley ordered all gunpowder to be brought out, firing cannons and muskets incessantly. On the other side, Christian clenched his fists and slashed a Jiaodong ridge to death with one stroke of his sword. Looking down at the city, countless Jiaodong ridges rushed towards the battlements like swarms of monkeys. He raised his hand. Rolling logs. Falling rocks. Hurry. One of his officers reported. General, we're out. No more rolling logs or stones. Realizing what was happening, Christian felt lost. Out? How could they be out? He had prepared so much. Another Jiaodong ridge jumped onto the battlement. Christian knew there was no time to hesitate. He shouted aloud. Get me knives. Chop these bastards to death with knives. Don't shoot. Damn it. Do you want to kill your own comrades? Use knives. As Christian roared, he pushed away a ridge who was loading his musket and rushed over with his blade. 2 slashes killed one Jiaodong ridge, but there were more coming from below. These people were fighting as if their lives didn't matter. Taking a deep breath, Christian bellowed, Hold on at any cost. At this moment, a trembling hand grabbed Christian's arm. Turning back blankly, Christian was startled. Old man, are you crazy? Why did you come up here? Behind him stood an old man. The old man patted Christian's hand and pointed behind him. Through gritted teeth, Christian shouted, I don't have time for you. Go back. It's dangerous here. The old man refused to let go. He anxiously gestured towards his back. Irritated, Christian dragged the old man to a general. You take the Huxley down. It's too dangerous on the battlement. What if something happens to him? You. His words stopped because he saw a mountain. A small mountain made of wood, slowly moving toward the battlement. Christian opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He realized that some of the wooden beams looked very old. These were from the local residents' houses. Looking at the old man, Christian couldn't utter a word. The old man urgently pointed to the wood and then to the ground. Christian understood. Men, quickly transport these logs. Throw them down. Smash them ruthlessly. Logs were hauled onto the battlement. New rolling logs were ready. Wave after wave of Jiaodong ridges fell unexpectedly to the ground. Though falling from a height of 6 or 7 meters wouldn't kill them instantly, being hit by heavy logs mostly resulted in them coughing up blood. Taking a deep breath, Christian's eyes reddened. Brothers. Hold on. Shepard's simple words spread to every corner. Kenny and Southern Chi's full-scale offensive. Christian and Hanley both felt the immense pressure. Meanwhile, in Deyang City, it was a different scene. Curtis. Henrik. You are surrounded. Braden roared, riding his horse and battling outside Deyang City. Iron caltrops were a formidable weapon. After disrupting the enemy formation, Braden dispatched cavalry without hesitation, leading the charge himself. Curtis and Henrik watched in shock. He can't seriously think he can win. There are only tens of thousands inside Deyang City. Is Braden mad? Braden wasn't mad. With his hand gesture, his army moved like a well-oiled machine. Wherever Braden's finger pointed, the southern Nathaniel forces began to retreat. Only now did Curtis realize how big the gap was between southern Nathaniel ridges and Braden's troops. Southern Nathaniel ridges were brave, but Braden's ridges were not just fearless. They completed orders even after death. Henrik took a deep breath. Mount the cavalry. Charge through their lines. Break them apart. Curtis thought it was a good idea. The southern Nathaniel army split in two, and the cavalry behind began to accelerate. But they had no idea that Braden could see their every move clearly through his telescope from atop the city walls. At this moment, a faint smile curled at the corner of Braden's lips. He laughed. Formation. Braden roared in anger, and the troops began to slow down. Some ridges dismounted and handed their horses over to the squad on the left. In cavalry combat, it was usually one man, one horse. However, when traveling or fleeing, one man with two horses, or even three, was quite common. Through long training, they had developed excellent teamwork. Soon, Braden's army came to a halt. Facing them were the charging cavalry. As the enemy's speed increased, they eerily remained stationary, as if waiting for the cavalry to charge right into them. Seeing this scene, Curtis broke out in cold sweat and immediately spoke up. Retreat. We can't engage. There must be an ambush. Henrik was also trembling with fear. Hurry, give the order. But the men below looked terrified. It's too late. They've picked up speed, and our messengers can't catch up. Unless we signal retreat now, they will definitely collide. Curtis was stunned. Should they signal retreat? He hadn't decided yet. Looking at the advancing army, his slight hesitation cost him the best opportunity. Henrik gritted his teeth. I don't believe that their mortal bodies can withstand a cavalry charge. Their hearts were in their throats. Meanwhile, Braden, seeing that the enemy was within range, gave the order immediately. Scatter. The moment the words left his mouth, the cavalry's mounts rapidly pulled back. Left behind were a group of infantry. Raise. At his command, all the infantry raised their long spears. Curtis and Henrik were dumbfounded. Has Braden gone mad? To have them use their bodies to resist the cavalry? Even Curtis and Henrik couldn't imagine who would dare to do such a thing, until Braden's next command. Stab. Boom. All the infantry inserted the handles of their spears into the ground at a 45-degree angle, and then stepped firmly on the handles. Chapter 142. The biggest problem. Their gazes were resolute. Not one of them retreated. The horses galloped madly, striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. But the infantry stood their ground, staring defiantly at the enemy's eyes. At this moment, both sides were extremely close. With a thunderous roar, the cavalry charged towards the infantry and collided directly with the wall of spears. Have you seen candied skewers before? A single spear pierced through a cavalryman and his horse, man and beast alike, just like skewering candy. Some did not hold their spears tightly, or their spears broke, and they were knocked flying by the horses. Yet, everyone remained unmoved. They obstinately stood in place, gripping their spears firmly with both hands and stepping down hard on the spear handles with one foot. Curtis stared blankly at the battlefield drenched in blood, subconsciously speaking aloud. Why don't they evade? Why don't they dodge? Are they even human? Or are they puppets? Are they unafraid? Curtis couldn't understand. A rapidly moving horse passing behind a person would make anyone feel afraid. What was happening now? A group of galloping horses charging straight at these people. Yet these people didn't even try to dodge. Could they really be unafraid of death? No one gave Curtis an answer. At that moment, Braden looked at the southern Nathaniel camp with red eyes. Cavalry, follow my order. Charge with me. As soon as he finished speaking, the originally well-prepared cavalry instantly gathered, tightly following Aaron, charging towards Curtis and Henrik's camp. At this moment, Curtis and Henrik were so shocked they couldn't speak. One of their subordinates seemed utterly frenzied. They're mad. They're fearless of death. We can't win. We simply can't win. His words made countless warriors lose their courage to continue fighting. Curtis drew his saber, beheading the frenzied general in one stroke, then loudly ordered the others to defend. The sound of hooves grew closer, and Curtis's headache worsened. He had calculated everything, except for one thing. Braden's ridges were too fierce. Puppets. This word usually held a negative connotation, but on the battlefield, it became a compliment. They could not imagine that if Braden's ridges acted like puppets, doing whatever they were told, which battle could they not win? Henrik took a deep breath and said, "It's over. Let's withdraw." Curtis was unwilling. He roared, "We have 10,000 men. 10,000 men." But Henrik still shook his head. After the prolonged standoff, their casualties far exceeded those of Braden's troops. Forget about 10,000. Having 7 or 8,000 left would be considered fortunate. The key was, whether it was probing, formal assaults, small-scale raids, or encounters, they had not gained any advantage in any form of conflict. Over time, their morale had plummeted. Henrik lifted his head to see southern Nathaniel ridges either kneeling in surrender or fleeing in panic. Most of the troops were still fighting, but they didn't know why. In previous wars, it was brutal hand-to-hand combat, but now, it was muskets, and one could die without even knowing how. Before Great Wei's ridges, they were as naive as newborn children. Curtis let out a mournful cry, tears streaming down his face. Braden was almost within reach. Curtis waved his hand, signaling the army to retreat. The army swiftly left, having no intention to stay. The remaining southern Nathaniel ridges, even if they wanted to flee, couldn't get away, watching helplessly as their generals led others to leave. Their hatred was indescribable. The deputy beside Braden asked, "General, should we kill all of them?" Braden smiled, "Let them live. They are now filled with fear, and perhaps we can use this fear. With Curtis and Henrik abandoning them, they might become our allies in the future, turning against Curtis and Henrik. The deputy thought about it and nodded slightly. In this battle, they captured 8,000 prisoners. This number may seem small, but in reality, it was enormous. Because these were living souls. Including the corpses on the ground, Southern Nathaniel's losses exceeded half of its forces. Back at the camp, 2 to 3 days later, Braden received secret letters from Hanley and Christian. The Sebastian and Southern Chi had both withdrawn their troops. This decisive battle left all three powers silent. Do you know where the biggest problem lies? The ridges of Southern Nathaniel are the strongest, Curtis and Henrik are among the most experienced, yet they faced Braden. Why not mobilize the troops of Southern Nathaniel to attack Hanley or Christian? Braden can predict enemy moves in advance. Even Curtis and Henrik were outwitted by him. But Hanley and Christian couldn't, especially Christian. In later battles, they didn't even have enough logs to deal with the jumping ridges. Clearly, they were inadequately prepared. If it weren't for the civilians in the city sending their beams to the ramparts, do you think Christian could hold his ground? These people don't know how to adapt. They are incredibly stupid. Pedro scolded the generals below without restraint. What was this equivalent to? The horse race of Tianji. Braden only had one batch of top horses, which was Braden himself. Whether it be Christian or Hanley, they could lead troops, but lacked experience and adaptability, making them inadequate everywhere. But coincidentally, the top horse met another top horse, and Braden completely overpowered Curtis and Henrik. On the other side, although Christian and Hanley couldn't win, they had muskets and cannons and were on the defensive side, barely managing to endure. Winter was fast approaching, and there was no way to fight another battle. Pedro could only vent his anger after the fact. Upon hearing this, the general spoke expressionlessly. Jose Han, if Curtis and Henrik hadn't gone to Dekang City, should we go to Dekang, or should Southern Chi go to Dekang? Pedro fell silent immediately. He suddenly understood the meaning behind the general's words. Why did we lose this battle? Because Kenny didn't want his men to go to Dekang, and neither did Southern Chi. Shepard's Curtis and Henrik were more renowned. They were sent to Dekang. In the end, the top horses faced each other, while both sides' middle horses faced Braden's lower horses. A sure victory was thus turned into a defeat. Pedro took a deep breath and staggered into the rear palace. Kenny sat on his throne, his face full of anger. Seeing Pedro, he immediately said, Pedro, hurry up. We must not let Braden return to the capital. Once winter sets in, I fear. Pedro, what's wrong with you? Chapter 143, No Return to Court. Pedro looked at the Sebastian and murmured, Your Highness, I have a question. During this attack on Nanjing, Curtis and Henrik dealt with Braden. Was this orchestrated by you? Hearing this, the Sebastian paused, frowning. What do you mean by that? Pedro smiled. You know very well that Nanchi lacks troops and can't stop Braden, while Nanzhou has sufficient forces and could easily attack Fengqing or Zilin, but you didn't arrange it that way. Because keeping Braden in Nanjing means only our Huainan army could attack Duong, holding back Braden and letting Nanzhou capture Zilin or Fengqing before turning around to help Nanchi attack other cities. Only by doing so would the three armies converge on Duong, sparing no effort to contain Braden. But your Highness did not arrange it this way, because you knew it. The Huainan ridges would inevitably suffer the greatest losses. And you also knew I would stop you, so you sent me to collect taxes, even arranging for those incidents on my way, right? The Sebastian was silent. His silence was an admission. Pedro grabbed his hat in frustration and threw it to the ground. Your Highness, you understand everything. Why did you still do this? If you don't trust me, why ask me? Your Highness, don't you realize that if Braden secures a foothold in Nanjing, he could threaten all of Huainan? Your ambition to become Haider will be unattainable. I've gone through great lengths to help you become Haider. For this goal, I've spared no effort, and this is your response. Do you truly give up on becoming Haider? The Sebastian clenched his fists upon hearing this. He lowered his head slightly. Do you think I'm selfish? Afraid of losing too many troops? Pedro retorted angrily. Isn't that the case? No. The Sebastian stood up abruptly. You want the reason? I'll tell you now. There's been a rebellion north of Huainan. Kylie sent 15,000 troops. How far is that from us? Just across the river. Upon hearing this, Pedro's eyes widened in shock. The Sebastian gritted his teeth, trembling with anger. Do you think we're only dealing with Braden? Wrong. Externally, there's Braden, Kylie's general. Internally, there's Zhak Wenyu as her interior minister. It was Zhak Wenyu who proposed this plan. If Braden dies in Nanjing, those 15,000 troops would immediately rush into Jared. My troops are in Nanjing. If they are all lost in Duong, how can I possibly deal with those 15,000 troops? With these words, Pedro fell silent. He staggered backward, leaning against a pillar. This can't be possible. How could those inept court officials make such an arrangement? That doesn't make sense. In Pedro's view, no one in the court knew the current situation in Nanjing. This wasn't a joke. Almost all of Nanjing was sealed off by three major forces. If Braden had written to the court, there's no way they wouldn't know anything. Moreover, since Braden came to Nanjing, the court troops haven't been at ease. So when did these 15,000 troops appear? When did Kylie suddenly have 15,000 troops at her disposal? Pedro couldn't figure it out. He furrowed his brows, thinking deeply but still couldn't comprehend it. Fengqing. Braden stared at the map, puzzled. After a long while, he raised his head to look at Junior. You mean, Zhak Wenyu advised the Zhou to send 15,000 troops north of Huainan? Where did the Zhou get 15,000 troops? Junior whispered in response. There aren't 15,000 troops. Most of them are auxiliaries. Regular troops and auxiliaries are different concepts. Auxiliaries are like laborers or ordinary civilians. They don't fight on the battlefield, nor do they know much about warfare. Their primary role is to assist the military in various support tasks. For example, transporting supplies, taking care of horses, and other miscellaneous tasks. Why are cavalry units expensive? Because each cavalry ridge needs 3 auxiliaries to take care of the warhorse and the cavalryman. So, during battles, when others talk about deploying tens of thousands of troops, in reality, there are often 2 to 3 times more auxiliaries following behind. Braden's eyes widened. So, the Zhou used the threat of 15,000 troops to force them to abandon Nanjing? Now I understand. How did you manage to hold your ground? Junior shook his head. Abandoning Nanjing is real, but if Generals Christian and Hanley hadn't held their ground, the loss of Nanjing would also be undeniable. Braden chuckled lightly upon hearing this. Henrik and Curtis are indeed formidable. If they had attacked Zilin or Fengqing, the entire southern territory would have been lost long ago. But does Great Wei really have such astute scholars who can predict events from 1,000 miles away in our Nanjing? Is he so sure that 15,000 auxiliaries can intimidate the Sebastian? Junior was taken aback, frowning as he asked, "My lord, do you suspect him?" Braden shook his head. He's the top scholar of Great Wei. It's not strange for him to be smart. Why would I suspect him? I'm just curious. If he's truly remarkable, I'd like to return to the capital to meet him. Junior nodded, speaking softly. My lord, the Sebastian has led his troops away. You can secretly return to the capital now. I heard that the loyalist faction in the capital is now very powerful, and most of the previous officials have been purged. Braden was stunned by these words, but quickly recovered. Zach, when you did this? Junior nodded again. This time Braden was genuinely impressed. This Zach when you indeed has some skills? Junior continued. Most importantly, the officials involved in bribery from Nanzhou that were exposed were mostly people of the Sebastian. With their influence gone, the court is now largely controlled by the loyalists. My lord, all we need to do now is stabilize the regions, gradually dismantle the Sebastian's arrangements, and there will be no major issues for Great Wei. Junior's words made sense. Even Braden found them plausible. Christian laughed heartily and said, My lord, why don't we return to the capital directly? Nanjing is no longer useful. Once Great Wei stabilizes, can't we reclaim it? The Sebastian is what truly troubles us. Braden shook his head after hearing this. That won't work. As long as we hold Nanjing, the Sebastian cannot rest easy. We cannot withdraw and return to the capital. Chapter 144. The will of heaven cannot be defied. In the southern Qi Imperial Palace, the Hider looked curiously at the emets. Emets, why specifically 150,000 troops? Indeed, Herman is one of their people, and Herman's certainty about the military situation in the southern frontier is due to his teacher, who is none other than the emets of southern Qi. The emets chuckled softly. Kenny is the epitome of hypocrisy, which is precisely why he understands his own weakness. He has chosen to hide his forces across various regions, instigating bandits and outlaws to prepare for rebellion, while testing the waters again and again. What does this suggest? He lacks confidence in facing the Zhou of Northern Wei. Why does he lack confidence? Because the ridges under him have gathered because of his hypocrisy. If he reveals his ambitions and orders these troops to turn against Great Wei, do you think many would still follow him? He needs a righteous cause to justify his actions. Why 150,000 troops? Because these 150,000 can't be stopped. If Braden really dies in the southern frontier, these 150,000 could immediately march into Huainan under the pretext of rescuing the general of Northern Wei. Do you think Kenny will block them or not? If he blocks them, he must expose himself, and those willing to obey his orders certainly won't amount to 150,000. If he doesn't block them, once these 150,000 enter Huainan and go straight to Zishan Pass, they'll uncover the secret of Kenny sending troops to attack his own allies. And the true army belonging to Kenny, his loyalists, are currently in the southern frontier. If these 150,000 receive news of Braden's death and turn to attack Kenny, where would he run to? So Kenny dares not gamble. The Hider clicked his tongue twice. I feel that 100,000 would suffice. Kenny is actually quite cowardly. The emets laughed heartily. 100,000 is not enough. They would be caught between two fires upon reaching Zishan Pass, possibly unable even to break through. I've investigated thoroughly. Kenny's troops may seem to number several 100,000, but only fewer than 200,000 are truly from Jared, with more than 100,000 in the southern frontier. Among these, Kenny's true followers number only tens of thousands. Do you think foreigners would agree to rebel with Kenny when they might have to attack their hometowns later? 100,000 are too few, 150,000 are just right. The Hider nodded slightly and then sneered. Kenny is too stupid. Why didn't he recruit more locals? The emets shook his head. Not because he's stupid, but because the Zhou of Northern Wei is too clever. Zhou Dadong knew Kenny had ill intentions, so he used the pretext of weakening the feudal lords, forcing them to exchange troops. Meaning, the troops recruited by a feudal lord locally cannot exceed half of the allotted quota. Kenny's hypocrisy. Would he dare defy Zhou Dadong's order? He couldn't. So he maintained these several 100,000 to nurture this force of 200,000. The Hider fell silent. He suddenly laughed. Luckily, we in southern Qi don't have any feudal lords. Indeed, southern Qi is small, covering only a region the size of one state, while southern Nathaniel is nearly twice as large. As for Great Wei, it's almost double the size of southern Nathaniel, with one state belonging to Kenny and a few other regions ruled by other feudal lords. The emet sighed. If we truly manage to Tunsha, swallow, all of Great Wei, we absolutely must not establish any feudal lords. The Hider nodded. Then, somewhat vexed, he asked, Milo, why can't Braden die? I feel that Braden is far more threatening than Kenny. The emet sighed. Your Majesty, you underestimate Braden. Why did he personally garrison in Deyang? Is it because Deyang faces the armies of southern Nathaniel? Don't forget, the southern Nathaniel armies can bypass Deyang and directly advance to Fengqing, and we in southern Qi are closest to Deyang. Hearing this, the Hider paused and quickly caught on. Milo, do you mean that if Braden discovers that the southern frontier can't be held, he won't stay in Deyang, and Kenny's forces won't be able to stop him either, so he will? The emets nodded grimly. He will definitely come to southern Qi, because southern Qi has the miasma as a barrier, and is not short of food or horses. The only thing lacking is iron ore and such, but he needn't overly worry. As long as he enters southern Qi, he can rest and regroup. This was Braden's initial plan. What he needs is time, not territory, because he doesn't have enough troops, nor the time to train enough. I don't believe anyone in our southern Qi can stop him. The hider raised an eyebrow, surprised and asked, Milo, you can't stop him either? The emets nodded slightly. I am a civil official and not adept at military strategy. We in southern Qi have no one skilled in military affairs. The miasma and natural barriers protect us to some extent, but also limit us from producing great generals and commanders, for southern Qi is too peaceful. And peace does not cultivate great military minds. The hider still didn't believe it. Why wouldn't he go to southern Nathaniel? It has 2 states worth of territory. The emet sighed. You know how vast it is with 2 states, so do you think his forces could secure such a large area? If we take the southern frontier, regardless of what happens next, we will certainly attack Braden to cut off all routes. Do you think he could stabilize quickly in southern Nathaniel? The hider realized this. Right, his best option would be to attack our great Qi. But I'm very curious how he'll deal with the miasma and climate. The emets opened his mouth but said nothing in the end. Throughout history, people in southern Qi had studied the local climate extensively, and the emets had summarized a series of reasons, finally confirming them. The so-called miasma and natural barriers are actually manageable if a person maintains good hygiene, like avoiding raw water, keeping clothes clean and dry, etc., then there shouldn't be any significant issues. Other armies cannot achieve this, and the emets was well aware of that. But Braden's troops can, because Braden's army has very strict inspections of internal duties. To put it bluntly, they might cross the miasma without any problems at all. Because Herman was in Great Wei, the emets obtained some training materials for Braden's troops, such as regulations on internal inspections and epidemic prevention rules. Natural barriers are graves for other armies, but for Braden's troops, they're like flat ground. So the emets dared not gamble. He now looked eastward with deep concern. That was where the southern border of Great Wei was. He knew very clearly that once Braden dealt with southern Nathaniel and Kinney, the first target would be southern Qi. The emet sighed. This chain of forces is interlinked. Old man can only say, Braden should not die yet. It is the will of heaven, and the will of heaven cannot be defied. Chapter 145. Meeting Herman. Braden returned to the capital. Winter had set in, making it impossible for the war in the southern regions to break out. Braden's return was also intended for a meeting with Kylie and to discuss the future direction of the Great Wei Kingdom. Of course, another significant reason was that Braden wanted to see Herman. However, his return was kept confidential, and snow began to fall in the capital upon his arrival. Kylie seemed particularly delighted when she learned Braden was waiting for her. Even her handling of official documents became more cheerful. After completing her work, Kylie went to an unremarkable room within the palace. This room was used for worshipping Buddha, but since Kylie did not believe in Buddhism, it remained mostly empty except for daily cleaning which kept it from becoming too dirty. Upon entering, Kylie immediately looked at Braden and instinctively remarked, "You look thinner." Braden laughed heartily. Those who care about you will all say this, but in truth, my life in the southern region hasn't been terrible. It's just that I've been quite active recently, burning off quite a bit of flesh. Kylie sat down, and Braden's expression grew serious. The capital is not safe. I know you have addressed some opposition voices in the court, and the current royalist faction has gained a dominant advantage, and your power has largely been restored. But I don't know what secrets lie behind this. Kinney has not acted rashly. Think about it, if you were Kinney, what would worry you the most at this moment? Kylie was taken aback. She hadn't expected this to be the first thing Braden would bring up after returning to the capital, but Braden's words made sense. She furrowed her brows, thinking deeply before ultimately shaking her head. I can't think of what Kinney might do. Perhaps he might concede? As soon as these words left her mouth, Braden chuckled. Would someone capable of poisoning the hider concede easily? Or someone forced into enfeefment, yet still managed to orchestrate manipulating the hider? You're thinking too simply of him. But hasn't the royalist faction considered this point? Hasn't Herman discussed this with you? At the mention of Herman, Kylie frowned. He seemed somewhat elated, according to what the officials mentioned below. Braden paused for a moment, then nodded. If that's the case, he might really not have thought through the troubles from Kinney. Let me analyze it for you now. Kinney covets your throne, inevitably. But how does he intend to seize it? To this end, his previous strategy was to support unrest in various regions, giving him an excuse to enter the capital, eventually manipulating the hider to command the vassals. But the problem lies here. The capital has changed hands. The royalists have become the greatest beneficiaries in the capital. It's almost impossible for Kinney to enter the capital now. He should be growing anxious. But he hasn't. 15,000 auxiliary troops are gathered north of Huainan. Kinney wants to kill me, wants to seize the throne, but he hasn't done anything. That's what worries me most. When I heard my subordinates mention this, I couldn't figure out Kinney's intentions either. In fact, I've prepared to take control of southern Qi. Kylie was stunned. Take control of southern Qi? That is, if Braden couldn't hold the southern regions, he might lead his troops directly into conquering southern Qi? Braden spoke even more seriously now. We need a territory, one that belongs solely to us. The capital may be vast, and the entire Great Wei is yours nominally, but there's more than just Kinney among the feudal lords. We don't clearly understand the situation in various regions. Because I was fighting in the southern regions, the first place I thought of was there. Most of our military factories and ridges are stationed in the south, so they can't be mobilized temporarily. A return might help a little, but not much. Without warfare in a region, sending troops mysteriously would raise objections, especially if neighboring lords feel threatened and choose to align with Kinney. That would be a greater loss. Holding the south is better, but if we can't, we go to southern Qi. Just didn't expect the changes in the capital to happen so quickly, with most officials transforming into royalists. But I must emphasize one crucial point. Ensure the stability of the capital. Military defense, troop strength, guards for the imperial city. Everything needs cautious consideration. Kinney's inaction could be due to fear or possibly a hidden card. Shepard's their target is the capital. This hidden card is likely also here. Zaxoning to Braden, Kylie frowned deeply, her expression grave as she carefully pondered his words. But now, any talk would be premature because winter had set in, and Kenny could not act even if he wanted to. The two put aside their official business and simply talked about their lives. Soon, Braden left. He still wanted to see Herman. On the roadside in the capital, he ordered a bowl of snacks and a pot of wine, drinking alone. Not long after, a young man in a long robe slowly appeared from the street corner. Braden casually looked up, then lowered his head to eat. When the young man was almost passing by, Braden spoke. Herman. The young man in the long robe paused, instinctively turning his head. He glanced around, then approached Braden's stall directly. Looking at Braden, he suddenly spoke. You are the great general. You actually returned to the capital? Braden nodded, taking a small sip of wine. I came back for a visit, returning secretly. No one knows. Otherwise, if those people knew I wasn't in the southern regions, even in winter, something might happen. Herman nodded. The great general is right. The rulers of southern She, southern Nathaniel, and Kenny are all cunning. Being cautious is very normal. The waiter brought over a bowl, and Braden poured a cup of wine for Herman. He pointed at the snow-covered road as if mentioning it offhandedly. In such cold weather, you don't ride in a carriage? I was surprised when I heard about it. You don't seem like someone short of money. Herman shook his head. The snow helps me stay calm. Braden burst into laughter. But some people say you've been a bit piao, drifting. Herman clearly hesitated. He laughed weakly, took a sip of wine with his head down, and helplessly shook his head. There's been too much going on. I can't take care of everything. It's possible that some people misunderstand me. Braden nodded, again seemingly offhandedly asking. I heard the hider mention you, saying you're very intelligent. I can't figure out what Kenny's next move will be. Can you analyze it for me? At that moment, the table fell silent. Chapter 146, Herman's Suspicion. Herman looked at Braden with a rather peculiar expression. He put down the wine glass he had raised and fell into deep thought. After a long while, he finally spoke. Sorry, I haven't really thought much about these issues lately, so? Braden laughed heartily. No problem at all. Your analysis now will be just as good. I'll listen. Herman chuckled softly and quickly provided his answer. Riker's scheme is to create chaos within the Imperial Court in the capital, disrupting the hider's edicts and thus preventing the entire capital from stabilizing. If the capital isn't stable, control over the regions cannot be maintained. He will then find people to take control of the regions. Once revolts start everywhere, the whole empire will descend into chaos. He could lead troops into the capital, and with his reputation, it would be enough to suppress the hider and eventually replace him, perhaps without anyone thinking badly of him. Braden nodded. This was Riker's original plan, as Ambrose Amal had once explained in detail. Herman continued speaking. The biggest problem now is that officials in the capital have been purged, so Riker can't shake things up in the capital. If the capital remains stable, even if there are disturbances elsewhere, they can be suppressed one by one, especially with you, the great general, behind the hider. Moving forward, Riker's next plan might be to sow discord between Bo and the great general or try to win over the great general, or even attempt to directly cause the general's death in the Southlands. He did exactly this when he was in the Southlands. Braden nodded again. That makes sense. But if you were Riker, what specific plan would you come up with? Herman took a deep breath. First, impeachment. To my knowledge, the great general brought very few troops to the Southlands. Many were recruited locally. According to our laws, local ridges cannot exceed 50% of the troops under command. This can be used as an impeachment point. Another approach would be to make Bo recognize the dangers of muskets and cannons, either causing the hider to doubt you or acquiring the technology for muskets and cannons. The former scenario is more likely, whereas the latter has virtually no chance. The great general would never hand over this technology to Riker. Lastly, consider the Southlands. If Nanzhou and Nanchi cross the border to attack Jared, the great general won't be able to help them. But in reality, the troops from Nanzhou and Nanchi might be aiding the great general in attacking our empire. He might use external forces to catch us off guard. Braden nodded repeatedly. It made perfect sense. The coordination between the capital and the Southlands, stirring up conflict between himself and Kylie, aimed to split them apart, making it easier for Riker to seize control of the entire empire. If Riker truly carried out such a plan, there was indeed hope. Braden gave a thumbs up. You are a smart man. Well, I should be heading back. With a smile, he stood up, asked the Mohammed to settle the bill, and waved to Herman before walking alone into the snowstorm. As Braden left, Herman remained seated. He looked at the leftover food and drink on the table, his expression turning serious. Back at the inn, Braden removed his rain cape as soon as he entered, shaking off the heavy snow and hanging it aside. He moved to the fireplace, rubbing his hands to drive away the cold. Junior approached with a pot of warmed wine. Shepherder, what do you think of Herman? Braden nodded. He's smart, but also suspicious. What he did was contradictory. When I questioned him abruptly, he couldn't even come up with a good excuse. Junior was taken aback. Suspicious? Currently, Herman was a core figure of the royalist faction. If he were suspicious, wouldn't it mean that the troubles in the capital weren't resolved, but became even more dangerous? He quickly responded. Emitybe, he has some personal motives? Braden laughed loudly at this. He finished the hot wine in one gulp before explaining. A high-ranking official, third rank, walks through the streets in the freezing winter instead of riding in a sedan chair or warming himself by a brazier. When I asked him about it, he said it helps him stay calm. But the first thing Bo told me was that he's been acting a bit conceited lately. Isn't that contradictory enough? Junior frowned, starting to ponder. Walking the streets could be for observation, or to get something? You mean he might be a spy? Braden shook his head. Who knows? Emitybe, he's just that kind of person. Of course, this isn't our concern. What we need to be clear about is whether we can use him. If he's with the royalists, then there's no problem. But if he's really a spy, who is he spying for? Junior took a deep breath. Nanzhou? Braden continued to shake his head. Nanchi. Junior was stunned. Nanchi also sent spies. But why? Before he could speak, Braden had already furrowed his brows. Nanchi sent him to the capital for one purpose only, to prevent Wang Jared from smoothly taking control of the empire. Think about it carefully. If Wang Jared takes over the Dewei Empire with muskets and cannons in hand, who would be the first to die on the southern frontier battlefield? It would be Nanchi. He is trying every means to maintain a balance between me and Wang Jared. Conversely, Nanzhou doesn't have this concern. If Wang Jared seizes the empire, they can smoothly enter the southern frontier. Although Zishan Pass isn't easy to defend, it is indeed a strategic military stronghold. They just need to garrison troops at Zishan Pass and do nothing else to quickly establish a foothold in Nanzhou. Junior paused. As he came from Zishan Pass, his tone became urgent. Shepherd, then why didn't they garrison troops at Zishan Pass before? Braden rolled his eyes. Do you think Wang Jared would agree? From Zishan Pass, moving north directly enters Wang Jared's stronghold. If Nanzhou wants to occupy the entire southern frontier and garrison troops at Zishan Pass, there's only one possibility. At that time, Wang Jared would be busy taking over the entire Dewei Empire, paying no attention to them. Hearing this, Junior nodded. Such a thing is absolutely impossible. What about after that? Shepherder, did Herman have any other strange behavior? Braden laughed. Yes. I asked him about Wang Jared's next move. After some thought, he gave many responses, and I believe Wang Jared might follow what he said. Junior frowned. What's strange about that? Braden laughed heartily. The strangeness lies right here. If he hadn't thought about this question before, how could he come up with so much in just a short 15 minutes? If he had thought about it, why didn't he tell Bo? And if we assume he is really very smart and hadn't considered this question before, then the biggest problem arises. Why does he know the southern frontier so well? Chapter 147. Just say if you want me dead. Upon hearing this, Junior came to his senses as well. In this situation, the smarter Zack when you acted, the more abnormal it was. Your Excellency is truly your Excellency, even thinking of this point. Should we arrest Zack when you now? Even if we don't arrest him, we can have someone supervise him. Braden shook his head. For now, let's not do that. There's one thing he didn't do wrong. We couldn't take care of the capital while in Nongjiang, so if he hopes for a struggle between us and Kinney, there's no reason for him to act recklessly. If he does, either we or Kinney will be out of power, and they will all go down with us. For now, forget about these matters, let's head back to Nongjiang. Junior nodded. Braden didn't even stay for the New Year in the capital, but chose to leave immediately. On the night of New Year's Eve, Kylie sat by the window looking at the snow scenery before her, her expression somewhat hollow. She couldn't understand why Braden didn't stay to celebrate the New Year with her. At this moment, Braden had already arrived in southern Qi. The official road wasn't that hard to travel. Though there were mountain roads, it wasn't as difficult as legend said. Even Junior couldn't help but speak up. Your Excellency, everyone says southern Qi is surrounded by miasma. I don't see any treacherous terrain. At most, the roads are a bit hard to travel. There are some snakes, insects, and wild beasts, which indeed are quite troublesome. Hearing this, Aaron laughed slightly. What do you know? Miasma isn't present every season. The rainy season here is what causes the most headaches. Putting that aside, what makes things difficult here is the climate. Do you really know what the climate is like in the north compared to what it is like here during summer and autumn? Hearing this, Junior nodded slightly and followed Braden on ahead. Gradually, both of them shed their heavy clothes, with Junior complaining, why is it so hot here? It's not that it's hot here. It's just that it's too cold in the north. Braden laughed loudly, continuing forward, actually seeing some flowers along the way. Southern Qi is southern Qi after all. It truly lives up to the phrase, eternal spring. While there was heavy snowfall in the capital, flowers were blooming in southern Qi, naturally making them feel somewhat unaccustomed. A few local villagers curiously shouted at them. Are you merchants from outside? Braden responded loudly, yes, we're merchants from outside. Knowing how bad the weather is in the north, it's much more comfortable here, and we can buy a lot to sell back home. The locals all laughed. There's plenty here, but it's not easy to preserve. You'll probably lose money. As soon as those words were spoken, they started laughing and talking in the local dialect, clearly mocking Braden. Braden didn't mind, laughing as he led Junior and the others into town. Upon entering, the number of people increased, conversations filling the air, lively and bustling. Braden glanced around, while Junior looked surprised at the roadside stalls. How can these items be sold so cheaply? Braden walked over to look, also speechless. Some fruits that had never been seen in Great Wei were everywhere here, and very cheap. They asked the vendor out of curiosity, only to receive an answer that left them speechless. These kinds of fruits often rotted on the roadside without anyone harvesting them, hence their low price. Junior was puzzled. If they rot on the roadside, why are they still sold? The vendor laughed. Any profit is better than none. The two marveled as they continued to the inn. Once inside the room, Junior couldn't hold back, whispering, Southern Qi truly has favorable conditions. How good would it be if we could take over the whole region? The grain, fruits, and other goods are all very cheap. Sending everything back to Great Wei would be great. Braden kicked Junior, and then went to look out the window. The streets below were crowded with people who all seemed happy. Only then did Braden realize it was still New Year's Eve. He hesitated. Do they celebrate New Year's Eve here in Southern Qi? Junior pointed to the people on the road, smiling and saying, there are Han people in Southern Qi. Speaking of which, Your Excellency, come and see, they are dancing. Braden walked over and found many locals dancing, and anyone could join in any time. To describe Southern Qi simply as peaceful and prosperous wouldn't be far off. But they also had a significant issue. Too complacent. During times of peace, being complacent can be good, but because Great Wei had become complacent and favored literature over military affairs, it had fallen to its current state. The people of Southern Qi lived in comfort, staying within their borders, and it would be difficult for outsiders to invade. Their customs and rules formed a cohesive system, so this kind of comfort wasn't necessarily bad. Braden sighed, then left the inn with Junior, wandering around the city. Soon, he shook his head. Southern Qi has its capable individuals, but there's no logic to it. If Southern Qi truly had capable people, how could they remain content in such a secluded corner? The coastal area of Southern Qi may be more peaceful, but they also have plateau regions where herders dominate, and the locals there are much tougher, so it doesn't make sense for them to stay confined to Southern Qi. With these thoughts in mind, Braden's expression turned solemn. At that moment, all the civilians cheered. The old chancellor is here. Braden was taken aback. The old chancellor? He stood by the window and saw a large group of Southern Qi ridges clearing the passage. And Huxley, under everyone's protection, approached the bonfire and spoke with the crowd around him. Shepherd's it was the local dialect Braden couldn't understand, so he could only watch from afar. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. Soon, the envoy came in. Are you gentlemen interested in joining the festivities? You arrived at just the right time. Our old chancellor is over there. Do you know who he is? He's our smartest person in Southern Qi. Braden squinted his eyes. Southern Qi's smartest person? He's probably the capable individual we're looking for. Junior, go meet him. Junior was stunned, pointing to his own nose uncertainly. You want me to meet him? Shepherder, are you sure about this? Are you sure I can handle him? Braden chuckled softly. Just tell him you're from Great Wei and ask him 2 questions. Junior took a deep breath. What questions? Braden pursed his lips. The first question, ask him why he hasn't led Southern Qi to expand outward. The second question, ask him if he still wants Zhak Wenyu's life. Junior stared at Braden with wide eyes. Shepherder, if you want me dead, just say so. Chapter 148, Nationwide Capture. Why didn't Junior dare to ask? Because these 2 questions would directly expose Junior's identity. But when Commander Braden gave the order, Junior still went over. He saw many people surrounding the Emmets, and he squeezed in as well. Perhaps because he pushed too hard, some of the ridges nearby looked over. You're not from around here, are you? Probably an assassin. Suddenly, everyone grew tense. Immediately, someone went over and restrained Junior. Junior raised his hands and shouted, Emmets, someone asked me to ask you 2 questions. The Emmets frowned and waved for them to bring Junior forward, in front of everyone. It's New Year's Eve tonight. You're not at home with your family but have traveled 1,000 miles to Karnell. Why is that? The Emmets asked with furrowed brows. Junior breathed heavily for a moment before nodding. I don't want to be like this either, but I'm just following orders. As soon as these words were spoken, all the ridges around drew their swords, and the civilians retreated far away. How dare you? A general raised his sword, ready to strike Junior dead. It was the Emmets who raised his hand. What are you all doing? Didn't you hear him? He only wanted to ask 2 questions. All of you, stop. Everyone exchanged glances and halted their actions. Only then did Junior manage to sit up awkwardly. But there were still 2 people between him and the Emmets. Looking at Junior, the Emmets said, What questions? Junior took a deep breath. The first question is, Karnell has natural defenses that make it easy to defend but difficult to attack. The northern terrain is higher, and there are countless herdsmen in Karnell with fierce local customs, certainly not the type content with merely defending. Why doesn't the Emmets lead Karnell into battle? Upon hearing this, the numerous generals were taken aback, frowning deeply. Why would Junior ask such a thing? One general rebuked loudly. Nonsense. How Karnell conducts its affairs is none of your business. You came to gather intelligence, and now you're even trying to spy on our old chancellor. I'll cut you down right now. The old chancellor raised his hand, and everyone fell silent, only glaring fiercely at Junior. Junior laughed. Milo, you can see that although these people don't say it, they actually long to leave Karnell and venture out to more extensive territories. This shows that Karnell has no fear of going to war. So why not launch an attack? The old chancellor remained silent for a moment, shaking his head gently. Go back and tell your master. Karnell is limited to one region. We lack the strength to do so. He pointed to the north. The northern plateau and vast grasslands aren't suitable for habitation. The south is mountainous with unpredictable weather. Though pleasant, it can also diminish fighting spirit. Do I not wish to lead them out? But how many people live in the north? If you ask the common folk in the south, how many would be willing to leave Karnell to fight? Facing unknown dangers, they might lose their homes and families, making me owe them instead. I understand your master's intentions. With Beiki and Nanjo both strong, if Karnell doesn't strive for advancement, it will end up like grass squeezed between rocks, eventually losing everything. But I am old and have lost the drive to expand. Future matters should be left to the successors of the Qi. I've reached my limits. Junior nodded slightly after listening to this. The Emmets had basically outlined several reasons. 1. Karnell lacked sufficient national power. While there were those who desired war, they were too few. Most people only wanted peace in their corner, and the public sentiment wasn't supportive. Secondly, having spent most of his life in Karnell, the Emmets didn't want to betray the people. If defeated, heavy casualties would leave him ashamed to face his predecessors. Of course, another reason was that the Emmets was elderly and lacked the energy for further pursuits. Junior sighed, standing up. Now, the surroundings seemed less hostile. The Emmets looked at Junior. What about the second question? Your master must be nearby. Why won't he come out? Junior smiled. Asking this question explains it. The second question. My master asked me to ask you, do you still want Herman's life? At this, Junior trembled. He suddenly looked around and shouted 2 words. Braden. Junior felt guilty. Milo, please don't make assumptions. Braden isn't my master. The Emmets barely glanced at him. He looked around as if trying to find Braden, but amidst the crowd on New Year's Eve in the bustling capital of Karnell, finding one person was nearly impossible. As for the idea of sealing the city to capture Braden, the Emmets had never considered it. If Braden were so easy to deal with, the 3 factions in Nanjiao would not have failed to eliminate him back then. The Emmets shouted loudly. Braden, I know you are here. I only ask you for one thing. When you enter Karnell, please be kind to my people. Junior was stunned. He stood there, staring at the Emmets. The Emmets sighed. The power of muskets and cannons makes warriors from all countries timid. Under Braden's name, I know that muskets and cannons are just the beginning. Warfare will change because of this, and you, The great general of Wei will surely win. I once harbored a sliver of hope, but I never expected that after meeting Herman, you saw right through my excellent student. Carnell has no hope left. Braden, you must promise me that you will be fair to the people of Carnell. The surrounding crowd was in an uproar. Carnell was not far from Zelene, and many civilians had heard of Braden's reputation, especially the Ridges who had returned from the battlefield. They trembled when mentioning Braden. In this situation, the surrounding crowd became excited. Braden is in our country? Capture him. A man from Wei. I've seen this guy before. A few days ago, he was asking why the fruits in Carnell were so cheap. Brothers and sisters, let's capture the general from Wei. There was another uproar. The Emmets frowned slightly, said nothing, and walked straight towards the Imperial Palace. At the same time, the crowd scattered to look for him. Someone came to arrest Junior, but the Emmets waved his hand. Let him go. It's meaningless. Arresting him might bring us a scourge for the people of Carnell in the future. The Ridges stared blankly, glared at Junior, and then turned away. And Junior was shocked. With the people of Carnell looking for the master, where could the master hide? He looked guiltily towards the inn where he had stayed before, only to find that the windows were already closed. Chapter 149. Staying on in Southern Qi. Bang. Several young men pushed open the door of the inn. Boss, has there been any outsiders staying here recently? Oh right, they were together with the hot-headed youth who was questioning the Emmets. The Mohammed put down his abacus and shakily pulled out the ledger. Let me check. No. No outsiders have stayed at the inn, but indeed 2 travelers came in to eat and rest about an hour ago. Upon hearing this, the young man's teeth ground in frustration. Damn it, we're always a step behind. That was General Braden of Northern Wei. The Mohammed looked surprised. Young master, what has happened? The young man quickly described the situation, making the Mohammed tremble with fear, even stomping his feet in regret. Oh no, if I had known they were Braden, I would have reported them immediately. What a missed opportunity for great fortune. He wept bitterly. The young men exchanged glances, then fell silent, trying to comfort him. Elder, forget it. It seems this wasn't meant to be for you. The Mohammed wailed loudly, until finally the young men, growing impatient, left one by one. The Mohammed sighed, asked someone to take over his position, and said he needed to rest. He slowly returned to his room and, upon opening the door, saw a figure inside. Shepherder, everyone in Southern Qi is looking for you. Should I find a way to get you out of here? Braden shook his head. The climate in Southern Qi is quite nice. Although there's no heavy snowfall like in Nanjiao, it's still much warmer than the chill there. Let me stay here for a while longer. The Mohammed chuckled. I'll prepare anything you want to eat. Braden shook his head. I don't need anything. You may go now. As the Mohammed turned to leave, Braden hesitated, but finally took out a letter from his robe. Oh, by the way, this is a letter from your son. The Mohammed instantly spun around, not looking like an old man anymore. He clutched the letter eagerly, his excitement growing as he read. Soon he laughed joyfully. Shepherder, I have a grandson. My family line continues. Braden sighed. After I leave, you should also tidy up and return home. Hearing this, the Mohammed paused. Did Shepherd no longer need him? It couldn't be that. There were plenty of others who worked closely with the Jinui, yet none of them had been told to leave. It must be because he now had a grandson, and considering his age, Shepherd showed mercy by allowing him to retire. But the Mohammed shook his head. Shepherder, I won't go back. I know you care for your subordinates, but we Jinui have our rules. My father was Jinui, my son is, and now my grandson too. You've shown them leniency, so now, my path and theirs are separate. I will continue to serve the Jinui until death. Braden sighed. Don't say such things on New Year's Eve. Go back if you should. Is being part of the Jinui really desirable? To some, their power exceeds even that of officials, whom all fear the Jinui. But to others, being in the Jinui means having no future. Becoming an official is the proper path. If one person joins the Jinui, the whole family does too. Father, son, generation after generation, all lose the chance to hold office. Especially for commoners, the Jinui is despised by many. Would the people wish for this career? And this isn't the worst of it. Everyone wants to be the visible members of the Jinui. Even ordinary members receive deference wherever they go. But in reality, the visible members are just the tip of the iceberg. Most are secret agents. Just like the Mohammed, his grandfather and father were Mohammeds, passing the role down through generations. They never had to worry about going hungry, but neither could they aspire to change their lives, as their sons and grandsons would be Mohammeds too. Even if wealthy, they could only be Mohammeds, needing to keep a low profile to conceal their identities. In such circumstances, being Jinui is torment for ordinary people. Without orders from above, they can only remain hidden, possibly across multiple generations waiting for a single command, leaving only despair. Thankfully, Braden came to power. After understanding the situation, he swiftly initiated reforms. All members of the Jinui, including these secret agents, were given the option to sign up and send their children to live within the borders of Northern Wei as common citizens. The Mohammed was one of them. For someone like him, Braden had no worries about potential betrayal and felt more at ease working with him. At that moment, the Mohammed, after hearing Braden's words, pondered seriously for a moment before shaking his head. Shepherder, no matter what, I am a member of the Jinui, and I have already prepared myself to make sacrifices. Braden fell silent. When others had reached such a level of dedication, what more could he say? After the Mohammed left, Braden stood by the window waiting. He didn't know how long it took, but eventually, Junior returned. Shepherder. Junior looked weary as he said, I've been followed all along, which has caused me much trouble. Braden smiled and nodded. It's not a big issue. We still need to stay in Southern Qi for a while. Junior couldn't understand. Why do we need to stay? It's clearly dangerous here. Braden laughed. You can return if you want, but you know how cold it is in Nanjiao. I find the climate here more comfortable. Junior fell silent. So even Shepherder also fears the cold. Winter passed, and spring arrived. Southern Qi was almost unaffected. Perhaps the greatest impact of the entire winter was that once they knew Braden was in Southern Qi, many people tried to capture him. After waiting through the whole winter, the Southerners finally gave up on this futile pursuit. At this time, Braden and Junior, dressed as locals, were talking with the caravan owner. "We want to go to Zilin. Can you take us there?" The caravan owner laughed heartily. "Of course, it would be our honor to travel with both of you. But looking at you, it seems you're merchants too. Why aren't you transporting any goods?" Braden shrugged. "We originally planned to transport some fruits, but after coming here, we realized there's no ice here." Upon hearing this, the caravan owner laughed even louder. If there was ice in Southern Qi, its fruits would be transported everywhere. And in Southern Qi, preserving them isn't worth it. It's better to leave them for the birds. Chapter 150. Big Trouble. The caravan soon set off. Before long, they arrived at the border between Southern Qi and Zilin. This was no surprise, as Southern Qi only had a single commandery. There were ridges from Southern Qi guarding this area. Junior couldn't help but become tense. Braden, however, sat calmly in the carriage until the ridges knocked on it. "Get down for inspection." Braden turned to look at the ridge, then got out of the carriage without any worry. Standing in line behind the others, Braden waited his turn. When it came, an officer glanced curiously at him. "In our Southern Qi, most people have darker skin or are highland dwellers. You aren't local but wear local clothes. Can you explain?" Braden smiled and showed his credentials. "My Braden lives in Southern Qi. He's from Northern Wei and came here with his father, working as a manager in the capital. I heard fruits are cheap here, so I wanted to buy some. But unfortunately, there's no snow here in winter. I need ice to transport fruit. If I want ice, I have to go to higher elevations, which I tried but failed to reach." The ridge nodded. Ordinary people should not attempt that. Such high altitudes can be fatal for commoners who go there suddenly. But Southern Qi is poor. If you wish to do other businesses, you can come again next time. Braden nodded and asked quietly, "What kind of merchants are most common in Southern Qi?" "As you know, I am also a merchant, just starting out, and I want to make money safely." The ridge hesitated, looked around, then asked, "Where in Northern Wei are you from?" Braden replied calmly, "Huainan." "The shopkeeper is from Huainan. He would never make such a mistake." The ridge chuckled, "You can bring iron or horses to us." Braden widened his eyes. "That's impossible. If I transport these items, I might be arrested by Northern Wei authorities. Also, both items are very expensive in Huainan." The ridge nodded. "There are alternative ways. Go back and inquire more in your area." "All right, you may leave." Braden and Junior left the border with the caravan. Junior looked relieved and asked, "Shepherder, will you head to Huainan next?" "It's the territory of Kenny." Braden nodded. "Kenny must be smuggling iron and horses. We all suspect it, but lack proof." That ridge suggested inquiring in Huainan, implying he knows something. Junior paused, delighted. "Could this mean we'll get the evidence?" Braden rolled his eyes. "If it were that easy, the Imperial Guards would have already collected it. Why haven't they reported anything yet?" Junior fell silent. Indeed, if even a border guard knew about this, why did the Imperial Guards fail to report it? Such intelligence should not escape them. Junior frowned. "Shepherder, what does this mean?" Braden quickly answered. "The first possibility is that Kenny is very cunning. Huainan appears relaxed but is tightly controlled inside. We might get noticed or caught if we're careless." Junior sneered. "So what? Pretend to be real traitors. Knowing the process should suffice, right?" Braden shook his head. "There's another possibility. The Imperial Guards in Huainan and Jared may have been infiltrated." Junior froze, narrowing his eyes at Braden before speaking. "You mean?" Braden nodded. "They might share profits, hence not reporting or arresting anyone. If the news leaks, they might even help Kenny catch people. Besides the Imperial Guards, I can't think of any other reason." Junior said nothing, too stunned to speak. If true, the Imperial Guards would face severe internal investigations, not just in Huainan and Jared, but everywhere. With such significant issues in Kenny's territory, could this happen elsewhere too? Could anyone guarantee otherwise? Braden slowly spoke. "No matter what, we must investigate, both Huainan and Jared areas. But we cannot inform the local Imperial Guards." Junior furrowed his brows. "Can't we trust those who have already sent their families to the capital?" Braden nodded. The two of them didn't talk much during the journey and soon diverted to Huainan. This place was obviously more prosperous than Southern Qi, not only in terms of population but also in architecture, vendors, and merchants, all clearly more numerous and economically active. After entering the city, Braden led Junior straight to an inn he was familiar with. Having been on the road for some time, they had become quite acquainted with inns. But that night, something surprising happened. The door to the inn was opened, and two men armed with knives walked in directly. The Mohammed and the servants knocked on all the doors, and soon someone started shouting, "Everyone out! For inspection!" Braden and Junior were stunned. Junior even drew his blade, ready for a big fight. Braden wasn't so aggressive. He first peered through the door crack at the people outside, then opened the window to look down at the inn below. Then he patted Junior's shoulder, signaling him to put away the knife, and took him downstairs. All guests were gathered there, and under the light, the two men with knives were clearly visible. Embroidered uniform guard, Jinui, standard embroidered uniform guard attire. Even the Chunxiao swords were regulation issue. Braden pursed his lips and complained as if he were sleepy. "What's going on here? Why are the Jinui here? Whoever is a criminal, step forward quickly. I'm about to fall asleep." The Mohammed explained quietly. "Just routine inspections, done every day." Braden raised an eyebrow, his eyes changing. Not only did Southern Qi have experts, it seemed the Sebastian had them too. Not only controlling the Jinui but also making these Jinui obey orders faithfully, even carrying out daily inspections. Braden patted Junior's shoulder and whispered, "We're in big trouble." Regardless of anything else, the documents proving their identity were issued by the Jinui. As fellow Jinui members, the others would certainly spot inconsistencies in their papers. Chapter 151. Identity Exposure. "You two, come out for a moment." The embroidered uniform guard pointed at Braden and Junior, instructing them to step outside. Braden and Junior exchanged glances and followed the two guards to the doorway. It was nighttime, and only a few lights illuminated the area outside. The two guards immediately spoke up. "Are you colleagues?" Braden chuckled lightly. "Yes, we were just passing through." The guards visibly relaxed. Junior couldn't understand why Braden had admitted it so quickly, until the guards continued. "We just reviewed your documents. While ordinary people might not notice, we can clearly see that there's a secret code of the embroidered uniform guard on this document. Where are you headed on official business, and why did you pass through here?" Braden promptly replied. "We were dispatched to the southern borderlands before the new year. Due to the unrest in the south, we couldn't return until now." The two guards' expressions changed abruptly. The southern borderlands? One of Braden's territories. Braden has deep ties with the embroidered uniform guard. Are you investigating them? Are you sure you're not deceiving us? Upon hearing this, Braden looked around cautiously before leaning in and whispering, "Don't say such things lightly. The embroidered uniform guard serves Bo." He gave no further explanation, but this made the two guards even more convinced that Braden wasn't lying, because they themselves were also part of the embroidered uniform guard and knew some things couldn't be spoken carelessly. They exchanged looks and quickly warned, "In Huainan territory, don't wander around casually. It isn't safe here." Braden bowed politely, smiling, "Thank you for the warning." They parted ways after that. Back in the room, Junior approached Braden and asked in a low voice, "Shepherder, will they really trust us now?" Braden chuckled softly, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Trust us? What a joke." Two unexpected embroidered uniform guards suddenly appearing in their territory. How could they possibly feel at ease? "Watch closely. From tomorrow on, this area will be full of guards, and our every move will be watched." "But it doesn't matter. Let them watch. We'll continue with our investigation." Junior's hand trembled in fear. "Shepherder, you mean you want to investigate their collaboration with Kinney, their corruption involving iron ore and horses right in front of them?" "Shepherder, think carefully. This is Kinney's territory. If they report this to him, we won't stand a chance to escape." Braden shrugged. "That's indeed my mistake. Who would have thought they'd be investigating travelers here? But it's not a big problem. Watch and see, they won't dare to harm us." Zaxoning to Braden speak so confidently, Junior couldn't help but frown in thought. He didn't know where Braden's confidence came from. Braden simply said calmly, "It's quite simple. They don't know our true intentions. Haven't you figured it out yet? Even if they know we're lying or suspect we're investigating horses and iron, all they'll realize is that someone has noticed something unusual in Huainan. Kill us? Do they have the courage? As you said, this is Kinney's territory. Our deaths here would be the biggest problem." Junior drew in a sharp breath. He hadn't realized Braden was so daring. At this point, Junior couldn't help reminding again, "Shepherder, don't forget they warned us earlier that Huainan isn't safe. If we act recklessly, we might run into danger. Isn't this a threat not to investigate?" Braden chuckled. "If they wanted to kill us, they would have done it right away. Why waste time talking?" "Because they're scared. They want to intimidate us. And they assume we don't know the truth." Hearing this, Junior nodded solemnly. He spoke gravely, "Shepherder, if real danger comes, I'll die before you." At the garrison, the local commander entered, frowning as he asked, "Anything unusual?" This was a routine question. Usually, there was nothing unusual. But today, two embroidered uniform guards stepped forward. "At Laifu Inn, we encountered two colleagues who aren't from our local force." Thatcher paused, his brow furrowing. Immediately, someone suggested, "Shepherder, should we eliminate them?" Thatcher snapped angrily. "Have you lost your mind? Kill them? What about Huainan? Even Josh wouldn't dare. Don't act rashly." Everyone lowered their heads immediately. Thatcher reminded again, "Let me say this once more. No matter what, the embroidered uniform guard nominally belongs to Bo. Absolutely do not touch them. Killing them will escalate a minor issue into a major one. Tomorrow, send people to follow them. Make sure they don't find any evidence." By make sure they don't find any evidence, it means Braden and Junior can investigate on their own and even learn what Kinney has done. However, without concrete evidence, their findings won't amount to anything. Everyone immediately agreed. Thatcher quickly left the garrison and went straight to the prince's mansion to meet Pedro. Pedro was still processing official documents late at night when the commander reported the sudden situation. After hearing the report, Pedro frowned and lost interest in the documents before him. He sighed helplessly. The battle in Nanzhong, where three forces surrounded and attacked Braden. If Braden hadn't seen through this massive operation, that would have been the real problem. Thatcher clasped his hands. "Shepherder, I have already ordered to watch and wait. As long as they cannot obtain any evidence, there is nothing they can do to us." Pedro nodded in satisfaction. Before the new year, Josh led troops into Zishan Pass without an imperial edict. The hider knew about this early on. Now, they are sending people to investigate. Without solid proof, the hider cannot take action against Josh. Given Josh's standing, even if the hider wanted to move, all the court officials wouldn't agree. "You did the right thing. Without evidence, they can't do anything to Josh. That's how it should be arranged." Thatcher nodded and turned to leave. However, Pedro couldn't focus on his documents anymore. Looking at the documents in front of him, Pedro's mind was in turmoil. Whether it's Jared or Huainan, both had been stable for so many years, but due to Braden, everything has been exposed. Now, the biggest problem is how to deal with Braden. Even the embroidered uniform guard has been dispatched. He couldn't believe it wasn't by Braden's command. Braden, why did you suddenly show up?" Pedro felt heavy-hearted. Chapter 152 above board. The next early morning, Braden and Junior got up and walked towards the door. Outside the inn, a few people who looked suspicious were lingering there. It was so early in the morning that many people hadn't even woken up yet. Was it reasonable for a few merchants to be vending goods here? Junior was stunned. Do the Jinui always handle things this clumsily? Braden sighed and patted Junior on the shoulder. "You need to be smarter." With these words, he strode towards the vendors. "Aren't you going to hide at all?" Is this an open declaration that you're monitoring us? The Huainan Jinhui is supervising its own colleagues. Do you know what that means? You have already lost the trust of your superiors. The vendors turned their heads away. We are just selling some items. We don't know what you're talking about. Braden fell silent for a moment before softly laughing. All right, then continue with what you're doing. He put on a serious face and headed down the street. After arriving, they immediately inquired about the nearby market. This time, they didn't need to ask any questions and quickly reached the local livestock market. Hay was everywhere, and many horses were pinned in here. Usually, one would need a Juliana to help out, but Braden hadn't intended to buy from the start. He strolled around with Junior as if leisurely walking, soon squinting his eyes at a corner. There were numerous horses there. Frowning, Braden walked over. Soon a vendor came over to stop him. Are you here to buy horses? If not, please leave. Smiling, Braden nodded, took a couple more looks, and then turned away. Junior followed closely behind, whispering, Shepherder, why don't we just say we've come to buy horses? At least we might get some useful information, right? Braden shook his head. No use. Even if we say we're buying, they'll find endless reasons to evade us. Lowering his voice, Braden continued. All those horses are military horses. Junior's eyes widened. Braden remained calm, continuing to speak. Do you know why some of those horses have scars? Because military horses have branding marks on them. Every horse can be traced back. They destroyed these marks to prevent anyone from identifying their origins. To be precise, even if we know they are military horses, without finding their origins and obtaining evidence, we can do nothing. Won't you arrest a merchant because of scars on the horses? Junior shook his head, frowning and speaking unhappily. They are too cautious. Braden chuckled lightly. The opponent is tough. He doesn't care if we know he's monitoring us or what we do. As long as we don't find evidence, we remain safe. Now the biggest problem comes. How should we get the evidence? Junior was momentarily dumbfounded and slightly shook his head. He truly had no idea. Braden spoke calmly. We won't get the evidence because the horse traders won't let us close. Even if they sell to Southern Chi or Southern Nathaniel merchants in front of us, without knowing the identities of either party, we have no evidence. Stopping, he looked back at the market thoughtfully. The mastermind is confident. He doesn't mind if we know the whole process, but we're destined not to trace back to the suppliers or customers, and we won't get any evidence. More worryingly, our cover has been blown. Once exposed, everyone involved in this trade wouldn't believe they were merchants. They wouldn't even have the chance to pose as Southern Chi merchants to purchase horses. Junior was silent. He hadn't expected to encounter so many troubles on the first day in Huainan. Looking at Braden, his eyes held a hint of confusion. Shepherder, what should we do next? Braden shook his head. What should we do? Investigate iron products. We'll come back in 2 days. Braden smiled smugly. Their biggest mistake is underestimating me. I suspect the mastermind still thinks I'm an ordinary Jinhui member. Junior certainly didn't understand Braden's meaning. After all, they were just horses. Could they really provide clues? Braden said they wouldn't get evidence. So why investigate iron weapons and return in 2 days? What was the point? Shepard's Braden didn't explain. Junior had no way of knowing. They soon left the local market and went straight to a blacksmith shop. Junior didn't know how to start. What could a blacksmith shop have to do with smuggling iron goods? Braden didn't bother with him, just walked up to the shop owner. How much for one of these hoes? Hoes weren't expensive, costing about 20 coins or so in most places. But when the boss opened his mouth, Braden was taken aback. 32 copper coins. A hoe, 32 copper coins? Braden frowned. That's too expensive. The boss was about to say something, but upon raising his head, he suddenly changed his tune. Get out. Don't block the way if you're not buying. Junior was secretly laughing behind Braden. Shepherder, he thinks we're here to pick a quarrel. Braden shook his head without explaining, just leading Junior to stroll around the city. At night, the Jinhui brought things to Pedro's study. Pedro put down the documents in his hand and carefully reviewed Braden's activities of the day. He frowned and rubbed his forehead. They seem to have figured it out. Monitor them over the next few days. There's no need to intervene. They won't get any evidence. The commander breathed a sigh of relief and turned to leave. 2 more days passed, and Braden and Junior returned to the market. This time it was afternoon, and the boss quickly came to intercept them. However, Braden immediately told him they wanted to buy a horse. There were many people there that afternoon, with some loudly promoting their horses. The boss hesitated before saying, the horses here are very expensive. Braden's eyes lit up as he took out his silver purse. So, how much would a horse cost? I still have quite a bit of money. The boss fell silent again. He hadn't expected Braden to actually want to buy. He said bluntly, no business today. You two leave. He turned to close the door, but Braden moved closer. Why not do business? Do you have something to hide? Chapter 153, Deciphering the Korean Text. The boss didn't say anything. He just went in, closed the door, and left. Braden nodded slightly, turned his head, and said to Junior, let's go. We need to head back to Nanjing immediately. Junior looked puzzled. Back to Nanjing? Aren't we continuing the investigation? Braden chuckled softly. We've already obtained what we came for. Continuing the investigation would be fruitless. Besides, if we don't leave now, we might not get the chance to leave at all. The two of them didn't even return to the inn, but quickly left after gathering their belongings. Upon receiving the news, the commander promptly handed over the documents stored in the cellar to Pedro. Pedro raised his head in surprise and asked, they're gone? Thatcher nodded. They rented a carriage and left. It seems they're heading towards Nanjing. Pedro nodded and had the commander bring him the details of Braden's movements. The document was placed on the table, and after reviewing it twice, the commander felt something was amiss, though he couldn't pinpoint what it was. It wasn't until evening when his wife brought him soup that he realized the anomaly. Pedro, somewhat annoyed, said, didn't I tell you not to disturb me when I'm in the study? Rhonda gently reminded him, Shepherder, it's time for you to rest. If you stay up any later, you'll be yawning all day tomorrow. Still displeased, Pedro stood up, set aside the documents, and followed his wife back to the bedroom. Lying in bed, his wife quietly asked, "Shepherder, you seem more worried lately. What's troubling you?" Pedro didn't explain. The arrival of the two investigators from the Secret Service in Huainan had made him uneasy. He couldn't kill them or cause trouble, so he had pretended to cooperate with their investigation. What surprised him most was that they investigated other places only once, but visited the horse market twice. He couldn't help but ask, "Before you were pregnant, you often visited temples repeatedly. Why did you do that?" He asked this because his wife's behavior mirrored the actions of the investigators. Sometimes it seemed obvious there wouldn't be results, yet they still made multiple visits. Rhonda smiled. "There aren't many temples nearby. The first visit, I was worried the gods hadn't heard my prayers, and the second visit was hoping they would hear and bless me." Pedro nodded and was about to sleep when he suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. Something's not right. Knowing the first visit wouldn't uncover anything, why go back a second time? Ignoring sleep, he returned to the study and carefully reviewed the first day's movements. Soon enough, his eyebrows furrowed. He didn't mention buying horses during his first questioning because he knew he could never access those military horses. But despite this, he went back a second time. He clearly knew it would lead nowhere, so he must have discovered some clue. Clue. Muttering to himself, Pedro suddenly remembered something. He searched through the documents on the table and soon found one. Of course. The horses were only delivered today. They must have obtained some clue from the horses. What about the iron mine? A bad feeling rose in Pedro as he hurriedly flipped through the documents again. Braden's only interaction with the iron mine was asking a blacksmith about the price of a hoe. Realizing the severity of the situation, Pedro rushed back to his room and asked his wife, "Your hometown is in Shu, right? How much do hoes cost there?" Rhonda frowned. "How can I remember that?" Pedro clenched his fists and shouted, "Think hard. You can't possibly forget entirely." After a moment of silence, she rang a bell to summon her elderly servant. When asked about the price of a hoe, the old servant replied immediately, "In Shu, we had our own iron mine nearby, so iron wasn't expensive. A hoe only cost 17 copper coins. Here in Huainan, where there's no iron mine, it's more expensive, 22 copper coins." Pedro felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He clearly remembered the owner telling the Secret Service investigator the price was 32 copper coins. Seeing Pedro swaying, seemingly about to faint, his wife immediately supported him. "Shepherder, what's wrong?" Pedro didn't hear a word his wife was saying. At this moment, he seemed to be in a daze. I understand. He knows the prices of hoes from different regions, which can help him identify the source of the iron mine. Shepherd Millerly, he saw the horses. Although he didn't ask about their prices, he must have noticed something. But what is it? Pedro pushed aside his wife and the elderly servant who were trying to support him, trembling as he walked towards the door, shouting as he went, "Someone, prepare a horse. A fast horse. Take me to the Jinui guardhouse immediately." The old steward came out with a lantern and clothes, not daring to delay. He had people prepare the horses and called 2 guards to escort Pedro to the Jinui guardhouse. Once inside, Pedro found the commander-in-chief still in bed. "Now, send men immediately to pursue those 2 Jinui agents. They must not be allowed to enter Zishan Pass. Send 2 more people to take me to the livestock market." The Jinui commander also realized something serious had happened and hurriedly got up to call for help. Soon, a group rode off on fast horses to chase after Braden and Junior. Another group escorted Pedro to the livestock market. Inside, Pedro went straight to the new batch of horses. Standing outside and looking in, he thought for a moment. It was night, so he couldn't see anything clearly, but during the day, Braden must have seen some clue. Pedro took a deep breath and ordered someone to bring a torch into the stable, carefully inspecting everything. Soon he found something amiss. Horse droppings. The only thing that could provide a clue was the horse droppings. Pedro's body swayed, his hands trembling. I understand everything now. He wasn't sure if the horses were eating local food or food brought from elsewhere when he first came, so he couldn't confirm it. He came back yesterday to verify this. He's definitely not an ordinary Jinui agent. What does he look like? Chapter 154. A trail of pursuit and slaughter. Chapter 154. A relentless pursuit. Pedro suddenly realized something and abruptly turned to look at the commander of the Jinui behind him. The commander questioned a few supervisors. These few Jinui members stammered as they spoke. He was fair-faced, beardless, with lackluster eyes, looking somewhat lazy. He hardly spoke, and when he did, it seemed like he was rambling incoherently. Upon hearing this, Pedro slapped one of them. Fair-faced, beardless, with lackluster eyes and seeming somewhat lazy. It's because he has long been in a high position. You should all take a good look at yourselves in the mirror. Each of you has greedy eyes that light up at the sight of silver. If he were just a lowly Jinui, do you think he would have stayed here for so many days, knowing full well there was no outcome? Would you waste time on a hopeless matter? There's only one explanation. He is Braden. Braden has entered Huainan. Pedro was almost driven to spitting blood from anger. He turned and slapped another Jinui. You deserve to die too. You think his speech seems disconnected. How did you interrogate people when you were Jinui? You either went straight to the point, or didn't dare to ask questions even while acting as undercover agents. He obtained all clues silently, and you still thought everything was normal. Damn it, you really should die for letting Braden slip away. The few Jinui members looked utterly shocked. What? Braden actually came to Huainan? At this moment, Pedro couldn't care less about other matters. He gritted his teeth as he stared at the horses, knowing that if they couldn't catch Braden, their troubles would be immense. Unable to hold back, the commander whispered, "Shepherder, why could he tell where the horses came from just by glancing at them?" Pedro gnashed his teeth in frustration. Do you think you can openly transport horses? Even the prince wouldn't dare. All the horses are transported by water, traveling thousands of miles a day. In other words, they grazed along the way. The commander felt somewhat dissatisfied. Shepherder, military horses eat grass and soybeans, nothing special about it. What can you possibly deduce from manure? Pedro sneered. You see, you're just a small commander, while others are generals. Let me tell you what can be seen. Pedro pointed to 2 piles of horse dung and asked loudly, do you know what can be seen now? The differences between those 2 piles of dung were quite obvious, but no geographical names were labeled. The commander naturally shook his head. Pedro cursed furiously. It means the previous horses ate fresh grass, and we only provide dry grass here. Don't you understand? In today's Huainan, where can horses find fresh grass to eat? Once these words were spoken, the commander's face changed drastically. His body started trembling uncontrollably. The pasture mostly concentrates in the northern territory of Daiwei, and it's early spring with snow not yet melted. It's impossible to have fresh grass. This suggests only one suspicious pasture. The Jinan pasture. In the north, due to harsh winter, it would take at least 1 or 2 months after the snow melts before normal grazing can begin. During this period, horses are fed dry grass. Except for the Jinan area. This is a southern pasture. Jinan hasn't had much snowfall. In other words, after spring arrives, horses can be taken out to graze directly, eating fresh grass. Undigested grass fibers can easily be identified at a glance. The commander found it hard to believe such a person existed. How could he guess the place we transported the horses from just by examining the manure? Shepherder, this can't be true, right? Pedro gritted his teeth. That's Braden. No one dared to invade southern Nathaniel, but he reclaimed the entire Southland from southern Nathaniel. He not only reclaimed it, but also held it. Now, even the prince is worrying about how to handle Southland. Who do you think he is? He's definitely not like your group of failures. Failing to capture Braden will ruin both deals. The angrier Pedro got, the quicker he left the market and went directly to meet the Sebastian. Night was deep and quiet. A carriage continued driving down the road. Soon, several fast horses pursued from behind. Stop. Jinui investigation in progress. Hearing this, the coachman froze and immediately halted the carriage. Without even looking at him, a few Jinui members rushed over and lifted the curtain. Soon, a Jinui member grabbed the coachman. Where are they? Where are the 2 people on the carriage? The coachman, trembling, replied, they got off midway, bought 2 horses and left. The leading Jinui was almost driven to spitting blood. So why didn't you return? Why did you head south? The coachman, who had even less courage, whispered, they said there were some fruits and melons for sale in Nanchi at a very low price. Shepherd's fruits are expensive here in Huainan now. If I could transport a batch back to Huainan, it wouldn't be an empty trip. I can reach Nanchi tomorrow, so it's not far. Therefore, the Jinui was almost driven to spitting blood again. So you drove us on this long detour with an empty carriage. Damn bastard. He cursed furiously, then turned to look toward Zishan Pass, gritting his teeth. Go to Zishan Pass. His subordinates stared at him in shock. One of them whispered, Zishan Pass was handed over to Braden before the new year. Going there now would be courting death, wouldn't it? They don't welcome us there. His superior ground his teeth angrily. We must catch those 2 people. Even if we can't catch them, we have to kill them before they speak. These are Hanarun's exact words. Otherwise, we might as well not return. All the Jinui's faces changed, and they ran towards Zishan Pass even faster. Just as they saw Zishan Pass, they also spotted 2 horses speeding towards the city gate. The faces of all the Jinui changed once more. Intercept them. Without another word, they spurred their horses closer. Those 2 were naturally Braden and Junior. Junior looked back and soon became panicked. Emetster, how did they catch up? One of them seems to be from the Huainan Jinui. I saw them following us earlier. Braden glanced back, gritted his teeth, and said, let's get into the city first. They've come to kill us. Upon hearing this, Junior's whole body trembled, and he urged his horse faster. But their horses were ordinary ones, exhausted from running all night. Meanwhile, the Jinui's horses were military horses, and high-quality ones at that. Soon, the pursuers caught up, and one of them called out loudly, Shepherder, you left something behind in Huainan. We're here to return it to you. Chapter 155, Carrying Thorns to Apologize. Who would believe such nonsense? Braden didn't even think twice, and from his bosom, he took out a small pistol that was custom-made for him. He turned around and fired a shot. The pursuers behind him were taken aback in an instant. Though no one was killed, the scene was enough to make their hairs stand on end. Who would have thought Braden had a firearm in his hands? The leader of the embroidered uniform guard couldn't care less about these things and shouted loudly, kill. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a crossbow first. The arrow was launched and was struck down by Braden using his sword. The leader's face grew even more grim. He actually knows martial arts? Braden glanced back again, this time aiming at the leader. With a bang, he fired another shot. The leader reacted quickly, flipping to hide on the side of the horse as soon as Braden drew his gun. The bullet missed once more, and they were getting closer to Braden. Arrows kept coming, and with no eyes at their backs, Braden and Junior looked somewhat panicked. Fortunately, Braden soon came up with a plan. He leaped up suddenly and rode the galloping horse backward. It was clear that he was holding a sword in one hand to knock away incoming arrows and a pistol in the other to surprise those chasing him from time to time. To be honest, he wanted to shoot at the horses, but the guards were expert riders. The moment they saw him raise his hand, they immediately led their horses to swerve, not giving him any chance. Without a second thought, Braden aimed elsewhere to hit another spot. A front row guard's horse fell in response to the shot, causing the ones behind to fly out directly. The guards following them, moving at high speed, some of whom couldn't avoid in time, ended up falling off their horses. Zishan Pass was in sight. Before they even got close, Braden saw that the city gate wasn't open. Without hesitation, Braden roared angrily, Christian, if you don't open the city gates, do you want to see me die? Where was Christian? He was sleeping in Zishan Pass. Indeed, he could open the city gates, but he was asleep. But importantly, Braden guessed this too. The general on the city wall, hearing someone shout his superior's name directly, trembled in shock. He immediately ordered the city gates to be opened. Hardly half opened, Braden and Junior charged inside. The remaining dozen guards also attempted to rush in, but were greeted with gunfire from the city walls. Only then did Braden and Junior breathe a sigh of relief and slow down their horses. They dismounted and sat motionlessly at a table near a stall, panting heavily. Several leaders walked over, caught sight of Braden, and immediately knelt down to pay respects. Braden waved his hand without saying anything, merely ordering to be led to the Lord Emidir's residence. Once inside, Braden sat in the main hall, and before long, Christian woke up. "Lord, what happened? Weren't you in Huainan?" Braden wished he could kick him. "You still remember I was in Huainan? Why didn't you have someone watch over there? So many embroidered uniform guards pursued me, nearly killing me on the road." Christian's face changed too. He hadn't expected such a big incident. Trembling, he looked at Braden. Braden took a deep breath. "All right, let's not talk about it. What's important now is for you to gather the embroidered uniform guards." Christian nodded hurriedly. Gathering the guards was his expertise. Soon, a group stood before Braden awaiting orders. "Send letters. This letter goes to the capital and must reach Bo. This one goes to Jinan, to the local embroidered uniform guards. This one goes to Shishan, also for the embroidered uniform guards." "Certainly, complete the mission." All the guards answered loudly and quickly split into 3 groups, rushing off to deliver the letters. Braden sighed in relief, ordered hot water to be brought, bathed, and went to bed to rest. In the capital, report. 800-mile urgent dispatch. A messenger Ridge rolled into the palace hall, unable to stand, handing the letter to a maid, who delivered it to Kylie. Zaquanyu looked at her suspiciously, then frowned at Kylie. There was no other reason. Zaquanyu was still worried that Braden had discovered his true identity. What Zaquanyu didn't know was that Braden had not only uncovered his identity but also met his teacher. Kylie looked at the letter curiously, and when she realized it came from Southern Frontier, she paused. An 800-mile urgent dispatch meant something significant happened in Southern Frontier? Glancing through it, Kylie's expression changed. Yes. Corrupting the embroidered uniform guards, assassinating colleagues, and smuggling iron and military horses. Good. Excellent job. Kylie grew angrier as she spoke. She slapped the table and roared, "Send troops to Jinan now. Surround it. Don't let Shishan off either. Every pasture, every iron mine. I want to see what these people have been hiding from me." As she spoke, her body began to tremble with rage. The others exchanged glances, not daring to say a word. Zaquanyu also frowned. These 2 trades couldn't be interrupted now. As a native of Southern Qi, he relied on these trades to strengthen his country's power. But the letter came from Braden, and Kylie almost always followed Braden's advice. Zaquanyu knew very well that he couldn't stop her now. What could be done? At that moment, someone arrived with an answer. A guard knelt down, speaking cautiously. "Your Majesty, Prince Huainan has sent an envoy to the capital, along with more than 10 prison carts and several wagons." All the officials were stunned. Kylie also furrowed her brows. At this time, Prince Huainan dared to send people to the capital? Was he mad? Kylie waved her hand. "Let the envoy in." Shortly after, Pedro entered the hall with documents, kneeling down nervously as soon as he crossed the threshold. "Your Majesty, Josh sent me here to carry thorns and apologize. Josh has a son who, unaware of the consequences, smuggled iron and war horses to Southern Qi. Upon hearing the news, Josh flew into a rage and personally beheaded his son, hoping Your Majesty would forgive him. Not only the prince's son, but all involved officials have been brought over." Hearing this, Kylie's eyes reddened. She was about to scold someone. She stared fiercely at Pedro, shouting angrily, "Your meaning is that since there was an incident in Jared, you have already dealt with it yourselves?" Pedro nodded slightly. "Your Majesty, exactly so. This time, we've brought the prince's son's head to the capital, along with those corrupt officials. The rest are the ill-gotten silver that Zactal Prince earned over the years, all of which have been sent to the capital." Chapter 156, Difficulties Abound. In the imperial court, everyone was silent. Pedro stood quietly in the middle, calmly waiting for the storm to come. Kylie was utterly enraged. Fine. Such a serious mistake ends just like this?" Pedro calmly asked. "How does Your Majesty plan to handle it?" Kylie opened her mouth but suddenly didn't know what to say. Indeed, how could she handle it? Revoke the Elmer's noble title? She didn't have the authority. The Elmer was in theft by her grandfather, and besides, he was also her royal Braden. In other words, without sufficient reasons, such as evidence that the Elmer had rebelled, Kylie couldn't revoke his title even if she suggested it. Not only would the officials oppose it, but so would the common people. What about reducing the Elmer's military power without revoking his title? That wouldn't work either. Because south of the Elmer was Zishan Pass, which had been defended against Southern Qi and Southern Nathaniel by him. If the Elmer lost his military power, Southern Qi and Southern Nathaniel would surge forward, claiming vast lands, which was unacceptable. Relocating the Elmer? Having him leave the Jared and Huainan areas? No way. Because there wasn't a suitable place to assign the Elmer, and exchanging positions with other princes would mean not only the Elmer wouldn't agree, but other princes would also object. At this moment, Kylie realized that apart from some minor punishments, weakening the Elmer's power was simply impossible. Kylie took a deep breath, suppressing her anger. "Bring the head here. I want to see it myself." Pedro nodded, and someone brought over the box. "This is the Duke's 3rd son." It was common knowledge that the Elmer had only 2 sons. Suddenly having one appear could only mean 2 things, either an adopted son or an illegitimate son. Whether adopted or illegitimate, this 3rd son was insignificant to the Elmer, who wouldn't even feel sorrow over it. Kylie clenched her teeth and glanced at the head. The Imperial Guards confirmed that it was the Elmer's illegitimate son, implying the matter would end here. Kylie waved a hand, dismissing the head and continued, "What about the money? Bring it up." Pedro nodded, and people carried in piles of silver coins. 10 million taels of silver. This amount was substantial. Yet, Kylie's hands trembled slightly. The fact that the Elmer could silently provide 10 million taels of silver to settle this issue spoke volumes. Their smuggling of iron ore and horses must have earned them far more than this amount, possibly 10 times more. Other ministers stared at the silver, dumbfounded. Pedro remained calm. This time, our prince failed in education. He said, whatever punishment your majesty decides, he has no complaint. Kylie almost laughed in frustration. With no real penalty imposed, and merely dealing with an illegitimate son and a pile of silver, how could Kylie feel good about this? But some ministers started speaking up. Your majesty. Although the Elmer made mistakes, he has already executed his own son to make amends, offering 10 million taels of silver. Why don't we close the case? Your majesty, the Elmer was also misled. Your majesty, the Elmer is usually fair and honest. It was his sons who were too deceitful, unexpected indeed. This matter shouldn't blame the Duke, after all, he can't foresee everything. Everyone began praising the Elmer. Kylie fell silent. She dismissed the court, returned to the study, and began writing to Braden, becoming increasingly angry as she wrote. Kylie received a letter, her eyes showing surprise. Junior looked curiously at her. My lord, is there any change? Kylie nodded and chuckled lightly. Yes, there is a change. After we left, the Elmer sent someone to the capital, killed his son, and offered 10 million taels of silver, attributing all the faults to his son. Junior drew a cold breath. This way, the Elmer not only exposed the matter but avoided any punishment. He frowned, very dissatisfied. So smuggling will continue, and it will be even more hidden? The Elmer has learned his lesson. In the future, he will be more cautious. Investigating the truth again will be even harder. Braden also nodded. You're not wrong about that. Originally, I thought that by investigating Jinan Ranch and Shishan Iron Mine, we could cut off smuggling. Now it seems Kenny will never allow this to happen. They can conduct smuggling quite simply. To prevent being traced by the brocade uniform guard, they can just use regular routes, waiting for the goods to reach Huainan. They only need a casual order to send out the goods. Junior frowned. Then why didn't they do this before? Braden laughed. It's simple. They didn't do this before because they didn't want us to know. By using regular routes, we would be able to tell that the amount of goods transported didn't match up, thereby knowing what they were doing. Now that they have exposed themselves, there's no need to hide anymore. More importantly, neither I nor Bo can go to Huainan to investigate accounts. Anyone who goes there dies. This also means we cannot take advantage of this situation to insert personnel into Huainan, because anyone sent there won't survive. Kenny will never let them go. Zaxoning to Braden's explanation, Junior clenched his fists, feeling somewhat angry. Why can't we do anything even when we clearly know they've broken the law? They are the ones who made mistakes, but why does it feel like we're the ones being tormented? Braden nodded with a smile. Junior, I'm glad you asked this question. It shows you are growing. What you're asking is about the issues of the state. For a country to improve, such people must be dealt with to prevent such incidents. Our goal is to make the country better, so we have always aimed at solving issues like Kenny to stop things like this from happening. After saying this, Braden looked down at the map. He sighed. I must say, we have encountered some setbacks now, but we should not be discouraged. We will get through difficulties one by one. Shepherdance, there's no way to deal with Kenny. Let's stop thinking about this matter and focus on doing what we should. Chapter 157. Christian in action. Christian had been very busy recently. The southern frontier was vast. Apart from several major checkpoints and cities, there were also small towns and villages. With winter gone and spring coming, the next issue they faced was how to cultivate the land. But there was an even bigger problem unsolved. Before the new year, Braden proposed a redistribution of land. However, back then, they were all at war. How could they redistribute the land during wartime? Thus, this matter was delayed until after the new year. After long discussions and negotiations throughout the winter, there was still a small group who did not agree. Christian had negotiated with many, but a few people still refused Braden's proposal. So Christian came to one such village. When he entered, the surrounding people looked at him indifferently. This made Christian quite uncomfortable. These fellows are quite lucky to meet an official. Otherwise, who would care about their lives? The people in the city were once just like them, without land or property, always living at the bottom, with the only hope for betterment being to have a beautiful and obedient daughter who might catch the eye of some nobles. Consider yourselves fortunate. With a humph, Christian entered the village directly. He went straight into the best-built house in the village, without any courtesy. Someone tried to stop him but was kicked aside by him. Soon, the servants and villagers outside instinctively gathered around. It was evident that many were local farmers holding farming tools, curiously watching the scene. Perhaps they didn't expect this powerful family to be invaded by Christian with ridges. Naturally, they were curious. Without any ceremony, Christian shouted loudly, "Old Mr. Amal, haven't you seen the official notice we sent before? I heard you're unwilling to hand over your land?" An old man scurried over, grinning nervously and explaining, "Begging your pardon, Shepherder. It's not that we don't want to. It's just that the villagers dare not accept." Christian understood these people's thoughts well. Without hesitation, he shouted loudly, "Bring out all the deeds of your land." The old man didn't hesitate and quickly returned with a chest to Christian. Opening the chest, it was filled with deeds. Christian kicked a table in front of the landlord's door. "Anyone who wants land can come forward. There are 80 households in your village, and every male adult can get 13 acres of good farmland." Upon hearing this, the crowd outside the door took a step back simultaneously. Christian wasn't angry but laughed instead. He turned to look at the servants in the yard and said, "By the way, you can also get land. This is the decree issued by our official. Do you agree or not?" The servants were even more hesitant. Christian nodded, then turned to the old man. The old man smiled obsequiously. "Shepherder, as you see, it's not that we don't want to. We've brought out all the deeds here, but even so, they're still unwilling to take them. What should I do? Also, I respect Shepherder very much. He defeated the Southern Chi and Nathaniel and is a hero in our hearts. But if the people don't want it, what can I do?" Christian smiled slightly and nodded. "You are right. Earlier, I was deceived by tricks like yours too. Saying this, Christian stood up. At this moment, the old man sensed something was amiss. Christian spoke expressionlessly. But the official told me that it's not that the people don't want to take it, but that they're afraid of retaliation from you guys. So the root of all problems lies with you. Once you're dealt with, everything will end. The old man knelt immediately. Shepherd, we are good people. We've done many good deeds, so the villagers treat us like this. Hearing this, Christian laughed even more confidently. You forgot one thing. My lord has a significant connection with the Jinui. We have thoroughly investigated what you have done and ensured no innocent person will be framed. So, you may die now. As he finished speaking, the old man panicked. I agree. I'll let them take the deeds right now. Please, Shepherd, I have no complaints. He didn't finish his sentence, because Christian stabbed him through the chest with a knife. The villagers and servants were stunned. Could this powerful landlord be gone just like that? Christian killed the old man, watching as he still gasped for breath, and spoke expressionlessly. Sorry, you talk too slowly. He then stuck the knife in his hand into the table outside. Now, who wants the deeds? He looked at those commoners and servants. Even so, no one stepped forward. Christian laughed. These commoners were afraid of the powerful landlords, but not of people like himself who worked for the government, right? This was better. He roared angrily. Everyone go back. Gather all the adult males from your households. They must come to collect the deeds. If anyone refuses, if the deed is still here at noon and I find out, I won't be so polite. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone panicked. They quickly left, and before long, the adult males gathered over. Christian grabbed the deeds and explained the rules to them. Zaxxon carefully. The land belongs to the Great Wei. You are not allowed to buy or sell it, but you can cultivate it. Everything produced on the land belongs to you. But if anyone tries to buy or sell the land, I can only say sorry. Those who deserve to die, I won't spare any. As soon as he finished speaking, the commoners all nodded. They came forward to sign up and collect the deeds. Families that already had land would mostly receive enough to reach 13 acres. Families without land would directly get 13 acres. If a family had more than 13 acres, they had to give up some of their land. Of course, it wasn't without compensation. According to the amount of land they gave up, they could receive a sum of money, but the land would definitely not exceed this limit. At this moment, the old man's son timidly walked out. Seeing his land being taken away, he felt like his heart was being cut with a knife. Christian turned and glanced at him. You should be grateful that the official is willing to give you an opportunity. By giving up your land to the commoners, we're at least willing to provide you with some compensation. But if you always think about keeping your land, I can only say sorry. How can they dare to take the land if I don't eliminate you? So, what's your choice now? Chapter 158 Lower Zakhmet of 300,000. The old man's son did not hesitate for a moment. He immediately knelt on the ground. I want money, sir. I'm willing to take the money. I don't want those lands anymore. Christian smiled and patted his head. I killed your father. Isn't there anything you wish to say? His son promptly spoke up. Well done, Shepherd. You did well killing my dad. With him gone, all the family's money will be mine. I am truly very grateful to you. Christian curled his lips. So, you are indeed quite unfilial. But it's no matter, at least you know what's good for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Christian turned around and left. When leaving the village, several people remained behind to continuously promote Braden's new policies. Christian wiped the blood from his face. Just as he was about to mount his horse, he saw several people coming down the path behind him. Junior was sitting on the leading horse. Upon seeing Christian, Junior looked extremely displeased. What did you do this time? The boss specifically told you to be lenient, but you keep killing people. What are you trying to accomplish? Christian was indignant. Efficiency. It's all for efficiency's sake. Killing is the fastest way to solve problems. Why wouldn't I kill? Don't you understand why the boss is so eager to implement new policies, establish schools, and carry out propaganda? The southern border needs troops, and we can't waste time arguing with these sly landlords. Junior, trust me. When it's time to kill, you must never show mercy. Junior fell silent for a moment before reluctantly nodding his head. Indeed, the southern border needed troops. This differed from Dewey's general conscription order. In the southern border, anyone willing to enlist could not only receive payment, but also gain priority rights. During official events, Ridges and their families would always have the right to go first, such as being prioritized in distributing grain from storage. Besides, there were various benefits. The authorities would distribute items like rice, meat, and flour to military households, something unimaginable for ordinary citizens. Moreover, if a Ridge didn't die in battle, his land wouldn't be reclaimed. Beyond that, one critical point stood out. Under Braden's leadership, Dewey Ridges faced minimal danger, a fact everyone acknowledged. Thus, citizens eagerly signed up. They weren't short of sons after all. Yet, the troop mobilization plan was still in its promotional phase. When Christian reached the city lord's mansion, he couldn't help but ask, Shepherd, how many recruits have we gathered? Without hesitation, Braden provided an answer. To date, approximately 180,000 Dewey Ridges have been enlisted throughout the southern border. But most are still new recruits and need training. It will depend on you and the veterans to train them. Christian frowned. Why only 180,000? I thought we were doing pretty well. I expected us to have at least 200,000 by now. Braden rolled his eyes. Are you dreaming? How many people live in the entire southern border? Zishan Pass was already razed to the ground. Do you think there are enough people here to meet your numbers? The recruitment order hasn't stopped for one reason. Many citizens haven't realized that staying in the southern border means better days for them. Shepherdly put, they haven't fully embraced us yet and aren't ready to fight for us. Christian was somewhat confused. Shepherd, how many Ridges should we recruit? When can we stop recruiting? Braden quickly responded. 300,000. The southern border can at least raise 300,000 troops. Upon hearing this, Christian nodded slightly. 300,000. It was much less than he had anticipated. By then, Braden had walked over to the map. Zishan Pass, a key fortress in the southern border, will host half our troops, about 150,000 ridges. Citizens will also migrate en masse. Fengcheng is the second largest city and requires at least 70,000 troops. Jilin and Duong need mutual defense support, so the remaining troops will be placed there. Junior joined Braden at the map. Shepherder, shouldn't we also deploy troops around Rao City and Yen City? Braden nodded. We definitely should, but we can't move regular troops. I mean, you also need to mobilize the citizens and train militia forces, giving civilians some basic military knowledge so they know how to respond during wars. When faced with large-scale attacks, their job is to cooperate with us. Junior was stunned. Militia? This was an unprecedented concept. Braden chuckled lightly. He did not mention those things from his previous life, but simply spoke about the regulations. Do you remember the charter? He deployed his troops in the farmstead. Frankly speaking, if we didn't have muskets and cannons, and if the citizens hadn't informed us beforehand, capturing the charter would have been very troublesome. In fact, even after meeting Curtis and Henrik, none of them instilled such lingering fear in us as he did. Emetravin is also an old general from southern Nathaniel. You can't deny that he was indeed exceptionally talented. Not mentioning Emetravin was fine. Just bringing him up caused Junior to feel a lingering fear on his face. How could this matter be described? Thinking more about what Emetravin did, the more fear arose. Afterward, whether it was Henrik or Curtis, including Kinney, the threats they posed were direct. Only Emetravin was the sneaky type. If they had been careless, destruction would have greeted them. Thinking of this, Junior nodded slightly. Shepherder, I understand your point. If it's about training militiamen, the most obvious benefit is that we won't make the same mistakes as Emetravin. At least the citizens still believe in us. Braden did not look back, only sighing softly. To keep secrets, it's difficult. Zhak Yunhai came back today covered in blood again. He must have killed someone. If there are people who like us, naturally, there will be some who hate us. It's a normal thing. Alright, I won't say more. It's up to you to handle it. I'm only responsible for issuing orders. It's you who carry them out. Braden threw down his brush and left the room directly. Junior looked expressionlessly at Christian. Christian snorted. If they deserve death, then they should die. I've already done the killing. What do you want to say? What else could be said? Junior warned. Christian, as a commander, you need to be careful. If you continue like this on the battlefield, you'll likely bring yourself big trouble. Christian chuckled a couple of times, but remained silent. Junior quickly followed Braden. Chapter 159 Luo Ambrose. Your Excellency, where are you going? Junior stood behind Braden, his face full of confusion. Braden shook his head. Christian lacks strategy, Hanley is short of wisdom, and Wang Zhak is sufficient in maintaining the status quo but lacks initiative. As for you, Junior, you barely recognize a few characters. You're not much help. If I don't find someone useful soon, I'll really have no one left to use. Junior was taken aback, frowning slightly. Your Excellency, I will be honest with you. After all, we can still be trusted. If you just pick anyone at random, what if they can't be trusted? Hearing this, Braden laughed. Training? Have I not trained you enough? Think carefully. Almost all the internal and military affairs of South Region have been handed over to you. But what has been the result? The internal administration is in chaos. You couldn't even handle a few wealthy families properly. And the military administration? Also in disarray. During the new year, defending the city almost resulted in losing both Zilin and Zishan passes. What else can I say? Zaxoning to Braden's words, Junior blushed, but he still wanted to give it a try. Your Excellency, we want to improve too. The key is, who do you plan to find? Is there really a hermit left in South Region? Braden smiled and nodded. There really is one. Wolftail Mountain. Braden darted through the forest. Looking left and right, he quickly spotted a thatched cottage. Oh my, a distant mountain can tire a horse to death. Who knows when we'll get there? As Braden finished speaking, a woodcutter appeared ahead. The woodcutter clearly hesitated, then couldn't resist asking, are you from outside? Wolftail Mountain is inhabited by mountain folk. What are you planning to do here? Smiling, Braden looked at the old woodcutter and pointed to the distant thatched cottage. Old brother, see that thatched cottage? How do we get there? The woodcutter laughed. You want to go there? Head forward, then turn right where you see a bridge. Cross the bridge, and you'll reach it. Braden glanced at the old woodcutter and nodded. Is it really that simple? The woodcutter nodded. Just that simple. Junior frowned, somewhat annoyed. Who doesn't know Wolftail Mountain is hard to navigate? There are wild animals and wolves in the forest. How could it be as easy as you say? In the rain, water doesn't even soak through. We'd likely lose our way halfway. The woodcutter raised an eyebrow. What's that got to do with me? Having said that, he turned to leave. Braden couldn't hold back anymore. No need to walk away. You know very well we're looking for you, don't you? Aren't you going to say anything more? The woodcutter froze, turning back to look directly at Braden. Braden remained calm. I haven't gotten it wrong, have I? With new policies being implemented outside, allowing people to leave without taxes, most mountain folk have already gone. Looking at your clothes, they are very worn and dirty, indicating you've stayed in the forest for quite some time. For 2 days. The woodcutter shook his head. Cutting trees and collecting herbs, it's been more than 2 days, closer to 3. But I don't remember ever meeting you. So why are you looking for me? Braden chuckled softly. Come into the city, and fight for us. The woodcutter's expression changed. Fight? He had absolutely no interest. Without hesitation, he turned and walked away. But Braden didn't give up, shouting out directly. Luo Ambrose, why are you still hesitating? Back then, you were indeed dismissed from your military post by Northern Wei, but did you not commit any mistakes? Putting aside other things, this is the best chance for you to rejoin the military. Are you sure you want to give it up? Luo Ambrose didn't stop walking. In a boastful tone, he replied. All these years, I've hidden deep within Wolftail Mountain. First, Prince Haiyang sent someone to look for me. After Prince Haiyang left, Southern Qi came, then went, and now Southern Nathaniel came. Now you represent Northern Wei. What should I say? I've told you, I don't want to fight anymore. Braden scratched his head. Don't want to fight? Why teach Stone's martial arts? Or was it the massacre of 20,000 civilians that left you so defeated? What exactly are you afraid of? Luo Ambrose paused, asking a question. 20,000 civilians isn't enough? Luo Ambrose, former commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard. During the Southern Nathaniel invasion, the local general abandoned the established civilians. Luo Ambrose stepped forward, gathering remnants of ridges and leading about 2,000 troops in South region. But due to their trouble, Southern Nathaniel's Curtis planned to avoid dealing with Luo Ambrose by sending civilians disguised as ridges. Unaware of this, Luo Ambrose killed them all. In this situation, due to the intense public sentiment, the court originally intended to promote Luo Ambrose, but ended up dismissing him instead. Ultimately, not only did Luo Ambrose fail to receive the reward he deserved, but he also lost his position in the Embroidered Uniform Guard because of this incident. Luo Ambrose did not return to the capital and stayed in Wolf Tail Mountain ever since. Braden didn't expect that Luo Ambrose would never want to go to war again, which indeed annoyed Braden. Luo Ambrose, you can leave, and I will pretend nothing happened. But I hope you remember, if I cannot defend the South region, the casualties will definitely exceed 20,000. I'll say it bluntly, this is all because of you. Luo Ambrose stopped walking, furrowing his brows. What does it have to do with me? Braden chuckled softly. It truly has everything to do with you. Why can't the South region be defended? Because I don't have anyone reliable? You are clearly capable and have the ability, but you refuse to step forward. Everyone bears a responsibility in times of national crisis. What about you? Can hiding help? I don't want to waste words with you. Think carefully. Without mentioning other things, every time you enter Zishan Pass to see Madame Casimir, do you plan on giving her no explanation? When Zishan Pass falls, women like her would be taken to the military camp as sex slaves. Do you think the people of Southern Nathaniel abide by the same rules as us? The massacre at Zishan Pass, you should have witnessed it once already, right? Luo Ambrose stopped walking. He silently stared at the ground, and after a long while, he turned to look at Braden and said, those 20,000 people, I actually realized they were civilians, but I still ordered them to be killed. I thought it would count as a military achievement when reported back. I never expected the court to dismiss me. You're right. From the start, I had ill intentions and committed a grave mistake. Braden raised an eyebrow. So what does that have to do with me? I am from Northern Wei, that's true, but now I am a senior general of Northern Wei. Whom I appoint is my decision. That you can speak your mind, I am glad. However, as long as you follow my rules from now on, there will be no problem. As long as you act within these boundaries, even if you harbor ill intentions, I have nothing to say. Chapter 160, former first-rank official. Marco was silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. I'll report to the Zishan Pass military camp in 3 days. Jonah laughed softly and turned around, walking down the mountain. This reaction instead annoyed Marco somewhat. Marco couldn't help but ask, how did you know I was here? Jonah raised his hand and shook it without turning back. Of course I know you're here. After all, I even know about Widow Casimir. She told me. Don't you understand? You can't trust others, and you definitely can't trust women. Next time, be more careful. Even though Jonah had long left, they could still hear roars coming from Langwei Mountain. It was natural. An enraged Marco let out an unwilling roar. Perhaps he hadn't expected that finding someone special would lead to being calculated. Entering the city and circling around, Jonah brought Junior to the gate of a private school. Junior glanced inside and saw an old man with white hair and breath, clearly advanced in age. Junior was a bit puzzled. My lord, don't tell me this is the interior minister you found? My lord, don't you think he's a bit too old? Hearing this, Jonah laughed softly. Youth does not necessarily mean wisdom. Besides, there's a saying that age can bring vigor. With that, Jonah stood at the back door, attending class with Junior. This was an ordinary private school, and the content taught was normal classics. But soon, Junior felt something was off. The students below seemed fully engaged, listening attentively at least on the surface. Well, this old man has some skill in managing students. Just as he finished speaking, the old man couldn't help but speak up. Once in the school, you must follow its rules. Do not speak when it's not your time to. Then he gave a displeased look at Jonah and Junior. After exchanging glances, Junior's face turned red. This old man was mocking him. Thinking about it, Junior's expression grew angrier. But Jonah remained calm, standing quietly. The old man humphed and let the students study on their own, then turned to walk outside. He walked into the pavilion by himself. As he stopped, Jonah arrived at about the same time. The old man said unhappily, you guys, knowing I'm trying to get rid of you, still have the nerve to stay here, shameless? Jonah sat down directly. Old Ametster Nathaniel, if you want to save face, you'll lose talent. I'll be direct. Help me. The southern frontier needs someone to manage internal affairs. I don't have any suitable candidates, so I need you. If you come, I'll entrust the entire southern frontier's internal affairs to you. The old man humphed again. What are you thinking? I haven't served in office for years, and now you ask me to start? Do you think you have such clout? I admit you are indeed capable. Taking control of the southern frontier from Nan Nathaniel and holding onto it shows undeniable ability, but that's not a reason for me to serve. Junior couldn't hold back. Old geezer, what nonsense are you spouting? How many people wish for an official position? You get offered one, and you still talk nonsense? Do you know, becoming an official brings honor to the family, making ancestral graves proud? Hearing this, the old man sneered at Junior. Unlearned fool. Even Jonah raised his hand. Enough, Junior. The person before you is no ordinary man. He was the former hider of Great Wei's teacher, once a first-rank official of the court. Junior's eyes widened suddenly. A first-rank official? The former hider's teacher? For someone like this, asking him to handle the entire southern frontier's administration wasn't an overstatement, but rather an understatement. Junior instinctively took a step back. Offending such a big figure wasn't something he could afford, but he still couldn't resist asking. Why is he here? Upon hearing this, even Jonah looked back at Junior. The old man looked at Junior doubtfully. Is this person you brought? Smells sour, probably specializes in gutter work? How could he be so stupid? As I'm getting older, isn't there nothing wrong with returning home to teach? Upon hearing this, Junior couldn't stay any longer. He coughed, claiming he'd wait outside for Jonah, then hurriedly left. Jonah withdrew his gaze. Alright, join me. I need your skills. You can refuse, but then I'll have only one way. I'll have your entire family arrested and executed. You also know my prestige in the southern frontier. Accidentally killing the wrong person is quite normal. As he spoke, Jonah stood up and furrowed his brow. By the way, your family register has a total of 623 people. I don't even need to check. Just follow the register and kill them one by one. That should be fine, right? Hearing this, the old man's eyes suddenly widened. He stared intently at Jonah. What do you want to do? That's not right. You dare to threaten me with such tactics, knowing that I was the teacher of the late hider? Don't you fear anything? Jonah lowered his head slightly. I'll be straightforward. You are a rule-abiding person, but I am not. I need you to work for me, but I can't be sure of persuading you, so the best way is to break your rules. Mr. Nathaniel, whether you agree or not, you have to agree. The old man stared intensely at Jonah. He narrowed his eyes, staring deeply into Jonah's eyes. He wasn't sure if Jonah was telling the truth or lying. At this moment, Jonah said nothing. He took out a gun and slammed it on the table. Heaven's punishment, earthly fire. I don't know how they came up with these names, but it has its uses. Killing with this is quick and convenient. Killing 600 is simple. Do you want to see it in action? Hearing this, the old man suddenly closed his eyes. This old man doesn't want to agree. Jonah chuckled softly. You will agree. If you don't agree, your family will be doomed. If you do, there are benefits too. At least, you must be curious about where the path of the southern frontier leads, right? Daring to massacre powerful families in the southern frontier. Don't you find that strange? The old man's breathing quickened. He frowned and shook his head. This old man is not interested. Jonah had already stood up. Alright, let's make it tomorrow. Come to the mayor's residence in Reiching tomorrow. I'll wait for you there. The old man was stunned, inexplicably angry. This old man hasn't agreed yet. Chapter 161. Nathaniel Lau joins. The next day, Huxley slowly made his way to the city lord's residence. This was Elder Nathaniel. Within an afternoon, he had dismissed the students from the school and came over the next day. But standing inside the city lord's residence, he soon fell silent. Because everywhere he looked, there were people walking around, and some seemed to recognize him, greeting him as they passed. Elder Nathaniel, are you here for business too? Elder Nathaniel wore a puzzled look. Business? What kind of business? He found a place to sit down. Everywhere around him were people, and quite a few staff members were loudly announcing something. Curiously, Elder Nathaniel watched one of the staff members calling out loudly. Those who want seedlings should come this way. Spring plowing is about to begin. Everyone remember to register early. We must not let it affect spring plowing. On the other side, a middle-aged man shouted loudly. Yes, no taxes, we won't collect any taxes. All you need to do is farm diligently. Wars? Wars will definitely happen, but both sides have rules to follow. Under normal circumstances, it won't affect spring planting or autumn harvest. Upon hearing this, Elder Nathaniel turned his head to look. He approached the bulletin board and quickly saw the various announcements. Each line described the new administrative policies in Nanyang. The first one stated that agriculture would be tax-free. Then came various plans, conscription plans, military factory plans, and so on. These were the public ones. Specific details were unknown, but Elder Nathaniel was already very interested. He sighed. At this moment, Braden's voice sounded. Elder Nathaniel, aren't you coming in for a sit? Elder Nathaniel froze, then stood up and followed Braden into his office. Under Braden's renovations, the lavish features of the city lord's residence were mostly gone. Offices were partitioned everywhere, and almost every office had someone working in it. Elder Nathaniel was amazed by this scene and quickly sat opposite Braden. Braden, I have to admit, you were right. I am indeed curious about Nanyang's new policies. Everything you've done seems confusing to me. So, I'm curious, why did you eliminate so many large households? Braden nodded and had someone bring in tea. I'll be straightforward. Throughout history, officials have always believed that controlling large households is fundamental, giving them the power to vie for control of the world. Why is that? Because knowledge was held by these powerful families. With enough knowledge, they could cultivate enough talents. With enough money, they could control enough people and resources. But the commoners, oppressed by generations of servitude, hold the greatest power in the world. To put it another way, Elder Nathaniel, your family is large, with over 600 members. But most of these 600 are at the bottom rung. Just because you share the same surname, you can oppress them with clan rules. But why should they go hungry while you feast? If they were to rise against you with sticks instead of following rules, I wonder if you could withstand it? As the words left Braden's mouth, he leaned closer. In fact, we can protect these commoners. You and I know that we're not afraid of them putting down sticks and picking up laws. We fear the opposite. Upon hearing this, Elder Nathaniel shuddered. He looked seriously at Braden and nodded slightly. I understand what you mean, but this path will be very arduous. They may have great potential as you say, but they face one major issue. They don't even know their own strength. Braden immediately clasped his hands together. That's precisely why I invited you here. If you agree to help me, I believe we can achieve these goals quickly. Recruiting troops, defending Nanyang territory. With your ability, teaching them will ignite a spark across all of Dawei, spreading throughout the land. Elder Nathaniel nodded excitedly. You and this brat, I'm nearly 80 this year. Even if everything comes to pass, how likely is it that I'll live to see it? Forget it. I accept. Braden nodded and immediately had someone bring over a map. Elder Nathaniel, let's get straight to business. Do you know the current situation in Nanyang? Elder Nathaniel scoffed lightly. Enemies on all fronts. Braden shook his head. Among the cities in southern Nanyang, Zishan Pass is a key military stronghold, and Fengcheng, with its convenient transportation. I plan to deploy heavy troops at Zishan Pass and make Fengcheng the administrative center for managing supplies and communication, as it is most convenient. Nathaniel Lau shot Braden a glance, then quietly walked to the map. He made some gestures and then nodded slightly. Fengcheng can serve as an administrative center, but there's one major issue. Convenient transportation means that Fengcheng is the core area of southern Nanyang, which also implies that resources can easily be transported out from here, and enemies can easily advance along the roads. The biggest problem with Zishan Pass is that it can defend the south, but not the north. Ironically, the biggest threat facing Zishan Pass isn't the enemy from the south, but rather Kenny from the north. Braden nodded slightly. As a key military city, Zishan Pass has very high walls. But as Nathaniel Lau mentioned, Braden had also noted when entering Zishan Pass, it can defend against northern enemies because a large river serves as a natural boundary. However, there is nothing to the south, so once surrounded, escape is virtually impossible. Fengcheng faces the same dilemma. Fengcheng's convenient transportation allows it to be the fastest route to reach Rook and Zilin in southern Nanyang. But whether it's Rook or Zilin, if they are breached, it means the enemy can quickly reach Fengcheng. Nathaniel Lau frowned as he looked at the map. But the people in Zishan Pass are united, and Fengcheng can defend using the mountains to the north. Therefore, my suggestion is to switch their roles. Emek Fengcheng the military stronghold in Zishan, past the administrative center, and request the Hider to send an envoy to garrison at Zishan Pass. With an envoy present, if Kenny wants to capture Zishan Pass, he will have to think twice. Even if the envoy cannot deter Kenny, it can buy us some time. And if Zilin, Dayang, and Rook fall, Fengcheng can immediately dispatch troops. Chapter 162, Civil and Military Affairs. Elder Nathaniel spoke eloquently. His ideas were completely different from Braden's. But Elder Nathaniel indeed had his own perspective. Even in terms of internal affairs, Braden's vision was not as clear as Elder Nathaniel's. Braden nodded slightly. If that's the case, then I will leave it to you, Elder Nathaniel. The plan for the southern frontier was thus settled. Elder Nathaniel and Braden went to Zishangwan, turning it into a military stronghold. At the same time, they wrote letters requesting Bo to dispatch envoys. Meanwhile, woodcutter Luo Ambrose led troops into Fengcheng. Thus, the landscape of the southern frontier was thoroughly established before summer. Zishangwan served as the administrative center with 50,000 troops under its command. Fengcheng became a military fortress with 120,000 troops. Zilin and Dayang each had 20,000 troops. Yincheng had almost no troops, only some militia. Braden needed to provide these militiamen with food, and send a few men to train them militarily. Currently, the total number of troops in the entire southern frontier added up to 21,10,000. They were still short by 9,10,000, compared to the desired 300,000 army. Even though Braden had started canceling the so-called auxiliary ridges setup, there were still not many people willing to join the army. To be precise, those who wanted to join the army had already come over, and those unwilling would naturally not register. When Christian approached Elder Nathaniel, raising the issue of insufficient troops, Elder Nathaniel just sneered. On one hand, you give farmland to the common people and let them cultivate without paying taxes. On the other hand, you hope they will send their sons to serve in the army. Your thoughts are not bad, but there is a significant problem here. If the common people can peacefully till their land, why would they want their sons to become ridges? The previous Great Wei might not have been as ideal as you thought, but they did have interlocked measures. The taxes imposed on the people left them little choice but to send their children to serve. Now that the common people can eat well, they will only seek stability. Talking grand theories to them is useless. Hearing this, Christian immediately felt a headache. So what should we do? They were still short by 9,10,000. With only 10,000 troops in Dayang and Zilin, they had no sense of security, feeling like an empty city. Elder Nathaniel didn't lift his head. This is simple. You know that being a ridge requires motivation. As far as I remember, haven't you been promoting how great it is to be a ridge? Promotion isn't enough. You need to show the people real benefits. Without tangible benefits, who would be willing to send their offspring to join the army? Upon hearing this, Christian frowned. Yes, previously, the people were unwilling to become military households because once they did, changing their status would be very difficult. Apart from changing their status, being a military household meant only making ends meet. You expect them to be awakened? No use. They just want to survive. So how can they see the benefits? Elder Nathaniel directly pulled out a slip of paper. Before the new year, the southern frontier was in chaos, and everything fell into disarray. After summer comes, the people should start serving labor duties. Military households are exempted from labor duties, which is also General's intention. Not only exempted, but also provided with certain subsidies and money for cooling off during the heat. Hearing this, Christian's eyes lit up. Summer came. People all over received notices from the government. Labor duties. Labor duties were mainly divided into two types, road construction and city wall repairs. A small portion was assigned to repair water sources and houses. The people were accustomed to it since this was common. However, when local officials visited their homes, they noticed something was wrong. Why didn't old Zeku next door have to serve labor duties? Some even asked directly, Old Zeku, why don't you have to serve labor duties? How much silver did you pay? Old Zeku laughed heartily. I have 3 sons. My eldest and second sons have married, but they are still in the military. What do you think happened? The law of the southern frontier stipulates that if anyone dares to seduce my eldest or second daughter-in-law, they can be beaten to death without punishment. As their direct relatives, we don't have to serve labor duties. Moreover, my youngest son doesn't have to go either because of them. Not only do we not have to serve labor duties, but both my eldest and second son's families also received 2 taels of silver as cooling subsidies. Upon hearing this, all the surrounding people were stunned. By becoming ridges, they don't have to serve labor duties and receive subsidies? What kind of rule is this? Some wealthy households had paid to redeem labor duties, and upon learning this news, they deeply regretted it, thinking they could have sent their illegitimate sons and others to join the army. Even the wealthy households thought this way, so the common people became even more excited. That night, they started discussing who in their families should join the army. By the very next day, people from all over were signing up to enlist. Fengqing needed to expand its forces to 150,000. Zilin and Deyang also had to expand to 50,000 each. Most of those joining the army came to these places. Although they joined late and their families couldn't receive subsidies, they indeed no longer had to serve labor duties. In such hot weather, labor duties could be exhausting, but work still needed to be done. A small number were conscripted laborers, essentially free workers, while the rest were paid recruits hired by Zheshangwen. The laborers worked tirelessly without pay, while the paid workers earned money every day. In comparison, even the laborers felt the imbalance. But they had no other choice. Conscripted labor and paid employment were two different things. They had no way to avoid labor duty except through hard work. What else could they say? If they wanted money, there was no way around it. Their greatest asset was the small plots of land issued by Braden. Holding onto that land, they could easily survive, but accumulating wealth was extremely difficult. Under these circumstances, more people wanted to send suitable children to join the army. Then they heard a piece of news. Joining the army also required a physical examination. The army didn't want sickly recruits either. Furthermore, many camps had already recruited enough manpower and stopped recruiting new ridges. As a result, countless people eager to join the army had to pull strings. The 300,000-strong army was soon fully supplemented, and not only that, many people asked when the next recruitment would be. The entire southern frontier experienced a fresh new atmosphere. Previously, ridges were called Chioba, or military households. Now they all had to be called Ridge Sir. And many people wanting to join the army had to rely on connections. Of course, for the next recruitment, Braden did not give them an answer, and the camps began their training plans. This was Luo Ambrose's forte. The first thing Luo Ambrose did was thoroughly train the existing troops. Chapter 163, the southwestern frontier settles. In a military camp, if you can ride a horse, you could be part of the cavalry, because there are not many people who can ride. Archery and such will be trained after entering the camp. Once you showcase talent in a certain area, you'll be assigned to special units. At this moment, Luo Ambrose was directly stratifying the army within the camp, forming a clear hierarchy. The Heavenly Guard army was at the top layer, selected bit by bit from various armies, choosing the best ridges to join. Everyone here is often quite versatile. They can ride horses, shoot arrows, fight in hand-to-hand combat, and their physical fitness far surpasses that of ordinary ridges. Each person usually has a particularly strong skill. These troops were called the Heavenly Guard army, numbering no more than 2,000, equipped with the camp's best warhorses and pistols. Yes, pistols had entered mass production and were allocated to these Heavenly Guard ridges, prioritizing their supply. And the salaries and allowances of the Heavenly Guard were all top tier. The second type of troops was the special forces. Archers, cavalry, and the like, all belong to the second-tier troops. They aren't as comprehensive and excellent as the Heavenly Guard, but they indeed have their own special skills. Their salaries and allowances were second-tier. Finally, there were the other ordinary ridges. This group had no special skills. Most were peasants by origin, and for many, being a ridge was just a way to complete a task. Their salaries and allowances were third-tier. To illustrate with a striking example, if a household consisted of 5 people, 2 parents and 3 children, and if all 4 children were boys, one member of the Heavenly Guard could exempt the father and 2 younger brothers from conscripted labor, meaning one person serving in the military meant no conscripted labor for the entire family. One special force member could exempt the father and 1 brother from conscripted labor, leaving 1 brother still required for conscripted labor. Ordinary ridges could exempt only the father from conscripted labor, while the 2 brothers would inevitably have to select one for conscripted labor. This difference was significant. Households needed to provide conscripted labor annually unless otherwise exempted. Some households with fewer laborers often had to draw lots. For typical households where there was only a father and 1 child, if the father wasn't too old, he would perform conscripted labor every year. If the father was elderly, the child would then be drawn by lot. Thus, even being an ordinary ridge was something countless commoners vied for. As for those Heavenly Guards, it was not just about status. Even the ridges treated them subconsciously with deference. After establishing clear divisions within the army, Luo Ambrose began formal training. His methods combined Braden's approach. The first step was to eliminate a large number of auxiliary troops. What did it mean to be a ridge? Taking cavalry as an example, they only needed to focus on battles. Tasks like horse care and maintenance of armor and weapons were handled by auxiliary troops. But now, the situation was different. They needed to take care of their horses and equipment themselves, and even manage daily chores. Emetni didn't understand the significance and complained bitterly during training. Luo Ambrose had also asked Braden whether such internal discipline training was useless. Braden said only one thing. If they don't follow orders on these small matters, do you expect them to obey your orders in battle? We need to cultivate obedience in every aspect of life. Only by doing so can we ensure that orders are strictly followed on the battlefield. Looking at the veterans under Braden's command, and then the new recruits, Luo Ambrose immediately understood Braden's painstaking efforts. Braden's troops might not be the strongest physically, but they were certainly the most obedient. Just standing there, they exuded an air of focus and readiness. But what about ordinary ridges? They stood crookedly, some even talked and moved around without permission, clearly lacking discipline. Luo Ambrose immediately set out to refine training methods. New recruits faced various drills right from the start. The whole army, due to its structured layers, felt exceptionally vibrant. Ordinary ridges wanted to become special forces. Special forces wanted to become Heavenly Guards. There was no upper limit for Heavenly Guards, but their selection process was very complex. The threshold for each type of troop was clearly set, and everyone quickly immersed themselves in intense training. At last, the entire southwestern region showed signs of vitality. The administrative and military reforms made the southwestern region feel like an iron block. The final question remained. What should be done about spies? The southwestern frontier lacked an independent intelligence system and relied entirely on the Jinui. Braden intentionally cultivated Junior, having him handle various unsavory tasks that he himself couldn't do openly. But this was not Zheng Gui. Ultimately, Junior could only repeatedly consult Elder Nathaniel for a solution. Elder Nathaniel grew annoyed by the constant questioning. Christian, Wang Zaken, and even General Braden previously worked for the Jinhui, right? How different is your situation from the Jinyui's affairs? There's only one difference. The Jinyui oversees the entire realm, while you oversee the southwestern frontier. My point is, why do you come to me instead of asking Braden or Christian about these issues? Junior left helplessly. Braden taught him some things, but it was limited, because Braden was very busy. As the Grand General and the core figure in the entire southwestern region, he had a mountain of mundane tasks to handle every day and simply didn't have the time for him. And as a military general, Christian was mostly outside, not inside Zishan Pass, making it impossible for Junior to seek advice. Finally, he went to the Jinyui outpost and consulted with the local commander. Upon returning, Junior summoned the commander back. The first move was to integrate the intelligence system in the southwestern frontier with the Jinyui. The original group of subordinates selected by Junior was divided and sent to various departments. There were those specifically trained to be spies and assassins, covering all aspects. In this way, the last shortcoming in the southwestern frontier was resolved. After summer passed, both Southern Qi and Southern Xia began to stir. Elsewhere, it would be a good strategy to attack the enemy's granaries before engaging in battle. But in the southwestern frontier, neither Southern Qi nor Southern Nathaniel harbored such thoughts, because the grain production here was really abundant. In other words, burning the grain supply at any given outpost would only make Braden more alert and wouldn't serve any practical purpose. Thus, a new scene emerged. Troops from Southern Qi and Southern Nathaniel came to the southwestern frontier, yet the locals continued to work diligently in the fields, undisturbed by these ridges. They wanted nothing more than to reclaim the southwestern frontier. Only by reclaiming the southwestern frontier could they continue their smuggling activities with Kenny. What they didn't know was that Kenny had his own troubles. Chapter 164, A Dire Dilemma. Kenny wrote a lengthy memorial to the hider. His intentions were clear. The Grand General has just arrived in the southern frontier, commanding 10,000 troops, thousands of whom were originally ridges from the southern frontier. Now, the Grand General commands hundreds of thousands of troops, all recruited locally, which is not in line with our dynasty's laws. The Great Wei law stipulates that military leaders in control of local troops can only have up to half of their forces be locals. If there are more than half, these troops should be disbanded and returned to civilian life. Secondly, the Grand General was able to pacify the southern frontier with merely 10,000 men due to two divine artifacts he possesses, Celestial Punishment and Earth Fire. With these two artifacts, 10,000 men suffice to conquer the southern frontier. Now that the Grand General has hundreds of thousands under his command, if he harbors disloyal thoughts, he could easily take over Great Wei at any time. Your Majesty cannot afford not to be wary. When these words reached Kylie, she slightly lowered her head. Herman had mentioned this matter to her, still during her meeting with Herman after Braden saw him. Now, as it was mentioned again, Kylie felt like laughing. Kenny had capable people around him, but he had one significant issue. He was too slow. Not him being slow, but the process of sending messages to the hider was always too slow. Now it was clear that Kenny was preparing to reclaim the southern frontier. Thus he thought of impeaching Braden, cutting off support from the court, and ideally weakening Braden's strength. But little did he know, Braden had already met with Herman during the new year. Herman knew he was exposed and dared not make the slightest mistake, quickly providing a solution. To quell the unrest, we do not need to care about these regulations. Moreover, Braden is the Grand General of Great Wei, overseeing all the troops of Great Wei, not a vassal king of the southern frontier. The meaning was that the Grand General went to the southern frontier to quell the unrest. If he couldn't recruit locals to join the ranks while doing so, how could he possibly fight? Furthermore, Braden's position was Grand General of Great Wei, overseeing all the troops of Great Wei. He was not a resident force in the southern frontier. To put it bluntly, he would leave once he finished fighting. How could there be so many issues? On the contrary, Kenny instantly found himself in a dilemma. If he didn't collude with Nan Nathaniel and Carnell, then Braden would return to the capital, and the southern frontier would most likely be handed over to him. At that time, although the southern frontier would be given to him, he didn't know what means Braden might leave behind. Handing over the southern frontier to Nan Nathaniel rashly could cause unimaginable troubles. But if he colluded with Nan Nathaniel and Carnell to attack the southern frontier, there was another problem. With the southern frontier in chaos, who would order Braden to return to the capital? He wasn't going back just for the sake of it. The Grand General was also deeply troubled by this. Immediately, he ordered someone to fetch Pedro. Pedro looked at the Grand General's expression and turned to read the imperial decree returned by the hider. Shepherding, Pedro said. Wangya, Your Highness. The Grand General has already formed a formidable presence and cannot be pressured for now. Otherwise, it will cause much trouble. Why not temporarily halt the campaign in the southern frontier and let the Grand General return to the capital? We can reclaim the southern frontier and not immediately hand it over to Nan Nathaniel. After all, we previously entrusted the southern frontier to Nan Nathaniel, but they failed to defend it. How can we be blamed for that? Upon hearing this, Kenny frowned and sighed heavily. This is difficult to say. While the southern frontier remains in Braden's hands, we can still avoid responsibility. But once it falls into my hands, Nan Nathaniel will absolutely not let it go. And most importantly, if Braden returns to the capital, do you think he will sit idle without causing trouble? That's right. If Braden stopped fighting, what important matters would he do instead? Kenny remained silent, but Pedro understood what he meant. Once Braden returned to the capital, he would surely investigate their smuggling of iron ore and horses. If that happened, Kenny would prefer him to stay in the southern frontier. After all, the source of smuggling was not in Kenny's territory. Pedro paused for a moment, then raised a new question. Bo said that the Jinyui of Jared and Huainan regions are held responsible and must report to the capital. New Jinyui will fill their vacancies. Kenny became even angrier. What nonsense. Braden came to Huainan once and uncovered evidence. Most crucially, the highly paid Jinui he bought would now be summoned to the capital. Thinking about this, Kenny was furious. We spent nearly 20 million taels of silver bribing these Jinui. We also give them 3 million taels of silver annually. Now, they're simply going to be transferred back to the capital for reporting. Where can I find another 20 million taels of silver for them? This was the core of the problem. Kenny paid the money expecting long-term service. Yet, after a short period, the scheme was exposed, and they were being called back. Kenny would have to spend more money again. Would he agree to that? Pedro fell silent for a long time. Kenny directly asked, "What plan do we have?" Pedro took a deep breath. "I am not without ideas. How about this, Your Highness? In the Jared and Huainan regions, with such significant oversights by the Jinui, you are understandably furious. Why not petition Bo? Shepherd's Braden will be returning to the capital and will pass through here. We could request that Bo have Braden stay and handle the situation." Kenny was taken aback. He furrowed his brows, about to speak. He intended to ask Pedro if he had lost his mind. With the Jinui issue already giving him a headache, Pedro wanted Braden to come specifically to deal with it, but before he could speak, Kenny suddenly realized something. If Braden were to enter his territory, would he stand a chance? Thinking this, Kenny became excited. Of course. If Braden fell into his hands, wouldn't he be easy to manipulate? Why not just set up a banquet of ambush? Overjoyed, Kenny immediately had someone send a message to the hider. The result was that after sending the message, there was no reply from the hider for a long time. In fact, the message never reached the hider. Herman and others saw Kenny's letter and thought it was feasible. After all, in their hearts, Kenny was still the good prince, an able king. But Herman knew that if the conditions in the letter were accepted, he might lose his life. More importantly, Joe Kiley would never agree to this request. Those who did not know Kenny's true nature naturally thought it was a good plan. Those who knew Kenny's true nature wished they could curse out loud. Kenny's schemes almost made them want to spit in his face. The reason there was no reply to Kenny for so long, and even not reported to the hider, was because Herman was consulting his teacher. It took even longer for the message to reach South Chi. Luckily, though far, it eventually arrived. After reading his teacher's letter, Herman decisively submitted Kenny's request to Kiley. At this time, within the court, the royalist faction held the most power, and these royalists unanimously requested that Kiley agree. This put Kiley in a difficult position, because the vast majority of the royalists did not know Kenny's true nature. Chapter 165. The South cannot be resisted. Your Majesty, the Sebastian has been loyal and faithful. Your Majesty, the Sebastian upheld righteousness by punishing his own flesh and blood, even if it was his own son. The royalists, currently the most powerful faction in the court, were kneeling one after another. All the virtues of the Sebastian were brought up by them. How when the Sebastian was the crown prince, he had been friendly and modest, yielding the position to the former hider and becoming a vassal king. Or how before the new year, when his son committed a crime, he not only killed his son but also invited the Grand General to clear out the Imperial Guards within his jurisdiction, acting openly and justly. They all spoke highly of the Sebastian, but the more they said, the colder Kiley's heart became. Was this really a virtue? The reason why the Sebastian did not become the crown prince was determined by Kiley's grandfather, because Kiley's grandfather saw through the ambitions of the Sebastian. Once he became hider, his siblings would all perish. Which father would wish for their son to be such an hider? The reason why the Sebastian killed his son was to preserve the supply chain. After killing someone and bringing these matters up himself, the court wouldn't dare investigate further. He should at least get some face from the court, right? The Sebastian did nothing except gain face within the court. Kiley became angrier as she thought about it. She slapped the table heavily, silencing everyone instantly. She rubbed her white hands, which were so painful that her eyes turned red. Despite the pain, she didn't say a word. She looked at the officials in front of her and spoke with a deadpan expression. I believe that the Grand General should remain in the South temporarily due to the ongoing reforms there. Once stability is ensured in the South, we can discuss other matters. What do you think? The ministers exchanged glances. Your Majesty, the Grand General has indeed acted against protocol. More importantly, with the firearms under his control, should he harbor rebellious intentions, wouldn't Your Majesty be in danger? Kiley laughed. She waved her hand. The Grand General will never harbor rebellious intentions. As soon as these words were spoken, Kiley realized something. Her statement was too subjective and could be refuted. Sure enough, many people emerged, believing that Kiley couldn't be so decisive. Some even talked about the necessity of being wary. Kiley sighed. She wanted to explain but didn't know where to start. Just then, an official on the podium handed over a confidential report after looking left and right. Kiley was taken aback. Who was this minor official? She couldn't remember him from the court, but it didn't matter. The report was from the Imperial Guards. Kiley glanced at it and immediately smiled. She quickly realized she shouldn't be smiling, so she restrained herself, pretending to be angry and started cursing loudly. The damn Southern Chi and Southern Nathaniel, daring to invade the South again? Do they think our Great Wei is a pushover? Everyone looked at each other, confused. What did she mean? Did the invasion of the South start again? No one mentioned anything about Hawk returning to the court. Among them, Herman silently glanced at the small official. He frowned and pondered for a moment, then sighed. That night, Herman returned to his study and opened the letter from his teacher. His teacher explicitly stated that the Sebastian and Hawk were engaged in internal strife, leaving them to fight while Hawk remained inactive unless he directly asked Herman to do something. Herman had done his best for the Great Wei court. With the royalists being the most powerful faction now, his contribution had been enough. What did Herman worry about the most? He feared that Hawk would return quietly like during the new year, asking why he didn't speak up for him. Herman feared this because he wouldn't be able to justify himself and might lose his life. But his teacher's analysis was correct, and Herman believed in him unconditionally. So he calmly passed on the letter from the Sebastian. Initially, he had leaned towards the Sebastian. If Hawk died, Herman wouldn't have to feel that his head was hanging by a thread every day. This feeling of living in constant fear was something Herman couldn't stand for a single moment. However, the problem was, Hawk had indeed set up his own network in the court. That official who suddenly submitted the confidential report was clearly Hawk's contingency plan. Regardless of whatever means the Sebastian used, if Hawk simply said, "The enemy has come," the whole court would refrain from speaking much, because they still needed Hawk to secure victory. With this thought, Herman sighed softly. Don't I already know if Southern Chi has sent troops or not? Hawk, you planned everything so meticulously and left behind a contingency plan. How am I supposed to feel reassured? Surely you must have some way to punish me? As this thought crossed his mind, Herman became even more worried. At this moment, the butler handed him the letter delivered in the afternoon. This was an investigation report about the southern frontier. The first item was about personnel changes in the southern frontier. Hawk was appointed as the Grand General. However, the civil officials in the southern frontier were no longer led by Junior, but by an old man surnamed Nathaniel. Of course, Hawk was still the highest-ranking military officer in the southern frontier, but the one right below him was no longer Christian, but a man named Luo Ambrose. Herman frowned and asked, "Is there any specific dossier on this Nathaniel and this Luo?" The butler lowered his voice. "We have found it. This old Mr. Nathaniel was the former Hiders teacher who taught in his hometown before being brought out by Hawk. As for Luo Ambrose, he was once a leader of the Imperial Guards. He was stripped of all positions due to the slaughter of civilians and falsely claiming credit for killing good citizens." Herman's frown deepened. He reached out to take the dossier from the butler. Just a glance, and his face changed drastically. What? This old Mr. Nathaniel was also once a tutor to the Crown Prince? And this Luo Ambrose is the very Tiger Valor general who defeated the southern Nathaniel and made even Curtis feel headaches? Why did we not receive any news about such prominent figures being in the southern frontier? What have the Sebastian and southern Nathaniel been doing? If they help Hawk like this, the southern frontier will be as solid as a fortress. Even if Hawk leaves the southern frontier, what can the Sebastian or southern Nathaniel hope to achieve against it? Herman had legitimate reasons to be angry. Hawk was already difficult enough to handle. Now, with two more experts emerging, how could Herman deal with it? Report this immediately to the Sebastian and my teacher. The southern frontier might as well be lost. Herman took a deep breath and continued reading the letter. Another glance and Herman's eyes widened. Commanding 30,000 troops. 30,000 ridges would suffice for Hawk to hold the southern frontier firmly. Be it Southern Chi or Southern Nathaniel, wanting to take control of the entire southern frontier was simply a daydream. Herman felt an excruciating headache and threw the letter aside, lying down. Tell my teacher to withdraw the troops. The southern frontier cannot be resisted. Chapter 166, Third Class Merit. Herman was utterly despairing. On the domestic front, there was the old Nathaniel, who had once been a grand tutor. Among foreign generals, Luo Ambrose was even hard for Curtis to deal with. What did the current southern frontier equate to? It was equivalent to having two Bradens, military leaders. Before, the southern frontier only had one Braden, and despite being surrounded by three factions, outnumbered but could not be defeated. Now, with two Bradens, their greatest shortcoming was a lack of troops, but now they had supplemented up to 300,000 ridges. How could Herman not feel despair? He felt as if the long night was getting harder and harder to endure. At this moment in the southern frontier, it was a different scene altogether. Old Nathaniel would frequently find Braden to discuss policies regarding the southern frontier. Soon, schools began springing up all over the southern frontier. But what truly made people shudder? The founding of the first military academy in Dawei history in the southern frontier. Yes, the Zishan Pass Military Academy was thus confirmed. Shepard's ancient times, no one taught military strategy, let alone teaching so many people through a military academy. In many stories, famous generals received some kind of heritage and were pleasantly surprised. So what happened? Braden founded the Tian Pass Military Academy at Zishan Pass and started recruiting its first batch of students. All members were recruited from within the military. Braden, Luo Ambrose, Hanley, Wang Zak, and Christian took turns teaching military strategy. Old Nathaniel founded private schools everywhere, from a small county to large cities like Fengcheng, Raocheng, and Zishan Pass. Thus, Zishan Pass had its second school, the Tian Pass Academy. The Tian Pass Academy trained civil servants and typically did not teach classics such as Confucian texts. Shepard Millerly, personnel were selected internally for training, aiming to make them better equipped to implement new policies and theories in the southern frontier. Once news spread, everyone was shocked. First affected was the Sebastian, because every move by Braden had a profound impact on him. The Sebastian directly exploded in anger in his study. How dare he? Is he not afraid his subordinates will rebel? Who does he think he is? Who allows anyone to teach military strategies so recklessly? How dare he be so bold? It's sheer arrogance. The more he said, the angrier the prince became. Pedro also frowned seriously. Wang Ya, this matter is troublesome. The southern frontier has changed almost daily. And since the founding of the military academy, even more people in the southern frontier wish to join the army. Now it's 300,000, but actually, far more people want to join. There are probably countless civilians hoping for a future for their sons. They fear that there won't be enough places for everyone. Graduates of the military academy, having learned military strategies, come out as generals. For an ordinary peasant family, this was a direct opportunity to leap social classes. And for military academy selections, resilience was prioritized. The problem was, peasants' children were abundant and resilient. Thinking of this, Pedro's expression grew even graver. The Sebastian still couldn't believe it, angrily questioning, how could he dare? No one had ever dared to do this before. Why did Braden? Pedro sighed. He also didn't understand why Braden dared to defy the norms. The reason was simple. The first lesson in the military academy. You serve to protect the people, not to serve certain individuals. Most of you are born from peasant families. You know how difficult life is for the common people. Therefore, you must give back to the people. This is the foundation of our military discipline in the southern frontier. People trust you because you are their children. Only with this trust can I believe and teach you the necessary knowledge. Why did Braden dare to teach military strategy? Because both the Sebastian and others overlooked something. There were no powerful clans in the southern frontier. This wasn't a joke. The entire vast southern frontier had nearly all its major clans killed off. If anyone tried to hold on to their lands, they faced death. Those who sold their land became wealthy households. This was the crux of the problem. You claimed to be a landlord, and clan members sought your help, or you used land to win people's loyalty. In powerful clans, many tenants were from their own clans. But now, no one was a landlord, and clan members seeking help wanted money. Taking their money was akin to taking their lives. Under these circumstances, could they still expect help? Interclan relationships became much more distant as a result. Originally living in rural areas, but now without land and with money, what choices did they make? Indeed, immensely rich people moved into established towns, further weakening clan ties. Without clan support, even if you learned military strategy, could you really start a rebellion? Would you have the capability? Taking a step back, many people who learned military strategy ended up acting recklessly because they were swayed by their clansmen or relatives. In the end, the military academy trained a group of people like you. If you still think about rebelling, and then suddenly reconsider, if you weren't the best in school, does that mean you'd be the best on the battlefield? Not to mention the teachers. Even your classmates might prove stronger than you in battle. With this fear in mind, many people didn't dare to act rashly and instead, during their studies at the military academy, they constantly emphasized two words: civilians. This significantly changed the climate in the southern frontier. First, Wei had always favored civil officials over military officers, but in the southern frontier, this trend reversed. As a civil official, you gain power for yourself, but as a ridge, your whole family benefits. Immensely felt that since they were farmers, their sons had little chance of becoming civil officials, but when it came to enduring hardship, their sons certainly had the capability. So, naturally, they sent their sons to join the army. Gradually, a new order formed in the southern frontier. Regardless of whether they were civil officials or military officers, support from the common people became the priority. Especially after a major incident, the transformation in the southern frontier's climate was even more profound. It all started with a woman being harassed by hooligans on the street. A few hooligans dragged the woman into an alley and were about to do unspeakable things. At that moment, a military academy student passed by and gave them a thorough beating. While they wielded sticks, he pulled out a knife and killed 4 hooligans. Afterward, the woman urged him to flee, warning him that killing someone would get him punished by the authorities. The reason was simple. While the hooligans broke the law, their crimes didn't warrant death. By killing them, he became the one at fault, according to Wei's laws. What happened next? He stood still, declaring that ridges should take responsibility for their actions. Then, he was taken to the magistrate's office. In the end, he wasn't sentenced to death but was instead awarded a third-class merit. When this news broke, all the commoners were elated. Except for the families of the hooligans, everyone thought this verdict was excellent. Chapter 167. Promoting the new policies. Several people sneaked into Zishan Pass furtively. At this time, Zishan Pass was populated predominantly by outsiders. As Braden had mentioned before, Zishan Pass was once a heavily fortified city, but due to the massacre caused by the new charter, the population had dwindled significantly. With no other choice, Braden had to relocate people from various regions to Zishan Pass. This resulted in Zishan Pass having more outsiders than locals. Thus, the sight of these outsiders didn't raise any eyebrows within Zishan Pass. There were 5 people in this group. The middle-aged man leading them turned his head and asked, "I've heard that Porter has killed someone in the city, which is a serious crime. Let's go plead with the officials. Perhaps we can offer some silver. If Porter could leave behind a descendant, it would be for the best." As he spoke, the middle-aged man nearly shed tears. The others exchanged glances, equally helpless. Soon, they arrived at the local government office. When they explained their purpose, the local official reported to Braden while trying to console them. Things have changed in Nanzhou. Incels who commit crimes are not under local jurisdiction. They fall under military management. The military has its own trial system. From what I know, though Porter killed someone, he wasn't punished but instead received a third-class merit. These villagers had no idea what a third-class merit meant. One person hesitantly asked, "What is a third-class merit?" The official smiled wryly. "It's equivalent to killing 5 enemies on the battlefield." Well then, in their understanding, selling military merit for killing 1 enemy earned 2 taels of silver. Killing 5 enemies would earn 10 taels of silver as a reward. Hearing their words, the official laughed helplessly. "It doesn't work like that. Military merits cannot be sold now. Previously, it was loosely regulated, but now the army is strictly managed by the general himself. A third-class merit isn't comparable to silver. But let me put it this way. If he earned it during his studies at the military academy, he would be half a rank higher when assigned to a place after graduation." Upon hearing this, the 5 people immediately felt relieved. What they hadn't expected was that Braden actually came over. Seeing Braden, who they had heard was the great general, all 5 stood up, with the middle-aged man even attempting to kneel. "What are you doing?" Braden quickly helped him up, patting his shoulder. "I should be the one thanking you for raising such a fine son." Braden sat down, and only then did everyone else sit. At this moment, Braden sighed and said slowly, "In our army in Nanzhou, there are rules. If ridges do not protect the people, what good are they?" The 5 men exchanged glances, unsure what to say. Previously, ridges used to oppress the people ruthlessly. Under Braden, ridges protected the people? They weren't sure if this was just a polite statement. Braden continued. "Nanzhou is undergoing reforms in both governance and military affairs. The new policy now emphasizes protection. And cells are meant to protect the people. If they don't stop illegal activities, why should they be ridges at all? Rest assured, the porter you mentioned not only hasn't committed a crime but has also done something commendable." Upon hearing this, everyone finally relaxed. Braden ordered tea and, after some thought, added some pastries to the order. While high-quality Wui de Hong Pao might not be to their taste, The excellent osmanthus cake and mung bean cake were irresistible. Tea was just formalities. Pastries were the real deal. Seeing everyone start eating the pastries, Braden instructed them to take some back home. Braden, he was the great general. So down to earth, the others were stunned. Seeing everyone relax a bit, Braden began to ask questions. I'm here mainly to ask if this year's farming has encountered any significant problems? All five nodded in unison. We harvest twice a year here, so there aren't any major issues. Braden nodded and then asked again. How do the people feel about Nanzhong's new policies? The five exchanged glances. Nanzhong's new policies. They sighed. Your Excellency, we ordinary people don't know much about the new policies. We just know how to farm. Hearing this, Braden understood. He nodded slightly and turned to Junior beside him. Take note, the new policies haven't been communicated properly. If the people below don't know about the new policies, what kind of reform is that? Junior nodded repeatedly and couldn't help but ask, can this incident be used as a special case for promotion? Porter, from a peasant background, had entered the military academy through his own efforts. During his time at the military academy, Porter came across a situation where injustice was being done, and he intervened with his blade, killing 4 ruffians who were plotting something unsavory. The key point is that this incident had a wide-ranging impact. It's a natural law that one must pay for taking a life. Even if you were doing a good deed, in the past, officials would insist that the ruffians' crimes did not warrant death, and anyone who killed them faced capital punishment, especially if they killed 4 people. What else could it be but capital punishment? So, the influence of this incident is significant. If we can promote it, the effect will naturally be very good. Braden also nodded slightly. It can be done, let's go ahead. But this is not enough. Although the troops from Nanqi and Nanzhou have entered Nanzhong, they haven't attacked yet. They might be waiting for the moves of the Sebastian. Let's take advantage of this opportunity to train our ridges. Let these new recruits help farmers with their farming. The 2 men whispered, while the 5 commoners had no idea what was going on. The leading middle-aged man even trembled as he took out silver from his robe. When he approached Braden with the silver, Braden was taken aback. The middle-aged man unfolded his bundle, and Braden saw many copper coins and some broken pieces of silver. Shepherder, don't think it's too little. This is all the silver we have, totaling 8 liang and 2 qian. Shepherder, sparing Ergo's life has already made us very grateful. This silver is our gratitude to you. Hearing this, Braden frowned and quickly pushed the silver back. This cannot be done. In the future Nanzhong, this will be illegal. Bribery and corruption will both be prosecuted. Remember that. The peasants exchanged glances, feeling mixed emotions. Braden waved his hand. You'll know soon. The new policies in Nanzhong are different from the past. Such old habits are unacceptable. Alright, go back. Once you return, remember to spread the word about Porter's case so everyone in your village knows. Upon hearing this, the 5 people nodded repeatedly. They left the government office quickly, still discussing among themselves. This great general seems quite approachable. Nanzhong looks like it's about to change dramatically. The official told us to spread the word. From his words, it sounds like the new policies in Nanzhong are why Porter wasn't punished. Emetni people don't know about the new policies. Does he want us to promote the new policies? Then let's check the announcements before we leave. We can say more when we get back. Chapter 168 New Policies. These farmers, they don't understand a thing. The key issue was with the announcements. Due to the new policies, there were even more of them. But fortunately, Braden had anticipated that some people wouldn't understand the new policies, so he arranged for interpreters to explain in queues. The 5 men, because of Jeffrey's incident, rarely entered the city. Now that they knew Jeffrey was not dead, they breathed a sigh of relief. They also met Braden, and now they just wanted to do something right, so they listened very carefully. No taxation on farming and no corvée labor will be officially implemented by late summer this year? Are you kidding? Without corvée labor, how will the government handle all those constructions? The 5 men, listening to the ridges on stage introducing the new policies, simply couldn't believe it. Collapsed city walls and muddy roads, don't these need repairs? Doesn't the government care at all? The ridge on the platform explained loudly. Everyone listen. I know you don't believe me, but this was said by the general himself. You may find it strange. Collapsed city walls and those ruined roads, aren't they going to be repaired? Yes, they will. The government will pay people to repair them. If any of you have bricklayers or carpenters, you can organize your teams back home. Once the government needs them, you can come forward to compete for contracts. Hearing the ridge's words, everyone was astonished. Officials are here to make money. Now, the government is not only making no money but also subsidizing. Who would believe it? The ridge didn't waste words and directly said, I'll just say it. The policy of the office has been changing all the time. As you know, Nanzhong experienced war turmoil before the new year. Do you all know what war turmoil means? After the battles, the general doesn't have ridges left. City walls, roads, and various military structures are all destroyed. There's no other way than to ask you to repair them. At that time, there was no money, and recruiting ridges was necessary. Now Nanzhong has an army of 300,000, so conscription and corvée labor are unnecessary. And we have our own income in Nanzhong. You should know, first of all, we killed off many local warlords, and their money is used to support the locals. A citizen immediately shouted, then why not directly distribute the money to us? The ridge laughed in spite of himself. These people really don't know when to stop. However, his professionalism kept him from losing control. He forced down his anger and spoke. We did not distribute the money because some families have more members, others less. No matter how much each person gets, someone will think it's unfair. Let me be clear, this money will not be distributed, but its purpose has already been decided, to be used locally, including hiring people for road repairs and other expenses. As for future taxes in Nanzhong, the bulk will be placed on merchants. I'm not afraid to be blunt. In the future, in Nanzhong, those who earn more must pay more taxes, and those who earn less will pay fewer or even no taxes. This is the rule. Taxes will not be collected in grain. After all, farmers work hard all year and harvest only a little. Taxing them would mean they cannot afford medical treatment if they fall ill. The official said that everyone should be given a chance to live. As the Ridge spoke, everyone gradually came to realize the implications. They looked at each other, unsure of what to say. But overall, the Ridge's explanation seemed credible to them, which was enough. The 5 farmers stood among the crowd, continuing to ask about other policies. What surprised them most was the policy regarding military households. Families of military households, when encountering natural disasters or military crises in cities, can enjoy priority benefits from the court. For example, now that Zishan Pass is under attack and cannot hold, military families will be evacuated first. Another example is during droughts. When food runs out, relief rations from the government will be distributed first to military households. These words sparked strong dissatisfaction among more people. Why should they? Incels bully us all the time, and their families get to enjoy welfare? Yes, exactly. Military households were considered lowly. As the old saying goes, it's better to marry an old widower than a Ridge. What about the general? Does he have nothing to say? Complaining about these preferential policies for military households in front of so many Ridges showed what military households were like in the eyes of ordinary people. The Ridge standing on the platform sighed helplessly. What else do you want to say? Shepherds, the general arrived at Zishan Pass. Whenever a Ridge bullies you, report it to the authorities immediately. Once verified, they will be sent to a military tribunal. I'm not afraid to tell you directly, now the Ridges are all called sons of the people. They are selected from among the people of Nanzhong, and their purpose is to protect the people. They risk their lives for you, spill blood and sweat, and when they return, they get called names by you? Why don't you go to war then? The Ridge was clearly angry, and his voice turned into a questioning tone. The citizens below shrank their necks, too afraid to speak. The Ridge snorted and continued. I'll say it again. Any military personnel who violates laws and discipline will face the military tribunal. This isn't a joke. Military priority isn't a joke either. It's because they fight at the front lines. Without them, none of you would have peace and safety. This is what the general said. No room for negotiation. The other citizens looked at each other, each with faces full of discontent. Clearly, none of them had family members in the military, so they naturally felt dissatisfied. Meanwhile, the 5 men hidden in the crowd muttered subconsciously. Jeffrey is in the military, and he even got a 3rd-class merit. According to what they're saying, can we also enjoy benefits? The leading middle-aged man frowned and shook his head after some time. No way, no way. He mentioned direct relatives just now. It seems that only Jeffrey's parents or children can enjoy these benefits. You should send your son to join the army quickly. The man who spoke earlier sighed. I wish I could. You know, we're all from the countryside. We want our children to find a way out. The problem is, they can't find a way out. We originally didn't want to send our kids to the battlefield, so we hesitated. By the time we decided, the recruitment was already full. This policy, why can't I benefit is Jeffrey's Braden? Hearing this, the middle-aged man grinned. His son, someone finally envies him one day. Chapter 169. A emitter of great or small shepherdnificance. The 5 people returned to the village. Emetni people gathered around, curiously asking how Porter fared after entering the city. Upon hearing that not only was Porter free of any charges, but he also received a 3rd-class merit, they wore looks of astonishment on their faces. Porter's father, how much silver did you spend? Could it be that no one gossiped about this handling by the officials? Porter's father looked smug. What do you know? My son is a military academy student. He killed because those ruffians wanted to bully a little girl. The officials said my son is in the military. His duty is to protect the citizens. Not stepping in would have been criminal, while stepping in was not. Protecting the citizens under attack is a commendation. Do you know what a 3rd-class merit means? It's equivalent to killing 5 enemies. In the past, it would have meant a 10-tael silver commendation, but now, buying and selling commendations isn't allowed. Still, once Porter graduates from the military academy, he'll be half a rank higher as an officer than others. Hearing Porter's father speak, everyone exchanged puzzled glances. If it were like this, it seemed understandable. They really didn't know being in the military involved such matters. And what followed was even more bewildering for them. Porter's father cheerfully spoke about the new policies in Nanzhong, southwest border. The others listened with amazement. Their area could yield 2 crops a year, and summer harvests were already collected. Now the question was, would the court really not require them to pay taxes? Before they could ask clearly, the village chief nodded slightly. As I said, according to past practice, the court would have come to collect the grain long ago. You all know the court is at war now, with the Grand General overseeing Nanzhong. The policy is indeed different. If you ask me, we shouldn't let the Grand General leave. A bachelor heard this and snorted. Military benefits, what did it matter to him? As for farming, he alone ate enough without worrying about anyone else. Wasn't stealing chickens or sneaking around far more appealing than tilling the land? Precisely due to this thinking, he remained unmarried until now. So, he has always been alone. Hearing the village chief's words, he blurted out directly, who cares who is in office? Zacchuli trying to coax us into fighting for them. After the war, they'll still levy taxes as usual. What military merit? In the end, Porter is just a Ridge. At this point, Porter's father grew immediately furious. What nonsense are you spouting? My son is part of the Nanzhong militia, not the dog Ridges as you say. Idle and lazy, wanting others to follow your example? You're just useless mud against a wall. Infuriated upon hearing this, the man rushed over to strike Porter's father. Chaos erupted on the scene. Ultimately, there was a confrontation, with Porter's father kicked once and unable to eat from anger, staying cooped up inside the next day. Just then, he heard noises. Is this the place? Yes, yes, yes. Upon hearing the voices, Porter's father instinctively straightened his neck. Seeing his wife about to go out, he immediately stood up, opening the door himself and walking out. Then he saw a constable. The constable glanced at Porter's father, frowned, and started asking questions. Is your son from a military household? Are all the documents issued by the bureau here? Porter's father nodded and handed over the documents. The constable scanned through them before nodding. Rest assured, this matter has nothing to do with you. That fellow in your village bullied a military family, which is illegal. Please recount the events from yesterday carefully. Porter's father slowly narrated. When he mentioned being kicked, the constable frowned deeply. This can be either a big issue or a small one, depending on you. If you want to pursue legal responsibility, I will take him to the bureau. If you feel it's all right to forgive, I will take you to get compensation from him. Rest assured, if he dares to bother you later, the government will handle it strictly. He will receive multiple punishments together, with worse consequences. Hearing this, Porter's father paused. He gritted his teeth and decided to pursue the legal responsibilities of that bachelor. As a result, the man was taken away in the morning, and news came in the afternoon. Porter is making waves now. Just after his father was kicked, a constable came from the city to comfort him. Now that old man has really hit hard times. Only Porter's Braden snorted disdainfully. You don't know anything? These are the laws of Nanjong now, meaning no one can bully military households. They say it well. They serve in the military outside. It would be wrong to let their families worry back home, right? So, bullying a military household is illegal. Only then did the crowd exclaim in surprise. Now, those with many sons all wish they could send a few to join the military. But the problem was that the southern border's quota was already full. They couldn't join even if they wanted to. For a moment, countless people regretted their past decisions. If only they had been more decisive back then and let their sons join the military, would today's events have occurred? Zishan pass. Old Nathaniel looked at Braden, who had entered his room, and curiously asked, "Why did you come here today?" Braden smiled slightly. "Immediately to thank you. I have to admit, the reforms have been excellent. Recently, there has been another batch of people wanting to join the military, with numbers reaching around 50 to 60,000. Our people are told to queue up. We will add them to the military when we have losses on our side." Old Nathaniel chuckled lightly. "This matter is not really related to me. On the contrary, so many people want to join the military because of your system. Especially that Porter. His case is very typical. You don't know. After his father returned to the village, he was kicked by someone. I sent someone over immediately to handle it, and now everyone who wants to join the military in that area is appealing to me. However, Braden, does this mean that the southern border values military prowess over civil governance?" Hearing old Nathaniel's question, Braden shook his head. Of course, he knew about old Nathaniel's concerns. He had come today precisely to address these worries. He directly explained, "Old Nathaniel, I think you can call for all the scholars in the southern border to gather under your name. I want to establish a teacher's college." Old Nathaniel was taken aback. Teacher's college? What is a teacher's college? Braden had to elaborate. Based on current statistics, less than 1 in 10 people can read. In other words, out of every 10 people in the southern border, fewer than 1 can read, which is not good. What we need most now is not great Confucian scholars, but teachers. The ridges in the military need teachers, as do ordinary citizens and young children. Chapter 170, Pedro seeks an audience. Braden presented data with one hand and logic with the other. Even the elder Nathaniel nodded in agreement continuously. According to Braden's explanation, literacy isn't necessarily aimed at obtaining official positions, but rather provides children with more choices. In the future, officials of Southern Frontier must certainly emerge from various selection processes, where literacy is the most basic requirement. Moreover, according to Braden, not only ridges should be literate, but ordinary people, regardless of gender, should also meet this requirement. Otherwise, having someone else interpret announcements would purely be a waste of manpower and resources. The elder Nathaniel was very interested in this idea. Let's not forget that he used to live in seclusion as a teacher. They began discussing the matter, their conversation becoming increasingly intense. This was because Braden proposed a brand new system for learning characters. It no longer relied on those so-called classics, but instead utilized dictionaries and pronunciation guides. Some characters others knew how to pronounce but not write. Some, they could write but not pronounce. There had to be a standard. And for Braden, these were pieces of knowledge from long ago. He demonstrated them without hesitation. Elder Nathaniel held the dictionary Braden had and, upon comparing, immediately found it very interesting. This method is good, it's feasible. Even Elder Nathaniel said so. Braden smiled and nodded in agreement. Thus began a new round of initiatives in Southern Frontier. Be it civil governance or military prowess, for any country or feudal state, they are akin to 2 legs of a person. Both legs being equally strong ensures such power can walk further without falling halfway. Just like that, until autumn came, neither Southern She nor Southern Nathaniel initiated war. Instead, all changes in Southern Frontier spread far and wide. The first to know was Southern Nathaniel. Southern Nathaniel valued martial prowess. Curtis and Henrik had significant prestige in court. Why was this so? Because imperial power wasn't centralized enough, and Curtis and Henrik were veteran generals whose achievements overshadowed the Hyder's authority, which has never been nonsensical throughout history. To put it simply, the conflict between imperial power and ministerial power is irreconcilable. Imperial power seeks absolute control over life and death, but ministerial power requires checks and balances. They need to check imperial power. This problem exists in both Great Wei and Southern Nathaniel. Southern She, however, fared slightly better. The Hyder of Southern She was raised by the Grand Chancellor. The Grand Chancellor was no different from the Hyder's own father. With mutual trust, other ministers had little chance to stand out. Upon knowing about Southern Frontier's policies, the first thing Curtis and Henrik thought of was transplanting the preferential treatment for ridges back to Southern Nathaniel. The reasoning was simple. Curtis and Henrik were both military officers. By raising the status of ridges, they could better control the army, making ridges more willing to fight for them. However, the Hyder of Southern Nathaniel did not wish to agree. Isn't the status of warriors already high in Southern Nathaniel? Raising their status further, does the Hyder still have a place? Why not just replace him with you? Therefore, both sides remained at an impasse. This is also why Southern Nathaniel has had no major actions recently. Southern She had no such qualms. The Hyder directly approached the Grand Chancellor. Milo, do you think Southern Frontier's policies are good or bad? Not imposing taxes on farmers seems to echo what is written in books. The nation will have sufficient funds without increasing taxes. If we apply this in southern Qi, will it be effective? The Grand Chancellor immediately shook his head. These policies cannot be applied in southern Qi. The reason is simple. In southern Qi, rice yields 3 crops a year, and grains and fruits rot unharvested in the fields. Not collecting taxes would be wasteful. More importantly, most southern Qi civilians live near the coast and originally have no desire to engage in warfare. If we copied Braden's system, unlike Braden's, we might struggle to recruit ridges. Because food is abundant here, and the people don't worry about warfare. Why would they send their sons off to join the army? Most crucially, when Braden fights wars, we lose 10 men while they lose only 1. They know serving as a ridge carries less risk, thus the civilians naturally support them. So, what works in southern frontier doesn't work in our southern Qi. Zaxoning to the Grand Chancellor, the Hider sighed helplessly. Why did Great Wei produce only a Braden? You say, if Braden had been born in our southern Qi, how great would it be? With the Grand Chancellor handling civil matters and Braden handling military affairs, unifying the realm under southern Qi would be within sight. Hearing this, the Grand Chancellor also smiled helplessly. One could only say the Hider was still greedy. However, he also thought that if Braden had indeed emerged in southern Qi, it would have made things much easier for him. The Emets quickly spoke up. Your Majesty need not worry too much. Regardless of what system it is, when it first appears, it will always face various criticisms. The system Braden implemented in southern frontier is no exception. Now that Braden has rashly introduced a new system in southern frontier, Kenny will not miss this opportunity. You'll see, Kenny will surely find ways to trouble Braden. The Hider frowned. Fortunately, southern Qi does not have ministers like Kenny, or I would really be worried to death. In the capital of Great Wei, Herman, as usual, slowly walked towards the palace. Unlike other officials, he neither rode a horse nor sat in a sedan chair. Of course, the reason was simple. He was essentially a spy, and walking allowed him to better relay messages. Just like now, while passing by a tailor shop, he glanced at the sign on the wall and then turned his gaze away. As he walked, Herman muttered to himself. Such significant events were happening in southern frontier, yet southern Qi remained completely quiet, with no one asking him to do anything. To be honest, Herman felt somewhat uneasy about it. The court was almost in an uproar. To put it simply, after the royalist faction finally gained dominance, Braden's arbitrary actions directly caused internal strife within the royalists, splitting them into supporters and non-supporters. The reasons for supporting Braden were straightforward. Braden was also a royalist, providing Kylie with confidence. The reasons for not supporting Braden were equally simple. Braden introduced reforms without consulting the court, and various systems contradicted traditional customs. Moreover, Great Wei valued literature over martial arts, raising the status of warriors. What did Braden intend? Nowadays, every day in the Great Wei court was filled with arguments. But today was different. Herman stood in the court as usual, playing deaf and not participating in the struggle between the two factions. But at this moment, Pedro arrived. Report. Envoy Pedro from Kenny requests an audience. Chapter 171. To my love. Pedro wasn't entering the capital for the first time. His name and background had been thoroughly investigated by officials of the Wei dynasty. He was the top strategist under Kenny. It was no surprise that he entered the capital this time only for one matter, the new policy in Nanjiao. Indeed, Pedro walked into the grand hall familiarly. After performing the ritual bow, his first sentence was, Your Majesty, Kenny thinks the new policy implemented by Braden in Nanjiao is quite effective. He plans to implement it in Jared as well, and has specially come here to inquire about Your Majesty's thoughts. When these words came out, everyone frowned. The biggest trouble had arrived. What was Kenny's intention with these words? Zach, when you frowned, thought briefly, and instantly understood. Was Kenny planning to implement the new policy in Jared and Huainan? No. But as long as Pedro mentioned it in court, all royalists would immediately form a unanimous opinion to obstruct Kenny. The simplest logic was this. Kenny might use the new policy to massively recruit local citizens and cultivate his own confidence. This was an outcome that no one in court wanted to see. Thinking of this, Zach Wenyu drew a deep breath, and his expression turned grave. As Zach Wenyu had expected, the previously chaotic court suddenly fell silent, leaving just one voice. Someone immediately stood up. The new policy does not conform to our ancestors' rules. How can it be implemented? This goes against ancestral customs and must not be mishandled. Doesn't Braden know the gravity? Is Kenny also unaware? Everyone immediately started to oppose it. All royalists were united. After all, Kenny was considered an outsider to them. At this moment, Pedro calmly spoke up. All your excellencies are mistaken. Why did Wei fall to this state? Isn't it because we have always favored literature over martial prowess? Kenny believes that the general's new policy balances civil and military affairs perfectly. If the entire nation could implement this new policy, the strength of Wei would undoubtedly grow. The reaction among those present grew even stronger upon hearing this. Rubbish. Who knows how this new policy will turn out? As things stand, Nanjiao is still recovering from decline. Even if General did not order it, Your Majesty would surely order a tax reduction there. The General merely changed the method. Jared and Huainan haven't suffered any war, so they don't need the new policy. Pedro nodded and asked, So, the new policy is correct in Nanjiao but not in Jared and Huainan? What about in the future? Although troops from South Nathaniel and South Qi have moved into areas around Nanjiao this year, they have not officially declared war. Can I then assume that Nanjiao is already stable? If Nanjiao is stable, why can't it follow the regulations of Wei? Why should the general independently implement a new policy? More importantly, being a military officer, who gave him the authority to enforce such a policy locally? Your Majesty, I think the general is attempting to split Nanjiao to become independent within Wei. This must not be allowed. I believe the general should return to the court for review. Nanjiao should be temporarily managed by Kenny. We can let him return after giving an explanation. With this said, Pedro knelt down. All were stunned upon hearing this. They exchanged glances, eyes filled with caution. Only now did they realize Pedro's purpose was not about the new policy in Nanjiao, but aimed at Brayden. Because Brayden belonged to the royalist faction and, more importantly, was Kylie's strongest supporter, Kinney knew Kylie wouldn't punish him. Thus, from the beginning, Kinney didn't intend to pursue Brayden's overstepping behavior. Instead, he insisted on bringing Brayden back to the court for review, with the sole aim that once Brayden left, Kinney could smoothly take control of Nanjiao. Emetni wanted to refute, but no one knew where to begin. At this point, Zhak Wenyu finally intervened. Envoy Han, I think special circumstances call for special measures. Brayden did indeed report to the court before taking action in Nanjiao, even if there isn't formal approval. Pedro sneered and spread his hands. Where is the report? These words left everyone speechless, because throughout, Brayden had never sent a single word to the capital. The only person who knew this might be Zhou Kylie. Zhak Wenyu instinctively looked at Kylie. Kylie did not disappoint Zhak Wenyu. Report? It's in the hands of the Jinyue. You all know that the general had close ties with the Jinyue before leaving the capital. There's no need to explain this to everyone here, is there? Pedro shook his head. Your Majesty, pardon my frankness, but the new policy has already sparked much discussion across the land. Not only are princes discussing it, but even South Nathaniel and South Qi are talking about this new policy. How can the state be well funded without increasing the tax burden on the people? What a remarkable feat. It has been an aspiration for countless individuals throughout history, yet no one has managed to achieve it. An issue of such magnitude should have been reported to the court and announced to all the people. Why was this carried out without any news or preparation? This does not conform to the laws of Wei. I believe Your Majesty should immediately show the report. Zhou Kylie had overreacted. She waved her hand to have someone bring the report over. The first sentence rendered the hall utterly silent. To my love. As these 4 words were read out, the Addison's face changed. How could she have forgotten this? Indeed, she often corresponded with Brayden, so it had become routine. Now that someone else had read it aloud, she finally realized her mistake. In an instant, Kylie blushed deeply. At the same moment, Zhak Wenyu's pupils dilated. The image meant to suggest that he should replace Brayden in Kylie's heart. But those 4 words made Zhak Wenyu abandon this thought entirely. They had already formed a pair. How did he expect to intrude? After all, the biggest difference between him and Brayden was that Brayden was in the capital and had many opportunities to meet Kylie, and often Kylie would even seek Brayden out. But it was different for Zhak Wenyu. Apart from attending court, he barely had any other time to see Kylie. To think he could replace Brayden in Kylie's heart was simply absurd. And Pedro was also taken aback. No wonder Brayden supported Kylie so resolutely. They shared such a relationship. It followed that Kylie must have known about Kinney's actions long ago. Thinking of this, Pedro felt even more threatened by Kinney. No, I must inform the prince immediately. Chapter 172. Upset the table. My beloved, with utmost respect. To put it simply, these 4 words have a power no less than rebellion by the Sebastian. Pedro's expression was now extremely unpleasant. Herman's expression wasn't much better. In fact, ever since Brayden met Herman last time, and then tested the Ametrotrin in Nanchi, both Herman and the Ametrotrin had been pondering how to solve this problem. They could only work on Kylie. And this was precisely the biggest trouble. Kylie and Brayden actually had this layer of relationship. All of Herman's hopes were dashed. How could Kylie possibly not trust Brayden but believe in him, a newly crowned top Imperial scholar? It was at this moment that Kylie spoke. Focus on the key points. The palace maid reading the report hurriedly knelt down. Indeed, Brayden mentioned the new policy in the letter, detailing all its regulations. Of course, he also mentioned one point. If anyone wanted to implement it, Brayden believed it should not be allowed. Because the entire southwestern frontier had been eradicated of clans. In other words, without those established clans in the southwestern frontier, Brayden did not need to worry about his measures affecting their interests. But what about other places? Sebastian, Huainan, there are plenty of clans. When they heard clans, everyone present changed their expressions. Pedro's eyes widened. How dare he? The entire southwestern frontier has no clans left? Realizing this, Pedro suddenly understood. No wonder the new policies in the southwestern frontier were implemented without any hindrance. No wonder the new policies in the southwestern frontier didn't seem to consider the opinions of those large families. Originally, due to war, a batch of clans in the southwestern frontier had died off. Then because of land distribution, another batch was eliminated by Brayden. Plus, Brayden's previous divide and rule strategy meant the clan system still existed, but their vested interests were not as strong as before. To put it bluntly, now the small families come first, while the large clans are secondary. Therefore, Brayden could implement the new policies without any reservations, because this was the foundation. If the Sebastian wanted to implement, just thinking about this, Pedro immediately shook his head. Why are ridges called Choba? Why are farmers always farmers? Because this best serves the interests of the clans. So, the same system would be completely impossible for the Sebastian to implement. Even Herman marveled continuously. With this, the Sebastian has no reason to agree. He sighed with helplessness, then turned to look at Pedro. Pedro's expression became even worse at this moment. He stared intently at Kylie and bowed. I understand. I will inform Josh immediately. Kylie nodded slightly, then waved for everyone to dismiss from court. It was obvious that the issue of the new policies was over. Why? What does the new policy impact the most? Royal power. A country, you come up with a different system. Isn't this a challenge to royal authority? Result? Brayden and Kylie are one. What else is there to say? Because Kylie doesn't think Brayden would harm her. No matter how many useless words the ministers say, it won't work. Because now, the court can only rely on Brayden. The stronger Brayden is in the southwestern frontier, the more stable their position in court becomes. Thinking about this, many officials' expressions became difficult. This also means that in the future, they would either face the Sebastian or Brayden. If Brayden doesn't have the intention to rebel, it's fine. If he wants to rebel, the Great Wei might not be able to stop him. Forget it. Compared to the previous court of Great Wei, At least things are much better now. That's true. Besides, it seems the great general has no intention of rebelling. Otherwise, he would have taken the capital first, making things more stable. Some officials discussed as they left the court. Back in the palace, Kylie finally blushed slightly. She glanced at the letter, then glared at the palace maids. Your servant deserves death. A group of palace maids immediately knelt down. Kylie huffed. Then she looked at the letter fondly, not knowing when she would meet Braden again. Capital City. Pedro rushed into the hall in haste. Your Highness, something terrible has happened. The Sebastian was stunned, frowning at Pedro. Did things go poorly in the capital? He thought, what was the worst that could happen? At most, things wouldn't go smoothly. But the result? Pedro shook his head repeatedly. It's even worse than that. The Hider said Your Highness can implement the new policy, but there's a major problem. Elevating the status of Ridges will inevitably affect the clans in Jared and Huainan. They won't allow such a situation. The problem is, there are no clans in the southwestern frontier, but Jared and Huainan are full of them. The Sebastian was taken aback, then rubbed his face in some pain. In fact, this issue has been on my mind for a while. I also feel that Braden isn't as benevolent as he seems. All his policies benefit the lower class. We don't need to learn from him, but he is indeed breaking our ancestors' rules and using new laws. Is this not a handle? Would Bo not deal with him? Hearing this, Pedro couldn't help but smile bitterly. Deal with Braden? How could Bo possibly deal with Braden? He sighed helplessly. Your Highness, there's another very serious issue here. Braden did violate ancestral customs, but currently, the court is dominated by the royalists. In other words, if Bo believes Braden is innocent, then Braden is innocent. The biggest problem is that Braden and Bo may be in collusion. Initially, the Sebastian was somewhat dissatisfied. So what if they dominate? Our ancestors' regulations are right here. Braden privately changed the system. Isn't this rebellion? How does this have anything to do with them dominating? What do you mean by collusion? Are you saying that because of collusion, Bo would— What did you say? Bo and Braden are colluding? The Sebastian suddenly realized. The anger on his face turned into shock. Does that mean Bo has known about our plans all along? If that's the case, the Sebastian dared not finish his thought. He stared hard at Pedro, demanding Pedro repeat everything that happened in the capital. At the sight of the 4 words, my beloved, with utmost respect, the Sebastian closed his eyes instantly. Hee, now it makes sense why Braden is so hard to kill. Now I understand why everything we set up in the capital fell apart so suddenly. It's like this. We can no longer hesitate. If we keep hesitating, we fear that Braden might lead an army to invade the capital. Hurry and arrange it. We can't wait any longer. Prepare to rise up immediately. Let chaos reign across the Great Wei territories, and I want to see how Braden manages the situation. Yes, the Sebastian was ready to upset the table. Chapter 173, 5 Rebellions. Dawei, capital city. One messenger after another rushed into the imperial palace. Your Majesty, it's not good. There's rebellion everywhere. The capital region has rebelled. Your Majesty. Luoyang has rebelled. Your Majesty. Kylie's entire body trembled with anger upon receiving the news. Late at night, he called people to gather for an urgent meeting. A group of people came to the court. Has it only been a few days? 7 or 8 days. In just 8 days, what have you been doing? How many provinces and cities does Dawei have in total? 5 have rebelled. What have you all been doing? The more Kylie spoke, the angrier he became. Of course, there was reason for his anger. Such vast territory of Dawei had seen several places rebelling one after another within just a few days. Kylie also knew that this was because Kenny had made arrangements long ago. Kenny had stopped pretending because Ahmed had gone too far, making him unable to hold back any longer. Thinking about this, Kylie's expression grew increasingly grim. Because currently, Kylie wasn't ready. Now, what should we do? Kylie immediately asked. Herman's expression turned grave. He came here as a mole, never intending to be a loyal subject of Dawei, who would settle his account if he died in Dawei. He immediately proposed without any further thought. Your Majesty, I believe we should recall the Grand General. Among all the ministers and military officials, only the Grand General can lead troops into battle. Upon hearing this, Kylie's face changed. Recalling Ahmed would be fulfilling Kenny's wishes. What would happen then? Even if Ahmed could quell the uprisings across the regions, he still couldn't solve the biggest troublemaker, Kenny. And most importantly, the hard-won southern frontier would also be lost. Kylie couldn't accept this. Zakwise, Ahmed wouldn't either. Kylie clearly knew that Ahmed absolutely wouldn't agree to such a request. More importantly, Ahmed mentioned in his previous letter that once rebellions broke out across the regions, Kylie should find a way to leave the capital and head to the southern frontier. Only in the southern frontier would she be safe. In the court, Kylie shook her head and rejected the proposal. Herman frowned. The discussion that day didn't yield much practical results. It was merely a show. Firstly, the imperial court must issue edicts to command various local forces to suppress the rebels, and each feudal prince bore the responsibility of suppressing the rebellion as well. How successful would it be? No need to think. Many local troops were likely already infiltrated by Kenny. Intending a balance so that the regions don't fall instantly would satisfy Kylie. On the other hand, the capital needed to gather forces to prepare for suppression and mobilize generals from all directions. Following this, the wealthy families must contribute funds. During wars, everyone understood that the court couldn't overlook small matters anymore, especially those affluent households. Once war broke out, if they acted recklessly, they faced only one outcome. Everyone would be arrested, and their assets confiscated. The silver reserves of the Ministry of Revenue also needed to be allocated, putting the whole country on high alert for war preparations. The news reached the southern frontier. Ahmed stood on the battlements of Zishan Pass, quietly looking toward the northern sky. Nathaniel Lau stood behind him and sneered, "If you're worried, then go back and take a look. The southern frontier is large enough to thrive even without anyone." Ahmed shook his head. "This isn't the same. The current southern frontier isn't ordinary. You might not know, but now the southern frontier is like a young plant blooming for me. One misstep and it will die. It cannot go wrong, and I don't have anywhere suitable to cultivate a second sprout. The southern frontier is destined to grow into a towering tree. As Ahmed said this, he retracted his gaze. He descended the steps leading down from the city wall and sat down. Nathaniel Lau wobbled and sat beside him. The patrolling ridges were used to this scene. Nathaniel Lau then spoke. So what are you hesitating about? If it is destined to become a towering tree, we must protect it from damage, and leaving a backup plan is crucial. If my guess is correct, you initially planned to attack southern Qi, right? Ahmed was surprised. How did you figure that out? Nathaniel Lau chuckled. Do I even need to see it? Zilin and Deyang, although they are two major cities, have always had unique geographic positions. Shepherd's ancient times, southern Qi and Dawei have constantly disputed over the ownership of these two cities. Ironic, isn't it? Both Dawei and southern Qi claim to punish any invader, no matter how far away. But these two regions have been traded 5 times over the span of several hundred years. Braden suddenly laughed. How could any country easily accept trading its own cities? So, there was only one reason. Zilin and Deyang were not regarded as part of Dawei's territory by Dawei, nor were they considered part of southern Qi's territory by southern Qi. As for South Nathaniel, their border was not even in this area. It was just easier for South Nathaniel's troops to reach here, yet they didn't participate much in the conflicts over these two cities. And the reason was quite simple. If you say the residents of the two cities belong to Dawei, in reality, they are too far away for Dawei to control. Even if Dawei wanted to manage them, it would be futile. Once southern Qi sent troops, they would inevitably capture both cities. If you say they belong to southern Qi, they do not fall within the natural protective range of southern Qi. Once Dawei and southern Qi had any conflict, the first thing they did was to seize these two cities. The residents of the two cities seem to have gotten used to this situation. In everyday life, they not only interacted with merchants from Dawei but also dealt with herders from southern Qi, living in relative harmony. At this moment, Nathaniel Lau continued, but you're different. After entering the southern frontier, you firmly held onto these two cities. During the siege by the 3 parties at the end of last year, you didn't give up on them. You should have gathered effective forces elsewhere, but you insisted on holding Deyang. Zaxoning to Nathaniel Lau's words, Braden smiled slightly. He lowered his head to look at the bricks beneath his feet. The southern frontier can be vast or small. It depends on how you look at it. That's the problem. Zishan Pass underwent a massacre, and everywhere suffered from the ravages of war. Tell me, where would I find an army of 300,000 if I gave up Zilin and Deyang? Not to mention, at least 20% of the current population of Zishan Pass comes from Zilin and Deyang. After the massacre at Zishan Pass, there weren't many people left, and those who lived inside the city came from nearby villages. This group makes up the majority, with the rest being migrants from other cities. Zilin and Deyang account for 20%, which is not a small number. Chapter 174. Relations between men and women. Old Nathaniel also nodded. You're right. If Zilin and Deyang were let go, there would be no one else available in the southern frontier. I also know that you want to win their hearts with policies and systems, but how likely is that? Ultimately, your occupation of these two places stems from your reluctance to give up on southern Qi. You wish to occupy the entirety of southern Qi, turning it into a fallback for the whole southern frontier. Even if the entire Great Wei falls, you could still establish a kingdom here with Bo. Braden nodded. This was old Nathaniel's experience talking. With just a few minor actions, old Nathaniel could discern some clues. Before the new year, Braden had conquered the entire southern frontier, encircling it from 3 sides. Especially during the final assault, he could have abandoned Zilin and Deyang entirely. At that time, talking about blocking the trade between the King of River Intervale and southern Nathaniel was all nonsense. Because Braden would investigate this matter after the new year. This was inevitable. He wouldn't let such an opportunity slip by. And at the same time, trading during the new year was impossible due to current transportation limitations. But Braden insisted on holding Zilin and Deyang without giving in, and naturally, old Nathaniel understood that Braden wanted southern Qi. Shepherd Millerly, the emits of southern Qi had seen through this. Now, old Nathaniel looked at Braden. Then what is the reason you haven't launched a surprise attack on southern Qi yet? Their army has already gathered in the southern frontier. Launching a surprise attack now, they might not react in time. Even if the entire southern frontier is lost to them. So what? By the time we return from southern Qi, they might still be undecided about their allegiance, reaping the benefits without lifting a finger. Isn't that good? Hearing old Nathaniel's words, Braden turned his head toward him. The strongest faction in the court at present is the royalist faction. Old Nathaniel nodded and asked, isn't that a good thing? Braden shook his head. After I left for the war, a man named Zach when you quickly took care of those people in the court. He is the newly crowned top scholar, highly favored by Bo. I went back before the new year and guessed that the King of River Intervale would incite revolts in various regions. So, I wanted to test him, to see if he had the ability to solve this problem for me. Old Nathaniel was stunned. Shepherd's Braden brought this up, and currently, the troops of Great Wei were still inactive. It could only mean one thing. Zach Wenyu was not a loyal subject of Great Wei. Braden nodded. What you think is correct. Zach Wenyu is from southern Qi and a student of the emits of southern Qi. Hearing this, old Nathaniel was shocked. The person most favored by the Zhou, who was actually a spy from the enemy country. It was terrifying to even imagine. He immediately asked, why didn't you kill him then? Braden shrugged. Killing Zach Wenyu is easy, but who would deal with the King of River Intervale then? Don't you understand? The Zhou has no reliable people in the court. Killing Zach Wenyu would just allow more people from the King of River Intervale to disrupt the court again. The reason I didn't kill Zach Wenyu is because of southern Qi's objectives. They can't handle the King of River Intervale themselves. Their sole objective is to maintain a balance between me and the King of River Intervale. As long as neither of us can take each other out, southern Qi can survive in the gap between us. Old Nathaniel frowned and thought for a moment, then quickly nodded. I understand what you mean. By keeping Zach Wenyu, southern Qi can help us maintain balance against the King of River Intervale in the court? Braden nodded slightly. That was exactly what he thought. However, Since the king of River Intervale had flipped the table, the biggest problem emerged. Now the issue is this. The king of River Intervale has instigated revolts among the common people everywhere. Without a doubt, what Zhak Wenyu probably wants most now is to return to Southern Qi. He won't try to solve this trouble. Old Nathaniel nodded slightly. That makes sense. After all, Zhak Wenyu is a spy for Southern Qi. Dying for Great Wei would be unacceptable to him. Moreover, he must know that you've already uncovered his identity, so he has even less reason to die here. Braden nodded again. Yes, that's precisely what worries me. The royalists dominate, but once Zhak Wenyu leaves, even the royalists will be leaderless. Then, the king of River Intervale will inevitably come back with full force. He has only one goal. At this point, Braden paused, eyes half closed with a hint of killing intent in them. Nathaniel also frowned. What does the king of River Intervale have in mind? Old Nathaniel was different from Braden. Braden had met Metrovan and Henrik, and learned about the king of River Intervale's plans through constant interrogations. But old Nathaniel could only infer based on the available information. He thought for a long time and finally shook his head. Too old. My brain doesn't work well anymore. Braden chuckled softly. He just needs the court's approval to allow him to lead troops into the capital. His goal isn't to become Hyder directly. He wants to hold the Hyder hostage and issue orders through him. As long as Bo is in his hands, if Bo were to die suddenly, who else could be Hyder besides him? Hearing this, old Nathaniel trembled. He carefully calculated the intentions of the king of River Intervale and found it increasingly feasible. At this moment, old Nathaniel was breaking out in cold sweat. I didn't expect that a single southern frontier would involve so many complications. So, what should we do next? Indeed, the biggest problem now was what to do next. Braden fell silent for a moment, then shook his head. We can't attack Southern Qi. If we attack Southern Qi, Zhak Wenyu will leave the court of Great Wei before doing anything more. We also can't attack Southern Nathaniel. Without a navy, it's not possible. We can't attack the king of River Intervale either. With rebellions everywhere, he still holds the title of prince and even has to deal with those rebels. If we attack him now, he could claim we intend to rebel. We can't do anything at all. In my calculations, the king of River Intervale had no reason to turn things around, so something must have happened that I don't know about. As he spoke, Junior hurriedly climbed up from the city wall, seeing Braden and Henrik. Junior was momentarily stunned. He bowed and said, Shepherd, the brocade-clad guards from the capital have sent news. Braden nodded slightly, letting Junior hand over the secret letter. With just one glance, Braden understood why the king of River Intervale decided to take action. Huh. He felt both helpless and amused. Old Nathaniel was curious about Braden's attitude and asked directly, What happened? Why are you reacting like this? Braden shrugged. Oh. The king of River Intervale found out about my relationship with Bo. Old Nathaniel was taken aback. What kind of relationship can you have with Bo? Braden gave a simple answer. Romantic relationship. Chapter 175. Shepherd's defeats and 2 victories. Romantic relationship. Elder Nathaniel suddenly widened his eyes. He looked at Braden with disbelief. Braden shrugged, saying nothing, but it was enough to confirm the truth of the matter. At this moment, Elder Nathaniel opened his mouth after a long pause. So you and Bo have a romantic relationship? Braden nodded. Yes, just as you think, a romantic relationship. Alright, let's put these aside for now. Before Braden could say anything, Elder Nathaniel became anxious. What? What do you mean put these aside? Romantic relationship. You and Bo have a romantic relationship? Braden stared at Elder Nathaniel with no expression. Elder Nathaniel chuckled awkwardly and blurted out subconsciously, Then wouldn't you become the first male Addison of Great Wei? Junior, who had been holding back, couldn't hold back any longer. He turned his head, trembling all over, clearly laughing. Braden also couldn't hold back, trying to act indifferent, but almost fell down while walking away. He glared at Elder Nathaniel without good humor. Elder Nathaniel laughed again. Fascinating. Now I understand why Kenny suddenly acted rashly. It's because of this. But upon closer consideration, it makes sense. With a romantic relationship, Kenny knows he can't surpass you in court, because Bo will never abandon you for him. Unable to sway the Zhou's mind, he can't shake the court of Great Wei, leaving him with no choice but to make a desperate move. Hearing Elder Nathaniel's words, Braden rubbed his face painfully. This was beyond his expectations. I didn't expect it either. This happened purely by chance. In my plans, they were supposed to launch another offensive on the southern border this year. Of course, I wasn't going to sit idle. I would find ways to investigate their smuggling routes and seize the goods. You know very well that we've been lacking silver for development. With this batch of goods, we wouldn't lack money in the short term. But who would have thought Kenny would cause such a stir? I had already dispatched the secret police, and now I have to recall them all. That's what's giving me a headache. The southern border region lacked funds. Everywhere was recovering from the ravages of war, making development progress slowly. To be precise, there was some progress, but expecting rapid advancement was unrealistic. Emetny merchants feared that the war might wipe out their goods and capital at any moment. So Braden had an idea. To seize the smuggled goods from Kenny. Once those goods were in hand, the southern border region wouldn't lack funds for a while, allowing for more development. Braden sighed. The wealthy silver won't last long either. With the secret police recalled, catching the smuggled goods will be incredibly difficult. One problem after another. Now I'm really feeling the pressure. As Braden sighed, Elder Nathaniel nodded slightly. But General, don't give up. At least one thing is certain. Kenny won't abandon this smuggling. Braden paused, then smiled. You mean Kenny is planning a rebellion, preparing for it by collecting money? Elder Nathaniel nodded slightly. Yes, that's what I mean. He can't afford to miss this smuggling opportunity, so our chances of seizing these goods still exist. Also, Kenny isn't fully prepared yet. A rebellion across various regions would be too rushed. With half the year already gone, it's impossible for him to accomplish it this year. We still have time. There's still time. Braden breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there was still time, that was enough. Kenny wouldn't be able to attack the southern border in the short term unless Braden seized his smuggled goods. That left two remaining issues, Nanzhou and Nanqi. How should they be handled? Braden frowned slightly. How do we handle Nanqi and Nanzhou? Kenny's smuggling is one thing, but Nanzhou and Nanqi truly need the shipment. Elder Nathaniel stood up and left. My age has caught up with me. My mind isn't sharp anymore. Think it over yourself, sir. I can only listen to your complaints and offer some of my thoughts. Braden watched Elder Nathaniel leave, then returned to the city wall. How should Nanqi and Nanzhou be handled? He looked toward the north and froze. Braden smiled. He seemed to know how to handle it. In the Imperial study, Kylie read Braden's reply, his face gradually turning grim. Braden did not plan to return to the capital. Kylie had anticipated this move. However, Braden mentioned in his letter that he would provide her with 10 signal flares to be used in case of danger. It was clear that Braden was still concerned about Kylie's safety and had made preparations in advance. At least, for Braden, anyone else in the entire capital could perish, but not Kylie. Kylie smiled slightly. She put away the letter and looked at the war reports from various regions on the table. Defeat, defeat, defeat. 5 places rebelled, fighting 8 battles, resulting in 6 defeats and 2 victories. Kylie could not accept this outcome. On what grounds? The regular army of the court lost to a ragtag group of civilians? Was this a joke? The Great Wei spent tens of millions of silver taels annually to support the military, only to end up with such results? How could she possibly accept this? These corrupt officials should be executed. Kylie muttered curses but didn't reach any ultimate conclusion. If they couldn't win, what could she do about it? Not only was her knowledge of military affairs incomplete, but she was also far away in the capital, making it impossible to deal with those rebellious mobs. By the next day in court, Kylie was already struggling to contain her anger. She started berating the full court of officials and generals. Great Wei spends tens of millions of silver taels annually on military expenses. Every year, someone tells me that we need to buy horses for the ridges, repair their armor, and forge new weapons. But no one ever told me that spending tens of millions of silver taels on our grand army would ultimately result in losing to a bunch of rebels. Who can tell me what is going on here? Do I even need to maintain these armies? Should I just gather a mob whenever there's a war to be fought? Few among the court dared to speak up. The generals standing on the right exchanged glances, but ultimately remained silent as well. Emetni felt a sense of frustration and wanted to stand up to refute her. Chapter 176. There are still fugitives. A senior general, the leader among the military officers, actually stood up. He understood clearly that if no one stood up, it was unlikely that Kylie would approve any military funding in the future. They were still relying on this funding to live. Shepherds, none of the junior officers dared to speak up. The senior general naturally had to take the lead. Your Majesty, it's no secret that the Wei dynasty prioritizes civil officials over military officers. You and I both know that previously, having civil officials command military officers and hoping for victory in wars was simply impossible. Now, with rebellions breaking out everywhere, you expect the military officers to lead the ridges to victory. But look at the result. The result is that there are still many civil officials instructing military officers on how to fight, and expecting a victory under such circumstances is unrealistic. Upon hearing this, Kylie frowned. She pondered for a moment and soon nodded. Vincent, your words do carry some weight. I hereby decree that all military officers stationed outside shall not be constrained by local authorities. All civil officials in the military camps will have no authority to lead troops into battle or give orders. Any disobedient civil official can be dealt with first and reported later. What do you think? The moment Kylie spoke, Herman immediately stood up. Your Majesty, absolutely not. He narrowed his eyes and glanced at the old general, his gaze scrutinizing. He did not forget his mission. His only task here was to prevent Kenny from causing chaos in the government. What did the general mean just now? If the Hyder's decree is issued, the immediate issue would be the liberation of the army. While decentralization might be acceptable, it must still be controlled. But this so-called liberation has a major problem. If the army is completely liberated, then without reservation, wherever there are armies, there will be princes and feudal lords in the Wei dynasty. In other words, various forces would establish themselves and completely disobey Wei's commands. The reason is simple. Previously, civil officials oppressed military officers too severely, which poses a significant issue. Once these military officers are freed, their first move won't be to deal with the rebellious mobs, but rather to target the civil officials directly. Herman addressed Kylie directly. Your Majesty, the Wei dynasty has also had victories in the past. While civil officials do influence the army, they are not solely responsible for the defeats. If we abruptly remove the checks on civil officials, we will not face the rebellious mobs but instead, the military officers. Your Majesty, please consider. If that happens, how can you control those military officers? The old general laughed upon hearing this. How else could I control them? All provisions and salaries are issued by the court and require approval from the Ministry of Revenue. If anyone disobeys orders, they won't receive provisions or salaries. No matter how powerful the generals are, they can't ignore their ridges rebellion, can they? Herman stared intensely at the old general. Vincent, there's no need to use such arguments against me. The simplest example is, once each prince declares independence, what do you think those generals will do? Do you really believe provisions and salaries can control the local military officers? But Vincent seems to forget that commoners are rising up everywhere. Once the princes declare independence, it's undeniable that these generals, holding troops and harboring resentment towards civil officials and local authorities, cannot willingly return to their previous state. At that point, if they declare independence as well, Vincent, that situation will be beyond your control. With those words, Herman turned to look at the Empress. Your Majesty, I believe we should recall the Grand General to quell the rebellion. Zaxoning to Herman, Kylie fell silent for a while. Following the old general's advice, the Wei dynasty might win battles, but it could also create bigger problems. If she listens to Herman, that's impossible. Braden will not come back. The situation in the southern region is favorable. Even Kylie would not want to hand over this advantage to others. So what should be done now? Kylie frowned. Herman noticed the Empress's expression, pondered for a moment, and asked quickly, Your Majesty, is it that the Grand General cannot return? Kylie hesitated, then nodded helplessly. The Grand General wrote that he cannot return. If he does, the southern region will be handed over. More importantly, Southern Nathaniel and Southern Cheese troops are currently in the southern region. Herman didn't believe this excuse. After some thought, he continued. If the Grand General cannot return, Your Majesty can adopt other methods. Focus on promoting distinguished military officers. My suggestion is, let those who can fight take command. With Your Majesty presiding in the center, you can support those distinguished officers. Even if there might be some chaos at the beginning, after several battles, a group of capable generals will eventually emerge. Civil officials can gradually be brought back to the capital. They don't need to stay in the provinces. As the old general mentioned, civil officials giving orders and even demanding bribes before major battles indeed affect local ridges. So my suggestion is to recall civil officials and let those military officers develop freely, but supervision must be kept to ensure that the army does not lose contact with the court. In short, control over the army cannot be lost, and the restrictions on the army should not be easily lifted. Once it gets out of control, the Wei dynasty will truly be finished. Herman's plan this time was indeed for the Wei dynasty. The reason is simple. If the Wei dynasty continues to suffer defeat after defeat, when the rebel forces approach the capital, Herman himself would find it hard to return to southern Qi. Therefore, he could only do his best to solve the problems. The issue was that previously, he could dominate the court because he had a teacher supporting him from behind. Now, his teacher can no longer be relied upon to timely handle the troubles of the Wei dynasty, so Herman had to come up with plans on his own. Perhaps this method would take effect slowly, but it had to be admitted that eliminating the useless through battle and leaving the elite was indeed the best way. Kylie pondered for a moment and turned to look at the old general. The old general remained silent for a while, saying nothing, and quietly retreated. Kylie immediately ordered everything to be carried out, according to Herman's instructions. Whoever could fight would be promoted. It's as simple as that. As for those troublesome civil officials, most were ordered to return to the capital, with a small portion left behind as military supervisors to facilitate timely reporting on the army's situation. After the court session ended, the old general and Herman walked out of the court together. The two looked at each other outside the court. Herman sneered. Never thought there would still be fugitives. The old general glanced at Herman, harumphed, and walked away. Chapter 177. People cannot teach people. Zishan Pass. Braden received intelligence from the capital and immediately stroked his chin in surprise. Quite interesting. The fugitives of Kinney. Herman's plans. So it seems Herman isn't as big of a concern for us. Old Nathaniel also saw the report and laughed heartily from his seat. But there is one point. The old general does indeed seem suspicious. For Herman to see through this is enough already. The methods he proposed, although not the best, do indeed show some effect, right? Hearing this, Braden nodded slightly. Old Nathaniel then asked curiously, Generalissimo, if you were in the capital, how would you plan? Braden was taken aback, but soon burst into laughter. How to plan? Are those who plotted rebellion all locals? Not necessarily. Emetni are bandits raised by Kinney. To solve this issue, relying solely on our ridges won't work. Their familiarity with the area doesn't match that of the bandits. Of course, we should connect with locals. Herman has indeed solved many problems for the generals, freeing them from constraints by civil officials, but he missed the most important clue. He thought the rebels were mere rabble, common folk, but in reality, they are bandits supported by Kinney, possibly better equipped than Ardway Ridges. Defeating enemies depends on support from local residents. Generals freed from civil officials' restrictions will naturally not receive help from local officials, let alone expect assistance from the people. In short, Herman's methods are useful but not entirely so. If it were me, I would fortify cities and defend from within. This might be more effective. Old Nathaniel sighed and nodded slightly. Bandits excel at hiding, not attacking. Fortifying cities, cutting off supplies, defending with advantage of time and place. It does make sense. But why hasn't the Generalissimo advised Bo? Braden shrugged. Advising wouldn't help anyway. These bandits have always been around. We only need to wait until they disappear. But the problem is, they've rebelled. This conversation is fine between us, but on court, talking about peasant rebellions, they must address it. Wouldn't that lead to constant uprisings? Old Nathaniel nodded. Seeing that the Generalissimo didn't advise the hider, Dewey would likely face endless unrest. The more Dewey focuses on these rebels, the more national strength will drain. This isn't good. Braden shook his head. They aren't wrong about one thing. The troops ultimately are just rabble. Emittenting them costs much every year, but letting them go means risking disorder in various places. Military political reforms in Dewey are inevitable. The flaws left by prioritizing scholars over warriors have always been there. At its core, this is a legacy issue of Dewey. Instead of saving them, maybe letting them die directly is better. Hearing Braden, old Nathaniel's expression changed. He looked at Braden and couldn't help but speak. You command all 3 armies of Dewey. Aren't all ridges your subordinates? How can you be so heartless? Braden chuckled. In the southern frontier, recruits must pass physical, height, and mental tests. Even then, I still find the overall quality of southern frontier ridges too poor due to limited numbers and excessive force size. Ideally, 30,000 elite ridges would suffice. But what about Dewey? Over 1 million troops. Fief lords and local military institutions randomly recruit. The more troops, the more money they earn, with little regard for ridge welfare. They claim to be Dewey's bravest, but in truth, they are parasites. A few deaths would be beneficial for Dewey, ridding many leeches, making future military political reforms easier. Old Nathaniel tooted. He found Braden overly cold-blooded, sacrificing so many ridges with no remorse. What did Braden truly want? Recalling the new policies in the southern frontier, old Nathaniel realized something. Braden intended to promote southern frontier's new policies and army across Dewey. The more ridges died, the fewer troubles Braden would face in the future. Realizing this, old Nathaniel took a deep breath. He subconsciously looked at the commoners inside Zishan Pass. The people here all wore constant smiles, their lives incomparably more comfortable than before. Before Braden arrived, the locals only wished to survive. Even if they managed to live, their faces never bore expressions of joy but appeared somewhat numb instead. Old Nathaniel instantly showed a look of sudden realization. Perhaps, the new policies in the southern frontier were correct? With this thought in mind, old Nathaniel stopped trying to persuade Braden and merely nodded slightly. At this moment, Junior couldn't help but speak up. Shepherder, according to your thoughts, the best thing for the Holdaway is to thoroughly descend into chaos first, then you gradually push forward reforms, just like when we reclaimed the southern frontier. You aim to reshape all of Dawei, isn't that right? Braden was stunned for a moment, pointed at Junior, and then couldn't help laughing out loud. You have really hit upon my deepest thoughts. Yes, you're right, that's exactly what I'm thinking. The principle is simple. Don't you think why Dawei has come to this point today? Looking at the whole history, division inevitably leads to unification, and unification will eventually lead to division. After becoming powerful, it inevitably declines, and similarly, after weakening to an extreme, it will return to strength. Dawei's present situation didn't happen due to any one person or faction. It's because the accumulated problems can no longer be concealed. A great upheaval is inevitable. Even without Kinney, there would be other feudal lords. The previous Hyder passed away, the new Hyder ascended the throne. What's the biggest problem? Unstable foundations. Add to that the invasion by Southern Nathaniel, and the entire southern frontier fell into Southern Nathaniel's hands. Think about it yourselves, wouldn't it be more effective to restart from scratch on Dawei's land than to argue with officials in the court and those in the local areas? As the saying goes, people cannot teach people, but events can. It's as simple as that. Junior and old Nathaniel exchanged glances, momentarily not knowing what to say. So Braden planned for Dawei to be broken and rebuilt. At this moment, Christian walked in excitedly. Shepherder, good news, we've found the clues you wanted. Chapter 178, Out to Seek Generals. Christian arrived breathlessly, sat down, and drank 3 large cups of tea in quick succession. Only then did he pause, looking at Braden with excitement on his face. Shepherder, you guessed it right. The southern border regions belong to us. The area where Calvin borders Carnell is in the highlands, so their smuggling routes will go through the highlands because it's safer there. But Calvin doesn't share a border with Nan Nathaniel. To trade, they can only do so through the southern border regions. Calvin doesn't dare let his goods pass through the southern border regions, so they must first send them into Carnell via the highlands. Our men stationed in the highlands really spotted a shipment. Upon hearing this, Braden, Junior, and old Nathaniel all burst into laughter. With someone offering to deliver money, how could they not be pleased? Braden asked directly, how much cargo? Christian responded immediately, we've checked, and there are at least 20,000 horses. Braden was stunned. Given Carnell's demand for horses, 5,000 would be the maximum. Carnell does have its own horses. Ultimately, this batch isn't just for Carnell, but also for Nan Nathaniel. 20,000 top-quality war horses. If each horse is worth 50 taels of silver, that's 1 million taels. Oh, what about iron? What kind of iron? Iron or refined iron? Or something else? Christian shook his head. We haven't seen the iron yet. We speculate that the routes for transporting warhorses and iron ore might be different. Hearing this, Braden fell silent for a moment. How is this possible? This is the core issue. Carnell's demand for warhorses isn't particularly high. They have their own pastures and horses. Although their horses aren't the best, they suffice for their needs. They have their own grasslands and herdsmen in the highlands, so they don't need to worry about insufficient warhorses. It's refined iron instead. Braden didn't say anything and walked straight to the map. He looked down at the circles drawn on the map and quickly frowned. Shipping refined iron to Carnell would be extraordinarily difficult. Taking the highland route is virtually impossible, because most of the refined iron is in the eastern part of Dawei. To travel from the east to the highlands almost spans the entire territory of Dawei. Braden drew in a sharp breath. In other words, it's possible that from the start, they never intended to transport refined iron by land. If they used waterways, Braden pointed to the rivers marked on the map. Old Nathaniel shook his head. That doesn't make sense either. Waterways wouldn't work unless it's by sea, but what would Carnell do about that? Nan Nathaniel wouldn't allow this batch of refined iron to be delivered to Carnell, would they? Unless... Old Nathaniel suddenly fell silent. He turned to look at Braden. Braden nodded slightly. His expression grew serious. Christian frowned. Old Nathaniel, Shepherder, what exactly are you saying? Unless what? Braden took a deep breath. Nan Nathaniel isn't skilled in naval combat. Carnell excels in it. In other words, if we want to confront both Nan Nathaniel and Carnell, we face 2 major challenges. Our ridges lack maritime skills and rarely travel by boat, so fighting Nan Nathaniel's navy will be challenging. And even if we defeat Nan Nathaniel's navy, we still face a more formidable opponent. On rivers and lakes, we cannot match Nan Nathaniel, and on the open seas, we can't compete with Carnell. Carnell's ability to escort smuggled refined iron means even Nan Nathaniel can't handle their navy. It's almost impossible for us to find these iron ores in the vast sea. Hearing Braden's words, Christian's face fell. So, we can only loot that batch of warhorses? Not bad, considering the income of 1 million taels. Hearing Christian's words, Braden frowned. He stroked his chin and suddenly said, I plan to go and check out the coast. Upon hearing this, old Nathaniel and Junior changed expressions. Old Nathaniel couldn't help but caution, General, with all due respect, the coast isn't our main battlefield. It's nearly impossible to secure this cargo. Braden nodded. Even if we can't get this cargo, we must prepare a navy and maritime force. It's inevitable. Holding on to the southern border regions isn't enough. To expand our gains, we can only develop in 2 places, either take down Nan Nathaniel or Carnell. Just holding the southern border regions isn't enough. Hearing Braden's words, old Nathaniel and the others nodded slightly. The next day, Without anyone knowing, Braden set off from Zishan Pass with 2 guards on fast horses. This time, even Junior did not follow. Braden and his guards rode along the river to the east. During the journey, Braden frequently inquired local residents for information. However, the news he received was far from optimistic. The control of waterways by Nan Nathaniel was almost absolute. This isn't good news at all. Braden sighed, standing by the river. Seeing that it was getting late and noticing a fishing village ahead, he nodded silently, then proceeded directly into the village with his 2 guards. This place was already within Nan Nathaniel's territory. As Braden entered the fishing village, many people immediately looked over curiously. In such a small village, it was rare for outsiders to visit, so they were very curious about Braden. Braden was used to this treatment. He found an old man, gave him some loose silver and said, "Old sir, do you mind if we stay here for the night?" A few old men exchanged glances, and one of them asked, "Where are you from?" Braden smiled and replied, "From the Jingzhou area." This was why Braden had chosen not to bring Christian and Junior. They would easily give themselves away due to their accents when lying. Braden gestured to the 2 guards behind him. "These are the guards I hired. I'm a merchant from Jingzhou City, traveling around to see if there are any business opportunities." The old men exchanged glances again before agreeing. Nan Nathaniel was different from Dewey. Dewey relied on the Jinui to control information effectively. The Jinui were quite powerful. Nan Nathaniel, however, had a different setup. Although they had organizations similar to the Jinui, their intelligence network was not as robust. The reason they weren't often infiltrated by spies was that their people were very xenophobic. The entire population of Nan Nathaniel was xenophobic, but Braden didn't need to worry about this. Chapter 179, Burke. Night fell. Braden did not go to sleep yet. The 2 guards took turns on duty, always staying alert. A commotion came from outside the house, and Braden immediately approached the window. He slightly opened a slit and peered out, instantly stunned. Several villagers were holding torches and whispering to each other as they walked towards the outskirts of the village. Braden held his breath and listened intently, catching snippets of their conversation. Burke and his men are still on the island. These outsiders can't be here by mere coincidence, sent by the authorities? Who knows, but their timing is suspicious. They arrived just as we were delivering supplies to the island. I think they're not ordinary. Why don't we just kill them? Why did we let them stay in the village in the first place? If they find out about Burke, that won't be good. We had to let them stay. At least we can keep an eye on them. If they were somewhere else, we wouldn't know where they are, which would be even more worrying. Exactly. It's less scary to see a spider in your room than knowing one's there but can't find it. If they don't discover anything, we'll act like nothing happened. If they do find out, we'll have no choice but to silence them. The group muttered as they headed towards the river. Braden gestured for the guards to stay quiet. Frowning, he circled the room and soon detected breathing outside the door. Without hesitation, Braden opened the window and leaped through. As he landed, he swiftly grabbed the crossbeam of the corridor's roof. Upon closer inspection, he found 2 more people hiding in the grass. Braden didn't disturb them. Instead, he bypassed them and made his way to the river. Watching the villagers row away to the island, a playful smile appeared on Braden's face. The next morning, Braden and his men woke up early. As they left, he exchanged pleasantries with some locals. Once out of the village, Braden changed direction. To the city. The guards were puzzled but did not question him. Honestly, they didn't know why they were heading to the city. But Braden was the commander, and they followed orders. In the city, Braden stood before the bounty board. He flipped through newly posted notices and found a tattered one at the bottom. Burke. Pale-faced, clean-shaven, 7 feet tall, disobeyed De Nathaniel laws, killed 7 De Nathaniel constables, currently fugitive. Those who harbor him will face the same punishment. This wasn't the information Braden sought. He stroked his chin and led the guards to a tavern. Inside, Braden sat down and feigned distress when the waiter approached. That Burke is too much. He took all my goods. How am I supposed to explain this back in Jingzhou? I might starve after this trip. Braden acted increasingly distressed. The waiter became excited upon hearing this. Shepherder, you're from Jingzhou, a merchant? Braden huffed and put on an arrogant air, brushing his robes. What, doesn't look like it? The waiter whispered. Forgive me, sir, but mentioning Burke caught my attention. You should know, he's quite famous around here. The reason he's wanted is that he killed the magistrate's only son. The magistrate organized several teams, capturing him 3 times, but failed each time. Guess what? When the constables went to the local village, they tried bullying the villagers, and Burke killed 7 or 8 of them. That's how the warrant was issued. Zaxoning to the waiter, Braden involuntarily smiled. Still, he couldn't resist asking. 3 captures and missed every time? Why? That damn Burke took all my goods. The waiter waved dismissively. No worries, if you hand over silver, they won't trouble you. Plus, the authorities can't catch them. They're the toughest water pirates in these parts. Braden put on a scornful expression. What joke is this? Water pirates? I command tens of thousands in Jingzhou's navy. Water pirates? Easy pickings. The waiter chuckled and shook his head. Shepherder, it's different. Do you know Burke's greatest skill? He can hold his breath underwater for an hour. Can you imagine? He can even sink boats by drilling holes underwater. Braden understood. This Burke was clearly an excellent swimmer. It made sense, growing up by the water. Without skills, who would dare to attack officials? And the more critical question was, did Burke only know how to swim? Having hidden for so long without being discovered by the authorities, and gathering a group of people who didn't seem ordinary at all, Braden thought for a moment, and finally made up his mind. After paying the bill, he led the 2 guards straight to the riverbank. This time they did not enter the village but directly found a small boat, intending to go straight to the island. It had to be said that Braden's idea was quite bold. After all, Burke was still a thief. There was little risk getting to the island, and Braden stopped to observe the surroundings. The island looked unremarkable from the outside, but they soon saw footprints. The soil by the river was somewhat damp, making the footprints very clear. Braden followed the footprints with his men. As they entered the dense forest, several arrows suddenly flew out. Braden frowned and immediately stopped. The arrows were stuck in the ground. A few men walked over with smirks on their faces. This is no place for you to be. Braden asked expressionlessly. How many of you are there? The men on the other side frowned. Didn't you understand what we're saying? This isn't where you should be. If you mess around, I can't guarantee your safety. Seeing no intention of answering, Braden got straight to the point. Take me to Burke. I am General Braden of Great Wei. Braden didn't feel the need to conceal his identity, because the other party's identity couldn't be revealed either. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? Otherwise, they might have to fight here, and if someone died, all of Braden's plans would be wasted. Chapter 180. Disappointing Burke. Hearing it was the Grand General of Great Wei, the expressions of the people opposite indeed changed. One of them cast a doubtful glance at Braden, and then quickly turned away. Braden smiled faintly, standing quietly in place. Before long, a young man with no shirt appeared before Braden. Braden? The Grand General of Great Wei? What are you doing here? I don't think I know you, nor do I think there's anything worth discussing. He glanced at Braden disdainfully, but his performance seemed clumsy to Braden. Braden, expressionless, said, if you truly had nothing to talk about, you wouldn't have come to meet me, right? Burke, whose inner thoughts were exposed, felt somewhat defenseless and waved his sleeve angrily. Get lost. Braden smiled faintly. I understand what you're thinking. It's just frustration. They say Southern Nathaniel is as solid as an iron block, but on my journey, I found little difference between Southern Nathaniel and the former Great Wei. Everywhere are large clans, and it's precisely because of these clans that led to this awkward outcome. Emetni commoners have no hope of advancement. Not only that, they are oppressed by those powerful clans. The magistrate's son acted without conscience, leading to his death at your hands, followed by your being wanted. What triggered this? Wasn't it because one of your friends or family members was killed first by the magistrate's son? Burke paused in his steps. He stared intensely at Braden. Braden continued. So what now? You need an opportunity for revenge, and more importantly, someone to help you achieve it. Putting all this aside, ultimately, you need to prove what it means when we say, the noble are not born but made. Do you want to hide on this small island forever? Hearing Braden's words, Burke's expression kept changing. He stared intensely at Braden, taking a long time to speak. Ha, you talk big in front of me. Don't mention others. Great Wei has enemies on all sides and might fall soon. Do you still have time to find me? Braden crossed his arms. Do you know the situation outside well? That would be expected. Do you know the south border of Great Wei? If I say that while the south border stands, Great Wei stands, what do you think? Hearing Braden's words, Burke clenched his teeth. After a long silence, he finally asked, why did you come find me? Braden spoke calmly. I need that batch of iron ore now. If you can prove your ability, I will give you an opportunity. Depending on your demonstrated ability, I may choose to promote you directly to general or send you to military school. Have you heard of Zishan Pass Military School? No matter what else, it can train you into a competent general, even a naval one. Burke laughed out loud. Are you joking? To get that refined iron, we must go to sea. More importantly, what is a naval general? Do people from Great Wei know how to navigate water? What do you think a war on water entails? Hearing Burke's remarks, Braden simply shrugged. He didn't explain, just kept looking at Burke. Burke's expression kept changing until he finally lowered his head in resignation. You win. Burke huffed. I'll go to sea with you. Braden nodded, speaking expressionlessly. Shepard's, this is an assessment. From now on, I'll only look at your capability. You're free to act as you see fit. Burke spread his hands. I need money. 1 million taels of silver. Braden's eyes widened. 1 million taels of silver? Burke thinks he's talking to a god who grants wishes. Immediately, Braden replied sharply. No silver. Speak sensibly. Burke huffed. Seagoing ships. Without ships, how do we sail? Do you really think our tiny wooden boats can fight at sea? Braden chuckled. 10,000 taels of silver. That's all. The moment the words left his mouth, Burke's face instantly changed. From 1 million taels to 10,000 taels of silver? Could this work? He furrowed his brow in thought. 10,000 taels, too little even to recruit ridges? Not possible. 10,000 taels of silver is too little. Burke eventually refused. At that moment, Braden looked at Burke with some disappointment. 1 million taels isn't realistic either. At most, I can provide you with a seagoing ship. With that, Braden prepared to leave. He was actually disappointed in Burke because a great general should also calculate the cost of war. Burke saw the disappointed expression on Braden's face and immediately gritted his teeth. 10,000 taels of silver it is. He coldly huffed, ultimately agreeing to this demand. After receiving the silver bill from Braden, the first thing he did was to seek out manpower in various places. If it were someone else, they might have had a hard time finding anyone. But Burke had been a water bandit before. He knew all too well about the local bandits. The first thing he did was to try to convince those water bandits. Indeed, after some chaos caused by Burke, he managed to achieve considerable success, attracting over 20 people. Adding the dozen or so men Burke already had, their current team, including Braden and 2 guards, totaled 42 people. Next came sailing out to sea in small boats. Could small boats really sail out to sea? No one present really knew, as none of them were experts in seafaring. But they figured they might as well take a chance. Braden wasn't afraid, and they were all skilled swimmers, so what was there to fear? Thus, they immediately began their journey. The boats went downstream without much trouble. The only issue was eating fish every day, which eventually made everyone feel somewhat nauseous. But to accomplish something, some things had to be endured. Every day when they stopped at an inn, Burke would dive into the water. Catching fish was simple for him, and so, they entered the ocean. Seeing this, Braden slightly shook his head, because they hadn't prepared fresh water. Just as Burke was about to lead the group into the ocean, Braden couldn't hold back anymore. Do you really plan to go like this? Aren't you considering whether we have enough fresh water? Burke was taken aback upon hearing this. Braden sighed helplessly. As a commander, you're still lacking too much basic knowledge. I'm sorry, if this is all you can do, I can only announce that you've failed. Upon hearing Braden's words, Burke pursed his lips slightly. He remained silent for a long time, then finally opened his mouth with gritted teeth. This was my mistake. Braden sighed again. Commander, your decisions often determine the lives of countless men under your command. So, any issue needs careful consideration and comprehensive planning. Chapter 181. Burke's Rough Plan. Why did Braden come out? Because the Great Wei did not have a naval commander, let alone a marine commander. The Great Wei had coastal areas, but they had never really trained a navy. Now, the biggest problem they faced was exactly this. Burke would be a good candidate, but what worried everyone most was whether he could take on this responsibility. After Braden gave him a lesson, Burke immediately realized that Braden's ability to hold up the southern region for so long meant that he wasn't an ordinary person. Of course, he became more serious and wanted to take on more responsibilities. In the end, who wouldn't want to follow a reliable leader and rise to higher positions? With Braden's prompt, Burke began to plan earnestly. First was water resources. He counted how much water each person would drink and then totaled it all up. All this water had to be factored into the ship's loading weight. Burke spent a whole morning calculating the supplies. Then came the official departure at sea. He directly sailed a small boat. Braden said nothing, only feeling slightly disappointed. As a naval ridge, such a small boat was indeed sufficient. But to sail out to sea, Burke didn't even check the nearby seafaring vessels for tools before acting rashly. Wasn't this just fooling around? Of course, Braden wouldn't give any reminders. After all, if they encountered other ships, they could always hitch a ride back. There were many fishermen nearby, and Braden didn't think too much about potential dangers. Regardless, even the navy of Carnell wouldn't venture too far from land. Subsequently, Burke led them to drift at sea, occasionally returning to shore to replenish supplies. Overall, it was far too amateurish. Braden pursed his lips and made up his mind. He absolutely had to send Burke to the military academy for training. With this thought in mind, the small boat continued to drift at sea. After half a month, Braden estimated that enough time had passed and knew that continuing like this would yield no results. He decisively spoke up. Burke, do you think this is effective? Burke froze for a moment, then fell silent. Braden sighed. Shepherds, we guessed they would choose the sea route. What's the biggest problem? Their route, when they set off, do you know? You've noticed this issue, which is why you are asking people at sea. But if you're asking, why not ask on land? Is it inconvenient on land? Burke was stunned again. Braden taught him, taking him to a small room where no one else knew, so as not to affect others' perceptions of him. Burke thought for a while and soon nodded. I know I was wrong. Braden paused briefly and added a reminder. Don't overthink it. Indeed, I did some things intentionally since I was here to evaluate you. But I hope you can discover these problems on your own. When a path is blocked and you know it's a dead end, most people would try to endure, but not with me. You need to actively find and solve problems. Once solved, they cease to exist, right? Zaxoning to Braden's words, Burke blushed. He nodded repeatedly, not daring to speak. Things became simple after that. The two went ashore and casually inquired from the locals. Soon, information came through. Just as Braden said, the fishermen hadn't encountered anything unusual. After gathering multiple accounts from fishermen, they quickly figured out the opponent's route and timing. Just as Braden predicted, Kenny took a roundabout sea route to smuggle goods. Without further ado, the group began waiting, even acquiring a few seafaring vessels locally. When the day arrived, they set sail, navigating to a local island according to what the old fisherman had mentioned. Next came the real battle. Braden watched Burke expressionlessly. Now, tell me your plan. After all, this is your first command, and I'm concerned about mistakes. Burke nodded slightly. Our small boats cannot withstand large ships in direct combat. So my idea is to use the small boats to approach quietly and find a way to board them. Once on board, we can engage in close combat, and only then can we capture the large ship. Braden said nothing, merely nodding slightly. Was this an acknowledgement of Burke's plan? Not really. It was only Burke's temporary arrangement, given his current capabilities. Braden asked just one question. Didn't you think of these things while still on land? In warfare, one needs to look 3 steps ahead for every step taken. Did you see this? Burke shook his head somewhat guiltily. In this regard, I am inferior to the great general. He had even changed his way of addressing Braden. Braden sighed. So, after gathering information on land, you didn't make any plans or preparations, and just came to this island at the last minute, then thought up such a plan? Burke lowered his head in shame. Braden's expression remained unchanged. From now on, I will be responsible for the remaining tasks. After we return to Nanjiang, on one hand, you need to form a navy and be responsible for their training. On the other hand, you need to go to the military academy for studies. Can you accept that? Burke nodded repeatedly. What kind of person was Burke before? He always felt that if heaven was number 1, he was number 2. Now he no longer dared to think like that. A simple task made him immediately recognize his limitations. Soon, Burke gathered everyone together. Braden stood in front of everyone and spoke. From now on, all command will be handed over to me. Does anyone have any objections? Everyone looked at Burke, who only nodded slightly. Only then did everyone turn to look at Braden. Braden did not mind these reactions. He glanced at the sea and quickly began to speak. We all have small boats, 4 in total, and only this many people. But the ridges on their large ships probably number at least 50 or 60. In this situation, our small boats cannot defeat a large ship, but that doesn't mean we can do nothing. Our small boats may not be able to match up directly, but we are more agile than them. Burke. Braden suddenly spoke. Burke immediately ran out. Reporting for duty. Braden nodded. When the target appears, I need you to dive underwater. The big ships at sea are different from small boats. After you dive down, use iron chains to bind their large ship. Burke was momentarily stunned. Iron chains? What iron chains? Braden said nothing, walked into the cabin, and lifted the blanket at the bottom to reveal coiled iron chains inside. Chapter 182. Ambush at Sea. Only now did Burke realize that Braden had been fully prepared from the very beginning. Braden was calm as he began to have his men tie one end of the iron chain to a small boat. Burke immediately understood Braden's plan. Shepherder, you intend to use these small boats to hold back the large ship? Braden nodded. Of course, the small boats alone won't be enough, but it's not a problem. We have anchors. Once we drop them, they will surely hold. In a way, dropping our anchors is like dropping an anchor for the large ship. Zaxoning to Braden's words, Burke nodded repeatedly. This is a brilliant idea, General. Braden chuckled softly. Then there are the grappling hooks. He took out the grappling hooks from beneath the iron chains. Do you see these? We throw them from the small boats onto the large ship, and if they catch, we can climb up. Of course, it's still dangerous. However, to ensure safety, we can damage the large ship. Burke was taken aback. Damage the large ship? What did that mean? Braden remained calm-faced. The large ship stops. We can't board, and they can't leave. If they don't surrender, we'll slowly drill holes into their ship. It's as simple as that. Given our current capabilities, once the ship stops, we can threaten them. And once we can threaten them, we can board and take control of the vessel. They're unprepared, and we lack experience, so everything depends on the actual situation when the time comes. Everyone nodded in agreement. At this moment, Burke followed behind Braden. General, you're truly remarkable. These are things I've never thought of. Braden's face was expressionless. It doesn't matter that you didn't think of them before, but you should consider more options in the future. Burke nodded continuously. 3 days later, a colossal ship sailed toward them from the sea. Compared to Braden's ships, this one was a giant behemoth. Burke raised his head and gazed at it, filled with concern. Would these small boats really be able to hold back the large ship? He didn't know. There was only one way to find out. With a wave of Braden's hand, 4 small boats immediately rushed out, encircling the large ship from all sides, then cast the iron chains into the water. Burke dived into the water and began his operation. The entire process took no less than 3 hours. Whenever Burke couldn't bear it anymore, he would return to the boat to rest briefly. Those on the large ship noticed this, but they weren't worried. For small boats trying to stop a large ship, was this a dream? To put it bluntly, even if all 4 small boats blocked their path, they could still plow through them. Of course, this was somewhat wishful thinking. By evening, everything was almost complete, and the 4 small boats had dropped their anchors into the water. Everyone heard the grating sound of metal scraping against metal. The speed of all the small boats slowed down, and soon, the iron chains went taut. The large ship's speed decreased. Before long, all 5 ships came to a halt. At this moment, Braden pulled back his bow and released an arrow. Those on the large ship had no idea what was happening, but soon, they saw the arrow. They also saw the message attached to the arrow, a letter urging them to surrender. A ridge quickly ran to the general. General, bad news. They've come looking for us. Braden brought dozens of men to intercept us. They're already right before our eyes, and our ship can no longer move forward. It's because of Braden and his men. The general froze. Who did you say? The ridge shrank back. Braden. The general's face turned pale. Braden, that demon, actually came here? Why didn't we hear any rumors? Worse yet, this is Nanzhou's waters. We have no way to call for reinforcements. The biggest issue was right here. Carnell had made such a detour, but overlooked the biggest problem. Within Nan Nathaniel's waters, they had no means to seek reinforcements. Even if they found reinforcements, by the time they arrived, they would be facing enemies. By then, Braden's small boats could easily flee. What about them? Thinking of this, the general's expression changed. Fire arrows. The best course of action was to fire arrows from above, easily taking out those troublesome people below. So they started shooting, but the targets below quickly retreated inside the boats. What about throwing heavy objects? The general pondered other methods. But would that work? A subordinate shook his head. Not to mention whether we can catch up with these small boats. The main issue is that we cannot get close enough to them. After all, they've used 4 ropes to trap us. Our range is also limited. The general rubbed his face. What else could they say? Use the small boats. Small boats were immediately launched from the large ship. Then some crew members disembarked to prepare for battle. Can small boats not fight? They still had the advantage in numbers. If they surrendered like this, they would be unwilling. But right at that moment, a gunshot rang out. Braden raised the pistol in his hand, looking at those small boats without any expression on his face. The small boats quickly rowed over, but it was useless. They were facing Braden's gun. Although there was only one gun, the others weren't just standing by either. The Metni people drew their weapons. Even in a boat battle, the chances of them getting aboard were low. Braden, with an emotionless look, aimed and fired, basically taking one down with each shot. The general couldn't stand it anymore. Everyone, back up. Yes, Braden didn't intend to let anyone engage in close combat with them, so the best plan was this. Suppress them fiercely from a distance. For long-range combat, was there better equipment than firearms? As dusk fell, Braden once again shot an arrow onto the large ship. The ridge holding the letter approached the general again. General, it's another surrender notice. The general was furious. Another surrender notice? They are just a few people and want us to surrender? Send people underwater. Untie all the prisoners' chains. Untie? They were dreaming. As soon as their people went into the water, Burke followed. Why did Braden value Burke? Because Burke's swimming skills were indeed excellent. More importantly, Burke's combat ability underwater was extremely strong, making him a good choice for a military commander. Having both excellent martial arts and swimming skills wasn't something everyone could possess. And the next thing was simple. All the bodies of those who went underwater floated to the surface. Burke stood at the bow of the boat, smiling smugly. Great General, catching the unprepared is indeed simple. Braden chuckled lightly. We haven't reached the point where we can relax yet. Our goal is only one. To seize this large ship, use this ship as a base, and create our own navy. Chapter 183. Seeking refuge in Wei. Southern Qi. Imperial Court. The Emmets looked grimly at the hider. Your Majesty, This time it was our oversight. None of us expected that Braden would send people to the plateau to intercept our horses. In fact, this internal strife in Wei was originally a great opportunity for us, but the problem lies with Braden. The hider was taken aback. With Braden? The emets nodded slightly. Braden is like an iron wall. As long as he remains in southern border, we can't make any northern advances. We have no means to deal with him. So I thought about it, and concluded that trade should be temporarily halted. Wei will inevitably descend into chaos sooner or later, and at that time, Braden will surely return. The hider breathed a sigh of relief. Wei's internal turmoil. What a good opportunity this is. So easily dismissed? Currently, both Southern She and Southern Nathaniel are like starved dogs, eagerly waiting for their meat. And Wei is that piece of meat. The hider instinctively asked. If they could think of blocking our horse supplies on the plateau, what about iron ore? The emets shook his head. Impossible for the iron ore. After all, there's the sea between us and Southern Nathaniel. More importantly, they lack naval power and wouldn't expect us to use maritime routes. Even if they guessed, what can they do? The hider nodded. That makes sense. So let's see. As for Southern Nathaniel, they've been pressuring us recently. That's understandable. This horse trade was urgent for them. They lost many horses in the pre-New Year battle and gave us a substantial amount of silver. Unfortunately, the horses were intercepted en route. Should we refund their money? The hider naturally felt intimidated, because Southern Nathaniel is bigger and stronger than they are. For the same reason, even Kinney and Braden dare not provoke them, making Southern She the weakest party involved. The emets nodded slightly. We must refund part of the money because Southern Border remains unified with us. Otherwise, it might create resentment. But refunding all the money wouldn't be right either since we also suffered losses, and we shouldn't bear all the blame. So we can claim some of our own losses and demand that Southern Nathaniel bears this expense. The hider looked worried. Will they agree? The emets nodded. They will indeed have to agree, as they don't want to sever ties with us. If we did, not a single copper coin would reach them. The hider sighed in relief. As long as not all the silver is returned, it's acceptable. But he couldn't help asking, how much silver should we keep? The emets quickly answered, half of it. I estimate they understand the situation themselves. The hider relaxed, immediately ordered someone to calculate the accounts, and sent others to negotiate with Southern Nathaniel. Negotiations over the deposit ensued, and eventually, the price was set at half. However, the biggest issue emerged here. Even after the negotiations ended, the new batch of iron ore had still not arrived. The person in charge began to feel uneasy and sent a messenger to alert Southern She. At this moment, the emets finally realized. It had already been 3 days. The shipment of iron ore had been delayed by 3 whole days. Suddenly, the emets' hair seemed ready to stand on end. Not good. Fearfully, Braden might have intercepted this cargo. The hider was stunned. That's impossible. Didn't you say we use sea routes? Regardless of whether they guessed, the main issue is that they lack ships and naval warfare experience, and moreover, they are separated from us by Great Nathaniel. How could they intercept our cargo? The emets clenched his teeth. If it were anyone else, it would indeed be impossible, but the critical point is, it's not just anyone. It's Braden. The emets sighed deeply. We should have realized this earlier. The problem is exactly this. They've already raided those warhorses and likely targeted the iron ore simultaneously. Our lack of preparation and underestimation were our greatest faults. I estimate this batch of iron ore won't be recovered. Thus, at this point, the emets laughed bitterly. Previously, we didn't fully compensate Southern Nathaniel, so perhaps we don't need to now, given that the incident occurred in Southern Nathaniel's waters. Your Majesty, we need not worry too much. We should seek new avenues. The hider was stunned. The emets meant that they should switch to a different route for smuggling the iron ore, but there was a significant problem here. What route could they possibly take to bring the goods back? And would the intricate territorial divisions on the map allow them the time to redraw their routes? The hider frowned and asked, perhaps this time Braden just got lucky? The emets shook his head solemnly. Your Majesty, you know very well that this cannot be mere luck. The logic is simple. Braden always plays his cards cautiously. Wherever he goes, stability follows. You think it's luck? If I'm not mistaken, once they seize the ships, their first action will be to build their own base near the coastline, likely close to one of Dewey's ports. And based on my estimation, they will immediately initiate conflicts with Nathaniel. With simultaneous attacks from land and sea, South Nathaniel may not withstand it. Hearing this, the hider fell silent. They were enemies with Dewey, and South Nathaniel was also an enemy of Dewey. So, would the enemy of their enemy be a friend? The hider soon spoke up. Milo, should we inform South Nathaniel about this news? The old chancellor scoffed. Why tell them? For us, currently, whether it's South Nathaniel or Dewey, they are all our enemies. The more they lose, the more it benefits us. Zaxoning to the old chancellor, the hider nodded slightly in agreement. That was true. This Southern She hider couldn't go on like this for even a day. The reason was simple. They were the weakest, and everything had to consider others' thoughts. Their greatest advantage was that they were hard to invade, while their biggest disadvantage was that it was difficult for them to launch offensive campaigns. To put it bluntly, few people in Southern She desired war. The ones truly hoping for Southern She's rise were only these few top officials. The hider sighed and looked at the old chancellor half-jokingly. Milo, what do you think? Should we seek refuge in Dewey? From what I've seen, Kinney doesn't seem capable of achieving much. On the contrary, Braden has the ability. Chapter 184. A letter from an old acquaintance. If it were anyone else, they would have given up long ago. It was quite unusual for the Zhou of Nanxi to have held on this long. Most importantly, every time the Zhou of Nanxi mentioned this before, it had always been rebutted by the old Jose. Because the old Jose never thought it was a good idea. But this time, the old Jose said nothing. The reason was simple. Even the old Jose was uncertain if Nanxi could withstand Braden. Back in his study, the old Jose sat down in silence. For him, the most troublesome task was dealing with official duties. But there was no way out. He had to handle them. Halfway through his work, he suddenly stopped. For a moment, he did not know what to do next. What's the point of doing all this? Nanchi is about to fall, and these tasks will just end up benefiting others. Thinking of this, the old Jose sighed again. He served the people of Nanchi, not anyone else. He looked at the letter sent by his student Zhak Wenyu, scanned it briefly, and sighed once more. The appearance of firearms, which we thought was an opportunity, turned out to be the final ultimatum. Truly, it's a headache. Damn Braden. While cursing, the old Jose picked up his pen. After some consideration, he decided to write a letter to Braden. Not long after sending the letter, news of the Iron Ore soon arrived. The old Jose had been right. The Nanchi Navy searched the route but found no useful information. The large ship carrying the Iron Ore seemed to have vanished without a trace. On board the large ship, Braden watched the bodies below with an expressionless face. Burke stood silently behind him. His bare arm was wrapped tightly in thick bandages. Yes, he too had been injured. Though they won, it was indeed a calculated ambush. But their disadvantage had been significant. Small boats attacking a large ship, especially when the large ship had more combat personnel. Reflecting on this, Burke felt a sense of achievement. At least, they had won, hadn't they? Isn't it worth seeing your fallen comrades? Braden remained calm. Burke instinctively wanted to respond, it's fine. They were just recruits. But he couldn't finish his sentence, because Braden turned around and stared at him emotionlessly. A general cannot afford to be compassionate. Mercy cannot lead troops, it's no joke. But likewise, a general must absolutely not be solely driven by slaughter. If you don't care about the lives of the ridges who fight with you, how can you expect anyone to trust their backs to you? How can you expect anyone to fight alongside you? Listening to Braden's lecture, Burke's face turned slightly pale. He nodded and turned away. This battle had been brutal for Burke. Nearly 2/3 of the men were dead. In the end, it was Braden's firearms that controlled the scene. He boarded the deck with a cold expression, using firearms to force everyone out, gaining control of the entire ship, and then turned back toward the waters of Dewey. Afterward, Braden contacted local authorities, directly establishing a military base under the name of General, near the coast. At least, it could be considered a military base. There was no arsenal, no formal ridge training, and no so-called generals. But indeed, a portion of his men stayed behind to recruit locally. As for the main commander of this group, no one had been appointed yet. Braden's plan was to send any outstanding performers from future battles with Nanzhou here first. After that, they sold the iron ore locally, obtained the necessary receipts, and left, returning to Nanjiang. This was Burke's first time entering Zishan Pass. Looking at the city wall that was over 10 meters high, Burke felt like a country bumpkin entering the city. Braden, however, remained unperturbed. Don't be fooled by how high this wall is. You should know, this is a key military stronghold. To say nothing of its previous height, only 7 or 8 meters. For assault troops, they could easily scale it in a few moves. So, we consciously raised the wall to its current height. Listening to Braden, Burke pursed his lips slightly. Even so, it's much higher than our walls in Nanzhou. Truly, a grand city. Braden chuckled. He shook his head slightly and led Burke inside. Immediately, Elder Nathaniel and Christian rushed over. Christian eagerly asked, "How did it go? Did you get the iron ore?" Braden smiled faintly and ordered the money chests to be brought over. 20 million taels of silver. An entire shipload of iron ore, all sold in Dewey. We still have one ship left. I established a temporary factory within the territory of Dewey using my Grand General seal. In this way, in the future we can also train our navy more conveniently. But before that, I received some news. Do you know why the Nanchi Navy is so powerful? Everyone shook their heads. They had never really thought about it. Soon, Braden spoke up. Because a group of foreigners started training the navy very early on. However, it's not all bad news. Nanchi could train its navy because these foreigners were experienced. In Nanzhou, we might encounter similar foreigners who could serve as advisors if possible. Hearing Braden's words, Christian and others said with some displeasure, "I knew it. But what's with these foreigners? Why do they have maritime experience and can train a navy?" Braden chuckled softly. "Because our Huaxia is too vast and self-sufficient. In other words, we don't need to go out to sea. But those foreigners are different. They have to venture out to sea because of their scarce resources and fierce competition, forcing them to find new outlets and resources. So, this isn't necessarily a bad thing." Christian nodded then. "That makes sense. Speaking of which, according to our understanding, the people who herd livestock in the north are herders. So what do we call the people who live by the sea? Sea people?" Everyone burst into laughter at once. Elder Nathaniel pulled out a letter amidst the laughter. "Grand General, this is a letter from an old acquaintance of yours." Braden was momentarily stunned. Old acquaintance? Who could he have as an old acquaintance? After all, if it were someone from Dewey, there would be no need to phrase it this way. Unless the sender wasn't from Dewey. With this thought in mind, Braden took the letter. It didn't specify who wrote it, but on it, there was a sentence. It said that since their last meeting in the capital of Nanchi, he missed Braden greatly and expressed admiration for him, hoping to see Braden and have a face-to-face conversation. Chapter 185. The balance was broken. Shepherd and sweep parted in the capital of Southern Qi? Braden was taken aback for a moment, then quickly smiled. It must be the wisest man in Southern Qi, that Emetrotriton. Old Nathaniel chuckled and nodded. "You didn't guess wrong. This letter was indeed sent by the Emetrotriton." Braden raised an eyebrow. He used a connection from Great Wei? Sent by Herman? Old Nathaniel was surprised. Did the general figure it out so soon? Braden rolled his eyes. Isn't this obvious? Now both Southern Nathaniel and Southern Qi are eyeing us warily, and Kenny won't give up on supervising us. Frankly speaking, if he sent this letter directly from Southern Qi, he would dare to send, but I wouldn't dare to receive it. At this point, Braden paused. He began to read the letter carefully. The more he read, the graver his expression became, until finally, he furrowed his brow deeply. Old Nathaniel was curious. Something seemed off about Braden's expression. "General, Is something wrong? Or did the great prime minister say something inappropriate? Braden silently nodded. Frowning in deep thought for a while, he finally spoke. He wants to join our Great Wei. Upon hearing this, old Nathaniel froze, then burst into laughter. Christian couldn't stop laughing either. But Braden wasn't laughing. They quickly realized what was going on. Braden waved his hand. Junior, you take Burke to the military academy first, then come back for the meeting. Junior immediately sensed that something big was happening. Everyone hurriedly prepared for the meeting. Once everything was arranged, they gathered in the conference room. Braden spoke directly. I won't beat around the bush. The Emetricton of Southern Qi has written to ask for Southern Qi to join Great Wei. Wang Zachan and Hanley were visibly excited upon learning this news. To win without fighting is something only the most capable generals can achieve. And more importantly, young Braden had achieved this. Everyone instinctively looked at Braden. General, this could be the beginning of your legendary status. Yes, if Southern Qi joins, it will be a great promotion for your reputation. Now we have a general just like Curtis Show and Southern Nathaniel. The group remained optimistic. However, Braden shook his head. Throughout history, few entire nations have surrendered. Do you know why? For any ruler, for their hider, even the entire royal family, surrender means death. Do you think why Southern Qi might want to surrender? Without getting into details, as far as I know, this so-called Grand Chancellor is actually the teacher of the Zhou of Southern Qi. They're practically father and son. You don't believe the old Chancellor would willingly watch his son die, do you? Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. Of course. Who would be willing to see their own child die? Old Nathaniel immediately spoke up. So, General, you think there's a trick here? Braden shook his head. Can't say for sure yet. No need to rush. Let me look into it further. Old Nathaniel couldn't help asking. What does that mean? Does General mean that the Grand Chancellor would send the Zhou of Southern Qi to his death? Braden shook his head again. The reason I'm unsure involves another crucial factor. Great Wei, Southern Nathaniel, and Southern Qi. This area can be described as a three-way standoff. But in reality, we all know that Southern Qi is the weakest. They're struggling to survive in the cracks between the others. And what's the biggest issue? We've occupied Southern Jiang, Zilin, and Dayang, refusing to let go. With today's Great Wei embroiled in internal conflict, do you know what this implies? Braden looked at everyone. He approached the map and jabbed a knife directly into the Great Wei territory. The current Great Wei is like a piece of meat that everyone wants a bite of. For Southern Nathaniel and Southern Qi, they are natural attackers. If they can infiltrate the heart of Great Wei, they can gain support and divide its territory. Think about it, doesn't that make sense? Old Nathaniel stared at the map, taken aback. Conversely, Christian reacted first. The establishment of the military academy indeed had its benefits. At least now Christian knew how to think critically. Now, looking at the map, Christian immediately offered his analysis. Shepherder, you mean Southern Nathaniel could bypass our Southern Jiang through negotiations with Kinney and then carve up Great Wei? But Southern Qi can't do it, because if they want to enter Great Wei, they can only go through South Jiang or the plateau. Their biggest problem with going through the plateau is that 90% of Southern Qi citizens are coastal people who cannot adapt to the high altitude at all. So they don't have the capability to expand territory. All their aggression has been contained here by you, General. And once Southern Nathaniel expands and Kinney gains enough benefits in Great Wei, Southern Qi is destined to be abandoned. At this point, Christian suddenly looked at Braden. Braden nodded slightly. You're right. But haven't you also noticed the issue? Christian shook his head. General, I still don't understand. Braden sighed. Never mind. Being able to analyze to this extent is already quite good. I'll continue. The emits of Southern Qi requesting unification with us at this time can only mean one thing. Southern Nathaniel has already sent troops to Great Wei. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately understood. Right. If not for Southern Nathaniel taking action, would Southern Qi really need to do this? Putting it this way, everyone turned to look at Braden. Braden also nodded slightly. The so-called allegiance doesn't exist. It's just a temporary ceasefire agreement. There's another interesting point. Curtis and Henrik have not left South Jiang yet. This means Southern Nathaniel doesn't intend to send them to Great Wei to expand territory. They want to use Curtis and Henrik to block our plan to attack Wei and save Zhao. Hearing Braden's words, everyone drew in a deep breath. Now, the biggest trouble was coming. Great Wei was in internal turmoil, but the various princes were still watching. Some rebellious forces were hesitating too. They didn't dare declare independence yet. The current situation had an eerie balance. But once Southern Nathaniel's forces entered Great Wei, just thinking about it made everyone's expressions change. Foreign invasion would break the original equilibrium, leading to a deteriorating situation. Considering this, everyone's faces changed. Should they stabilize Great Wei and stop Southern Nathaniel, or continue to hold the line in South Jiang? Chapter 186. The territory of 5 cities. South of the Wei Kingdom, north of Huainan. Weishui City. A group of ridges moved stealthily forward and soon arrived at the foot of Weishui City. The guards had already detected their hostile intentions and closed the city gates early. At the city foot, a warrior raised his head. I am Qi Ambrose, the brave general of Great Nathaniel. Where is the magistrate of Weishui? The county magistrate tremblingly walked up to the battlements. You Southern Nathaniel people have some nerve. This is deep within the territory of Great Wei. Do you really dare come here and expect to return alive? Qi Ambrose sneered. Do you think I don't know that Weishui City has no garrison? Open the city gates quickly, or you will only harm yourselves. Otherwise, do not blame me if my sword and arrows strike blindly. The magistrate trembled, unsure whether surrendering would be better or worse. He stood hesitating on the wall for a long time. Usually at this point, it meant he was about to surrender. Qi Ambrose suddenly roared furiously. Why haven't you let us through? Do you want to die? With that, he drew his bow and shot an arrow that embedded itself into the tower above the gate. The magistrate immediately waved his hand. Surrender. We surrender. The gates opened, and Qi Ambrose led his men straight in. Upon questioning the magistrate, Qi Ambrose broke into laughter. There were hardly any defenders around Weishui City, and Qi Ambrose intended to take over all the neighboring cities without hesitation. He promptly sent his subordinates to launch military expeditions, while he followed behind with the main army to ravage wherever they went. Women, silver, even rice were seized entirely by them. War disasters became real at this moment. When the troops of Great Wei arrived, Qi Ambrose had already occupied 5 cities with 5,000 men and captured 4,000 slaves. Upon hearing this news, everyone in the world was shocked. Had the territory of Great Wei deteriorated to such a state? It seemed completely undefended. In the court of Southern Nathaniel, ministers mocked it. With just 5,000 men occupying 5 cities and capturing 4,000 slaves, what is Great Wei doing? Don't they have any awareness at all? Despite the minister's words, the hider of Great Nathaniel couldn't be pleased. To be honest, Great Nathaniel's current achievements could be attributed to the hider's ability. He said coldly, "Who taught Qi Ambrose this? Is he a bandit or a general of Great Nathaniel? Do you still have the face to laugh?" Once these words were spoken, the ministers fell silent. The hider harumphed. What utter nonsense. I sent him to attack Great Wei for territorial gains. What did he do instead? He captured civilians, killed, looted, and proudly boasted of bringing back 10,000 taels of silver and 200 beauties to me? Am I running a gang of mountain robbers? In the future, if Great Nathaniel were to rule the world, would the common people submit? What would those who were oppressed by Qi Ambrose say? They would say that my Great Nathaniel knows no etiquette, acts recklessly, and commits every atrocity, plundering and killing without scruple. With such a reputation, can we truly reign over the entire land? Hearing the hider's reprimands one after another, the ministers lowered their heads in shame. The hider showed no emotion. Qi Ambrose won't return. Let his family prepare for his funeral. This statement left everyone stunned. Was the hider planning to get rid of someone who was no longer useful? The hider, however, maintained a deadpan expression. Great Wei cannot allow Qi Ambrose to return now that something like this has happened. Even if we tried to save him, we could not. He ventured far too deep and acted recklessly. The local people would never let him leave as easily as he came. You watch. Within 3 days, Qi Ambrose will be dead. 3 days later, Qi Ambrose died in battle. The news reached Southern Nathaniel, leaving the ministers speechless. None of them had expected the situation to unfold exactly as the hider had predicted. Meanwhile, the court of Great Wei presented a different scene. Zhou Kaili sat on the dragon throne, looking down at the officials below, his expression unusually somber. This is the state of Great Wei. Just 5,000 men rampaging through the territories of 5 cities, capturing 4,000 citizens. The people have lost their courage, and officials lack the will to fight. How pathetic. They say Great Wei values literature over martial arts. I thought even if it did favor literature, it wouldn't neglect martial prowess so much. But I really didn't expect this. Hearing Zhou Kaili's words, the civil ministers lowered their heads, not daring to speak a word. Zhao Wenyu glanced up at Zhou Kaili and slowly stepped forward. Your Majesty, I believe Great Wei will rise again. It won't be as easy next time. Qi Ambrose acted arrogantly, and the citizens opened the gates at night, giving us this lucky victory. If someone else were to act more cautiously, the outcome might have been different. Hearing Zhao Wenyu's words, Zhou Kaili nodded slightly. Prince Artie clearly stood between the 2 territories, but took no action. Messenger, draft an edict condemning Prince Artie for his behavior. At that moment, an envoy from the Imperial Guard rushed to the palace on horseback. The secret letter was hurriedly brought up. Your Majesty, this is the secret letter from the Great General. Please check it. The Great General said it must be checked before Your Majesty sends out the Imperial Edict. Zhou Kaili frowned. Imperial Edict? What Imperial Edict? The Imperial Guard quickly spoke up. The Great General said that with Qi Ambrose's 5,000 men occupying 5 cities, Your Majesty would certainly send an Imperial Edict to condemn Kenny. This action must not be taken. Zhou Kaili was instantly stunned. Zhao Wenyu also furrowed his brow. This matter was indeed Kenny's fault. Why couldn't he condemn Kenny? He turned to look at Zhou Kaili and saw him seem to have breathed a sigh of relief. The Imperial Guard handed the secret letter to Zhou Kaili. As Zhou Kaili read it carefully, he was immediately taken aback. Why did Kenny allow the ridges of Southern Nathaniel to enter the interior of Great Wei? The reason was very simple. Firstly, Kenny needed someone to break the balance in Great Wei. Once the balance was broken, Kenny could seize the opportunity and lead his troops straight into the capital, using the hider as leverage to command the country. Secondly, it was a test. Even if Southern Nathaniel lost, what then? At that time, when Zhou Kaili sent a letter of condemnation, Kenny could easily come up with an excuse to brush it off. The crux of the matter was this. What capability did you, Kaili, have to punish Kenny? If it were a peaceful era, Zhou Kaili could use this as an excuse to directly call upon all the generals to take severe action against Kenny. But here was the problem. It wasn't a peaceful era. In other words, now you had no way to deal with Kenny. If Kenny came up with some excuse, you, Kaili, would be left in an awkward position. What would that be? This was Kenny making his stance clear. If one person ignored the dignity of the court, more people would follow suit. Eventually, everyone would rebel, plunging Great Wei into chaos or right into Kenny's plan. Therefore, not only should Zhou Kaili not condemn Kenny, but he should also give gifts to Kenny. Just say that Kenny worked hard, and some Luangzhi year, escaped fish, were normal. And then, send troops to occupy Huainan. If Kenny dared to obstruct, it would mean rebellion. Chapter 187. Why not report? The Imperial Edict arrived at the Sebastian's palace. When the Sebastian and Pedro heard that the hider not only did not condemn them, but also sent a considerable amount of grain, both of them were stunned. The Sebastian even felt like laughing. Sure enough, this is what happens when a woman becomes hider. But the latter part of the edict bared its fangs, and the faces of the Sebastian and Pedro instantly changed. The edict stated that since the Sebastian's energy was limited due to his advanced age, the hider would station troops in 6 cities of Huainan to ease the prince's burden. This kind of edict clearly wasn't something the hider came up with. The Sebastian felt a surge of blood to his head, almost fainting. When he allowed Southern Nathaniel into Great Wei, he had anticipated that it would intensify internal strife within the empire. But he never expected Kylie to relieve his pressure by directly seizing 6 cities. This must be Brayden's suggestion. According to our plan, Bo would have reprimanded the prince, and the prince could have found an excuse to gloss over it. The whole world would have seen the weakness of the Great Wei court, and reckless individuals would have declared independence. Now Bo is directly sending people to take residence, and worse, we can hardly obstruct it. If we stop them, Bo will say the prince defies the imperial decree, tantamount to rebellion. If we don't stop them, we'll lose control of 6 cities, a loss that's not worth the gain. Pedro thought more and found it increasingly malicious. This Brayden was too malicious. The Sebastian looked at Pedro with a dark expression. What should we do next? Do we just hand over the 6 cities? Pedro retorted with a question. Does the prince plan to rebel first? The Sebastian fell silent immediately. What pretext would he use to rebel? Purging the corrupt ministers? But how long has the Hider been on the throne? Moreover, the court has always maintained normal operations. It's the regions that are in turmoil. If he used this as a pretext to rebel, scholars across the land would curse him. Fabricated charges? That would be even more ridiculous. The court of Great Wei is stable. If you, Sebastian, want to rebel, what does that mean? Do you plan to let the people live in upheaval? Or if those scholars speak out, they could cause the people to turn against you. Why did the Sebastian want to hold the Hider hostage and command the feudal lords? Because he knew well that Great Wei valued scholars over military officials, which wasn't without merit. At least there was one advantage. The scholars of Great Wei stood with the court, often controlling public opinion and winning hearts. The Sebastian shook his head. To rebel without a valid pretext? How can I rebel? Pedro nodded. That's right. Shepherds the prince cannot rebel. We can only relinquish 5 cities. Regardless, Bo knows the prince's thoughts, but she needs a legitimate excuse to weaken the prince. Zakewise, for the prince to proclaim himself Hider, he needs a proper pretext. Hearing this, the Sebastian sighed silently. He lifted his head, feeling somewhat resentful. Is their fortune not yet exhausted? Pedro didn't dare respond to this. He frowned in deep thought. The biggest problem now is, if Southern Nathaniel doesn't cross over, it's going to be a big issue. Herman's suggestion to Bo is to train ridges on the battlefield. If they continue training, eventually, some brave warriors will rise to prominence. If they become truly accomplished, then that group of ragtag forces won't be able to stop them. And when that happens, the Great Wei court might become even more unshakable. So we must find a way. If Great Wei doesn't fall into chaos, we'll have no opportunity left. How can Great Wei be considered chaotic? If local princes declare independence, disobey the court's commands, and fight independently, each army becomes a separate force. Only when none listen to the central government can Great Wei truly be said to be in chaos. With this in mind, Pedro pondered. Brayden is hard to deal with. The court won't simply let things slide. Herman is also a big problem, but Herman is still too weak. If he suppresses the rebels with overwhelming force, we might really have no chance. To blame Great Wei for having few capable warriors except for Brayden. Even if other generals are capable, they're like dogs chained by civil officials. These dogs have been chained by those officials for so many years. It's time to let them loose. The Sebastian was taken aback. You mean? Pedro took a deep breath. Prince, you should report to Bo that your generals lack sufficient strength, and request the Hider to send veteran generals for support. Once they arrive, give them some silver to dismiss them. We don't know if they will remain loyal to Great Wei, but we can be sure they won't be loyal to us. Better to let them go. A dog that has been mistreated for too long will also know to hate its master, let alone these proud and ambitious military officers. Once any of them wants to declare independence, the situation will be different. Hearing Pedro's words, the Sebastian felt somewhat dissatisfied. How do you know they won't be loyal to us? Pedro gave a light laugh. Because, your highness is no different from the previous Hiders of Great Wei. You value reputation, and most of those reputations come from what scholars say. To put it another way, if you're worried about offending those scholars, you certainly won't place much importance on these generals. So, the only result in the end will be that they and you will keep their distance. They would find it far easier to rebel against you than against Great Wei. The Sebastian was silent upon hearing this. He had to admit that Pedro was right. He nodded. Go now and find someone to report as planned. Pedro turned around and arranged the second imperial decree. Meanwhile, at Zishan Pass in southern frontier, 2 brocade-clad commanders knelt before Brayden. The brocade guard had countless detachments in Great Wei, each commanded by a commander responsible for mobilizing local guards to complete assigned tasks and cooperate with other guards. Kneeling before Brayden were the commanders of the brocade guard from Huainan. Previously, Brayden mentioned that the brocade guard in the jurisdiction of the Sebastian had failed in their duties. The prince had obediently killed one of his illegitimate sons, sending his head to the palace to take the blame, and at the same time, all local brocade guard personnel were replaced. These 2 were the new commanders appointed after the replacement. Brayden looked at them and asked coldly, why didn't you report? 5,000 people entered the territory of Great Wei, and the brocade guard didn't hear a thing. Should I think you are incompetent, or that you colluded with outsiders, and deliberately kept it quiet? The 2 commanders wept bitterly. Shepherder, this was an accident. Chapter 188. Spy infiltration methods in occupied areas. The 2 commanders, who were important figures in their own territories, now knelt on the ground and continuously bowed their heads here. They cried one after another. It's not that we don't want to report. In fact, maintaining the Jinui in Huainan is a difficult task. Shepherder, most of our Jinui members are recruited locally. All previous members have been dismissed. As you said, Shepherder, we must be cautious when finding new people, so we have been recruiting. Brayden looked at the 2 men before him with disbelief. How long has it been? A year or more? You're still recruiting? Why didn't you wait until next year? Hearing Brayden's words, the 2 men felt ashamed, but still steeled themselves to speak. We have been recruiting, but the people who came all had issues, and we weren't confident enough. We had to investigate, which took time. Previously, 5,000 people entered the Great Wei, but none of our people reported it. Braden paused for a moment after hearing this, then chuckled softly. Not reported. What does this mean? It means the people they carefully selected were all working for Kinney. This was beneficial for Kinney. Admittedly, Kinney's management of his territory was indeed strict. Of course, there were other reasons. Most likely, from the moment these two men entered Kinney's jurisdiction, they were already under surveillance. Otherwise, how could the Jinui fail to recruit anyone? Braden soon spoke without expression. When you return, kill all your subordinates. Do not keep them. Kill? The faces of the two commanders changed drastically, because they felt fear. This was Kinney's territory. What would happen if they killed someone here? The outcome would be obvious. If they committed murders in Kinney's domain, the next to die might very well be them. Braden quickly spoke again. Kill them all. If they are useless, why keep them? These kinds of things aren't reported. They're worse than nothing. The two commanders exchanged glances and reluctantly nodded. Braden continued. You can leave Kinney's territory and find a deputy elsewhere, who will return to your jurisdiction. When you return, don't do anything rash. It's foolish. Shepherds, you've been watched by Kinney from the beginning. Getting any information would be impossible. In the future, communicate with the deputy via dead letterboxes and use this method to recruit in various places. You must be discreet and absolutely cannot let out any information. As for the specifics, that's up to you. With Braden's advice, the two commanders glanced at each other and were delighted. How could they not understand what Braden said? This was the Jinui regulation for enemy-occupied areas that Braden had previously presented. In other words, once they entered enemy territory, they needed to adopt this method to develop the Jinui further. Thinking about it now, Kinney's territory was no different from an occupied area. The two commanders immediately kowtowed. Braden waved them away. Junior, standing beside, asked, Shepherder, can they really be trusted? Braden chuckled. Of course they can be trusted. Everyone knows Kinney is planning a rebellion. The biggest issue is that their families are all in the capital. In other words, if they follow Kinney, once news of the rebellion comes, their families will all die. Hearing this, Junior also breathed a sigh of relief. I never expected things in Kinney's territory to be like this. It's impossible to carry out Jinuri activities. At least now we know the situation here, thanks to this exposure. Braden shook his head. I don't know how to say it, but I just feel that they won't achieve much when they return. For the Jinui to establish itself in Kinney's domain, it's a very complicated matter. Someone who isn't adaptable won't work, but someone too adaptable is also problematic. Junior was taken aback. What does too adaptable mean? Shepherder, are you worried that smart people might betray the court? Braden silently nodded. Some methods work with honest people, but if it's a clever person, the first thing they'll do is take back any leverage against them. At this moment, Braden slightly shook his head and asked Junior about Burke. How's Burke doing? Junior smiled immediately. Shepherder, as it turns out, Burke has managed to assemble quite a navy. He studied our military training methods at the military academy and combined it with some knowledge of the navy he gained from his time as a bandit in southern Nathaniel. So, he does have some useful experience. Currently, the military factory has started producing warships, but if we want to wage war against southern Nathaniel, we'll need to wait until next year at the earliest. Braden nodded slightly. He then asked another question. How does Burke look? Is he suitable to be a commander? Braden had observed Burke before. To be honest, his personal skills were decent, but his leadership skills were still lacking. Soon, Junior spoke up. According to what you said, evaluating promising candidates requires participation from several instructors. After our observations, I personally believe that he is barely suitable. With further cultivation, he could take on significant responsibilities. But Christian and others think Burke's capabilities are insufficient. Different from the land army, what the Navy needs is an innovative commander. We all lack experience in naval matters. If his abilities are not enough, the so-called Navy we train would simply be heading for death. Zaxoning to Junior's words, Braden stroked his chin thoughtfully. He hesitated for a moment, then quickly gave his answer. What Christian and the others say shouldn't be taken as gospel for now. Do you think I don't know their thoughts? When I first arrived in southern Jiang, wasn't I also there to forge new ground? What they want is a commander like me, but how can the military academy produce such people? Braden shook his head, while Junior looked enlightened. Why did Braden think this way? The reason was simple. Even students that Braden himself approved of were far from meeting Christian standards. Initially, Braden wondered if Christian was worried about these students dividing their authority, but after a few tests, Braden understood that Christian and his group simply looked down on these students. Junior initially served in the military camp. Seeing that he handled interpersonal relationships well, Braden let him take charge of the Jinui. As for Christian and his group, their situation was different. Chapter 189, 2 more questions. Born into the Genie Way and working under Braden, could their standards be low? If matters couldn't be made perfect, Christian and the others naturally felt unsatisfied. Braden understood their meaning to some extent, but their suggestions could not be ignored. Put it aside for now. If you think Burke can train troops, let him do so. We don't need to rush this. As you said, at least until next year before the battle begins. Jingdu, Imperial capital. The messenger from the Sebastian presented the letter. Just as Braden had said, the Sebastian was indeed taking a silent loss. He ceded the 5 cities' territory. Kylie's spirits soared upon hearing this news. The acquisition of the 5 cities means southern Nathaniel has no chance to intervene in the battlefield. Now, what's most important is to deploy the troops according to Braden's requirements. There's another question. Why did the Sebastian send a messenger here? Thinking about this, Kylie lifted her head and looked at the people before her. Zach Kylie, everyone else faced with the Sebastian's messenger didn't understand his purpose. Fortunately, the messenger soon spoke up. Your Majesty. The prince admits that this time it was indeed his mistake, but the main reason is that within the vast territory of Jared, there are no talented individuals. The prince means to say that leading an army into war, he is too old and lacks the energy. So, the prince hopes that your majesty will allow General Ambrose and General Zack to move to Jarrett. Kylie froze. So did the other officials. Kylie waved her hand. You may leave for now. We'll deliberate on this matter later. The messenger did not leave. He knelt down and bowed. Your majesty, the people of southern Nathaniel have already entered Dway. Moreover, the south border is also facing southern Qi and southern Nathaniel. Apart from these, around the highlands of southern Qi's ridges are prepared to push through. This is a crucial time for manpower, and the prince requests that your majesty make a decision quickly. Kylie paused, then narrowed her eyes. She understood the messenger's implication. The Sebastian was worried she would consult Brayden, so he was deliberately pressing for a quick response. Kylie immediately turned to Herman. Herman nodded and spoke up. Please withdraw for now. Your majesty will give a reply within 2 days. The messenger smiled in agreement and left. Standing in the court, Herman's mind was in turmoil. If he wanted to maximize benefits, the best way would be to let the people of southern Nathaniel enter, turning all of Dway into a battlefield, thus allowing southern Qi to take a bite as well. But the biggest problem was, southern Qi's people couldn't get in. Brayden in the south border acted like a threshold for Dway. Southern Qi's people couldn't even catch a whiff of the place. Herman's teacher, the Emmets, had already proposed merging into Dway. Of course, not into the Sebastian's Dway, but into Brayden's Dway. Herman felt some concern. Was Brayden really trustworthy? Wasn't the teacher worried about trusting the wrong person? Looking at the Addison before him, Herman chose to trust his teacher. He immediately spoke. Your majesty, I believe the Sebastian's actions have deeper intentions. Kylie took a deep breath and said helplessly, how could I not know that? What I don't understand is why he wants the 2 veteran generals. Zaxoning to Kylie, Herman turned to look at the military officers. He quickly remembered that those who had disagreed with him last time were General Ambrose. And General Zack was rumored to be a close friend of General Ambrose? Herman frowned immediately. Why did General Ambrose propose such ideas last time? He seemed eager to cooperate with the Sebastian to create chaos in Dway. Herman quickly realized something. Both Generals Ambrose and Zack hoped for Dway to fall into chaos. In times of peace, such senior generals could only be confined to Jingdu, the capital. Once Dway fell into chaos, they would find a place for themselves. Herman's eyes brightened. So, General Ambrose intentionally said that to hope for chaos in Dway? If this were true, it would be troublesome. If both entered the hands of the Sebastian, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking of this again, Herman immediately bowed. Your majesty, regardless of what the Sebastian's messenger says, we absolutely cannot agree to this. Kylie remained silent for a moment. This matter is probably not as simple as it seems. Even if nothing else, the Sebastian can use the current situation as leverage. In other words, if we don't agree, then the next ones coming might not just be from southern Nathaniel, not just 5,000 men, perhaps 50,000 next time? Zaxoning to Kylie's words, everyone finally realized why the messenger of the Sebastian was so calm. Herman also had a determined look on his face. Your majesty, I naturally thought of this outcome, but I still believe we must not agree with the Sebastian. Compared to external enemies, internal chaos was what Herman feared the most. Kylie was taken aback, then frowned. Herman spoke calmly. Your majesty, I will explain this matter later. For now, you can reply to the messenger and also ask for the opinions of the generals. Kylie looked at General Ambrose and General Zack, then nodded slightly. The letter was delivered to Brayden. He glanced at it and immediately understood the intricate details. Brayden couldn't help but laugh. Interesting, this is indeed interesting. Generals Ambrose and Zack, playing these tricks, afraid that our Great Wei won't fall into chaos? But Herman is still a bit naive. If it were his master, he would probably handle it better. Junior was puzzled. Shepherder, what could be handled better? Brayden stretched lazily. Don't you get it? The Sebastian has given up the 5 cities territory in one go. What does this mean? Would he willingly give up the 5 cities territory to Great Wei? To put it bluntly, he would rather give it to southern Nathaniel than to the court. So, we need people to deal with the southern Nathaniel enemy forces in the 5 cities territory. Zaxoning to Brayden's words, Junior finally reacted. He stuttered, Shepherder, surely not? Would the Sebastian be so bold? Brayden sneered coldly, his audacity is greater than you think. But this is no problem. Let Generals Ambrose and Zack handle the 5 cities. If they fail, it shows their incompetence. How could they be sent to the Sebastian's territory? If they win? Junior froze instantly. If they win? Brayden laughed heartily. If they win, why send them to the Sebastian's residence? Naturally, they should stay in the 5 cities to block the Nathaniel army. Junior suddenly understood. But there were 2 significant problems here. Chapter 190. Alliance Formation. Brayden's method could indeed resolve the issues of General Ambrose and General Zack. However, it also couldn't solve 2 equally troublesome problems. Firstly, Generals Ambrose and Zack likely have their own thoughts. Would they be so obedient? Secondly, if Kenny allows the armies of southern Nathaniel and southern Qi to enter the territory, what would Dai Wei do then? Junior inquired. Brayden was completely unfazed. What's there to worry about? I understand your concern, but I don't think we should be overly worried. First, both Generals Ambrose and Zack have long been residing in the capital, thus losing command over troops. We need only send them out to gather troops locally. Our task is simple. All key figures will be dispatched by our southern border region. Junior was stunned for a moment before becoming excited. Controlling those key figures meant that even if Generals Ambrose and Zack wished to rebel, they wouldn't be able to. Curious, he immediately asked about the second point. Shepherder, what if Kenny lets the large armies of southern Qi and southern Nathaniel enter Dai Wei? Brayden chuckled lightly. That would be easier to handle. As a prince with hundreds of thousands of troops under his command, his original purpose has always been to guard Jared and block the armies of southern Qi and southern Nathaniel. If he can't hold his ground, I'll submit a petition asking the Zhou to strip him of his title. Upon hearing this, Junior instantly understood. It seemed like Brayden was provoking Kenny to rebel. Unable to resist, he asked aloud, Shepherder, are you provoking Kenny to rebel? But if Kenny does rebel, what will happen next? Won't Dai Wei fall into chaos? Braden shook his head. According to Herman's plan, Dai Wei will inevitably descend into chaos. We cannot stop it, as it is the course of fate. After decades of preparation by Kenny, how could it fail? So from the beginning, I never thought of stopping him. Shepard's he wishes to plunge the realm into chaos. Let's make it easier and force him to rebel. If he rebels, frankly speaking, anyone could seize control of Dai Wei except for him. Junior, no matter how foolish, now comprehended Braden's intent. He looked at Braden and asked quickly, Sheparder, so we're fortifying the southern border? Will the southern border become the core of Dai Wei in the future? Braden chuckled again. Don't worry about that now. Have someone send a message to Southern Chi. Send a message? Junior was taken aback, unsure what kind of message to send. But while he didn't know, Braden did. Braden calmly picked up his brush. The message was simple. Shepard's Southern Chi plans to submit to Dai Wei. It can declare its stance now. They should announce their entry into Dai Wei, letting the old chancellor enter the southern border. The Zhou of Southern Chi will retain his princely title but lose military authority, and Southern Chi's troops must follow imperial orders. Or in other words, all princes in the future will lose military command, centralizing local garrisons under the direct supervision of Braden, with Kylie as the ultimate superior. In Southern Chi, the old chancellor read the letter, and his expression changed repeatedly. The hider asked curiously, what does Braden mean? The old chancellor sighed. Braden means to make us choose sides now. At this critical juncture for Dai Wei, this is also when we're most needed. Understanding this, Braden is forcing us to pick a side. While I trust Braden, relying on him to stabilize Dai Wei is uncertain. However, one point Braden mentioned did move me. Hearing this, the hider became curious. Milo, what moved you? The old chancellor remained calm. He proposed centralizing military authority and stripping local princes of military power. The hider was puzzled. Is that significant? The old chancellor nodded. Historically, princes have always been troublesome, fearful of their growing power, yet sometimes infecting them is necessary. In this situation, Braden's solution seems reasonable. The hider wondered, hasn't this idea been considered before? The old chancellor smiled faintly. How could it not have been considered? Others have proposed similar ideas before, but recruiting local garrisons isn't simple. Where would the recruits come from? The best way is to recruit locally. But then, the princes have power and wealth, making it incredibly easy for them to control local troops. But Braden is somewhat different. Hearing the old chancellor's words, the hider was taken aback. He had just wondered how such a simple and effective method could have been overlooked before. But how is Braden different? What makes him stand out? The hider looked at the old chancellor. Milo, don't keep me in suspense. Tell me quickly, what makes Braden's method different? The old chancellor soon responded. The principle is simple. Braden has military academies. In the early days of establishing the military academy, we from Southern Chi, Southern Nathaniel, including Kenny, even some people with ulterior motives, all wanted to understand Braden's military tactics. Therefore, everyone sent people over. And those who were sent underwent ideological courses. These courses cultivated a sense of honor among ridges, subtly increasing their sense of belonging to the country. This seems useless on the surface, but is actually a decisive move. The old chancellor shook his head soon after. He gave the hider a deep look. Your Majesty, we can agree to this. Braden did not ask for our army nor threaten you because he understands that we cannot truly intervene. So, Southern Chi can form an alliance with Dai Wei, but we cannot get involved. I suggest all troops return to the southern frontier and stay out of the conflict for now. Dai Wei's court, Kenny, and Southern Nathaniel are engaged in a three-way struggle. Whoever stabilizes the empire, Your Majesty will follow their orders in the future. The hider was stunned. He stared intently at the old chancellor. The old chancellor sighed. To secure a ray of hope for Your Majesty, I must take this step. If the final victor is Braden, then Your Majesty truly has a way out. Though he set two conditions, he also conveyed his opinion of Your Majesty to me. He is trustworthy, and he is confident that I will leave Southern Chi to help him. Therefore, in the future, Your Majesty, I may not be able to stay by your side. I only hope that after the war, we can still meet again. The hider's eyes turned red. He stared intensely at the old chancellor. The old chancellor nodded slightly. After briefly packing, he set off and left Southern Chi. Southern Chi recalled all its troops and ceased sending people out. An official declaration was issued to the world. From now on, Southern Chi would merely be a vassal territory of Dai Wei. At this moment, Southern Chi and Dai Wei's court had formed an alliance. Chapter 191. The Children of Zelene. The old chancellor arrived in the southern territory of Dai Wei. He did not go directly to Braden, but entered Zelene under the guise of a merchant first. Zelene was the city closest to Karnell in the southern territory and also one of the least significant major cities there. But when the old chancellor walked in, he was still somewhat surprised. On the streets, citizens were coming and going in an endless stream. Armored ridges patrolled continuously, marching past. Despite this, the people here had smiles on their faces, and it was even possible to see children laughing and running around on the streets. These were very common scenes. In Karnell, such sights were everywhere. But, don't forget, this is the southern territory, which had experienced a conflict just before the new year. The old chancellor's expression kept changing. He found it really hard to believe that the citizens could recover so quickly. He curiously observed the people in front of him and soon casually sat down at a stall. Seeing his age, the vendor smiled and asked, "Elderly sir, where are you from?" The old chancellor remained calm. "Karnell?" The owner immediately laughed. "Karnell is great. I've heard that Karnell and our Great Wei will soon be one." The old chancellor was startled. One must understand that matters like this would typically only be discussed in court. Not only was there some estrangement between the current Great Wei and Karnell, but unless it was through warfare, how could the citizens know if Great Wei truly took over the southern territory? Yet, the citizens here knew. Unable to contain his curiosity, the old chancellor asked, "Boss, how did you come to know this?" In response, the shop owner quickly replied, "Very simple. Our political orders in the Southern Territory are all made public. We can see many pieces of information on the bulletin boards. If not on the bulletin board, the military academy provides explanations. Hearing these things, the old chancellor's face changed repeatedly. Public announcements? What on earth are you doing? This way, trouble will happen. He thought Braden was being too bold. Why did he think so? Those who knew understood. Firstly, local official side income. Most local officials actually have many unspoken gains, what is commonly referred to as gray income. How to describe this part of the income? For instance, two people might file complaints against each other. Both may be at fault, but who gets punished depends on who has a better relationship with the official or who bribes them, thus reducing or eliminating punishment. A serious matter can be trivialized, while a minor issue can escalate into something significant. There are many subtleties involved, affecting various interests of officials. Then, you want to make everything public? Is it appropriate to do so? Braden was indeed doing it. The old chancellor took a deep breath. Elderly sir, it has been a long time since I visited the Southern Territory. Could you tell me more about the present state of affairs here? The shop owner chuckled and nodded. Of course. But the place we're in now, Zeline, used to be quite controversial. Some said we didn't belong to Great Wei, others wanted to become citizens of de Nathaniel or Carnell. If you've been to the Southern Territory before, you'd know that Zeline has always been a battlefield between Great Wei and Carnell, where the two nations fought countless battles. Most importantly, Zeline was recently occupied by Southern Nathaniel, defended by Henrik. In fact, many citizens refused to acknowledge themselves as citizens of Great Wei. But now, it's different. The new policies of the general stipulate that farmers need not pay taxes, and those with lower incomes also need not pay taxes. The more you earn, the more taxes you pay. That's the rule in the Southern Territory. The old chancellor listened attentively, becoming increasingly impressed by Braden. The administration and military affairs of the Southern Territory were already different from those of Southern Nathaniel, Southern She, and Great Wei. To put it precisely, the administration and military affairs of the Southern Territory now formed their own system, like an independent country. Could the old chancellor not be shocked? With astonishment written on his face, he spoke. The current state of the Southern Territory seems pretty impressive. I've never seen such unity among its citizens before. The boss nodded vigorously. Laughingly, he pointed to his shop. In the past, officials and ridges would often eat at our little shop without paying. It was quite normal. Now, if an official eats here without paying and I can provide evidence, they won't hold office anymore. If a ridge eats without paying and I make a fuss, they won't remain in the military. Of course, they have no reason not to pay because their expenses during official duties can be reimbursed. That's also what makes them enviable. Everyone in Zeline wants to be an official or a ridge. The old chancellor was taken aback. He couldn't help but speak up. With no benefits and the risk of being killed, do the people of Zeline still want to join the army? Upon hearing this, the boss immediately waved his hand. That's not quite right. It's true that being a ridge is dangerous, but the rewards are high. Originally, ridges could be exempted from labor services. Then the labor service system was abolished, but in another area, families of ridges have priority. For example, if I want to lease some land and compete with someone else, and our bids are the same, if I have a family member who is a ridge, I get priority. The boss continued to list many examples. The old chancellor understood immediately. Wasn't this indirectly encouraging civilians to enlist? But this went completely against the trend in Great Wei. The old chancellor couldn't hold back. Doesn't anyone in the civil administration of Great Wei manage this? The boss chuckled. Almost all the civil officials in Zeline are gone. Who's going to manage it? Without mentioning anything else, elderly sir, don't forget, after the large battle in Zeline, most of the original civil officials were wiped out. The current civil officials all come from Zishan Pass Academy. Zishan Pass Academy? Where is that? The old chancellor thought for a moment. Despite Great Wei having so many academies, he hadn't heard of Zishan Pass Academy. At this moment, a chorus of voices reciting filled the air. I am the child of a farmer. I swear, everything I learn will be returned to the farmers. Hearing these words, the old chancellor immediately turned to look. He saw a group of young boys chanting these lines, running freely in groups down the street. The old chancellor's gaze followed them as they disappeared into the distance, his expression slightly dazed. The boss also watched the children's backs and whispered softly, "Did you see? Those are the children of Zeline. What they're reciting is the most famous lesson from the first day at Zishan Pass Academy." Chapter 192. Born in adversity, die in ease. Zishan Academy, the first class upon enrollment, children of farmers giving back to the farmers. All these chaotic things once made the Ametrican feel confused. Not that. What are these exactly? What has the current southern border become? The Ametrican couldn't say. After eating, he also chose to leave the shop. He planned to stroll around Zishan village. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the Zishan government office. There was a wall here, which was the legendary bulletin board. On the bulletin board, several official notices were neatly posted. Ordinary people usually didn't know how to read much and rarely came to look. Occasionally, citizens would come to inquire. Their inquiry spot was under a shed not far from the bulletin board, where specialists sat. No matter who asked questions, they provided detailed explanations. The Ametrican did not rashly go over to ask questions. He came to the bulletin board and started looking at the announcements one by one. What seemed normal for southern border official announcements looked like threatening documents to the Ametrican. As everyone knows, large households can't be separated from any region. This includes Southern Chi, which also has its so-called large households. But in the southern border, although there are still large households, they are no longer as elevated as before. All benefits have been dissected and presented openly to the public. The Ametrican realized this immediately. If people aren't divided into different classes, what remains is only interest or money. The Ametrican instantly realized something big had happened. The entire southern border had become extraordinarily unique. He clenched his teeth while staring at the notice in front of him and then closed his eyes. Previously, whether it was war or administration, they only needed to handle relations with the major families. But now, they need to deal with the relationship between officials and commoners, which is often more troublesome and involves greater workload. The Emetrican's expression kept changing, ultimately sighing. He entered the government office and directly expressed his wish to see the local administrative official. When the official came over, the Emetrican was surprised again. Why is the local official so young? You're so young. Can you be a good official? The Emetrican couldn't help but ask. County Magistrate Zishan smiled faintly. Old sir, you put it this way. Our general said youth means vitality, creativity, courage to execute, and most importantly, we're not afraid of making mistakes. The Emetrican sighed. When I said I wanted to see you at the government office, you immediately came out. Why? Don't you worry that if more people like me come, you will get busier? The magistrate shook his head. I don't meet everyone. But our general said that if the Emetrican of Southern Qi comes and has any questions, we must be responsible for explaining them. Whether it's official documents or the local commoners, what you understand is just partial. It's better to ask me directly. Don't you think so, old Jose? The Emetrican's face changed. Long heard that the Jinui, Imperial Guard, of Wei is omniscient, both on earth and in heaven. I never believed it, but today indeed shows their extraordinary abilities. The county magistrate smiled faintly. You flatter us. We cannot guarantee other places, but the Jinui of Southern Border is indeed unique. Of course, we don't call it Jinui in the Southern Border. It's called the Intelligence Department. Let's talk about that later. Our general has been eagerly awaiting the Emetrican. Would the Emetrican like to meet the general? The Emetrican nodded. I've long wished to meet the general. The magistrate personally arranged a carriage. After having dinner, the Emetrican rode in the carriage and left Zishan village, heading for Zishan Pass. This journey was not short. Don't assume the southern border is small. In fact, from Zishan village to Zishan Pass, it takes at least 2 days. These 2 days caused the Emetrican's forehead to wrinkle continuously. No matter whether it was a main road or a side road, it seemed like everywhere was under construction, causing their journey to progress slowly, constantly being delayed. The Emetrican couldn't help but ask the driver next to him, why is every place being repaired? The driver nodded. Yes, it's like that in the southern border. There are many roads, and repairs are quite complicated. But it must be done. The southern border needs to fight wars and conduct trade. Without roads, it can't work. On the other hand, repairing roads can solve the problem of bandits and mountain robbers during the process. These people are very troublesome. Zaxoning to the driver's words, the Emetrican sighed helplessly. Is Southern Qi good? Good. Then what is Southern Qi's biggest problem? Cannot enter, nor can exit. During wartime, they can rely on the poisonous mist as a natural barrier, but what about in peacetime? To put it bluntly, the fruits and grains of Southern Qi were in such abundance that they ended up feeding the birds. If there were roads leading everywhere. Thinking to this point, the Emetrican sighed helplessly. How wonderful it would be if there were such roads. He shook his head, stopping himself from speaking further, and continued to look ahead. However, his gaze grew increasingly bewildered. Was the southern border right or wrong? By holding on to the large families, did they make a mistake? Before he could reach a conclusion, the carriage had already arrived at Zishan Pass. After entering the city, he was directly escorted to the Lord Emedir's residence. A group of people came out with smiles on their faces. The young man walking at the front made the Emetrican involuntarily take a second look. He was Braden. Old Jose has arrived. Braden smiled as he supported the Emetrican into the Lord Emedir's residence. However, the Emetrican suddenly looked at Junior and couldn't help but speak. I have seen him before, during the new year. Junior laughed heartily. You have a good memory, old Jose. It was also following orders at that time. The Emetrican nodded. I understand. Let's go in first. Oh, right, General. Were you in Southern Qi during the new year? Hearing this, Braden also laughed heartily, nodding repeatedly. When he was there, I was also in Southern Qi. To be honest, the scenery of Southern Qi is very pleasant, quite unique. The Emetrican smiled helplessly. Pity, such a place where the people are content and have no desire to leave, while some want to wage war but can't even gather enough manpower. Southern Qi looks nice, with spring all year round, but what about the outcome? Caught between multiple forces, it's like a blade of grass, not worried about survival, but it can never grow into a tree. Braden nodded calmly. Born in adversity, die in ease. That's all there is to it. 8 words could summarize the entire Southern Qi. The Emetrican obviously paused for a moment, then silently nodded. He knew what his departure meant. It meant that Southern Qi no longer needed to think about competing for supremacy. But he couldn't do anything about it either. Chapter 193, Self-Preservation. What do you think of Zaquinu? This was the first question the Emetrican asked after sitting down. Braden shook his head slightly. Not very competent. Braden didn't exaggerate. In his view, Zaquinu's capabilities were truly lacking. The Emetrican sighed. He falls short compared to those above him, yet surpasses those beneath. If he had just been an honest mediocrity, I wouldn't have so many worries. But he insists on trying to be more, which is most troubling. Braden pondered for a moment. Does the Emetrican wish me to teach him? The Emetrican nodded. Exactly that. I'm sure you've noticed he is young, while I am growing old. When he studies with me, I won't have much time left to teach him. But he is indeed a good seedling. Braden paused, then asked, can he learn by analogy? Learning by analogy seems easy, but knowing it and doing it are two different things. Take Braden's current subordinates. The most talented among them is Junior. Junior is the type who learns quickly but lacks the ability to develop on his own. In other words, you can teach him, and he will learn. But if you expect him to make achievements or think independently on this path, don't count on it. People like him have their advantages. They can be taught, serve as useful tools, and you never have to worry about them surpassing you. But they are also easily targeted because they solve problems through habit. Setting traps based on his character is the best approach. The Emetrican looked at Braden and nodded slightly. He can learn by analogy, but the results leave much to be desired. Braden recalled something. At the time, Kenny sent Pedro to the capital, forcing Kylie to make a decision. The decision was made by Zaquinu. Brayden had rated it as unsatisfactory, but looking back now, it was Zhak Wenyu's own judgment. Although unsatisfactory, there were some commendable aspects. Brayden nodded. What do you hope he learns from me? The Emetrician pointed at Junior and the others. Train him by keeping him close. Compared to him, I think it would be better if I went to the capital of Dewey. Brayden agreed without hesitation. Thus, the Emetrician set off once again. Not long after, the Emetrician arrived in the capital, while Zhak Wenyu was still on his way to the southern frontier. Upon returning to the capital, Kylie met with the Emetrician. Kylie straightforwardly asked, "What is Southern Chi thinking this time?" The Emetrician remained calm, just seeking self-preservation amid chaos. How does one seek self-preservation? This doesn't seem related to an alliance between Southern Chi and Dewey. Kylie really couldn't understand what Southern Chi was planning this time. Fortunately, the Emetrician soon explained. The logic is simple. If our Southern Chi doesn't agree to the general's request, the next step for the general would be to attack Southern Chi and occupy the entire territory. Our strength cannot withstand the general. Both Kinney and Southern Nathaniel have focused their attention on Dewey, so I had to enter Dewey. Kylie nodded slightly. She then asked, "So, what should we do now?" The Emetrician calmly replied, "Just follow my disciples' arrangements. Right now, the worst thing would be to create unnecessary complications. Swiftly dealing with the rebellious mob is useful, but the general's ambitions are not here." Kylie was taken aback. "What do you mean when you say the general's ambitions are not here?" The Emetrician bowed his head slightly. "The logic is simple, Your Majesty. The general does not want Dewey to remain stable. He wants to see Dewey in its current state of chaos. Chaos means opportunity. Chaos across the regions means more clans will perish. With fewer clans, rebuilding Dewey will be easier in the future. So, Your Majesty's only task right now is, let Dewey descend into chaos, let the people die, but ensure Dewey remains Dewey. As long as Dewey's legitimacy is preserved, there will still be a chance for reconstruction in the future." Kylie felt a chill. What did Brayden plan to do? It was clear that he intended to eliminate all the clans in Dewey. Thinking about it gave her goosebumps. How many clans are there in Dewey? Can they all be killed? The Emetrician responded. "Your Majesty, rest assured, they can all be eliminated. No matter how vast Dewey is, let them wage war amongst themselves. Eventually, all the clans will become adversaries, and the general will sweep through them." Hearing this, Kylie's heart pounded. She understood the Emetrician's intentions, but at the same time, she began to worry about Brayden's boldness. Shepard's ancient times, countless people from commoners to hiders have wanted to deal with the clans, but they still stand unshaken to this day. It wasn't until Brayden went to the southern frontier that all the clans and major households there were brutally dealt with by Brayden, dying wave after wave. Beyond this, Brayden implemented new policies in the southern frontier, ensuring no more clans could be formed there. This was Brayden's capability. Regardless of whether the people were capable or not, you can earn money if you want to. But if you wish to collude with a group for profit and power, sorry, Brayden's blade is prepared for you. Kylie nodded slightly. I understand what the Emetrician means. So what do I need to do next? The Emetrician shrugged. Still the same advice, do nothing. Kinney will likely guide the southern Nathaniel Ridges into the court. He didn't finish his sentence. Hearing the Emetrician mention this, Kylie felt another surge of anger. Before, they wanted General Zhak and General Ambrose, and Herman refused. Now Kinney has brought up this topic again, but the Grand General hasn't replied to me. I don't know what to do. The Emetrician pondered for a moment, and quickly provided an answer. The logic is simple. Kinney is plotting to bring the two generals into his territory to bolster his strength, but it doesn't matter. As long as we don't release them, they won't have any other options except to let southern Nathaniel's Ridges enter Dewey. Dewey will surely fall into chaos, but we must control the extent of the chaos. We need to send suitable people to restrict this contingent of southern Nathaniel Ridges. Kylie was taken aback, asking, who are the suitable people? The Emetrician quickly answered. Naturally, General Zhak and General Ambrose. They may be old, but their experience remains. Imprison their families and send them out. If they fail, execute their entire families. Hearing this, Kylie was stunned speechless. Chapter 194, Division of Authority. Imprisoning others' families and demanding victory on the battlefield. If they lose, the entire family will be executed? Kylie's face turned pale upon hearing these words. Really? Isn't this the tactic only used by villains? The Emetrician remained calm-faced. Your Majesty, please do not be merciful. The two veteran generals were sent to the capital city during their peak years, filled with pride and ambition. Outside, there's a saying that these two veteran generals are like two fierce tigers for Dewey, capable of winning numerous battles. But Your Majesty made them guard the capital, as if they were merely watchdogs. To put it bluntly, the grudges between these two veteran generals and Dewey can never be washed away. If you entrust them fully, Your Majesty won't feel at ease. If not used, keeping them is also a waste. The best solution is to find someone who can keep them in check. I believe the Grand General would be the best choice. Upon hearing this, Kylie fell silent. Kylie understood the Emetrician's intention. She could no longer trust these two veteran generals. After pondering for a while, she nodded slightly. I'll ask them. Kylie soon summoned the two veteran generals. These two stood below the steps, appearing very quiet. Kylie glanced at them and then said, Vincent Ambrose, I remember last time your opinion differed from Scholar First Rank, who accused you of taking money? General Ambrose immediately clasped his hands. Your Majesty's insight is clear. This humble minister did not take any money. Kylie laughed out loud. Do you think I don't know if you've taken money or not? Well, let's not talk about this anymore. Today I've called you here to ask what you think about the current situation. Also, River Interval King has repeatedly requested that I send you to River Interval. What are your thoughts? General Ambrose clasped his hands directly. This lowly general obeys Your Majesty's command. Kylie turned her head to look at Vincent Zhak. Vincent Zhak, how about you? Vincent Zhak shook his head. I will not go to Huainan. Your Majesty, I speak frankly. This humble general was born in Dewey and will die for Dewey. He saw through this as a test. General Ambrose's expression changed. He turned around and gave Vincent Zack an astonished look. Vincent Zack continued speaking. Your Majesty, I know what you're worried about, but I want to inform you that my family has always been martial nobility, able to stay in the capital and live out my remaining years. I am endlessly grateful. Upon hearing this, General Ambrose harumphed loudly. It was obvious he was showing his displeasure. He, Zack from the military aristocracy, felt boundless gratitude. So did that mean General Ambrose was full of grievances? Kylie sighed softly. Vincent Zack, I trust you. There may be arrangements in the coming days, please bear with me. Vincent Zack clasped his hands, and then both left. Once they were gone, the Emetritron came out from behind the curtains. Kylie looked at the Emetritron. What do you think, Emetritron? The Emetritron laughed. At present, both can be trusted. But still, as long as Braden doesn't give them muskets and cannons, they won't be able to cause trouble. Kylie widened her eyes. Then they're trustworthy? You didn't see how much resentment General Ambrose had. The Emetritron chuckled lightly. Hasn't your Majesty realized yet? After so many years of imprisonment and humiliation, it would be strange if he didn't have resentment. It's just that one comes from a military background, his family is already in the capital, so even if he returns, there's nothing wrong with it. The other has a straightforward personality and no ulterior motives. Kylie couldn't help but interject. But previously he disagreed with Herman and seemed to favor the River Interval King, right? Even Herman thought so. The Emetritron shook his head. So let me ask your Majesty this. If General Ambrose really thought this way, would he need to show it? Nowadays, everyone can see the future trend. In other words, even if he doesn't say or do anything, he will eventually be used. He jumps out now. Isn't it clear what he means? Kylie was speechless. The Emetritron smiled slightly. He's reminding your Majesty that during such times, the restraints on generals should not be loosened. Just like wild horses trapped in one place, not yet domesticated, if you suddenly release them, you won't get a single horse back. He appears to be intent on rebellion, but in fact, he is loyal and uses himself as a pawn. By suppressing him, your Majesty naturally won't promote other generals. On the contrary, General Zack seems compliant and reasonable, but he thinks more about his own family. Therefore, he won't take the initiative. Facing your Majesty's orders, he is neither resistant nor supportive. With the Emetritron's analysis, Kylie finally understood. Although General Zack seemed more likable, it was actually General Ambrose who was more reliable. Kylie nodded. Whatever choice they make, this matter is settled. In the coming days, regardless of their thoughts, they must prevent southern Nathaniel Ridges from entering our territory. Z Mountain Pass. Herman had traveled over mountains and rivers to arrive. Braden sat in the city lord's residence dealing with governmental affairs when Herman came to report. Seeing this man again, Herman wore a complicated expression on his face. Previously, when he was in the capital and learned that it was already in chaos, his first thought was to have the hider call Braden back. Because only if Braden returned would he feel secure. Now, standing before Braden, Herman felt slightly relieved. Being able to escape the disaster in Dewey's mainland was good news for him. Braden glanced at him and smiled. The newly crowned top scholar has arrived? Herman clasped his hands together. General, you are too kind. Even the title of top scholar was from last year. Braden waved his hand. Enough, take a seat. You should understand why you've come to the southern frontier. Your teacher hopes you can come here to learn, and the court needs a more powerful figure to hold down the fort. After much consideration, your teacher seems the most suitable. Herman clasped his hands. My abilities are not even a tenth of my teacher's. My teacher would be more fitting. Braden chuckled and shook his head. Shepherds here, civil and military affairs in the southern frontier need to be separated. I'll let you oversee the civil affairs of the southern frontier. What do you think? Herman's face changed. General, I am still young. How can I handle such responsibility? Besides, isn't Elder Nathaniel still here? Braden sighed. Elder Nathaniel is getting old and hasn't been feeling well recently. With your arrival, you should at least share some of his responsibilities. In the future, civil affairs will be handed over to you, internal matters to Elder Nathaniel, and military affairs will be mine. Chapter 195, The First Meeting. What was Braden's allocation all about? The new policy would inevitably bring about problems. Reforming the new policy and solving those issues would require substantial intellectual effort and mental energy. And Herman's arrival came at the perfect time. As for old Nathaniel, he would be reassigned to handle internal affairs. Basically, tasks like tax collection, prison administration, and other such mundane but non-brain-draining matters would be handed over to old Nathaniel. Braden, on the other hand, would specialize in military leadership. Herman had already mentally prepared himself. He had come here to learn. But he hadn't expected that as soon as he arrived, Braden gave him such a huge surprise without teaching him anything first. To directly let him manage local governmental affairs? After briefing him, Braden immediately went to Zishan Pass Military Academy. On the other side, Herman, led by old Nathaniel, arrived at his office. As soon as he entered, he was astonished. The room was packed with books from floor to ceiling. Old Nathaniel rubbed his temples, walking over with some fatigue, and began introducing. Don't worry, many of these books don't need too much of your time. Over here are the core ideas of governance. Over here are the planning and plans for the southern frontier's new policy path. This big stack is various issues under the new policy in the southern frontier along with their cause analysis. These have been reported from below, which can be useful when you hold the southern frontier's first administrative meeting. First administrative meeting of the southern frontier? Herman felt his mind buzzing. Old Nathaniel nodded calmly. Yes, it's indeed the first administrative meeting of the southern frontier. Don't worry, you won't be presiding. The general will. What you need to do now is get familiar with the various ideologies of the southern frontier. Herman fell silent. For the next 3 days, he was submerged in this sea of information. As he read on, he became increasingly confused and more bewildered, his head thumping, but he did not reject it. Through these books, he finally grasped the essence of the southern frontier's new policy. In the past, Wei dynasty's core ideology was based on clans. But the core of the southern frontier lay among its people, emphasizing rule by law. This approach was drastically different from the Wei dynasty's way of governing. Wei dynasty governed with Confucianism, with law only serving as an auxiliary. However, in the southern frontier, things were completely opposite. Confucian education focused on educating the populace, while the central idea shifted to prioritizing the people. When Herman felt dazed from reading, the first administrative meeting convened. This time, Braden, Old Nathaniel, Herman, Jr., Hanley, Christian, Wangzak, and others took part as guests. Participants included military personnel, local officials, and civilian representatives. After seating, Braden spoke straightforwardly. The southern frontier's new policy is rooted in people-first principles. Our biggest challenge is determining the right path forward and how to proceed on it. To make it simple, what should the southern frontier look like within 5 years for us to claim success? Upon hearing these words, most people in attendance started discussing animatedly. Only the ridges remained absolutely still. Seeing this, Herman's pupils constricted. Sure enough, this was the army of the Wei dynasty? These ridges sat upright like statues from beginning to end. Braden didn't hesitate and opened with, "Christian, tell us your thoughts. As one of the few senior military officers in the southern frontier, you must have some ideas, right?" Christian stood up quickly, saluted Braden, and then spoke. "Within 5 years, I believe at least all roads should be repaired. In the future, running errands, transporting goods, and delivering supplies can be easier. Besides, expanding the southern frontier's army, 300,000 southern frontier ridges are quite a number, but not sufficient. Even Prince of Heijian has 600,000 troops. We face Prince of Heijian, southern Nathaniel and south." He intended to mention southern Qi but stopped suddenly. Because Herman was present, Braden chuckled. "Everything you say is nonsense. Repairing roads falls under internal affairs, and why expand the army? Are the people worth making into ridges? On one hand, you talk about serving the people. On the other hand, dragging their sons into the army, putting them in danger, that's your plan as a leader?" Braden sighed and turned to Hanley. "Hanley, what's your take on this?" Hanley stood up and slowly responded. "Generalissimo, I believe that within 5 years, no, within 2 years, we should develop a sufficient naval force. We don't seek to utterly defeat southern Nathaniel, but at the very least, we should be able to significantly restrain them. Within 2 years, if Great Wei hasn't reached its final moment by then, by that time, our navy will have been trained and at least ready for battle with southern Nathaniel. Permanently hiding in the rear is not the habit of our Great Wei military camp." Braden nodded slightly. What Hanley says is right. First and foremost is the establishment of the navy. "Marco?" Braden called out. Marco stood up quickly. Braden pointed to the platform. "Come up here. You are the one responsible for military affairs. Why are you sitting below?" "Marco, I've brought you Burke from afar. Whether he can fight naval battles or not, I don't know, but I want you to teach him how to lead men into naval combat. Also, don't fear losing or sacrificing. Victory and defeat are common in military matters. Sacrifice is sometimes necessary at certain moments. In the coming days, you can try provoking southern Nathaniel's navy. Win or lose doesn't matter. I only have one requirement. Quickly summarize some of southern Nathaniel's water combat tactics for me. The rest, you can discuss strategies among yourselves in the military affairs department." Marco nodded slightly in agreement. Braden also shifted his gaze away. "Now what about internal affairs?" At this first meeting, Braden had already set the directions for internal affairs, military affairs, and administration. The remaining details were left to the specific operations of the personnel. The most pressing concern was those elders, each of whom could voice their own opinions. After all, putting people first means all policies ultimately affect each individual. That's why these elders came forward, to inquire about trifles concerning the courtyards they lived in. Small issues, like toilets, big issues, even troublemakers showed up. In short, the southern frontier looks good to the upper echelons, but it still has various problems. Chapter 196, The River Between Kings Plan. Braden always had that one phrase, "It's not a big deal to find problems. Solving them is the key." But the upcoming official duties would indeed be quite heavy. Forget the Emetriturton. Even Braden was running around nonstop, constantly busy without a moment of rest. Though inviting the Emetriturton over was meant to share the burden, it ended up making things even busier. Of course, there were benefits too. The southern border, which was previously a chaotic mess, quickly turned into a solid and cohesive unit with the Emetriturton. Undoubtedly, the Emetriturton did have some ability in this aspect. He had managed to bring peace and prosperity to South Qi, and now the southern border was visibly changing for the better. The only problem was the shortage of resources. After all, resources couldn't just appear out of thin air. As autumn approached, South Nathaniel indeed entered the way. On the southern border side, South Qi's troops had already retreated. Henrik and Curtis each led an army that not only didn't retreat, but moved forward slightly. When the Emetriturton learned of this situation, he nodded slightly. South Nathaniel plans to make its move against the Wei. They sent 5,000 troops earlier, and it seems they don't trust the river between King. If no more troops are sent this time, things could get complicated. Once winter arrives, they'll lose their chance. Braden didn't seem concerned about these matters. He looked at the map, scribbling notes before finally turning to look at the Emetriturton. "Do you think the river between King will let South Nathaniel pass through his territory?" There was a very practical issue at hand. For South Nathaniel to enter the Wei, it inevitably had to cross through the river between King's land. The reason was simple. The southern border was Braden's territory. The reason why Curtis and Henrik's armies advanced instead of retreating was to create pressure on Braden, preventing him from sending troops to block South Nathaniel's ridges. This left one remaining question. The river between King had previously ceded 5 cities and had lost smuggled warhorses and iron mines. Among the 3 forces, someone must have suffered the most significant losses. Undoubtedly, it was the river between King who suffered the most because both South Qi and South Nathaniel were buyers with aligned interests. Adding the 5 cities lost earlier, while this wasn't enough to cripple the river between King, his state certainly wasn't good. Would he really be willing to open another path? The Emetrician also stared at the map, puzzled. Indeed, it made no sense. Was the river between King not going to care about his own livelihood? Both of them looked at the map with furrowed brows. Hanley frowned and said, perhaps the river between King doesn't mind these matters. Ultimately, his interests lie within the greater realm of Wei. When he said this, everyone else found it reasonable. However, Braden and the Emetrician shook their heads. Do you know what it means if the river between King lets South Nathaniel pass? If the Wei court really becomes chaotic, then Wei will inevitably face a civil war. In such a scenario, letting South Nathaniel enter is equivalent to the river between King adding a powerful enemy for himself. Are you taking him for a fool? Would he allow another tiger to roam freely in his territory? Hanley scratched his head, not knowing what to say. Clearly, strategic thinking wasn't his strong suit. Braden gazed at the 5 cities seated by the river between King, shaking his head quickly. It makes no sense. The river between King wouldn't do something like this. Even if he did open a path, he would immediately close it afterward to avoid anyone knowing it was him. He can't possibly let another tiger eat his flesh. I suspect that this time, South Nathaniel's ridges might have bypassed the river between King's checkpoints to seize this opportunity. Zaxoning to Braden's analysis, everyone nodded in agreement, finding it logical. At this moment, Braden stared intently at the 5 cities. Suddenly, he realized something. Oh no, this time, South Nathaniel's invasion wasn't aimed at the Wei Empire. It's after Generals Ambrose and Zack. Braden's expression changed as he pointed at the map. Look, this is where the South Nathaniel army was positioned before entering, and where they are now. To bypass the river between King's checkpoints, they could only take these 2 routes. The second route has no value, so I won't go into detail, but the first route should be obvious to any clever person. Once they cross this road and reach Wei, they will have a chance to launch an attack. As long as the river between King reports and the local county magistrate verifies the situation, they will be trapped with nowhere to go, becoming easy prey. Zaxoning to Braden's analysis, everyone nodded in agreement, finding his reasoning sound. At this moment, Braden mentioned another possibility. But, if Nan Nathaniel has other intentions and they take this route, Braden didn't finish his sentence because the Emetrician immediately understood. I get your meaning. The 3 armies surrounding the 5 cities would leave Generals Ambrose and Zack completely unaware, leading to their doom. On the surface, it's an invasion of Wei, but in reality, it's about controlling the 5 cities. The 5 cities were entrusted by the Hider to the 2 generals, but if the generals fail, Nan Nathaniel will naturally seize the 5 cities. For the river between King, this is a free pass for Nan Nathaniel through his territory. As the 2 men thought further, the situation became clearer. In reality, the main reason was simple. They had pieced together the sequence of events. Now, discussing it further seemed less challenging. Once the potential development was investigated, Braden promptly sent messengers to General Ambrose. In mid-autumn, the 5 cities faced their first battle. The 2 veteran generals held firm. Soon after, the 3 forces surrounded them. 3 forces surrounded? What's going on? Carnell had already declared its withdrawal, and even the Emetrician had come to assist Braden. Would they really withdraw from the fight? And as for Nan Nathaniel, forget it. Braden knew better than anyone how they operated. The envoys from the 5 cities even doubted if the others in the courtyard were giving them stones as real support. Talking about the 3 forces surrounding, it ultimately boiled down to only 2 forces. River between King, hiding from everyone, launched another attack. Braden opened his mouth, then shook his head helplessly. Knowing full well the situation, why still engage in chaos? Wouldn't it be better for everyone to stay at home and settle disputes with rock, paper, scissors? Of course, Braden didn't say anything. With the current state of the southern border, they could barely manage themselves. Chapter 197. Undercurrents beneath the calm. The entire autumn seemed particularly difficult to endure. General Ambrose stood at the city gate, his body covered in blood, a sight that greatly displeased him. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Having not engaged in war for centuries, upon being sent to the battlefield, they faced encirclement from all sides. Anyone would struggle under such circumstances. Ignoring these thoughts, General Ambrose turned and loudly called out, "Children, once winter passes, we will be safe." Due to a letter from Braden, the 2 veteran generals who were originally at a disadvantage immediately set up defenses. True to their character as seasoned veterans, despite disliking each other, at this moment they chose to unconditionally trust each other with their backs. The 5 cities moved forward together, with everyone sharing the same resolve. The effect was nothing short of remarkable. About half a month passed, yet the 5 cities remained unbreached. And now, there was less than a month until winter arrived. A southern Nathaniel general looked at his troops, gazing at the not-so-towering walls of the 5 cities before them. The southern Nathaniel generals felt an immediate sense of despair. Indeed, they were thirsty, but what they wished to see was a fresh cup of tea, not stagnant water. Because not only did the defenders see no hope of victory, even the attackers could see no such hope. The current situation in the region of the 5 cities was almost like hell on earth. Without exaggeration, demons in hell might feel crowded, and still, many more awaited their turn to enter. The new southern Nathaniel troops, just by glimpsing the battlefield, trembled all over. It was too gruesome. Corpses were everywhere. On the vast roads of the 5 cities, one could see thick black smoke rising, marking the discovery of yet another body. Seeing this scene, Vincent Ambrose couldn't help but sigh. New ones come, old ones go. Hear children cry, but not spirits laugh. Comrades, let's meet our fate sooner for a quicker rebirth. Vincent Ambrose shook his head, settled the patrolling ridges, and then entered the city. He hoped for reinforcements. Whoever received aid first would almost seize the initiative. Both he and General Zack were continuously pressed, unable to counterattack. The reason the 5 cities hadn't fallen was because they spared no effort to prevent their breach. Thinking about this, General Ambrose wondered how Braden managed to hold the southern border back then. Meanwhile, the scene in the southern border was different. The citizens within the city lived harmoniously, each with a smile on their face. Outside the city, Wei Zach and Zheng Nathaniel constantly paced with southern Nathaniel troops. Inside the military camp, Zach directly asked, "What is Braden thinking? Is he really not planning to send reinforcements to the 5 cities? I can't figure it out." He furrowed his brows in thought. At this point, Zheng Nathaniel chuckled. "Sometimes, staying still is better than moving. Not sending reinforcements allows us to breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what challenges we'd face." Zheng Nathaniel was different from Zach. Zach was very confident. Though capable, Zach's main trait was his desire to control everything. Zheng Nathaniel understood this well, and generally avoided conflict with Zach. Zheng Nathaniel was somewhat intimidated by Braden. For a simple reason. Ambrosian was killed by Braden, and Zheng Nathaniel was manipulated by him. Even now, when Zheng Nathaniel recalled the war from the previous year, he felt chills down his spine. But Zach was different. Though he also suffered defeat, he believed that Braden merely relied on good luck. He didn't think he couldn't win. It was mainly due to Kinney. To put it precisely, Zach would look for reasons, while Zheng Nathaniel saw through Braden's abilities. However, neither of them knew that during their encampment at the southern border, rapid development was taking place throughout the region. Countless people were dispatched to build roads, creating a network that connected various towns seamlessly. This not only facilitated trade, but also allowed reinforcements to arrive half a day to a full day earlier than before. In other words, if you attacked any city in the southern border now, you'd have to prepare for reinforcements arriving at any moment. Despite the lack of war, the army was still undergoing rigorous training. All bandits and outlaws in the southern border were cleared out. Whenever bandits appeared, the ridges of the southern border were always eager to act. For them, it meant earning silver and receiving commendations. Why wouldn't they be happy? For the civilians, fewer bandits meant greater safety in every area. Especially the death penalty system and criminal justice process in Nangjiang, with fewer wrongful convictions and unsolved major cases. This deterred many civilians from harboring any reckless thoughts, and for a time, even reduced the number of people wandering around alone. In the end, the vast southern Nathaniel army could only watch as Nangjiang rose to prominence right before their eyes. What they did not know was that Nangjiang had even developed cement. Now, all cities and buildings were undergoing a new round of construction, with defensive structures doubling up. The defense forces of each city reached their limits. If last year Nangjiang managed to hold on, it was closely related to the threat from the Dewey court. But things are different today. This year, Nangjiang's defenses can be maintained without much effort. After the houses and city walls were repaired, the roads began to be constructed using cement. The change in road conditions brought the most direct impact. The speed of transporting goods increased. This is beyond doubt. Cement roads can be used even in rainy weather. In this situation, although everything seemed unchanged in the vast Nangjiang region, everything had indeed changed. Nangjiang's military strength had accumulated to an unprecedented level. Subsequently, the ridge's training in the army worked even harder because they clearly understood that any slackness would result in them being discharged. The biggest issue was that if they were discharged, their benefits would drastically decrease, a situation no ridge wanted to see. Thus, they trained even more diligently, fearing they would be replaced. Not only in training but also students at military academies and universities, after a year of study, were now ready for practical training. While there were still many problems, they were significantly reduced. This meant that despite the garrison in Nangjiang remaining at 300,000 troops, their core strength was gradually improving over time. These changes were what Wei Zach and Zheng Nathaniel failed to see. Days passed quickly, and winter soon arrived. Of the 5 cities, only 3 remained. General Ambrose and General Zach realized they lacked the capacity to control more cities, ultimately choosing to abandon 2 cities, concentrating their viable forces to defend the remaining 3 cities. Fortunately, winter had come. Chapter 198, Winter's Arrival. When Curtis and Henrik returned to the southern Nathaniel court, their thoughts were far from the same. Curtis felt like he was holding in a year's worth of anger. What on earth is going on? He, such a capable general, had been dispatched to the southern frontier due to some unfounded worries from above. An entire year, a full year with not a single sign of trouble in the southern frontier. Henrik, however, breathed a sigh of relief. Another year passed without a hitch. Yes, Henrik felt that he was getting old. He no longer dared to face Braden head-on. Rather than confront him, he'd rather just let things slide. Moreover, deep down, he knew they weren't a match for Braden. Muskets and cannons were where Braden excelled the most. Both Henrik and Curtis were aware of this problem but hadn't thoroughly considered how to address it. On the contrary, in Dewey, after Braden reinforced his army to 300,000, he began to specialize various units within the military. They now had dedicated cavalry, artillery divisions, and musketeer regiments. While each ridge still carried muskets, they had started developing specialized skills. The cavalry focused on speed and mobility, the artillery on coordinated fire support, and then there were the ordinary infantry. Each unit underwent specialized training. And within the army, a grand competition was held. Whoever won first place would not only receive medals and trophies but also a cow, a sheep, and a pig as prizes. This really got the ridges, who had been through rigorous training, motivated. Countless ridges trained even harder for the rewards. On the day of the grand competition, countless ridges participated in individual events, team events, and simulated warfare drills, pushing everything to its limits. It was a means to select suitable candidates for officers. To be fair, Braden's approach worked well, and soon a new batch of talented ridges caught the eyes of commanders like Hanley and Christian. This wasn't unusual. With so many students in the military academy, a few outstanding ones would naturally emerge. While many students were unaware, the top prospects were already earmarked. But Braden didn't concern himself with this. With winter approaching, he was eager to return to the capital for the new year. At this moment, he thought of Herman and asked if he wanted to go to the capital. Honestly, Braden didn't consider Herman a genius, but compared to someone like Hanley, a parasite, Herman was much better. Without hesitation, Herman agreed. His mentor was still in the capital of Dewey. They traveled in carriages at a leisurely pace until they arrived at the capital. Kylie knew Braden had returned and couldn't concentrate during court. As soon as court adjourned, she rushed to the palace. Opening the door, She quickly saw Brayden. After a year apart, Brayden seemed more composed, his scholarly aura even stronger. Kylie chided him. Last year you didn't stay any longer, and this year are you going to leave without a word again? Brayden shook his head. Of course not. Last year, urgent military matters kept me from staying long, but this year is different. There's nothing pressing, and Southern Nathaniel doesn't dare invade, so I can relax. Kylie smiled, giving Brayden a glare. You can certainly relax, but General Ambrose and General Zach must be having a tough time. They fought hard and can't even return to the capital this year. 5 cities have cost over 10,000 lives on our side alone, and the enemy losses are said to be even higher. I wonder how they will hold on next year. Brayden chuckled lightly. I'm here to solve problems. It wasn't convenient to intervene this year, but next year will be different. Hard power and soft power are both important in an army. To put it bluntly, although the 2 old generals seem to be struggling, they don't need to worry too much. Also, I've sent a group of interns over to them. They did fairly well in training, and I hope they gain real combat experience. Kylie was somewhat surprised. You're willing to part with them? Through the Imperial Guards, Kylie had some knowledge of the military academy and university in Zishan Pass. Frankly speaking, these 2 institutions were Brayden's lifeline, and Brayden himself took on the role of principal at both schools, with many addressing him as such. This also helped build closer relationships. Was Brayden really willing to send the talents he had nurtured to the remaining 3 cities? Didn't Brayden fear they might all be lost there? Kylie was curious, but Brayden laughed softly. You shouldn't overthink it. Whether it's the military academy or the university, those who come out of the schools aren't immediately ready for use. My point is, they must go through a period of hardship before they can officially enter into proper training. The territories of the 3 cities are the best grinding stones. I know what your Majesty is worried about, concerned that General Ambrose and General Zach won't be able to hold their positions. But what your Majesty overlooks is that Generals Ambrose and Zach are the 2 most formidable generals in our way. The reason they are tightly controlled in the capital by civil officials is because of their great contributions, which have exceeded the rewards we can give. Civil officials also worry that if their achievements grow even more, it could threaten the status of these officials. This also shows that they are still capable. This time they managed to hold the 5-city territory. Let me be blunt. Generals Ambrose and Zach are like our Curtis and Henrik. I don't see any problem with them holding their positions. Joe Kylie's face showed concern. This isn't something that can be resolved with simple words. I still have my worries. They have their abilities, but I can't place all my hopes solely on their capabilities, can I? But I am curious, how do you think this will work? Brayden quickly smiled. You, my dear, are just overthinking it. Shepherds, I dare say this, it means I have enough confidence. The people in the 3-city territory have almost been through blood and fire. They need to rapidly develop and adjust during winter. So as long as your Majesty sends them supplies and money now, we don't need to worry about the future. Joe Kylie nodded slightly. Money and provisions were things she cared the least about. If earning money wasn't for spending, well, what would be the point of making it? It was a simple truth. So Joe Kylie quickly dispatched supplies to the territories under the old generals Ambrose and Zach according to Brayden's advice. At this moment, in the territory of the 2 old generals, a group of uninvited guests were swiftly making changes. These young people directly took charge of the civilian administration, military affairs, and internal management of the 3-city territory. And this was by the order of the Grand General. Initially, the 2 old generals had some reservations. But once Brayden was mentioned, they decided to give it a try. Then, they witnessed an entirely new city. Chapter 199. System Replication. The court is providing free charcoal and cotton clothes. Resources are limited, first come first served. Everyone needs to line up. Military households have priority. The court is distributing rice and meat, hoping everyone can get through the entire winter safely. Resources are limited, first come first served. Everyone needs to line up. Military households have priority. Winter had arrived. After fighting throughout the autumn in these 3 cities, what was most lacking? Supplies. Countless civilians were unsure how they would get through this winter, but the government office began distributing supplies directly. How did they distribute supplies previously? Whether it was grain, rice, flour, or meat, they distributed whatever came to mind. Most of the time, they simply opened the granaries and let the food flow out. However, with the so-called college students from Nanjong taking action this time, everything was different. Military affairs, administrative affairs, and internal affairs. The heads of the 3 departments exchanged glances and formed an alliance, supporting each other. With the united efforts of these 3 individuals, the vast system of Nanjong would be spread across these 3 cities once again. General Ambrose and General Zach also noticed this. They didn't dare interfere but were curious about its effects. Then, they witnessed the approach of these young people. Grain could be distributed all at once, but they chose not to do so. On one hand, they sporadically provided the people with grain, straw, and charcoal as supplies. On the other hand, it was also to coordinate with the military system. For the first time, the common people learned about a window called the military household window. All rice, flour, meat, and firewood required regular civilians to queue up in long lines, inching forward slowly. In contrast, the military household queues moved much faster. After a brief inspection of their documents, the rations were swiftly issued. This became a headache for many. Some even rushed to the military household window directly, only to find themselves driven away, causing them discomfort. Thus, everyone started to protest. Why should military households have priority? A bunch of stinky foot ridges. Are they really reliable? They should prioritize us. We are the good citizens. Countless people wanted an explanation. However, when the main door opened and a young man in his 20s walked out, the crowd felt even more aggrieved. Someone so young could already serve as an official? Such a young magistrate was no ordinary figure. Looking down at the kneeling citizens, he spoke calmly. You think it's unfair that stinky foot ridges get priority, but let me put it bluntly. The reason we still hold 3 out of 5 cities is because these stinky foot ridges either kill enemies or die fighting. Because of their sacrifices, our Great Wei has selected a batch of supplies to be sent from the capital, aiming to help us persist. If it weren't for them, the southern Nathaniel would have taken all 5 cities. Do you honestly think you'd still get free rice and meat? It's a dream. Listening to the magistrate's words, many lowered their heads, agreeing to follow the magistrate's instructions. But the wealthy families reacted differently. They plundered the market shamelessly, sending servants to queue even for free items. They were among the first to express dissatisfaction with military households cutting in line. However, they didn't know that these officials were from Nanzhong, where there were no powerful families. When the first snow fell in winter, the residents of the 3 cities were required to send one person from each household to witness executions. Those who maliciously hoarded food were executed immediately. Those who maliciously raised prices faced the same fate. One by one, these once high and mighty wealthy families were dragged into public and executed. Their family businesses were seized and returned to the local citizens. The common people were elated. This was a windfall. At first, General Zach had some grievances. It wasn't part of his plan, and he himself came from a martial background, belonging to a major clan. Facing the slaughter of so many influential families, he couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. But the reply from the young people was impeccable. You are generals, your duty is to lead troops in battle. Why insist on overseeing local internal affairs? That was the domain of the Internal Affairs Department. On the contrary, the administrative department primarily played a supervisory role. Institutions like inspection bureaus, local jinui, Imperial Guards, and various criminal courts had been separated from local officials. So, 2 distinct systems had been established. Now that the 3-department system had come to the 3 cities, the 2 generals were promptly stripped of their authority over local administration. General Ambrose was quite enthusiastic, as he himself was born from a common family. But General Zach found it utterly hard to accept. Regardless of his thoughts, within just 2 or 3 days, there were no more prominent families in the 3 cities. And many of these influential families had their own ways of obtaining information. They inquired about policies in Nanzhong and, afterward, dared not disobey the words of their new rulers. Emetni even emulated the previous prominent families of Nanzhong by disbanding their households, hoping to cut their losses and survive. The court naturally wanted to give these people a chance to reform. Without doubt, this transformation was happening at a rapid pace in the 3 cities. And the biggest beneficiary was Braden. In the 3 cities, there were 3 local officials and 9 teams. For administrative, internal, and military affairs, each city's teams competed for scores. Undoubtedly, those dispatched would likely be sent to more important posts by the Grand General in the future, with limitless prospects. After learning about this, Vincent Ambrose snorted in annoyance. To use my territory to train your own troops is despicable. Braden's calculations are truly impressive. Though General Ambrose expressed displeasure, deep down, he didn't harbor any resentment. On the contrary, he felt somewhat pleasantly surprised. Just the things they hadn't dared to do were being carried out single-handedly by Aaron now. During the brief New Year period, countless people enlisted in the army. Due to the court's subtle influence, countless civilians realized that joining the military might also be an excellent path forward. Vincent Ambrose felt increasingly pleased. He even wished he could meet Braden in person. Frankly speaking, he had heard of Braden before and knew some of his deeds, but only now did such thoughts arise. Unbeknownst to him, Braden was already on his way there. He came to deliver the last batch of supplies, and to visit the 2 old generals. Chapter 200, Traveling's Act. 2 days later, General Braden, traveling light, had already arrived at the encampment of Generals Ambrose and Zach. When they received the report from a ridge, the 2 generals were still discussing military affairs. The new year was approaching. The cold wind carried moisture, cutting through clothes to the bone. Damp cold made every bone in the body gradually stiffen, regardless of north or south. Winter was always the hardest time to endure. Moreover, there were the nomadic tribes outside the border looking for an opportunity. Unable to herd in winter, these despicable outsiders turned their eyes to them. They would come to their borders from time to time, trying to snatch something. So, the 2 generals were worrying about how to get through this winter. Perhaps we should organize the civilians, giving them patrol duties? Villages need to communicate with each other to pass messages when the outsiders sneak in. General Zach frowned deeply, but Vincent Ambrose shook his head. No way. It's not wartime. And cells are ridges, and civilians are civilians. They can't be mixed up. Otherwise, wouldn't our Great Wei's reputation be ruined by us? General Zach was speechless after hearing this. Just as he wanted to say something, he heard the reporting voice from outside the tent. Report. The Inspector General of Nanzhong, General Braden, has arrived at our camp. Wow. That voice was crystal clear outside. Vincent Ambrose was about to take a sip of tea to soothe his throat, but abruptly heard the report, making him drop the teacup with a clatter. His teacup met its tragic end. General Zach glanced at the people around, then seemed to recall something and snorted softly. Well, General Braden? Isn't this the genius you've been talking about daily, the savior of Great Wei? Vincent Ambrose. His brow twitched. After coughing twice, he said, this old man, but I didn't praise him that much. However, before he could wait for further reports, he loudly ordered, hurry, verify his identity and invite General Shepard into the tent. General Zach. He couldn't bear to look. General Zach didn't think much of Braden. Although Braden had a good reputation, he hadn't seen or interacted with him. Thus, he didn't believe the fame. In his view, such a reputation and those brilliant strategies might not even be Braden's. Vincent Ambrose didn't agree. If trusted by Bo and the Ametratron, how could he be a person who only cares about fame? After showing the token, Braden was respectfully invited to the main military tent. On the way, he paid attention to his surroundings. He saw training troops and shabby houses shedding dirt chunks. Braden's gaze deepened. It was evident that the conditions and environment here were far worse than their own southern headquarters. He sighed slightly. The guards outside the tent were intimates of Generals Ambrose and Zach. Upon seeing Braden, their eyes lit up, and they saluted with a military salute. Greetings, General Braden. Smiling, Braden waved. At ease. Are Generals Ambrose and Zach here? Before the Ridges could answer, a booming laugh came from inside the tent. quickly invite General Braden inside. The ridges promptly lifted the heavy curtain. 2 people had to hold the thick curtain on either side to make a path for 1 person to enter. Inside, the 2 generals stepped forward, clasping fists. Even General Zack, who disliked this kind of pretty face and disbelieved Braden's previous feats, had to be polite due to the ranks. No choice. Despite his youth, Braden held a higher rank. You are welcome, generals. Braden was someone who would return tenfold politeness for politeness. After some cordial exchanges, General Ambrose invited Braden to sit down. But Braden shook his head and smiled. As a guest, how can I steal the host's seat? Why don't the 2 generals sit, and I'll stay here? Saying so, he walked to the right-hand side, took out 2 scrolls of parchment, placed them on the table, and sat down gracefully. Cough. Generals Ambrose and Zack hadn't sat down yet. Seeing Braden act so informally, their faces froze for a moment. Still, General Ambrose chuckled. All right. Old Zack, sit down quickly. After all 3 had settled into their seats, General Zack was the first to lose his patience. His expression was cold and hard, with a hint of restlessness and confusion deep in his eyes. Amity, I ask, General Shepard, what important matter brings you to our encampment this time? Braden smiled. Previously, I discussed with General Ambrose about our methods for recruiting ridges, which should be effective, right? On the way here, I noticed that there seemed to be new ridges training. Their movements still looked somewhat unfamiliar? That's true. General Ambrose stroked his beard. Braden nodded, deciding not to beat around the bush, but to come straight to the point. There are 2 reasons for my visit. The first is that I wanted to see for myself how things are going at your encampments. Secondly, one of our capable people in Nanzhong has developed 2 new items. One is called cement. This material can be used for building houses and roads. Once dried, it becomes extremely hard, resisting even natural disasters, strong winds, and heavy rains without easily eroding. Indeed, it's the ancient method of making cement. Braden's words made the 2 generals almost instantly lock their gazes on him. Especially the ever-appreciative Vincent Ambrose. He was so excited that he got up from his chair, pacing on the spot, clapping his hands in amazement. What? There's actually such a miraculous substance? Amity, I ask if you could show me the formula, General? Vincent Ambrose's eyes sparkled. If said elsewhere, these words might seem inappropriate. Vincent Ambrose, after speaking, seemed to realize something. He cleared his throat twice and then chuckled awkwardly. I got carried away just now, General Shepard. Please don't take it to heart. However, Braden didn't mind. He nodded. In fact, I brought the formula specifically to hand over to the 2 of you. After saying this, he tapped the parchment scrolls on the table. General Zack was astonished and hesitant. How could he not understand that this material called cement would be perfect for repairing their encampment's buildings, especially now that winter had arrived? If they could finish repairs before the snow, the ridges could finally sleep better at night. Is General Shepard truly willing to share the formula with us? Chapter 201. Cement and brick bed. But is there something that requires us to do? How could such a good thing fall into our laps so easily? General Zack was suspicious of Braden's intentions. Braden understood this suspicion. Foreign countries are eyeing us like tigers, and the Tartars at the border are waiting for their share. Our Great Wei must hasten in recruiting and training ridges. My loyalty lies with Bo. My only wish is for Bo to unify all nations and become the sole hider of this continent. General Zack fell silent after hearing this. So much the better. Senior General Ambrose said, his eyes red from excitement. Our climate here is humid, and the city walls and ridges quarters at the border often require repairs, which costs a lot. Now that the new year is approaching, although the cold can be endured, providing a better windproof and dampproof place for the ridges will help attract more people to join the army. This is a good deed indeed. Though Senior General Ambrose was old, his mind was still sharp. He almost instantly thought of the 18 uses of cement. Smiling, Braden added, it's not just that. Besides cement, I have a good recipe. After saying this, he turned his head and pointed to the 8-feet-tall man beside him, who had dark eyebrows and rough skin but was robust. Here, I've brought over an experienced ridge from the Southern Frontier Army who can teach you how to build a brick bed that stays warm and dry at night. Brick bed? What exactly is a brick bed? Currently, no matter whether they were commoners or nobles, most used wooden beds, differing only in the costliness of the wood. Those who couldn't afford it would use bricks and stones topped with wooden boards as beds. Therefore, the brick bed was truly an invention yet to exist in this world. Shepard's everyone around him was trustworthy, there was nothing he couldn't discuss. Thus, he detailed the principle of the brick bed. The 2 generals listened with wide-open mouths, utterly astonished. Wonderful. Shepard, please, wonderful. Both Senior General Ambrose and General Zack were quick-witted and immediately grasped the concept. This invention can solve a pressing problem for our troops. Senior General Ambrose sighed. Old Man Ambrose and General Zack were just discussing the living conditions of the ridges after the new year. While the spring and autumn temperatures here are pleasant, summer and winter are the hardest times for people. It may not be as bone-chillingly cold as in the northern capital, but the damp cold is also excruciating. Every winter, many civilians and refugees fall ill and die. Commander-in-Chief, your solution could save countless lives. This is a great merit. Please accept my humble bow. After speaking, Senior General Ambrose clasped his hands together and bowed deeply to Braden. Seeing this, Braden stood up. General Ambrose, please get up. This isn't my achievement. I merely passed on a method studied by others. General Zack remained silent but was equally excited, breathing rapidly. He could clearly understand that if this brick bed were promoted across all prefectures, how many civilians it would benefit. General Shepard, this? Braden hushed them with a shoo. Please sit down, both of you. You are both pivotal ministers of our Great Wei, and you should be able to discern whether this method is effective. I only have one thing to say. I will report both methods truthfully to Bo via memorials. Before Bo makes a decision, cement will be used temporarily for road construction and military affairs, and the method to build the brick bed will be circulated only within the army. Even so, Please come up with some deceptive methods to prevent clever individuals from learning the technique and selling it to enemy countries. My trusted Ridge will remain by your side, and once your confidants learn the method, you can make further plans. Brayden's plan was actually quite straightforward. Say what you mean, and mean what you say. Admittedly, wasn't it all about attracting more recruits to the army? Otherwise, how could the cavalry and navy of Wei develop? Brayden thought things through perfectly well. With the knowledge of gunpowder production, they were virtually invincible, unmatched. However, after conquering the surrounding countries and expanding Wei's territory, what would they do next? Not only must they conquer, but they must also hold onto the land. For future development, and to prevent foreign tribes from seizing it, developing multiple types of troops was essential. Now, Wei's various prefectures were still in chaos. The southern frontier, however, was governed well by Brayden. Everything was improving. The people no longer viewed the army with hostility. But other prefectures, Shepherd, how he came and how he would return, Brayden couldn't help but sigh softly when he reached the headquarters of the Southern Frontier Army, thinking about it. Herman had already received the scout's message. Holding a bright yellow silk scroll, he strode out with great momentum and an imposing manner. Almost as soon as he reached the army gate, Brayden saw Herman. His eyebrows twitched in surprise. What a fellow. Did the road scald his feet? Why such a hurry? Rubbing his chin, Brayden felt that since Herman arrived in the southern frontier, the gentlemanly demeanor he once had gradually disappeared. Look, which aristocratic Ayush would almost be jumping with every step. A smirk tugged at the corner of Brayden's mouth, nearly making him laugh. Why such a rush? Brayden stood far away, waving to him and gesturing for him to slow down. Just don't fall or get hurt. If he were injured and bedridden for a few days, wouldn't Brayden lose a few days of using this workhorse? Cough. Though comparing people to oxen and horses was improper, but it was quite vivid. Who wasn't a workhorse? Even Brayden, who privately enjoyed the favor of the Addison, wasn't also working tirelessly like a superhorse? Initially walking, Herman ended up running in urgency. In 2 strides, he leaped in front of Brayden, then pulled out a bright yellow scroll from his chest, directly shoving it into Brayden's arms. Brayden was poked in the stomach by the object, eliciting a muffled groan. Brayden. If not for trusting Herman and recognizing the item, this could have been considered an assassination attempt. What is teach? Before the last word was out, Brayden reached out, glanced down, and held his breath. 3 seconds later, Brayden looked up at Herman, who was wiping sweat with a handkerchief. His gaze hesitated. I've only been gone for 4 days. How did this thing come? 4 days, and he returns with an additional imperial edict? What's going on? Herman chuckled. With General away, Nathaniel Lau and Zhak Yunhai were busy, so the task of receiving the imperial edict fell to me. Chapter 202. The Urgent Imperial Edict. The messenger eunuch came with an 800 li express, looking quite pale. He handed the edict to me, and turned to vomit right away after reading it. Seeing his hardship, I gave him 100 taels from my money box to take back. As Herman spoke here, his face twitched, revealing an expression of pain. General, you must remember to reimburse me. Brayden. Have you read the imperial edict? As he spoke, he waved his hand, leading the people to walk back. The entrance of the military camp was not a place for conversation. On the way, officers and Ridges saw Brayden and greeted him with smiles. After saying countless hellos, Brayden finally returned to his room. During the proclamation, the eunuch didn't say much. I also didn't dare to look at the edict. It just stayed in the house. I stared at it for 3 full days, afraid that it would be lost or gone if I turned around. Herman's tone was full of grievance, but I inquired about it and learned that it should be good news. The eunuch said as much. He mentioned it was the result of discussions between Bo and my teacher. Hearing that even the old chancellor was involved, Brayden felt something was off. Shaking out the edict, he began to unfold and read it. 1 minute later, Brayden closed the edict expressionlessly and placed it on the table. Seeing this, Herman looked stunned, cautiously raising his eyes to ask, Is it not good news? It shouldn't be like this. His teacher had always doted on and liked General Brayden. Bo also heavily relied on and entrusted him with important tasks. There's no reason why this edict wouldn't convey good news. Indeed, it wasn't such great news. Instead, it was a transfer order. Well, not quite. It should be more accurately called a concurrent appointment order. The Addison added another position in the edict, granting him a 5th-rank censor post under the censorate while retaining his role as the Grand General of Southern Frontier. Emmanuel, the governor of Ninghai, submitted an urgent petition to the Addison. In the petition, he stated that the Ninghai prefecture frequently suffered Tartar invasions, including arson, killing, and looting. The army could not defend against these attacks effectively. Because of its proximity to the pasture, many Ninghai residents made their living by herding cattle and sheep. Also due to the presence of the pasture, the royal government managed livestock there. But now, anyone venturing outside the city would be captured or killed by the Tartars. Herding was impossible. This official animal husbandry office seemed to have lost its function. Thus, after much deliberation, Emmanuel submitted a petition requesting the abolition of the official animal husbandry office and the reduction of administrative personnel managing it to cut expenses. Ninghai is now in turmoil. People are too scared to leave the city. The official animal husbandry office has become nothing but a mere decoration. So the Ninghai governor wants to abolish this office directly. Brayden squinted his eyes and briefly narrated. Although Herman had never heard the phrase kill it, he could guess its meaning. After listening, Herman frowned thoughtfully. Abolishing the official animal husbandry office? Due to his lack of experience, having been sent to Southern Frontier for training by his prime minister teacher, even Herman sensed something amiss. It doesn't make sense, does it? Brayden turned his head and looked at him. Tell me, what's wrong? Was he being tested? Herman straightened up and spoke clearly. Our Great Wei has established the official animal husbandry office since its founding, along with allowing civilian breeding of horses. Ninghai's advantage lies in its close proximity to the pasture, Not to mention that the Ministry of Revenue allocates funds annually for the purchase and training of horses. In theory, with ample funding and land, how could such a large office dedicated to this task run out of horses? Why would it come to the point of abolishing the animal husbandry office? Something was seriously wrong. Tapping his fingers on the desk, making a tap-tap-tap sound. A hint of approval appeared in Braden's eyes. You are correct. That's exactly what I thought. The smile quickly vanished as Braden resumed his stern expression. How can a second-class official, a governor, propose such an absurd idea? Even if it were true, he would still be incompetent and a coward. With a cold snort, Herman's expression became complicated. It's understandable why the general cursed. The content of this petition was quite baffling. Several countries were at war now. Anyone could be besieged at any moment. Yet, this Ninghai governor actually proposed abolishing the official animal husbandry office. Where would they get war horses from then? Without war horses, how could they fight? Moreover, the decline of horse population from plenty to none couldn't have happened overnight. Before this, he did not report or seek help. Now, his first request is to abolish the animal husbandry office. Was the solution just thoughtless? Was this cutting off the fuel supply at the source? But this approach was wrong. Instead of figuring out how to eat meat again, from eating meat to drinking soup, the governor actually overturned the pot. He justified it by saying, without the pot, there would be no desire for meat. What kind of logic is that? Herman sighed. This is indeed an urgent matter, and one could even say it concerns the entire army of our Great Wei. But, doing well could indeed earn merit. Failing to handle it properly, wouldn't it easily lead to the Ninghai governor shifting this burden onto us? Herman cast a worried glance at Braden. General, Braden shook his head. I know what you want to say. But the imperial edict has been issued, and there's no way to turn back. Moreover, my southern frontier isn't far from Ninghai, and I should take this trip to fulfill my loyalty to Bo. Upon hearing this, Herman's eyes showed a moved look. The general's righteousness. All right, go and call old Nathaniel and Zach Yunhai for me. Tell them to come to the council chamber. I have important matters to discuss. 15 minutes later, old Nathaniel and Zach Yunhai exchanged glances as they hurried over. A few days ago when the imperial edict arrived, both were not in the residence. They only learned upon returning that Bo had issued an edict. The three of them stayed up all night. In the end, no one rushed to call Braden back. Today, Braden finally returned. And now they were called over again. Their hearts were like mirrors. Everyone knew exactly what Braden was about to say. Moreover, both were also quite curious about the exact content of the imperial edict. Entering the council chamber and sitting down. After half a cup of tea, old Nathaniel exclaimed first, "What?" His shout startled the guards outside. Anyone who didn't know would wonder what happened. Old Nathaniel lamented. Does this really have to be the general? This is truly. However, old Nathaniel didn't finish his sentence after truly. He repeated it twice, then realized that with the imperial edict already issued, the matter was settled. Chapter 203, 5th rank censor. Imperial censor. A 5th rank official position. It's not a particularly high-ranking post, nor is it a low one. Though the rank isn't at the top tier, the power held in this role is significant, especially since Bo ordered him to temporarily take on this post alongside his duties as governor general. Alas, Elder Nathaniel sighed. Zach Yunhai, though a rough and burly man, had his thoughts too this time. With a quick spin of his eyes, he asked, "But isn't General your name known throughout our Great Wei? With this identity, traveling to Ninghai would be troublesome. Emmanuel will most likely keep an eye out for you." Elder Nathaniel nodded. That's precisely it. Braden smiled. Don't worry. Bo and the Jose have concocted a flawless new identity for me. I am now borrowing the identity of Zakiyu, the censor from the Imperial Capital Censorate. There's already a body double with a team of censors leaving the capital. Bo has instructed me to secretly investigate first, then rendezvous with the team coming from the capital. Herman was concerned, but your status is prestigious. Starting from the southern frontier, shouldn't we bring some trusted men just in case? Zach Yunhai pounded on the table. I'll return to the army right away to give the general some men. They can serve as guards to escort you to Ninghai. However, Braden shook his head. We cannot make a big fuss about it. If too many people know, then this secret edict from Bo would lose all meaning. But, you can't go without anyone, General. Zach Yunhai muttered. Elder Nathaniel disagreed first. Absolutely not. It's too dangerous. After some thought, Braden narrowed his eyes and listed a few names. Let these few go with me. My departure from the southern frontier must be kept utterly confidential, known only to the three of you. Otherwise, upon my return, military law will apply. At this, Braden's expression grew more serious. His dark eyes scanned their faces. The three immediately tensed up. Yes. Decisions were made, plans were set. Half a day was spent selecting the accompanying personnel and packing supplies. Under cover of night, as the troops rested, they quietly slipped away. General, oh no, Your Excellency. One of the ridges serving as a guard, familiar with maps and terrain, approached and laid a map imprinted on goatskin before Braden. He pointed with his fingers. We are here now, and to reach Ninghai, we need to travel west for 10 miles and then continue from there. As he showed Braden the route, others set up camp for the night. They had no choice but to sleep outdoors if they traveled under the cloak of night. Only finding it in the next day was possible. Ancels gathered fodder for the horses and started a fire to roast rabbits caught on the way. Braden furrowed his brow, focusing on the map until the aroma of roasting meat filled the air from the nearby bonfire. Juices dripped off the plump rabbit, sizzling on the fire. Braden's nostrils twitched. He turned and saw the rabbit, its skin crackling and glistening with oil. The heavy burden in his heart lifted. How could those worries compare to the importance of roasted rabbit? Braden smiled. Hey, add some spicy fruits. These spicy fruits were similar to modern chili peppers, imparting a slightly pungent flavor. Used as seasoning, they added taste to food. Sure thing. Do I add a bit of salt for Your Excellency? Yes. Braden nodded. Don't worry, we're traveling light and riding fast. It should take about 10 days, maybe 15 at most, to reach Ninhai. After resting overnight, they continued their journey with dust covering them. 9 days later, they finally reached the outskirts of Ninhai. It would take another day or two to reach the provincial capital. Though it was winter, their hurried travel left them covered in dirt. Some inns along the road were poorly equipped to provide hot water for bathing. Walls too thin made it impossible to change clothes or bathe without catching a chill. To avoid colds, they hadn't washed during this time. While resting by the river and filling water skins, Braden couldn't help but think. This journey would surely shed 3 or 4 pounds from his frame. Upon completing this mission, he'd return to the capital for debriefing. When that happens, he narrowed his eyes. He'd make sure the Addison compensates him properly. They continued on their way. However, the very next day, something significant happened. Braden had drunk all the water in his water skin, so he left the ridges waiting at the original spot while he rode half a mile to the river to refill it. After dismounting, he tethered his horse to a tree several dozen meters away. Then he walked to the river and unslung his water skin. This place was rather secluded. Amalda and Amal, who were out to catch a rabbit or a bird, were wandering around listlessly with grass in their mouths. Suddenly, Amal's eyes sharpened as he spotted a figure not far off. Upon closer inspection, shepherd oak and brocade shimmered in the sunlight. He hastily grabbed his brother beside him. His voice couldn't suppress the excitement despite his whisper. Brother, Huey, look over there, quick. Amalda had been irritable, having come out for so long without catching any prey, and the food in the mountain hideout lacked flavor. He hadn't expected to get anything today. Hearing his brother's voice, he followed the direction of his finger and looked. The next second, his eyes lit up. Holy cow, these clothes are definitely worn by rich people. Older brother, we have a chance? Turning to look at his brother, shall we go? Younger brother rubbed his hands together. Let's do it. Grab him and demand a ransom. Braden was just filling the water skin, intending to wash his face afterward. But just as he bent down, he was ambushed. One on the left, one on the right. They pinned him down and dragged him aside. All the muscles in Braden's body tensed. Trying to move, he felt an even stronger force pressing down on him. Actually, escaping would be easy for General Braden, but he rolled his eyes and then pressed his lips into a smile, pretending to be panicking. You, who are you? What do you want? Who we are? You don't need to know. Amalda laughed. Amal nodded. That's right. Now you tell us who you are. Do you know what this place is? It's our territory. Amal deliberately exaggerated. Speak up. Why did you come to Black Tiger Mountain? Chapter 204. Spare my Zakf. Where are you from, and why have you come to Black Tiger Mountain? Also, what does your family do, and how many people are there in your household? Amal sneered twice, having broken a rather thick branch from a nearby tree at some point. He waved it threateningly before Braden, his tone a warning. Amalda also nodded. That's right. Hurry up and speak, or else you'll get what's coming to you. The two brothers exchanged a glance as they intimidated Braden, their eyes meeting. In their hearts was the excitement of having found a big fat lamb. Look at this person closely. No need even to touch. One could tell that the fabric of these clothes wasn't bad. Although its precise value was unknown, it was clearly better quality than what someone of lower status would wear. Ayush or gentleman's son for sure. Yes, it must be so. Then look at this man's delicate appearance. He was definitely raised in a wealthy household. Unlike them, who made their living as bandits, exposed to the wind and sun. Regardless of spring, autumn, summer, or winter, they had to work outdoors. If there were no jobs, then there would be nothing to eat. Let alone when the previous state of the Great Wei dynasty was in such turmoil. Now things are somewhat stable, and people have a bit more money. This also made it easier for them to rob and plunder. Braden, acting as if he couldn't resist the force of a chicken, trembled like a weak scholar, feigning fear. He then spoke up. Spare my life, brave warriors. At this moment, the geographical knowledge he reviewed during his idle times surfaced in his mind. A false identity was immediately concocted by Braden. I am from the capital region, and my family serves as tenant farmers on a clan-owned farm. My lord granted me the privilege to serve as Ayush's companion in study, allowing me to study alongside him. But I lack talent and intelligence. Over the years, I've only managed to become a student, child scholar, unable to advance further. This time, I was just passing through Dragon Tiger Mountain. I have in Braden in Ninhai Prefecture. As the new year approaches, I spent a little silver following a group of merchants heading to Ninhai Prefecture. My water pouch was empty, so I left the caravan to fetch some water and planned to return. To the two brave warriors, if I offended you, I sincerely apologize. Upon hearing this, Amalda and Amal couldn't help but frown and spat. A tenant farmer from an estate? Or even a book servant? Amalda felt extremely unlucky. No matter how he looked, this guy seemed well-fed. Living conditions must be decent. Who would have thought? Living not poorly, yet he's just freeloading off the Ayush. Moreover, nowadays book servants, who knows what they're really for? Could even be traveling with merchants, one can never be sure. However, child scholar. This identity actually has some use. If he can become a child scholar, he must have some money. Amal leaned close to his brother and whispered, Brother, it seems we haven't wasted our efforts. This is a child scholar after all. Emitab, if we squeeze him hard enough, we might get something out of him? After hearing the conversation between the two brothers, Braden confirmed their identities. They were undoubtedly bandits. But there was a flicker of doubt in Braden's eyes. This area was already on the outskirts of Ninhai Prefecture, which, despite being the edge, should still fall under Miles's jurisdiction. Yet bandits were still encountered on the road. This was truly frustrating. Humph, barely qualifies as a fat sheep. Zactal brother, let's go. Knock him out, bring him back to the camp. We'll interrogate him thoroughly to see how much we can get out of him. If it pans out, we might as well have done the gang a huge favor, and our status within the gang might rise, wouldn't it? Hearing his brother, Amal grinned and came closer. Huey is right. Braden narrowed his eyes and hurriedly sketched a pattern on the ground with his toes. Then he felt a sharp pain in his neck. His body went limp immediately, pretending to faint. Seeing that the man had passed out, Amalda and Amalair hurriedly lifted him onto their shoulders and rushed toward the camp. Half a cup of tea later, in the silent forest, several ridges came searching. They had been waiting for the general, who had not returned. Worried, they hurried over. Then they saw the empty riverbank and 20 meters away, a fine horse tied to a large tree on a hillside. And Sel? The horse is here, but where is the young Ametster? The ridge's eyes widened in surprise. Someone nearby hit him on the head. Don't ask, there must have been an accident. Frowning, the highest-ranking officer among them gave orders. Hurry up and spread out the search. The young Ametster's legwork isn't bad. Even without convenient weapons, he can still take on 10 men. We were not far from here the whole time, and we didn't hear any sounds at all, which means there was no conflict. Perhaps the young Ametster did this intentionally, so he must have left some clues. A few moments later, someone discovered the signal Braden had left with his toes. Here, there's a signal here. This signal was easy to identify, as it was unique to their Nanzhou military camp. It was also established by General Braden himself, making it one of a kind in the entire Great Wei. Suddenly, all the ridges crowded over. This is bandits? The young Ametster was taken by bandits? With the young Ametster's skills, he shouldn't be unable to handle bandits. So this was intentional? What should we do? For a moment, these 6 people were stunned. After a short while, they came up with a plan. First, they needed to figure out the name of the nearby bandit hideout, its location, and its scale. Then they would immediately go undercover, preparing to work inside and outside together with the general. Said and done. The group quickly mounted their horses, but a problem arose. Just as they were leading the horses back, ready to pack up and rush off, unbeknownst to them, bandits were already watching them. With stern faces, hidden in the surrounding woods were tall, burly men. Their faces carried the unmistakable aura of bandits. All eyes green with envy stared at the 6 of them. Boss, these guys don't look like they're poor, and those horses are worth a lot. Should we make a move? The man called Boss frowned, then lowered his voice, uncertainly speaking. TSK, hard to say if they have martial skills. They don't seem to be from a security company, so if a few people dare to travel alone, it's either because they're brave or they have martial arts. No rush, let's observe more. Wait longer? Isn't this urgent enough? The questioner was almost desperate, his eyes turning red. He couldn't understand why they needed to wait. If they missed this chance, there might be none left. Chapter 205, ready with an answer. The north wind was biting cold. It blew through the branches, making them creak. Hidden behind dead branches, wild grass and hillocks were nearly 20 figures. Hiss, something's not right. A man, who had been a scout in the army, squinted his eyes and whispered, "There's movement around us. Don't react strangely." Someone quick-witted immediately responded, "Are they the ones who kidnapped Ayush? It seems like it. What should we do then? We'll use their plan against them. This way, we save the effort of prying for information." Shepard's the plan was to turn their strategy against them. They continued tidying up things on the ground. They pretended to mount their horses and leave. Watching this, one of the bandits became increasingly anxious, scratching his head and ears. "Brother, they're about to escape. If we don't act now, we'll let this fat sheep slip away." Others also urged on, as the camp hadn't tasted meat for several days. Who could endure eating radishes for 5 straight days? To encounter several riders was a rare opportunity. Even if they let the men go, shouldn't they at least keep the horses? It would be good for a feast among brothers. With such urging, there was no choice. The one called leader steeled himself. He looked at the group in the forest who were about to ride away, and finally couldn't hold back. With a wave of his hand, he shouted, F***K, brothers charge. At the sharp command, everyone rushed out upon receiving the order. On Braden's side, he had already been taken to the bandit lair, which was the headquarters of Amalda and Amal Air. Creak. The wooden door opened. Braden thought to himself that these two had said they would advance in rank if they could get anything valuable from him. Therefore, they wouldn't hide him privately. Thinking this, Braden feigned unconsciousness, but slightly lifted his eyelids. He could see light and quickly surveyed the surroundings using his peripheral vision when the two bandits turned to open the door. Before entering the house, or rather, from the moment he pretended to be knocked out, Braden had started opening his eyes, memorizing the path. Later, he got a good look at the layout of the encampment. Inside the house, Amalda and Amal Air tossed him onto the icy floor. Then Amal Air bent down, patting his face roughly with his calloused hands. Braden pretended to just wake up, looking bewildered and frightened, immediately shrinking back once he realized what had happened. The leader sitting at the main seat was two rough-skinned individuals who, oddly enough, seemed somewhat decent-looking for bandits. Strange, Braden mused inwardly. Elder boss, second boss. The two brothers relayed Braden's fabricated identity. The two leaders of the bandit camp became interested. Alpha on the left found it intriguing. TSK, scholar, attendant, tenant farmer? These terms together make an interesting story. I didn't know Jingji even supports its tenant farmers' children becoming scholars. Odd, very odd. Alpha and Hobart were also brothers, born of the same parents. They looked cunning and carried themselves well. The elder brother, Hobart, frowned and spoke directly. These idiots believed you, but don't think my brother and I will swallow your lies. Speak up quickly. What is your real identity? Don't try to outsmart us, or you'll regret it. Yes, the younger brother, Alpha, chimed in with a smile, appearing friendly but harboring sinister thoughts. He smiled and said, If you don't tell the truth, I might have to think of ways to get you talking. We have wild boars in the back mountain. They come out and wreak havoc when winter brings hunger. Some even ate people a couple of days ago. If you don't tell the truth, useless people serve no purpose. We might as well feed you to the pigs. After a disdainful laugh, Alpha fell silent, his gaze fixed on Braden without blinking. Hobart also interjected appropriately. Of course, if what you say is true, we can continue talking. For those we capture, there are only two paths. One, feeding the pigs. The other allows you to live, but you must cooperate with us. Braden nodded vigorously. I'll cooperate. Both bosses, I will definitely cooperate. Please, don't kill me. I have parents at home who rely on me for support. Please, don't kill me. Seeing Braden's cowardly performance, the Brett were amused. After a sneer, Alpha spoke. You don't want to die and wish to live, right? Easy, just let your parents pay enough money to ransom you back. Our gang's rule is clear. You must hand over all the money you carry now. Besides that, inform your parents to prepare the ransom. If everything goes well, not only will your life be spared, but we'll treat you politely and escort you down the mountain. How does that sound? How does that sound? Not so good. Forget about the fact that General Braden was wealthy. There was no way he would really give the money to these bandits. Moreover, he had no relatives in Jingji. Wait, not true. He couldn't say he had none. He did. Braden felt confident in his heart. The Addison wasn't just the person he held dear now. Rounding it off, she could almost count his family. Of course, if the Addison knew what he thought, she would probably blush and beat her chest in embarrassment. Braden's mind wandered for a moment, then he quickly snapped back. He forced a smile, a piteous one. His face fell, seemingly serious in portraying the role he fabricated for himself. I'm really not lying to you. My parents are indeed tenant farmers who work the land. I was chosen as a book boy for Ayush only because I looked promising when I was young. And since my mind is quick, the master believed having a scholar servant would add to their prestige and benefit the family. It could even help teach the younger generations. So they spent some effort to educate me. But there have been no other privileges. Besides the annual salary of rice, I haven't saved anything. As you know, studying is expensive. Paper, ink, brush, and inkstone. All are costly. These clothes are merely from the master thinking it wouldn't do to let others think they mistreated me, their servant, when I visit relatives. They gave me old clothes from the Ayush. I'm not from a wealthy family. Chapter 206, The Bandit's Den. And this visit is merely because my parents haven't interacted with my Braden in many years. When they heard that he had run into trouble and was severely beaten, they asked me to come over and check on him. I really don't have much money. Upon hearing these words, the two Brett narrowed their eyes, pondering for a moment. Alpha became somewhat interested. Hey, how did your Braden offend someone? Do you know? They were bandits living in this mountain ravine, isolated from information. Recently, there hadn't been any major cases reported in Ninghai Prefecture. Hey, Braden blinked his eyes. To tell you about this, it's quite a long story. Braden sighed as if deeply troubled. Then, with indignation, he began to explain. So, in Ninghai Prefecture, there's a Ayush from a wealthy family who set his eyes on my Braden's daughter, my poor Sheridan. You don't know, Headman, my Sheridan is as beautiful as a flower. She was already promised to a good family in the neighboring village. But unexpectedly, while she was out in town, she caught the eye of that tyrant. The bully, seeing my Sheridan's beauty, forcibly dragged her back to his residence. Fortunately, my Braden encountered them on the way and, upon seeing his daughter being coerced, hit the bully with a spade and broke his leg. My Braden quickly took my Sheridan away and found a secluded place for his family to hide. This led him to urgently inform my family. My father immediately sent me here. No matter what, we can't let anything happen to them, right? Braden, well versed in books, or rather, novels in the modern world, could spin tales without hesitation. The Brett couldn't help but sigh and feel sorry after listening to him, especially Alpha, who even started banging on the table. The chipped teacup on the table clattered and almost fell to the ground. That bully truly doesn't have any morals. Unlike us, our business might not be clean, but at least we don't do anything to women and children. Braden could hardly suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Good grief. The older brother was actually mocking the younger one. Didn't he think they were the same? One robbed people in broad daylight, while the other raided in a mountain ravine. Was there any real difference between them? Braden was speechless. Hobart frowned. Your Braden has some guts to do something like this. But he did well. If this happened to me, it wouldn't just be breaking the bully's leg. His head would be separated from his body. You're right, hero. Braden flattered. In my opinion, hiding like this is not how it should be. I've heard that the tyrant's family has dispatched household servants to look for my Braden throughout the city. Their home was ransacked and is unlivable now. Thankfully, they fled quickly. Otherwise, all 4 members of their family would have lost their lives. Oh, my poor Braden and my poor Sheridan. Even her wedding arrangements are ruined. While praising the leaders of the bandit camp, Braden tried to establish his own image so they would trust him more. Hobart believed Braden easily, getting angry. He was even carried away by the beautifully told story. He felt the same indignation as Braden. Truly hateful, despicable. Every family has its own troubles. Before, I always said that being a bandit was a last resort due to hard times. I never imagined such injustices could occur even in a large prefecture like Ninghai. It's shameless. It's infuriating. If I were in your Braden's position, I'd slash him without hesitation. I would never let my sister be bullied like that, no matter the cost. Hobart was indignant, but Alpha glanced hesitantly at Braden, who had remained silent until now, observing what Braden would say next. He didn't expect his elder brother to be taken in by this kid's story. This wouldn't do. Alpha quickly shot Braden a stern look and whispered, "Just wait." He then grabbed his elder brother's arm and pulled him outside. Startled by his brother's sudden action, Hobart was left speechless. Hobart thought his younger brother's behavior was inexplicable. Once outside, he turned and asked directly, "What's going on? Why did you pull me out suddenly?" Alpha thought, what else could it be? He looked up at his brother, filled with exasperation. "Elder brother, haven't you realized that you've been taken in by that pretty boy? He's influenced your emotions and led you along with his words." Hearing this, Hobart was a bit slow to catch on. For a moment, his face went blank. Then he opened his mouth hesitantly, pondering aloud. "Have I? You don't think so?" Hobart didn't feel like he had been misled. Wasn't what the young man said very genuine and sincere? Such a pitiful person. Feeling indignant after listening to him was normal. Who wouldn't be angry? Hobart sighed, hesitating as he spoke. Why don't we just let him go first, Zactyl brother? Just keep the things he has? He's dealing with an urgent matter. If because of us, his Braden's family all meet their doom, it would weigh heavily on my conscience. Alpha had an expression that said, "Are you okay?" Looking at his elder brother, he felt a sense of powerlessness, like he was constipated. How could he be so foolish and naive, so easily misled? Alpha gritted his teeth. Brother, wake up. Do you really think everything he said is true? Humph, I think this guy is just making up stories to get us to let him go. Upon hearing this, Alpha's face was full of disbelief. Moreover, brother, do you really believe that someone from a tenant farmer's background, even if they became a scholar, could have such a demeanor? If he weren't claiming to be a book servant, he might as well say he's a Ayush from some noble family. It's only you who would naively believe him and want to let him go. However, even after hearing his younger brother's words, Hobart was still deeply conflicted. Clearly, Hobart still didn't fully believe that Braden was deceiving him. Zaxxon to the story he told. It was so moving. If it weren't true, could he have spoken with such depth and emotion? No way. I still think what he said is true. After much hesitation, Hobart spoke again. Chapter 207. I believe in him. Hobart, I believe in him. Alpha. Why can't you listen to reason? Can you really judge if his words are false just by your feeling? Alpha gritted his teeth and declared fiercely. No way. This time, I absolutely cannot follow your thoughts, brother. Actually, Hobart's idea of letting the man go was only a sudden thought. When the urge passed, it passed. Hearing his younger brother's insistence again, he nodded. If you say he's lying to me and not telling the truth, then what's your plan to make him confess everything? Finally managing to convince his stubborn elder brother, Alpha let out a sigh of relief. Then a shadow flashed in his eyes. With a cold laugh, he said, that's easy. We guarantee to get the money and spare his life. However, during this period, who knows if he might lose an arm or a leg. Brother, watch closely. I'll interrogate him. He won't be able to resist talking. Hobart nodded. Although he still felt a bit uneasy, since his brother had spoken so firmly, he could hardly refute him. After all, for the village to develop to this stage, it relied on his fists and his brother's mind. Shepard's his brother spoke this way, there must be a reason. They wasted quite some time outside. Finally, they came to an agreement. Subsequently, Alpha turned around proactively, intending to push the door open. Unexpectedly, just as he pushed open a narrow crack in the battered wooden door, suddenly, a silver-white streak of light shot out from the gap immediately. The thin blade, sharp and cold, shot toward Alpha's neck who was pushing the door from outside. Hit. It would have resulted in immediate death. Alpha's pupils constricted sharply. He let out a gasp. He felt that he had never been more agile and quick before. Without even thinking, his body responded instinctively. He bent backward, and that snow-white thin blade brushed past his face. From chin to forehead, a thin line stained with blood droplets appeared. It even cut off a strand of hair from his forehead. Ah! Alpha screamed. Beside him, Hobart stared with wide eyes. That sword was too fast for him to react. The white blade retracted. There was a whoosh as the long sword returned to its sheath, loud and clear. Then, the two Brett who narrowly escaped and were standing frozen, heard a very familiar voice from inside the room. The previously meek youth now sounded deep and magnetic. All that could be heard from inside the room was a mocking laugh. Braden, bring them in. I want them alive. With their mouths blocked, they couldn't utter a sound. How much the Brett had boasted earlier. They were equally pathetic now. The two people with dislocated shoulders knelt on the ground. Behind them stood a man with a stern look, muscular and strong-looking. Sheparder, are you all right? Braden narrowed his eyes indifferently, waving his hand dismissively. No problem, nothing happened to me. Oh right, almost forgot to ask, why did only you come here? The man, one of Braden's accompanying ridges, nodded. Well, the other fellows encountered some difficulties. As he spoke, his gaze fell on the two kneeling men facing the general with fierce glares. Then he gave Braden a glance. Braden understood instantly. Did you find an opportunity to sneak over? You used the chaos to break away from the team on purpose. The ridge nodded, yes. Braden made a humming sound. I see. The situation over there shouldn't get out of hand, right? How is the battle going? Can we hold our ground? They began to communicate in code directly. The skills of our brothers are known to you, Sheparder. They won't cause any trouble. Braden was reassured. So he lowered his head, his gaze falling on the people in front of him. Alpha and Hobart finally reacted. Braden lifted his chin slightly. Remove whatever is in their mouths. I need to question them thoroughly. Following orders, the ridge acted immediately. Just as it was taken out, Alpha lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot, about to start cursing. But before he opened his mouth, the man behind him pulled out a dagger and pressed it against Alpha's neck. Sharp pain followed. Alpha's pupils dilated widely. His body trembled, cursing silently. Damn. His neck was definitely cut. His chin and forehead must also be broken. The cold wind blowing caused stinging pain. Not sure where this man, who was telling an impassioned story just a moment ago, came from. This pale-faced man whom they didn't take seriously. What kind of disaster did he bring? Damn it. It's easy to invite the gods, but hard to send them away. How can we resolve this situation now? And, how did the man with the dagger behind us get into the village? Those guards outside are all dead, right? How did this dangerous person enter so quietly without any warning? Alpha's heart turned cold. If the Ridge had heard Alpha's thoughts, he would have kindly told him. He's not wrong at all. All those bandits outside were indeed killed. There were originally only about 10 people with General Braden. Zack Yunhai naturally picked his trusted subordinates, and they were all especially skilled and intelligent. They held no small positions in the army. Those show-off bandits were dispatched easily, one by one. Braden smiled while watching the two Brett who dared to be angry but dared not speak up, and took the position where he was previously being questioned. Then he crossed one leg over the other, leisurely folding his arms. Alright, let's have a proper talk. What gang are you from? How did you gather this motley crew? And your identities, names, and what you were before becoming bandits. Explain everything clearly. Otherwise, I'll cut off your limbs and let you watch as your arms and legs are fed to wild boars. Smiling, Braden enjoyed seeing their predicament. The world turns. This year it's someone else's turn. His smile wouldn't fade. It would shift. Haha. The ridge behind them also cooperated, moving the dagger around their necks to signal them to speak honestly. The two Bretts stiffened. Having no choice, they revealed their identities and background. We are from Shangyang Village, south of Ninghai Prefecture. I'm Alpha. Hobart also gave his name. I'm his older brother, Hobart. The two of us became bandits and are the two leaders on Black Tiger Mountain, with about 100 bandits on the mountain. Chapter 208. The smile will not fade. The smile will not fade. It just transfers. Now, Braden smiled so hard that his eyes squinted, revealing 8 big white teeth. The brothers Hobart and Alpha. As the saying goes, as long as the green hills remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. Another old saying goes, a wise man doesn't fight a losing battle. Zack beans spilling out of a bamboo tube, the two brothers divulged everything about their names and the situation of the bandit stronghold without reservation. Braden pondered over the words he had coaxed out of Hobart during his moment of righteous indignation and empathy. With considerable interest, he lifted his chin. You're from Ninghai Prefecture? How did you become a bandit? Did something nasty happen to you in Ninghai Prefecture? However, after these questions, Hobart couldn't suppress the anger at being deceived by Braden. He raised his head sharply with a mocking laugh. Why are you asking so many questions? What does our past have to do with you? Weren't you saying your Bradens were waiting for you to save them? Why aren't you hurrying there instead of wasting time with us? Imhotep, they're already dead. What arrogance. Even the Ridge holding the dagger threateningly beside him frowned at this insolence. Yet, constrained by orders not to kill the two, he precisely targeted a pressure point on Hobart's lower back. In and out, there was a thud. The blade sank into the flesh audibly. This strike was solid and precise. It hit an acutely vulnerable spot, using skillful force. It missed the artery but still inflicted enough pain. Hobart almost cried out loud. To prevent disrupting General Shepard's mood, the Ridge stuffed a piece of rag into Hobart's mouth. Hobart's eyes widened. Seeing this, his brother Alpha widened his eyes too, hurriedly crawling over with worry etched on his face. Wait, we'll tell you everything. Don't hurt my brother. Looking up anxiously, he continued addressing Braden. Sheparder, I'll tell you anything. Just ask me. Whatever I know, I will spill it all out. My brother just didn't realize things right away. Please don't take offense. Yes, sir? An official. After the Ridge removed the rag from Hobart's mouth, he started babbling again. Hobart didn't believe anyone with real authority would come here to manage things. In recent years, no one had paid any attention to Ninghai Prefecture. How could he be an official just like this? The officials we've seen, each one traveled surrounded by dozens of attendants, lined up servants. An official dressed humbly and traveling dusty roads like him? Hobart didn't believe Braden held any official title. Braden was nearly speechless hearing this. Shaking his head helplessly, he gave the Ridge a look, indicating not to kill them yet. He wanted to see what useful information might come out. But Hobart, always speaking defiantly, was indeed becoming troublesome. So, Braden gave the Ridge another glance. Understood. The Ridge swiftly slashed Hobart's neck with his knife. Hobart let out a painful cry, then closed his eyes and fainted. Just a little taste for now. If you disrespect our sir again, it won't be just this. Hobart lay unconscious on the ground like a dead dog. Blood gushed out from his wound continuously. The sight was enough to make Alpha want to tear his eyes out. His forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Alpha craned his neck to check on his brother, but dared not move because Braden was still there. He feared that any rash action might anger Braden, who might order them executed. Feeling indignant, but unable to speak, he glared fiercely at Braden, his eyes bloodshot, looking like he would take a huge bite out of Braden given the chance. Braden, however, remained unfazed. He tilted his head. Don't look at me like that. I'm not some tyrant bandit who kills indiscriminately, so your brother won't die. However, if you don't answer honestly and try to outsmart me, whether your brother lives or dies becomes uncertain. Braden said with a smiling face. Here's the deal. I ask, you answer. Before becoming marauders and bandits, were you from Ninghai Prefecture, where your family raised horses for a living? In other words, horse farmers. The breeding of horses is divided into 2 categories, government-run stables and privately owned ones. If his guess was correct, the Brett family should have been engaged in raising horses. Braden thought to himself. Unexpectedly, Alpha's eyes widened in shock upon hearing these words. He couldn't help but exclaim, his pupils dilating, you? Pausing for a moment, he continued in shock. How did you know that? He truly hadn't expected Braden to say such a thing. Even more surprisingly, it was accurate. Hearing Alpha's question, Braden inwardly confirmed, that's right. Then he explained confidently to Alpha, because I saw the stables in your encampment. When I was brought over, I also took a careful look at the horses in the stables. The skin on the sides and rear of the horses still had marks on them. Did you think I wouldn't notice? In Ninghai Prefecture, the government stables sometimes entrust horses to the people for care. Your family must have been one of those households entrusted with the horses. With a smile, he patted his knee. In fact, there are more clues than just this. Upon hearing this, Alpha froze, stammering, W? He didn't understand where he went wrong. How could someone see through everything at first glance? This can't be right. Braden shook his head. There are quite a few. One clue is the mark on the horse's rear end. Another is your unconscious elder brother. I can tell that neither of you are ordinary people. Especially your elder brother, Hobart. Though he has the air of a bandit, I can still sense some military training from him. His posture is quite upright. Chapter 209. The Art of Shifting Smiles. Did you know that if you look closely, you can tell if someone has been a ridge? Braden asked with a smile. Alpha, the second son of the Wang family, furrowed his brows. This is indeed true. He nodded affirmatively, just as you say. You've guessed right again. However, my brother wasn't in a regular combat army. He was only in the Ninghai Prefecture's horse-herding barracks, where life was relatively peaceful. Braden nodded. The ridge opposite Braden looked at him with admiration and amazement. How incredible. The general is truly remarkable. To have guessed so accurately. Though impressed, Braden still couldn't quite understand why someone with such a background would turn to banditry. Why come to this remote mountain area, living in hunger and poverty, resorting to robbery? Braden asked this question out loud. Unexpectedly, Alpha laughed bitterly in response. What could it be? Shepherder, do you think we would run here to become bandits, constantly risking our lives if we could live peacefully elsewhere? It's just that under those circumstances, we couldn't survive. Who would willingly choose to be a bandit? Braden grew interested. He shifted his posture and raised his chin. Tell me everything about it. With someone willing to listen, Alpha began to pour out his grievances. What's the story? Alpha seemed to find the question amusing. It's all because of the corrupt system of the Great Wei. They introduced something called official horse breeding. To raise more horses for the army, they made agreements with farmers like us. If we took in the horses, we had to care for them diligently so they could produce foals, which would help offset some of our grain taxes. Braden nodded after hearing this. It seems reasonable. Why did the Brett react so strongly? Was there a hidden secret behind it? Braden, confused, countered. Isn't this mutually beneficial? It helps reduce your taxes and lessens the grain you need to pay. By raising the horses, you contribute to the strength of Great Wei. Isn't this a win-win situation? After hearing Braden's counter-question, Alpha's annoyance deepened. He spat on the ground as if listening to something offensive. What win-win situation? You only see the tax reduction but don't understand the hardships of raising horses. From the moment we take the horses home, we must ensure they don't die of illness for decades. Even if they die of old age, we have to pay compensation. Also, if we fail to breed foals, or if the mare suffers from complications during childbirth, fines are imposed. The fines range from 20 to 60 taels of silver, sometimes even more. Such large sums of money would take years of frugality to save up. Do you think this regulation is reasonable? Who can guarantee that the horses won't get sick? We humans catch colds or fever easily, let alone animals. As for whether the mare will give birth to foals, isn't that beyond our control? Yes, setting that aside, even if we manage to raise healthy foals without any issues. But to hand over these foals according to the official regulations requires meticulous care. Shepherder, do you know how delicate this process is? Fearing they might catch cold or get sick, we struggle to meet the deadline. Then when we deliver them, they reject the foals saying they don't meet the standards. In the end, we miss our yearly foal quotas, haven't farmed much land, and still have to pay full rice taxes. Tell me, should we live on? Oh yes. He chuckled. Alpha remembered another thing. In fact, it wasn't our fault in raising the foals inadequately. How could they not meet the standards when we treated them like ancestors? It's just the officials' way of extorting money. Only by bribing them would the foals be deemed acceptable. We really couldn't live on any longer, Shepherder. This was no mutually beneficial policy. This was a regulation designed to strip us peasants to the bone. Hearing this heartfelt accusation, the ridges restraining Alpha fell silent. Braden also fell silent. He truly hadn't expected that a policy originally intended to benefit the country and its people could be manipulated into a tool for profit by unscrupulous individuals. Such practices had made life even more unbearable for already impoverished farming households. It chilled the hearts of the common folk. Braden closed his eyes for a moment. He never imagined that the official horse breeding program had turned out this way from top to bottom. What was supposed to be a good deed ended up leaving the common folk to suffer the consequences. With a sigh, Braden pondered. This situation couldn't be blamed on the Addison. She had only been on the throne for so long. If blame was to be assigned, it should fall on the ancestor who initiated the idea without addressing the root problems. Otherwise, it wouldn't have come to this as Alpha described. People wouldn't abandon their comfortable lives just to run to the mountains to become bandits. Braden's gaze towards the Brett softened slightly, but only slightly. After all, these two brothers had tried to throw him to wild boars earlier. If what you say is true, then it's indeed understandable. However, I can understand you, but not your brother so much. His gaze flicked towards Hobart, who was unconscious on the cold, hard floor. As a ridge, even if he was in charge of herding horses, he should have had a better life than ordinary civilians. Horse herding barracks near Ninghai should have plenty of grazing fields with lush grass, very suitable for raising horses. So why leave the military camp to become a bandit? Hearing Braden mention his brother, Alpha's expression darkened even more. He gritted his teeth. A little better? No, not at all. The horse herding barracks were nothing more than a facade of prosperity, rotten to the core inside. Chapter 210. Corruption at all levels. The officials embezzle and take advantage of their positions. When problems arise, they shift the blame onto those under them. My brother was faithfully taking care of a horse for the official livestock program. He took very good care of it. But there were jealous people. A man who lost one of his horses thought he wouldn't survive and decided to take action under cover of night by targeting my brother's horse. By this point, Alpha found it hard to continue. However, Braden could guess what Alpha left unsaid. It seemed that person had killed the horse Hobart had been meticulously caring for. So, your brother ran away out of fear? Braden asked. Alpha nodded vigorously. There was no other way. Life was unbearable. He couldn't go home, so he became a bandit. He took a deep breath. Corruption runs rampant at all levels. They exploit the common folk. At this moment, Braden felt that Addison and the Ametrikerton's decision to send him from the capital incognito to Ninghai was quite wise. If not for this arrangement, Brayden would never have known how thoroughly corrupt the official livestock system in Ninghai had become. It was rotten to the core. He began thinking about how to unravel this mess and resolve it at its root, restoring clarity and justice for the people. This situation promised to be thorny indeed. Where leadership leads, followers follow. Given how bad it is here, other places can't be much better. Trouble. True trouble. Shaking his head, Brayden saw the expression of worry on Alpha's face. At that moment, the eldest Wang brother, who had passed out with a bleeding wound, slowly regained consciousness. He gasped heavily. Opening his eyes with difficulty, he tried to sit up but gave up due to pain and weakness. Brother. Alpha quickly turned to him. How are you? Are you okay? Smiling, Brayden waved a hand. Didn't I tell you before that your brother would be fine? I'm not the kind of villain who kills indiscriminately. Hobart spat out the blood from biting his tongue to stay conscious. Shaking his head, he said weakly, I'm fine, don't worry. He felt that the stab hadn't hit any vital organs. After reassuring his brother, Hobart lifted his head with difficulty to look at Brayden. Who exactly are you? You can't possibly be. Brayden pressed his lips together, stood up, and brushed off dust from his clothes. He walked directly to where Hobart lay on the ground. His boots were only inches from Hobart's head. Brayden spoke. Indeed. Isn't your younger brother smarter than you? He figured out long ago that I'm an official. What kind of official? An official from Ninghai Prefecture? Hobart and his brother exchanged confused glances. They hadn't heard of such an official in Ninghai. A small position, Brayden said with a hint of mischief. Just a 5th-rank official. But it should be enough to deal with the issues here. Have you heard of Imperial Commissioners? I am precisely such a commissioner, sent by decree to investigate Ninghai Prefecture. My mission is to address the corruption in the livestock program and the governor's office, clearing up problems at all levels to restore peace and order in Ninghai. In addition to this, I intend to bring justice to those like you, who were forced into banditry by corrupt officials, to allow you to return to Ninghai, to let the oppressed people live happily again. Brayden's resolute words were truly awe-inspiring. The two brothers were stunned speechless for a while. Finally, Hobart, still dazed, muttered uncertainly. Imperial Commissioner. On orders of Bo. The royal family? His younger brother, seemingly possessed, suddenly blurted out, Angel? Brayden. A bit irritated, also a bit exasperated. Such an odd term. It sounded oddly French. Did they just call him an angel? For a moment, Brayden wondered if he'd met another time traveler. But then, calm down. He realized immediately. Their choice of words wasn't entirely wrong. Perhaps angel did fit? So, Brayden could only nod, take a deep breath, and smile at the two brothers. The name doesn't matter. What matters is that you need to know I'm here to help you. Hobart's eyes showed a moment of confusion. Help us? Yes, Brayden raised an eyebrow. Or what? Do you two really want to waste your entire lives on this mountain? Without even going to Ninghai Prefecture, I can guess that there should be a wanted notice for both of you on the bulletin board there, right? Does being wanted feel good? Do you want to taste this feeling for the rest of your life? This was something Alpha didn't like to hear. He seemed to have heard something shocking and almost instantly glared, opening his mouth to retort. What kind of joke is this? How could we possibly want to spend our whole lives hiding and running? This rotten bandit life means another day closer to losing our heads for every extra day we stay. Although my brothers haven't truly killed anyone, what we've done still counts as wrongdoing. Robbing the rich to help the poor only gives us some comfort. As long as we can get by, things are fine. But if we ever reach a point where we can't, we might really have to resort to bloodshed. If we're pushed to the limit and have no way out, who knows what we'd do? As he spoke, his expression darkened again. Brayden listened with a grave expression. After a long pause, he finally sighed deeply. With a look of sympathy, he gazed into the distance without looking directly at the two brothers. He took 2 more steps forward on his own accord. Brayden extended his right hand and placed it on Alpha's shoulder, then gently patted twice in a comforting gesture. These 2 pats made Alpha's body tense up almost instantly. His body shook twice. Then he looked up in disbelief. No one had ever sighed for them, and no official had ever comforted them with a pat on the shoulder like this person in front of him, unconditionally. Brayden stared steadily at Alpha and spoke earnestly. I can assure you, I will absolutely ensure the people of Ninghai Prefecture live happily, and those corrupt officials will disappear. Chapter 211, Brayden's Promise. Brayden made his promise. Once that time comes, don't be bandits anymore. Return to your hometown and live out the rest of your days in peace and harmony, alright? Brayden's promise filled Alpha with overwhelming emotion. He could barely contain the surge of warmth in his chest. His eyes shone brightly with excitement. Is this true? Brayden smiled. A gentleman's word is a binding promise. Great. Alpha responded loudly. Then he straightened his spine as if about to make some move. But his hands were tied with hemp rope, and he turned his head to look at the tall man behind him. I won't do anything to harm you. Can you untie me? The Ridge glanced at Brayden. Brayden nodded gently. Thus, a flash of snow-white light. The dagger immediately severed the hemp rope that bound him. Alpha stood up immediately, moving his somewhat stiff body while looking eagerly at Brayden. A gentleman's word cannot be taken back. Shepherds, you said so. I, Alpha, believe you. Besides, if it weren't for those corrupt officials, would we have risked our lives to come here and become bandits? I've long desired a peaceful life farming. Saying this, he rotated his neck a couple of times, and then raised his right hand, palm facing Brayden. Come on, let's make an agreement. Alpha laughed heartily twice. This gesture was somewhat dangerous. If he had held a dagger or a concealed weapon aimed at Brayden, it might have injured the general. Almost instantly when Alpha raised his hand, the ridges behind him frowned sharply, ready to seize him again. However, the next second, Brayden stopped them with a single glance. Brayden shook his head slightly and then laughed, raising his hand to clasp palms with him. Clap, clap, clap. After 3 claps, they looked at each other and both revealed bright smiles as if clouds had parted. Their laughter was clear and bright. Alpha excitedly turned around and helped his elder brother up. Then he asked with a smile, "Elder brother, what do you think?" Although he himself had made the promise with Braden, they were flesh and blood brothers who shared everything. He still needed elder brother's opinion. Hobart shook his head. He trusted his younger brother. He didn't believe his brother would betray them. "All decisions are up to you. I trust you." Such trust made Alpha laugh with relief. Just as he was about to say something to his brother, suddenly, they all heard disordered and hurried footsteps from outside. Inside the room, everyone fell silent immediately. Braden frowned and looked at the two Brett, meaning that this person should be from their gang. Hobart spoke in a deep voice. "Who's outside?" The hurried footsteps stopped abruptly. "Boss, thank goodness you're here." Amal Long and a few others took most of the brothers to rob the rich and help the poor. They spotted some travelers taking a break and wanted to take their horses and money, but they ran into tough opponents and were beaten badly. Emetni brothers are injured, so Amal Long sent me, who can run fast, to report back and ask for reinforcements. Hearing this, Braden nodded approvingly. This must have been caused by the remaining ridges. Looking at the two brothers, Braden then gave an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, those are my men." At this statement, the two brothers froze on the spot. Then they awkwardly scratched their heads. Alpha coughed twice. "Isn't this like water flooding the Dragon King's temple?" Hobart shouted loudly. "Stop fighting. Don't fight. Go back immediately and tell them to stop. They're all friends. Bring the injured brothers back to the village carefully." The messenger outside froze, completely baffled. "What? Kill what?" He felt itchy. Was he getting smarter? What does friends mean? The messenger's face instantly changed, and he clasped his jaw in pain. Braden shook his head. "Forget it. I'd better go there myself. Sending someone to say they're friends won't convince my guards." The moon hung high in the sky. The wind rustled through the treetops. A cold air floated around the environment. But tonight, the bandit village on the mountain was exceptionally lively. Bonfires burned. Wood crackled under the flames. Occasionally, a small spark would pop out. Meat skewered on branches or long daggers was roasting over the bonfire. It would be flipped from time to time. The aroma of the roasting meat could spread over 100 meters away. The bandits moved all their tables and chairs outside their houses. They put them together. The clinking of wine bowls sounded crisp. People at the table were drinking and eating meat heartily. Everyone's face wore an excited smile. Shepherd's Hobart had been stabbed in the waist by a ridge and couldn't drink alcohol. He sat on the side eating meat with a slightly pale complexion. There was a medicinal smell around him. This was because Braden felt somewhat apologetic. After all, they were the ones who stabbed him. Now that the misunderstanding was cleared up, naturally, they had to take responsibility for it. So Braden quickly ordered his men to bring the best medicine from the military camp to apply to his wounds. Alpha replaced wine with tea, lifted it earnestly, and addressed Braden. "Shepherdess, I do not know your full name. I will just call you Shepherder." "Thank you, Shepherder, for coming to Ninghai Prefecture. My brother and I, along with the brothers in our stronghold, are very grateful to you. I, Hobart, offer this bowl of tea as if it were wine." Braden did not speak, but raised the wine bowl in front of him and clinked it against Alpha's bowl. He then drank it down heartily. That night, the atmosphere on the Bandit Mountain was excellent. After the lively gathering, everyone returned to their respective homes to sleep. After a night passed, Braden and his party prepared to continue their journey. At dawn, as the sun began to rise above the horizon, Braden and his men were already dressed and ready, having replenished their water and provisions, preparing to head towards Ninghai Prefecture. The two Brett also rose early, came to the gate of the stronghold, and personally bid farewell to them. Looking at the brothers, Braden smiled. "Shepherds, we have made a pact with a handshake. You must keep our agreement. You may deal with those merchants who exploit the people, but before you act, you must investigate thoroughly. You must never rob decent people of their wealth. When extorting money from merchants, remember to let them go. Don't cause any fatalities. No taking lives, so that when the time comes, I can clear your names. Remember this well." Chapter 212. Arrival at Ninghai Prefecture. Braden's words were both a warning and an admonition. It was because of the genuine pity for these two brothers and their clean record that Braden made such a promise. If they had ever committed any heinous deeds, Braden would not have been so lenient with them. Shepherds, they haven't in the past. They certainly shouldn't from now on. Seeing the brothers nodding their heads like they were grinding garlic, Braden shook his head with a smile and shifted his gaze to Alpha, the younger brother. "You." He tapped him lightly with his fingertip. "Whatever you do, don't think about abandoning people to wild boars. Even if it doesn't result in death, it's still unacceptable. Otherwise, I won't show mercy and will definitely make you serve time in prison, transforming you there." Hearing this, Alpha's expression suddenly turned embarrassed. He coughed awkwardly and scratched his head. "I remember." Taking a deep breath, he raised his hand to assure, "Shepherder, rest assured, I will never do such things again." With this assurance from the troublemaker, Braden felt slightly relieved. Glancing at him helplessly, he said, "That's good. Let's go." The group set off again. Traveling swiftly, the dust flew up as they rushed forward. Finally, they rendezvoused with the delegation from the capital. Then, Braden put on his sensorial robes and got into a carriage, arriving prominently without concealing his identity at the inn where he would stay. After getting out of the carriage, Braden saw the station master beside him beaming with obsequious smiles, eyes wrinkling, teeth showing, eyes squinting, mustache trembling gently. "Your Excellency has endured hardships on the journey. Please enter the inn and rest well." Nodding, Braden did not move immediately. Instead, he surveyed the surroundings carefully. He found that the decoration and scale of this inn were relatively impressive. It was properly situated on a spacious and tidy official road. From 100 meters away, one could see the bustling market and a quieter, shaded vacant lot to the southwest. The market was crowded with people, while that shaded space appeared somewhat desolate. People were inside, but there were few moving around. Most stood still. Tilting his head, Braden raised his chin in puzzlement. The station master, after extending an invitation, didn't receive a response for some time. Slightly anxious, he looked up, then froze. Station Master? What? What is the censor looking at? Following Braden's gaze, the station master understood. He tried to gauge what the Imperial envoy might be thinking. Cough. Is your excellency curious about the human trading place? This question stunned Braden for a moment before he understood. Ah, that explains it. It's a place for buying and selling slaves. In ancient times, people would come here to buy servants and attendants. Besides slave trading, what other businesses are conducted there? The station master realized that Braden was indeed interested. Because Ninghai Prefecture sees a significant flow of merchants who often stay or pass through, doing business here, it requires intermediaries familiar with the area to facilitate introductions and connections. That place serves exactly this function. This explanation made Braden understand even more clearly. Modern-day real estate agencies existed back then too. Braden pondered over this, finding it quite intriguing. Turning his eyes, he beckoned someone nearby. I want to take a look. Among the delegation from the capital were officials and guards. However, none of them knew about Braden's true identity as a general. Also, the imposter had stayed in the carriage all along. So, they believed Braden was traveling with them from the capital. When Braden said he wanted to visit that place personally, some officials frowned disapprovingly. Even someone attempted to dissuade him. Inspector Zeku, that place is chaotic. It's better if you don't go there yourself. There's no telling who might be around. It could even be dangerous if something unexpected happens. Braden, however, waved it off carelessly. He turned around and picked a few tall ridges disguised as guards who came from Nangjiang with him. You guys follow me. Let's go take a look. The dissenting official. Forget it. Having offered his warnings, if they didn't heed them and something happened, it wouldn't be their fault. So, this group split into two. Braden led some people to the Julianage. The rest were ushered into the station by the station master, who was wiping sweat while leading the way. On the surface, the station master was courteous, but in his heart, he couldn't help but murmur after seeing this scene. It seems this delegation of imperial censors is not so harmonious. Braden was dressed in brocade and silk, wearing a jade crown. He looked like an elegant young gentleman. Anyone with eyes could see that he was a man of power and wealth. A rare big catch for graft. Absolutely rare. Therefore, as soon as Braden entered the street, it was like pouring oil into a hot pan, creating explosive commotion. Almost all vendors and Julianas with quality goods rushed over. Their expressions were as if they were greeting a god of wealth. They were incredibly enthusiastic. Even those selling ordinary goods wanted a piece of the action. This created a chaotic and hard-to-control situation. However, only the Julianas were difficult to control. After all, they knew how rare it was to find such an important person. If they crowded this important person, they might lose both their goods and their lives. So they pushed each other aside. But none dared to get close to or crowd around Braden. A 3-inch radius around Braden remained clear. There was a middle-aged woman dressed in coarse linen, wearing a cheap Shioyu hairpin, with yellowed teeth, looking about 40 to 50 years old, leading several frail, malnourished children. She approached Braden with a smile and began promoting her quality goods. Zacting her eyelids, her fatty flesh trembled, and her voice was loud enough to drown out many others. Shepherder, please take a look at my goods. On this entire street, no one has better quality than what I offer. Theirs are all skinny and would cost more to feed after you buy them. Mine are better. Chapter 213. The Broker. The woman chuckled, then hurriedly pushed the children forward for Braden to inspect. Please take a look, have a good inspection. These children are quite lively and young. They don't eat much, and they can survive with just enough food. I wonder if you prefer boys or girls. I have them all here. She first brought forward a little girl with braided hair who looked about 8 or 9 years old. What do you think of this one? She is 8 years old this year. After 3 more years, at most 3 years, she will be ready. She used to work at home. Such a purchase would be particularly easy to raise. A little girl, moreover, doesn't eat much. To make a successful deal, it was not enough to introduce just one type. After introducing the little girl, she quickly pulled 2 pale but slender toddlers from the side. They were boys. They looked no older than 6. A bit thin, probably didn't get much to eat at home. Noble sir, what do you think of these twin brothers? Such fine merchandise is very hard to find. These twins are exactly alike. Take a look at their appearances. Really excellent. Boys have tough skin and are durable. At 7 or 8, they can serve as little attendants, warming your bed, and won't die off easily. Even when they grow older and their figures become less supple, or you no longer like their looks, you can sell them again and still make a good amount of silver, right? The woman smiled obsequiously, hoping that Braden would buy more people. Otherwise, taking back those who failed to sell would mean having to feed them, which would be a loss. Just thinking about it made her feel she'd lose money. Her words were indeed crude. Even Braden felt a cold sweat break out upon hearing them. The ridges around him widened their eyes in shock. Even these rough ridges who had seen everything in the barracks never imagined such cruelty. Children 6 or 7 years old. This, you old woman, truly. Afraid of offending the ears of the great general, the ridges quickly drew their swords, preparing to drive them away. However, Braden raised his hand to stop them. There was a reason. Braden saw something. He carefully observed the few children by the Juliana's side. Each child wore a grass sprig indicating for sale, tucked into their hair, a luwei grass. Their small faces were slightly yellow, clearly malnourished during their growth period. The youngest should be about 5 years old. The oldest probably no more than 10 or 11. None of them were too old. These young ones didn't know they were being sold and were unaware of the fate that awaited them. Their innocent faces looked up at Braden. Their eyes were clear and simple. So naive. The older ones understood their situation. Their faces were full of sorrow, tears rolling down uncontrollably. Sniffling softly, it tugged at everyone's heartstrings. But Braden saw even more. He noticed several men with hunched backs and unusually thin and dark features hiding behind the date tree to the east. Their ages were indistinct, but the oppressive aura of their lives was unmistakable. They gathered together, seeming to want to leave. Yet there was also an air of reluctance. Taking a step, they turned back to look, casting hesitant glances at the children by the Juliana's side. Brayden seemed to understand something. He narrowed his eyes. Then he looked at the somewhat frightened Juliana who was being threatened by the sword. Don't be afraid. I need to ask you some questions, and you must answer me truthfully. As Brayden spoke, the Ridge swiped his sword across its scabbard with a whoosh. The sound made the Juliana shudder. She nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. I will definitely answer truthfully and not lie to you, noble sir. Brayden nodded, then asked, the children you bring for sale, did you acquire them through proper channels, or? Brayden's scrutinizing gaze fell on the Juliana. If she lied, Brayden would definitely catch it. The Juliana heard the speculation in Brayden's words and hurriedly lifted her head. Of course, they were all acquired legally, all documented. I paid for them from the farmer's hands. Afraid that Brayden might misunderstand her, she hastily explained. Noble sir, I have contracts here. How could I possibly engage in human trafficking, a capital offense that everyone despises? I assure you, these children were willingly sold to me by their parents. Speaking, the Juliana turned anxiously. Her gaze scanned the surroundings. Upon seeing the figure behind the large date tree, she quickly pointed with her finger. Noble sir, I'm not lying. Look over there. Those few are the farmers who signed contracts with me, selling their children to me. They are all well known and trustworthy. These are all their own flesh and blood, not children they abducted. I assure you. Afraid that Brayden might misunderstand and have her taken away to the county magistrate for punishment, the Juliana spoke rapidly. She no longer even thought about selling the children at this moment. Brayden looked over and thought to himself, indeed, those reluctant men were indeed the relatives of the children they had sold. Most likely, they were the birth fathers of these children. If parents did not want their own child, they would surely abandon them immediately after birth. To raise them to this age and then sell them now? Brayden's brows furrowed slightly. Then he walked over. The men were initially quite afraid. As Brayden approached, they shrank back, almost ready to turn and run away. Brayden raised his hand and said gently, please wait a moment, gentlemen. I have some questions. The men's bodies stiffened. As Brayden drew closer, he noticed that the men, who from a distance appeared dark-skinned, had faces etched with hardship. They looked especially aged and frail. Can you tell me why you are selling your own children? From their appearance, though they do not look like Ayushas dressed in fine clothes, it seems they haven't suffered much at home. They must also want to stay with you. Upon hearing this, the group of men glanced at each other, then shed tears filled with sorrow. They began to sob. If we didn't continue to support them, they wouldn't survive. How could we ever bring ourselves to sell them? We've raised them since they were little. Selling them to Juliana's, how can any father bear the pain, the heartache? They cried even more bitterly as they spoke. One of them continued. There is simply no extra grain at home to feed them. We parents can slowly die at home, but the little ones, we cannot bear to see them starve to death at such a young age. There's no other way. We had to think of this method, so they can at least have something to eat. Chapter 2:14 Selling Children. Your Honor, you may not know that according to the regulations of our Ninghai Prefecture, every household must raise horses. But raising horses doesn't bring any benefits at all. If we're not careful and the horses get sick or die, even using up all our family's wealth cannot cover such a huge loss. My family really has no choice. We don't have money to compensate, so I can only beg to sell my 2 children. This man was selling his children to get money. The most distraught man kowtowed to Brayden. Your Honor, do you need servants? My child is capable of doing hard labor, anything at all. He's been clever since childhood. I beg you, please be kind enough to buy him. He doesn't need much food after being bought, just enough to stay alive, and I'll be reassured. As long as the child lives, I'll be relieved. The man muttered. Brayden felt a pang of pity. He frowned and asked, and what about you? Have you thought about what you will do in the future? Hearing this, the man shook his head with a bitter smile. As for us, we can only live day by day. To live one more day is already earning. When we die, we won't even need a coffin, just wrap us in cloth and find a pit. Brayden remained silent for a long time. He knew well that helping one could not help everyone. But this gaunt, blackened man kneeling before him, merely asking to sell his child for enough food to eat, stirred his conscience. After a long moment, he sighed softly. He closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them again, he said, don't go yet, wait here. The group of men were confused by this order. They looked at Brayden as he turned away, not understanding what he intended to do. Brayden did not leave. Instead, he returned to where the Juliana stood. He scanned the children and then looked at the Juliana. The Juliana showed her teeth in a smile. Your Honor, are you buying children? Oh, such a young, honorable person, the softest hearted. It seems he understood clearly and didn't think she was a kidnapper. Wouldn't this mean she could ask for more silver? Oh, you should take a good look. Which child do you like? I'll give you the best price. She looked eagerly up at Brayden, waiting for his response. Yes, all these children together. Tell me the price. The Juliana realized this was a big order. She hadn't expected it to be so large. One move, and all the children she had would be sold. For a moment, she regretted not bringing out more children from the house this morning. What a loss. I'll calculate. The Juliana's eyes darted around, quickly calculating in her mind. Then she announced a price twice the usual rate. This price, she indicated with her hand, must be in silver, not copper coins. Brayden stared at her gesture in disbelief. The Ridge beside him couldn't hold back and blurted out, what? That much? Are you kidding us? At this price, we could buy better slaves, even well-trained teenagers. You're really overpricing it. The Ridge was indignant. His brows furrowed fiercely. He seemed ready to devour the Juliana for her audacious statement. The Juliana shrank back, saying, oh, I also need to eat, sir. I think this price is already very reasonable. The Juliana murmured, if you think it's too expensive, you don't have to buy. She saw that the Ayush in front of her looked well-to-do and gentle-hearted. She aimed to capitalize on his sympathy. He truly wanted to buy these children, so she didn't dare to press further. No problem. Braden stopped the ridge with a shake of his head. Then he gazed calmly at the Juliana. I'll take all the children at your price. After speaking, he reached into his clothing and pulled out a money bag. Taking out the silver, he handed it to the Juliana. Here, silver. After you count it, give me the contracts. The Juliana nodded enthusiastically. Yes, yes, yes. She took the 3 pieces of silver from Braden's hands, carefully placed them in her own money bag. Then she retrieved the agreed amount to be given to the parents who sold the children. She hurried over and gave the silver to the gaunt men. After doing these things, he came back and removed the reed grass from the tops of the children's heads. With a harsh expression, she told the group of older children to thank Braden. This kind-hearted buyer. Quickly kneel down and thank your master. Braden shook his head. No need for that. You can go now, just leave these children here. Hearing this, the Juliana hugged the silver ingots in her arms and hurried away, afraid that she might encounter thieves on the way who could steal her freshly earned money. Braden looked at the group of wide-eyed children in front of him and sighed softly. Shepherd, are you going to keep these children with you? The Ridge's expression was a bit strange. Children of such age, even if taken back to the barracks, it seemed not quite right. The Ridge scratched his head, but Braden glanced at him. Where do we have the space to accommodate them? Hearing this, the Ridge said, ah. Then he asked somewhat puzzled, then what about them? Braden smiled. Of course, they will return where they came from. Speaking, Braden beckoned to the children. Come, follow me. Then he led the group of children straight to the big jujube tree. A group of blackened, skinny men were holding the money given by the Juliana, still in shock, unable to leave their children yet. Regardless of the reasons, none of them could bear to part with their own flesh and blood. After walking over, Braden first weighed the money bag in his hand. There must be about several dozen taels inside. Braden handed the silk-embroidered money bag over. Then he received a series of bewildered looks. This? One of the skinny men asked. Braden smiled. Take it, placing the money bag in their palms. Hold on to the money well. As for those children, find out which ones belong to your family and take them back. I will burn the contracts here. Zach has to be lived day by day. This year may be hard, but next year might get better. Who knows? Chapter 215. Blowing the conch and beating the drum. But I have one condition. No matter what happens this time, if you sold your children, I will forgive you. The money should be divided among each family to pay off debts. Consider this incident of selling children as if it never happened. From now on, if I find out that you sell your children or daughters because of debt, I will not be lenient. Take things step by step. If things improve in the future, consider letting the children learn to read and write. It would only do them good. Braden combined kindness with authority. Although he understood their actions, he could not agree with it. Such young children, if sold to unscrupulous families, who knows how they might be tormented and abused. People with peculiar tastes especially like such young children. In such situations, Braden did not even want to imagine it. After hearing Braden's words, the group of thin, dark-skinned men were stunned on the spot. Their faces showed disbelief. Seeming unable to believe what had just transpired, Braden remained silent, turning to speak to the timid children behind him. Go, find your families, and return home. Children, no matter their age, can also sense the emotions around them. They knew they seemed to have been sold. It seemed they now had to listen to the handsome big brother before them. Upon hearing his permission to go back to their fathers, without exception, they all cheered joyfully, running over to the thin, dark-skinned men. Chattering and laughing, they began jumping around. Father! Daddy! Why are you crying, father? Large and small alike, snot and tears streaming down their faces. All sobbed and hugged their fathers tightly. Braden gave a glance to the ridges beside him. Let's go. By the time the group realized and wanted to thank Braden, he was already 100 meters away, preparing to enter the inn to rest. They could only hold their children and kneel towards Braden's retreating figure, genuinely bowing 3 times. Your Honorable Excellency, children, quickly bow to His Excellency. We truly encountered a benefactor this time. The benefactor saved your life, saved our whole family. After leaving the human trafficking alley, Braden walked towards the inn, his expression gloomy. The ridges beside him dared not make a sound, looking at each other, appearing exceptionally cautious. They sensed that Braden was very angry. Previously, encountering those 2 brothers in Highest Mountain, after hearing the problems of Ninghai Prefecture, he hadn't been this upset. Indeed, Braden was somewhat angry, but not entirely. He felt more helpless than anything else. Shaking his head, he returned to the inn where they stayed. He went upstairs to rest and calm down. Arriving at the room upstairs, Braden sat down. The few ridges who followed inside glanced at Braden. One of them took the initiative to ask, Shepherder, shall we prepare some hot water for you to wash up? After the tiring journey, I'll go to the kitchen and prepare some food for you. After saying this, they cautiously looked at Braden again. Braden raised his head. Heh, it's fine. Braden waved his hand. You must be tired too. Go rest first. I'm not in the mood for eating right now. If I need anything, I'll ask for it to be prepared. Everyone, get some rest. After a few seconds of silence, the ridges nodded. Okay. Once everyone left, and there was no one else in the room, Braden sat on the stool for a long time, sighing deeply. He couldn't understand how this world could have so many corrupt officials. The lives of the common people were indeed too hard. Braden came from the peaceful era of the 21st century. Even as an orphan, he could be supported by institutions like welfare homes. But here, people just wanting to live seems like an insurmountable problem. Braden's eyes felt a bit sore. Walking to the bed, he lay down. Looking up at the ceiling, Braden closed his eyes. In the future, it will get better. Everything will get better. Braden firmly believed. I will make the way better and better. To ensure the people live harmoniously and in peace. Braden rested for about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Then, thinking of something, he sought out his accompanying guard. Shepherder, what is it? The sun was setting in the west. It was nearly evening. Pack up. If we waste any more time, Let's ride into the inner city and find a decent inn to stay. The Ridges were surprised and spoke up. Aren't we supposed to rest here with the main force first? Braden shook his head with a smile, his eyes filled with mischief. No, staying with them. What can we see? We'll act on our own. I want to see what the real Ninghai prefecture is like. Hurry up, while it's not completely dark yet, let's pack our luggage. Braden was a general, and their leader. Naturally, they did as the leader said. The group left under the cover of night, leaving a letter for the main force. After entering the city, they inquired from passersby about the most famous tavern in the inner city of Ninghai Prefecture. They booked a slightly larger room and several ordinary rooms. One of the best martial artists was to guard outside Braden's room on a couch. Braden failed to persuade him otherwise. Unable to change his mind, he had no choice but to agree. Everyone was extremely tired. They hurriedly ate, washed up, and lay down. Nothing happened while they weren't preparing to rest. But just as they were about to rest, something came up. They had barely lain down for half an incense stick's time when they heard music and drumming coming from the street outside the tavern. It sounded like trumpets and drumsticks. They couldn't hear clearly. It must have been from some street nearby, or even farther away. Braden was instantly startled awake. Anyone who was drowsy and almost asleep would be startled by the trumpet sounds. At this hour, what's going on? Braden immediately sat up. The Ridge on Night watch in the outer room also jumped up and quickly went to the window, opening a small crack. He looked out first, then leaned in to listen. Braden asked, "What's happening?" The Ridge's face showed confusion and bewilderment. From his vantage point, it wasn't clear, but the noise became more cacophonous. The Ridge looked at Braden uncertainly and said, "It should be someone celebrating a wedding?" Braden, "Is that so?" Then there was nothing else. "Go back to sleep." Braden told the Ridge to continue resting. The two of them listened to the sound for a full half hour. Only then did it stop. Braden couldn't really fall asleep. He remained in a half-dream, half-awake state. Chapter 216. Execution at the Law Ground. The sound of gongs and drums had never lasted so long. Just as it finally stopped, he hadn't even managed to fall back asleep when, what the? His grandmother's ashes. Why did it start up again all of a sudden? Braden sat up abruptly, his mood becoming increasingly irritable. Why is this endless noise still going on? He complained irritably. What day is this today? So suitable for weddings? One after another, non-stop, disturbing my sleep. Truly despicable. Braden frowned and said, "Let's see what's going on." His mind became slightly clearer. Braden realized that something was off about the situation. The Ridge sleeping on the bed in the outer room also felt helpless. He came over, thought for a moment and suggested, "How about we stuff our ears and get some sleep?" Braden felt helpless too. It had to be done this way. What other option did they have? Braden took out 2 pieces of cotton from the hood of one of the cloaks in his bag. Then he balled them up tightly, pressed firmly together, and stuffed them directly into his ears. After completing this routine, he lay down straight again and continued to sleep. In his drowsy state, Braden felt that the annoying noise seemed to have ended. He fell asleep with ease. Half an hour later, Braden sat up in despair. For no other reason. The noise had started up again. Enough is enough. Braden felt he could no longer endure it. Throwing off the blanket and putting on his boots, Braden growled in frustration. This is supposed to be the highest inn inside Ninghai City? Are you kidding me? Who can hear wedding music from 2 miles away while staying here? I really can't take it anymore. When I see the Mohammed tomorrow, I must have a word with him. Otherwise, who will listen to my grievances? The Ridge guarding Braden overnight came over, looking displeased, not saying anything else but just opening the window. Taking a deep look, Braden also walked over, gazing in the direction from which the sound was coming. Furrowing his brows, he asked, "Did you notice anything unusual?" The Ridge honestly replied, "I fear it might not be the music for weddings or funerals as you think, General." At this point, Braden naturally saw it too. But a question arose. He didn't understand what kind of event this was. Why would it make such continuous loud noise? As if coincidentally, to answer Braden's internal question, a distant voice was carried by the wind. "Come quickly. They're going to execute someone over there." Braden. For a moment, Braden thought he had misheard. Staring with wide dark eyes, he tilted his head to listen carefully again. He didn't mishear. Because Braden heard the second shout clearly. "Everyone, come to Chongyang Street quickly. The newly arrived Imperial envoy appointed by the Zhou in our Ninghai city has caught vicious bandits for us citizens. He's about to behead them in public. Let's go, let's hurry. If we move fast, we might catch the spectacle." Braden, Braden felt that he had encountered bizarre things frequently throughout this journey. Why did he almost constantly have questions popping into his head? Forget about sleeping now. How could he possibly sleep now? They needed to get up right away. Braden and the night guard both reacted almost simultaneously. The Ridge looked bewildered, turning his head around. "Shepherder, did I just hear something serious?" Braden nodded cautiously, swallowing hard. His expression was extraordinarily complicated. "I think I heard it too." After saying that, Braden took a deep breath. Smiling bitterly, he forced a laugh. "I think I'm hallucinating and heard someone say that the Imperial envoy from Jingji is going to behead people." The Ridge choked. "It's not hallucination. It's probably real." They exchanged glances. Braden. And Sel. Damn it. Braden immediately grew anxious, standing on tiptoe to look at the street where the noise was coming from. What's happening? Why didn't I know the Zhou sent another envoy? And why does he want to bypass me to carry out an execution? To hell with it. Whoever's head it is, am I dead or something? Unable to take it. Really unable to take it. Enough is enough. Braden turned around, grabbed his clothes from the bedside, and put them on. While dressing, he ordered the Ridge. "Go quickly. Inform the rest of the brothers. We have work to do." The Ridge straightened his back immediately and answered solemnly, "Yes, sir. I will do it right away." Having replied, he swiftly turned around and pushed the door open to leave. Left alone in the room, Braden began to put on a newly made censor's outfit that he had not worn before. The embroidery on the chest was vivid and lifelike. The brocade shimmered like ripples under the light. He donned a black gauze hat and fastened a jade belt around his waist. Braden looked at himself in the mirror. Satisfied, he nodded. The man in the mirror exuded an elegant charm, strikingly handsome. Not only did he dress properly in his official attire, but he also carefully placed his general's seal, the letter of appointment from the Addison, and the imperial edict into a tightly wrapped package. Braden patted the bulging package. After some thought, he decided not to carry it with him, but to entrust it to the most skilled Ridge among his companions for safekeeping. He felt very confident in his men who came from the southern border army. Horses were led out from the stable. Braden quickly mounted one. The group rode swiftly towards the bustling street. The source of the commotion was at the intersection of a marketplace. It occupied a wide space. In the middle stood a wooden platform. On the platform, dark red, deep brown, and black intertwined together. Up close, there was a faint smell, possibly of rust. It was late at night. Due to poor moonlight, bonfires and torches were lit around the area for illumination. Shadows flickered, swaying in the firelight. Even before reaching the scene, Braden could see from afar a sturdy man standing upright on the platform, exposing one arm despite the cold winter. This sight made Braden shudder. In this weather where breath turned to ice, someone dared to do this. Amazing. Truly amazing. But now wasn't the time for idle thoughts, because the man held a solid silver-ringed broadsword in his hand. Its silver gleam dazzled even in the dark. Quite blinding indeed. Chapter 217. Spare the Zacks under the blade. They must be the family who specialized in beheading and other executions back in ancient times. Braden took a deep breath. If it weren't for seeing that the man hadn't started yet, he would have raised his hand, taken a deep breath to project his voice, and shouted, "Spare the lives under the blade," just like in modern novels and movies. Braden indulged in a moment of wild imagination before hurriedly clearing these nasty things out of his mind. Shouting such a phrase without understanding the situation wouldn't make him any different from an idiot. Braden wouldn't do that. He dismounted at the edge of the crowd, then called over his men and walked toward the bulletin board. The content on the board looked familiar. Braden moved closer and saw the two portraits first. They looked very much like the Brett. Then he glanced at the names. What the heck? Are they those unlucky brothers? Braden frowned and continued reading, but didn't fully understand the formal language on the notice after finishing. What does collective punishment mean? A kind-hearted person nearby overheard this and sighed as he approached Braden to explain. Young brother, you don't know? This is the new rule just announced by the government. From today onward, each village will implement collective responsibility. Every 10 households will supervise each other. Those who report illegal behavior will be rewarded. If no one reports and it's discovered later, all households will be charged with harboring criminals and collectively punished. Braden stroked his chin thoughtfully. This method. Whoever came up with this is indeed a management genius. After carefully reading the rest of the notice, he found the rules increasingly too strict. Anyone discovered having ties with bandits, whether personally joining or aiding them, would receive the same label. They would be treated as bandits, thrown into prison awaiting execution, and their families implicated. This regulation seems rather unreasonable and typical of tyrannical officials, Braden mused. To curb banditry, one shouldn't resort to violence but solve the root problem. While Braden was still examining the notice, the execution was almost about to begin on stage. The prisoner kneeling on the wooden platform had his identifying wooden sign pulled out by the executioner and thrown to the ground. These signs were only used for prisoners awaiting execution by beheading, waist cutting, or other forms of capital punishment. Braden often saw them in TV shows back in the modern era. The gleaming blade was slowly raised. The muscular executioner brought a jar of wine near his mouth, taking a huge swig. Some of it warmed his body, while the rest sprayed directly onto the sharp blade. After that, the executioner's narrow eyes gazed towards the official on the elevated platform in similar attire, waiting for orders. Braden squinted and turned to the Ridge beside him. Let's go meet this Imperial censor. The Ridge nodded respectfully and began clearing the path through the crowded spectators. Clear the way. Official business. Quickly make way. This shout resonated powerfully. The onlookers froze for a moment before swiftly moving aside, opening up a path. Braden walked behind, passing numerous curious glances. He stood tall and handsome, captivating even in the dark night. Many bystanders marveled at his presence, though Braden ignored them, focusing intently ahead on the crowd on the high platform. People of all ages were there. Old folks with weathered faces and white beards fluttering in the wind. Children sobbing and trying to cuddle closer to their mothers. Women with tearful eyes. The scene was heart-wrenching. Braden frowned and locked eyes with the middle-aged man seated behind the group of bailiffs on the platform. How dare you disrupt the execution field? What punishment do you deserve? The bailiff seemed not to recognize Braden was also an official and sternly rebuked him, brandishing a long staff. The guard beside Braden was the first to protest. I think you have some nerve to be so disrespectful to an imperial censor. The bailiff? Hearing these words, the bailiff was momentarily stunned. Imperial censor? Wasn't the person beside him already an imperial censor? Why did another one suddenly appear? Braden strode forward with his hands behind his back, then put on a slightly distant yet polite smile. I am the imperial censor appointed by Bo to handle official livestock matters in Ninghai Prefecture. My name, Zeikuyu. Braden used the fabricated identity given to him by the Addison. After listening to Braden's self-introduction, the imperial censor, sitting on the stage, couldn't help but pause for a moment. He then got up properly and returned the greeting. He also introduced himself. It turned out that this middle-aged man, who looked somewhat stern, wasn't pretending to be an imperial censor. He was indeed an imperial censor. However, his position differed from Braden's. Braden was officially here to investigate matters related to government livestock under the imperial decree, but he held a secret order from the Addison. This allowed him to oversee all affairs in Ninghai Prefecture, as long as there was evidence proving that officials in Ninghai Prefecture were derelict in their duties. Braden had the authority to execute them, but now Braden couldn't reveal his true identity and power in front of the public. so he could only take a roundabout approach to see if today's problem could be resolved appropriately. This imperial censor mainly managed banditry and robbery-related issues in Ninghai Prefecture. In other words, he was a local official. Logically speaking, Braden's authority should have been greater than this Cash's. But, forget it, now wasn't the time to quibble over these details. Braden's peripheral vision caught sight of the prisoners on the wooden platform, whose appearance was full of sorrow, about to be beheaded, stirring his compassion. He retracted his gaze and looked at the imperial censor Cash calmly. Shepherd away. May I ask what crime these prisoners committed? Why must their entire families be executed? Chapter 218. Another censor. Braden stared at Cash with a half-smile. I absolutely have no intention of disrupting your fair handling of matters, Darren. Braden drew out his words. But Bo entrusted me to thoroughly investigate matters related to the official herd in Ninghai Prefecture. I must also ascertain whether these people are indeed connected to my responsibilities, right? To get a handle on this, Cash, Braden elevated the issue slightly. Hearing this, Cash was taken aback, and a trace of displeasure flickered in his eyes as he stared at Braden, his gaze dimming. He thought to himself, truly a troublesome individual. Instead of properly investigating your official herd, you come here to disrupt my important tasks. Cash didn't want Braden to gain control over him immediately upon arriving in Ninghai Prefecture. They were of the same rank and status. Why should Zeikuyu, Braden's alias, be able to come to his execution ground and casually delay an already set execution time? How absurd. Cash would never allow such a thing to happen. So with a forced smile, he flicked his beard and looked at Braden, lifting his hand and saying, Please wait a moment, Director Zeiku. These people are all families associated with bandits. How could they be related to your official herd? Don't delay the execution. Fearing any disruption, he immediately reached into a smooth bamboo order tube on the table, intending to throw it on the ground. But this civil official was no match for Braden, a true general, in terms of speed. In just a few strides, Braden rushed in front of Cash, then smiled and pressed down on Cash's hand. Chuckle. Trying to kill someone I intend to save right under my nose? Let's see if you can do it. Those bandits were driven to rebellion by the pressure of the official herd system. And aren't these families, allegedly collaborating with bandits, another type of concern that should fall under my jurisdiction? If they belong to Braden's jurisdiction, aren't they one of us? Braden couldn't stand idly by while his own people, whose crimes hadn't been thoroughly investigated, were executed without clear evidence or explanation. After holding back Cash, Braden indeed saw an ugly and fearful look cross Cash's face. Eyes wide, Cash stammered, You? How disrespectful. Absolutely lawless. With the execution time already set, how is this behavior different from disrupting the execution ground? Braden, however, was not afraid of Cash's menacing appearance. On the contrary, he smiled even more deeply. Oh dear, Director Wei, please don't blame me. We both serve Bo. You must understand the principle of being cautious in everything we do. And, to say this without laughing at you, Director Wei, I've had this little quirk since childhood, neither big nor small. Whenever something feels wrong, I need to clarify it completely. Otherwise, I can't eat or sleep well. I'm sure, as colleagues, Director Wei would be willing to help me with this issue, wouldn't you? Braden pretended to rub his chest uncomfortably and sighed softly. Oh yes. Suddenly remembering something, Braden pointed at the shivering prisoners on the ground. It said executions should take place at the third watch of noon. Looking up at the full moon, he added innocently, I've never heard of favorable times for nighttime executions. Based on the timing of the third watch of noon, Director Wei, your favorable time is excessively late. But it doesn't matter. With a grand gesture, Braden continued, Shepherds, it's already so late. Waiting for another half cup of tea or incense burn won't make much difference, right, Director Wei? Is what I'm saying reasonable or not? Cash. Talk about nonsense. Cash wanted to curse in frustration. Of all the censors sent by Bo, he never expected that upon arrival in Ninghai Prefecture, the first one to clash with him would be himself. This situation was far beyond expectation, but there was nothing he could do. If Braden held a lower rank, Cash might have been able to stubbornly seize the order and carry out the execution immediately. But given they held the same rank, and Cash was unsure of Braden's true intentions, he had no choice but to play along for now. While probing his adversary, he needed to placate him first. At least, let this person execute these criminals. These were tangible achievements. Even if only loosely connected to the bandits, no ordinary citizen could escape his grasp. Just tell me whether there is a connection or not. Don't mention anything else. Even if they merely exchanged greetings and visited each other's homes, it's still unacceptable. If this group of accomplices were executed, it would enhance his reputation. He could then report to the hider, showing his efforts and achievements. It was truly killing two birds with one stone. Thinking of the political achievements and fame that would soon roll in, Cash almost burst into laughter. Therefore, under such circumstances, Cash had to hurry and pacify Braden. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to carry out the executions. Taking a deep breath, Cash had no choice but to follow Braden's line of thought and began explaining to him. He pointed out each person one by one. The first one was charged with plundering military supplies and weapons. The rest were charged with acting as lookouts and covering up crime traces. During the interrogation by the bailiffs, they attempted to cover for them and hide people. These people fully deserve death. Cash silently cried out in his heart. I've explained it clearly to you, my lord. Can I proceed with the execution now? If Braden could hear Cash's thoughts, he would definitely shake his head and refuse. Of course not. So, Braden pointed to the others whom Cash deliberately skipped over. What about them? They didn't participate in these activities personally, right? Why should they receive the same punishment? Shouldn't they only be captured and punished equally because they share blood ties with those who committed crimes? As Braden spoke, his eyes filled with a sense of pain. Shepherds, the founding of our Great Wei, laws have been established regarding collective responsibility and clan extermination. But concealing or hiding the crimes of one's relatives, though punishable, is absolutely not worthy of death. Our Great Wei has never had such strict and harsh laws. Furthermore, as relatives, how can they not develop some bias? As human beings, this is a natural sentiment. No one is perfect. Everyone makes mistakes. Isn't it better to advise, educate, and counsel instead? Chapter 219. The Cody in the pit latrine. Brayden truly did not understand why Cash was so merciless. She, with her graying hair visible to the naked eye, has clearly surpassed half a century. Brayden pointed at each one in turn. Do you really expect an old person who might depart at any moment to personally send their own children and grandchildren into prison? He is merely a 10-year-old child. Does Great Wei want a child who understands nothing to come forward and report his own father or other relatives? Brayden spoke with conviction. The originally curious crowd below began to reflect deeply on this. Soon, murmurs rose from the crowd, clear as day like bubbles breaking the surface of water. This handsome official makes sense. I also feel that this joint liability law is too stringent. One voice led to another. Once one person started, the voices came rolling in without end. Yes, I'm afraid that someday while walking down the street, if I bump shoulders with someone who turns out to be a wanted criminal, I would also be arrested. The criminals should be punished, but we must ascertain whether other family members are guilty as well. Sheltering them can always be dealt with by another means. It's not like slicing melons where you can just cut them all at once. Those originally kneeling civilians, upon hearing Brayden speak up for them, couldn't help but reveal looks of shock. After the shock wore off, they looked at him with earnest hope. Who would want to die if they could live? Though both the stage and the audience had the same thoughts, to get Cash to release the innocent. Cash seemed indifferent and continued to hold his ground. His expression stern, he chuckled after hearing Brayden's words, as if listening to some ridiculous joke. He lifted his head and explained, Inspector Zeku, do you know who issued this law? Who? Brayden raised an eyebrow. It was issued by the governor of Ninghai. A decision already approved by the governor. Does it need us mere inspectors to comment? With a scoff, he looked at Brayden as though observing a pitiful, useless dog. Inspector Zeku, you don't know the current state of Ninghai. Bandits are rampant and numerous, overwhelming local officials. This decision was made out of necessity. If laws aren't strict enough, more people might protect these despicable bandits. In such situations, without effective measures, what else can we do except talk empty words of sympathy? Ha! Cash shook his head. Although his attitude wasn't overt, discerning eyes could see his contempt. Each region has its own governance methods, and Brayden wasn't unaware of this. However, it was clear that such a brutal policy didn't fit the Ninghai region. Frowning, he tried reasoning with Cash. Pulling out the firewood from under the pot isn't done this way. Why not address the root cause of why people choose to become bandits instead of farming or raising horses? Upon hearing this, Cash felt strange inside. What's going on? Why does this young man seem to know something? No, it's impossible. He's just arrived in Ninghai and has little experience even in the capital. There's no way he could have such keen insight. Cash comforted himself and relaxed slightly. How many years have you served, Inspector Zeku, and what rank did you achieve in the Imperial exams? Seeing reason wouldn't work, Cash decided to use his trump card. To be so arrogant, Cash naturally had his reasons. A Jinshi graduate, first in the second class of the Imperial exam. Aside from the Zhongyuan, Bangyan, and Tanhua, Cash ranked highest. He lifted his head and addressed Brayden through his nose, recounting his glorious history, concluding with, I've served for 15 years. My experiences and insights far exceed those of a greenhorn like you. Cash's initial intent to pacify Brayden vanished completely. His arrogance began to show. A barrage of lectures left the crowd bewildered. But Brayden didn't seem impressed by Cash's background. Cash couldn't contain his anger. He inwardly cursed Brayden as a scoundrel. Brayden pretended not to see the blazing look in Cash's eyes. According to your argument, from now on, we only need to judge a magistrate's skills by the number of years they've served? Then may I ask, is it the 15-year veteran Cash who is more competent, or a lifetime magistrate who is more deserving of your current position? Cash was incredulous, his face turning beet red instantly. How can these be compared? Brayden spread out his hands. Why not? Wasn't it Cash himself who said that as a new official, I am not qualified to discuss local governance with an old official like you? Didn't you say that? Right. Cash felt a sudden darkness cloud his vision, but Brayden did not plan to let him off easily. He continued relentlessly. Your brutal criminal law does not fit the peaceful and steadily developing era of Great Wei. What fits is the chaotic age when all things are in disorder. Only in such times can such laws effectively constrain people. So, why do you impose strict laws in this time of peace? Is it to control the people, or for yourself, to be an hider with absolute power? In fact, Brayden was almost about to say the 3 words, soil hider. But he thought this occasion might not be suitable for such words, so he forced them back. He waved his hand, enough talk. Those who understand will understand. Cash was so furious at Brayden that he could hardly speak coherently. Taking several deep breaths and calming down after a while, he finally pointed at Brayden with trembling fingers, not hesitating to accuse him. Nonsense, utter nonsense. Where did you learn such fallacies? How could Bo appoint someone like you as an imperial censor? If our court were filled with people like you who meddle casually in others' affairs, it would have been chaos long ago. Though both of us are censors, we oversee completely different duties. I advise you not to overreach, otherwise. A shadow flashed in Cash's eyes. Don't say I didn't warn you, Inspector Zeku. Brayden was impressed, not by the threat, but by how obstinate and unyielding this old man was, like a stubborn stone from the outhouse. It was almost making him feel breast hyperplasia on his behalf. Chapter 220 Water Can Bear a Boat. Cash's actions made Brayden feel exceptionally angry. With a stern expression, Brayden stared at him, his dark eyes fixed on the man in front of him, casting a feeling of bone-chilling terror. But Cash was now in a rage. He had no mind to carefully consider the meaning of Brayden's words. Moreover, from his perspective, Brayden's actions were no different from cutting off his official career, making him even less fond of Brayden. Therefore, with all these factors piling up, Cash lost his reason and couldn't maintain his usual composed demeanor anymore. What the hell are you saying? Nonsense. You scoundrel. How dare you speak insolently here? My actions emulate Jotaizu. Only stringent laws can punish these people. Otherwise, wouldn't the troubles caused by bandits become even more severe? Cash gave a cold snort. Furthermore, we both hold the rank of censor. What right do you have to lecture me here? Stop interfering with others' affairs and get back to investigating your assigned matters. Remember this, minding other people's business never ends well. It's best if our paths remain separate. At this point, Cash's expression turned menacing, gritting his teeth as if he wanted to swallow Braden whole to relieve his anger. Braden truly didn't expect this old fool to be so stubborn, adhering to his own ideas like a stinky stone in a cesspool. Stinking and hard-headed, impossible to reason with. If you can curse, I can too, and even worse. Huh? Emulating Jotaizu? You're just spouting nonsense. Do you know why Bo sent me here not only to investigate official matters, but also to solve this issue? What for? You ignorant old man. It's for the sake of the common people living peaceful and prosperous lives. You're implementing the system of collective punishment, killing dozens at once, with everyone decapitated. How can they live in peace and prosperity? Are you sending them to live in the underworld? Cash's face turned red from anger, his body trembling, pointing a shaking finger at Braden. You. Do you think I'm arresting innocent people who haven't committed any crimes? These people are guilty. Executing them is my duty. What does it have to do with you? They committed crimes. I mete out punishment. That's the law, that's justice. As for you, if you feel you've betrayed Bo's trust and expectations, you should commit suicide to atone for it and join them in the underworld. Braden. Damn, I really admire your audacity. Do you understand the principle that water can bear a boat, yet overturn it as well? If you push the people to their limits and punish them with such harsh measures, it will eventually lead to disaster. Then it'll be too late for regrets. Regrets? Cash countered, incredulity in his tone. How could I regret it? Look at them. Cash pointed at the crowd below watching quietly, afraid to breathe loudly, and the men, women, and children kneeling on the execution platform sobbing. How can they cause any disaster? Will tears drown me? There's no need to say more. Cash waved his sleeve forcefully, breathing heavily. My decision is final. You're just a young upstart. A few words won't change anything. You go your way, and I'll go mine. We don't interfere with each other. And today, I tell you, if you try to meddle in my affairs, you won't succeed. This is how I deal with bandits. I will continue to execute entire families for every criminal I catch. Let's see who dares to break the law after this. If you think my methods are wrong, you can return to your post house and send an urgent petition to Bo to complain about me. Even if it comes to that, I am not afraid. As for today's events and your disrespectful attitude, I will report everything to Bo and let him judge. Braden. What is this? Braden felt he had never been speechless like this before. The ridges standing behind him stared wide-eyed, looking at Censor Cash as if he were already dead. Oh boy, really? How dare he speak to a general like that? Do they think our general is some powerless minor censor? The ridges felt indignant on behalf of Braden, staring angrily at Cash. His mouth opened and closed several times as if he wanted to say something. But without Braden's permission, he swallowed the words almost on the tip of his tongue. At this moment, Braden looked at Cash as if he were a complete lunatic. He had been away from the Imperial Court for quite some time, stationed in the southern frontier, far from the daily verbal sparring that took place during court sessions. He hadn't expected to witness such a scene here in Ninghai. Braden's lips twitched a couple of times. The crux was that although he felt aggrieved and humiliated, he had to think of the bigger picture and couldn't reveal his true identity recklessly. With no choice, looking at the unreasonable Cash in front of him, he took a deep breath. Braden could feel his temples throbbing. No way, he absolutely could not let Cash behead all these people today. The poster still displayed the portraits of the Brett. It was possible that among those about to be executed were civilians who knew the Brett. Not long ago, Braden had promised the Brett that as long as they ceased their evil deeds, after he finished investigating the affairs in Ninghai, he would clear their names and allow them to reintegrate into society as law-abiding citizens. If Cash really went ahead with the execution, who knew what kind of major incident might occur? Braden frowned and turned his head to speak to the ridge carrying the package next to him, instructing him to bring out the Imperial sword granted by Bo. Seeing the sword was like seeing Bo himself. By presenting the Imperial sword, he could buy some time from Cash. At least, he must save these people and conduct a thorough investigation before making any final decisions. The ridge, catching Braden's eye, immediately understood and leaned closer. Shepherdor, what do you need? Braden was about to tell him to get the sword, but before he could speak, he was startled by a sudden burst of celebratory drumming. Not far away, only a few hundred meters distant, the familiar sounds of gongs and drums erupted. Chapter 221. Corrupt official, watch your move. With the sound of gongs and drums came a group of officers in official uniforms. There were quite a few officers, each holding their heads high with uncontainable pride. As for the person surrounded by them, he wore patched hemp clothes. Looking dejected, he was escorted towards the execution platform here. The sound of the musical instruments led this procession, blending involuntarily with the scene of a wedding, except that one had a bride behind it, while the other had a captured bandit prisoner. Braden was originally puzzled as to why music kept coming late at night. It turned out to be because of this. A sense of absurdity couldn't help but arise in Braden's heart. His pupils trembled, and his mouth twitched twice. How magnificent Cash's game truly was. Indeed, an ugly man tends to act strangely. Not only did he introduce such an oppressive legal system, but also to showcase how great he was. No matter whether it was petty thieves or bandits caught, they had to parade around the city gate before being brought here, accompanied by music all the way. How lively indeed. Even from 800 li away, living in a hotel with excellent soundproofing, one could hear the noisy sound, let alone other residents within the city. Braden's mouth twitched, almost immediately getting Cash's idea. Isn't this just boasting about how great his achievements are? He seemed to be afraid that people didn't know he was going to execute another family. Thinking about this, Braden laughed speechlessly. When one is speechless, laughter can indeed follow. At least, this was true for Braden. Stretching his mouth, Braden almost got angry to the point of dumbness. He remained silent for a long time. After escorting the criminal over, the officers immediately walked to Cash, then gave a bow and loudly reported. Their mission went very smoothly, capturing the third leader of Longhu Mountain. Yes, the man being escorted back was the deputy leader of the Brett. The voice of reporting was loud and powerful. Cash was delighted after hearing it. He took a few steps closer to carefully observe the man kneeling on the ground. After a few seconds, Cash burst into laughter. Yes, it's this face. After laughing, he quickly turned his head to look at Braden. Lord Zeku, you see, I said I have a knack for investigating bandits. Look, my men have brought someone over. You're new to Ninghai Prefecture, so you may not know where our most troublesome bandits reside. There. Cash lifted his chin slightly. It was the Black Tiger Mountain, the residence of those recently captured. Upon hearing these words, Braden felt a thud in his heart. The confidant of the Brett. Realizing this, Braden looked at Cash through gritted teeth. What the hell? I finally calmed down those two brothers and convinced them not to commit any more crimes. Now you've gone and captured their trusted brother. Over. The fragile verbal promise has been completely broken. Taking a deep breath, before Braden could say anything, noticing something amiss in Braden's expression, yet mistaking it for envy over his abilities and accomplishments, Cash couldn't help but laugh loudly. Ha 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 ha, in my governance, bandits and robbers are nothing. Censor Zeku, just wait and see. I will capture every single one of these bandits and behead them all. Not only will I cut off their heads, but I'll also make their families watch, teaching everyone that banditry doesn't end well. As the saying goes, water can carry a boat, but also capsize it. Look at this man crouched on stage like a dog. Do you think he can create any big waves? Next, Cash addressed the man restrained on the execution platform. This time, it's just you. Next time, I will catch all your brothers on the mountain, sending them to join you in the underworld. Let you know the outcome of being a bandit is to die without full remains. Feeling refreshed after speaking, Cash's frustration dissipated, replaced by secret pride, arrogance, and self-importance. However, as soon as his words fell, he saw the restrained man's body, but this prisoner seemed to have incredible strength. With a casual flick, he threw the first person who tried to restrain him, then sprang forward, charging right up to Cash, swinging his fist to flatten him into a meat patty. The man's forehead veins popped out, clearly using all his might. With a red face like Guan Yu, he utterly terrified Cash. Cash panted heavily, almost immediately stumbling backward, even collapsing onto the ground as his legs gave out, his official hat tilting from the movement. Zack, a dog crawling, unable to stand due to weak legs, he crouched and crawled on the wooden platform, dodging. With a loud bang, the prisoner's fist slammed into the table behind Cash. Then, the table, along with the bamboo tube full of arrows on top of it, shattered into pieces on the ground. Chapter 222. Truly unprecedented. Bang, bang, bang. Cash, seeing the situation, let out a terrified scream. Someone. Hold him down quickly. In his fear, he grabbed something at hand and threw it towards the prisoner. Only after throwing did he realize it was the signaling arrow. The onlookers who had come to watch the spectacle scattered in panic when they saw the prisoner lunge forward, screaming and fleeing in disarray. Screams rose one after another, never ceasing. Amidst the chaos, there were people being trampled and clothes being torn. The entire neighborhood echoed with cries of murder and bandits have attacked. The commotion made Braden's ears buzz. He felt dizzy for a moment. As for the prisoner on the platform, he seemed incredibly strong. Upon hearing Cash's shout, at least 10 officers rushed over immediately. Surrounding the prisoner, they used all their strength to subdue him. But in the next second, he managed to throw them to the ground one by one. However, he was only one person. Having missed the chance to kill Cash instantly, he lost the advantage. Soon, he was overpowered, though he continued to growl fiercely. It was clear he still wanted to break free and slay the corrupt official. But there was no way out. Because of the previous escape, these officers were terrified and held him with all their might, unwilling to let him hurt the censor again. If the censor were harmed, not only would the prisoner lose his head, but also his family. If the censor were harmed, it might be their heads next. That couldn't happen. Subduing the prisoner wasn't enough. Fearing the risk of execution, they immediately found tools to restrain him tightly. Rope and chains were used together. After thoroughly binding him, the officers finally breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from their foreheads. Phew, at least their heads are safe, right? Just as the chaos here was settling, problems arose on the executioner's side. According to protocol, once the signaling arrow landed, the prisoner should lose his head immediately. This was the rule, ingrained in the executioner's mind after countless executions. Recently, how many heads had he chopped off on this wooden platform? A few dozen more wouldn't make a difference. Until now, he had always followed Cash's orders and witnessed the dispute between Cash and the new censor on the platform. Having dealt with Cash before, he had executed many under his command. What were a few dozen more? The executioner pondered for a moment. He wasn't stupid. He could tell the new censor didn't want Cash to execute these people. Under such circumstances, should he proceed with the execution? It was indeed a dilemma, but the executioner hesitated only briefly. Who had been in Ninghai longer, and whom did he follow? The answer was clear in his heart. Biting his lip, he raised the gleaming blade. Then, swift as lightning, the blade fell. Thwack. The sound of arteries bursting and flesh parting filled the air. The executioner was powerful, taking several heads with one stroke. Thud, thud, thud. Heads hit the ground, rolling in all directions. Trails of blood marked their paths, spreading through the air. Warm blood formed sprays in midair, creating fountains of red that wouldn't stop. A crimson mist spread around. The civilians who hadn't fled completely turned their heads, gasping in horror. Their footsteps faltered in fright. Nearby, Braden was surrounded by several ridges, keeping him safe. There was no time to stop Cash's actions. The signaling arrows he threw as obstacles clattered to the ground. Brayden's heart sank. He knew something was wrong. He hadn't expected the executioner to act so quickly. Within seconds, the heads were already severed. Taking a deep breath, he lifted his head, looking past the ridge's shoulders at the gruesome scene ahead. His eyes darkened, cold and stern, his voice like ice. Damn! He cursed fiercely with those words. No matter how carefully he had planned, he hadn't anticipated this kind of unexpected situation. If the second in command of the Brett hadn't suddenly acted out and caused a conflict, perhaps Brayden could have spoken up to temporarily save them. But now, it was too late. Even if he tried to overrule again with his authority or by waving an imperial edict and the sword of justice, he couldn't bring back those who had already lost their heads. How could he rescue them? Stab himself to seek the king of hell and snatch back the souls? That would be absurd. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his tumultuous emotions for the moment. Then, he focused on the bandit on the platform who had been thoroughly subdued and could no longer pose any threat. Fearing he might injure the censor again, this tall, muscular man with a beard was tied up as tightly as a dumpling, wrapped round and round. Some rags, taken from somewhere unknown, were used to tightly gag his mouth. This left him only able to stare with wide eyes, uttering muffled sounds. Lying amidst the blood-stained wooden platform, his eyes bulged with anger and pain. Looking at the severed heads on the ground, his expression turned unbearably agonized. After the danger passed, Cash still felt his heart racing as he straightened his hat and tried to stand up. However, he found that his legs and feet were still weak. Unable to do otherwise, he let the bailiffs nearby help him up. With one hand supporting him, he panted heavily several times before regaining some composure. Once calmed, Cash's anger resurfaced. Though his voice still trembled slightly, he was no longer screeching like a chicken. Why haven't you taken him away? Why are you standing there like dead men? Cash not only viewed the bandit who tried to attack him as good as dead, he even blamed the bailiffs who brought the prisoners. These people were truly more harmful than helpful. Dozens of them couldn't subdue just one person? Worthless. Good for nothings. What nonsense. Chapter 223, Doing His Best. Quickly escort him into the main hall and torture him until he tells us everything about the headquarters of those highwaymen. Otherwise, you'll be joining him on the chopping block, you fools. He berated them without any regard for reason or justice. Then he turned his attention to Brayden. Once Cash had fully regained his composure from his earlier panic, he began to look at Brayden with contempt and disdain. He glared fiercely, nose in the air, looking down upon Brayden. And you, Inspector Zeku? Brayden raised an eyebrow. What does it have to do with me? I never knew that senior official Wei is so adept at pinning blame on others. Cash, you. His teeth gritted together in anger. If not for you, how would things have escalated to this extent tonight? This chaos is all because of you. If you had let me execute those bandits earlier, none of this would have happened. Just wait, it's too late today, but tomorrow, we will both go to the magistrate's office. I want the governor to know just how unreliable this new inspector sent here is. Old villain, who are you calling unreliable? You're the one who's unreliable, and your whole family. Taking a deep breath, Brayden barely stopped himself from cursing aloud, but he wasn't planning on giving Cash any quarter. These bandits attacked specifically because of you. Who knows what detestable deeds you've done, senior official Wei, that only targeted you, left civilians unharmed, and even tried to harm me. Also, you were the one spouting off and infuriating them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have acted so rashly, right? Cash, I advise you to watch your words and leave some room for others. I won't quarrel with you over this now, but if you dare treat me like this again, I won't let you off easily. Don't think I'm just going to stand here like an idiot trading insults with you. These men around me have seen blood and killed people. They came with me by the Joe's own decree. Cash, Brayden said through clenched teeth. Be careful when you sleep tonight, keep your windows and doors shut tight. You made me very unhappy tonight. When I'm displeased, I have a tendency to want to kill. Cash took a few steps back, startled. Realizing he had been intimidated by such a young man was embarrassing, but he quickly turned away, pretending to be furious as he left with a flourish. The farce of the night was finally over. Cold wind blew through the air. All Brayden could smell was the blood spilled by the dozen bodies lying there. He took a deep breath, looked once more at the scene of carnage on the platform, then closed his eyes heavily, sighing. The matter concerning the Brett was another issue. Whether these brothers would turn against him out of misunderstanding and hatred, Brayden couldn't be sure yet. But what could be done even if he was certain? Their brother was captured. Could they be blamed for seeking vengeance? Shepherd, what a terrible deed. No matter how much Brayden felt uneasy about it, the deed was done, and there was no turning back. There was nothing to be done. The ridges nearby, seeing the scene and Brayden's attitude, fell silent. After a long pause, one finally spoke in a low voice. Shepherder, it's late and the night is cold. We shouldn't linger here. Perhaps we should return to the inn, take a hot bath, and get some rest before considering anything else. In addition to the absurd collective punishment regulations in Ninghai Prefecture, there was another cruel rule. The severed heads of those punished by the collective punishment law were not allowed to be buried properly. Instead, their heads had to be displayed separately at the city gate to demonstrate the severity of the law, ostensibly to warn citizens not to follow suit. But Brayden didn't know about this. He assumed that after execution, there would be no further consequences, and the bodies could rest in peace. So after thinking it over, he returned to the inn for temporary rest. Exactly did he know, more was yet to come. If only he had known in advance, or asked a few more questions, Brayden wouldn't have regretted it the next day. But for now, let's set aside what happened later. That night, the biting wind howled. The decapitated heads were tied up with hemp ropes and hung on the city walls. They swung in the cold wind, colliding with each other. Though Ninghai Prefecture had been troubled in recent years, nothing had ever happened at night, and no bandits dared to attack the city gates. So the guards, wrapped in thick cotton coats and armor, became increasingly drowsy as the night wore on. Finally, with a heavy breath, He leaned against the wall and began to doze off while standing. Some even emitted slight snoring sounds. Hoo-hoo. The wind stirred the grass. Outside the city gate, suddenly, different colors appeared in the night. Upon closer inspection, they were a few masked men dressed in black. Their movements were agile and swift. They hid very discreetly, lurking amidst the weeds and trees, until the wee hours of the morning. Calculating the time when everyone should be deeply asleep, someone finally made a move. In a few quick steps, they dashed out, then with nimble skills, used tools to gradually cut the hemp ropes. They carefully removed each head, wrapped them tightly, and quickly turned back. Hurry up, cover the heads of our brothers-in-law with white cloth first. Although it's winter and decomposition is slower, we must still be cautious. Who knows? The man who had stolen the heads nodded, wiping away tears from his face. Huey and Bryn treated us so well. They once said that if there was an opportunity, they would certainly bring their families over to serve. Who would have thought? Now only a few heads remain. This corrupt government, killing even the innocent. Truly despicable. Adiel has also been captured by them. Should we sneak into the inner city to probe? If he's to be executed tomorrow, we must save him at all costs. No, don't be impulsive. Adiel won't be harmed for a few days. They will try to extract confessions, so they won't kill him yet. We should return quickly, inform Huey about this, and let him decide. Back at the inn, a strong smell of blood clung to them. Though there were no visible stains on their bodies or clothes, Brayden still felt the rusty smell had penetrated deep into his lungs. It wouldn't dissipate in just a couple of hours. Returning to the room, the few Ridges stood silently, looking at Brayden with complex expressions. Shepherder, we'll fetch some water for you to take a bath. Brayden was always clean in the southern frontier camp. After witnessing such a gruesome execution today, he must feel very uncomfortable. You shouldn't worry too much, Shepherder. You've done your best. Chapter 224. Zakf and death are fated. As the saying goes, life and death are fated, wealth and honor lie in the hands of heaven. Brayden truly intended to save those people, but who could have thought such a big commotion would occur midway? After entering the door, the Ridges exchanged glances with one another. Hesitation was evident in their gazes. In the end, one of them summoned the courage to console Brayden. Shepherder, please freshen up and go back to bed. There were many incidents tonight. You must be exhausted. Once someone broke the silence, others naturally joined in the conversation. General, don't take it too hard. The events tonight happened too suddenly. Who would have thought that executioner would actually act so swiftly? His strength was immense, severing several heads with one slash. Damn, what brute force. Even they, skilled in martial arts, couldn't react in such a short time to stop him. General, this is all due to that Callan's fault. Don't overthink it. Yes, it's my first time seeing such a stubborn mule, black-hearted at that, truly infuriating. The conversation had begun. Everyone immediately started discussing animatedly. Brayden sighed deeply as well. Reviewing all that had happened tonight, he shook his head helplessly. I'm still too restricted by my current identity. Hearing this, the Ridges hurriedly nodded. Isn't that true? If the great general led the brothers here with his official status, would that stubborn mule Yusher dare to be so arrogant? Brayden gave him a sidelong glance. That's not entirely true. If I acted in my own capacity, indeed there would be conveniences, but if a great general were given this responsibility, wouldn't some individuals make preparations in advance? The greater the title, the more fearful the people behind Ninghai Prefecture would become. They might desperately cover up their actions, or even become desperate enough to lash out. If someone used innocent civilians from Ninghai Prefecture as leverage, what then? Having explained these intricate relations simply, Brayden immediately received looks of reverence from the men. There's nothing I can do. As it stands, I am only a censor, and I lack the authority to deal with Cash, who is specifically responsible for criminal matters in Ninghai Prefecture. In a way, I did interfere in his jurisdiction. The Ridges, upon hearing this, were dismissive. What rank do you hold, General, and what about him? It's an honor for him to have you interfere in his business. Yes, and isn't that stubborn mule no different from corrupt officials who commit atrocities, issuing collective punishment orders without care for children's lives? In my opinion, your attitude wasn't harsh enough back then. You gave him face, allowing him to forget his place, daring to shout at you. I've always kept the package you entrusted me with on hand. I was ready to draw the Imperial token, but you didn't even call for me. Speaking of which, why didn't you draw the sword bestowed by Bo earlier to intimidate that Cash? If you had done so sooner, he probably wouldn't have been so insolent. Tisk, just drawing it out isn't enough. I think the great general could have slashed him down directly. After all, it's an Imperial sword with the right to act first and report later. Killing someone arbitrarily? Should be possible, right? The Ridge who asked this last question sounded hesitant towards the end. Upon hearing this, Brayden seemed choked. Glaring at the Ridge who dared to speak such nonsense, he said irritably, if we were in southern border, I wouldn't entrust you with handling things alone. Cutting people down at will would only bring trouble. The Ridge fell silent, scratching his head sheepishly when he saw Brayden wasn't angry. He then chuckled, well, since Bo bestowed the sword upon you, it makes sense to use it to warn them once in a while. Otherwise, keeping it in the package, it would just be a fancy yet useless decoration. Brayden shook his head. That's not how things work. That's not the right logic. Brayden began explaining in a low voice. After all, this is not southern border where I say the final word. This is Ninghai Prefecture, and I am merely a censor now. If I held the same rank, I would certainly need to consider more aspects. He merely followed the stringent policies and executed a few more people, but in fact, they did not deserve death. I could file a report to the Joe, who would then decide his punishment. Whether he will be executed or not would be up to Bo, and it would have nothing to do with us. But if we were to act first and report later, that would be a much bigger problem. Brayden chuckled bitterly. Bo bestowed this upon me to give me more confidence, not for me to use recklessly, like executing someone who does not deserve death. Can you understand that? Some of the Ridges understood, but one or two still didn't quite get it. But when your identity as Great General is revealed, killing someone wouldn't lead to any investigation, right? The Great General was the prestigious southern frontier governor, and also someone favored by Bo. Even if some court officials had objections, they wouldn't dare speak out. Braden replied, "That's incorrect. You are wrong again. My current position is indeed high. But there must be many rumors about me in the court. Emetni officials are probably worried that my power might affect Bo's status. Although Bo trusts me, not everyone in the court believes in me. We must be cautious to avoid causing trouble for Bo. Even if Bo would support me if I acted carelessly, I don't want to burden him. Why did Bo send me here? Wasn't it because he trusted me? So, I cannot betray that trust." Hearing this, all the Ridges finally understood. They were all loyal followers of Braden. Though they no longer voiced objections, they still felt somewhat aggrieved inside. Trust is what it should be, isn't it? The southern frontier, a remote place. At the slightest disagreement, someone gets thrown here to take the brunt of criticism for the general. And what's the big deal if a precious sword is given to be used? Chapter 225. Wealth and honor are decided by heaven. Braden noticed that the Ridges still seemed to harbor some resentment. After all, their expressions were quite evident. You shouldn't focus solely on the present. Let me give you another example. Braden thought for a moment and explained using a different method. This is like having the identity of a censor, which ensures I have the maximum power. It's like possessing a lethal weapon. People might guess that I have it, but they can't be sure. They will be anxious, wanting to know whether I've brought it and when I'll use it. That's the purpose. Only by revealing it at the right time can I maximally intimidate them. Otherwise, if I do it every day, no one would take this thing seriously. Over time, the respect for it would gradually diminish. Braden paused and then explained from another angle. Moreover, if I reveal this card prematurely, wouldn't I be exposing all my trump cards to the enemy? Braden shook his head. By then, they might prepare for it, possibly joining forces out of fear of being killed by me. Who knows what dangers I might encounter? Though he had good martial skills. If isolated, though, he couldn't withstand an ambush by dozens or even hundreds. This time, the Ridges didn't speak. They blinked their eyes, looking at Braden with admiration. "General, you are truly insightful. Only a great general could think so deeply. We are just rough men, and who knows how many lifetimes it would take for us to have such a mind as the general." Braden smiled slightly, waving his hand. "All right, go back now. Sleep well tonight. Tomorrow, we have a tough battle ahead." "Yes." After dismissing everyone, Braden lit an oil lamp on a wooden table. He spread out a blank memorial and ground the ink personally, leaving words on the paper. After finishing, Braden let the memorial dry and placed it under his pillow. At dawn, Braden was going to send the memorial away. Winter nights are long. Even in the early morning, the sky was still gray. The sun hadn't risen yet. In the reception hall of the government office, there were already two people sitting there. One was Cash, who had conflicted with Braden last night and left on bad terms. The other was Prefect Preston. Speaking of this censor Cash, before being dispatched to Ninghai, he was also a despised figure in the court. For no other reason, his methods were excessively harsh and brutal. One person's mistake resulted in the entire family being beheaded, as stipulated by law. Perhaps this joint liability system in Ninghai was also conceived by Cash and Prefect Preston together. He blew on his hot tea and took a sip. Then he put the teacup down on the table. Cash sniffed lightly. "This Seikyu really has no decorum at all." Perhaps due to the excitement from last night, after a night's sleep, Cash seemed to have forgotten all about it. His frightened state was probably erased from his memory entirely. Today, he looked especially spirited. He even had the mood to ridicule others. As for Prefect Preston, who sat in the main seat, glanced at him upon hearing his remark. He then began to ask about the events of last night. "Censor Wei, I heard that the execution scene last night was particularly thrilling. What exactly happened?" The servants couldn't explain it clearly. "Tell me about it." Cash. Truly, the pot calling the kettle black. Cash's lips twitched, and his beard quivered. The hand holding the teacup involuntarily tightened. But since someone asked, he couldn't brush it off. So, he picked parts of the story that wouldn't expose his embarrassing state last night and spoke. Meanwhile, he didn't forget to insinuate something unfavorable about Braden to Preston. By the end, his throat was nearly parched from speaking. Even the tea water was finished, and he had the maid beside him refill it twice. Yet, Braden wasn't even there. This was truly intolerable. How absurd. Cash slammed the teacup onto the table loudly after finishing a sip. Shepard's both censors were here today. Prefect Preston used his best tea leaves and teaware. Upon hearing the bang, he quickly glanced over. "Oh dear, that's my precious teaware. A set worth 100 taels of silver. Old man, don't damage my treasure." However, what Cash said did make some sense. It had been over an incense stick's time. 2 cups of tea had already been consumed, yet the person still hadn't arrived. This censor really put on a great air of importance. Clearly, he didn't take him, the magistrate, into account at all. Taking a deep breath, Preston forced a smile, for he was the host and the other party was a censor. No matter how displeased he felt inside, he couldn't express it like Cash did. Cash, as his counterpart in the same role, could denounce each other freely. At worst, they would clash again when they returned to the court. But he was different. Helpless, Preston took a deep breath. Although unhappy, he still feigned concern for Braden's late arrival. He might have been exhausted from travel and the events last night. He probably didn't get enough rest. It's understandable, indeed very understandable. To be safe, I will send someone to inquire about the situation. If he cannot come, we will reschedule. Just as he spoke, there came the sound of hurried footsteps from outside. The servant quickly approached and reported that Braden had arrived. With his status, Braden didn't even wait for formal announcement. He walked straight in. Braden naturally heard Preston's defense of him. Raising an eyebrow, he then smiled and spoke. "No need to send anyone. I'm here. I was merely captivated by the local customs and scenery upon my first arrival in Ninghai. On the way, I passed by a breakfast stall with an irresistible aroma. I couldn't resist and had some food with my men, right up until now. Speaking of which, the spiced pepper soup and noodles with shredded meat and green onions Braden had this morning were truly delicious. Recalling the meal, Braden praised it right in front of Preston. Preston also had a taste for good food. Hearing Braden's praise, he stroked his beard with a smile, nodding in agreement. The Ninghai Prefecture has many delightful dishes. Chapter 226, The Governor Who Imitintins the Status Quo. As for the 2 items mentioned by Imperial Censor Zeku, I do know a place where they make them with the most authentic taste. If there's an opportunity and if you don't mind, Imperial Censor Zeku, we can go together next time. The street vendor seasoning is still missing 2 rather precious spices. If added, it would give the dish a hint of numbing and spicy flavor, making it supreme. Braden perked up upon hearing the description, numbing and spicy. What is it? Is it chili peppers? Chili peppers, when steamed and made into sauce, not only bring a spicy flavor but also a touch of sweetness in the aftertaste. It can even be used as medicine to dispel dampness and cold, perfect for winter. Hearing this, Zion's eyes widened. He was talking about something else entirely. It wasn't what he had in mind at all. Zion was referring to shepherd chuan peppercorns from the western regions, and a type of spicy fruit that only ripens around Double Ninth Festival. The only downside was that consuming too much of this fruit left a slight bitterness and astringency on the tip of the tongue. But its flaws did not overshadow its virtues. Still quite acceptable. Never would he have thought that Braden would mention a seasoning he had never seen or even heard of before. This was indeed surprising. Zion immediately leaned forward in curiosity. What did Imperial Censor Zeku mention? Where can it be found? To be honest, I am also quite knowledgeable about cuisine, yet I've never heard of such a thing. Braden was taken aback by these words. A flash of confusion crossed his eyes. Oh no. He had forgotten that chili peppers originated from a country across the ocean, introduced later by traders. They wouldn't arrive until the maritime trade flourished. Braden quickly concocted an excuse. There's another continent and landmass in the east, where this thing was discovered by another country. I heard about this seasoning through my habit of collecting odd news and trivia, but it seems our Great Wei has not yet introduced this seasoning. Upon hearing this, the hopeful light in Zion's eyes dimmed somewhat. He nodded disappointingly. I see. But now I understand. Yet, disappointment gave way to renewed anticipation. I happen to have a friend responsible for foreign trade. I'll ask him to keep an eye out for this. If anyone sells it, I'll ask him to bring some back for me. Talking about food always got Zion excited. He began enthusiastically describing the open spaces in his courtyard. As a governor, his courtyard was not filled with exotic flowers or artificial hills and streams. Instead, it was primarily occupied by large patches of lush vegetable beds. Among the beds grew various vegetables, fruits, and seasonings like green onions, ginger, garlic, and more. Braden blinked, amazed by this unusual setup. This governor is quite different. Cash, who had been sitting aside sipping tea, trying to find a chance to interject, sighed inwardly. Taking a deep breath, Cash's lips twitched. He then firmly placed his teacup back on the wooden table with a resounding thud. The sound rang out clearly. Zion. Braden. Both their gazes instantly turned towards him. Meeting Cash's gaze, Zion felt a chill run down his spine. He awkwardly coughed, feeling remorseful. Why did he steer the conversation off track again? So undisciplined. Always thinking about food. Taking a deep breath, Zion closed his mouth and stayed silent. Embarrassed almost to the point of wanting to dig a hole in the ground, Zion tried to hide his embarrassment by drinking tea while internally screaming. Meanwhile, Braden squinted, observing the 2 men, glancing from one to the other. His eyes flickered with contemplation. Previously, Braden had speculated that the governor here might be collaborating with Cash to implement such stringent laws. But now, this governor seemed somewhat unambitious. A very straightforward middle-aged man, more interested in researching food than governing the prefecture. Between the 2, Cash seemed to be the dominant one. Braden's assessment was not far off. From the very first day Cash arrived in Ninghai Prefecture, upon meeting Governor Zion, he already had a clear understanding of what kind of person Zion was. Zion was someone who, with the right support, could be an excellent official in a prosperous region. But, now, being stationed in Ninghai Prefecture, a place fraught with problems and pitfalls, Zion's submissive nature, his easygoing personality that wouldn't even bite back when provoked, could lead him to suffer significant losses. Indeed, as time passed, the issues in Ninghai Prefecture became increasingly apparent. Bandits were rampant. The lives of the common people faced major challenges. Even before his arrival, the inner city gate had almost been breached by those bandits. Thinking of this, Cash adjusted his posture. He sat up straight, his nose held high. Cash believed that he had rendered great service, especially to Zion, who should have been holding him in high regard. If not for his stern actions to intimidate the citizens within the inner city, and his relentless pursuit of the bandits, how could Zion have enjoyed peace and comfort these past days? Each day he merely appreciated fine cuisine and handled some governmental affairs, while all other problems were almost entirely taken care of by Cash. To Ninghai Prefecture and to Zion, he had truly made significant contributions. Such a position of great service must not be easily undermined. At this thought, Cash couldn't help but recall the frustration and indignation from last night when Braden insisted on interfering with the matters he was handling. Fellow, truly detestable. Letting out a cold snort, Cash shot a contemptuous glance in Braden's direction. Still, being fellow censors, they held identical positions, and thus no distinction of rank or class. Therefore, there was no need for Cash to give Braden any face. After all, Braden hadn't considered giving him any face either from the start. The originally scheduled time found Zeku Yusher leisurely heading off for breakfast, leaving this official and the governor waiting here. What a fine rule indeed. It was as if he was just short of pointing a finger at Braden's lack of decorum. Before you, Zeku Yusher, arrived, I had already detailed everything about last night's events, your conduct and remarks, as well as the chaos caused by delaying the execution, and reported it truthfully and word for word. Chapter 227. Stable Amestr by Emmet 1. Cash made a clasped hand salute in Zion's direction. Shepherds, the prefect speaks on your behalf. I will not hold past matters against you. However, from today onward, let us live and let live. Do not interfere with the issues under my jurisdiction, and I won't care how you manage your horses. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. While speaking, Cash cast a disdainful glance at Brayden, showing his contempt for the position of censor in charge of horse management. He was the censor investigating bandits. From an administrative perspective, he was far superior to a censor merely responsible for horses. Yes, Cash thought Brayden was comparable to Stable Amestr by Emmet 1. Even though they held the same official title of censor, he believed he was much nobler than Brayden. By praising himself, he simultaneously belittled Brayden. Despite this attitude and words, Brayden did not get angry, even though Cash was openly and covertly disparaging him. Brayden chuckled, ignored Cash, turned to look at Zion, and met the prefect's gaze. Lord Prefect, do you think so too? Zion blinked, quickly reconsidering all the issues involved. He hesitated, unsure of how he should treat the new censor Brayden. The problem was, he knew nothing about Brayden's background. For someone so young to become a censor, there must be someone powerful backing him. But because of his youth, it was easier to see through him. He glanced at Cash, who had helped him a lot, then looked at Brayden, whose true nature was still unknown. Zion swallowed, thinking to himself, I'll just wait and see. From what it looks like, these two censors might not get along well. If I hastily choose sides without knowing more about the new censor, and if Zeku Yusher advances rapidly later on, I might end up being despised by him. Thinking this, Zion made his decision. He employed his usual skill, the turtle defense technique. Drawing back his head, he pretended to be uninvolved. Now wasn't the time to offend either of them. Better to remain neutral on high ground. His eyes flicked toward Brayden, and he gave a kind smile, but with a hint of difficulty and hesitation. Well. Finally, he sighed deeply and stopped talking, focusing on drinking tea. Brayden. He twitched the corner of his mouth, giving a meaningful look at Zion before internally commenting, quite adept at playing politics. Afterward, he shot a nearly provocative glance at Cash. Cash. Almost choked by rage, Cash widened his eyes, furious inside. He abruptly turned to face Zion. I urge you to think carefully before you speak. You know very well how much I've helped you this year. Under such a threatening gaze, Zion felt miserable. Embarrassed, he looked at Brayden and tentatively spoke, cough. These job divisions are indeed as stated. So, perhaps we should follow what Lord Wei suggested. Brayden raised an eyebrow, half smiling at him. No need to say such ambiguous things. I only asked one question. Does Lord Prefect share the same opinion as Callan? Zion glanced at him with some annoyance. Why is this young man pressuring me, an old man, to say such things? Helpless, Zion sighed again, glancing at him awkwardly. Cash sneered coldly, with an arrogant stare fixed on Brayden, as if testing what Brayden could say next. Then it seems there's nothing else to say since the prefect is siding with Callan. Upon hearing this, Cash instantly wore a triumphant expression. However, it lasted only a second. Brayden's sudden, but caught him off guard. But, I have one more person here who hasn't voiced their opinion yet. Cash. Zion. What does he mean? Another person? The reception hall isn't big enough to hide another person. Saying such eerie things in broad daylight is quite unsettling. Zion hesitantly asked, confused, Emmety I ask. Who is this person Zeku Yusher refers to? His gaze circled the room. Is this person outside the hall? Cash also froze for a second, then gave an unbelieving cold snort. Cunning and smooth talking. Let's see how you can squirm out of this. Brayden smiled. Then his expression turned cold and stern in an instant. From inside his robe, he took out a scroll of bright yellow silk embroidered with a 5-clawed golden dragon. A royal decree. Holding up the decree, he looked at Zion and Cash. The fourth person is, of course, Bo. Shepherd's Bo's own decree is here. Shouldn't the two of you listen carefully to what Bo has to say? Unexpectedly, Brayden could still play this card against them. Cash had intended to take a sip of tea to soothe his throat. The unexpected situation made his wrist tremble. With a sharp crack, the teacup shattered. The hot tea spilled all over his hands and clothes. Shards of porcelain scattered everywhere. The pain in his hand instantly snapped Cash back to reality. He nearly jumped to his feet immediately. Zion didn't care if Cash had been scalded. His eyes were fixed on the now quarter-horse teacup. A stab of pain hit him. My tea set that cost several hundred taels of silver. Heartbroken to the point of not being able to breathe. Almost right there, he felt like clutching his chest and shedding some crocodile tears. Taking a few deep breaths, Zion adjusted his mood. Then he looked towards Brayden, forcing himself to shift his gaze. That roll of bright yellow silk was quite eye-catching. To reach the position of prefect, even if Zion was conservative, he was still considered an old fox. This royal decree was not within Cash's expectations, but it was within Zion's expectations. Yes, Zion had long sensed that Brayden's intentions were not benign. He probably had something significant with him. Unfolding his official robe, Zion knelt down solemnly. This old minister receives the decree, Zion said. Cash hurriedly knelt as well, but Brayden raised an eyebrow and unceremoniously stretched out his foot. He kicked Cash directly on the thigh. Any closer, and it would have hit his buttocks. Cash? He instantly lifted his head, glaring angrily at Brayden. Hey Lord Wei, you're facing the wrong direction. The Joe's decree is for me, not for you. So turn around. Bo's capital is due north. Chapter 228. You, a treacherous minister. Tugging at the corners of his mouth, Brayden glanced at Cash's long-drawn face and barely managed not to laugh out loud. After being teased by Brayden for a few sentences, Cash gritted his back molars in secret, shot Brayden several hateful looks, then remained silent, complying by moving his knees and turning himself toward the capital, where Bo's palace was located. Then he loudly called out to listen to the imperial edict. Governor Preston on the side also did likewise, turning around and shouting in unison. Braden watched with narrowed eyes as the two men knelt straight and felt a little more comfortable inside. Then he began reading aloud, word by word, the text on the imperial decree for both men to hear. Initially, after hearing those first few sentences, Cash even looked at Braden particularly smugly. Clearly, the first two sentences were about having Braden come over to specifically manage horse affairs in Ninghai Prefecture. Zaxxon, listen. Bo said it so clearly, do you still not think you're just a horsekeeper? Why don't you manage your horses well instead of reaching out so far and meddling into my business? How outrageous. How outrageous. Reading Cash's expression, Braden raised an eyebrow, and then smiled faintly at the corner of his mouth. He said pointedly, Lord Cash, why this look? Cash didn't expect that Braden would openly call out his name. The accompanying governor was taken aback, looking somewhat confused. Cash. Damn it. With twitching lips, Cash spoke stiffly. It's just that my eyes are uncomfortable. What else could he say? Could he really voice what was on his mind? Taking a deep breath, he responded coldly and stopped talking. Cash wanted to see what else Braden could say. Braden squinted and smiled at him, then proceeded to read out everything else written on the imperial decree. The meaning was that it wasn't just about managing horse affairs, but all matters related to border defense, agriculture, commerce, etc. in Ninghai Prefecture needed to be supervised. If any problems were discovered, Braden could directly intervene without interference from even governors or inspectors. Moreover, the Addison wrote clearly the various departments and positions available for Braden's command. Finally, ending the edict with, this is the Joe's will. The power of this edict in Cash's heart was no less than a bomb exploding. Each sentence almost blew him up thoroughly. Almost every sentence made Cash's eyes widen further, his face becoming more and more panicked, his lips losing color. In the end, swaying in fear, he nearly fell flat on the ground. He trembled his lips, stretched out a trembling finger, pointing towards Braden. You treacherous minister. How did you deceive Bo into granting you this decree? How is this possible? Why would Bo grant you such great power? Impossible. This is impossible. This absolutely cannot be. Shaking his head, Cash stammered. If you truly brought such an order to Ninghai Prefecture, why take up this censor's responsibility? Why not have Bo give you a higher rank? Doesn't the southern frontier have a general? I think we in Ninghai Prefecture can have a general too. Drawing a deep breath, Cash's face was full of disgruntled distortion. Hearing this, Braden smiled brightly and said, Oh. Braden drew out the sound. What does Lord Cash mean by that? Sometimes, words shouldn't be spoken recklessly. Let me put it this way. Your Ninghai Prefecture is like a garden ravaged by pests and aphids, and I am a gardener sent here to take care of the flowers. If the local gardener can't solve the problem, shouldn't you try letting me handle it? But managing the garden isn't just about tending the flowers. It also involves controlling temperature, humidity, fertilizer, and many other aspects. To ensure the plants grow well, I need comprehensive oversight. Otherwise, I'd let down the expectations Bo has for me. Saying this, Braden turned to Governor Preston. Lord Kong. Preston, suddenly addressed, snapped his head up instantly and hurriedly looked at Braden. Yes, I'm listening. What orders does Inspector Zeka have? From Preston's attitude, Braden could tell that the governor of Ninghai wasn't as simple or detached from worldly affairs as he appeared. Rather, Preston was very astute. After all, he had reached the position of prefect, despite his conservative attitude and some fear of trouble. If he were an ordinary person, how could he have advanced to such an official position? So, Braden could vaguely sense that Preston, this fence-sitter, was not at all muddled. On the contrary, he was very adept at gauging the situation and adjusting his stance accordingly. Braden felt that Preston would not be as resistant to him as Cash, so he adopted a slightly softer approach toward Preston. Looking at him with a smile, he spoke gently. Director Kong, what do you think? Are you willing to let me try fertilizing and watering your garden, pruning broken branches, and exterminating pests? I guarantee that after my management, the land will be fertile enough. By then, Director Kong can grow flowers or vegetables as you wish. What do you say? Willing, absolutely willing. This official naturally agrees. Preston nodded eagerly, smiling broadly. Shepard said, as Bo's imperial decree, this official will certainly fully cooperate. If there is anything I can assist with, Inspector Zeku, please don't hesitate to ask. Apart from being satisfied, what else could he say? While rising and responding with a forced smile, Preston thought to himself secretly. Thankfully I am smart, and kept things ambiguous from the beginning, siding with no one. So now, faced with this difficult imperial decree, there is still a chance to reconsider and explain differently. With the decree written like this, he has no choice but to cooperate. However, Preston had one concern. He worried about Braden's youth and tender face. This newly arrived censor, so young yet receiving such favor from Bo, must have some mysterious background. And whether such a youthful appearance would be capable of addressing the issues in Ninghai Prefecture was also uncertain. In addition, there was the problem of censor Cash. Cash may be somewhat inhuman in his dealings and overly strict in his governance, but it was precisely because of his uncompromising nature and ironclad laws that Ninghai Prefecture has remained relatively stable over the past year. Chapter 229. Do you acknowledge your crimes? Otherwise, if it were solely under his management, Ninghai Prefecture would never have achieved this state. One could say there were both faults and merits. Ferguson had very complex feelings towards Cash. If the newly arrived official couldn't control the situation, and he sided with the new censor now, what if Cash held a grudge against him later on? Tisk, troublesome. While Ferguson found the situation complicated, Braden did not give him any opportunity to further ease the tension. He slowly closed the imperial edict, then turned his gaze toward Cash, whose face was still full of disbelief and hadn't fully reacted yet. His expression stern. Well, Bo's intentions are clear to both of you. Now it's my time to speak. Cash, do you acknowledge your crimes? Braden's tone was as cold as ice, almost chilling to the bone. That severe demeanor made Cash's body shudder. Braden directly listed 3 major accusations against Cash. In governing local banditry, instead of comforting the suffering people, he implemented the absurd collective punishment system, causing fear among everyone. Moreover, he disregarded the lives of commoners. Most importantly, after being advised, Cash remained stubborn, refused to heed warnings, and acted even more arrogantly according to his own methods. The accumulation of these offenses truly went against the Zhou's expectations. After enumerating Cash's various crimes, Braden directly announced his judgment. Dismissed from office, escort back to the capital, and deliver him for the Zhou's disposal. Haha, if you think my judgment is wrong, you can naturally report me when you meet the Zhou. But please draft your grievances carefully, because I won't listen, all decisions will be left to the Zhou. Glancing at him, Braden continued, you'll report me and try to seize my power, but didn't you consider that I might do the same? Braden said this without any hint of embarrassment. I have already reported everything that happened last night in detail to the Zhou. Rest assured, before the Zhou makes a decision, although you are dismissed from your position, you are still treated as a commoner, and those who escort you back to the capital will take good care of you. Upon hearing this, Cash felt as if the sky had collapsed. His legs went weak, and he slumped onto the ground from his kneeling position. After several seconds, he clutched his chest, gasping for breath, before managing to sit up again. How dare you treat me like this? Did you really start considering yourself the Zhou just because you got an imperial edict? What's the difference between your official robe and mine? I've served for 10 years with remarkable achievements. How can a young whelp like you compare? Now you actually want to dismiss me from office. It's ridiculous. You don't have the qualifications? I don't have the qualifications? Braden sneered, clutching the bright yellow silk in his hand. Looking at Cash, who was nearly breaking down emotionally, he felt no sympathy or compassion. If he did, he would be betraying countless lives ruthlessly cut short by him. Why do you say that? I have the imperial decree in my hands, which serves as my support and proof. Besides, the edict clearly states that both the provincial governor and prefectural magistrate must obey me. As for you, a mere censor, naturally, I can dismiss you whenever I want. Why should I let you off because of your 10 years in office? The crimes I've listed, weren't they committed by you? As a censor, in charge of suppressing banditry, you chose strict laws to oppress the people rather than finding real solutions. For 1 or 2 years, it might be manageable, but in the long run, it will only make the bandit problem worse and lead to greater public resentment. Don't you see your mistakes? I have no mistakes. Cash almost screamed after hearing Braden's accusation. His expression was vacant, shaking his head vigorously. What mistakes do I have? Over the past year, I have maintained order in Ninghai Prefecture, suppressing rampant bandits so that they no longer dare to act recklessly. And now you want to accuse me of crimes. Furthermore, Cash's face darkened, suspiciously looking at Braden. He wanted to throw another insult. I now suspect that the imperial edict you read just now is fake. This statement exploded like thunder in Ferguson's ears. He looked at Cash in disbelief, doubtful if this man had gone mad. Then he hesitated, glancing at Braden. Counterfeiting an imperial edict, that's punishable by death. How is this possible? Has Cash gone mad to dare say such things? If it turns out the imperial edict is real, Cash's refusal to cooperate and his questioning would only result in him waiting for decapitation. Moreover, who would joke about something like this? Falsifying an imperial edict is a crime that could lead to the extermination of 9 generations, deserving dismemberment. No, I can't let Cash divert my attention like this. I shouldn't show any hint of suspicion towards this young, favored censor. Otherwise, I might end up being punished alongside him. Cash was still ranting in shock. He even dared to say that Beau was clearly biased and credulous. Ferguson shuddered and looked down, desperately wanting to find a hole to bury himself in. Oh my goodness gracious. How could Cash dare say such things? Just don't drag me down with you. Braden almost burst into laughter from anger at Cash's remarks. He sneered and stared at Cash as if he were an idiot. Did I just hear you defaming Beau? Mr. Cash, this is adding fuel to the fire. You think my imperial edict is fake, that I wrote it myself? Braden crossed his arms, lowering his eyes nonchalantly. If so, I have another way to prove whether the edict is genuine or not. But this method might be one you'd rather not see. What? Cash was also startled by his own insolent words during his excitement. All he could think was how the sky was falling. Stunned, he glanced at Braden when he heard the question. At the same time, there was a trace of struggle in his eyes. It seemed he really hoped that Braden had fabricated the edict. Only then would he have a glimmer of hope. But Braden's next words shattered his hopes completely, only to hear Braden say, I have the imperial sword personally bestowed by Beau. If you truly doubt it, I can bring out that sword for you to see with your own eyes. How about that? What? Huh? Chapter 230, The Imperial Sword. Cash and Ferguson knelt on the ground, both emitting shocked exclamations. Ferguson started feeling a growing dread. Fortunately, he had not hastily chosen sides, nor did he assist Cash in forcefully suppressing Braden, nor did he follow Cash's advice to give others a severe warning first. Otherwise, he might have been one more person to experience the power of the imperial sword. He felt a chill down his neck. Ferguson began experiencing phantom pain. He remained silent on his knees, head lowered, too afraid to say anything more. He feared that attracting Braden's attention might result in Braden slicing him with the imperial sword as well. That would be the end of him. Cash was thoroughly stunned. His lips moved slightly, filled with disbelief. The imperial sword, the imperial sword, the Hyder-bestowed imperial sword. He repeated it several times before finally raising his head. His eyes bulged almost out of their sockets. Why did Beau entrust this to you? Why? Good question, thought Ferguson as he knelt beside. I want to know the reason too. Could it be that after serving so long as the prefect of Ninghai, I've become too distant from the court, unaware of the sudden rise of such a favored minister? Not only were the powers bestowed upon him in this imperial edict greater than even princes, but an imperial sword was also given to ensure its authenticity. Ferguson's expression became incredibly complicated. He simply couldn't comprehend what the Hyder had in mind. His connections in the capital never mentioned anything special about Zeku Yushir either. Now it seemed that this man had truly gained the hider's favor. Ferguson now dared not even make a sound. This dispatched censor, Braden, wielding the imperial sword, could strike at will. Decapitating officials seemed as easy as slicing vegetables. Initially, Ferguson had guessed that Braden coming to Ninghai must have brought some kind of secret imperial order or edict. But he didn't expect the powers granted in the edict to be so extensive. And now, even the imperial sword was here. Fortunately, thankfully he hadn't agreed with Cash and done anything unfavorable to Braden. Otherwise, he would surely have lost his position, and perhaps even his life. On one side, Ferguson was relieved. On the other, Cash was in disarray, breathing heavily, his face turning from red to deathly pale. Clearly, he realized what awaited him in the near future. His complexion was even paler than someone dead for 3 days. Braden smiled at him. So, Cash, do you believe me now? If you still don't believe, we can easily solve this. I can summon the Imperial Sword and show it to you personally. But you should know, the Imperial Sword does not come out lightly. When it does, there's a reason. And that reason certainly isn't for a criminal like you to see it just because you want to. So, how about one look, for your head? Are you willing? Want to see? The last 2 rhetorical questions made Cash shudder. Braden didn't let him off easily. A twisted smile formed on his lips, his voice low and menacing. Aren't you fond of decapitations? Yesterday night, several heads fell. Do you remember? Don't you adhere to the principle that wrongdoing means decapitation for the entire family? I'm more merciful. How about just your head? No. Cash shook his head frantically. He seemed to go mad. I don't want my head cut off. No. His mental state deteriorated further, repeating no in confusion. Seeing this, Braden stopped wasting time with him. He turned to Ferguson, who was kneeling quietly beside him. Shepherd or Kong? Ferguson straightened up, forcing a smile, nodding vigorously. Yes. My aides each have duties and cannot spare anyone suitable to escort Cash to the capital. I have no choice but to trouble Shepherd or Kong to send some constables from the prefecture office to handle this task. What do you think, Shepherd or Kong? No problem. What problem could there be? Swallowing hard, Ferguson nodded firmly. I've already arranged for safe escort for Inspector. Oh no. Escort Cash to the capital and hand him over to Bo for judgment. Someone. Ferguson called out loudly. In the next second, several constables hurried into the reception hall. None of them dared to raise their heads, because while standing guard outside, they had vaguely heard sounds of argument inside the hall. As soon as they entered, they almost instantly saw Cash kneeling on the ground. His expression was dazed. There was no trace of his previous glory and power. Although the constables were under Ferguson's command, they had been working more for Cash over the past year. They spent more time with Cash in daily life. Seeing Cash looking so dispirited startled them. However, they didn't dare speak, only hanging their heads. Their minds began racing. Cash, the Imperial censor, was probably about to fall from power. Later on, they had also heard vivid descriptions of what happened last night from their fellow constables. Who would have thought that in just one night, everything in Ninghai Prefecture would change? From now on, weren't they going to be dispatched by this young Imperial censor? Thinking of this, they hurriedly bowed. Emetgistrate Darun, Imperial censor Darun. Braden waved his hand, remaining silent. Ferguson immediately understood that Braden didn't intend to give the order. He pursed his lips and spoke quickly. Enough, you may rise. You, remove Cash's official hat immediately, then take him to the prison in the prefecture office. Prepare for the journey and escort the former official Cash back to the capital, awaiting Bo's judgment. Good grief. The constables felt a jolt in their hearts. They couldn't help but stare wide-eyed at Cash, who looked blankly ahead, unresponsive, kneeling on the ground, mumbling incessantly. With some hesitation, they approached and removed all items and decorations that symbolized his official status. Then they dragged him away. On the way to the prison, the constables finally made out what Cash was murmuring. It's impossible. Confusion. Bo is confused. The constables choked, not knowing how to comment. Chapter 231. The censor falls from grace. Watching Cash being dragged away, Braden turned around and cast a few calm glances in the direction he disappeared. He then shook his head. With no expression on his face, he retracted his gaze. It was unknown if it was because Cash had been serving outside the capital for too long. To actually speak so disrespectfully to Her Majesty the Addison, even knowing his mistakes yet not changing, even going as far as suspecting the Addison, making statements that she was confused, such words of utmost disrespect. Even if Braden did not cut off his head on the spot, it was almost certain that after being escorted to Jingji for the Addison's trial, Cash would not escape death. No other reason. Cash was truly outrageous. His actions were outrageous. And so was his attitude. However, Braden still did not want any bloodshed inside Preston's residence. Talking about cutting off his head with a sword was merely meant to intimidate Cash. What? You want to ask why? Naturally, it was the same as Cash mentioned earlier. They were both censors. Demotion could be possible, but immediately decapitating someone without discernment was unacceptable. Whether there was guilt or innocence should be judged by Her Majesty personally, according to the national laws, not just by Braden's word to send someone to their death. The authority given by the Addison was to make investigations easier and facilitate rectification here in Ninghai Prefecture, not for Braden to commit arbitrary killings. If today, Braden really disregarded everything and killed him on the spot, there would definitely be many people in court pressuring, or rather requesting, the Addison to punish Braden. Being too conspicuous was not a good thing. Heart pounding from fright, having nearly jumped out of his skin when he heard that Braden almost beheaded Cash, Preston took a deep breath and observed Braden's expression carefully. He realized that Braden probably didn't have any further intention of punishing him at the moment. So, Preston relaxed slightly. Better my companion falls than me. Cash, who helped Preston do a lot of work and made his position as prefect much more comfortable, was gone. Preston truly feared that with just a few words, Braden would remove his official hat too. Haha, wiping cold sweat, Preston swallowed hard. He hurriedly flattered, Shepherdor, you are truly all-seeing and all-hearing. Not knowing how Shepherdor would govern Ninghai Prefecture next, Preston looked serious. Please don't hesitate to ask anything of me. I will follow any orders. Who dares to have any second thoughts? Who dares oppose? With the Imperial warrant in hand, whoever opposes can have their head cut off. Preston was quite attached to the head on his neck and cherished his position. Now that Cash had fallen, he knew that with his own ability, he couldn't solve the bandit problems in Ninghai Prefecture perfectly. Shepherd's that was the case. Naturally, he should cling tightly to Braden. Whatever Braden says is what it will be. Whatever Braden wants to do, he will follow. Besides, Preston also had his own considerations. If following Braden's orders successfully resolved the bandit issue in Ninghai Prefecture, it would be great. But if it wasn't successful, could the blame possibly fall entirely on him after he obediently followed Braden's every command? Thinking this, Preston forced a somewhat stiff smile and tentatively asked, Inspector Zeku, according to your esteemed opinion, what should we do next? Glancing at him, Braden could actually see the little schemes hidden in his eyes, but did not point them out explicitly. After all, who among people doesn't have their own considerations? Between Preston and Cash, the one who led and erred more seriously was Cash. Preston merely stayed aloof, entrusting everything to Cash. In Braden's view, such behavior was merely irresponsible and not worthy of death. Or simply put, there was still room for improvement. After some thought, Braden spoke up, forget about the rest. First give me those ironclad laws established by Cash and completely abolish them. Abolish? I'll issue the order to abolish all these rules right away. But after abolishing, what shall we do? Preston used the word we. Braden didn't care about his ulterior motives and continued, issue a public announcement to inform everyone that we have abolished the previous harsh laws of collective punishment. At the same time, call back those criminals who fled and tell them that our Ninghai Prefecture government can overlook their past misdeeds if they surrender voluntarily. They will receive lenient treatment and can continue farming good land as an opportunity for redemption. At the same time, the taxes for this year in Ninghai Prefecture must be adjusted. Taxes also need to be. Preston's expression turned grim. Other measures were manageable, but altering the tax would mean significant responsibility on his shoulders. What's wrong? Can it be done? Braden raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile. Preston. Oh, tugging at the corners of his mouth, Preston's face twitched as he hurriedly spoke. It can be done. It can be done. Inspector Zeku can do whatever he wants, and I will comply. But how much should we reduce the tax by? Waive it entirely. Entirely waived? Preston sucked in another breath, nearly falling backward in shock. Such cruel, frightening words. But meeting Braden's half-smiling gaze, the words already at his throat inexplicably got swallowed back. No way out. Braden has spoken. Was he going to argue back? Ridiculous. He didn't want to get beheaded. Okay, alright, everything will be done as Inspector Zeku says. But Inspector Zeku just mentioned amnesty, which doesn't apply to all bandits. Those who stole and are willing to repent can be pardoned, but not those who have injured or killed people. They cannot be amnestied. Emeka Straight Kong makes a valid point, so I plan to use two different approaches to deal with these rampant bandits. One is amnesty, letting them farm or work in other ways to exchange for prison time. The more they work, the better they perform, the more time they redeem. As for those who have harmed others, we need careful deliberation. Such cases certainly won't be treated leniently. Of course, we can discuss these matters gradually from now on without rushing. The most urgent thing now is to make the citizens and the bandits aware that we have changed the governance measures for Ninghai Prefecture. Besides, there is one more thing. Chapter 232, Long-Term Planning. These matters we can indeed take our time to deliberate. After careful consideration, Braden made a decision that was enough to shock everyone to their core. When he spoke, Prefect Preston felt his soul almost fly away. So, Supervisor Zeku's intention is? At this moment, Preston had no idea what earth-shattering words Braden would utter next. My point is, the most crucial thing we need to do right now is just one matter. To abolish all policies set by the government on civilian management, effective from today or from the day the decree is abolished. From now on, within the entire Ninghai Prefecture, there shall not be any form of civilian management. Only by doing so can we truly return the people to the land, allowing fertile fields to have farmers to till them and freeing the common folk from the troubles of the civilian management system. Preston turned pale upon hearing these words. His wrinkled face whitened slightly. What? He genuinely did not expect Braden's intentions to be this. Preston anticipated that Braden would carry out bold reforms, but he never expected it to be so drastic. To directly abolish the civilian management system. But how could this be acceptable? Deciding to risk his head, even under the threat of execution by the Imperial sword, Preston tried to reason carefully. Supervisor Zeku, if this measure is implemented abruptly, it might be inappropriate. Adjusting his beard, Preston began to recount the relevant history of this system. For example, this law had been established after the founding Hyder ascended the throne and has been in practice ever since. Moreover, this move by the founding Hyder aimed at reducing taxes and benefiting the people. Shouldn't we first consult the current Hyder and discuss it thoroughly with officials in the court before making a final decision? Having said this, Preston wiped his sweat and looked beseechingly at Braden. It wasn't because of anything else. If he failed to persuade Braden and allowed him to proceed with such radical reforms, if this news reached the Imperial court, what if the Hyder held him accountable? This ancestral system would likely only be changed or replaced if it proved entirely unworkable. From Preston's perspective, the civilian management system fundamentally served the good of the people. It was just that some individuals profited too much, thus creating this corrupt environment. Was there perhaps a possibility to replace those in charge while keeping the system intact? Preston was a conservative figure, somewhat old-fashioned but very shrewd. He was trying to find a way to achieve a win-win situation. Or rather, how could he minimize the impact on himself? Chuckling awkwardly, he must at least preserve his position. His lips twitched as Preston fixed an expectant gaze on Braden. Braden looked at him, feeling utterly helpless. Still thinking about maintaining the status quo? But fair enough. Someone who could suppress the masses with iron-fisted policies wouldn't likely come up with a better solution to this problem. In Braden's view, the best approach was to strike at the root, to directly abolish it. If not done this way, Braden wasn't exaggerating. Ninghai Prefecture might well become the first base of rebellion in Great Wei, possibly led by bandits. By then, who knows if Preston's position as prefect could be retained. The risk of decapitation loomed large. Moreover, this system has already stirred so much public discontent. Even a blind man could sense the problem, right? There's no point in clinging to the banner of issued by the founding hider until bigger chaos breaks out. That would be a disaster. This is still minor. A single prefecture's rebellion could still be quelled by troops. However, Ninghai Prefecture was a major supplier of warhorses. Now, official herds were failing to provide horses, not acting swiftly and adjusting strategies, ensuring that warhorses continue to be raised, and still insisting on sticking with flawed methods. Honestly, it's just a matter of time before everything falls apart. When the entire cavalry of Great Wei lacks warhorses, would they not have to humbly bargain with the Hu people and other tribes, paying a high price and swallowing their pride to buy some inferior warhorses? Such horses cannot reproduce. This cycle would continue indefinitely. Great Wei would surely decline. Braden, having received modern education and studied history, knew many lessons from the past 5,000 years of Chinese history. So, one shouldn't underestimate potential consequences. Reining in his thoughts that were drifting towards the periphery, Braden refocused his attention. His gaze fell upon Preston, who was still looking at him with an earnest expression, seemingly hoping he would abandon this idea. Braden's brows dipped slightly, and in the next moment, he let out a soft chuckle. This chuckle left Preston bewildered. Confused, Preston reined in his pleading demeanor, becoming cautious and uneasy. Looking at Preston's changed expression, Braden thought for a moment before speaking. Everything in the world has its own fate, whether it's dead or alive. A policy is only effective when it's appropriate for the times. Even if it was good at the outset, after time passes, it can no longer be universally applicable. Can you understand what I mean, Emeka Kong? Emeka Kong, you need to learn a new concept, keeping pace with the times. As time changes, policies must evolve to better suit the lives of the people. The law governing official herds might have been useful initially, but after so long, it no longer fits Ninghai Prefecture well. Haven't you noticed that your Ninghai Prefecture has become filled with grievances and unrest? How many families have turned to banditry or been ruined because of the civilian herd management system? Civilian herd management is unfeasible. We must abolish it. At the same time, we must extend the reform wind to the official herds. The inefficiency of official herd management is the main reason why Ninghai Prefecture now suffers from rampant bandits. We must reform the official herds while ensuring this year's production of foals and the cultivation of warhorses. We should enable them to use reasonable methods to improve the efficiency of raising horses. In this way, there won't be a need to impose tasks on the common folk of Ninghai Prefecture anymore. The people will no longer have to worry daily about how to take care of the horses and related issues, thus allowing them to live in peace. Emeka Kong, what do you think of my ideas? Chapter 233, a heart-stopping proposal. What do you think of my idea? Braden's words left Preston momentarily speechless. How could he respond? Honestly, after listening to Braden's entire proposal from start to finish, Preston had only one thought in mind. Braden was incredibly daring. Ninghai Prefecture seemed like a patient suffering from an incurable illness. To bring about a cure, drastic measures were necessary. But these measures were far more intense than what Preston could have imagined. Preston felt the idea was sound, but there was a problem. Would implementing such a good idea not risk someone's life? The lives of those holding imperial edicts and ceremonial swords might be safe, but it would certainly put his own life at risk. At this thought, several new wrinkles creased Preston's old face, reflecting his anguish. Moreover, treating Ninghai's deep-rooted issues wasn't easy. Even before treatment, various factions might obstruct progress. Of course, as the prefect, he could turn a blind eye. But officials in charge, they are all tough nuts to crack, skilled in smoothing over problems. None of them are easy to deal with. After all, changes in the system directly affect their profits. Eliminating civil pastures means certain people will lose their sources of income. Cutting off someone's financial lifeline is akin to murdering their parents. On the other hand, Preston couldn't simply agree to Braden's suggestion just like that. This matter was too significant. He was merely a prefect. Above him were second-rank officials, such as the Governor-General. Indeed, the Governor-General of Ninghai who submitted memorials to the Addison was Abelardo. After careful deliberation, Preston realized this issue was too complex for him to decide on his own. Otherwise, he wouldn't gain any benefits and might even face blame from above. Absolutely not. This absolutely wouldn't do. Taking a deep breath, Preston's expression turned solemn. He spoke sincerely. To be honest, Inspector Zeku, I know what you propose is correct, but I can't easily commit to it. Not because I doubt you, but this matter is indeed too significant, and I, as a prefect, don't have the authority to make such a decision. However, Preston's eyes flickered, leaving room for negotiation. I personally hope Ninghai Prefecture improves, so any good suggestions, we stand together on. But, Inspector Zeku, you should discuss this thoroughly with the Governor-General. If he agrees, then I naturally have no objections. Preston spoke with apparent righteousness. Hearing this, Braden's thoughts raced. Governor-General? Oh, recalling the secret letter from the Addison, where she wanted him to evaluate whether the Ninghai Governor-General was incompetent. Bandits rampant, causing fertile pastures to go untended. Braden narrowed his eyes, thinking deeply. The prefect Preston makes sense. I should indeed find a suitable time to visit this incompetent Governor-General. But now isn't the right time. Or rather, not anytime soon. He had other matters to attend to. Deciding to set this topic aside for now, Braden looked steadily at Preston. The intensity of his gaze made Preston feel uneasy, causing his heart to skip a beat. afraid Braden would speak something shocking again. Braden smiled slightly, looking at the anxious Preston, and gently asked, I imagine Cash must have already told you about last night's incident, right? That incident? Preston froze for a moment. 2 seconds later, he caught on. Inspector wanting to stop Cash from killing? Cash still carrying out executions? Preston didn't understand why Braden brought up this matter again. Wiping the thin layer of sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, he nodded, eyes trembling as he looked at Braden. What's wrong, Inspector Zeku? Really scared by Braden's actions. Braden smiled wider, shaking his head, just recalling something. Before coming to the prefectural office today, while having breakfast, I coincidentally heard someone discussing an incident. Without further ado, Braden continued openly. I heard that after beheadings, your yamen hangs the criminals' heads on the city wall for 3 days as a public warning. Yes, Preston wiped his sweat again. He then continued. These policies were all set by Cash. Preston was afraid Braden might think this idea was his, so he quickly distanced himself from it. I have previously told Cash that this wasn't right, but unfortunately, I couldn't persuade him. After saying this, Preston cautiously observed Braden. Braden realized Preston had misunderstood something but didn't explain further. Instead, he said, I understand, but what I want to say is, the heads were chopped off last night, yet they vanished this morning? Braden smiled and continued questioning. I'm just curious, how did this happen? Oh, it's about this. Unconsciously relieved, though explaining this still made Preston feel a bit awkward. This matter wasn't too significant, yet it wasn't trivial either. The heads were hung on the city wall with ridges patrolling and guarding them, yet they were stolen, just vanished into thin air. It was clearly a provocation, an open challenge to their Ninghai Prefecture's defense. Preston hesitated before replying, this kind of thing does happen occasionally. After all, Cash's harsh policies naturally caused resentment among some of the common people. When Cash captured bandits, he used very strict and ruthless methods, forcing the bandits to retreat to the ravines outside the prefecture. Inspector Zeku, our Ninghai Prefecture has many ravines and mountains, especially with the cover of forests, which are ideal for hiding. So far, we haven't been able to find where the biggest group of bandits is hiding. In an attempt to junsur them using the heads hanging on the city wall, they would use various methods under the moonlight to stealthily steal the heads away. Chapter 234, How to Deal with It. When it came to being burglarized in the middle of the night, Zion felt particularly ashamed. After speaking, he looked at Braden, trying to gauge Braden's attitude. Then he paused, because Braden did not show any expression. After some consideration, he opened his mouth to ask, so that's how it is. But speaking of which, Braden's but made Zion's heart jump again. Wasn't Cash celebrating last night with drums and gongs that he had caught the third in command of the bandit gang? I wonder what the governor plans to do with this person? Braden looked at Zion with a smile, waiting for his response. Zion hesitated for a moment, unsure of how to reply, because this third in command was indeed a man of many crimes, with numerous lives on his hands. Previously, matters like this were always decided by Cash, but now, Cash was imprisoned by him. Shepard's Braden asked. He would have to take over the responsibility. After thinking for a few seconds, Zion said, Inspector Zeku may not know this, but the person you mentioned is named Amias. He is ruthless and has committed many atrocities. He once broke into a local scholar's home and slaughtered the entire family because the scholar refused to hand over his wealth and tried to report them to the authorities. In a fit of anger, Sean killed everyone, including servants. This man must not be spared or rehabilitated through labor instead of prison or punishment. Moreover, his crimes are not limited to just that. Zion sighed and informed Braden about Amias's raid on military supplies. Upon hearing this, Braden pondered for a few seconds before nodding. So it seems this man truly cannot be pardoned lightly. Then please have Egon handle the punishment as per our laws. Deal with him according to our national law. Hearing this, Zion breathed a sigh of relief. People who have committed capital offenses should indeed be publicly executed in the marketplace. Braden spoke pointedly. Zion straightened his back and nodded vigorously. Yes, I will remember that. Braden thought of the stubborn Brett from Black Tiger Mountain. By now, they likely knew their third in command had been sent to Ninghai Prefecture's jail, and that their relatives had already been beheaded, with heads taken away by their men. Closing his eyes, Braden wondered if the oath he and the brothers made still held. For now, let that go. Amias's followers would definitely attempt to free him. Braden believed Zion's words. Anyone guilty of serious crimes and bloodshed must be executed. He had promised the Brett that as long as they restrained themselves, he would restore their civilian status after resolving this issue and reunite them with their families. Unfortunately, their families were gone. It was uncertain if the Brett would still honor their vow. Forget it. Braden raised his eyes. Shepherds, they dared to steal the heads hanging on the city wall under the cover of night. There is a high possibility they will attempt to break into the jail or ambush the execution. Governor Kong, patrol and guard duties must be strengthened. Everyone entering and leaving Ninghai Prefecture must be strictly checked. All officers and ridges should remain vigilant. Do you understand? Braden handled each task systematically. Zion sat there, almost forgetting his tea, nodding at every sentence Braden said. All his previous doubts and disdain vanished. All he could feel now was respect for Braden. He was not stupid. Everything was well coordinated. Braden's speech was logical. It was evident that someone who had achieved the position of censor at such a young age and held the hider's personal sword was not just a pretty face. Zion also sensed Braden's genuine desire to improve Ninghai Prefecture. He breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Braden with gratitude. Braden, who had been discussing defense and solutions for Ninghai Prefecture all along, was now parched. Taking a deep breath, he scanned the room. As they were discussing important matters, there were no servants or officers around. He glanced at Zion. He couldn't make an introspector run over eagerly to serve him tea and water, could he? The more he thought about it, the more impractical it seemed. Braden didn't have that attitude or mentality which demanded servitude from others. So, he decided self-reliance was the way to go. He got up directly, walked to the main table, picked up the teapot, and lifted the teacup lid. Rushing water. The sound of pouring tea interrupted Zion's train of thought, looking to see what caused the noise. Zion. His expression changed a few times. In the end, Zion didn't say anything. He just called out a bit awkwardly, "Bring in a fresh pot of hot tea and prepare some snacks." But Braden, while drinking heartily, raised his hand. After gulping down several mouthfuls, he put the teacup down. "No need for trouble. I've said everything I needed to say. Next, it's up to you, Governor Kong, on how to fortify. Just one point, that prisoner must not be rescued or escape under any circumstances." Braden gave a half-smile glance at Zion, then turned his head towards outside the hall. The weather today wasn't too good. The north wind howled. It made the branches rustle with every gust. Grayish-white clouds layered the sky, blocking out the sunlight completely. Nothing could penetrate through. Gathering his thoughts, Braden murmured softly, "The weather today doesn't seem too good. There should be a heavy snowfall coming soon." Despite spending only a short time in the official residence today, the matters Braden handled and the issues he pondered over consumed a great deal of energy. A hint of fatigue showed on Braden's face. Then he stood up, delivering his final instruction. "Governor Kong." Seeing him stand up, Zion hurried to rise as well. "Inspector Zeku, please speak." Braden smiled. "Don't let me down." With this conversation concluded, Braden prepared to return to the inn where he stayed to rest. Chapter 235. Storms are brewing. After returning to the tavern, Braden rested briefly in his room. Outside, as expected, it began to snow lightly, the flakes drifting down from the gray sky. A faint murmur announced that it had started to snow. Braden's brow furrowed slightly. He stood up and walked over to the window. He then opened both window panels with a graceful gesture. The snowflakes, like white cotton, drifted down from the darkening sky. At this moment, the snow wasn't too heavy yet. Looking down, he could see children playing in the snow and vendors calling out their wares. Leaning on the windowsill, Braden quietly watched for a while. Then he closed the windows, called a servant to add another quilt, got into bed, and fell into a deep sleep. One could tell just by looking at the snow. This snowfall wouldn't stop easily. It might continue for 2 or 3 hours. With slippery roads and cold weather outside, Braden much preferred to stay cozy under his quilt and sleep through it all. Who cares about what's happening at the execution ground or beheading? Forget it, let's get some sleep first. Thus, in the silent room, Braden's even breathing soon filled the air. 2 hours later, Braden woke up feeling congested. Feeling somewhat dazed, he realized that he hadn't slept well, with a sore back and stiff neck. Even after sitting up, he sneezed 4 or 5 times in a row. Achoo, achoo, achoo. After the sneezing fit, Braden thought blankly. "Oh, I think I caught a cold." And not just thinking, it was indeed a cold. The Ridges came to call Braden for dinner, only to find their general wrapped in blankets, sitting listlessly on the bed. They were shocked. Upon questioning, they learned he was ill. Startled, the burly Ridges quickly ran off, some to fetch a doctor and others to boil water. They were busy non-stop. Perhaps these past 10 days of hard work and travel had taken its toll. The communal execution he witnessed, combined with restless nights filled with drumbeats and winds blowing, and now this snow. Add to that his constant worry over the state of Ninghai Prefecture. It's no wonder he fell ill. While Braden had been as strong as an ox in Nangjiang, still, even bulls can fall sick sometimes. Braden might belong to the type who rarely falls ill, but when he does, it hits him hard. Due to his high fever, he remained bedridden for 2 days. It wasn't until the 3rd day that he regained a little strength, able to eat solid food and walk around a bit. Even so, he still broke into a cold sweat after a few rounds. As for Preston, he did not disappoint Braden's expectations. He diligently handled the affairs of Ninghai Prefecture as instructed. First, he abolished the rule concerning civilian shepherding. Next, he exempted this year's taxes. When these announcements were made, the people of Ninghai Prefecture were in uproar. All were astonished. Giving the people a couple of days to adjust, Preston then released the news that Amias had been captured and would face preliminary and public hearings. Braden missed the preliminary hearing. He was delirious with fever at the time. However, he could barely attend the public hearing. But when Preston saw Braden's weakened condition, he simply fell silent. Then he said that if Braden couldn't make it, he could handle it himself. Braden believed in his ability. After all, as prefect, Preston couldn't be useless. So, after much consideration, despite his headache, Braden agreed. "Go ahead, Prefect Kong. Please inform me of the verdict afterward." Preston quickly agreed. After another 2 days, Braden finally recovered, though his complexion was still a bit pale. But he was certainly better than before. During those days, he had broken into multiple rounds of sweats. Upon recovery, Braden's first act was to have hot water prepared for a bath. After bathing and dressing neatly, he summoned the Ridges. Although he didn't attend either hearing, Braden had kept a watchful eye on things. He asked the Ridges to monitor them closely. "Was Preston here yesterday?" "Yes, General." Thoughtfully, Braden had asked. "What did he say?" "He came to report the final sentencing result of Amias to the Great General." Braden squinted his eyes. "How was he sentenced?" The Ridge thought for a moment. "It depends on the perspective. According to the law of Great Wei, formal beheading executions must be carried out after autumn. But Preston believes that now, during these eventful times in Ninghai Prefecture, it's not suitable to keep such a heinous criminal well-fed and alive until next year. So, after some thought, he decided to execute Amias 2 days from now, at the 3rd watch of noon." Another Ridge chimed in excitedly. "General, you've slept through 1 execution day. Tomorrow will be another grand show." Hearing this, Braden's mouth twitched slightly, and he gave the Ridge an exasperated look. Then he picked up the spinach and lean meat porridge, taking a few sips. Warmth spread straight to his stomach. Comfortable as could be, every pore on Braden's body seemed to open up. "All right, I know. My illness has greatly improved. Tomorrow, I'll go and join the spectacle to see it firsthand." Oh yes, General, take us with you." Someone opened their mouth excitedly. but someone more considerate voiced concerns. General, are you sure your body is up for it? Braden waved his hand dismissively. Wouldn't I know my own body better than anyone else? He rubbed his chin a couple of times. His eyes suddenly brightened. The snow from the other day hasn't melted yet. Huh? I should go take a look outside. As soon as Braden said this, several people immediately objected. Don't go, General. You're not fully recovered yet. Braden. Fine then. There's no arguing with them. Because of the objections from these ridges, Braden had to settle for a second option. He decided to just stroll around the tavern. And this tavern, being the best in Ninghai Prefecture, didn't disappoint. The view from the upper level, overlooking everything, was indeed magnificent. Wearing a cloak, Braden climbed up high to enjoy the scenery. Suddenly, his forehead and eyelids started twitching uncontrollably. Braden. Left eye twitching means wealth, right eye twitching means disaster. Great. Am I about to have bad luck? Chapter 236. Right eye twitching, misfortune beckons. Though the saying left eye twitching for fortune, right eye twitching for disaster, may not be entirely accurate. However, in an instant, Braden felt his heartstrings being tugged. Suddenly, a wave of unease and agitation surged within him. Always feels like something big is about to happen. A good omen of heavy snow heralds a bountiful year. This year's first snow has already fallen. But after the snow clears, who knows what scenarios will unfold. In times of prosperity or ruin, it is always the common people who suffer. No matter when or where, it's always the common folk who bear the brunt. No matter how restless he felt, it all turned into a long, lingering sigh. Indeed, just as Braden had thought, Ninghai Prefecture was about to change. But this change did not refer to the weather. It referred to man-made disasters. At this very moment, the Brett were enraged and had rallied not only their own bandit lair, but also other bandits and highwaymen. Roughly, there were 800 or 900 men. Over the past week, they took advantage of the time to recruit those who were previously undecided, pulling them into the fold. Now, they were leading nearly 1,000 freshly assembled men, rapidly closing in on the outskirts 10 miles outside Ninghai Prefecture's inner city. Several days ago, their men brought news that filled the Brett with dread. They carefully retrieved from a box a head wrapped in lime, its hair stained red with blood, eyes tightly shut, and handed it to the two brothers. Upon seeing the family they had grown up with, the Brett were struck dumb. Then came the violent backlash of emotions. They almost vomited blood, knelt down in hatred without fear, and cradled the heads of their loved ones like children, wailing uncontrollably. The cries echoed all the way to the entrance of the camp. After crying for half an hour, the two rose shakily to their feet, almost driven mad, venting their rage by smashing everything breakable in sight. Older brother Hobart was especially agitated. He looked utterly broken, panting heavily, shouting loudly. His expression was dark and brutal. The officials are corrupt. They deserve death. They should be killed. Killing our parents and relatives. How innocent they were. How innocent. Afraid of implicating their parents and family, the Brett never contacted them after running away to become highwaymen, lest they drag their family down and fall into the hands of that damned Cash. Never did they expect Cash would be so unjust. Not only their parents, even their little nephew, no more than 10 years old, that adorable child, was mercilessly slain. One can imagine how shocked and pained Hobart was upon seeing the small head. Even children were not spared. These damned officials. Unable to control the surging anger within him, Hobart shouted aloud. If we let that corrupt official Cash continue, sooner or later, every single one of us, along with our families, will have our heads chopped off. Damn officials. Corrupt officials. Hobart stamped his foot. If I don't avenge this, I, Hobart, swear I will not live. Younger brother Alpha, however, seemed a bit calmer than his older brother, but his eyes were red and fiery. His face was extremely grim. Looking out towards the dark forest beyond the gate, his teeth ground together with a crunching sound. Alpha took a deep breath, then closed his eyes. Brother, vengeance, we must take revenge. The brothers watching by the side, seeing the leader's condition, couldn't help but feel sympathetic and sorrowful. Shepherd simultaneously, they couldn't help but think of the fate of hares mourning the loss of a fox. The leaders were usually cautious. They never contacted their families. Even their families resisted acknowledging these two sons turned highwaymen, wishing for a way out through surrender. Who could have expected such a clean-cut family? Yet Cash did not spare them. Every last one of them was slaughtered. None left behind. Truly sad and pitiable. They couldn't help but think of their own families. Would their loved ones soon be captured and executed by Cash? Some members of the gang, still having living relatives, couldn't help but worry. Brother. Alpha, harboring immense grief, gritted his teeth and called out. Our families have all been beheaded by Cash. It's hard to ensure that none of you brothers' families will also be implicated. This time, we can no longer endure it. If we continue to endure and retreat, what might follow could be a string of death notices. We must avenge our parents and families, and we need to rescue your families as well. Hobart, breathing heavily like an ox, nodded with hatred upon hearing this. Younger brother, what should we do? One of the men standing nearby added, Second leader, just say it. The brothers have long wanted to kill that dog official with our own hands. Indeed, our elders are also yours. They've been killed by Cash, and I can't bear it any longer. Storm Ninghai Prefecture City and kill that dog official Cash. For a moment, everyone was riled up. Everyone began shouting in unison. Storm Ninghai Prefecture City and kill that dog official Cash. Storm Ninghai Prefecture City and kill that dog official Cash. Storm Ninghai Prefecture City and kill that dog official Cash. Shout after shout rang out. Alpha raised his hand, his eyes bloodshot as he spoke gravely. If we want to attack Ninghai Prefecture City, it's not feasible for now. Our current manpower in the stronghold is far from enough. With this number, we can conduct ambushes and cause some trouble, but that's about it. We cannot do much more. If we're to storm Ninghai Prefecture City as everyone suggests, we'll need more people, proper weapons, and horses as well. Otherwise, we'd be walking straight into the arms of those officials to be captured. After saying these few words, he turned to look at the leader of the small team who brought back their family members' heads. You said you saw Cash's men capture Amias? Yes, I saw it all with my own eyes. Although it was from a distance, the figure looked very much like him. Later, I saw the person being escorted break free of the ropes and restraints with sheer strength, fighting off several bailiffs barehanded. Chapter 237, The Rebel Forces. Boss Burnell, after we finished with the bailiffs, we wanted to rush to those two Imperial censors and beat them to death on the spot. Unfortunately, this man shook his head, a look of disappointment evident on his face. The bailiffs were too many. Before we could make our move, dozens of them held us down. They are probably already in the Ninghai Prefecture prison. From his response, two pieces of information were clearly gleaned. One was that the person captured was most likely their brother, Amias. As for the second piece of information, Alpha was stunned for a moment before he asked hesitantly in a low voice, carefully probing further. You mentioned just now that it wasn't only Cash there? The subordinate nodded vigorously. Yes. The newcomer also seemed to be an Imperial censor because they wore similar clothes, purple silk, with official hats. He must be another corrupt official like Cash. Do you have a clear image of the person you mentioned? A stirring occurred within Alpha, followed by a wave of disbelief. I saw him clearly. Pale complexion, young, probably in his mid-20s, quite handsome. At first glance, he looked like a decent official, but how could a good official stand by as innocent people from Boss's family were beheaded on the execution ground? The speaker's expression was filled with indignation. I saw everything clearly. When the executions happened, both Cash and the new official were present. No one tried to stop it. Heads were chopped off right away. Hearing this, Alpha, who initially did not want to believe it, turned grim. Beside him, his older brother, still venting his anger by smashing things, froze. After about 5 seconds, Hobart stared wide-eyed, disbelief written all over his face. How could this be? He clearly said he would bring peace and prosperity back to Ninghai Prefecture. He should be a good official. How could someone like him possibly act the same way as Cash, executing innocents so casually? Why would he waste time trying to persuade us otherwise if that was the case? Recalling Braden's earnest words before, Hobart felt a sharp internal conflict arise. He found it hard to believe. No, more accurately, he really didn't believe Braden would do such a thing. Just yesterday, Hobart had been waiting and hoping that Braden would succeed. They hoped to finally live freely under the sun, walking the streets without fear. But overnight, how could things turn out like this? His younger brother's expression was fierce, spitting on the ground. Damn it, I never trusted these officials from the start. Looking like a good official? That's just a facade, a bunch of beasts in human skin. Alpha cursed bitterly here, using extremely harsh words. Seeing his older brother's dazed and disbelieving look made him even angrier. From the beginning, I saw through that kid's smooth talk. Words sounded nice, but in practice, he's just like that damned Cash. Nothing but corrupt officials who do nothing useful. Just look around you. Our family members haven't even cooled yet, and we can't bury them properly. We can only sneak back to retrieve their heads. If our parents are buried this way, they will rest in eternal resentment. Wake up, elder brother. Stop dreaming those impossible dreams. Look at our parents' heads, think of our deep-seated grievances. Could you really still believe that kid's lies and think he would keep his promise to give us citizenship? Would you put aside our parents' vengeance for something as intangible as that? The younger brother's furious outburst made Hobart's pupils dilate slightly. Then he looked at his brother with wide eyes. Bryn, how could you think that of me? I only asked for the truth. If it turns out that regarding our family's deaths, he indeed did nothing or simply watched indifferently, how could I possibly suppress our vendetta for the sake of citizenship? Don't you know me well enough? If it truly is like that, I will personally kill him after our parents are properly buried, taking their heads as an offering to comfort their spirits in heaven. Hearing this, Alpha realized that his elder brother hadn't been swayed by the illusory promises. His expression softened somewhat, and his voice became gentler. He stopped accusing his elder brother. Instead, he began to speak earnestly. Brother, hearing you think this way reassures me. You must always remember that only we, your blood brothers, truly have your best interests at heart. Outsiders will never genuinely care for you. As for Cash and that kid, these two corrupt officials, If we want to avenge our family, we need to gather more troops. To avenge our family, we also need to rescue Amias from prison. Amias was their brother. Shepherd's they were brothers. The Brett naturally knew about what Amias had done before. To be honest, if it were only Amias being imprisoned, without their parents and relatives being beheaded, the Brett might not have rushed to save him after careful consideration. It wasn't because of anything else. Just because Amias had acted ruthlessly, with many lives on his hands. Of course, his actions were not under the orders of the Brett. Braden had repeatedly warned them to go easy during robberies and never harm anyone. From such instructions, it was clear that someone with dirty hands could not be promised a civilian identity. So, with this premise in place, the Brett were the leaders, and Amias was merely the third in command. By slightly reconditioning the minds of their followers, they could choose not to rescue him. But all this was based on the assumption that Braden would keep his promise. As for now, whether Braden would ultimately keep his word was still uncertain. Their desire for vengeance ranked first for the moment. To seek revenge, they needed to win over the hearts of all the brothers in the stronghold, because the dead were their parents, not the parents of the other brothers. Chapter 238. A ragtag army of thousands. Shepherd's they were not his parents. It was somewhat difficult to get the brothers in the village to risk their lives for the two of them. It could be done, but it required some persuasion. A more substantial benefit needed to be dangled as bait. Only then would success be possible. In this situation, there couldn't be any actions that might demoralize the troops. What? You want to know what kind of plot twist in a bandit's lair can lead to demoralization? It's naturally when one of the third chieftains is captured and imprisoned, and no efforts are made to rescue him. That's one aspect. On the other side, Amias, though treacherous and merciless in his actions, treated the brothers in the village well and also listened more to the Brett. Additionally, most importantly, Amias had extraordinary natural strength and martial prowess. His ability to break free from hemp ropes at the execution ground and fight against 10 men demonstrated this. Without Amias, their plan to attack Ninhai Prefecture would face many more uncertainties. Alpha, as the younger brother, thought over various plans. He considered much more than his elder brother did. As for his elder brother, he didn't think that deeply, only feeling that since his brother was in jail, he should be rescued. This was without question. It was something that must be done. So, when Alpha said they needed to prepare a detailed plan to rescue Amias, his elder brother nodded vigorously with heavy breaths. It should be like this. Amias is our brother. We should save him. Alpha glanced at his elder brother and sighed inwardly. Yes, and after rescuing him, we also need to have him lead a part of the brothers to attack Ninhai Prefecture. The elder Wang brother thought for a moment, but felt a bit worried. But Amias has most likely already been imprisoned. The prison in Ninhai Prefecture is heavily guarded. Rescuing him will be very difficult. Moreover, Cash usually executes those he captures, including our people and other bandits, very quickly. We must hurry up if we are to save him. We need to gather the brothers and head to Ninhai Prefecture immediately. Otherwise, if we delay, Amias might lose his head. Alpha nodded on hearing this. Yes, that makes sense. Thus, the entire village was lit up that night. Torches burned throughout the night without pause. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, the useful items in the village had already been packed, and all the brothers were ready to set out. The Brett mounted their horses and gave the order. Everyone started moving toward Ninhai Prefecture. Notably, along the way, they didn't rush blindly. They had discussed needing more manpower for their planned attack on Ninhai Prefecture last night. Therefore, on the road, they intentionally or unintentionally recruited escaped convicts and refugees they encountered, expanding their ranks. This was also due to the brothers' good reputation. Their Robin Hood-style acts of robbing the rich to help the poor were real. They distributed grain and other supplies to those in need who couldn't survive otherwise. Thus, in the Ninhai Prefecture area, many held the Brett in high regard and admiration. In the eyes of some ignorant ones, they weren't bandits but more like generous and righteous heroes. Being refugees themselves, they were those who couldn't live decent lives anymore. Hearing that they were going to overthrow Cash's cruel rule in Ninhai Prefecture, many joined their ranks. After all, they figured it was their one life anyway. If successful, they might live comfortably henceforth. If not, they were nothing but cheap lives. Dying would be but a blink of an eye. What these unenlightened souls failed to consider was that what they were about to do wasn't merely overturning a corrupt official's rule. They were being duped into rebelling, becoming rebels. Throughout history, whether by coercion or choice, rebels met gruesome ends and faced extermination of 9 clans. They might feel their lives were meaningless and feared no death, but they hadn't thought about how even a bit of tracing their family line could reveal distant relatives within the 9-clan range. But no one told them, so they walked further down the wrong path. Proven fact, the Brett truly had skills. Had it not been for this chaotic, misunderstanding-ridden situation, they might indeed have accomplished something significant. Gradually, their ranks expanded to an astonishing degree. It could be said that the size of their group now was quite considerable. At the same time, the quality of the entire group was not bad. Due to the policy of herding horses, many ridges who had military positions found life unbearable and escaped. Therefore, these individuals with excellent physical qualities and martial arts skills were naturally absorbed by the brothers and given important roles. The team moved forward like a hidden cheetah preparing for a hunt, waiting for the best moment to tear a piece of flesh from their prey. As for Ninhai Prefecture at this very moment, it was still completely unaware of what was happening. Oh, that's not entirely correct. The atmosphere in Ninhai Prefecture had been quite pleasant over the past 2 days. This was because the previously unbearable Cash had stepped down. People no longer had to worry about being implicated for things beyond their control. They didn't have to fear that if someone they knew became a bandit, the government officials would suddenly show up and arrest them. Moreover, they received some good news. All taxes for the year were to be waived. And all of this seemed to be due to changes made by a new censor who had arrived. What a good official, truly a fine one. Everyone spread the word. If the Brett could have stayed in their camp for just one more day, yes, even just one day, they would have heard this news. Thus, they might have believed Braden's previous promises were not meant to stabilize or deceive them, but were genuinely aimed at considering the welfare of the people of Ninhai Prefecture. Unfortunately, there is no if in this world. There are also no second chances. Braden had anticipated that the Brett might attempt to break into the jail or disrupt an execution. What he hadn't expected was that they would actually plan to attack Ninhai Prefecture. Such a crime, which would result in the extermination of 9 generations, would not usually be committed by someone with clear judgment. Pity. Braden underestimated the hatred a person feels after losing their parents. Soon, the 2 Brett led a large group of rebels to the gates of Ninhai Prefecture. They first hid the group. Chapter 239, truly lacks. Such a large group couldn't just rush into the city without any planning. If they did that, it would be no different from being caught like fish in a jar. What they needed to do was ambush and wait. Wait for what? For the constables who were out on patrol or conducting business. After spending some time, they finally ambushed a group of constables returning through the city gates. There weren't many of them, just a few dozen. This group of constables had been out capturing criminals. They never expected to be ambushed right outside their doorstep. Caught off guard, they were utterly annihilated. Their clothes were stripped off and put on the best trained and strongest men specially chosen by Alpha. Disguised as returning constables, they easily entered the inner city wearing these uniforms. Without the slightest obstruction. Even the expected inspection didn't happen. This smooth progress caused everyone who entered the inner city to be overwhelmed with excitement. They swiftly dealt with all the ridges on patrol and guarding the city gates. Then they left the city gates wide open. Hundreds of people, under the cover of night, marched boldly into the city. The remaining hundreds remained hidden outside the city gates, just waiting for the right moment to escort their brothers out. There was something worth mentioning here. Previously, Braden anticipated that someone would come to rescue Amias, so he repeatedly instructed Zion to ensure the constables and ridges strengthened their defenses. However, due to Cash's iron-fisted policies, the bandits had been calm for over a year. Over this period, they had truly become lax. They thought that even if someone came to break into the jail, there wouldn't be many of them. At most, just a few individuals. After all, the scrutiny at the city gates was very strict. It was impossible for such ferocious bandits to get inside. Thus, they were caught off guard when hundreds stormed right up to their doorstep, leaving only shock and stupefaction. Almost immediately, they were completely wiped out. The alarm sounded across every corner of the city. But now it was too late for warnings. Because the bandits who had infiltrated the inner city had already killed themselves into a frenzy. The intense sounds of combat, accompanied by relentless screams and cries, filled the air. That night was exceedingly tragic. Braden's entourage included elite troops from the capital region. Additionally, he had 6 trusted men from the Southern Frontier Army by his side. Upon hearing the sounds, the elite troops stationed in the inner city immediately moved into action. As for the others, at first, when they heard the alarm, they actually failed to react immediately. Why? Because of Cash. Yes, this was another result of Cash's influence. Shepard's he took over the management of banditry issues a year ago. Whether it was capturing small fry or big bosses, or even unidentified vagrants appearing at the city gates, the alarm would sound each time. The number of times it rang each day could not even be counted on 2 hands. Tonight, upon suddenly hearing this familiar sound, both citizens and constables shared the same thought. Oh, Lord Wei must have caught more bandits. But after a long pause, they finally realized something was wrong. Damn, that's not right. Cash has already fallen from power. How could he possibly still use this warning horn to announce capturing bandits? Some smart people finally reacted. Unfortunately, it was a bit too late. Because at this moment, the 2 Brett had already made their way unimpeded to Ninghai Prefecture's prison, killing anyone who stood in their way. Without hesitation, they started slaughtering. Jailers? Kill. Constables? Kill. Anyone who obstructed them? Killed. In mere moments, the entire prison was littered with critically injured and motionless corpses. They soon arrived at Amias's cell. Through the iron bars, Amias, his face flushed with excitement, clung to the door, hands gripping the bars. Seeing the 2 Brett, he laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha, eldest brother, Bryn? I knew you would come to save me. Laughing over, he pointed impatiently at the lock and chains on the cell door. Quick, quick, help your brother out, unlock this thing. Let me join you in killing them all. Completely wipe them out. Tavern. Braden's room. Braden hadn't rested well for the past few days. Because after his eyelid had been twitching all day, a big stone had been hanging in Braden's heart, unable to settle down. Tonight would also be a sleepless night. Even an hour ago, the uneasy premonition in Braden's heart had become even stronger. He got up from the bed. Wearing a cloak, he walked to the window and opened both windows. 15 minutes later, suddenly, he saw that several streets away, there seemed to be some vague sounds. Unclear. The firelight flickered and danced in the alley. Braden's heart thumped. Oh no, something must have happened. Just as he was thinking this, a few breaths didn't even allow Braden to react. That distant horn sound came through the air, carried by the whistling cold wind, right into his ears. Braden was stunned for a moment. Frowning, he listened carefully. 10 seconds passed. 20 seconds passed. Very peaceful. The constables did not move. Even the citizens kept their doors and windows tightly shut. They had absolutely no desire to go out and take a look. Braden. Closing his eyes for a moment. It's bad. Braden immediately opened his eyes and called out the names of his ridges. Come in. The ridges, upon hearing the voice, were already dressed and waiting outside Braden's room. Hearing Braden call them, they hurriedly walked in. They bowed and said, General, it seems enemies have already breached the inner city. That direction is exactly where the prison is located. Braden had not fully recovered from the cold, his voice somewhat stifled with a nasal tone. He nodded heavily and seriously. It seems so. I clearly asked Lord Kong to remind the constables and ridges to be on higher alert. It appears my warnings weren't enough. Who would have thought the ridges and citizens would be so numb to the sound of the horn, never imagining it was an enemy attack? The prison area is likely in chaos now. I need you to quickly signal the various directions of the city with flares. We cannot delay the warning about the enemy attack. Upon receiving orders, the ridges immediately set to work. The remaining few looked at Braden with serious expressions. General, the lax security in the inner city may not be safe. Chapter 240. Assembly at the Prefecture. In all directions, east, west, south, and north, Keegan's men were sounding their whistles. The piercing sound could alert everyone in the city. Standing still, Keegan listened as regret began to well up inside him. How could he have not foreseen that Cash's actions over the past year had already made the people of Ninghai Prefecture weary and numb? Horns were sounded for capturing bandits, drums beaten for executions. Whether commoners or constables, whether ridges guarding the city walls, everyone in Ninghai Prefecture was so accustomed to these sounds that they no longer paid attention. This had become a serious problem. Keegan's heart pounded in his chest. Thump, thump. It grew increasingly rapid. The ridges exchanged uneasy glances for a couple of seconds before one stepped forward, cupping his hands respectfully. General, we shouldn't linger here. Although this is an inn, news of your stay has probably spread. Even if the intruders within the inner city don't know yet, they will likely find us soon. The inn isn't safe. We should join up with Bo's contingent stationed elsewhere. If possible, escorting you out of the city first would be best. The ridge's thoughts were simple. No matter what, Keegan's safety came first. Staying with the elite troops from the capital was far safer than staying here with just a few men. With this thought, the ridge who spoke looked at Keegan even more eagerly. Braden gazed steadily at him, shook his head, and refused the suggestion. No. The ridge, flustered, blurted out, Why not, General? Their numbers were too few. While each of them was skilled, There was an old saying, not afraid of 10,000 but wary of the unexpected. Braden understood it more thoroughly. Through the wide open window, his gaze scanned the pitch-black streets where faint flames flickered in the wind. We can't leave. If I withdraw and don't face the situation, relying solely on the people inside the city. He nearly said bunglers, but bit his tongue. Whatever happens, I can't retreat. Otherwise, Ninghai Prefecture's defenses will collapse quickly, resulting in many casualties. Some people shouldn't die, while others deserve it. I'm worried they won't stop after kidnapping Amias. Their momentum suggests a large force. They're planning something big? Braden couldn't quite grasp why they did this. Rescuing someone from execution wasn't impossible. But why stir up such chaos and risk extermination? Braden closed his eyes briefly, clenching his teeth tightly. When he reopened them, a fierce anger and restlessness enveloped him. The ridges edged closer and, hearing Braden's conjectures, widened their eyes in shock. What? They dare to do this? Do they plan to seize Ninghai Prefecture and proclaim themselves kings? They talked over each other. One of the sharper ones pondered for a moment, and then urgently approached Keegan. General, if that's the case, you absolutely cannot stay here. This issue with Ninghai Prefecture didn't start today or yesterday, and it isn't your fault. Prefect Kong received strict orders, which he ignored. Only now realizing something was wrong, they had to sound the alarm. All this is Cash's doing. It shouldn't fall on your shoulders. Yes. General, let us escort you to safety first. Then we can re-enter the city to help. You've done enough, General. The hider wouldn't blame you if told the truth. Braden remained unmoved, his expression cold and resolute. Unshaken, he said simply, no. He firmly rejected the suggestion. Don't say such things anymore. If I retreat, relying solely on Preston would not be enough to repel the enemy forces. Indeed, if Ninghai Prefecture is truly captured by bandits, it may not be my fault fundamentally, but thinking of one's own safety first instead of solving the problem shows a lack of responsibility. Furthermore, Bo sent me here to resolve the issues in Ninghai Prefecture and improve the lives of the people, not to become a deserter. If I really acted like that, wouldn't I betray the trust of Bo and the old Chancellor? Preston's capabilities are limited. Braden sighed softly. I cannot leave. If I can't even protect Ninghai Prefecture this time, how can Bo entrust other matters to me in the future? What qualifications do I have to continue serving as the general commander of the southern border? If this incident becomes known to the court, or even the entire empire, my reputation will be lost, and I won't have the face to return to the southern border as a general. Braden's words were resolute and powerful. Those who had suggested retreating showed expressions of admiration, shock, and shame. Someone asked, Shepherder, you were right. We were too short-sighted. Upon reflection, Braden was indeed correct. He was not a frail scholar official, but a battle-hardened general from the southern border who had seen real combat. So, General, what should we do now? Someone posed the most critical question. Braden quickly reviewed the situation in his mind. Then he looked at them firmly. Let's go find Preston first. But, probably the residence of Prefect Kong is surrounded by enemy forces at this moment. No matter what, we must join forces with Prefect Kong first before discussing further actions. Preston knows the military strength and layout of Ninghai Prefecture much better than I do. A newcomer. We understand. Thus, the group immediately took advantage of the night, leaping out of the window. Their movements were agile and nimble. They did not walk down the streets below. Instead, they moved on rooftops where the bright moon hung high. Chapter 241, Cowardice. The wind howled. It whistled sharply. Ears gradually lost sensation from the cold. They galloped while discussing in hushed tones. General, our men have also killed on the battlefield. We are even more formidable than someone like Amias. Ordinary people can't hurt us. Why don't we directly take our elite troops and attack their main base to resolve those bandits? In their view, directly beheading the bandit leaders and leaving them without a head could be much faster. Braden sighed inwardly. These few under his command, although somewhat clever, were still incapable of grasping the overall situation. They couldn't clearly perceive the current state of affairs. Your method isn't bad. It would indeed leave those bandits leaderless and cause disorder. Ninghai Prefecture could indeed be preserved this way. But have you thought about something else? Their main force is heading towards the prison. They likely aim to free Amias first. I know your skills could easily eliminate many and bring me the heads of the Brett. But what happens after that? Braden's question made the ridges hesitate mid-step on the rooftops. After that? He hadn't considered it. Furrowing his brow, he remained silent. Braden didn't intend for him to answer, continuing himself. Afterwards, they would be terrified, feeling death approaching. They might choose to drag innocent civilians into this as well. The ridges. Damn, they hadn't thought of that. Even if they don't think they'll die, they might believe the mission has failed. They try to loot as much as possible to survive after escaping by chance. Braden knew that if the ridges analyzed carefully, they could understand this scenario. However, these were his own ridges from Nanzhong. They lacked empathy for the greater realm of Wei or Ninghai Prefecture. They were loyal to him. Thus, the safety of other places' civilians wasn't as important to them. This mindset, it was understandable. It wouldn't change overnight. Forget it. The priority now was finding Preston quickly. Shepherdlantly, they continued moving. Finally, after countless leaps, they saw the gate of the prefectural government office. They didn't use the main gate. Instead, they jumped over the wall. Bang bang bang. Several thuds echoed loudly. The guards on duty, already on edge, were frightened out of their wits. With a swift motion, they drew their gleaming blades and rushed toward the sound. Who dares break into the government office? Surrender immediately. Braden. The nearby ridge, seeing this, couldn't let this go. He stepped forward, protecting Braden, eyes glaring fiercely. What are you doing? Look clearly at whom you're threatening with your swords. Such insolence against His Excellency the Censor. The Censor? Bathed in moonlight, the guards looked in shock. Behind the layers of shadows, the familiar face of the Censor appeared. My heavens, it really is the Censor. They quickly sheathed their swords, feeling a chill down their spines. They silently cursed. What mood was the censor in? Would he punish them for this? Braden saw their unease, but didn't hold onto the issue. Even in normal times, he wouldn't blame them. With a reassuring glance, Braden directly asked about Preston. Where is your magistrate? Is he in the office? Seeing Braden wasn't angry, the guards guarding the office relaxed slightly and answered. To the Lord Censor, the magistrate is not here. He has taken some guards to the prison to prevent the bandits from breaking in. Hearing this, Braden narrowed his eyes, pondering, then asked again. How long ago did he leave? He left about half a tea time ago, almost at the same time as the Lord Censor. Shepard, the prefect originally intended to wait for the aid troops before heading to the prison. However, after waiting for a long time and seeing no one coming, he felt he couldn't just let things go on like this. He feared that chaos might break out at the prison. So after some consideration, he decided to personally lead a group with his sword to surround and suppress those bandits. The prefect also said that as an official responsible for this region, facing such problems, he could not retreat. Even if he were to die, he would die in front of the people. Upon hearing this, Braden was surprised and his eyebrows twitched. It was truly unexpected. Preston actually had such resolve. In fact, this is what every official should do when faced with such circumstances. However, fear of death is an inherent trait deeply embedded in human DNA. Who isn't afraid of death? Not to mention others, even Braden himself didn't want to die. Thus, at this critical juncture between life and death, the usually mild-mannered and timid Preston, who preferred to avoid responsibility and difficulties and loved nothing more than eating and gardening, had made such a decision and action. It truly astonished Braden. At this moment, Braden finally acknowledged that Preston indeed deserved the title of a benevolent official. If that was the case, Braden had to ensure Preston's safety. Narrowing his eyes for a few seconds, he then lifted his gaze to look at the bewildered and somewhat uneasy officers standing around. I'm going to save your prefect now, but I'm not familiar with the inner city of Ninghai Prefecture. I need your help. I need someone to step forward and guide us. Is there anyone willing to volunteer? As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into silence. The remaining officers exchanged glances, all seeing hesitation in each other's eyes and expressions. Braden's words were clear. To save him would mean confronting those fierce bandits. They weren't deaf to the commotion and screams outside. The level of danger outside was obvious. Guiding the censor named Braden through the streets, their group numbered only 7, including the censor. Add a guide, and they would be 8 in total. 8 people against the bandits. Who would die first? Chapter 242, The Guide. Who would be the first to die when the two parties met? It definitely wouldn't be these tall and strong ridges. It also wouldn't be Darren Braden, this imperial censor with extraordinary status. So it would be 100%, the guide. Who dared to take on this deadly job? The scene remained silent for a full 10 seconds. Seeing this, a ridge beside Braden narrowed his eyes in disdain and sneered, they are truly a bunch of cowardly trash. After finishing his sentence, he turned to look at Braden. Sheparder, I personally walked around the inner city twice before. I am quite familiar with the roads in the city, so we don't need them to lead the way. Let me do it. Possibly incited by the term, a bunch of cowardly trash, one youth with a somewhat slender figure who didn't look particularly robust stepped forward. The prefect has already gone. Naturally, we aren't afraid of death either. I, Ambrosen, will go with you, sir. He tightly grasped the hilt of his sword at his waist. Upon closer inspection, his wrist was trembling slightly. Braden looked at him for a moment, meeting the unyielding and resolute emotion in his eyes, then smiled slightly and nodded at him. Very well, follow me. Then, they sprinted towards the prison. At that moment, tavern. Receiving the signal from the whistle arrow, the Imperial censor's entourage immediately rushed to the tavern where Braden was staying, charging up the stairs and arriving outside Braden's room under the lead of a waiter who was shrinking back in fear. Upon opening the room, it was extremely empty. Even the window was wide open in the cold wind, creaking as the blades moved. Looking at the empty room, the waiter, who was guiding the official, couldn't help but widen his eyes and scream out loud. How could there be no one here? I've been sitting in the main hall downstairs all along. I clearly saw them go upstairs and never came down again. But now, where did they go? Could they have grown wings and flown away? The waiter had no idea that officials could even practice lightness kung fu. But upon seeing this scene, the heart of the elite ridge accompanying the Imperial censor sank. You can leave, he said to the waiter. Waiter, The waiter was still in shock over the disappearance right under his nose. Dazed, he quickly nodded in response. All right. Then he practically jumped down the stairs. Watching the person leave, the remaining group began to discuss. The Imperial censor must have left through the window with his personal guards. There are shoe prints on the windowsill, and I heard the biggest noise coming from the direction of the prison. It seems the sir is leading people to provide support there. What do you say, brothers? What should we do? What else can we do but hurry over to protect the Imperial censor? Don't forget our identities and mission. Bo gave explicit orders for us to protect the Imperial censor. If anything happens to him, it will all be due to our failure. We'll be held accountable when we return. Oh, this Imperial censor really doesn't fear death. Why didn't he wait for us to arrive before making any decisions? Hearing this, an elite guard standing next to him mocked him. If we had arrived, would we agree once we heard the Imperial censor say he wanted to go to the prison for help? Others. That has some logic. Thinking about it this way, this Imperial censor is actually quite rebellious. Seems like he guessed what we'd do, so he escaped immediately through the window. Taking a deep breath. Before we arrived, Bo entrusted us with the authority to contact secret agents and undercover guards in various places. So, after a thoughtful pause, the leader suggested, I will call over everyone I can mobilize in the city. There aren't many, but at least each one is skilled, more reliable than those officers or Ninghai Prefecture ridges who only have a superficial appearance. Alright, let's do it your way. We'll go to the prison for support first. Once you find them, come join us right away. Shepherd's Braden had opened the window, The person planning to act alone took a deep breath. He directly entered the room and jumped out the window, saving the trouble of going downstairs. At the prison, when Amias saw his gang's leaders rush over to save him, his eyes lit up. Hanging on the railing, he laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha, brothers 1 and 2. I knew you would come to save me. Hurry, quick, set me free. Let me join you to slay those damned corrupt officials clean. Hobart shouldered a snow-white, sharp broadsword. With one slash, he cut the lock off the door and it clattered to the ground. Clank clang. Amias didn't even wait for them to remove the chains. He pushed open the still-resisting prison gate with both arms. Then, from the weapons hanging on the wall, he grabbed a meteor hammer into his hand, swinging it with fierce force. Every jailer left in the prison was struck down by one blow of the hammer, one strike at a time. To make an inappropriate comparison, it was really like smashing watermelons, with red and white splatters all over his meteor hammer, dripping down steadily. Amias, this man has always been brutal, enjoying killing, having pin-up anger due to being captured. He now wanted to kill more people to work out his limbs after finally being rescued. Only then could he vent his depression well. After finishing the killings, Amias's eyes turned red, his face agitated as he looked towards Hobart and the other. Then he burst into laughter. Eldest brother, Bryn, let's fight our way out. I'll lead the charge. We'll leave them without a single piece of armor. The group freed, or killed the people inside the prison. Those who were freed were absorbed into their ranks. As for those killed, they were either unwilling to join, or those jailers. Their band marched grandly out of the prison gate. Just as they stepped out, Amias, walking at the front, gazed excitedly at the countless figures outside. Head upon head, piled up. Too many to count. Amias. For him, it felt like a cat seeing mice, making his palms itch. Taking a deep breath, he screamed and rushed straight into the overlapping constables, not showing the slightest bit of fear. Shepherdly slaughtering anyone who got in his way, one at a time. Blood and brains flew through the air. Occasionally, wild laughter from Amias could be heard. This fearless courage bolstered the confidence of the bandits. Chapter 243. Disarm, and do not kill. Morale soared. The bandits all rushed out with shouts, engaging in fierce combat. Their shouts could likely be heard from more than 2 streets. No, perhaps even further. As for the 2 brothers of the Wong family, when they were rescuing people in the prison, they did not know that Chizak had already fired a signal arrow to call for reinforcements. After they came out, their alert subordinates immediately reported this matter to them. Upon hearing this, Alpha frowned, his eyelids drooping slightly before he spoke. Brother. Hobart turned his head. What is it? All the troops of Ninghai Prefecture are likely mobilizing at this moment. While we were rescuing Amias, the signal arrow had already informed the entire city. The forces to capture us are probably on the way and will arrive soon. We still have the strength to deal with these people, but if there are more, the situation will not be favorable for us. Brother, as long as the Green Hills remain, one needn't fear lacking firewood. Shepherds, we've already gathered over 1,000 brothers. This single operation doesn't matter much. Amias has been rescued. It's best to take our men back and plan carefully. In Alpha's view, staying to fight without assessing the situation was a great taboo, and would surely lead to total annihilation. However, his elder brother, Hobart, didn't look pleased upon hearing this. He frowned and argued back. But, we've entered the inner city of Ninghai so easily this time, which can be considered a godsend. If we withdraw now, Ninghai will definitely tighten its defenses. Next time, it won't be this easy to find an opportunity. You mentioned, second brother, that revenge is heaven's justice. When can we find such a good chance again? It can't be. We cannot let this end here. Without mentioning other things, we must kill Cash and Zion to comfort our parents' souls in heaven. Oh yes, also. Saying this, his eyes darkened. Then, gritting his teeth, he continued. And that newly arrived censor who only tells lies and deceives us. I must make him understand what consequences lie in store for those who deceive us. This time, second brother, you must listen to me. We should seize this time. Hundreds of our brothers outside the city gate can respond from inside and help us. Alpha fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. The first 2 names didn't elicit much reaction from Alpha because they were enemies of his family. But when he heard Braden's name, his expression faltered. He pressed his lips together. Although he had swayed his brother's resolve, he was genuinely hesitant at this point. Not because of anything else, just because of what Braden initially said to them. Those words lingered in his mind, refusing to fade. When he regained his composure, he suddenly thought of something. Reflecting on the time his men brought back the heads of their family members, it was clear that Braden had likely just arrived in Ninghai Prefecture that day. A newcomer. Regardless of whether or not he intended to stop them, he probably couldn't have prevented it. Cash. He knew that man. To snatch someone away from Cash, a young censor. Was that even possible? Was it right to blame Braden for the deaths of their parents and relatives? For a brief moment, Alpha's gaze wandered. During this fleeting moment, someone attacked from behind. Hobart instantly blocked it for his brother. With a metallic clang, the sound was piercing. Alpha felt the air rush past his ears. His body shuddered involuntarily. What are you doing? Hobart shouted angrily. Alpha pressed his lips together, shaking his head. Nothing. Taking a deep breath, he did not reveal his thoughts to his elder brother. Instead, he kept them bottled up inside. Shaking his head, he banished those scattered thoughts from his mind and concentrated on the battle. Half a tea break later, Zion led the troops and finally arrived outside the prison. The first batch of aiding Ridges and constables was already engaged in battle with these bandits. The bandits' morale was significantly boosted. Compared to them, Ninghai Prefecture's guards and constables were no match for these damned bandits. They were almost being driven into disarray. Zion's jaw dropped at the scene. Reining in his horse, he then drew his sword from its scabbard with a swoosh and pointed it towards the sky, shouting loudly, "Reinforcements will arrive shortly. If you choose to lay down your weapons now, there might still be a chance for leniency, and we may spare your lives depending on the circumstances. If you continue to resist stubbornly, once the elite troops arrive, all will be killed without exception. Don't say I didn't warn you. In truth, although Zion said this, he himself was not very confident about it. His lack of confidence came from the fact that he did not know when exactly those reinforcements would arrive. However, even if he did not know, he could still bluff his way through and boast a little. There had to be a balance. He needed to make these boasts first. Otherwise, how could he intimidate them? If one more person laid down their weapon, that was one less problem for him to solve, right? Psychological warfare was based on this principle. It turned out that after Zion's words, they were indeed quite effective. Upon hearing these words, most of the bandits showed shock and hesitation in their eyes. They hesitated, glancing left and right, looking at their companions to see what choices they would make. As the saying goes, people are inclined to seek benefits and avoid harm. Who really wanted to die if they could live? Breaking into the prison was already a capital offense, and with so many bailiffs and jailers killed, their crimes piled upon each other. But what did Zion, the prefect, just say? They could escape the punishment of death depending on the situation? Could such a good deal really exist? For a moment, everyone started whispering among themselves. Seeing this situation, it couldn't be allowed to continue. If his men's resolve was shaken, they might not even be able to get out of the city gates. No. The bread exchanged glances and quickly spoke up. Don't listen to these officials' nonsense. Think about why we have been forced into this situation. It's all because of their actions. They feast and drink lavishly, exploit the people, kill indiscriminately, causing us to lose our homes. Now you want to believe their lies? How foolish. Even if they exempt us from the death penalty, so what? Chapter 244, A Feint. The two brothers of the Wang family would naturally not allow Ferguson to undermine morale like this. Of course, although the troops they led were irregular forces, they still mattered to their lives and fortunes. They couldn't be careless or make mistakes. After Alpha finished speaking, Hobart, as the elder brother, frowned and said, "Brothers, how many times have we heard and believed the lies of officials? We all know how we ended up here, don't we? Rather than waiting for them to sentence us, why don't we kill them thoroughly and declare ourselves kings? Then, we wouldn't have to worry about dying every day. Everyone could live a good life." Right. Someone reacted, also because they had grown accustomed to being homeless and wandering. So, Ferguson's words only moved a small portion of them. More people didn't believe that Ferguson would truly spare them. Thus, they all glared angrily at Ferguson on his high horse, eyes full of rage, eager to rush over and stab him. Kill these dogs of officials. Yes, yes, kill them all, and the money and grain will all be ours. If we pull off this big job, we won't have to hide or beg anymore. The voices reached Ferguson's ears. In an instant, everyone's eyes were filled with greed, as if they wanted to flay and dissect Ferguson right there. Seeing the scene and hearing their traitorous words, Ferguson felt terrible. His face turned deathly pale. His lips quivered. He inwardly shouted, "It's over, it's over. I may die today, serving Bo heroically." Ferguson had come to support voluntarily from the county office, so he didn't blame fate for his impending doom, because he believed everything he did was the right choice. Even if he died, he would have no regrets. But his only regret was the delicious dinner that had already gone cold tonight. Yes, he hadn't eaten dinner yet. He rushed here with an empty stomach. The leader of the bandits, Hobart, looked at the Governor Ferguson with fiery eyes. Ferguson, the parent official of Ninghai County. What kind of parent official is he? He didn't personally do those evil deeds. But he handed all affairs over to the despicable Cash. That's a fact. Cash does nothing human. How could this governor remain uninvolved? If Ferguson hadn't handed power to Cash, maybe his parents and family wouldn't have met such tragic ends. Thinking of this, Hobart swung his long knife with all his might, hurling it straight at Ferguson's head. The blade cleaved through the air, making a sharp whistling sound, and it was fast. Seeing the long knife fly toward his head, Ferguson desperately wanted to dismount and dodge. Unfortunately, Hobart had great arm strength. The knife flew so fast it only took 2 breaths to reach. Coincidentally, Braden hurried with the constables and finally arrived outside the prison. He saw the long knife flying toward Ferguson. His expression hardened, and he coldly ordered his ridges. "Save Governor Kong." A nearby ridge, tense like a black panther hunting at night, immediately rushed forward, drawing his sword. Clang. The sound of metal clashed, producing a sharp noise. Sparks flew. After the collision, both weapons fell to the ground. The strike failed, and Hobart, eyes wide, immediately looked in the direction the sword had been thrown from. He saw a familiar figure even from afar in the darkness. Hobart's expression darkened. Complex emotions flickered in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, Hobart took another bow and arrow from one of his men, placed the arrow on the string, drew it back to its full extent, and prepared to release. His arm muscles were visibly strained. They bulged with tension. Braden only glanced at him but said nothing. Instead, he hurriedly rode up to Ferguson. Then, in a solemn voice, he warned, "Shepherd Kong, the signal arrow has been fired, and reinforcements are on their way. Please bear with us for a little longer." These words were neither too soft nor too loud, but they were loud enough for everyone present to hear clearly. At least when Hobart heard this, he instantly widened his eyes, veins popping, almost gritting his teeth as he asked accusatorily, You're the one who notified the reinforcements." Upon hearing this, Braden turned his head to face the fully drawn arrow and also met Hobart's gaze filled with profound sorrow. Just over 10 days ago, he and the two Brett, along with the people in their bandit camp, were still gathered around bonfires at night, drinking and eating meat together. How did it end up like this? The two stood facing each other in silence for a long time. Hobart felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. He couldn't believe that after Braden arrived in Ninghai, he not only failed to rescue his parents but even joined forces with this damned governor against them. He had already decided this governor was a corrupt official, so when Braden came to assist and mentioned reinforcements were coming, his anger nearly overwhelmed his reason. He barely wanted to listen to any explanation. He just stared at Braden, wanting a reasonable answer. wanting to know what kind of person he had trusted before. Their gazes met. There were several dozen meters between them, and about a dozen bandits separating them. Perhaps in the bandit camp, they could drink and talk freely because the Braden back then hadn't yet put on his official robes and hat. As for now, the Braden in official attire exuded an intimidating presence, and Hobart felt as if they had become two completely different people. Seeing Hobart's red-rimmed eyes on the verge of breaking down, Braden's thoughts drifted back. He recalled the agreement they made in the bandit camp over 10 days ago. Chapter 245. The nation has its laws. He could promise the Brett that they could return to Ninghai Prefecture and live as ordinary citizens in the future. They struck a deal with a handshake. Although these two brothers were rash, they had little malice in their hearts, and their hands had never been stained with blood. But today, in their quest for revenge, they had already killed many people. The Brett knew that they would never be able to return to their former peaceful lives. Needless to say, their parents and relatives had already been killed by Carmine. Braden's eyes darkened slightly, then he moved the guards blocking him to the side. Taking a deep breath, he transmitted his voice across the entire area towards the direction of the Brett. Do you remember our oath? I promised to bring peace and prosperity back to Ninghai Prefecture, allowing the people to live peacefully. After arriving at Ninghai Prefecture, I have been striving for this goal. The death of your parents and relatives, I am truly sorry. I understand that your actions were also to avenge them, but every grudge has its origin and every debt its debtor. The person you want revenge on is Carmine. But this man disregarded the law, taking lives without scruple, so I removed his official robe and hat and sent him to the capital to be dealt with by Bo. According to our Dewey's laws, even if Carmine escapes execution after autumn, it will be hard for him to avoid exile or lifelong imprisonment. Meanwhile, I have abolished this year's local taxes, cancelled the collective punishment system, and improved some regulations of the official administration, including the cancellation of civilian affairs management. Next, we need to settle the displaced people and solve their living problems, which will take time. I haven't broken our agreement, and I have always been working for it. You must believe me, trust that I can do it, and I will surely accomplish it. Patriotism comes first, personal grievances come second. Originally, you were robbing from the rich to help the poor, fitting the image of righteous bandits. But today, you ignored the law and killed many people indiscriminately, which goes against what you originally wanted to do. Turn back while there's still time. Before committing a grave mistake, I hope you can awaken to reason. I believe that part of the reason why some of your followers are willing to follow you is because you are known as righteous bandits, not ruthless bandits who take lives indiscriminately, right? Everyone present was stunned upon hearing Braden's rhetorical question, including the two leading brothers whose expressions instantly froze. But soon, Alpha quickly rebutted. Carmine has been dismissed from his post and investigated? Even so, what difference does it make? Do you know how many innocent lives this corrupt official has taken since taking office in Ninghai Prefecture? Countless lives, countless lives. Can dismissal and investigation alone comfort the spirits of all those victims? Can it cleanse his sins? It's simply impossible. Not mentioning events too far in the past, just talk about recent days. Our father, mother, and relatives never contacted us again after we became outlaws. Even though we were righteous bandits, they were ashamed of us. Why should such clean and decent people be beheaded by Carmine? Even children under 10 years old were not spared. This blood feud cannot be left unavenged. If we don't, we swear not to be human. We must personally chop off Carmine's head and take it to our parents' graves to comfort their spirits. Upon hearing this, Braden's face darkened. His voice grew heavy and stern as he rebuked sharply. The nation has its laws, families have their rules. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished properly. If you feel wronged, you should report it to the authorities instead of resorting to private vengeance. What kind of rule is this talking about? He is indeed guilty, but should the judgment be made by Bo? Apart from Bo, no one has the authority to take someone's life. Now I ask you, when you were robbing the rich to help the poor, did you never kill innocents by mistake? Did no one die because of your actions? If so, wouldn't those robbed families resent you? And if given the chance, wouldn't they stab you to death? Furthermore, you not only robbed local gentry and the wealthy, but you dared to touch military equipment and provisions. Have you thought about what the border ridges will rely on to drive out foreign enemies after losing weapons and food supplies? How will ridges lacking weapons and food fight? If the border cannot be defended and the enemy is fierce, how many ridges will be killed by those invaders? Are those brave ridges who protect you deserving to die? Don't they have fathers, mothers, relatives, or 10-year-old children? When you took their weapons and food supplies, leading to their deaths, could their fathers, mothers, relatives, or even 10-year-old children come and stab you in return? Braden's argument put them in the other's shoes, ringing like a thunderclap. Even Alpha, who was eloquent, had no way to rebut. After much thought, he finally had to argue stubbornly with a pale face. But what does it matter? We are people too. We fear death. We don't have the capability to take care of so many others. We can only ensure our brothers have food and clothing, and try our best to help the poor people of Ninghai Prefecture. But Braden shook his head. Have you ever thought about this? If it's already so difficult for you to make sure that the 100 or so brothers in your camp have enough food and clothes, let alone improving the lives of all the people here, then how difficult would it be for the Hider to ensure that all citizens of Dewey live prosperous and peaceful lives? Braden took a deep breath, speaking sincerely. The territory of Dewey is vast. Bo is also human, not a god. There will always be places where his care cannot reach. Mistakes happen, but when they do, changes must be made. However, change requires time. Why did I come to Ninghai Prefecture? Because Bo was worried about the people here, and specially dispatched me to assist you. So, do you want to resist my help and continue down this path filled with hatred and bloodshed? Don't you want to see Ninghai Prefecture improve, becoming clear and harmonious? Compared to Zion, Braden's words were more unsettling. Alpha noticed the hesitation and shame on the faces of his own brothers around him. An alarm went off in his heart. He had already heard the meaning in Braden's words. He wanted this conflict to stop, to prevent any further bloodshed. Chapter 246. I'm very sorry, but But after they were captured, all that awaited them was beheading. After making the decision to break out of prison and seeing their parents and relatives slaughtered, they already had no way out. There could only be success or death. They did not want to die. Even if Braden was right, even if he truly could fulfill his promises, it would have nothing to do with the two brothers anymore. Closing his eyes, when Alpha opened them again, there was no trace of hesitation or doubt left in his eyes, only pure hatred and stubbornness. Don't say more. Look around. Bodies litter the ground, blood everywhere. This represents our bitter journey. We came here treading on blood, and the mud and blood under our feet can never be washed clean. If it cannot be cleaned, then we will leave it as is. Our only choice is to go all the way down this dark path, just like I said before. Nobody wants to die. Today's actions, if we surrender now, we will surely face death. Such irredeemable crimes, we have committed, and we don't regret it, so don't speak further. Our previous thoughts were too naive, thinking officials and bandits could coexist peacefully. Now we see water remains water, mud remains mud, they can't be the same. Hearing these words, Braden clearly understood Alpha's meaning. It was unlikely he could change their minds. So he turned his gaze to the person beside him. Hobart. Braden called out. Your brother is determined to go all the way without caring for Ninghai Prefecture having a peaceful life. I have only one question for you. What are your thoughts? Hobart paused at the question, his face showing confusion. After a while, he exhaled heavily and looked directly at Braden, speaking deliberately. Forget the rest, I have only one question for you. Braden nodded. Speak. Did you personally witness my parents and relatives being killed by Cash? Upon hearing this, Braden lowered his eyebrows, his face showing a hint of guilt. This was the only thing he regretted since arriving here. Unfamiliar with Cash back then, he first tried to persuade him to stop, but when persuasion failed, he planned to use the Imperial sword granted by the hider. However, before he could do so, Amias, who was being arrested, suddenly rebelled, and in Cash's excitement, he knocked down the arrow tube. Seeing the arrow fall, the executioner acted instantly, and heads rolled. Even if Braden had divine powers, he couldn't have prevented it. How could he have stopped it? Thus, Braden felt a twinge of remorse but not much, for he wasn't someone who would brood over past events. He wanted to save them, but under such sudden circumstances, even trying to stop the executioner might not have worked. Fate had played a cruel joke on everyone. He could only watch helplessly as lives vanished before his eyes. All due to unfortunate coincidences. Braden wanted to explain, but found it hard to put into words, as hardly anyone would believe his account, especially not the brat who lost their family. Even if Amias was present and responsible for the chaos, would he tell the truth? Braden didn't think so. As he always judged himself, Braden was not one to blame himself unduly. He knew clearly that the night's events were not his fault. But it was impossible to explain to others. Countless words eventually condensed into one sentence. With flashing eyes, Braden looked at Hobart and shook his head. I'm very sorry about this. Sorry? You're very sorry? What does that mean? It means you didn't save my parents and relatives, and you even watched them be killed? Hobart's eyes immediately flushed red, recalling those nights 10 days ago. He felt an invisible fire burning within his chest and mind. Every memory and scene related to Braden was devoured by this fire. His heart ached painfully, feeling betrayed by the person he once trusted. And the coldness of holding his parents and relatives' severed heads reminded him of their helplessness. Mixed emotions overwhelmed him as Hobart took a deep breath. Fine, fine. From now on, all previous alliances are null and void. You be an official, I be a bandit. Besides fighting each other, we have no more connections. Drawing the bow to a full moon shape, he shot an arrow directly at Braden. This arrow was filled with Hobart's disappointment, anger, and determination. However, for unknown reasons, it missed by just a little bit. Braden's pupils contracted. Then he sidestepped and slashed the arrow apart with his sword. After that, from a distance of over 10 meters away, Braden looked intently at Hobart. His lips were tightly pressed together. His heart stirred slightly. Why did it miss? Because deep down, you agree with my words. But your parents and relatives have indeed died. Cash has been sent to the capital by me. You don't have a target for revenge. So you shot this arrow not intending to hit or harm me. The ridges beside Braden also fell silent, their expressions particularly complex. They were all skilled in martial arts. How could they not see what this arrow meant? General, a ridge whispered as he drew closer. It seems like this man knows it's not your fault. Braden nodded, his voice carried away by the cold wind. Yes, both brothers know it. One is determined to find a vent, feeling certain death, so he chooses to keep the mistake going. The other, because the error has been cast, even though he regrets it, thinks this could have been avoided, but now with so many brothers depending on him, they cannot retreat. He can die, but he can't let these brothers down. Indeed, the thoughts of the brat are easy to guess. The tall and sturdy Hobart has more straightforward and simple-minded thoughts. As for Alpha, there's inherent brutality in him, something rotten at the core. Now, he is utterly corrupt. Shepherding lightly, Zion had already dismounted. Previously without Braden, he had to be the backbone. Now with Braden present, he immediately followed closely behind him, letting Braden's ridges shield him completely. Chapter 247, Boiling Frog. The wrinkles around his eyes and eyebrows deepened as he clenched his teeth, whispering in a low voice. Inspector Zeku, when will the reinforcements arrive? He didn't ask how Braden knew the two bandit brothers. From their earlier conversation, he could already tell what was going on. Questioned Braden? For collaborating with bandits? Huh, what a joke. Would he dare? As Preston asked that question, almost instantly, the sound of someone riding toward them could be heard. It was an armored ridge holding a red-black banner, shouting loudly, "Reinforcements have arrived. Surrender immediately, you criminals." Reinforcements had arrived. The migrant ridges led by the Brett instantly became noisy and chaotic, like clear water dropped into a hot oil pot, sizzling and popping. Hearing this, Anton quickly looked up at his elder brother, anxious. "Brother, we can't waste more time talking to this kid. The reinforcements are here. If we delay any longer, They'll catch us all like fish in a barrel. Let's take our men and leave quickly. We'll plan again later. Hobart nodded deeply. Brothers. He raised his arm and shouted. Hurry up, follow us out. Our comrades are waiting outside the city. Let's go. The remaining bandits tightened their grip on their weapons and moved towards the surrounding officers and Braden. Outnumbered. Although the ridges around Braden were each capable enough to fight 10 or even 20 enemies, it was hard for them to break free from the hundreds surrounding them. There was no choice but to adopt a defensive strategy. They formed a circle, backs to one another, then slowly began to move their feet, trying to find a gap. Preston shakily brandished his sword and swung it. A gentleman skilled in the 6 arts. At least he could shoot a bow and ride a horse proficiently. It was just killing people by hand, and no problem at all. Thud, thud. The sounds of blades piercing flesh rose intermittently. Soon, the group of over 100 bandits rushed towards the city gate, joining up with the hundreds of others outside. However, reinforcements also arrived from the barracks at this moment. Thousands of ridges stormed forward aggressively. With only less than 1,000 men, the bandits were easily routed. The Brett gang of mounted bandits were either dead or injured. Only a small number with good skill survived. Seeing the situation worsening, they immediately ordered a retreat. Unfamiliar with the wilderness, the reinforcements weren't as nimble as the bandits, allowing a small group to escape. After escaping, the Brett decided not to target Ninghai Prefecture for now, but to wander and develop elsewhere, plundering smaller villages and county offices while half forcing and half brainwashing new members. There was no other way. Most of their original team had been killed. Without recruiting new members, their uprising would be impossible. Yes, they had risen up, officially rebelling against the Great Wei rule. They no longer called themselves mounted bandits. Instead, they rebranded themselves as rebel forces. Their policy was burn, kill, and loot, not only targeting officials and landlords, but also destroying farmland and raiding civilians. While the Brett had some ability, managing bandits didn't mean they could manage rebels. And many of the new recruits weren't just innocent migrants. A large part consisted of thugs and ruffians who terrorized the people. Even before joining the Brett, they caused widespread resentment. After joining, they continued to rape, plunder, and commit every kind of atrocity. But the Brett couldn't handle much right now. They needed to expand rapidly to protect themselves and avoid being captured and beheaded. If allowed to continue, disaster loomed. Because the Great Wei was in its rest and recovery phase. Of course, these potential future events aside, focus must now turn to consolidating the immediate matters at hand. Upon arrival of the reinforcements, Braden sighed in relief. Regardless of anything else, Ninghai Prefecture was safe. Still recovering from illness. No, correction. He wasn't fully recovered yet. Illness strikes hard and fast. Hardly having fully recovered, after such a night filled with anxiety, Braden's condition worsened. After returning, Braden slept for a whole day and night. Preston and the Ridges were almost scared out of their wits. He hurriedly had someone escort Braden back to his own official residence and arranged for a doctor to treat him overnight. In the end, the diagnosis was that he just needed a few days of rest to recover fully. Preston nodded and had the doctor politely dismissed. Damn, he was nearly scared to death. If anything happened to Inspector Zaku, which is to say, Braden, he would have wanted to follow him into the afterlife. There was no way around it. Without Braden, Ninghai Prefecture would likely not have been protected tonight. At this point, Braden felt like Preston's reborn parents. Meanwhile, the urgent report Braden had dispatched had already arrived at the Addison's desk. The Addison opened the document and first saw Braden's greeting words at the beginning of the report. The intimate tone made the Addison flush and blush, spitting lightly. Always so improper. She then continued to read seriously. The more she read, the worse her expression became. Especially when she read about how policies originally set by the First Joe for the welfare of the people had been exploited by schemers, leading to the loss of public trust and widespread starvation among displaced civilians, causing widespread grievances. The Addison's face darkened to its utmost extent. She pursed her beautiful red lips and slammed the table hard, startling everyone serving in the palace. How despicable. Braden proposed solutions in the subsequent sections. This policy must be abolished. However, due to opposition within the court, Her Majesty could proceed according to his methods. Gradually solve the problem. Directly abolishing the civil service system established by the First Joe wouldn't gain court approval. Instead, she could launch a feint. After consolidating the government affairs in Ninghai Prefecture and increasing the output of horses, she could bring up the issue again. By then, the resolution would come naturally. Here, Braden used a modern idiom. It was called boiling frog. The Addison carefully pondered this phrase and understood its apt meaning. Involuntarily, she chuckled, finally showing some satisfaction in her eyes. Chapter 248, Troop Mobilization Assistance. The Addison carefully examined what Braden had reported, scrutinizing almost every word. A faint smile played on her face. Due to the special nature of Braden's status, all his reports, regardless of urgency, were directly submitted to the Addison's desk for her perusal without passing through any intermediary offices. Braden detailed the events in Ninghai Prefecture from beginning to end. At the end, he also mentioned using the Imperial sword to threaten and assign censor and stripped him of his official attire and hat, sending him back to the capital awaiting the Addison's judgment. Your Majesty, it's not that I was arrogant, but this cash is too unreasonable and unheeding of advice. One person commits a crime, and the whole family gets beheaded. This is just reckless disregard for human life. So I threatened him with the Imperial sword and took matters into my own hands, removing his official symbols of rank, and sent him to the capital for your Majesty's review. Oh, also, the last sentence. The writing style was lively, almost allowing the Addison to visualize the person composing this report vividly. Her smile deepened slightly. Just then, Hanson happened to bring in a cup of hot tea. Seeing the smile on the Addison's face, he placed the teacup beside her hand and asked softly, "It's been so long since I've seen your Majesty laugh like this." Upon hearing this, the Addison glanced at the person who had been by her side since childhood, putting down the report without fear of anyone seeing its contents. Without her permission, no one in this imperial study would dare take even a glance. It's Braden's report. He arrived in Ninghai Prefecture and immediately dismissed an assigned censor, sending him back under escort. Though her tone carried a hint of complaint, Hansen could tell that the Addison wasn't really angry. So he exclaimed, "Oh, I wondered who it could be. It's the Great General." This does fit the Great General style. Your Majesty knows how the Great General detests evil and wrongs, so it's not surprising he'd do something like this. The Addison shook her head. I granted him the imperial edict and sword to make his actions more convenient. There are many places across the entire Great Wei where I cannot personally visit. I can only entrust him to act on my behalf, overseeing matters while I cannot. Hearing this, a flicker of pity flashed in Hansen's eyes as he looked at the Addison, whom he had watched grow up from childhood. Even though she was the ruler of the country, it didn't stop him from feeling sorrow for her. All the hardships the Addison endured along the way weren't easily described in words. He sighed lightly, composed himself, and forced out a slight smile to reassure. The Great General is loyal and capable. Entrusting matters to him will surely ease your Majesty's mind. The Addison nodded, thought for a moment, and suddenly felt moved. She wrote 2 characters on the report and casually opened a drawer. She placed a translucent jade pendant with a landscape design inside the blue base onto the report. Then she handed it to Hansen. Hansen exclaimed again, "I'll go to the cabinet right away and ensure they send this report back promptly." Saying this, he hurried off. After about an hour, he returned, carrying not only the original report but a new one. Hansen looked somewhat anxious, not because of anything else, but because he had already inquired with the ministers in the cabinet before coming. There was an uprising in Ninghai Prefecture. This was no small matter. Although the rebel attack plans were foiled, some managed to escape. Hansen silently blamed the cabinet ministers for not delivering the report themselves. Old fools, why didn't they deliver the report themselves instead of making me the messenger? If the Addison became displeased after reading the report and wanted someone to take responsibility, though Hansen wouldn't be beheaded, given his position, still, he might witness the Addison's rage firsthand. With this thought, Hansen handed over the new report and said softly, "This is an urgent report from the cabinet, concerning Ninghai Prefecture." The Addison immediately raised an eyebrow and tapped the table. "Place it here, let me see." As she read, she was shocked by the content. Half a minute later, the Addison scoffed and slapped her hand on the desk. "This is truly unreasonable. How could the prefect of Ninghai be so muddled?" Garth, who was standing just behind the Addison, caught a vague glimpse of the contents of this report. He felt a stir in his heart and cautiously asked, "Is your Majesty displeased with the actions of the prefect of Ninghai?" The Addison sighed. Garth hurriedly bowed. "This old servant is here. Do you know what Braden encountered in Ninghai? The prefect of Ninghai neglected his duties, causing the people to riot. Those bandits boldly stormed into the inner city, massacring prisoners in the prison. Moreover, the guards and patrolmen inside the inner city during night watch, all were utterly useless. If Braden hadn't been present to promptly relay the information, the entire city would likely have been thoroughly looted and burned by those bandits." After reviewing the report, the Addison found the situation extremely bizarre. She couldn't understand how Ninghai Prefecture had deteriorated into such a mess under his administration. "I sent the Great General there to handle governmental affairs, not to let this illustrious prefect hide behind Braden whenever something happens, only waving flags for encouragement. What a disgrace, truly a disgrace. He even had the audacity to write a report blaming this on my protection from the capital." Garth? His lips twitched as he understood. The Addison harbored deep affection for the Great General, feeling that a prefect who couldn't even handle bandits needed Braden to personally intervene. She sent the Great General to manage administrative affairs, not to lead those guards and ridges in quelling riots and waging wars. If it came to war, the Great General might as well stay back. At least, the southern frontier needed him more. Garth cleared his throat gently. Then, with a pointed remark, he said, "Oh, it's dangerous indeed." This old servant also heard that the Great General brought 6 bodyguards from the South Frontier military camp along with him. Chapter 249, Groundhog Scream. Although there are troops dispatched from the capital to create a diversion, there are indeed elite ridges among them, but their numbers are not many. If we really encounter a crisis, such a small number may not be enough to protect General. Now there's another rebellion. Oh, this old servant is really worried about the safety of General. Upon hearing this, the Addison fell silent. She had also been contemplating this matter. Now she was beginning to reflect that the number of people she sent out was too small, admittedly because she really did not anticipate it. The Ninghai Prefecture had actually been forced into rebellion. How outrageous. Thinking of this, the Addison's mood became heavy again. Such absurd chaos occurring under her rule. Not to mention that tomorrow, news would spread through the imperial court. Those officials from the censorate would surely blame her in their memorials. Oh wait, perhaps they wouldn't. The Addison thought carefully. Because Lord Shepard's report clearly explained that the rebellion in Ninghai Prefecture was due to one of the censorate's assigned censors causing trouble. After being annoyed for half a day, the Addison felt relieved knowing that she could hear fewer pointless words tomorrow, and her mood improved slightly. But thinking of the entire empire, and other countries, hearing about this, wouldn't they laugh at us? Her originally improved mood plummeted back to rock bottom. Subsequently, the Addison began to seriously consider the matter. This situation cannot just leave Lord Shepard to handle it alone in Ninghai Prefecture. She must do something as well. At the very least, she needs to ensure Lord Shepard's safety. Yes, the Addison now somewhat regretted her decision. They have recently promoted several competent officials in the Great Wei. If only she hadn't let Lord Shepard get involved in this mess. She wouldn't be so anxious now. Shepherding lightly, the Addison's thoughts were filled with conflicting emotions. People have already gone, and given Lord Shepard's personality, he will not return to South Border until he thoroughly settles everything in Ninghai Prefecture. There are only 2 choices left for the Addison to help Lord Shepard. One is to directly transfer some ridges from Emmanuel, the second-rank Grand Administrator who oversees Ninghai and other places, to assign them to Lord Shepherd to protect his personal safety. Alternatively, she could dispatch more troops from the capital, order them to ride swiftly to Ninghai Prefecture to assist Lord Shepherd. Among the forces available in the capital, the Addison could only choose from her secret guards or the Imperial Guard. Frowning deeply, after considering for a long time, she chose the first option, because the second choice was not appropriate. The secret guards are responsible solely for protecting her, the hider. Their numbers are not large. To protect Lord Shepherd, even if all the secret guards were sent, the number would still be minimal. As for the Imperial Guard, they haven't left the capital before. Some of them might have martial arts skills, but they vary greatly in ability. Keeping them in the palace, the Addison wanted to use them as hostages, or perhaps re-educate them to become loyalists. What? You ask why? It's because those qualified to join the Imperial Guard are either descendants of powerful clans in the capital or sons and nephews of officials. After considering, the Addison felt that sending these half-trained guards would only cause trouble for Lord Shepherd. Shepherding again, she abandoned the idea. Ingram, the Addison spoke. Your Majesty, Ingram hurriedly bowed. After pondering for a moment, the Addison said, well, send an order through the cabinet to inform Emmanuel, asking him to dispatch some elite troops immediately to protect General Shepherd. Pausing, she added, remember, to keep General Shepherd's true identity hidden. Hearing this, Ingram nodded respectfully. This old servant understands. A second-rank official, the Grand Administrator, Lord Emmanuel, in Lord Emmanuel's residence. The secret edict delivered by the Addison's secret guard had already reached Emmanuel's desk. When Emmanuel received this message passed down from the Addison through the cabinet, he nearly slid off his lover. He hurriedly put on his black boots. Without properly wearing his official robes, he rushed to read the secret letter. From the side chambers, he rushed hastily to the study. Seating himself on the chair, Emmanuel wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, heaving a heavy sigh. Subsequently, Emmanuel frowned deeply. He looked at the folded document placed on the desk with a grievance-laden expression. He knew about the recent events in Ninghai Prefecture, and he also knew that Governor Zion would definitely report this matter to Bo. But here came the problem. The distance between Ninghai Prefecture and the capital was not short, right? For the petition to be presented, processed through the cabinet, reach the hider, and then for him to respond. It only took such a short time? Moreover, according to his subordinates, this item wasn't delivered by any official messenger. It was delivered by the hider's secret guard. Ah, heavens above. Emmanuel felt like groundhog screaming inside his heart. Why was he so afraid? Naturally, it was because his subordinates had acted on their own accord, received the letter, and worried about the authenticity of the secret guard's identity. They even followed them for some distance. Then they got lost in the alleys. It seemed that the hider's secret guards already had a foothold near his residence. As this thought emerged, Emmanuel wasn't just sweating cold sweat from his forehead but now from his legs and back as well, tiny beads of sweat bursting out. Rubbing his hands, Emmanuel felt bitter in his mouth. His heart pounded with fear. How could they be so close to him? As a second-rank Grand Administrator, Emmanuel naturally knew the hider had secret guards. Their duties included protecting the hider's safety and gathering intelligence across various regions. What frightened Emmanuel was that these secret guards were actually so close to him. He had been racking his brains since taking office, pondering whether he had ever done anything that did not match his position. Wiping off the cold sweat with his robe sleeve. Emmanuel, I probably didn't do anything improper, right? At worst, he had a weakness for beauty. He often frequented brothels. But liking to visit brothels shouldn't be something that these secret guards would report to the hider. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Emmanuel comforted himself like this, rubbing up and down his chest to soothe his breath. Chapter 250, Subsequent Plans. Emmanuel was greatly startled for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. Bo's secret guards were so busy that they would most likely not report this matter to Bo. After all, Bo probably did not want to see such boring news. Heaving a sigh, Emmanuel calmed down and stopped scaring himself. Adjusting his sitting posture, he solemnly opened the confidential order written with Bo's edict. He read it carefully from the beginning. After finishing the reading, Emmanuel pondered for a moment and immediately asked someone to grind ink. He pulled out a sheet of white paper from a drawer. The black words on the white paper finally ended with his own seal of the provincial governor. The imperial edict clearly stated, regardless of anything else, one must ensure Zeku Yusher's safety. Oh, which is actually Braden's fake identity. If something happened to Braden, he, Emmanuel, would also be implicated. Emmanuel had no idea who this dispatched Zeku Yusher was or how much importance he held in the hider's heart. Yet, an urgent letter was specifically written and delivered to him through the secret guards. Shocked at heart, he went over the people under his command in his mind. Shepherd's Bo said so. He could not take it lightly. He selected 1,000 elite ridges. Additionally, he assigned Franz, a true veteran who had been decorated for military service, responsible for pursuing bandits and guarding the pasture, as well as capturing foreigners plundering border villages. This man was named Franz. He was well known and heavily relied upon by Emmanuel. Franz was a bit puzzled when he received the order, but since the orders were issued, he promptly handed over his affairs and led 1,000 men toward the inner city of Ninghai Prefecture. It took about a day and a half for Franz to lead these carefully selected 1,000 ridges to arrive at Ninghai Prefecture. However, despite their haste, they were still late. What? You ask why they were late? Naturally, because Braden was already gone from Ninghai Prefecture. Deserted, it aptly described the situation. Upon arriving at Ninghai Prefecture, Franz was dumbfounded. Where were the people? Where had everyone gone? Leading 1,000 troops into the city with great fanfare, only to find it empty, left everyone baffled. Having no other choice, he and his troops went to the Ninghai Prefecture government office and inquired the local magistrate, Preston. When Preston heard about Franz's arrival, he hastily explained. It turned out that Braden had left on his own accord. After this incident, everyone in Ninghai Prefecture, both inside and outside the government offices and among ordinary citizens, had become more vigilant. The forces led by the two Brett had been reduced by more than half, and those remaining were unlikely to regain their former power anytime soon. After much thought, Braden bid farewell to Preston and left with his people. At the time, hearing this, Preston thought this was unacceptable. Thanks to Braden for saving his life. How could he let him leave without staying longer to properly repay his gratitude? Furthermore, Braden was still recovering from a serious illness. He should stay and rest in Ninghai Prefecture for a while before continuing his journey. But Braden firmly shook his head. It wasn't possible. Because his mission wasn't confined to just Ninghai Prefecture, but included all provincial prefectures within the province. Time was tight. He couldn't afford to waste any more time here. Besides, having received Bo's orders, I must do my utmost to fulfill them. How can I indulge in comfort and idle away my time? Moreover, after being ill for so long, I have already recovered significantly. If I lie around for a few more days, I fear my limbs will degenerate and stiffen. That won't do. Given what Braden said, although Preston felt some regret and reluctance, he could not change the course of events. Initially, Preston didn't quite look up to Braden due to his young age. How could someone so young understand governance? Also, during that first morning, Preston felt this young censor was really not giving him enough respect. Arriving late to an early meeting. How outrageous. However, Preston was outraged for only a short while, then found Braden to be a like-minded friend due to a shared interest in good food. Let alone that Braden saved his life later on. Preston changed his attitude toward Braden. He no longer called him Zeku, but referred to him as Brother Zeku. Through that night of sharing hardships, Preston, being a normal person, naturally developed a greater liking for him. So, his efforts to retain Braden were truly heartfelt. It was a pity, but Braden was right. After some careful thought, Preston could only agree with disappointment, and then arranged a sufficiently sumptuous farewell and gratitude dinner. For this meal, Preston even pulled half of the vegetables from his own vegetable garden right outside the door. The kitchen prepared a table full of appetizing and spicy local dishes of Ninghai Prefecture. Braden was practically salivating. Having been ill for so many days, Braden had eaten nothing but congee, green vegetables, and eggs for such a long time that even his belches tasted like these three things. Unable to bear eating the bland patient's meals any longer, he agreed immediately after only 0.1 seconds of consideration when invited by a Mecha Kong. There was no other reason, just that his mouth craved flavors. So, ignoring the doctor's advice, he happily accepted the invitation. This farewell meal was enjoyed wholeheartedly by all. Braden ate until he was sweating profusely. When he left, because he had complimented a dish's sauce during the meal, Preston was so excited that he personally ran to the kitchen, fetched 2 jars of it, and stuffed them into Braden's luggage. Braden couldn't refuse and took them happily. During the meal, Preston thought of something and asked directly without reservation. I wonder if, after you leave our Ninghai Prefecture city, your next destination is one of the nearby surrounding cities? Zakshui or Luanqing? Of course, Preston did not specify the names of the cities to avoid giving the impression that he was inquiring about Braden's whereabouts on behalf of others. Actually, Preston just wanted to see which old acquaintance would be governing the next unlucky city or prefecture. There was really no other meaning. Truly, Preston looked at Braden earnestly with wide eyes. Braden. After some thought, he told Preston the truth honestly, as there was no need to hide anything. It was unnecessary. Chapter 251. The Luanyang Trip. Ferguson had his own reasons for guessing the 2 prefectural cities. They were the most prosperous cities under Governor Emmanuel's jurisdiction. Moreover, one of these cities housed the governor's official residence. To his surprise, after listening to Ferguson, Braden shook his head and said, I won't go to any of the prefectures. Now it was Ferguson's turn to be shocked. He repeated in disbelief, not going. He took a breath. So where do you plan to go next? Me? Bo tasked me with reforming the herdsman policy, so I need to go somewhere more suitable. After saying this, Braden gave Ferguson a half smile as he noticed Ferguson had forgotten to even pick up his chopsticks. Ferguson paused for a moment before understanding dawned on him. You want to go to the horse stables? Braden smiled slightly and then squinted as he added, not only that, I wish to personally visit the vast pastures outside the capital city and also inspect the grasslands managed by other prefectures. Upon hearing this, Ferguson drew in a sharp breath. Looking at Braden's response, he finally understood. Braden was truly devoting himself to the improvement of horse breeding policies. He was genuinely working for Joe, and he sincerely wanted to address the problems in horse breeding policies and prevent the people from suffering due to loopholes in civil herdsman policies. With a sigh, Ferguson realized that if not for this dedication, who would endure such hardship in the freezing winter, traveling extensively and laboring diligently? Moreover, venturing out to such vast, colder prairies for on-site investigation was no easy feat. Taking a deep breath, Ferguson looked at Braden with newfound admiration. He raised his wine cup and saluted Braden across the table. All right, brother, I wish you success and a smooth journey. Braden pursed his lips and solemnly raised his own cup. Initially, he did indeed think Ferguson seemed weak and easily bullied. Otherwise, entrusting all city affairs to cash for management would have been somewhat unwise. However, later seeing Ferguson, a civil official, trembling in fear yet wielding a sword to confront those ruthless bandits in the prison, Braden developed some respect for him. Without overthinking, Braden drank his portion of wine. Correction, wine cup. Braden lifted it, though still recovering from an illness. But this liquor was warm rice wine, perfect for warming the body, and not too strong. So he symbolically sipped twice. After the banquet, Braden didn't rest for the night, but immediately called his ridges and the censors from the capital, setting off directly for the next destination. This province was vast, with lush pastures suitable for raising horses. It also had sandy areas reminiscent of long rivers under round sunset scenery. Given it was winter, even the richest pasture lands should be resting. Green grass wasn't available year-round. Dust storms filled the air. The city was blanketed by the sand-blown weather. Almost every street stall needed to set up a curtain or screen to shield against the dust. Otherwise, everything would be covered in a layer of dirt. Especially food stalls, they were in dire straits. One sip of hot pepper soup and half a bowl of mud came with it. Houses along the streets also appeared worn down by the wind and sand, looking dull and dusty. Though in varying degrees of decay, all houses were quite shabby, especially the house far inside, where the windproof door panel was almost falling off, swaying in the air with a creaking sound. Dalton yawned, threw out a card, and ended up losing all his money as the three others cleaned him out. Angry, he glared fiercely, wanting to yell, but a sudden cold wind made him shiver. SSS. This damn weather is so cold. The winners looked at him and felt a bit chilly themselves, adjusting their reed-padded jackets and sniffing. Who could say otherwise, Dalton? Your place is really run down. You should at least put up some window paper and fix that door. We brothers are playing cards here. Our hands and ears are nearly frozen off. Dalton spat and rolled his eyes. You keep playing, I'm out. Lost all my money and you're asking me to paper windows? Might as well skin me and paper them with my hide. With a couple of humps, he stormed out, slamming the already fragile door off its hinges. Dalton. The others pulled the corner of their mouths as Dalton was bumped by the suddenly dropped wooden door. Ow, damn it. He hopped on one foot and then gave the door panel a kick, but he couldn't let the board just hang there precariously. People still had to live here. Reluctantly, he pushed the door panel back into place with impatience. However, it looked even more precarious than before. It seemed that if someone passed by this door, the breeze would make the board fall down. Dalton yawned, walked out with his hands behind his back, sniffing and swaying left and right while surveying the area. Today, no business had opened up at all, so he probably would have to go to bed hungry tonight, drinking northwestern wind. Suddenly, he heard the sound of carriage wheels turning and rubbing behind him. His eyes lit up, and he turned his head to look. There he saw a leading carriage pulled by magnificent horses. The carriage was thickly covered with brocade and silk to cover the gaps, perhaps to prevent cold air from seeping in. Upon closer inspection, wow, indeed, quite impressive. There were many servants following behind. This must be a well-known Ayush or Sir who specifically came to Lanyang for business. After all, looking at those people's attire and appearance, they all appeared weather-beaten. They must have come from far away. Dalton smiled, his sharp-featured face showing astute calculation. He had never seen such a style of carriage in this local area. After all, their side wasn't too wealthy. They were all poor people. Rich people wouldn't live here at all. After all, which rich person would want to eat dirt and sand here? So it must be that they heard some news and specially rushed over, hoping to do business with the outer tribes. Yes, doing business. Not long ago, Lanyang had just passed a new policy. That was to open mutual markets and allow trade among different ethnic groups. The outsiders wanted tea, cloth, and things like sugar and salt from Dewey. As for them, they needed to purchase spices and some horses from the outsiders. Chapter 252, A Scheme. Dalton was using his teeth to remove a piece of green vegetable leaf from his tooth, a remnant from the plain noodles he had for lunch. He then spat it out. Without a word, he watched greedily with his triangular eyes, which were set high on his face, at the carriage approaching, surrounded by what seemed like servants. It looked as if it belonged to a wealthy family. In Dalton's heart, he thought blissfully, truly, what you seek tirelessly comes without effort. Just a moment ago, he was still fretting over not having made any money today, and how he lost all the money for these past few days on gambling. He would definitely be in dire straits again for the next few days. Who would have thought? Truly, who would have thought? After losing at the poker table, fortune seems to be turning around for him here. Looking at this big fat sheep, Dalton felt extremely happy. He rubbed his hands in anticipation, turned his eyes shrewdly, and immediately quickened his steps. With swift steps, he arrived ahead on the path that the carriage convoy must pass. Then he walked up to a stall selling fragrant herb leaves, pretending to select a bunch of herbs. The vendor was an old woman. Seeing someone come over, she smiled and asked, "Would you like to buy some fragrant herbs?" Not to brag, but the herbs here are the most aromatic and of the best quality. They can last at least 2 years at home, sometimes even longer. Unfortunately, Dalton wasn't there to buy her herbs. Given the state of his windswept home, there would be no place to use such items. Taking a deep breath, he threw back the bunch of herbs he had picked up, noticing with his peripheral vision that the carriage was almost right in front of him. Timing it perfectly, he swiftly darted across. Reaching the side of the horse pulling the carriage, he lay down on the ground, protecting vital parts of his body with his arms, preventing the horse from really trampling and injuring him. That wouldn't do. He intended to extort money, not actually get injured and demand compensation. Finding a suitable spot to lie down, he began to contort his face in exaggerated pain, wailing loudly. "Ah, I'm dying. How did you drive the carriage? You hit me. Oh, my head hurts, my bottom hurts, my legs hurt. Am I going to die?" His ear-piercing screams startled almost everyone on the street to look this way. There were those who didn't understand what was happening, those who didn't recognize Dalton or hadn't seen this kind of fraudulent behavior before. These innocent people watched uncertainly, especially since they didn't realize Dalton was faking injury. Their gazes towards the carriage were filled with disapproval. Oh, so the carriage hit someone? How could it happen on such a wide street? Yes, wonder how it happened. Isn't the driver inexperienced? Another part of the crowd knew exactly who Dalton was. They had seen him pull off this scam many times successfully. What? You ask why he pulls it off every time? Obviously, because he's still able-bodied and capable of continuing his scams. If he didn't always succeed, after being caught once and seriously injured, if his hand or leg was really broken, he wouldn't be able to yell so loudly and convincingly now, right? Clearly not. So why didn't anyone speak up when they saw this scene, knowing his character? Because Dalton was a local thug, a gangster. Zach was tough in Lanyang City, near the border. Before the market opened, this place was practically an underdeveloped suburb. No merchants came to trade here. They had to rely on subsistence farming. But the soil conditions and climate meant they couldn't grow anything valuable. Therefore, the lives of the people here were rather difficult. Every household struggled to make ends meet. It wasn't that they lacked compassion. Facing such a situation, they chose not to take sides. They acted as if they saw nothing. What? You ask why? Naturally, because their own lives were already hard. If they provoked these idle, strong young thugs, their lives would become even harder. Specific details weren't mentioned about what these thugs might do. Alright, let's zoom in on the scene. There lay Dalton, moaning and groaning. His mournful cries were deafening, startling even the horses pulling the carriage. Needless to say, the driver was even more terrified. Eyes wide open, his heart pounded as he pulled the reins tightly, thinking he had indeed driven poorly and hit someone. But the Ridge's eyes wavered for a moment, beginning to doubt his own life. There was clearly no one on the road. Did this person suddenly dash out? But why? Wait a minute. The Ridge driving the carriage almost instantly figured out the reason this man had deliberately come over to create trouble. Could it be that he encountered a honey trap? Realizing the trick, the Ridge took a deep breath. His face turned cold, ready to start reprimanding. However, before he could even speak, the elite guards following behind immediately rushed forward with their weapons drawn. In an instant, swords were unsheathed. About 10 of them surrounded Dalton, who was lying on the ground and clutching his limbs, wailing exaggeratedly, leaving no room for escape. Dalton. For a brief moment, Dalton's false cries halted for 0.1 seconds. He seemed not to react in time to why this convoy reacted so strongly. He just wanted to put on an act to swindle some money, right? Was it really necessary to draw swords? It appeared these people were not easy to deal with. Who are you? Speak. Why did you block our path? What do you intend to do? Are you a spy sent by someone to gather intelligence? The elite guards glared fiercely, looking intimidating. Upon hearing this, Dalton felt even more puzzled with his small head and big confusion. He was utterly baffled. What was this all about? Not quite understanding what these people were asking, Dalton decided not to think anymore. His face twisted in pain as he continued to cry out, "Ouch! What do you mean? Asking who I am? Obviously, I'm an injured person. Asking me all these questions, are you trying to deny responsibility? Let me tell you, denying responsibility? Not a chance. I remember your faces, don't even think about dodging responsibility. Let me make it clear, since you hit me, you have to compensate. There's no arguing about it. Healing injuries takes at least 100 days. You'll pay for 100 days of medicine and lost wages." Chapter 253. You're mimicking a fuss over nothing. When Dalton was asking for money, his calculating demeanor was crystal clear even from several dozen meters away. Unsatisfied with just making threats, he glanced around and then continued. "Everyone's watching. If you're not willing, let's head to the government office right now and have the official decide who's right or wrong." "Oh yeah. You came to our Lanyang city to do business, right? If this kind of fuss disturbs the peace and quiet of the official, it might just ruin your business. So think carefully, are you going to compensate or not?" The Ridge driving the carriage is named Horst. With dark skin, he's tall and strong. He specifically drove for Braden this time, and normally his driving skills are quite good. He didn't expect that this place would be so poor and yet filled with such difficult people. Arriving at Lanyang City, they hadn't even started the field inspection that the general mentioned. Horst was in a terrible rush. He was very worried about delaying the general's affairs. Hearing these thugs say such things, he was so angry that his face turned red from his dark complexion, breathing heavily through his nose. He hurriedly got off the carriage, pointing directly at the thug on the ground. You're simply talking nonsense. Were you trying to set me up to extort money? Do you know who we are? You actually dare to pull tricks like this right under our noses?" Horst was almost mad. "I've been driving all the way here perfectly well, and I haven't even said that your sudden appearance scared my horses into sickness. Now you're demanding compensation first. Do you really have an injury, or are you pretending? Who can tell? Talking about money? Huh? Pa, you're dreaming." Horst, having come from the southern border camp, has always been skilled with words. Facing this situation, he felt confident inside. From the start, Horst wasn't afraid at all. The only thing he feared was delaying the general's plans. These people truly deserve to die. His eyes filled with murderous intent landed on the thug on the ground. Dalton suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. A cold sweat broke out from his feet all the way to the top of his head. For a moment, he panicked. "No, I can't lose composure here. Imitab, these people are just putting up a front like me." Thinking this, Dalton pursed his lips and continued yelling, "Oh my, using power to bully people. Rich people are just amazing. Even when they knock someone down, they deny it. Today sure opened my eyes. It's broad daylight, yet you still refuse to take responsibility. So you want to bully me, dishonest man? I was hit by your carriage. My bones are hurting so badly. Yet you talk nonsense, saying I'm faking it." This thug's behavior was utterly unscrupulous. The elite Ridges nearby were so annoyed by these absurd words that their heads and ears ached. Unable to tolerate it, one of them drew his saber and pointed it at the man on the ground. "Why waste time on him? I warn you, don't delay us otherwise. One small life won't be enough to make up for it. Quick, get lost." Horst also frowned, rebuking coldly, "That's right. Leave now while you're still in one piece. Otherwise, we can really give you a taste of losing an arm or leg. Anyway, you said your bones are broken, so if I give you a few more hits, it'll still be a fracture. Rest assured, I'm skilled enough not to harm your life. This way, I could admit this incident happened. How about that? How about that?" Dalton didn't feel it went well. He sensed he might have encountered a tough nut to crack. But this convoy clearly seemed to be escorting some wealthy officials. "No, I can't let go of this chance to get rich. Imitab, if I succeed in extortion once, I'll never have to worry about food or clothes again." Thinking this, he continued crying and shouting loudly, almost breaking his voice. "Heaven help me. Who are you people? You knocked me down and refused to compensate, and now you're threatening to kill me. The street isn't empty. There are others around. Everyone should judge this. In broad daylight, they're attempting murder in the street." While shouting, Dalton rolled around on the ground. Dust and dirt clung to his clothes and hair, but he paid no heed, only howling at the top of his voice. Braden was sitting inside the carriage with eyes closed for a brief rest at this moment. When the incident happened and Horst pulled the reins to stop the carriage, Braden understood what had occurred from the transmitted voices and the highly penetrating wails. Initially, he thought Horst could handle it without his intervention. Unexpectedly, after all this time, that person was still howling outside. Braden truly underestimated him. If he kept yelling like that for so long, even 10 jugs of water wouldn't soothe his throat back to normal. Feeling helpless, Braden lifted the layer of cotton curtain on the carriage door and poked his head out to look. Seeing the man rolling left and right on the ground, causing everyone to be at a loss, his lips curled into a light smile. If we encountered such ruffians more often, we wouldn't be at a loss like this, Braden commented. A Ridge who was nearby the carriage watching his brother's antics also chimed in with a smile. Who says not? Horst has never experienced such a scene before. He is straightforward, so he probably doesn't know how to drive them away. But these thugs who are as stubborn as glue and don't fear threats are indeed rare. The Ridge, with a glint in his eyes, whispered and suggested, General, shall I go help Horst? Otherwise, he looks like he's about to sweat bullets. Braden pondered for a moment, hearing the suggestion but did not hastily agree. Instead, he laughed after thinking it over and moved his body, ready to get off the carriage to see what was going on. In modern times, Braden had deliberately installed a dash camera in his car, just to prevent encounters with people trying to extort money. But now in ancient times, there was no such development yet, and thus no way to use such high-tech methods. Admittedly because they didn't exist. So what to do? Deal with it as it comes. Or subdue them by force directly. Chapter 254, My Money. Braden moved his legs and lifted the door curtain. Let me go down personally to take a look. It's quite rare to encounter someone causing trouble halfway through the journey. Hearing this, the nearby Ridge was speechless. He shook his head and glanced at the general. General, what is there to see? They're just ruffians and hoodlums commonly found in the neighborhood. Looking at them any longer would be a waste of time. Dalton has a pretty good voice. At least after shouting for a while, he attracted passers-by and vendors who were unaware of what happened on the street. They began whispering and pointing. Braden helplessly glanced around. He met some curious gazes from the crowd. Braden took a deep breath. Still, I'd better go down. You are all under my command, so without my order, you wouldn't dare do anything. But those Ridges from the capital, they are usually pampered and have never seen such a chaotic scene or been stared at like monkeys. Soon, their temper will rise. The Ridge was speechless. Indeed, no need to look closely. Just a glance could reveal their impatience. It was estimated that they wouldn't hold back much longer. Braden got off the carriage and waved his hand at them. These elite Ridges paused immediately and dispersed to both sides, restraining their anger and impatience. They prepared to watch how Inspector Shepard would handle the situation. Each of them wore a curious expression. Lying on the ground, Dalton heard the commotion of footsteps. Opening his eyes, he saw a tall, handsome young man dressed in a cloak and wearing purple brocade clothes standing there with extraordinary grace. He wore a silver crown on his head. Anyone with eyes could tell this Ayush was definitely from a wealthy family. Dalton felt delighted and quickly called out, Young Ametster, your people bumped into me. How should we resolve this issue? They refuse to compensate me and even want to beat me up, worsening my injuries. I'm not trying to extort money as you might think, but medical fees and medicine costs should be paid, right? Dalton cleverly asked for 10 taels of silver. I don't ask for much, just this much. If you give me the money, I'll leave right away, keeping out of your way and not spoiling your pleasure. What do you say? The surrounding people were shocked upon hearing this. Wow, isn't he extorting money? Asking for 10 taels of silver? A whole family's annual expenses barely reach 3 taels. Alas, this Ayush looks so handsome but seems a bit too young. He might be frightened by this demand and settle with money. TSK, I initially thought this was a refusal to pay compensation after an accident. His shout sounds full of energy, not like someone with broken limbs. Shepard, you don't know. Let me tell you, this is a habitual offender. But don't gossip, or these ruffians might cause trouble for your families. People whispered around, but Dalton felt not a bit uneasy. Why? Because of Braden. His thoughts were simple. This Ayush looks inexperienced and young, easily scared by threats. Scaring him a little might get more silver. Braden watched him perform on the ground for a few seconds before smiling. Without saying much else, he muttered, In this cold winter, can one really lie on the ground for so long without feeling cold? Dalton, lying on the ground, heard it clearly. Dalton. Bro, I heard that. Crystal clear. Why did you have to twist the knife further? Honestly, Dalton couldn't possibly not feel cold. In the bitter winter, the first snow had already fallen in other regions of Dway, and temperatures dropped. Even playing cards indoors felt freezing. Walking outside, wearing only a patched reed cotton jacket, was extremely cold. Lying on the ground was even worse. Taking a deep breath, Dalton's teeth chattered slightly. He seemed about to say something, but before he spoke, he saw the Ayush move his hand, not towards him, but taking out a large piece of silver from his money bag, which looked heavier than 10 taels. Almost instantly, whether it was Dalton lying on the ground or the others surrounding him to watch the commotion, all eyes were glued to Braden's hand. To be more precise, they were glued to the silver ingot pinched between Braden's fingers. Especially Dalton, who was in dire need of money. A good-for-nothing thug would have an empty stomach if he didn't make a move. Staring at that glint of silver in Braden's hand, Dalton almost started drooling. He wiggled his fingers, swallowed his saliva, then lifted his arm, reaching toward Braden, as if doing this could somehow pull the silver into his hands through the air. Seeing this, a faint smile curled the corner of Braden's lips, as if he found something quite amusing. Then he rubbed the silver between his fingers twice and smiled at Dalton. Just as Dalton thought the money would soon be in his hand, Braden moved. All of a sudden, he put all his strength into hurling the silver forward. Whoosh, bang, roll, roll, roll. A series of sounds followed. Finally, there was the dull sound of the silver rolling on the cold, hard ground. After finishing this act, he glanced at the stunned crowd, then fixed his gaze on Dalton, widening his smile slightly. The silver, I've already given. If you can't get it, don't blame this Ayush. After all, you only said you wanted silver, right? You didn't specify how I should give it to you. If this silver ends up in someone else's hands, do not come back to ask me for more. With these words, Braden laughed at him. Dalton was dumbfounded. Everyone around was dumbfounded. They turned their heads stiffly toward the direction of the sound. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Finally, someone reacted. The people who had gathered to watch the show weren't like Dalton, lying on the ground. They took a step and sprinted backward. While running, they shouted, "Money! There's money! Oh no, my shoe. Who trampled my shoes? I got it. Ah, who knocked my silver away?" Chapter 255. I am an official. The scene was chaos. Dalton, who had been lying on the ground a moment too slow. Damn it, this bunch of damned people. What are you doing? Don't fight over it. That money is mine. Mine. Dalton almost jumped with anger. He suddenly sprang up, nimbly jumping towards the crowd, shouting. This man, who had been hit by a carriage, ran faster than young men his age. There was no sign of broken limbs or any injuries from being hit. He even plunged into the crowd like a dog paddling, grabbing here and there. While grabbing, he still screamed at the top of his voice, as loudly as before, "Damn it! Get out of the way, Scram! That's my consultation fee and medicine cost. Mine. Son of a bitch, who dares to snatch my silver? Tell you guys, I have an official position. Watch out, I can arrest all of you." Braden just happened to hear Dalton's loud voice. Then, Braden. What the heck? You're still an official? Braden was curious about what kind of official would come out in broad daylight to extort for money. It was truly shocking. Indeed, Braden was utterly astonished. He blinked, then quickly turned his head, giving a look to the guard beside him. Take down. At the command, 2 figures darted out immediately from beside Braden. Some people felt their vision darken for a moment. Dalton, who was still in the center, was carried away by someone. Another person leaped to a position, bent down accurately, picked up the silver ingot that Braden threw, and returned swiftly to Braden's side. Your silver. Shepherd's Braden called himself, this Ayush. It seemed he did not want to reveal his identity for now, so he thought for a moment and didn't call Braden Shepherder, but directly lowered his head and bent over, presenting the silver with both hands. Those ordinary citizens who were pulling hair and grabbing clothes hadn't reacted yet. The silver that was about to be within reach vanished. Ah, for heaven's sake. The silver's gone. It's cursed. What took it just now? Yes, Braden's guards were skilled in martial arts. When they went to pick up the silver, they moved extremely fast, almost leaving afterimages. Ordinary people, without such sharp reflexes, only felt a blur and saw a black shadow rush past like a gust of wind. And the silver on the ground was gone. Everyone thought they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. So they scattered immediately, running away. Braden looked at the Ridge, who returned with the silver, smiling. I'll give it to you. After all, I threw it myself. I said whoever picks it up owns it. Am I the kind of person who doesn't keep my word? But this person shook his head, replying helplessly. We didn't bring much travel money. You should save some. Braden pulled at the corner of his mouth. I said it's for you. Don't talk nonsense. And sell. All right. He decided not to continue persuading. Anyway, temporarily keeping it here, he could find the right time to give the general a treat later. As for this Dalton, whom Braden still didn't know the name of, he found this person quite amusing, especially when hearing him claim to be an official. He became more curious about this rogue. Stepping closer, he asked, "What's your name? Are you local? With your hands and feet intact, why would you do something like this?" Dalton was pressed down forcefully. Wanting to resist, he found no way to struggle free, instead being held down even tighter, his legs twisted. His face contorted in pain, gasping, "Ow! Easy, it hurts so much. This time it's real. My arm is going to break. Don't talk nonsense. Our Ayush is asking you questions. Quickly say who you are and what your name is." As he spoke, he increased the pressure on the injury. "Ouch. I won't. My name is Dalton. I'm from here. Easy, brother. Go easy. My arm is really going to break." Hearing this, Horst, who had been driving the carriage, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Still babbling nonsense. I don't see how you can break anything. Even if you do, hearing silver will have you flying to grab it immediately. Saying this, he spat in disgust. Braden, squinting, smiled, bending down to look at Dalton. But you still haven't answered my question. Why did you choose this line of work? I won't repeat myself 3 times. If you really don't want to cooperate, here's what I'll do. I'll break all your limbs first. If you still refuse to tell me, I'll slice off your flesh piece by piece, starting from your limbs, then your face. How does that sound? My men are really skilled at this. They'll keep you alive until the very end. Horst pulled out a dagger from his waist. Placing the dagger under Dalton's chin, he dragged it slightly, drawing tiny specks of blood. How about now? Ready to talk? Dalton was so scared that his legs trembled, almost wetting his pants right there in front of Braden. His teeth chattered. No, not like that. I'm willing. I'll talk. I'm naturally lazy and unwilling to do those strenuous jobs that hurt the body, so I thought of an easier way to make money fast. I had no choice. Even if I didn't do this, I couldn't support my family. My family is big, really big. My old mother has white hair and needs someone to serve her day and night. Shepherder, please be kind. I've learned my lesson this time and won't dare do it again. Please let me go, please. Hearing this, a Ridge approached and kicked Dalton, making him stumble. Don't spout nonsense. You dare play tricks in front of our Ayush? How old are you? You don't even look 30. So, your mother gave birth to you when she was 50? Braden. This kid's words were a bit too rough, but there seemed to be some truth in the rudeness. So Braden didn't stop him. The Ridge leaned closer to Dalton and sneered, "Think we're deaf? Didn't hear what you just said? What kind of official are you? I've never heard of an official who has to extort money to live. Isn't that strange? The Ridge laughed. Apparently, he hadn't seen such an official before. Chapter 256, Castrate him. Horst deliberately put on a fearsome expression, then lifted Dalton's chin with the tip of his foot, exposing the tearful and extremely loathsome appearance. Really think our ears are all deaf? Didn't hear you boasting about being an official when you were robbing people just now? And still not confessing honestly? What kind of official are you? Horst almost burst out laughing as he spoke. Anything can happen in this world. An official like you actually needs to rely on petty scams and extortion to make money? A Ridge nearby squinted, trying to recall. It seemed that someone in the crowd just now knew this scoundrel. When he said he was an official, indeed some faces showed fear. They didn't seem to deny it. Upon hearing this, Horst revealed an incredulous look. What? Are you really saying he holds an official position? After speaking, he stared wide-eyed at Dalton kneeling on the ground, skiing twice. He then commented, "The world is truly going downhill." And then he resumed his fearsome tone. "Not talking yet?" Dalton's face twisted with bitterness, his eyes darting around as if trying to avoid a direct answer and hide something. Braden saw through his thoughts, pulling back his lips into a sneer. "Seems you're not willing to talk?" Braden, "Fine, don't talk then." Before Dalton could even show relief, Braden's next words froze him, only to hear Braden say with barely moving lips, "Get the knife. Castrate him directly." Dalton. Not just Dalton, but even Horst and the others couldn't help feeling cold shivers run down their spines, involuntarily squeezing their thighs. They all looked at Braden with incredibly complex expressions. Braden instantly became the focus of many inquisitive gazes, yet he stood firm, unwavering. Hearing this, Dalton knew it couldn't go any worse. This was what made him a man. If cut off, wouldn't he become a eunuch? Immediately, he forced out 2 crocodile tears, snot and tears streaming. I'll talk everything." "Speak quickly," Horst threatened. Dalton hurriedly laid out his identity without reservation. It turned out that he really was a minor official, though by fate or coincidence, his position unexpectedly overlapped with Braden's current mission. Because he worked as an inspector in the Lanyang City horse stables, and he was even a deputy supervisor. Upon hearing this, Horst and the others were stunned. A horse supervisor? Whoa, he's actually a 9th rank minor official. Because in the Great Wei, this rank was exactly the lowest 9th rank. Horst and the others looked at Braden. "Young master, what should we do?" They awaited Braden's decision on how to deal with Dalton. What was Braden feeling right now? "Thank you for asking." He felt pretty conflicted, actually chuckling with anger. Stepping closer, he directly spoke. "Sure enough, you're an official. TSK, I can't understand why, holding office and receiving salary, you'd still do such things on the street. Truly, the world is going downhill." Without any ceremony, Braden kicked him hard in the chest, causing Dalton to cry out in pain. "I have no idea how many people you've extorted to get so skilled at this, but today you've picked the wrong person to mess with. I can't stand scammers like you, whether in my past life or this one. This is simply unbearable." Muttering to himself, he grew angrier and kicked Dalton again. No matter how strong a person is, they can't endure such vicious kicks to the chest, especially considering Braden had genuine strength. Dalton knelt and begged for mercy, feeling waves of muntong, dull pain, in his chest, likely to be bruised and bloodshot that night. Braden kept kicking several times before feeling slightly relieved. He didn't notice that the accompanying personnel from the capital, upon seeing him kick a burly man until he cried and rolled on the ground in agony, were all dumbfounded. My heavens, isn't he a civilian official from the censorate? When did civilian officials become so tough and good at fighting? Just now, Braden's kicks nearly reached the flesh. Seeing the man groaning pitifully, everyone grimaced, feeling as if the kicks were on themselves. If those kicks were on them, they would definitely hurt too. They shook their heads, looking at Braden with even more peculiar expressions. Braden closed his eyes for a moment, then waved his hand. "Go and tie this Dalton up tightly. I want to take him personally to the stables where he works to see what kind of officials they have there." Horst nodded upon hearing this. Yes. Thus, Dalton was tied up and escorted to his own stables. All the way, he was extremely distressed. How did I happen to run into a demon this time when trying to swindle people? This is bad. If it really comes to the stables and this matter gets brought up in court, it will definitely strip layers off me. But there's nothing I can do. I've become prey in their pot, unable to escape. Helpless, he could only drag his feet with a bitter face and lead them to the stables where he worked. Ironically, the stables where he worked were not too far from this street, just a half-incense stick away, and it was a place he knew very well. It was indeed the dilapidated house described at the beginning. Of course, the house did not represent the entire stables. It was merely one of several houses within, but there were only 5 or 6 such houses in the entire courtyard. The site was desolate and in ruins. Just looking at the gate of this courtyard from the outside made Braden's lips twitch involuntarily. Not because of anything else, but it was simply too run down. Not just Braden. Even the Ridges and accompanying personnel who came with him were stunned when they saw this residence. They all dropped their jaws in shock. This, what kind of place is this? Horst exclaimed in disbelief. Can a place like this be called a stables? It can't be true. This place is actually an office managing horses in the city? Or is this guy bluffing us? Did he intentionally lead us to the wrong place? Upon hearing these words, Dalton quickly begged for mercy and replied humbly. How dare I? This is indeed the stables of our Lanyang City. If you don't believe it, you can ask the neighbors nearby. Chapter 257, The Dilapidated Courtyard. Braden raised his hand. Well, from what he said, it shouldn't be done. While saying this, he carefully observed this completely run-down courtyard and finally curled the corner of his lips into a smile. He pursed his lips ambiguously and sighed. Interesting, it's my first time seeing this kind of decoration style. If it wasn't intentional, then this stable supervisor must truly be dirt poor. He kicked Dalton's buttocks with his toes. Braden instructed. Go, open the door. Dalton nodded continuously, but before he could act, Horst beside him eagerly patted his chest. Oh, why would we need him? Young Emester, let me open the door for you. With that, he directly stretched out both hands. But Dalton, seeing his movement, eyes wide in shock, screamed loudly. Wait, don't. However, it was too late. Horst had already pushed the door with both hands a second earlier. There was a loud bang. The wooden plank that he had barely fixed 2 hours ago shattered at once. It hit the ground with a muffled sound. Then it cracked into 4 or 5 pieces. The wooden door was now completely gone. Horst? Dalton? Originally, Dalton had been looking miserable. Now, he really wanted to kneel down before Braden, holding back tears, looking extremely aggrieved. Young Emester, it was broken by your subordinate, not by me. If the supervisor asks, you must admit it yourselves. I don't have the money to compensate for this door. Horst, it's not like you were setting us up. Are your stables always like this? He found it incredibly absurd. What nonsense. Seeing ghosts? The ridges nearby felt puzzled. Ordinary doors wouldn't just fall off with a push, much less shatter so completely on the ground. Something was off. Perhaps they were being deliberately framed. Thinking this, he leaned forward, bent down, and inspected closely. Then, his sharp eyes noticed the partly broken hinge. He picked up a piece of the shattered wooden board and rubbed it. Good grief. It was already rotted to such an extent that it crumbled into wood chips with just a little force. He couldn't help but criticize inwardly. What a lousy stable. Not even as sturdy as houses in our poorer families in Nanzhao. As a face of this courtyard, you can't even afford to repair it properly? It seems this stable is also about to starve. He looked at Braden, wanting to report, but saw the general gazing upward. Following his gaze, he saw a faded plaque hanging above. It clearly stated this was indeed where Dalton worked, the stable. He retracted his gaze. Braden ignored the others, only looking down at Dalton whose shoulders were pressed down. Go, lead the way. I want to talk to your supervisor. Yes, right away. Please follow me, young Emester. Afraid of more punishment from Braden, Dalton massaged his aching chest, hurriedly nodding and bowing as he led the way. In reality, he didn't want to. But there were wolves in front and tigers behind, with a shiny dagger against his neck. Dalton feared for his life. So he obediently led the way. They had just passed through the now doorless entrance and hadn't walked many steps when they heard disordered footsteps coming from inside. From the largest house in the middle, a rough voice came out. The hell, what noise? Zack, a damn thunderbolt. Scared me half to death. I say, where's that kid Dalton? Why hasn't he come back after going out? Could he have opened shop? He probably took the money and went drinking and whoring already. Can't do. I have to go see what's happening. If he really kept the money for himself, I'll break his dog legs and save having to fake being crippled every time to scam for money. Upon hearing this, Braden and his group didn't say anything, but the restrained Dalton trembled, almost wetting his pants in fear. He screamed louder than before. I didn't, supervisor. Help me. I've been kidnapped. The moment he shouted, the person who spoke earlier directly opened the door and came out. The two parties locked eyes. The man whom Dalton called the supervisor was a large, burly figure with rough, dark skin and well-defined muscles, looking formidable. However, possibly due to hunger or lack of good food for a long time. His eyes were somewhat yellowish and dull, and his appearance appeared listless. This diminished his otherwise intimidating presence. Upon closer inspection, this man had a pair of eyes that gave a suspicious look, with slanted eyebrows, making him appear untrustworthy even while standing still. Indeed, he was not a good person. The supervisor's surname was Emmett, and his name was Herschel. When he came out, he also heard Dalton's cries. Then, upon fixing his gaze, he saw Braden, who was handsome and dashing. He sized up Braden with ill intent. What an aloof Ayush, clearly bearing an air of scholarly refinement, with tender fair skin, seemingly unable to harm even a chicken. He must not be from an ordinary family. Surely a wealthy Ayush raised in luxury. Upon further observation, Dalton, who was screaming for help, was being held down on the ground by the Ayush's guards. Herschel's eyebrows arched, and a mocking smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He shot a glare at Dalton, then thought inwardly. This money extortion hit some deity of calamity, and he was actually escorted back here. Herschel silently blamed Dalton for exposing their identities. Truly, a bungler incapable of accomplishing anything worthwhile. However, after some consideration, exposing their identity didn't matter much since Herschel's mind worked quickly. Looking at Braden, he guessed. This Ayush must have come to their Lanyang city to conduct business. Looking so young, his thoughts probably weren't sophisticated enough to think too deeply. So if their base was exposed, it wasn't a big issue. At worst, they could bluff or threaten him. For someone coming to do business, the greatest fear would be failing to conduct business. With this weakness in hand, there was no need to fear any unreasonable demands from this Ayush. With this in mind, Herschel composed his expression and immediately narrowed his eyes sternly, scolding. Chapter 258. No regard for the law. Who dares to cause a commotion in my stable? Do you have any regard for the law? After reprimanding, his gaze fell on Dalton. Not only causing a disturbance without cause in my stable, but also laying hands on my officials. Are you planning an uprising? Horst snorted when he heard this. A surge of anger welled up in his chest, ready to step forward and reveal his identity. However, in the next second, he was stopped by Braden's gesture. Braden turned his eyes to Herschel, a faint smile playing at the corner of his mouth. He answered with a respectful bow, speaking in the tone of a commoner addressing an official. To explain, I am Zakuyu, a newcomer to Lanyang City. On the street, I was extorted by this person who claimed to be a deputy supervisor of the stable. I found it intolerable for such a rogue to impersonate an official and commit fraud, but I felt it might be rash to directly take him to the authorities, so I came here to seek the truth. Hearing this, Herschel looked at Braden with disdain, which quickly faded. Just as expected, Herschel thought confidently. This is just a Ayush inexperienced in worldly affairs. Look at him. still acting so respectfully and obediently in front of me. Ha, truly naive. Such a young man can be easily intimidated, Herschel thought with satisfaction. He then deliberately put on a stern face, frowning and asked, "Is that so? Amity, I ask where you come from, sir? What brings you to our Lanyang city? My background is not worth mentioning. I'm merely a small tea merchant. As for my hometown, it is in a distant prefecture. I've come specially to Lanyang because I've heard that it will soon open mutual markets, hoping to gain some opportunities here." "Oh, I see. Young Ametstar Zeku, daring to travel alone to Lanyang for business at your age. I admire your courage. This man's name is Dalton, and indeed, he works at my stable, though only as a temporary laborer, not an official on record. Normally, he just assists with odd jobs around the stable. I never expected him to use the lie of being a deputy supervisor to extort and deceive others. It is indeed despicable. Please hand him over to me, and I will investigate. If what you say is true, I will certainly not let him off lightly. He will receive a proper punishment at the county office to deter him from such behavior in the future." As he spoke, he glanced at Braden, probing, "Does this arrangement satisfy you, sir?" "Ha, would Braden be satisfied? Of course not." Braden narrowed his eyes, staring at Herschel. "A temporary laborer at the stable? Do you think I didn't hear those loud shouts you made initially? If I believed your nonsense, I'd be nothing short of a fool." Though inwardly cursing, Braden couldn't openly say so. Instead, he feigned surprise, as if stunned for a moment before slowly reacting. It seemed he couldn't understand why Herschel admitted Dalton's identity so straightforwardly. After some consideration, Braden nodded hesitantly. "Well, this approach seems reasonable." Noticing the hesitation in Braden's voice, Herschel continued, "Do you doubt my commitment to investigating properly? If you don't trust me, since you're here to conduct a field survey for your business, why not stay longer? While you're surveying, we can confirm Dalton's case. Once there's a result, I'll send someone to inform you. They say even a powerful dragon cannot overpower a local snake. No matter how wealthy or influential one is, they must behave when visiting another place. Otherwise, offending locals could delay simple procedures, leading to unnecessary trouble." Moreover, Herschel had specifically pointed out Braden's business intentions. This Ayush wouldn't want to create further issues. Getting extorted is minor, but ruining business opportunities and missing out on profits would be disastrous. Besides, extortion on the street isn't too serious. It can be smoothed over easily. If this Ayush truly wanted trouble, he could have taken the person directly to the authorities. Instead, he brought him here first to verify his identity. From this, it could be seen that this Ayush was likely afraid of any trouble. With this thought, Herschel's gaze fell on Braden. A few seconds later, Braden sighed lightly. Get lost. Stop spouting nonsense here. You talk about giving double offerings to this official? The money you owe me is already countless. Even if you open a shop, you can only swindle a few taels of silver each time. What can a few taels do? If I relied on the pittance you people offer, I'd have starved long ago." As he spoke, Herschel turned around. Dalton hurriedly followed, rubbing his chest and praising him. "Why does the sir say so?" Chapter 259. The whole family surviving on thin air. Dalton's eyes darted around. He had messed up this time, angering the supervisor Darren so much. No way, he needed to offer more advice to win back his position in the supervisor Darren's regard. With that thought, Dalton said, "Darren manages all the horses in Lanyang City. With such a large number of horses, we could secretly sell a dozen or even several dozen, then find someone to take the blame for the missing horses. Wouldn't that solve your urgent problem right now?" Inside the room, there were 2 or 3 other men who, upon hearing Dalton's rather naive suggestion, couldn't help but scoff and give him a disdainful look. "Selling horses? That sounds very easy for you to say." One man sitting on a stool, picking his teeth, remarked. "Don't you think a little harder? If you can think of it, how could Supervisor Emmett not have considered it already?" Dalton was speechless. They disagreed, fine. But why the personal attack? Clearly, they were all equals. Yet because he angered Supervisor Emmett today, they dared to put on airs like this? Biting his lip inwardly, Dalton rolled his eyes and asked, "What's wrong with what I said? Where is it inappropriate?" That man seemed to catch interest, glanced at him once, and spoke. "You don't think carefully enough. Think about it. Which of our Lanyang horses are well-fed and strong enough to sell for money?" Upon hearing this, Dalton froze. He furrowed his brows in deep thought. It seemed there weren't any. The person who spoke saw Dalton's expression and sneered slightly. "See? You can't even name one. So how do we trade with those foreign merchants? They're all high and mighty, seeing sick and thin horses here. Do you think they would be willing to buy them? Not just the horses, even if it's grain or hay. The good ones were taken by officials long ago. What's left are moldy or defective goods. Would merchants be foolish enough to buy these things? So didn't you think carefully before suggesting those ideas?" Feeling a surge of indignation after being scolded, Dalton shot a sideways glance at Supervisor Emmett and tried to curry favor again. Then, "Shepherd Emmett, we can also act as we did before, targeting those ridges responsible for herding. They still have some resources, more than commoners. Their horses are better fed too. We can find a pretext to deal with those ridges, seize their horses, and then resell them for profit." Not stopping there, with another thought, Dalton came up with a new idea. "If you're worried about resistance from the ridges, we can penalize a few with fines. Accumulating fines from multiple people will add up quickly." Before the supervisor could speak, an underling beside him interrupted. "Stop coming up with unreliable ideas. You think punishing a few more people will get us more money? They need to have money first. They're as broke as we are, almost surviving on nothing. Where will they get money for fines? They might hear about the fines and come fight us to the death. We can't afford to provoke them. After all, when everyone is barely surviving, no one fears losing their life." Another person resting nearby added cautiously, "That's true. Also, you missed another flaw. Have you thought about where the new batch of horsekeepers this year came from?" Dalton was momentarily stunned by the question. "All of them are ex-bandits, carrying unknown numbers of human lives on their heads. Dare you rob them? You'd be asking for death." They'd likely cut off your head with a broadsword as soon as you opened your mouth. Hearing this, Dalton swallowed hard, looking difficult. But soon, he had another plan. Oh right, how much in used land does the Horse Supervision Station of Lanyang City still own in the outskirts? Foreign merchants love this kind of land and will pay high prices. This was another terrible idea. The two men shook their heads continuously. No, this plan won't work either. It's not that we're afraid of being discovered by higher-ups, but we simply have no land left to sell. The land that could produce lush pasture grass would fetch a good price. But before the mutual market policy was introduced, we had already sold it off. If we hadn't sold it then, keeping it until now would probably have fetched an even higher price. What a pity. This person shook his head as he spoke, his eyes full of greed. The remaining lands are barely productive. Don't talk about lush pasture grass. Even if you planted drought and cold-resistant corn, you wouldn't get any corn cobs. All the suggestions Dalton proposed were refuted one by one. He was completely out of ideas, looking frustrated and dejected as he sat down and slammed his hand on the table. But his action once again drew a reaction from the people nearby. Hey, what are you doing? Don't take your anger out on the table. We've already lost our door panels. If you break the table too, you can just go out into the cold wind. Dalton reluctantly withdrew his hand. So what can we do? We can only continue to extort money from rich people, right? Forget it. I messed up this time. Next time, it won't happen again. In a couple of hours, I'll go check the next street to see if any new merchants arrive with their carriages. I refuse to believe that every encounter will be with these deadly demons. Herschel had also sat down, frowning as he looked at his disgruntled subordinates in the room. He closed his eyes for a moment. All right, the few taels of silver you bring in each time from extortion aren't even enough to fill our mouths, let alone taking them home to support our families and keep them well fed and clothed. Saying this, Herschel sighed heavily. A clever housewife cannot cook without rice. The chaos of policies had made it impossible for them to even support their families. Someone nearby chimed in. Who says otherwise? We're at least a government office. Even if we manage horses, you are still an official. Now, look at us. Just a small captain with 10 or so men dares to swagger in front of us. How despicable. Chapter 260. The eldest brother mocks the second. Supervisor Emmett sat slouched in his chair, sighing repeatedly, appearing utterly dejected. Shaking his head, he said, in this cursed year, it's as if there's no way for us to survive. If we don't engage in illicit trades that get us beheaded or deal with unsavory businesses, wouldn't everyone in the family, from the elderly to the young, end up begging on the streets? Thinking about daily frustrations and grievances, Supervisor Emmett felt increasingly indignant. Clenching his right hand into a fist, he slammed it hard onto the table with a loud bang, startling the others. They looked at him with trepidation as he continued venting his anger. Damn it, they all look down on me now like dogs looking at their inferiors. When I was powerful, none of them even cared. Indeed, Supervisor Emmett had been in his position for at least 10 years. From initial glory and prosperity to today's poverty and downfall, he could not help but feel deeply aggrieved. Even ordinary captains now treated him with disdain. If things had always been this desolate, perhaps he would not have been so enraged. Contrast made the pain more profound. A sharp dagger pierced his heart. With a cold snort and an eerie tone, Emmett frightened everyone around. One day, I will make them all know who I am. Damn those sons of bitches. Everyone else has meat and wine on their tables except for us. Look at our department's director, the supervisor of the Imperial stables. What a symbol of inequality. Speaking of his immediate superior, Emmett grew animated again and slammed the table once more. Day by day, chasing after women and squandering money on prostitutes. If he spent his salary managing horses properly, I'd have nothing to say. But every day, he just wastes money without doing any real work, not even showing up to work. He's just idling away. Who knows which girl he's lying on today? The small fry under Emmett listened in silence, too afraid to breathe loudly. Their eyes were sharp, darting around as they pondered silently. Especially Dalton, whose mind worked quickly after hearing Emmett's words. He snorted inwardly and began criticizing harshly. Wow, truly amazing. Talk is cheap, saying whatever comes to mind. Isn't it just the pot calling the kettle black? Dalton rolled his eyes mentally. Don't talk about your boss. You're no different, Lord Emmett. Besides playing cards and eating meat, you also spend your leisure money aimlessly. We rarely see you unless you find a cozy place to sleep. Not to mention, you always force us outside to extort money and give it to you. That alone shows you're no good either. Dalton sighed inwardly. This was the system's bullshit, exploitation, layer by layer. In the end, those suffering the most were still low-ranking lackeys like them. Zack himself, he risked being hurt by cards to extort money, yet still got scolded by Emmett upon returning. Emmett ranted in the room, expressing his anger intermittently. Others sat silently, unmoving and speechless, listening quietly. None of them noticed a shadowy figure suddenly appearing on the empty window paper. If they weren't paying close attention, they wouldn't have seen it. The shadow belonged to a ridge near Commander Braden, who had returned to gather more information. Hearing these dirty secrets filled him with anger. Ansel's under Braden always followed strict discipline, maintaining order in South China. He couldn't understand how internal affairs within one city could become so chaotic, and how officials could act so unreasonably. He couldn't help but grit his back teeth, grinding them together with a creaking sound. Damnable. These dog officials are truly detestable. Speaking with vehemence, he stared fiercely at the window paper he had poked 2 holes in, gazing through the air to look at Herschel's back. The others may be detestable, but Herschel and his subordinates are even worse. Privately selling land and horses belonging to the Great Wei, holding office without performing their duties, and for a little silver, they would commit such heaven-defying deeds, even extorting merchants who come to conduct business in Lanyang. If any of these acts were to happen in our southern frontier camps, they would all be capital offenses. Glaring angrily at the people inside, this ridge spat on the ground. Damn, just because this Lanyang city is far from the imperial capital, do they think they can act like hiders here? More than one person had been ordered by Braden to eavesdrop. The man beside him frowned frequently, finally his face filled with anger, gripping the window frame tightly and asked in a low voice, "So what do you think? Should we take action now?" To take action meant to capture these people on the spot and tie them up before the general awaiting punishment. Although the ridge across was furious, upon hearing the question, he thought carefully and shook his head, refusing the suggestion. "No, we cannot alert them prematurely. Even though they have committed many wicked deeds and should be imprisoned immediately, this is not the right time. We must report this matter to the general first and wait for his decision. Otherwise, acting rashly now might ruin the general's original plan. These are just small fry. The big fish are still above. Capturing these people will make their superiors wary and hide their trace as well, making it more time-consuming for us to investigate." Chapter 261. Fishing with a long Zacne. Indeed, it's not worth the loss. The person opposite nodded after hearing these words. "You have a point. Let's drop it then. After all, this group is just a handful of people. We need to play the long game and catch bigger fish." The two exchanged glances, each nodding, then continued to listen intently. The information Herschel was now revealing wasn't enough for them to decide on their next move yet. They needed to listen further and gather more intelligence. Estimating the Ametricial's thoughts, they figured he would likely conduct an on-site inspection at the ranch before heading to Lanyang's military base to investigate thoroughly. They couldn't just confront others blindly without clear evidence in hand. No matter what, they had to have solid proof. By the time both parties meet, they must have sufficient grounds to accuse the other side. With this thought in mind, the two remained hidden in the shadows, straining their ears to continue listening. After waiting for about the length of time it takes to burn an incense stick, Herschel stopped divulging information and simply pushed the door open and left. Seeing this, they immediately shrank back into the corner, watching as Herschel disappeared from their sight. After Herschel left, the few people inside the house exchanged glances and began bustling around. "Oh, Supervisor Emmett talks about this every day. My ears are going to develop calluses from hearing it all," someone grumbled. Dalton spread his hands, seemingly forgetting the earlier ridicule. "What can we do? We should honestly keep following Supervisor Emmett. If we don't continue, losing our jobs will make our lives even harder." All right, let's stop saying such disheartening things. Come on, brothers, let's continue playing cards." Hearing the sound of cards shuffling and playing, the two eavesdropping ridges finally turned away. However, they didn't go far because Braden's carriage hadn't completely left. It had only turned a street corner and stopped in a secluded spot. The two walked near the carriage. Braden lifted the wind curtain, covering the window, and looked down. "How did it go? What did you find out?" After exchanging glances, one of them reported everything they had gathered word by word to Braden. Upon hearing this, Braden frowned for a moment, then waved for them to return to their posts. He then pursed his lips and rummaged through a package inside the carriage, pulling out a sheepskin-drawn map and spreading it across his lap. He pointed at various locations, city by city, to determine the exact positions. Finally, he settled on Lanyang. Although Lanyang was barren, its pastures had once been lush and fertile, making the horse supervision office there quite desirable about 8 or 9 years ago. Including the horse supervision office in Lanyang and the connected city stables, there were no fewer than 30 administrative compounds. Over the years, some places had declined, leaving only 8 horse supervision offices. But the pastures and horses these 8 still possessed should be considerable. How could they end up in this state of decline? Braden couldn't figure it out. He wasn't very familiar with horse raising, so he decided not to waste time overthinking and instead lifted the curtain to summon one of his men to come up and ask for advice. Once the man came aboard, Braden handed him the map and asked straightforwardly, "Look at these places first. How much area do they cover? If we restore and maintain them, how much grass can be produced annually, and can the quality improve?" The man called over was specially assigned by Braden and was in charge of managing the cavalry horses at their southern garrison. Everyone has their specialty. After taking the map and hearing Braden's question, he examined it carefully and replied after a moment of contemplation, "Shepherds, we haven't conducted on-site inspections of these pastures. We can't determine the soil conditions or climate to see if they can produce the most nutritious forage. But based on my experience, the quality of the grass in these areas should be decent." As he spoke, he circled a few regions with his finger. The rest are more difficult to estimate. However, roughly speaking, the annual production of grass here could support this many horses. He gestured with his hand to show the number 9. This was his lowest estimate. Seeing his gesture and hearing his words, Braden's expression instantly darkened. He clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth before speaking. "Is it really this many? These are just the pastures in this region that can support so many horses, not to mention the 3 connected provinces we haven't inspected yet. How could these officials managing the local horse farms be doing nothing, leading to our Great Wei court receiving only tens of thousands of horses from them each year? This number is less than a third of what the grasslands can support." Braden took a deep breath. He was almost incredulous as he spoke in shock. How do they have the nerve to claim they can produce so few horses every year? Aren't they deceiving Bo and the court? This was truly unreasonable. A nation needed to expand its territory and strengthen its borders, requiring formidable national power and ridges who could win countless battles. Additionally, equally important were the war horses for the warriors. With insufficient horses, would the country be unable to organize cavalry units? Without cavalry units, the army would lack flexibility in battle formation. I will eventually remove these parasites who eat the national rations without working. I cannot let them continue to consume the state's grain and salaries, and even oppress the people and exploit their subordinates. Furthermore, opening mutual markets in Lanyang City isn't to provide opportunities for them to harm merchants traveling from afar. If not stopped, what's the point of opening the mutual market? If this spreads out, who would still want to do business in Lanyang City after others hear about it? They would all avoid it like the plague. After a long time, the local economy would stagnate, and the people's lives would become increasingly impoverished. Speaking of this, Braden's eyes darkened. His voice wasn't very low, and since the guards around him were all skilled martial artists, they heard Braden's conversation clearly. Chapter 262. Discarding the dross. After hearing this, their expressions were filled with anger and shock. They seemed to not understand why anyone would do something that was disadvantageous both to the country and its people. Exactly did they know. All under heaven flock for profit. All under heaven hustle for gain. In the end, it's all about money. Inside the carriage, Braden fell silent for a few moments before speaking. As long as your calculations are correct, and we can truly produce so much pasture grass annually, then we don't need to worry about being attacked by those conservative officials in the court after abolishing civilian horse husbandry. Because the government-run stables alone can fully supply war horses for the entire Dewey army. There is no need for civilian stables at all. Not to mention, the current civilian horse husbandry is merely an excuse for these officials to exploit ordinary citizens. The person sitting opposite had some reservations. But, General, even so, you're aiming to completely abolish this law. This isn't a law modified halfway through our nation's establishment, but one that has existed since Zhou Taizu's reign. This will be very difficult to achieve. There will likely be many obstacles along the way. Now we've only passed through Ninghai City and Lanyang City. Governor Ferguson of Ninghai probably hasn't revealed the general's movements yet. The more places we visit, the harder it will be to keep the news contained. Eventually, our carriage may encounter ambushes once it starts moving again. As he spoke, concern flickered in his eyes, afraid that Braden might come to harm. Braden smiled calmly and replied with raised eyebrows. Isn't our long journey, traveling through nights and days, precisely to ensure that the horse administration can genuinely provide enough war horses for the whole Dewey, and that the common people won't suffer anymore because of it? Taking the essence and discarding the dross? Would we have to continue this just because it's a law established by Zhou Taizu? Even sages can make mistakes. Recognizing mistakes requires correction. We took up this duty from Bo. Let's focus on doing this job well for him. How the court officials oppose us, or what people think doesn't matter now. Even if it's hard, we must face challenges head on, not retreat when faced with difficulties. If not, how will Dewey build and train its cavalry? What will happen to those civilians struggling due to the horse administration? And who will uphold justice for the ridges unfairly exploited and wrongly accused? If Braden didn't accomplish this, he was sure he wouldn't be able to eat or sleep peacefully. He would dream about those wronged souls questioning him for not continuing the investigation. Moreover, he would feel unworthy of the trust placed in him by Bo and the old chancellor. I understand. The man opposite grew more determined, arching his hands towards Braden. Great righteousness, General. We are in awe. Now, stop with such flattery. Let's check the route. We'll buy food, clothes, and necessities in Lanyang first, then proceed to inspect the 2 neighboring horse stations. Braden rubbed his chin, narrowing his eyes. I want to see if all the stations look like this. It's worth noting that the Addison, worried about Braden's safety, felt the elite troops she dispatched from the capital weren't enough. She ordered her secret guards to deliver a secret edict directly to the provincial governor Miles. Miles was almost scared to death, dreaming night after night that the Addison's guards were watching him while he slept, scaring him into several nightmares over several nights. Of course, let's leave that aside for now. After receiving the Addison's order, Miles selected a military commander who had genuine combat experience, a sound mind, and capable skills from his own ranks, ordering him to lead a 1,000-man detachment to Ninghai to find Braden. Unfortunately, Braden moved too fast. By the time they arrived at the inner city of Ninghai, Braden's team was long gone. Commander Devlin was stunned upon meeting Prefect Ferguson and learning that Braden had left the previous day. Devlin found it utterly incomprehensible, especially when he heard that Braden had removed an imperial censor in Ninghai and sent him back to the capital for trial. His astonishment deepened. In this move, there are only 2 possibilities. One possibility is that the censor sent by Bo this time is truly capable and dedicated to rectifying the horse administration here. The second possibility is that this censor is just a scapegoat who hastily tours various places, conducts some superficial inspections, and then directly returns to the capital to submit a report. Devlin hadn't seen this censor yet, so he didn't make any conclusions about Braden. Instead, after learning about Braden's subsequent plans from Ferguson, he immediately bid farewell and hurriedly set off to chase after them. This group of elite ridges endured long journeys and traveled day and night for 3 full days before finally reaching Lanyang City. To their surprise, they were late again. What? You ask why? When they inquired about the whereabouts of Braden's group, they got this answer. Oh, that exceptionally handsome Ayush. He supposedly came here on business, bought some things in our Lanyang City, and left to conduct business elsewhere. Devlin. Do you know which direction they went, sir? Devlin, suppressing his frustration, asked with what little patience he had left. Upon hearing this, the old man thought carefully and finally shook his head under Devlin's expectant gaze. Oh, I'm really sorry, young man, but this old man can't remember. Devlin. Fine. Thus, Devlin immediately ordered his men to rest and regroup on the spot. Afterward, he quickly dispatched them to inquire about Braden's whereabouts. As soon as they gathered some information, Devlin and his men impatiently set off again. At this moment, still unaware that the Addison had sent reinforcements, Braden and his group continued on their journey. Despite the dust and fatigue, Braden was in quite good spirits. Shepherding inside the carriage, wrapped in a fluffy scarf and thick cloak, everything seemed fine. Chapter 263. Do one's best and leave the rest to fate. In front of Braden stood a low square table, on which were assorted ready-to-eat delicacies bought from Lanyang City, including dried meats, pastries, and fresh longans available only in winter. Braden leaned comfortably against one side of the carriage, sipping tea and nibbling on snacks. He wiped his hands and peeled a longan. The sweet fragrance of its juice instantly spread in his mouth. Braden narrowed his eyes and sighed. Ah, if it weren't for those vexing matters, this would really feel like a pleasant journey. Alas. Unfortunately, Braden had other worries in his heart. Hearing Braden's voice from inside the carriage, the ridge driving the horses smiled and asked, "Is the great general still troubled?" After a moment's thought, Braden slightly pulled aside the curtain and tied it with a hemp rope. Now nothing hindered communication between inside and outside the carriage. Yes. Braden nodded and clicked his tongue. How could I not be troubled? Oh, right. If you didn't know what you think, tell me, what do you think now that you've come out with me this time? What do you think about the horse policies in these cities and prefectures? Upon hearing Braden's inquiry, the ridges who were closer to him immediately pulled the reins and gathered around, chattering noisily. What else can we say? They're utterly rotten to the core. Exactly. I've never seen such filthy things. Absolutely disgusting. Utterly lawless. Zaxoning to their jumbled responses, Braden narrowed his eyes and nodded. All of you make good points. This horse policy is like someone suffering from tuberculosis, having gone through mild and moderate stages, and now reaching the critical phase. Even an experienced doctor might be at a loss when facing such a late-stage patient, because there's no way to save them. We can only try to prevent the disease from spreading, because this condition is contagious. After hearing Braden's analogy, everyone was momentarily stunned. Then they looked at each other thoughtfully. This analogy is truly marvelous, sir. It does match our current situation. It seems there's no immediate solution. We can only cut off the root cause completely. Otherwise, just like an infection, it will continue to spread and worsen. Yes, indeed. We must thoroughly block any risk of contagion. Braden held a small hand warmer, rubbing it gently, while a trace of worry appeared in his eyes. But talking is easy. Actually doing it would be difficult. Moreover, what we've seen so far isn't even all of Governor Emmanuel's jurisdiction. We've only visited a couple of towns. I wonder how bad the situation is in other places. Braden shook his head. These two places already have varying degrees of severe problems. I don't believe other areas are untouched, or that the people there live peacefully. The issues are deeply entrenched and involve many people's interests. If we want to tackle this problem, to uproot it entirely, it will indeed be very challenging. We must pinpoint the exact issue and strike directly. Otherwise, it might become like a 100-legged worm, stubbornly alive even after death. We fear they may regroup and cause immense damage to our country. Besides, there is another very important matter. Our actions this time are very risky. A single misstep could cost us everything. Are you afraid? Afraid to follow me out here to deal with this? Afraid? The ridges were taken aback for a second, but then countered. Why should we be afraid? We haven't feared going into battle. Why should we fear doing something beneficial for the country and its people? You're right. If we die for the country, do you think the great general wouldn't take care of our families? You've done so much for the southern frontier. It's our turn to repay you. My family would be proud if they knew I died protecting the great general. Great general. I haven't read much, but I once heard a saying, do your best and leave the rest to fate. Effort made won't be regretted. Hearing this, it was Braden's turn to be stunned. A few seconds later, he broke into a bright and warm smile. It's me who's been obsessed. You're right. We must do our best and leave the rest to fate. As long as we've put in effort, it won't have been in vain, even if the outcome isn't as hoped for. The horse station in Lanyang City was called Labing Horse Station. Braden's next destination was Donghiyuan. The courtyard of the magistrate's office in Donghiyuan was larger than that of Emetlong, and the arrangement of the office was more luxurious. The highest-ranking official here was named Ronnie. At this moment, Ronnie lay comfortably in his rocking chair, wrapped in a thick, fur-lined cloak, enjoying the snow and flowers in front of his family courtyard. Beside him, tea was being brewed over a stove, with steam curling upwards, spreading the aroma of tea. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps came from not far away. Looking closely, it was an official wearing black-red clothing and a square hat. The fabric of his clothes seemed of poor quality, indicating his low rank. This person hurried over with a face filled with joy. Lord Casimir, wonderful news. Ronnie was just rocking his chair and about to take a sip of hot tea when he was startled by the shout. The tea nearly spilled onto his clothes. With a clatter, frowning and glaring, Ronnie put the teacup back on the table, removed the thick cloak covering him, and started scolding the bureaucrat who had rushed up to him. Why such a rush? And shouting here? If you ever shout like that again for no reason, I'll sew your mouth shut. These words frightened the minor official, who immediately covered his mouth, speaking in a muffled voice. My lord, isn't this great news for you? He looked quite aggrieved. Ronnie glanced at him, unable to hold back his frustration. Spare me the details. Bringing good news? You and your group of little devils would be doing well if you didn't cause trouble. Moreover, looking around, this place is nothing but barren land with a few weeds. What could possibly be worth reporting as good news? Did manna fall from heaven? The more he spoke, the angrier he became. The person bringing the news felt deeply wronged in his heart, but he also knew why his superior was so irritable. It was because he had been reprimanded by the supervisor for inefficiency earlier. His superior must be very upset, and if he was upset, why pick on someone who brought him good news? A flicker of displeasure flashed in the eyes of the minor official. Chapter 264, A Big Business. After being scolded and feeling frustrated, he thought about taking his anger out on those under him. The thought made the petty official Henri roll his eyes even more, though he kept his head lowered to avoid Ronnie's gaze. He couldn't let Ronnie see this. Otherwise, he would probably be skinned alive. With this thought, the petty official shivered slightly, then raised a fawning smile to greet Ronnie, placing the item in his hand on the low table beside Ronnie. Shepherder, it's really good news. I didn't lie to you. Look. This day is truly filled with unexpected surprises. Ronnie looked up at these words, squinting his eyes, and carefully examined what had been placed down. With just one glance, he started to lose interest. The reason was simple. The item the petty official had placed down wasn't small, but it was wrapped tightly in light yellow oiled paper. Ronnie had thought this might be some meat pies or pastries the clerk had bought from the street as an offering, but even if life were tough for him, he could still afford such treats. So, he glanced once and lost interest immediately. Another thing brought over? If it's street food, take it away quickly, divide it among yourselves. I have no interest. As he spoke, he picked up a charred tangerine, peeled it, and stuffed it into his mouth. The clerk smiled warmly. Shepherder, it's not ordinary items. The oil paper is just to prevent people from seeing inside. Shepherder, please take a look. Finishing his sentence, the clerk carefully stripped away the outer layer of concealing oil paper, revealing its true form inside. Ronnie turned his head indifferently, but as soon as he opened his eyes, he was instantly captivated. There in the clerk's hand was an exquisite 2-inch wide sandalwood box, carved beautifully. The craftsmanship was delicate, with gold powder-traced patterns on the corners. What is this? Ronnie tossed aside the tangerine and leaned in closer to examine the box. Shepherder, take a look. It's something wonderful. The clerk gently held the small wooden box with both hands and presented it before Ronnie. His demeanor was extraordinarily cautious. It wasn't hard to understand why he was so meticulous. Even from just the exterior packaging, no. The box that housed the item inside was exquisitely crafted. Didn't ancient stories tell of the parable of buying the casket and returning the pearl? This sort of fine box certainly matched that parable. If it were sold in the nearby market, it would easily fetch several taels of silver, or perhaps even more. Given the value of the box itself, whatever was inside must be even more precious. The clerk couldn't help but be extremely careful. If he accidentally dropped or broke the box, selling himself, or even his entire family to debt collectors wouldn't cover the cost. Thinking of this, the clerk's fingers trembled slightly. Fortunately, Ronnie was already interested enough to take the wooden box. From the moment he took it, Ronnie heard the rustling sounds coming from inside and felt its weight, forming a hypothesis. Based on this hypothesis, he gently lifted the lid. First to catch his eye was a finely woven silk cloth. Zapping the cloth revealed a gentle, invigorating tea fragrance wafting up. The aroma was so captivating and lingering. Closing his eyes, Ronnie savored the scent thoroughly. When he opened his eyes again, they sparkled with excitement. It's full river red. Yes, there's no mistake. This smell belongs to the tea that can sell for 1,000 taels per brick. Full river red. This box couldn't hold a whole brick, only about a tenth of it, but that was still worth 100 taels. For tea lovers, this was an excellent gift, one that struck right at Ronnie's heart. His face lit up with joy. In this desolate border city, high-quality tea was priceless. Even with money, you likely couldn't find good tea here, let alone a renowned tea like Full River Red, which was perfect in color, aroma, and taste. Indeed, even in the capital of Wei, this kind of tea was coveted by many officials and nobles. Interestingly, in this border city where resources were scarce, items like tea, salt, sugar, and spices were often used as currency equivalent to real silver and gold. Why was that? The climate and soil of the lakes region and the foreign tribes were unsuitable for growing tea, meaning they had no capacity to produce tea. Therefore, they needed to import tea from outside, and Wei had a plentiful supply of it. But why did these foreign tribes have such a high demand for tea? Because most of them were nomadic peoples, with very little vegetable production. They relied on meat for their sustenance throughout the year. This led to them being robust and tall, but there was one major issue. Their bodies lacked trace elements. These missing trace elements could be supplemented through tea. Compared to salt, sugar, and other goods, tea was the most favored commodity by them, and it could even be used as equivalent to real gold and silver in circulation at the border. Selling tea, along with sugar and salt, was highly profitable. Moreover, Wei relied on controlling export volumes and foreign trade to exert influence over those tribes. However, despite having the demand, Wei controlled the export volume, and the foreign tribes were unwilling to give up anything to complete annual transactions with Wei. In this situation, a branch of private trading emerged. Indeed, merchants sought profit. As long as they could earn substantial amounts of money, some fearless merchants who only wanted money found the explicit prohibition against private sales of tea and other goods by Wei ineffective. Because such trade was incredibly profitable, they couldn't resist the temptation of that high profit margin, so even at the risk of losing their heads, they would willingly take great risks. That's why when the petty official brought the item over, he appeared elated. He was quite astute. Upon receiving the item, he could roughly estimate what it might be. He had guessed earlier that it was likely tea, but he never imagined it would turn out to be Full River Red, a type of tea worth its weight in gold. Although this small box didn't contain an entire tea brick, its value alone was at least 100 taels. Not to mention that Full River Red was a very famous tea. It was an extremely scarce commodity here at the border. Chapter 265. Buying and selling official horses. If the news gets out that someone has this kind of tea called Menjianging, it will surely attract many foreign merchants who would vie to buy it. After all, there are still nobles among the barbarians. These nobles like to put on airs, and their daily expenses and standards of living aim to match those of the aristocrats and high officials in our Great Wei. There is competition among them too. They compare with each other, looking at your lifestyle and then at theirs. So if someone gets a box of such high-grade tea, it will be an extremely prestigious thing. Therefore, if word gets out about this item, many barbarians will surely come seeking it. If one wants to purchase this box of tea, arranging things in advance can increase its value by several dozen silver taels. If not measured in silver, it could even be exchanged for a peck of pearls from the lake merchants. Large, white, lustrous pearls have great value in Great Wei. Isn't this like what the petty official said, a pie from the sky? It's indeed a very happy event. Ronnie's mouth curled into a smile for a moment, but quickly regained his composure with a light cough and asked, "Indeed, this is something rare and precious. Who entrusted you to deliver this? Is that person still here?" The petty official nodded eagerly and replied, Yes, it's a Ayush with handsome looks and elegant bearing. He's very wealthy. He is resting in the pavilion at the outermost part of the compound as I invited him." Ronnie thought for a moment. To send such an expensive gift must mean there's important business to discuss. Have you thoroughly questioned the Ayush about his background and what he seeks? Unless the request is completely unreasonable, Ronnie would not refuse. The petty official chuckled. He only said he has important business to discuss and wouldn't reveal more details no matter how I pressed him. I believe he wants to talk to you about this deal. I see. Wrinkling his brows slightly, Ronnie brushed off some fluff from his clothes, stood up, and waved his hand. All right, I understand. Quickly invite him in and serve him tea and snacks. I'll be there immediately. He had to change his clothes to look more presentable when meeting guests, especially since business was to be discussed. One shouldn't keep such an important visitor waiting, considering the valuable gift he brought. Perhaps this visit could bring him a stroke of good fortune. Thinking this, Ronnie's eyes gleamed. He changed into a new outfit as quickly as possible and hurried to the reception hall. Upon arriving, he saw the Ayush sitting gracefully in the side seat, skimming off tea foam with elegance. He looked to be around 20 years old, not too mature yet, exuding extraordinary charm and poise. Clearly, he wasn't an ordinary rich boy but one who had been nurtured in wealth from childhood. Otherwise, he wouldn't have developed such grace and composure. Looking around, Ronnie noticed several servants following him. They were all tall and robust, with strong muscles, likely skilled fighters meant to protect this golden rich Ayush. The young man must come from a family with substantial wealth, either a very rich household or a noble family with considerable assets. But why would a Ayush from such a wealthy family come to their particularly poor border city? Could it be to do business with tea? Thinking of the Amenjianging tea worth 100 silver taels the Ayush had sent him, Ronnie didn't consider himself a very high-ranking official. He was just a minor one. However, despite his low rank, he held considerable sway in certain matters and maintained some connections within the city. As he pondered, his eyes shifted, and a slightly fawning smile appeared on his face. Ha 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 ha, truly honored by a guest from afar, bringing glory to my humble abode. Shepherder, you truly stand out. I wonder where you come from, what is your honorable name, and what important matter brings you to this humble official? He approached Braden, took the teapot, and poured some hot tea for him. Braden didn't refuse. Instead, he smiled and put down his cup, picking it up again after the tea was poured, sipping it gently. Then he introduced himself. Of course, it was a fake identity. This time I came to discuss an important matter with you, sir. My name is Zekuyu. My family has some wealth, and my ancestors were merchants. By their blessings, our family wealth has been well preserved, though there have been some mishaps along the way. Braden knew that when one was away from home, their identity was something they had to create themselves. It must be flawlessly fabricated to deceive others. If his family's assets were abundant and fortune had always smiled upon them, why would he come to this desolate border city covered in sandstorms looking for a chance to make money? So Braden spoke in such a way, crafting an image of himself as a wealthy Ayush who lived off the family estate, but whose recent business had been somewhat sluggish, desperately needing funds. Seeing the official opposite him ponder thoughtfully after hearing his words, Braden smiled slightly, knowing that this man's mind was likely racing with countless thoughts. He continued to press forward without holding back, speaking candidly. Here's the situation. My family has recently ventured into the tea business. We heard news about the opening of mutual markets at the frontier, so I came to explore potential new business routes. And, this time I seek the Daran mainly for this newly explored trade route. While we do have plenty of money at home and also tea, what we lack are horses for transporting the goods. So, Daran should know what my purpose is in coming here, right? Ronnie was momentarily stunned. How could he not understand? After hearing these words, Ronnie clearly understood what the wealthy Ayush had come for. To transport tea, he wanted to buy military horses from them. This tea trade was likely intended for transactions with foreign tribes. This was already skirting the line. How dare he brazenly come to their imperial horse stables to buy horses? Trading tea was a crime, but trading military horses was punishable by death. Ronnie's expression changed. First, he showed the anger a normal official would display upon hearing such words, but after the anger, there was a hint of oddity. The reason was simple. This Ayush was incredibly bold. Fortunately, those around him were his confidants who dared not spread these words recklessly. Otherwise, it would cost them their heads. Chapter 266, 500. And it's not just this. Why did Ronnie's subsequent expression carry a hint of peculiarity? It was because he had no idea where this Ayush had obtained the information that they could casually trade warhorses here. Could it be that this news has already spread out? It shouldn't be. This news should only circulate within our own circle. How did it reach the ears of merchants? Something is wrong, very wrong. Ronnie tugged at the corners of his mouth. His expression darkened before he lowered his voice and asked, "Where did you hear this from, young Amester Zeku? I'm not in the business of selling oxen or mules. This is the Imperial Horse Supervision. The Imperial Horse Supervision, we breed these horses for military supply. To put it simply, these are all Bo's horses. Shepherds, they belong to the government. How can we privately trade them?" As he spoke, Ronnie shook his head. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Braden fabricated this identity to deliberately probe for information. Even now, he wasn't relieved. He could tell that Ronnie was merely putting on an act. Government-owned horses? If the neighboring horse supervision dared to sell horses, even the pastures privately sold to foreign tribes, then Braden didn't believe that Ronnie would hesitate. So, his gaze deepened, but his smile widened, as he patiently continued to persuade. "Shepherder, we both understand. As the saying goes, there's no need for pretenses between smart people. Shepherds, I've come here. I must have heard something. I know what concerns you, Shepherder. Please rest assured. My sources are absolutely secure, not as you might think. And coming here today, I also wish to become friends with you. Moreover, I have a straightforward personality and don't enjoy false pleasantries. I'll speak plainly. My purpose is to purchase this number of horses from you." After speaking, Braden raised his hand and spread out 5 fingers. These days, the price of horses is exorbitant. A single horse would cost no less than dozens of taels of silver, and that's still for common breeds, not the precious ones with robust physiques. For the most ordinary horses, one needs that amount of silver. For prestigious breeds, the price could reach hundreds or thousands of taels. Of course, as someone temporarily posing as an ordinary wealthy family's son, Braden didn't need those valuable horses. What he needed were the most common ones. Seeing Braden's gesture, Ronnie paused in his tea-drinking motion. He then put down his teacup and tentatively asked, 50? 50 horses indeed constituted a significant transaction. The trade value would easily exceed 1,000 taels of silver. If this Ayush were reliable, why not oblige him? And he could surely take a cut. White, shiny silver, money. Is there anyone in this world who doesn't love money? Ronnie sighed inwardly. Money truly is a good thing. 50. Unexpectedly, Braden's face twisted into a rather amusing expression. If I'm here to discuss a major deal with you, Shepherder, why would I settle for just 50 horses? Ronnie. Breath caught in his throat. Ronnie's eyes widened, lips trembling slightly. Not 50. Braden shook his head. Of course not. The number I mentioned is 500. Why would I do a mere 50 horse deal? At this point, Braden shifted his posture, revealing a somewhat disdainful look on his face. It seemed he found Ronnie's words somewhat insulting. Ronnie. My heavens. Ronnie nearly choked on his own saliva. His breathing quickened, cheeks flushed as he gripped the edge of the wooden table tightly, struggling to suppress his excitement. Do you really mean this, Ayush? 500 horses? Oh, a fortune. Ronnie's eyes almost turned into the shape of silver coins. Braden calmly picked up the teacup, sipped his tea slowly, and nodded in response. Absolutely true. I wouldn't come all the way here just to joke around with you. Moreover, if it were a joke, why bother discussing this matter with you? To further deceive the person in front of him and draw out more inside information, while infiltrating deeper into the enemy's camp. Braden squinted his eyes as he stated his price. However, Darun, the horses I need must not be those extremely skinny ones that can't even carry cargo. I need strong horses that can truly endure long journeys to transport goods. As long as the horses are strong, I can offer up to 20 taels of silver. 20 taels of silver. Ronnie's heart skipped another beat. He started calculating in his mind. At 20 taels per horse, 500 horses would amount to 10,000 taels. My goodness, my goodness, my goodness. Dazed by this news, Ronnie's eyes turned red. It looked like he was about to rush to Braden, grab his hands, and seal the deal immediately. At such a price, their profit would be substantial. Moreover, this Ayush didn't seem like an expert who would carefully inspect the quality of the horses, so adding some water wouldn't be a problem either. By then, he could surely take a few hundred taels for himself, right? Ha 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 ha, well spoken, well spoken. Such a big deal naturally needs thorough discussion. Come, young Amester Zeku, have some tea to moisten your throat and enjoy some pastries. Braden smiled slightly. Let's discuss business first. We'll have plenty of time for tea later. By the way, although I'm purchasing a large number of horses, I have professional horse caretakers who will verify the quality of the horses for me. If any horse doesn't meet the standards, I won't accept it. But don't worry too much, Daran. If I needed those top-tier steeds capable of traveling 1,000 miles a day, I wouldn't be discussing this business with you here. I only need the lowest grade horses that can carry cargo, so the quality doesn't need to be too high, and you can rest assured on this. When Ronnie heard that Braden would have professionals verify the quality of the horses, his heart sank. But the following words from Braden slightly calmed him down again. This is good, this is good. Only then could he make a profit. But when it came to the price, there was still an issue. Ronnie became crafty in his thoughts and opened his mouth as if troubled. Young Amester Zeku, your price. Compared to the current market price of horses, it's actually still a bit low. Chapter 267. High returns with low investment. The price you're offering is too low. This was what Ronnie meant. He sighed, looking at Braden in a troubled manner and spreading out his hands. Amester Zeku, it's not that I'm intentionally inflating the price. You can ask around in the market. We have already established mutual markets here. There are some merchants who come to our city regularly to sell horses. Their prices are more than double what you've offered. So, Amester Zeku, your offer of 20 taels of silver is low. Too low. You should raise it quickly. On Ronnie's face was regret and difficulty, but inside, he was eagerly hoping to trick Braden into adding more silver. However, Braden wasn't the clueless Ayush Ronnie imagined. Actually, not even a Ayush. How could those pampered rich boys compare to him? At least he had received 9 years of compulsory education and cultural cultivation in modern times. Bargaining was practically embedded in his DNA. Therefore, Braden was not at all fazed and was not intimidated by Ronnie at all. Blowing on the floating dregs in his teacup, Braden said quietly, Really? Then why would I not seek a deal with those merchants instead of coming to you for this big business? And if you wish to match their prices, then certainly, you may. But have you considered that if the prices are the same, why would I choose to do business with you rather than those outside merchants who can probably provide quality horses, right? As for why he wanted to do business with Ronnie, it was because they were the Imperial Horse Supervision Bureau. Horses weren't privately bred or sold. Thus, no personal costs were incurred. Selling them would be pure profit. Making money without any investment was simply a way to gain infinite returns. Well, not quite. It should be zero cost for infinite returns. If Ronnie wanted to match the merchant's 50 tael price for each horse, why would Braden buy from him unless he was an idiot? Seeing that he couldn't intimidate this Ayush, Ronnie laughed awkwardly and coughed slightly. You're right, but this matter is no trivial thing. I must deliberate further. Unable to deceive and thus unable to get more. Of course, this wasn't a big problem. The bigger issue was the quantity. Not 50 horses, but 500. Suddenly tenfold. If such a number of horses went missing, it might be discovered. And then, that would truly be a matter of losing one's head. Even with a lot of money, how could one enjoy it without a head? No. He needed to think carefully. Sensing Ronnie's hesitation, Braden understood exactly what he was hesitating about. His eyes flickered, deciding he needed to pressurize Ronnie a bit more. All right. Braden's expression remained calm. It seems that Lord Casimir isn't very willing to do this business with me. No problem. Consider the tea cakes as my gift upon meeting you. If there's any good business in the future, we might meet again. I can check with the Zhangjiang Imperial Horse Supervision Bureau nearby. What? Was this great business about to slip away to someone else? A cooked duck flying away. What's the difference? No. He absolutely couldn't allow this to happen. Earlier, Ronnie was considering the quantity, as well as the price. wanting to use this situation to make Braden raise his offer. But he didn't expect this young gentleman wouldn't fall for it. Ronnie clenched his back teeth and then smiled, rising to detain Braden with urgency in his expression. Emester Zeku, please wait, we can still negotiate. If he sold just one horse, he would have tens of thousands of savings. Even if discovered later, he could prepare beforehand, transferring his wealth and family out. With money, why stay in this position trembling in fear, working for others? Choose a time and disappear. This was a deal ensuring endless prosperity and peace for life. No, he couldn't miss this big order. If the Zhangjiang Imperial Horse Supervision Bureau got this massive fortune, wouldn't he be furious even in his dreams? He took a deep breath. Fine. No longer hesitating or deliberating. Once he got this money, he would flee immediately. There would be no fear of losing his head then. Unbeknownst to him, Braden had been waiting for his agreement. By the time the horses were handed over, but before the money was in his hands, Braden would have evidence to take him down directly. I agree. Young Emester, please wait. Hearing Ronnie say he agreed, the smile on Braden's lips deepened. Turning around with eyes gleaming, his outstanding appearance once again dazzled Ronnie. What a truly good-looking face. Ronnie marveled in his heart. From the first moment we met, I felt that Darren Casimir was someone who could understand me. Now it seems my impression is correct. Shepherds, you are so straightforward, I can't be stingy either. So, if everything goes well, I will personally give you an additional 500 taels of silver as a token of appreciation for your effort. Upon hearing this, Ronnie's mouth curved into a grin, revealing 8 large white teeth. Easy. But there's one problem. The number of 500 horses is indeed quite large. Furthermore, since Emester Zeku is so decisive, the horses I provide naturally cannot be of inferior quality. Let's set a deadline. How about delivering the horses the day after tomorrow? Hearing this, Braden considered for 2 seconds, but shook his head. This matter is entrusted by my father, and must be completed as soon as possible. Moreover, we have other arrangements afterward, so we can't afford to wait. How about this? Braden beckoned to the side, and an attendant immediately came forward with a bow. Emester, what do you need? Braden smiled at Ronnie with narrowed eyes. Shepherd or Casimir, I'll send one of my attendants with you. Once the chosen horses are marked, the money will be handed over to you, and then my attendant will lead them away together. Upon hearing this, Ronnie's gaze deepened. He looked at Braden meaningfully, pondering in his heart. This Ayush is not naive or inexperienced. His actions are decisive and without hesitation, sending his own people to select the horses on the spot. Perhaps he fears I might tamper with the quality of the horses during these 2 days? Chapter 268, The God of Wealth. Ronnie carefully examined the line of servants following Braden. They were all tall and imposing, exuding strength and vigor. Even an ordinary person could tell that these were skilled individuals with considerable strength. By sending his servants to pick out horses on site, this Ayush obviously didn't trust Ronnie fully. It made sense. For a business deal worth 10,000 taels of silver, one should be cautious. However, while Braden was being meticulous, it spelled trouble for Ronnie. Initially, he had planned to put on a show and mix in some subpar horses. After all, most of the horses in the Imperial Horse Supervision were weak and sickly due to neglect. Such horses would surely not meet the standards of this Ayush's servants. Wouldn't Ronnie still have to gather and patch together the required number from various places? Moreover, it wasn't due to poor management on his part. It was a result of top-down influence. If those above don't act, what can someone like him do at the bottom? He could only regretfully watch higher-ranking officials frequently raid his stables, taking away valuable horses under the pretense of borrowing, never to return them. Sometimes, they didn't even bother with an excuse, just outright taking the horses, as his superiors did. Within half an hour, the horses would be gone, replaced by gleaming silver coins in their pockets. At first, Ronnie dared not resist, watching helplessly. But later, growing bolder, he thought if they could take freely, why couldn't he? So over the years, he occasionally used his position to take better-looking and healthier horses, keeping them in a private area. Cough. Let's not digress. Let's get back to the topic. The main point is that the current quality of horses in the stables doesn't meet the expectations of this Ayush. What can be done? Nothing much. Only for Ronnie to allocate from his embezzled horses. Oddly enough, Ronnie wasn't heartbroken. These horses were meant to be sold later anyway. Shepherd someone was offering money now. Shouldn't he provide the horses? Just another way to make money, right? With this thought, he nodded and smiled. Sure, we can work something out. Everything will be according to your wishes, young Emester Zeku. Braden maintained his aristocratic demeanor, lifting his head arrogantly. Then it settled. He immediately picked a few people from behind. You, and you follow Casimir's men. Keep your eyes open and select well for me. If anything goes wrong, I won't forgive you lightly. Yes, sir. The servant guards saluted and responded promptly. Satisfied, Braden turned around, looking around curiously. This is my first time visiting the border horse supervision. Quite interesting. Emity, I have a tour? A wealthy young man who hasn't traveled far, rich but lacking in experience, showing so much excitement over a horse stable. SK, Ronnie muttered to himself. Why internally? Because Braden was now his god of wealth, holding a contract worth 10,000 taels of silver. Finish this deal, and for the next 50 years, he wouldn't worry about food or clothing, living like a local tycoon somewhere far away. Who cares if it's a capital offense? He'd be long gone by then. So, Ronnie remained patient with his god of wealth. Although he thought Braden lacked sophistication, he nodded and replied with a smile. Of course. Absolutely. I just worry that the stables might seem too simple. There isn't much to see besides the grasslands and a few officials. Braden nodded. That's fine. I've just never seen one before, feeling curious. Well then, please follow me, young Emester Zeku. Ronnie had nothing more to say. If someone else wanted to tour the Imperial Horse Supervision without such a lucrative deal, he would have kicked them out. But Braden wasn't just anyone. Ronnie hurriedly made an inviting gesture, and then led the way. Sure thing. Brayden left the rest of his servants to help pick out the horses. Only one, with sharp eyes and full of energy, remained by his side. The two followed Ronnie's footsteps. Seeing this, Ronnie couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Shepherd, serving such a handsome Ayush. He probably gets a good salary every month. Unlike me, who has to struggle hard to get a little bit from the top. I work myself to death and sometimes can't even eat well for days. Shepherd, where does it look like I'm still an official? If I had such a strong build and agile hands and feet, could I find a wealthy family to guard, getting a few taels of silver every month? Tisk, people are really different. While complaining in his heart, his steps did not slow down. Passing through the hall and corridor, they arrived at a place with a wide view and green grass stretching to the horizon. At first glance, it was all lush green. Even to the naked eye, the quality of water and grass here seemed excellent. Looking so rich and shiny, the horses would definitely get good nutrition from eating this. Unfortunately, the vast expanse of lush grass was matched with far too few grazing horses. You could count on your fingers the number of horses either basking in the sun or eating grass in the pasture. Brayden, ? What kind of new herding method is this? I asked for 500 horses. Maybe that's too many. Just looking at the horses on this pasture, even if they were packed together, there wouldn't be enough. Brayden blinked his eyes and continued walking forward without stopping. He was too far before, only noticing the scarcity of numbers. As Brayden got closer, a bigger problem immediately became apparent. These horses looked far too wretched. Chapter 269, too scrawny. These horses, they are really too scrawny. When Brayden saw these horses, no, not quite. Let's be precise with the description. After all, this number is far from what can be called a herd. It doesn't matter much. What matters is, the moment Brayden saw these few horses, his breath caught in his throat. His eyes widened in disbelief. The Ridge who followed over also had an odd expression upon seeing such horses for the first time in his life. For a moment, both of them stood there dumbfounded. Why did both have such reactions? Because every single one of these horses was emaciated and bony. Their skin hung loosely, showing no vitality or vigor at all. They were practically skin and bones. Besides being thin, they all carried an aura of illness, just like people suffering from consumption, looking half dead at first glance. So Brayden was truly shocked. Anyone with functioning eyes could see 3 words written on their faces: I'm sick. Of course, I'm talking about the horses being sick. No misunderstanding here. The appearance of these horses was so bizarre that it made anyone watching feel uneasy. Such a vast pasture, with lush grass and water abundant. Yet the horses raised here turned out to be of such poor quality? Wow, it's really unbelievable. Brayden forced a smile. He felt unwell overall. Now what? Therefore, Brayden turned around straight to Ronnie with an unsatisfied look on his face. Shepherd or Casimir, whether in quantity or quality, your horses don't seem to meet my standards. Or, are you going to sell such inferior horses to me for transportation? Brayden's eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at the horses. Ronnie. Cough. Of course not. Absolutely not. To be honest, Ronnie's face felt hot, awkwardly waving his hand while explaining. How could I do such a thing to tarnish my reputation with Zeku Gongzi being so straightforward? These. Ronnie hesitated, as if pondering whether he should tell Brayden what was on his mind. What? Seeing Ronnie's hesitation, Brayden knew there was something hidden. Narrowing his eyes, he stared intently at Ronnie. Is there something Shepherd or Casimir doesn't want me to know? Staring at him with an ambiguous smile. After all, he was the Grand General and Governor of the southern border. The pressure from such a stare was immense. No. Ronnie waved his hands. There's nothing I can't tell Gongzi. It's just that saying it feels somewhat embarrassing. Ronnie coughed twice before speaking up. Actually, these horses were intentionally chosen and placed in the pasture by myself. Brayden raised an eyebrow immediately. Why is that? Who would purposely show someone sickly, scrawny horses? Suddenly, an idea flashed through Brayden's mind. Could it be that this stablemaster deliberately displayed these horses to put on a show, while secretly keeping the good ones for himself and selling them under the table? Brayden thought this way, but this thought was only partly correct. The direction of his thoughts was right, but it wasn't just Ronnie doing this alone. Ronnie gave a bitter laugh. Good horses do exist. After all, this is such a large royal stable. It's impossible for all horses to be in this poor condition. Ronnie turned his head and glanced at the lifeless, sick horses, sighing. To prevent the superiors from seeing those good horses, we had to resort to this. Having already done business worth 10,000 taels of silver, there was no need to hide it any longer. Brayden understood. Oh, not only do you privately sell horses, but your superiors also come to pick out good ones from time to time. Looking at the pained expression on his face, one might think his superiors were the ones privately selling the horses. Could it be that it wasn't you I was doing business with? Brayden chuckled inwardly but kept a straight face. He guessed internally, but he couldn't say it aloud. Otherwise, how could he fish for bigger catches? To catch a big fish, one must use different tactics. Thinking this, Brayden put on a surprised expression. Huh? Why is that? Not wanting the superiors to see the horses. But why? Deliberately letting them see these weak and sick horses because it's a popular style here on the border? Do the officials here prefer such scrawny and weak horses? Ronnie. Harsh. This statement was too harsh. Such words are truly deadly, yet leave no trace of blood. Who talks like this? Who would prefer such weak and skinny ones? Flashing a grim smile, Ronnie's expression turned somewhat unpleasant as he tugged at the corners of his mouth. Not quite. It's to prevent them from seeing the strong horses that can be taken away for trade, and they might just lead them away directly. Shepherd, this much talk all ends up in bitter tears. However, although Ronnie said it like this, whether to believe or not is entirely up to Brayden. Brayden naturally believes, but not fully. Words like these, just hear them. If you truly believe and pursue further, then you're a fool. Seeing that Ronnie was only willing to reveal so much and didn't wish to mention anything else, Brayden narrowed his eyes, reined in his expression, and stopped probing deeply, fearing that too many questions might force the other party into a corner. Besides, it's a relationship of paying money for goods. Why ask so much? What exactly do you want to achieve? Brayden also feared that Ronnie would realize something was amiss. So upon hearing this, he did not speak further, merely nodding. Coincidentally, as his gaze roamed, Brayden suddenly saw a place. It could rival the dilapidated stables office in Lanyang City. When he first arrived here and saw the courtyards, Brayden thought the life of the stable overseers here wasn't bad. After all, there were pavilions and terraces. It looked more like a courtyard belonging to a wealthy family in the countryside. Unexpectedly, he immediately spotted such a place with a vastly different architectural style, built with mud bricks, thatch, and wood. Curious, Brayden pointed towards that place. What is that? Why is it so shabby? Following Brayden's gaze, Ronnie exclaimed, "Ah, that's the residence of our horse-herding ridges under the Imperial stables, and there are 2 rows of thatched huts behind where the horses rest." As he spoke, he looked at Brayden, hesitating for a moment before adding a reminder. Chapter 270, Desperate Criminals. Lord Zeku, if you're curious about that place, you can certainly go and take a look. However, Ronnie hesitated. However, I suggest calling over those servants to accompany Lord Zeku on your visit. Ronnie added another sentence. Don't just call a few. All of them should come to ensure Lord Zeku's safety. Brayden. What is he talking about? Visiting the stables of their Imperial horse supervision shouldn't pose any risk to life, right? The corner of Brayden's mouth twitched as he directly asked, "What are you implying?" Well, Ronnie's gaze flickered. Then he opened his mouth with a troubled expression. Actually, it's because those minor officials managing the official horses inside tend to be somewhat unruly. If you wish to go there for a closer look, it would be wise to have someone provide protection. Otherwise, they might inadvertently offend Lord Zeku, which wouldn't be good. As he spoke, Ronnie's expression became strange again. His eyes gazed at Brayden leisurely, while his thoughts turned in circles. What a young lord with fair skin and elegant demeanor surely hasn't seen the kind of ruthless criminals they have here. And many of these convicts sent to the border regions to raise horses carry the weight of serious crimes, murder or injury, or even have taken lives. They're truly desperate men who have spilled blood. Seeing such an opulently dressed and handsome young lord could easily stir up evil intentions in them. Times aren't peaceful now. In Dawei, not only are there courtesan houses, but also places for men's pleasures. Without women available, using men was also an option. Zakf in the border region is harsh, living standards are poor, and being military convicts, they wouldn't have money or time to seek pleasures outside. It's obvious they can't afford such luxuries. So if Brayden were to really go there and be seen by those reckless individuals, he would likely be surrounded and coerced. Ronnie couldn't control them. Though he is a small supervisor in the stable, when it comes to these blood-stained men, he shivers at the thought. If not necessary, he avoids dealing with them altogether, afraid of bad luck and unwanted trouble. Hearing this, Brayden's gaze flickered. His eyes moved slightly. He suddenly remembered something. Back in Lanyang City, his people had eavesdropped on conversations through the window of the horse supervision. All those convicted and exiled individuals were placed here in the Imperial stables at the border to feed and care for the horses. Why? Why let these criminals manage the horses? This was clearly the idea from the government's livestock department, short on manpower and thus forced to find alternative solutions. Ordinary clerks would never willingly come to such a cold and barren place. Thus, they recruited prisoners whose death sentences were deferred or commuted to exile. Immediately, Brayden connected the dots. Because of the shortage of personnel here, these criminals were tasked with this duty. But why is there a shortage of personnel? That leads to another matter. Coincidentally, Brayden encountered someone who explained the reason for the manpower shortage during his journey. That was none other than the two-bred he met about 10 to 20 days ago. The younger brother came from a decent family, while his elder brother, Hobart, used to work in the horse supervision. Previously, Brayden had asked why Hobart seemed to have a military camp vibe, moving with that mannerism. Later, he learned that Hobart indeed worked at the Imperial horse supervision before. And the reason he became a bandit was deeply infuriating. Due to exploitation by superiors, a ridge who neglected his duties and caused the death of a horse he was responsible for couldn't bear the blame. He had long been jealous of Hobart's success in raising horses. So when he faced accountability, he went insane and chose to poison the feed, killing Hobart's horse. A horse is highly valuable. As Brayden previously said, some merchants would even sell horses for 50 taels of silver each. That's 50 shining taels of silver. For families like theirs, working hard throughout the year could barely earn them 10 taels, especially with a larger family size requiring more labor. But more people also mean higher expenses since everyone has to eat. So, the money saved up over the year would only amount to 2 or 3 taels at best. That was a well-fed and healthy military horse. With the horse dead, compensation had to be paid according to market price. Even if Hobart were sold into servitude, it wouldn't be enough to make up for the loss. With no other choice, he fled in the middle of the night, not daring to return home for fear of involving his family. That's why he chose the life of a bandit. The words of the two Brett still rang clearly in his ears. Hobart never wanted to give up a good life to become a bandit. It was out of sheer desperation, circumstances beyond his control. As the saying goes, when superiors set an example, subordinates follow suit. If those above are corrupt, those below will be too. The affairs of the horse farm were indeed in complete disarray. Thoughts circling back, Brayden pondered Ronnie's words and understood the implications. Chuckling, he thought, is he afraid I'll be bullied inside? SK, if I really went in there, who knows who would end up bullying whom? But then again, knowing one's enemy and oneself is crucial. He still didn't know how many people were inside. And with only 2 people on his side now, including the Ridge and himself, he had to be responsible for his ridges. Sustaining injuries that could have been avoided would reflect poorly on him as a general. However, Brayden truly wanted to see this place with his own eyes. He wanted to witness just how chaotic and corrupt it was. What kind of situation could force a good-hearted commoner to risk decapitation by turning to banditry? But he was short on manpower now. Including the Ridge and himself, There were only two people. Brayden couldn't take risks with their safety for the moment, so he pretended to be persuaded and nodded, looking at Ronnie gratefully. Indeed, I understand. Thank you for your warning, Shepherd Casimir. Ronnie nodded repeatedly. It's nothing. Those are all small matters. Brayden thought to himself. Now I won't go, but when the time comes, I'll sneak in at night and see everything for myself. Chapter 271. We are not ordinary people. Shepherd's young Emester Zeku is not interested in this place. Shall we continue our tour? Ronnie asked. Brayden nodded in agreement. So they spent another half a cup of tea's time, thoroughly exploring every corner of the compound inside and out. Every detail was clearly observed. Just as they finished touring the entire courtyard and Ronnie was about to invite them back to the reception hall for hot tea and pastries, with an invitation to stay for lunch, an official in rough cloth made simplified official attire and hat hurried over. His expression was troubled and anxious. Shepherd Casimir. When the clerk arrived in front of him, Ronnie put on a stern face and scolded. What's the rush? What are you doing? Don't you see I am entertaining distinguished guests? After reprimanding him, making a show for Brayden, he cleared his throat twice before asking. Speak up, what's the matter? The clerk immediately lowered his head and reported. It's from the Qingjiang Cavalry Guard. This time they've sent a 5th-rank official. They say that despite several requests, the horses they need haven't been delivered to their cavalry. Now they've sent someone again, saying they urgently need the horses for training. Cavalry without horses can't be cavalry at all. The shadow in Brayden's eyes deepened. He pursed his lips and looked at Ronnie, hesitating. If so, isn't my request a bit too much? Wouldn't the Imperial Horse Stable prioritize supplying the cavalry guards before honoring our agreement? Brayden muttered. If that were the case, Shepherd Casimir should have told me earlier. I could have tried other Imperial stables, which would have avoided any conflict. What? Was this deal falling apart? That couldn't happen. Ronnie's heart raced. 10,000 taels of silver. How could he let such a sure thing slip away? No. He waved his hands hastily. In business, trust must be kept. Of course, I will honor the prior agreement with you. Young Emester Zeku, we had agreed, and your order takes precedence. Don't worry, the horses I provide will certainly match the price you paid. High quality, reasonable price, no need to worry. Worried that Brayden might withdraw the deal if he wasn't satisfied, Ronnie wiped the sweat from his brow with his wide sleeves. Brayden tilted his head, deliberately asking, is it really all right? How do we handle the cavalry guard's needs? What if they hear something and come after me? I'm just a small merchant, fully aware of the gap between civilians and officials. I dare not offend them, especially not the cavalry. Hearing this, Ronnie's tone became even more urgent. No one will leak this information. As for the cavalry guard, I'll take care of it. Rest assured, I'll handle everything smoothly. Our deal remains unchanged. To ensure Brayden believed him, Ronnie winked and gestured subtly. Young Emester Zeku, think back to the horses you saw at the start. That's what we promised them. After all, where in the world does such a good deal exist? Taking horses without giving anything in return, and top-notch ones at that. What do you think? Brayden, Shepherd Casimir makes a point. After evaluating, he turned his gaze to the anxious clerk awaiting his reply. Shepherd Casimir has urgent matters to handle. Go ahead. Our deal remains as is. Once my men have selected the horses, by then, perhaps Shepherd Casimir will have dealt with them. I can wander around on my own during this time. There was nothing in the Imperial stable that Brayden couldn't see. Besides, Ronnie had already toured him around. Only the stables remained unvisited. That place was dirty and chaotic, and Ronnie had already hinted at why he couldn't visit. Furthermore, Brayden had previously promised not to go there. Reassured by this thought, Ronnie wiped the sweat from his brow again. Well then, I must take my leave. Remember, avoid the stables. Brayden smiled and nodded. I will remember. Satisfied with Brayden's response, Ronnie turned and left hurriedly. It seemed the Imperial stable was short-handed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been left alone like this. At the very least, they should have sent someone to guide him to the reception hall with hot tea and pastries. But now, not even that person was available. Brayden shook his head and clicked his tongue. Brayden and the Ridge disguised as a servant exchanged glances as they watched Ronnie's figure disappear around the corner. Then, they looked at each other. The Ridge smiled the moment he saw Brayden turn his head over. General, aren't you quite curious about that stable? Shall we take a look? The Ridge's brain kicked into gear promptly. Ronnie was vague about it, giving only brief descriptions of the situation there. If we were ordinary people, we might have been fooled, but fortunately, we are not. Hearing this, Brayden gave him an approving glance and snapped his fingers. You make a good point. We are not ordinary people. I reckon there's something else hidden there. Otherwise, he wouldn't have warned us so sternly and even tried to scare us off. Brayden stroked his chin, eyes gleaming with interest. What do you think we'd see if we sneaked over there? Two possibilities, the Ridge replied honestly. Go on. Brayden chuckled. Either we encounter a serious threat that endangers our lives, or we see nothing at all. General, which situation would you prefer? Good question. The Ridge threw the question back to Brayden. Before we discuss what we might see, how about considering whether it's dangerous for just the two of us to go there unarmed? Brayden asked playfully. Upon hearing this, the Ridge was surprised. After the initial surprise, a touch of grievance appeared on his face. General, when you trained us, you could beat all 10 of us easily. Are you asking me this now? The Ridge was utterly astonished. Brayden was about to laugh heartily, but before the laughter could escape, it got stuck in his throat. His eyes were fixed on a figure moving away in one direction, his brows furrowed, looking puzzled. Do you think that person looks familiar? Chapter 272. Searching everywhere without success. Brayden was talking with one of his subordinates when he suddenly squinted his eyes, locking his gaze on a certain direction. Looking at that direction, Brayden's expression became puzzled and bewildered. He muttered under his breath. Look at the figure over there. He rubbed his chin a few times. The more I look, the more it seems like I've seen this person somewhere before. Very familiar. No. Extremely familiar. The person was dressed in the most common coarse hemp clothing. The back view looked grayish and hurried. Leading a horse, Braden felt something odd about this person. He must have seen this person somewhere, but now he couldn't see the face. This made Braden scratch his head in frustration. No, he couldn't wait any longer. Seeing the person was about to walk out of sight, Braden cupped his hands around his mouth. Then he shouted loudly, "Hey, you up ahead." Hearing the voice, the person seemed to find it somewhat familiar but didn't immediately recognize who was speaking. The body paused for a moment, then couldn't help but turn around to look. From a distance, Braden could only roughly make out the person's features. If anyone short-sighted came here, they probably wouldn't be able to distinguish human from beast. Fortunately, Braden had good vision. He vaguely recognized the person's face. Then he froze. Very familiar. He said uncertainly, "That person seems to be one of the two Brett?" Because they were so far away, and the two brothers looked very similar. After all, they were twins. The nearby ridge also widened his eyes in surprise, nodding in response. "This looks like it indeed. Their appearances are quite alike. It should be one of those two brothers." A second later, he confirmed. However, after confirming the person's identity, another question arose. The ridge took a deep breath and asked incomprehensively, "But General, weren't the two Brett defeated in Lanyang and fled in disgrace? Why would they be in another Yuma supervision station so far away?" Unfathomable, truly unfathomable. Frowning, the ridge turned to look at Braden. "General, what should we do?" Just as he was asking, the man who was either Hobart or Court finally snapped out of his daze. It seemed he finally recognized Braden. The man's breathing hitched, instantly turning around. Then, without any furtive actions, he climbed onto the horse in one swift motion. Yanking the reins, he tightened his legs around the horse's belly. In an instant, he was gone without a trace. The ridge who had just asked what to do, he instantly turned his head, anxious beyond words. Holy crap! He swore profusely. "General, that scoundrel ran? And he's running pretty fast too? Do we chase him? If we don't catch him soon, he'll vanish." The ridge was nearly frantic. Braden. The speed at which the person fled after being discovered was incredibly fast, faster than Braden had imagined. He is definitely one of the two. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bolted like a rabbit seeing a hawk. And judging by how easily he got a horse from the Yuma supervision station, as if it were his own home, he must have been planning something. I can't let them get away without finding out what they're up to. Just as the ridge had said, if they waited any longer, he'd be long gone. With a stern expression, Braden ordered decisively, "Let's go. We must capture him." Both rode swiftly. Before long, the skilled riders closed in on the person. The whistling wind rushed past their ears. Braden commanded in a deep voice, "Capture him alive." Just 3-word orders. The ridge crouched lower on the horse. "Yes, sir." The fleeing man seemed to have anticipated being pursued. Upon hearing the approaching hoofbeats from behind, he didn't turn back. Instead, he relied on his instincts to dodge the weapon coming from behind. Indeed, Maitsul. The ridge accompanying Braden had acted. Drawing a throwing knife from his chest, he aimed and threw it. A whoosh sound followed. The man deftly twisted his body, easily dodging it. For him, this was child's play. With such acute hearing, distinguishing the direction of incoming projectiles was effortless. And riding the horse, the man seemed to have found a comfortable rhythm. His ride was exceptionally graceful. His horsemanship seemed almost as good as Braden's. However, he suffered from the lack of battle experience and the cultural disadvantage of never having been in a large-scale combat. So he failed to realize that the flying knife was merely a diversionary tactic. Braden rummaged through his clothes but didn't find anything suitable, so he had to take out a silver ingot from his waist belt. He twirled it between his fingers, then exerted force with his wrist. Whoosh! The silver ingot, trailing a small tail, swiftly flew towards the man's acupoint at his waist where he twisted to avoid the knife. This was a vital spot, and Braden put all his strength into it. The moment it hit, a stifled groan, sounded. In the next second, he toppled sideways directly towards the ground. Before hitting the ground, in order to protect his vital areas from injury, he quickly reacted, shielding his head with his arms in a fetal position. He landed on his back. Using the last bit of his strength, he flipped over, rolling to dissipate the inertia. Seeing this, Braden and the ridge immediately reined their horses to a stop. The ridge moved faster. After all, he was under the command of the great general. He couldn't just stand there watching while the general apprehended the prisoner, could he? That would hasten his dismissal from the military. So after dismounting, the ridge hurriedly pinned the man down with his knee on the man's back. He twisted the man's arms backward. Another cry of pain echoed. Braden took 2 steps closer, saw the man's face, raised an eyebrow, and with ambiguous intent, extended his finger to pluck a blade of grass from the man's hair, chuckling. "Court, haven't seen you in days, how are you?" After saying that, Braden mischievously tilted his head and engaged in a self-ask-and-answer mode. "From your appearance, it seems you're not doing too well?" Yes, this person was indeed the younger brother of the Brett, Hobart's younger sibling. Braden crossed his arms and stared fixedly at him. To be honest, saying he felt no sympathy for these two brothers would be a lie, because at the beginning, they were kind-hearted. Chapter 273. It comes without any effort. The two Brett initially had no choice but to become outlaws under duress. After that, they did not commit any heinous crimes. Therefore, Braden felt a twinge of compassion. That's why he made such a promise. He pledged that once his mission was accomplished, he would grant them the status of ordinary citizens who could be with their families and remove the wanted notices for these bandits. Unfortunately, due to one regret, this possibility was completely lost. In the end, it all came down to Cash. Thinking of Cash, Braden wished he could drag him out again and flog his corpse. Only then could he alleviate the frustration in his heart. Because of Cash's iron-fisted policies, it led to the aftermath. These two brothers ended up having all their family members beheaded, committing unpardonable mistakes. They even broke into the prison and let loose murderers, killing so many people. In every way, even if Braden still had some compassion, he could not forgive them. Braden pursed his lips. In fact, if we trace the root cause of the problem, there is also his fault in this matter. What? You want to ask why he said that? Why does Braden have a problem here? It's because Braden is an official, an identity they do not trust. Perhaps before facing bloodshed, they could be patient, lower their guard, and try to believe in him. But, after what happened later, trust shattered into pieces again. They didn't believe Braden could help them. They didn't believe they could stand in the sunlight again, possessing a normal identity. So they chose this path, walking straight into darkness without any way back. Taking a deep breath, Braden looked down at Court from top to bottom. After saying that, he remained silent. He only continued to look at him with a meaningful gaze. As for Court, who was being watched and couldn't move, his thoughts were particularly messy at this moment. Just like a tangled ball of yarn. Indissoluble, unmanageable. He needed to find a reason for his family's tragic deaths and fresh corpses, a focal point for his hatred. Otherwise, what could he do? Whom should he seek revenge on? He would collapse otherwise. He wasn't a foolish man who couldn't tell right from wrong. On the contrary, Court knew clearly that he and his brother shouldn't treat Braden this way. Because in this whole affair, Braden was the most innocent one. He was new. Could you expect a young official just arrived to Lanyang to understand Cash's style and stop him on the first night? No. This was Cash's fault, not Braden's mistake. Moreover, after carefully questioning Amias, they found out that Braden did try to stop it. So there was no reason for the brothers to put all the blame on Braden. That was unfair to Braden. Furthermore, after thorough inquiries and sending spies back to Lanyang for information, they also knew that Braden did not lie. He was indeed working hard to make Lanyang better. Cash also got his comeuppance. The already deposed Cash had really been sent to the capital. The only regret was that he couldn't cut off Cash's head himself to honor the souls of his parents and family members. Considering these actions from another angle, Braden could be considered a great benefactor to the brothers. With so much done by this benefactor for them, how could they possibly bear any resentment? Unfortunately, the brothers, who had made grievous errors, could no longer share the same path with Braden. Committing grave sins, they could only continue down this wrong path. There was no other way. It was just like what they said when they met in the prison of Ninhai's inner city a few days ago. From now on, bridges will be bridges, roads will be roads. If there's a chance to meet again, there would be no mercy. Thinking of this, Court tugged at the corners of his mouth, showing a derisive smile. Now it seems that Braden showed no mercy toward himself. After all, he was now captured and about to be at someone else's mercy. Court wanted to say, be it beating or killing, do as you wish. But after turning the words around in his mouth, he finally couldn't bring himself to speak. He pursed his lips and remained silent. The silence grew oppressive. After waiting for quite some time and hearing no response, Braden laughed spitefully, staring at him, seeing that his face was full of indignation, seemingly dissatisfied with being captured, thinking it shouldn't have happened. Braden found it amusing. Then he extended his foot and kicked him without hesitation. Am I asking you a question? Can't you be polite and answer? Sneaking around and dressed like this. As he spoke, Braden bent down and tugged at Court's collar with his hand. It was a very familiar style and fabric. This is the clothing worn by clerks of the Dongha Park. So, what exactly are you trying to do? Upon hearing this, Court looked up. He sized up Braden rudely from head to toe, then countered without hesitation. What am I trying to do? A grand censor in such high standing, upon arriving at a place, doesn't wear official robes and hat, but instead dresses as a rich Ayush, and him, your attendant beside you, isn't he deliberately dressed as your guard? Accusing me of sneaking around. Are you not here with ulterior motives by dressing like this? Very good. Truly stubborn. Braden cursed inwardly. He had no obligation to explain his itinerary and identity to anyone, even to a wanted criminal, a horse bandit. Braden thought for a moment, and then came up with a plan. As far as I know, quite a few of your brothers should still be around. The troop that escaped that day can still be regrouped into a considerable force. So, what is your purpose for coming to the Dongha Park? For horses? No, that's not right. Braden immediately negated his own hypothesis. With so many brothers left, getting horses would be the easiest task. The defense here is full of holes. One could easily raid it and gain much. But you came alone, so your goal cannot be that simple. In other words, while you may have designs on the horses, it definitely isn't the only thing you want. Am I right? Yes, you're absolutely right. Court began to feel fortunate that it was he who was caught by Braden today, and not his elder brother whose thoughts were always written all over his face. Braden smiled sarcastically and raised his head. What are you talking about? I came to the Imperial Horse Supervision. Coming to a place like this, would I steal people? Chapter 274. I'll steal people. I'm sick. If I came to the Imperial stables, it's not to steal horses. Would I come here to steal people instead? This statement left Braden utterly speechless. Braden. This kid. How could he speak like that? Really, he just blurts out whatever comes to his mind. The Ridge who had been restraining Court nearby was not pleased. He immediately kicked him from behind, causing a pained cry as Court almost fell flat on his face. How dare you talk back to an adult? The Ridge's expression was unyielding. Even after this reprimand, Court's expression remained defiant, his lips tightly pressed together, refusing to explain his intentions further. Seeing that he was unwilling to cooperate, Braden shook his head and decided not to press him further, choosing instead to rely on his own deductions. He raised his head, gazing into the distance where Court had just galloped from, silent for a moment before inhaling deeply. You must have another purpose. That place is where the exiled convicts sleep at night. And many people there are dressed exactly like you. Once you turn around and dive into the crowd, we might never find you again. But you didn't. Instead, you chose to come towards the less crowded side. Doing something disadvantageous to yourself, why would you choose this path? There must be some reason. Let me think. Braden paused, allowing his words to hang in the air. At this point, he noticed a sudden flicker of fear in Court's eyes, his pupils trembling, clearly hitting close to home. Brayden enjoyed observing this reaction for a moment before continuing. As for the reason, there can only be one, Court. His tone paused for a second. Is it because you don't want me to chase into the crowd and reach the convicts who work with horses? And you two brothers have always been inseparable. It makes no sense that while you, the younger brother, risk your life to come here to the Imperial stables, your elder brother Hobart just stands by watching. You don't want me to go over there, do you? Which means, Hobart must be there, right? After this conclusion, Brayden continued. You both came to Dongjia Park to persuade those convicts to join you under your banner, didn't you? Court couldn't hold back. His eyes widened instantly, and his body trembled in shock as he lifted his head. You, how did you guess our intention? Court found this extremely unbelievable. The way you two treat Dongjia Park like your home, moving freely, made it hard for me not to suspect. And considering what you've previously said about your background, it's natural to link your elder brother Hobart escaping from the Imperial stables to this very place, Dongjia Park. Otherwise, you two wouldn't be here. There must be someone familiar here who could easily defect. There are many brothers here who shared hardships with Hobart. Even if they aren't very close friends, they've all had similar experiences and faced the same difficulties. You need these military horses, and you also need people, because most of your men were killed by the troops stationed in Ninghai. To continue your cause, you naturally need more recruits. So you targeted the Imperial stables, starting with Dongjia Park, right? Hobart handles the persuasion, while you keep watch. If he succeeds in convincing them, you can leave with the people and the horses, a 2-for-1 plan. Quite clever. Brayden chuckled softly, looking at Court with a half smile. After praising him, he carefully observed Court's emotional changes. Clearly, his initial shock turned into admiration. But even after being convinced, there was still a trace of anger at having their plans exposed. Again, he guessed it correctly. Why? Why every time does Brayden guess their plans? Every attempt ends in failure. Taking a deep breath, Court's gaze turned cold, filled with hostility as he looked at Brayden as if he were a mortal enemy. So what if you know? If you want to stop us, go ahead and report us. But at the same time, I'll expose your identity, unless you make sure I can't speak anymore. Isn't it better to avoid mutual destruction? His eyes scanned up and down. Looking at his attire as a noble Ayush, Brayden's lips curled into an ambiguous smile. Hee, from your appearance, you really look like an inexperienced rich man's son. Instead of using your real identity, you chose to come to the Imperial stables with this disguise. I suppose you must have another agenda and don't want that plan to fail. Court was taking a big risk with this move, because after those 2 days of interaction, he had already discovered Brayden's true nature, a kind-hearted person. If it were a matter of executing him on the spot, Brayden would definitely not do so. That's why Court spoke so boldly and made threats. At the same time, a flash of guilt passed through his eyes, unnoticed even by himself. He felt he could threaten Brayden with this. Unexpectedly, after hearing his words, Brayden instantly widened his eyes in anger, his mouth twitching with fury. He laughed, raised his hand, and slapped Court 5 times. Though there's an old saying that one shouldn't hit the face, Brayden was too angry now. This guy really didn't know what was good for him. What did he go through all this trouble for? Traveling tirelessly, moving quickly between different places, even conducting undercover investigations. What was the point? The more Brayden thought about it, the angrier he got. He gave Court another smack on the head. Court's whole head buzzed from the hits because Brayden put full force behind each strike. These 2 smacks sounded like knocking on a gourd, making a loud noise. The ridge restraining Court couldn't help but marvel at the sight. Shepherder, take it easy. Your hands might hurt. Brayden. Shut up. Rolling his eyes lightly, Brayden then extended his finger, tapping Court's forehead repeatedly. Don't you think about why I'm doing this? What's my purpose here? Isn't it because this identity isn't suitable for me to investigate and get to the bottom of things clearly? Didn't I promise you all before that I would bring peace and safety back to the entire province? No matter how hard or misunderstood I am, would I abandon the promises I made just because of these difficulties? Chapter 275. Buried alive. Did I abandon those suffering civilians? Brayden was almost driven mad with anger. I haven't given up, yet you insist on creating trouble for me. Originally, they had some proper status, though they were convicts serving as border ridges. At least they were ridges. How could you actually deceive them into becoming bandits? What? Still think the crime of beheading isn't severe enough, wanting to involve 9 generations and have them die by 1,000 cuts? Court's face instantly froze upon hearing this. A blush of shame then appeared on his face. But at this point, he couldn't easily give up. There was no other reason. He still had his elder brother and so many brothers behind him. He couldn't afford to give up. Unable to admit defeat, Court stubbornly defended himself. I didn't know what you've been doing these days. I don't even care to know. Furthermore, who's to say that I can trust you? An inspector who is so young. You remember our promise, sure. But if you can't fulfill it in 2 years, or even 5 years, should we wait endlessly? There's a chance we'll be caught and killed by other ridges midway. Look at our families. They died without closure. Yes, you did promise to clear our names and let us live together with our families. But our families are gone. There's no point in a peaceful life now. All of this is too late. With a short life spanning just decades, since we cannot live happily with our families, why not find freedom and joy on our own? Becoming bandits is far freer and more enjoyable than being under anyone's rule. No matter what, I stick to my words. We have different paths. If we meet again, it will only end in one of us dying. Don't try to persuade me. I won't tell you anything. Have some backbone. If you don't want me to ruin your plans, cut off my head now so I can never speak again. My only request, if possible, bury my head and my brothers next to our family. Let us be reunited. Faced with such obstinacy, Brayden was truly helpless. He took a deep breath and shook his head, stubborn to the core. Deciding not to argue further, he gave instructions to the ridges. Plug his mouth to prevent him from talking. We can't afford him spoiling our plans. Don't tie him with ropes. This man knows martial arts. Having said this, he looked around, then stomped on the soft earth beneath his feet. This place was suitable for growing aquatic grasses, with its rich, fertile soil ideal for digging a hole. His lips curled, cold light flickering in his eyes. He commanded, "Dig a hole here and plant him inside. And sell." Huh. Court. What? No. You're going to bury me alive? Before he could question this unbelievable command, a ridge grabbed him and stuffed a large piece of hemp cloth into his mouth, rendering him speechless. At first, the ridge also thought Braydendu wanted to bury the man alive. But thinking about it, the general wasn't someone who enjoyed random killings. After pondering Braydendu's order, the ridge understood the true meaning. The person would indeed be buried alive, but with their head above ground to allow breathing. Shepard's the man couldn't die yet, and was needed later. Carrying him along would make their mission obvious and too risky. Imitating his guise as an imperial inspector wouldn't be affected much by carrying such a person. However, their current identities were wealthy Ayushas conducting tea trade on the border. They hadn't even concluded business with Rani yet. This situation might disrupt the general's plans. Binding him to a tree with ropes was unsafe and could lead to escape, causing more trouble. Therefore, digging a hole and partially burying him on site seemed most fitting. In any case, he wouldn't freeze to death, merely enduring temporary discomfort, some hardship, thirst, and hunger. Yes, sir. The ridge quickly pulled out a bundle of hemp rope from his wide clothing, swiftly tying the man's wrists and feet. He then found an iron spade from somewhere and began digging vigorously on the spot. With his considerable strength, it took him only half an incense stick's time to dig a large pit sufficient to bury most of Court's body. After tossing him in, he started shoveling the dirt back in, scoop by scoop. In the end, only the part above his chest remained exposed to the cold air. The chilly wind made Court's nose almost freeze up, but with a large wad of hemp cloth stuffed into his mouth, he couldn't spit it out no matter how hard he tried. He strained his tongue to push against it, but couldn't budge it at all. Court was exhausted. His eyes lost their spark. He realized that Braydendu did not intend to kill him just yet. When he had asked Braydendu to kill him, he had felt a bit nervous inside. He thought Braydendu wouldn't do it, yet he also feared that he would. When he heard Braydendu saying he would bury him alive, he still didn't quite believe it. Now the truth was clear. The burial was not what he had imagined. He sighed silently. Then, he saw the ridge cutting off some dead branches and grabbing handfuls of bushes and weeds from the ground to cover him completely. Thorns almost pricked his eyes. This was to hide his presence. Otherwise, in broad daylight, if someone saw half a man's body sticking out of the soil, wouldn't they think they were seeing a ghost? Besides, if someone found him and saved him, he'd have to be caught again. The ridge felt his actions were very appropriate. After finishing, he patted his hands contentedly and turned to look at Braydendu with bright eyes. Braydendu could see the ridge's expression and praised him. Good job. This wasn't much different from burying him alive. After this, he turned and spoke in a voice loud enough for Court to hear. You'll stay here for now. Don't even think about calling for help. You can't get out anyway. No one would come to such a remote place, and even if someone did, they wouldn't find you. Wait quietly until I go catch Hobart. Chapter 276. Reunite you brothers. The speed at which the pit was dug and covered up was astonishing. Even considering that Byron might have an extraordinary strength from birth and could escape from the pit on his own, they buried him very deep, leaving only a part of his body exposed above the chest for breathing. His head was treated similarly. His mouth was gagged, rendering him unable to make any sound. Finally, the pile of thorns and branches placed over his head completely concealed Byron's incredulous expression. If not for the purpose of clearing this messy pile of branches, it would be impossible to discover his presence. Through the gaps in the branches, Byron stared wide-eyed, with much to say. Byron had no choice but to watch helplessly as he was buried and covered up, eventually hearing a voice filled with sighs. Byron, Shepard, you insist on this, I won't say anything more. No, you may have nothing left to say, but I do. Can you pull out this cloth from my mouth so I can speak a few words? Being buried in the ground during winter is really uncomfortable. How about we make a deal and hide me somewhere else? Byron silently protested, but his protest went unheard. Keegan acted as if he hadn't heard anything and continued talking. Just stay here quietly. As for your brother who is still trying to persuade those exiled guards, rest assured, don't worry. I'll bring him back safely to keep you company. After speaking, Keegan paused for a moment, then took 2 steps closer and pawed at the pile of grass and branches. This action left Byron stunned. Then, before he could react, Keegan pulled away the pendant hanging around Byron's neck. Byron. Keegan narrowed his eyes. I'll take this. He shook the lute in his hand and said, after all, I need to make your brother believe you are already in my hands. He will likely agree to talk calmly and peacefully, right? Without waiting for Byron's response, he looked up at the sky and casually added, well, it's getting late. I should go and come back early to reunite you brothers. Saying this, he ignored Byron's widened eyes and angry face, pushed the branches back over him, and walked away with his entourage. Horse hooves clopped continuously, stirring up dust clouds. Dust drifted in the wind. Eventually, everything settled into the cold air. As for Byron, left behind on the spot, he first stood in shock, speechless. When he came to his senses, fury rose within him, blood rushing to his brain and forehead, turning his face dark red, almost steaming. After calming down a bit, he still felt suffocated, and struggling violently in the dirt pit, even using his head to push away the branches and thorns surrounding him. This scraped his cheeks, causing tiny wounds that oozed blood. Unfortunately, all these efforts were futile. No matter what he did, he couldn't move any of the coverings an inch. Exhausted, he lay back, gazing up at the clear blue sky. He couldn't help wondering if Keegan would indeed capture his brother, leading to the ruin of their plans. Would they both end up dead? To be honest. Although they knew they would be executed once captured, they didn't want to be caught or executed. Who wants to die when they can live? Switching scenes. Near the stables in the Imperial Horse Supervision area, In the two-story earthen building constructed with bricks and wood, there weren't many people left. Because it was working hours, they needed to tend to the horses in the Imperial Horse Supervision area. Speaking of which, though most of the people were out, there were still 50 to 60 people left. These people were responsible for maintaining the surrounding grassland and feeding the horses after they returned. They also needed to remove horse manure and replace the hay in the stables for warmth and cleanliness. All these people were busy either around or inside the earthen building. But this was just for show. Upon closer inspection, one would notice a hint of oddity in everyone's expressions. When their gazes met, their eyes would flicker with a shadowy hue. Some would avert their eyes, appearing slightly guilty. Some of them squinted their eyes, weighed the situation, and then huddled together to whisper. Their voices were only loud enough for two people whispering to hear. At this moment, Keegan and his companion had already ridden up on horseback. When the sound of approaching hooves grew louder, some of the people working outside heard it. After glancing up, each person's expression was different. Once they saw the riders dismount and approach, their gazes became even more varied. Some looked at them like cold-blooded creatures, their expressions dark and ruthless. Others merely glanced at them briefly before turning away with blank faces, looking extremely lifeless, their eyes devoid of any luster as if they had lost all interest in their current lives and everything around them, unmoved by anything. It was uncertain whether encountering matters of life and death would bring different expressions to their faces. Among these people, the most common expressions were greed and lecherousness. Because Keegan had to maintain the identity of a wealthy tea merchant's son, who could easily throw away 10,000 taels of silver with just a wave of his hand, he made considerable efforts in his attire. He wore silk brocade clothing with intricate embroidery, a silver crown adorned with jade hairpins, and a waist belt that jingled with ornaments. He exuded an aura of extreme opulence, the kind that could blind poor people's eyes. Anyone with decent vision could tell that this Ayush was wealthy, possibly very wealthy. Not only was he wealthy, but this Ayush also had a noble appearance and graceful demeanor. He was handsome and debonair, with a slender and tall figure standing over 8 feet tall. He stood upright like a green bamboo shoot, particularly eye-catching. In this border area, what was most lacking was women. They were confined here, without money and no way to seek pleasure outside. The people around them were all peers who had shed blood and carried human lives on their consciences. As the saying goes, even rabbits don't eat the grass near their burrows. Moreover, even if they were really starving, they probably wouldn't have the heart to act on it, right? It wasn't anything else. They were just too ugly. Chapter 277, Plan discovered. Yes, that's right. It's not for any other reason. It's just because they are too ugly. How could a brute who can slash people barehanded be a slender and handsome Ayush? So, in this group of tall and burly men, the sudden appearance of a graceful and handsome Ayush like Keegan is akin to a rabbit entering a wolf den, leaving them drooling with greed. The gazes fixed on Keegan grew more intense, their eyes becoming increasingly lecherous. Even those without base intentions or fantasies were eyeing this rich-looking Ayush adorned with jingling jewelry, contemplating something deeply, either craving his body or his wealth. Most of them harbored ill intentions anyway. Although the Ridge had genuinely been on the battlefield against enemies while serving in the southern border camps, he was also well-built. While he wasn't as striking as Keegan, there were still a few gazes glued to him, burning with intensity. Originally seething with rage due to those ill-intentioned looks, the Ridge, intending to rush over and cut them down, suddenly felt uncomfortable when he sensed these gazes. And so, 3 black lines popped up on his forehead. Taking a couple of deep breaths, he warned himself inwardly, hold back, must restrain myself, can't mess up General's plans. After a few seconds, damn it, he couldn't take it anymore. The Ridge looked annoyed and whispered to Keegan, General, do you want me to teach them a lesson? Keegan glanced at him, then turned his gaze coolly toward the crowd whose eyes either covertly or openly focused on him. He twisted his lips slightly. No need. To discipline someone, we need a proper and justifiable reason. Shepardins, they haven't made a move, we have no grounds to attack. Did Keegan want to be stared at like this? Probably not, and not just Keegan. Any normal person would feel the same. But as long as they only stared without doing anything, they couldn't act. Even in this ancient, law-abiding society, one should follow rules before raising a hand. As civilized people, they couldn't just act rashly. Their principle was, the enemy doesn't move, I don't move. The Ridge felt depressed. Taking a deep breath, he nodded and murmured, I understand. After saying this, he stepped back obediently behind Keegan. Not too far, just a step away, ready to protect the general if anything unexpected happened. Keegan's gaze swept over the crowd but found no sign of Hobart. Given the commotion they had caused, Keegan believed Hobart must have already noticed him but chose to hide and not show himself. Hobart probably wondered why Keegan came here. Keegan didn't have time or patience to waste on these people. Reaching out coldly, he let a pendant fall from his sleeve, winding it around his finger. Hobart, stop hiding. I know you're here. Your brother is in my hands. If you want him alive, come out and let's talk. Hobart? This lavishly dressed Ayush was actually here to look for Hobart? Keegan's words stunned the crowd, who exchanged glances with slightly changed expressions. From their reactions, Keegan almost immediately confirmed his suspicion. Hobart was indeed present, and he had already started his persuasion work. A few people's eyes showed panic after hearing Keegan's words, as if someone who was part of a secret plan had been singled out. Emetni suspected. Had their plan been discovered? Still, no one stepped forward from the murmuring crowd, causing Keegan's smile to widen. Then he tossed the pendant into the crowd with little courtesy. Don't you believe me, Hobart? Surely, you can recognize your brother's belongings? Upon hearing this, the crowd gradually realized that this rich Ayush might be seeking revenge on the Brett. They stopped chatting and looked around nervously. They all started searching for Hobart, who was hiding in the dark. Seeing this, Hobart had no choice but to come out on his own. A figure moving through a crowd that was otherwise motionless stood out clearly. The gazes of Keegan and the Ridge beside him immediately shifted over. Then they saw a minor official's uniform amidst the crowd, barely distinguishable from the others. Hobart emerged like a starving cheetah, breathing heavily with red-rimmed eyes, staring fiercely at Keegan while grinding his back molars with a crunch-crunch sound. His fists were clenched tightly, giving off the impression that he was about to charge forward and punch them to death. Why is it you? Why are you here? Did you come intentionally to ruin the good things my brother and I have? Shepard's their relationship had already deteriorated previously. Hobart felt there was no need to maintain any face, so he spoke in an extremely unfriendly tone. Where is my brother? What did you do to him? I warn you, if anything happens to my brother, I will absolutely make you pay with your heads. I, Hobart, always keep my word. I will never let you go. Even if it means risking my life, I will fight you to the bitter end. Brothers, they are only two people. Capture them. These two know my identity and what I came here to do. If they spread the word, we will all be trapped here. Hearing this, those exiles turned ridges who initially thought they could avoid disaster and wanted to stay aloof instantly became tense. Immediately, they picked up whatever tools they could find to subdue people. Shovels, wooden sticks, iron grass rakes, feeding scoops, usable or not, they grabbed them all. Then, from all directions, people began moving toward them step by step. Chapter 278. Looking at this group of herdsmen ridges holding laughable tools, both Keegan and the ridges accompanying him fell silent for a moment. Keegan. And Sel. The ridge had an expression as if he had toothache. He murmured, what ragtag band? They don't even have proper weapons. With this, they still want to rebel? I doubt they could even run out of the Imperial stables. That would be too easy. If such a rabble can succeed in rebelling, wouldn't that mean our Great Wei is doomed? Keegan. The ridge's words made Keegan fall into silence once again. Brother, if you said this in front of others, you'd be punished for disrespect. Keegan sighed lightly and glanced at him. Don't talk nonsense. If someone hears this when we return, you'll surely be punished for major disrespect. Upon hearing this, the ridge pursed his lips and gestured to show he wouldn't speak anymore. Still, the great general is good. Can't bear to punish me. After warning the ridge beside him, Keegan turned his gaze to Hobart across from him, who was glaring at him with intense hatred, wishing to tear a piece of flesh off him. Keegan met Hobart's gaze and shook his head slightly. Please calm down first. Why not discuss things calmly? Is it necessary to use force? As for your brother, I never intended to take his life. I can assure you he is alive and well, unharmed by so much as a finger. There's no need to talk to me like this. Keegan narrowed his eyes and paused slightly. Let's find a sufficiently safe place and talk this over properly. Hobart felt quite bitter hearing these words from Keegan. His thoughts were actually very straightforward and simple. Right was right, wrong was wrong. Shepard, I've betrayed your trust. I will go all the way down this path. Even if I did something wrong, I don't regret it. He also noticed that Keegan seemed determined to persuade them to surrender. But that was impossible. Feeling frustrated, Hobart ran a hand through his hair. He almost wanted to say directly what was on his mind, proposing to stop fighting and just talk. But before the words came out, he forced them back. The reason was simple. His younger brother was still in their hands. Besides, now that there were so many people involved, anything could happen anytime. This place wasn't suitable for a conversation. Moreover, these persuaded herdsmen didn't know Keegan's identity. But Hobart did. Without his clever and meticulous younger brother offering advice, Hobart's judgment on matters was indeed somewhat lacking. So when he saw Keegan disguised as a wealthy Ayush, he couldn't figure out why he wasn't wearing official robes when coming to the Imperial stables. All he thought about was that Keegan held the title of censor. Shepard's he came here, he must have other people accompanying him nearby. Even though only one person was around him now, others were definitely hiding nearby, waiting for the signal to arrest them all. In that case, not only would the plan fail, but he himself would become a prisoner. Hobart's mind could only think up to this point. Shaking his head, he felt that he couldn't let this happen. So his face showed some hesitation. Noticing that Hobart's attitude had softened slightly, Keegan felt inwardly that this elder brother was simpler-minded and easier to persuade, being more honest. Unlike his brother, who was like a belated rebellious teenager, impossible to reason with and could infuriate Keegan to death. I only want to talk about how to resolve this issue, nothing else. To express his sincerity, Keegan opened his hands and explained innocently. I believe you can guess what might happen if you insist on continuing. You know my personality. I've never liked shouting orders or causing bloodshed. I don't want to see lives lost due to this matter. Every life is precious. And since you chose these brothers from Donghuyuan, convincing them to join you in this endeavor, surely you value the bond of brotherhood deeply. Surely you wouldn't want to see them lose their lives for your misguided choice? Keegan really wanted to persuade him. Thinking it better to settle the matter peacefully, he continued speaking, although his tone was somewhat condescending. I don't know what rhetoric you used to persuade them, but I can guess it was probably about wine, meat, and beauties. But that's all for later. Right now, you haven't left the Imperial stables yet. Without even shouting, any slight noise you make could be heard by my people. In that case, we all end up together. No more talk of wine, meat, and beauties. We'll all go down to play mahjong with Lord Yama. If you're willing to see Lord Yama underground, then forget everything I said. Please continue. As Chi Zakan finished speaking, the ridge beside him unsheathed his large saber from his waist without hesitation. The white blade sliced through the air with a streak of light, finally stopping as he gripped the handle with both hands and slashed at the wooden handle of the nearest person's iron hoe. Effortlessly, the hoe handle broke off. Ah, you. The man holding the hoe was startled and threw away the broken stick, stepping back a few paces. The others were also frightened by the ridge's action, instinctively retreating. But after 2 steps, they suddenly came to their senses, glaring at the ridge in anger, yet not daring to approach for fear his next swing would target their necks. This guy is incredibly strong. The man whose hoe had been cut in half muttered in shock, then looked pleadingly at Hobart, seemingly waiting for him to decide. What's happening? We're not really going to die here today, are we? I feel like this guy has some grudge against the bread, but we have nothing to do with it. Why does he keep targeting us? I just agreed to drink and eat with Hobart and help out when needed, but nothing more. We shouldn't be killed for this. You saying this now, who believes it? Even if you told me, I wouldn't buy it. Isn't it just like farting? So what do we do? Where's Hobart? What do you say? Chapter 279. The Founding Joe. Hobart. Damn it, what can I say? What can I do? When someone threatens you right at your doorstep, what options do you have? Unfortunately, he couldn't blurt out such thoughts. As the leader of the bandits, if he expressed weakness, his men would disband completely, and he would lose all leverage in negotiations with Alethea, even though he had very little to begin with. So, Hobart had no choice but to stand up straight, trying to maintain his composure. All right, I'll listen to what you have to say, but I have a condition. Alethea raised an eyebrow, fixing her gaze on him for a moment. Hobart felt as if she could see right through him. He heard Alethea respond. Go on, what's your condition? Speak up and let me hear it. Hobart pointed at the person beside Alethea. Don't let him follow. You come with me alone. We'll find a suitable place for a one-on-one talk. I knew it, Alethea thought. Yes, Alethea had anticipated this request from Hobart. However, she hadn't yet determined whether Hobart was genuinely proposing a sincere discussion or merely stalling for time, or perhaps looking for an opportunity to capture her and demand the release of his brother. Alethea remained uncertain. Before she could speak, the ridge beside her widened his eyes in disbelief and then shouted fiercely. No way. How shameless can you be? We can't possibly agree to such unreasonable demands. After saying this, he snorted coldly, pointing his saber directly at Hobart. Stop having delusions. Your only option is to surrender now. At this moment, Alethea raised her hand to stop the ridge from continuing his tirade. The ridge nodded slightly and stepped back half a pace, leaving the stage for Alethea. From several meters away, Alethea and Hobart's gazes met. Then Hobart saw Alethea smile, a dazzling yet chilling smile that made one's spine tingle and forehead sweat. Are you still confused? Come, let me give you a free reminder and analyze the current situation for you. Do you know who you are? A rebel intending to overthrow the government. With such an identity, wherever you go, people will seek to exterminate you. But after capturing your brother, I didn't harm him at all. This shows that I don't wish to fight with either of you just yet. I think there's still hope for you too. I've always been kind-hearted and value past promises. Even though you said, let bygones be bygones, I'm willing to give you another chance to set aside our differences and calmly discuss what should be done. So I hope you understand that my willingness to negotiate isn't because you have any leverage over me. Rather, it's because I'm giving you a chance to live. Do you both still think I can only command 1,000 or so troops? Let me tell you the truth. I can mobilize the entire provincial military force. If I weren't willing to waste time talking to you, I could simply write an order to gather 10,000 ridges. But I don't want to see bloodshed. Do you understand now? As Alethea spoke, her tone grew increasingly stern, while Hobart's expression turned progressively grim, eventually becoming bleak. Without a word, he took a step forward and walked off alone in a certain direction. Seeing this, Alethea exchanged glances with her ridge, and the two followed. Due to their angle, neither noticed that when Hobart first turned around, he subtly signaled someone nearby with a glance. After they had all moved in one direction, the man who received the signal quickly slipped out of the crowd and ran off in another direction. A secluded corner of the grassland. This stretch of road wasn't too long nor too short. At least during this journey, Hobart pondered how he should respond. Finally, he sighed inwardly, deciding to play it by ear. Arriving at the spot, Hobart turned around and crossed his arms, his expression sour. Wasn't it the censor-in-chief who wanted to talk? Now we're in a safe and secluded place, so you can speak freely. However, I'm very curious. After all, just a few days ago, my brother and I both told you what we thought. Why do you still want to talk to me? I don't understand what you want to discuss with me. Seemingly thinking of something amusing, Hobart forced out a cold smile. Let me guess, Inspector General, you're not thinking of asking us to surrender unconditionally and throw myself into prison, are you? At this, Alethea sighed softly. While it's true your brother is now in my hands, if he has committed crimes, shouldn't he bear the responsibility for them? Isn't that only fair? Besides, your brother is already facing imprisonment without needing to resist further. What I want to discuss with you indeed concerns surrendering, but I will do my utmost to ensure leniency. However, I must warn you in advance. Your actions have been extremely serious, creating problems too big even for the heavens to fix. Even if I try my best to mend things, there's no way to fully repair it. The amnesty I initially offered cannot stand, because during the prison break, many innocent constables and jailers were brutally killed. Most of them were innocent. If I were to pardon you, how could I face those who have died? Hearing this, Hobart's eyes turned red as he roared furiously at her. So you mean to let my brother and me die? Yes, right? That's what you want. You want our lives. Have you ever heard this saying, heaven's curse leaves a way out, but self-inflicted curses leave none? I've done everything I can, and I promise to legitimize your bandit status and cleanse your names, but what about you? Forget it. It's all water under the bridge. Bringing it up again serves no purpose. My message is clear. You must take responsibility for your actions and abandon rebellion. Your fate is obvious. You will never succeed. Never succeed? Why can't we succeed? Didn't the founding hider of the Great Wei dynasty also start off as a rebel like us? If he can do it, so can we. Alethea. Chapter 280. Shepherdly Daydreaming. Braden was nearly driven to laughter by his rebuttal, giving him a faint, indifferent smile before questioning him. Speaking like this, surely you don't think you can be as fortunate as Zhou Taizu and obtain an hider's position for yourself, do you? His face expressed nothing but a speechless disappointment in someone with unrealized potential. A person indeed should have dreams, yet Hobart's dream was utterly impractical. Not even dreaming about becoming an hider himself, and now he dared to attempt it in reality, with no learning or wisdom whatsoever, and even those he tried to persuade were just ragtag crowds. Who were they? They were criminals who had committed crimes and were exiled here. Even if the hider could not be achieved, Had it not been for Braden, but another incompetent official overseeing horse management affairs, perhaps Brett might have stirred up some trouble. They might have even led millions of rebels. Although Braden guessed that he wouldn't last long, daring to recruit someone guilty of murder, wasn't his boldness unmatched? The fable of the mantis stalking the cicada unaware of the oriole behind still held its meaning. How could one be sure that these blood-stained fellows wouldn't turn around and take a bite out of you? Born among commoners and rising from peace, those who could become founding hiders all possessed favorable fortunes, sharp minds, and remarkable prowess. Comparing oneself with such illustrious founding hiders? Such ideals are too grand. Reality is very lean. Ha! Braden's gaze at Hobart was filled with incomprehension, as if looking at an absurd simpleton. Taking a deep breath, Braden decided to try and bring this runaway thought back to earth. You feel that you can follow Zhou Taizu's path when establishing a country, but have you ever considered, not demeaning you, in what way are you comparable to that man? Leaving aside others, can you read and write? Can you ride into battle, command troops, strategize battles? If you cannot surpass Zhou Taizu in these aspects, why would you put yourself in this position? One needs to understand their own strength and ability and judge whether they can accomplish something. If it's destined and even you can foresee failure, then persisting in delusion is wasting time and ultimately counterproductive. The emergence of every founding hider comes with constant wars and suffering people across regions. But now, the Dewey dynasty is developing in a good direction. Even if there are areas where Bo has failed, the majority truly live in peace and prosperity. Although my words may seem unfair to you, and those who suffered under the horse policy, the fact remains. Satisfied citizens will not join your rebellion. Such a dangerous affair is unacceptable to them. Whoever it may be, none would choose danger over a comfortable life. If problems arise internally, they need resolution, but opposing Bo's governance, gathering refugees and rebels for revolt, planning to declare oneself king, is not the answer. Your actions only lead to more innocent deaths, wasted military forces and rations, weakening Dewey's defense against the Hu and other foreigners, without any other benefit. Clenching his teeth, Braden truly couldn't understand what the Brett were thinking. With this obstinate courage, you could succeed in anything other than this rebellion. I will find you the most appropriate path. Recently, Dewey's borders are frequently invaded by foreigners. We urgently need intelligent ridges to resist them. I can let you redeem yourselves by placing you in the border army, fighting for the country, becoming heroes admired by everyone. Isn't this better than being cursed and pursued rebels? Even I can guarantee that once you earn military merit, you can be promoted normally. You brothers indeed have some abilities, and with effort, maybe you could attain a position, and eventually, we might meet on the court. Braden's words made Hobart immediately wilt upon hearing them. His eyebrows drooped, eyes full of indescribable emotion. He wasn't a fool. He could tell that Braden spoke the truth, and based on the time spent together, earning military merit might indeed exempt their death sentence. But he was not willing to give up. Hobart's eyes seemed to be burning with two blazing flames, and the fire was getting more intense. To join the army and attack foreign tribes? Ha, that was a joke. Who would willingly engage in such a life and death mission where one careless moment could mean death? Was he crazy to agree to Braden's proposal? Struggling hard to fight those foreign tribes. If he survived by good luck, it was his fate. But if misfortune struck, he'd lose his life. Wouldn't everything be gone then? Choosing this path was worse than returning to his mountain valley, gathering his brothers, expanding their territory outward. And if they conquered more villages and counties, couldn't he proclaim himself king? That would be much more satisfying than being sent to die on the battlefield. After all, his family was already gone, and the Brett, who had experienced commanding hundreds of people, found themselves even more unwilling to let go of the power to command others. How could Braden possibly want him to return to a life of utter poverty? It was unimaginable. Seeing the changing expressions on Hobart's face, a hint of disappointment flashed across Braden's eyes. You don't agree, do you? At this moment, you can reflect on what I said at the beginning. What is your basis for daring to compare yourself with Zhou Taizu? What do you truly desire? Servitude, drinking and feasting, avoiding the responsibility that comes with power, indulging only in personal pleasures. You don't consider the people or the nation as your duty, and you wouldn't personally take up arms to protect Dewey and its citizens. Do you still think you can truly live up to that identity? The throne is not determined by the size of one's desires, but by whether there is a heart willing to sacrifice for the nation. Chapter 281, Blinded by Greed. So why are you still unwilling to wake up? Faced with this inevitable dead end, Braden saw Hobart, who was still not willing to give up and was thinking that he might be able to escape by luck. Disappointment deepened in his eyes. After all, this was the consequence of an ordinary person being tainted by power. A heart corrupted by power and desire can never go back. And the Hobart who could still drink and eat meat with him, talk about heaven and earth a dozen days ago, no longer existed. In response to Braden's persuasion, the confused and stubborn Hobart was not willing to listen to another word. He sneered coldly with a cruel expression. Don't say any more. Do you want me to abandon my current life, leave my brothers behind, and continue to be that horse ridge who can be slaughtered or harmed by anyone anytime? Every day living with horses, even worrying about whether my horse would be taken away by others? Forget it. The younger brother was unreasonable at first, and now Braden felt that the elder brother was the same. Just as expected, their personalities were exactly the same. Braden was almost driven mad with anger. So why did I come here? He brought up what he had confirmed about his brother earlier. While you two are indulged in power and desire, I am still running around for the things I promised you. If not for the happiness and peace of the people, why would I have made such a dusty trip during the new year, coming here to deal with these matters? All I wanted was to settle everything as soon as possible, hoping everyone could have a good new year. Besides, I've been gradually abolishing the civil livestock laws. When you belong to the official pasture, I will reform the policies, so you won't suffer unfair treatment anymore. At this point, Braden carefully observed Hobart's attitude. He really had helped the brothers enough. From beginning to end, Braden had always been helping them, Even when they committed major mistakes, he did not give up on saving them. But if after all this persuasion, they still didn't know how to behave properly and refused to abandon this rebellious plan, Brayden wouldn't care about them anymore. He couldn't spend so much time on these two brothers. Brayden's words were indeed heartfelt, but Hobart pondered for a moment, with an especially complicated expression. For a long time, he did not speak. Just as Brayden felt a hint of hope, thinking that the elder brother might still be redeemable, suddenly, he saw Hobart's face change. Then he looked at him with arrogance, his eyes filled with hatred. Ha! In the end, you want me to go back to the life of a subordinate, burdened under those countless officials, no different from the common people. Hearing this, Brayden's face darkened, and his tone was tinged with anger. Why? Every one of the thousands of people has their own lives. They can be farmers, merchants, chefs, or drivers. Why do you think these jobs are lower than others, and why do you think you cannot do them? Want to be above others? Did I prevent you from achieving your dreams through proper channels? With the imperial examinations held every 3 years, you could become a civil servant through this path. Why didn't you think of taking the exams before? Or do you want to be a military officer? I have also given you a way. Killing enemies on the battlefield, I would recommend you, and even exempt you from the death penalty. Now you're complaining to me about hindsight? Why? Do you really think pie falls from the sky, or rain showers gold coins? That high rank and generous salary come easily? If people obsessed with enjoyment and blinded by greed like you become officials, I guarantee you would be worse than cash. Brayden's words were like a thunderclap, leaving Hobart stunned. He gritted his teeth. Deep down, he felt vulnerable because he truly could not let go of the power that now allowed him to command hundreds. Even commanding hundreds gave him a different feeling than before. What if there were more people serving him? The desire for power was like a worm crawling in his heart, making him feel restless and uncomfortable. Just thinking about returning to his previous life was unbearable. Was Brayden right? Yes, he was. But telling oneself lies too many times could deceive even oneself. Taking several deep breaths, Hobart straightened his chest and tried to argue from various angles, attempting to justify himself. Look at your jingling jewelry, you must have never suffered, right? Do you know what it feels like to starve? Have you eaten insects and tree bark? Have you been treated like a dog, ordered around by those officials? If not, then what makes you think all the common people are willing to live that kind of life? If there is a better life available, who would want to go back to the past? The more Hobart spoke, the more he felt confident in his stance. Finally, he waved his hand broadly. Shepherd or Ayush, someone with your pampered appearance and indecisive character, could only be nurtured by a carefree life, right? You don't understand the suffering of people like us, so don't pretend to know us so well. You don't understand at all. Enough talk. Let's discuss what we should really be concerned about now. Tell me, where's my brother? Where have you taken him? I warn you, if you don't bring my brother back immediately, I will make these thousands of brothers under me fight against your men, even at the cost of my own life. So what if you have protectors around you? Do you think your protectors can arrive within half an incense stick's time? Do you think they can match my thousands of troops? Hearing this threat, the Ridge who came with Brayden revealed a menacing look and drew his long saber with a swift hiss. The screeching sound of the blade sliding out was extremely grating, and it was so fast that it produced 2 sparks in midair. Do you really think I'll give you the chance to call for help? If you dare to harm Shepherd, I'll send you straight to hell. Hobart was not afraid of him at all. He even thought he might catch him off guard, subdue him, and then trade him for his brother. He took action immediately. Hobart moved instantly, but the Ridge who had been nervously guarding Brayden was already prepared. He swiftly stepped forward and engaged in combat. Watching them clash violently, Brayden's lips twitched. Chapter 282. Turning a mistake into an advantage. Black lines seemed to slide off Brayden's forehead. He sighed, helplessly rubbing his forehead. What was happening here? Not only did the persuasion fail, but they ended up fighting instead. Moreover, this place wasn't far from the Imperial horse stables. With such commotion and noise, unless Ronnie, who had gone to deal with the cavalry outpost, was deaf, he couldn't possibly have missed this situation. If that happened, it would alert them prematurely and ruin the plan to use money as leverage. Wouldn't that blow the entire operation? Brayden was anxious inside, but his face showed nothing. His mind was frantically thinking of solutions. What should I do? What can be done? Think fast. If I'm caught here in the Imperial horse stables, I'll surely be arrested. This time, I didn't bring many people. If Ronnie realizes something is amiss, and my identity is exposed, even a cornered rabbit will bite. To cover up the truth, Ronnie might take action against us. Furthermore, if the truth comes out, those prisoners brainwashed by Hobart would certainly join in, no doubt about it. What a mess. Taking a deep breath, he couldn't let this happen. Just as Brayden was pondering how to resolve the issue, suddenly, he heard the sound of hooves clattering. Looking up, he saw armored ridges on horseback riding swiftly toward them. Leading them was someone Brayden recognized very well. Ronnie? Brayden. After a brief moment of shock, an idea flashed in Brayden's mind. The 2 men who were fighting also heard the commotion and looked up. Hobart froze, startled, and couldn't help asking, damn, when did these cavalrymen arrive? His eyes turned sharp as he looked at Brayden. Is this your doing? When did you call them? Why didn't I notice? Could it be that he alerted his hidden people before coming here? Otherwise, how could the ridges arrive so quickly? In Hobart's mind, officials like Brayden could summon ridges with just a wave of the hand. Now that the ridges were here, Hobart was afraid of being surrounded and felt the urge to retreat. Brayden thought quickly. This was the perfect opportunity to turn the mistake into an advantage. An idea struck him, and he immediately gave Hobart a confident smile. Even if you know or don't know him, this is the commander of the local cavalry garrison. Unlike your motley crew, he has genuine battle experience. Ask around, and you'll hear about his reputation. Now that he's here to help, you can't run, Hobart. After Brayden spoke, Hobart felt both shock and fear, hesitating in his movements until one of the ridges disarmed him with a powerful slash, forcing him back 3 meters. Stepping back further, Hobart thought, not today. I'll escape and regroup for another day. With this thought, he stared at Braden with a dark look. Lucky you this time. I'll let you off this once, but if you harm a hair on my brother's head, I won't forgive you. While speaking, he sheathed his weapon, slowly retreating while keeping watch on the ridges and issuing a final threat to Braden. Braden remained unperturbed, standing calmly. Hobart, let me give you some advice for old time's sake. Those who commit too many wrongdoings will meet their downfall. As a bandit, there's still a glimmer of hope for you. But if you persist in rebellion and aspire to be a king, everyone will hunt you down, and you'll suffer 1,000 cuts. As soon as Braden finished speaking, Hobart turned and fled, quickly vanishing from sight. Some ridges wanted to pursue, but Braden raised his hand to stop them. Don't chase a defeated enemy. Besides, Ronnie and his men are almost here. Glancing at Ronnie and the pursuing cavalry nearby, he could guess that negotiations had failed, and Ronnie tried to leave, only to be stopped by the cavalry commander, creating this cat-and-mouse scenario, which conveniently helped Braden. However, Braden couldn't risk Ronnie discovering the true situation. If the ridges pursued and alerted Ronnie, it would be counterproductive. So, he decided not to. Let's go, Braden said. Go dig Court out first. It's freezing cold. Although the soil can provide some warmth, it's still chilly, and half of his body is exposed to the cold. A couple of hours might be fine, but if left longer, there will likely be trouble. Also, being buried could cause breathing problems. Let's hurry. It's a good opportunity while Ronnie is being chased and can't pay attention to us. Immediately to avoid this group of people chasing each other. The two of them first hid in a corner. After seeing the people pass by, they randomly pulled aside a stunned junior officer who wanted to chase after and try to stop them. This junior officer was one of Ronnie's men, whom Braden had seen when he first arrived at the Imperial horse stables. Initially somewhat impatient, the junior officer became respectfully polite and very amiable upon recognizing Braden's face. How did you end up here, Ayush? After asking, he glanced at his own superior who had just run past this spot, his expression carrying a hint of embarrassment. Pretending not to know, Braden smiled. Isn't it because Mr. Casimir had important matters to attend to and asked me to stroll around the courtyard on my own? By chance, I ended up here and saw this scene. He casually continued to probe for information. I'm just curious. The one who just passed by should be the commander that Mr. Casimir mentioned, right? But what's going on with him? Why does it seem so chaotic? Braden put on an innocent and hesitant look, perfectly portraying the puzzled expression a wealthy Ayush would have upon witnessing such a scene. This person was Mr. Casimir's distinguished guest. It wouldn't be wise to hide anything from this god of wealth. Shepard's Braden had asked. The junior officer only hesitated for a moment before lowering his head and responding. To be frank with you, Ayush, this commander has come to our Imperial horse stables several times. Each time, he wants many horses for training the cavalry troops, but the number of horses in our stables. The junior officer glanced at Braden's expression, bit his lip, and boldly spoke up. The number of horses in our Imperial horse stables is limited, and other officials also request them, so we can't meet the demands of the cavalry units. Even if they persist in pestering Mr. Casimir, there's no solution. Mr. Casimir has already done his best to gather as many as possible for them. Braden feigned surprise. If he has gathered enough, why is he still Chanja Shirdaran Bufangna? Chapter 283, National Parasites. The clerk was helpless. They say these horses are all inferior goods, just for show. Not to mention riding them into battle. Even for daily training, they're useless. A man of normal weight would likely break the horse's legs. Shepard, what could be done? As one of Ronnie's subordinates, he naturally knew the ins and outs of the Imperial horse stables. The good horses had all been taken away. Any horse that could be sold had been divided up among people, so only the inferior ones were left in plain sight. Lord Casimir has already told them there are no other horses besides these. But they don't believe him and insist on checking personally. They said if Lord Casimir can't produce more, they will turn the Imperial horse stables upside down to find out if there are any other horses. Braden fell silent upon hearing this. After a few seconds, he hesitantly spoke. Well, it's my fault for not realizing how much the cavalry unit needs these horses. How about this? I'll put off our deal with Lord Casimir temporarily and give the horses to them first. As for what I need, I can check at other Imperial horse stables. Upon hearing this, the clerk panicked. If his carelessness caused this Ayush to abandon cooperation, when Lord Casimir heard the sky-falling news, wouldn't he skin him alive? He might as well forget about his position. Desperately waving his hands to stop Braden, he thought, besides, if this deal goes through, he, as a subordinate, could also get a share. No. Business always follows an order. You've already agreed on the price with Lord Casimir, so you should choose first. After all, realizing his next words might sound harsh, he continued to soothe Braden. After all, the cavalry unit hasn't paid yet. There's no such thing as getting something for free, right? So please wait patiently. Once Lord Casimir deals with their side, we can continue discussing this business. Besides, how many people are there in the cavalry unit anyway? The clerk sneered. Just that handful of men. What difference would it make if they have no horses now? Even if they had horses, they wouldn't last long in battle. What could such a small force do? Most of the border cavalry don't even have horses equipped. Having one cavalry unit doesn't change anything. What are they chasing us for horses all day? This statement revealed a lot. Most of the border cavalry don't have horses? Braden's expression turned serious, then shifted to worry and panic. Really? Won't those foreign tribes find a loophole and attack our Wei Kingdom? Heh, such an inexperienced Ayush. The clerk inwardly scoffed but still tried to reassure him. Don't worry, Lord. Those foreigners come almost every winter. They live by herding, so they often lack clothes and food. They usually harass our border villages and towns, but the numbers are small and don't amount to much. At most, they steal women and supplies or kill a few people. Stealing women, supplies, and killing people. This would be devastating to a family in a village, but in the clerk's eyes, it wasn't a big deal. His calm, disdainful expression showed he didn't value human life. Braden and the ridges around him felt heavy-hearted and angry, but they couldn't burst out. They had to hide their fury and pretend to listen intently. Why aren't you worried about them attacking here? The clerk crossed his arms. Because there's still quite a distance and many villages and towns between us and them. As long as those places aren't breached, why should we worry? Even if things go worst case, we still have time to escape. A chilling sentence indeed. Not equipping cavalry with horses, but putting them on the front line, using their lives to buy time for others to escape. Braden clenched his fists tightly, bones creaking. He forced a smile. Can it really be like that? I'm just a bit worried. I fear that because of my deal with Lord Casimir, the cavalry won't have horses when they need them, and if something happens, would I become a sinner? No, young Ametsur Zeku, why would you think that? What is this man really worrying about? Isn't he here to make money? Aren't merchants only interested in profit? If that's the case, why worry about those peasants' lives and those ridges? He should be more concerned about whether he's making enough money. Moreover, even if this deal falls through and this Ayush doesn't buy horses from their imperial horse stables, would it be possible for those orange-grade horses to be supplied free of charge to the cavalry units? Impossible. Either Lord Casimir would find another buyer to sell them off, or one day it might come to light that he was secretly hiding horses. When Lord Casimir's superior finds out, Lord Casimir will be in trouble, and as his subordinate, he'd be out on the street too. Both outcomes are worse than selling the horses to Braden. After all, according to Lord Casimir, this Ayush is a generous and wealthy buyer. The clerk inwardly complained, wishing he could shake Braden by the shoulders to wake him up. Clear the water out of your head. You're a merchant, not an official who needs to care about national affairs. But he couldn't say such things out loud. There was no other way. He could only force a smile and continue to placate him. Young Ametsur is truly kind-hearted and thinks of the country's greater good. I understand your concerns, but we aren't the ones who need to worry about state affairs. We are just common folk trying to make a living. And making more money and living our own lives well is what's most important. Please don't take my words the wrong way. As the saying goes, if you can make money, you should, otherwise you're a fool. Even if you don't make the money, someone else eventually will. This statement was almost an explicit warning. It meant, someone else will buy if you don't, and they certainly won't go to the cavalry units. Indeed, these words seemed to pour oil on the fire. Braden's already simmering anger flared up even more. Just as he couldn't resist the urge to lunge at the man and slit his throat, Sawyer stepped forward. Young Ametsur. What he said makes sense. Our business comes first. Chapter 284. Your brother no longer wants you. How could the Ridge not know what kind of character his own great general was? A man who hated evil like an enemy. He must be reaching his limit soon. Feeling the low pressure emanating from General Nathaniel's entire body, the Ridge shivered and hurriedly stepped forward, speaking in a low voice. Ametsur, what you say is reasonable. Lord Father is still waiting for us to bring the horses back. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to calm the surging emotions. After all, he couldn't give himself away prematurely. This business still needed to continue. Otherwise, if things got too ugly between them, it would be difficult to gather intelligence here. His chest rose and fell. Braden thought inwardly. Humph, I'll let you live for now, giving you some time to enjoy yourselves. When the day of reckoning comes, you'll have a good show. After making his decision in his heart, a relaxed smile appeared on his face. Shepherdess, you put it this way, let's continue our business. We can discuss the details of the transaction more thoroughly once Magistrate Casimir arrives. Finally convinced, the clerk nodded with relief, also showing a relieved smile. My goodness, I finally managed to convince this Ayush. Good, young Ametsur Zeku is right, but, pausing momentarily, the clerk raised his head, glancing worriedly in the direction the large group had just passed. Although they were out of sight for now, he couldn't leave this cash cow waiting here. This was the main entrance. If both parties happened to meet by chance, and the other side sensed something wrong and decided to settle accounts with Magistrate Casimir regarding the horses, it would be troublesome. I have some matters to resolve with Magistrate Casimir. Why don't you go to the hall for a rest? The clerk made a discreet glance. At the very least, we should avoid the cavalry regiment personnel. Otherwise, it might be hard to explain ourselves. That's fine, I won't disturb you. I will take my people for a walk and avoid them. Rest assured, I understand the gravity of the situation. Braden saluted with a hand, turning away with a smile. After dealing with Braden, the clerk hurried off as well. Watching the clerk's back disappear from view, Braden's smile faded, and he coldly said, let's go. Get court out first. Yes. The northern wind howled mournfully. Yellow-green grass stretched as far as the eye could see, surrounded by clusters of thorny bushes and tall trees. This place in the Imperial stables was quite remote. Just as Braden had guessed, no one came over here after the two of them left. Pushing aside branches and thorns, Court was half buried in the soil, trembling slightly, presumably due to the cold. His face had lost all color, his lips cracked from dehydration, his scara yellowed, and he looked utterly despondent, lacking any vitality. Facing Braden, Court didn't even have the strength to curse him, only casting a glance before gazing blankly at the sky again. Braden. It was almost comical. Zack a mushroom beaten by wind and rain. Despite the pitiful sight, unable to resist, the corners of Braden's mouth widened, and he beckoned the person beside him. The Ridge hurried over. Start digging. If buried for another 2 hours, he might not make it. Yes. The Ridge swung the spade and began digging earnestly. This was easier than when they started. They didn't need to dig everything out. Halfway through, he threw down the spade, grabbed Court's shoulders with both hands, and pulled him out of the soil like a radish. The Ridge showed little courtesy toward Court, throwing him to the ground afterward and looking disdainfully at the dirt and debris on his body. Though his hands were bound, he could move now. He clumsily got up from the ground, standing with labored breathing, glaring fiercely at Braden. Did you take my belongings to lure out my brother? Where is he? What did you do to him? After asking about his brother, Court added irritably, I thought you were going to leave me here, ignoring whether I lived or died. Especially when he initially heard Braden saying he would bury him alive on the spot. Cold sweat drenched Court's back. Scared to death. Hearing Court's questions, Braden replied with a false smile. Asking about your brother? Of course, I caught him. You know your brother. He's not very smart. Seeing your token, he immediately rushed out, exposing his identity. He's already in jail now. In a few months, he can start preparing for the execution block. Court's eyes widened. He was so shocked that he couldn't think clearly. As the saying goes, worry disrupts rationality. With his hands clasped behind his back, Court charged at Braden with bared teeth and a rabid expression. You bastard. You actually caught my brother and are going to kill him. Damn it. I'll kill you first. Just as he was 2 meters away from Braden, Braden raised his foot and kicked him back into the pit. Bang! His buttocks hit the ground. He was pushed right back into the hole. Court's face became even more incredulous. Seeing him struggling like a turtle trying to turn over, Braden couldn't help but laugh again. Okay, I won't play with you anymore. Your brother is still alive and well, and I didn't catch him. After he knew you were in my hands, he rode off. Oh. With his hands still clasped behind his back, Braden walked up to Court, who was struggling to stand up again, looking down at him from above with a smile. Your brother doesn't care about you anymore. He left you for me. Do you still want to avenge him? You're babbling nonsense. Dead end of the line. I won't believe you. Court's gaze was filled with resentment. You're just deceiving me. People like you love to lie. Hey, what a hot temper. How do you talk? How do you talk? Braden immediately glared. What do you mean by saying people like me love to deceive? Really, you don't know how to speak. Tisk, why would I lie to you? When we were in the middle of our conversation, he saw some cavalry ridges nearby and bolted like a rat fleeing from a cat. He didn't have time to think about your life or death. I said, I don't believe you. You're intentionally driving a wedge between us brothers. Do you really take me for a fool? What a cunning plan, you dog official. You and those people are all full of rotten intentions. Oh, this aroused Braden's interest. He wasn't particularly angry at being insulted, but instead walked around Court with excitement. So you can figure out my thoughts. Nice. Your mind works pretty fast, much quicker than your brother's. You're quite smart. Why are you so obstinate and willing to plunge into trouble? Chapter 285, 30 Shepherd Stratagems. Or should I bury you for a few more hours so the wind can cool your overheated head and stop you from thinking nonsense? You refuse to take the righteous path, insisting on these underhanded tricks. Isn't it better to be a hero celebrated by all rather than a rat everyone curses? You must not think your actions will earn admiration from the common folk. The people wish they could cut down with their own hands the bandits and rebels who rob them of their money and grain. It's none of your business. Court showed no gratitude, spitting on the ground. I see right through you. You're full of lies. If I believed you again, I'd be a fool. Braden gave him a complex look. He wanted to say something about not making such declarations but held back as this was ancient times, and Court wouldn't understand the modern idiom. Forget it. Where did you put my necklace pendant? That item was very important to Court and couldn't be lost. At this, Braden's interest was piqued. Speaking of which, didn't I see your brother with an identical one? He stared at Court with amusement. It's always couples that go for matching necklaces. Why are you two brothers doing this mushy stuff? Don't even mention it. Court's face turned slightly green upon hearing Braden's teasing. His body shuddered in anger. You. What nonsense are you talking about? What's going on in your head? That belonged to our father, a memento from the first hunt he took us on. My father said we should always be as brave and fearless. Court was genuinely baffled. He didn't understand what was going on in the mind of this handsome man before him. Thinking back to their previous camaraderie, drinking and eating together, he felt speechless. How had he not seen this man's terrible character before? Actually, Braden had been like this from the beginning. In the modern era, his personality was unconventional, sometimes even provocative. On the internet, he could debate trolls for hours. After crossing over and changing identity, it wasn't convenient to speak recklessly, but now it was different. No one was watching him now. Well, except for the guard nearby. Just one. Braden treated him as non-existent. Letting loose, he no longer cared if people knew his true nature. So what? Who could control him? If he kept pretending, hiding his true self, Braden thought it would suffocate him. It would exhaust him. Forget it. No more teasing. Braden spread his hands, responding earnestly. When I used that pendant to call out your brother, he picked it up. Well, most likely he did since I threw it on the ground, and he appeared seconds later. If he didn't pick it up, it's not my fault, it's his. Let me try to find out if someone else took it, though it's probably your brother who has it. No need to worry just yet. When I capture your brother, you'll both know immediately. As for now, don't fret about your necklace. You should worry about which cell I'll lock you in. Guess how comfortable your future prison will be. When your brother is captured, I'll arrange for you to be neighbors, separated by an iron bar to continue chatting. Braden's words were infuriating. Court was in a dire state. Flames seemed to rise from his head, his eyes turning red, glaring at him viciously. Struggling, he lunged at Braden, but the alert Ridge quickly subdued him. Not so fast. The Ridge struck him on the back. If you hurt the master, I'll make you feel 10 or 100 times the pain. Braden waved his hand. Enough. Gag him and hide him in our carriage. Regardless of anything, they couldn't let Ronnie or others from the Imperial horse stables find him. Court was taken away. After the Ridges returned, Braden headed to the pasture, eager to see how the selection of 500 fine horses was progressing. It turned out to be a disaster. Given the sheer number and stringent quality standards, the disguised Ridges spent a long time selecting but only managed to pick less than half, still missing 3/5. Upon arrival, Braden saw that the unselected and selected horses were housed in different stables, all branded with the Imperial Horse Stables mark. The horses here were noticeably of higher quality than those weak and sickly ones out in the pastures. It seemed that over the years, this Ronnie, Lord Casimir, had privately kept quite a few horses for himself, not to mention the embezzled funds. With this thought, Braden couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Emetster, after painstaking selection, we can only choose these. If we had more time, we could continue selecting. However, the remaining horses vary in quality, and it's getting late. Why don't we head back now and come again tomorrow to continue? The servant saw Braden and approached voluntarily, giving him a covert glance while reporting. Receiving the glance, Braden smiled and nodded in agreement. The servant's words meant, "Shepherder, we can make our early escape." Braden felt it was the right time. After all, they weren't really here to do business. Besides, if there were indeed 10,000 taels of silver, they could pretend to hand them over and then immediately take them back. However, Braden had rushed out this time, carrying only a few dozen or 100 small silver pieces and some light gifts that didn't take up much space. 10,000 taels of silver? He wouldn't possibly carry such an amount. Even banknotes, he wouldn't bring. He was here to work, not to enjoy. Carrying so much money risked losing it to theft, which would make Braden regretful since it was all from Nanjing. If 10,000 taels of silver were stolen, Braden would be heartbroken. Shepherds, they didn't have that much money, they couldn't finish this deal in one day. They couldn't select the required number of horses now. This suited Braden's intentions perfectly, allowing him to leave quickly. If not now, when? Any delay might expose them. They had gathered enough information about Ronnie. Chapter 286. The best plan is to retreat. Continuing this charade would yield no benefits. Therefore, the best plan of the 30 shepherd stratagems is to retreat. At the same time, he looked towards the leading petty official standing guard beside him. A gentle smile curled at the corners of his mouth. What my people said also makes sense. We've been here for so long and still haven't seen Darin Casimir come over. He's probably still dealing with the cavalry guards matters. So, we won't disturb today and we'll head back first. It's about dinner time, and without mentioning anything else, everyone must be tired and hungry after helping me pick horses all day. As he spoke, a servant immediately handed over several silver ingots. These silvers are left for the brothers to have dinner tonight. Tomorrow, when I find a suitable time, I'll bring my people over to continue picking the remaining ones. This was expected, but none of them thought Braden would actually take out silver to treat them. The eyes of the officials lit up. They bowed and fawned over as they accepted the silver. Flattering, Mr. Zeku, you're too kind. Rest assured, the brothers will handle everything perfectly. Tomorrow, there's no need for Mr. Zeku to bring your people over. We'll keep working after dinner tonight, and when you arrive tomorrow, you can check one by one, then hand over the money to Lord Casimir and take the horses away. Shepherds, they were so eager to help, Braden didn't say much more and nodded. Fine, thank you. But make sure the horses are well hidden. That stable looks good. After selecting the horses tonight, put them all there. Braden pretended to point casually. It didn't matter which stable it was placed in. Since Braden instructed, the petty official also nodded in agreement. Yes, noted. After saying goodbye, Jizaken led his people out of the Imperial stables, turning into an alley on the street, but at the corner, he suddenly paused, turning his head to speak to someone beside him. Go, bring some men to help. Bring out some dry horse manure from inside the stables, carefully and secretly wrap it up without being noticed. Otherwise, you'll pay the price. After giving the order, Braden added a warning. Hearing this, the ordered person and other ridges couldn't help but pause for a moment, clearly bewildered, unable to understand why Braden gave such an order. But despite not understanding, they exchanged glances, communicated silently, and immediately turned to carry out Braden's orders. As for Braden, he immediately got into the carriage with the remaining people. Moments later, the ridge returned with his brothers, each carrying a not too big package. Honestly, it was fortunate that this horse manure wasn't too smelly, considering their daily diet. Had it been any other manure, they might not have brought it out so calmly. Once everyone regrouped, Braden immediately ordered the convoy to set off. They headed towards a dense forest in the southwest. Then came Braden's order to stop and rest temporarily, which puzzled everyone again. Court was tightly bound and securely hidden among them. One of the ridges approached and asked quietly, "General, should we rest here for a while? Why not hurry to the station for rest?" Braden shook his head, smiling. "No, right here. Fishing requires patience. How could you catch a big fish if you don't stop along the way?" Huh. Were they fishing? The ridge didn't understand. What do you mean? Facing the questioning gaze of his subordinates, Braden chuckled silently, not answering, only instructing them to watch closely. All right. Anyway, they had been busy all day, and it was time for a rest. They found a flat spot, started a fire for warmth, and sat around it, beginning to rest. From their backpacks, they took out dried food they had bought earlier, warming it over the fire before eating. At this moment, Braden's big fish showed its first sign, not coming out actively, but hiding nearby. This person hid in a nearby depression, holding their breath, only revealing their head to cautiously observe the people not far away. He was Hobart's subordinate, instructed to monitor them. Seeing them stop for a rest, he hesitated for half a second before turning back to report to Hobart. Those people are likely still at the original spot, but we don't know when they'll set off again. Time is tight. If we want to rescue Second Boss, we need to act fast. What? They actually have the nerve to stay in the dense forest like that, without staying overnight at the Imperial stables? Something's not right. This is really not right. Hobart carefully thought with his limited brain. He confirmed that during the conversation, he had explicitly said he had gathered hundreds of men. But what about Braden? He only brought those dozen or so people. How could he dare to linger outside like that? Was he openly defying him, showing that they weren't afraid of him? Hobart found it particularly strange and directly expressed his doubts. But I'm afraid they might have a trick up their sleeve. Could this be a ploy to trap us like catching a turtle in a jar, or shutting the door to beat the dog? I clearly told him that I came to Dongha Garden with my men. How could anyone be this bold? Upon hearing this, his subordinates exchanged glances and hesitated for a moment. Imitaib, he's just overly arrogant? Hey, you've been following them all along. Did you notice anything unusual around where they stopped to rest? Are there any hidden spots suitable for hiding troops? One person voiced their doubt and asked the scout who had come to report. No. When I came back, I even walked around the area intentionally, but I didn't see a single person. There were only those 20 or so people by the bonfire. At this point, someone got excited. So what are we waiting for, big boss? We should act quickly. Time waits for no one. Opportunity knocks but once. If we don't act now, aren't we going to let them take second boss away? This advice wasn't bad. If Court was taken back by them, he would surely face imprisonment. By then, if they wanted to break him out of jail and free their brother, it would be much harder. Chapter 287, Beacon Fires. The events in Ninghai Prefecture were still fresh in their minds. After they had caused such chaos, Ninghai was now on high alert like a turtle in its shell, with officials and civilians working together. They could no longer infiltrate it. If Braden took Court back and wanted to bring people out again, it would be more than just a little troublesome. His subordinates were all discussing and persuading him, suggesting that they immediately head there to save their brothers quickly. Under such persuasion, Hobart hesitated. He began to ponder repeatedly about how to handle this situation. After some careful thought, he still felt something was amiss. So he expressed all his concerns to his subordinates, asking them to judge. Firstly, Braden's identity was special. Someone of such an official rank could not possibly be without escort. Even if there were none, those over 20 people's combat skills, which Hobart had seen firsthand, were extraordinarily agile. One sword swing could fell 10 men. Subduing them might prove difficult. What? Why did he say so? Naturally, it was because he had seen it with his own eyes. Just think, a dozen days ago, when they kidnapped Braden and brought him to the stronghold, one of his subordinates secretly infiltrated the stronghold and beat his men to a pulp, fighting 100 to 1 without breaking a sweat. If those 20 men had the same level of skill, it wouldn't be easy to resolve the situation. There would likely be a significant commotion. If they couldn't subdue the men in time, and the nearby garrisons noticed, it would be disastrous. Moreover, logically speaking, given the numerical disadvantage, Braden should have been terrified, yet showed no signs of fear or precaution. This clearly indicated a trap. No, this matter must be deliberated carefully. Rushing over might result in failure to save their brothers and risk everyone else as well, making it counterproductive. Hearing this, a few people pondered silently, but most looked disdainful, waving their arms and shouting, "We have thousands of men. Even if they can fight 100, under chaotic conditions, they won't escape our encirclement. Come on, boss. What are you still thinking about? Just give the order, and we'll follow you to save them. Don't delay. Second boss's life is at stake." Ultimately, it was this last sentence that touched Hobart's heart. No matter what, his younger brother couldn't die. In this world, his brother was his only family. He couldn't let his only family member leave him too. Fine. He slammed the table. Count the men. We're moving out. With Hobart's order, the entire rebel camp sprang into action. They didn't notice someone outside eavesdropping during their discussion. It was sent by Braden. Having gathered accurate information, he quickly employed his light body techniques and left. Half an incense stick later, the scout returned to Braden, reporting everything he saw and heard accurately. Braden pondered for a moment. Based on your observation, how much time do we have before their main force arrives? The scout gave a number. 1 tea break. 1 tea break? That was about 20 minutes. Furrowing his brow, he waved for the ridges beside him to come closer. General, your orders? I've had you gather horse manure. Form it into clumps and stack them all by the roadside. Zack them after 1 tea break. I estimate Hobart will bring at least 2,000 men this time. 2,000. The ridges widened their eyes. What? That many? They panicked. Why stay here, General? Let us escort you to safety. Braden raised an eyebrow. Leave me? I won't go. This is what I meant by fishing for a big catch. The big fish is almost hooked. If I leave now, it means I return empty-handed. After a brief jest, he grew serious. Carry out my orders quickly. If you delay and disrupt my plans, I will hold you accountable. Go now. What could the ridges say? They couldn't sway Braden's decision. Glancing at each other, they sighed and resigned themselves to carrying out Braden's orders. When the time came, they immediately used flint to ignite the dry grass mixed with horse manure. Gray-black smoke rose into the sky. The thick smoke rose in columns, likely visible from over 10 miles away. After ensuring that the horse manure would continue burning and not extinguish, the ridges immediately returned to Braden, forming a protective circle around him. Someone asked in a low voice, "Shepherder, is this using the method of wolf smoke?" Wolf smoke at the border regions was made with easily flammable firewood. It included some dry cow or horse dung, but mostly it consisted of reeds or poplars, grasses, and branches with little moisture. The smoke rose straight, undistorted even by fierce winds. This was known as wolf smoke. However, Braden couldn't gather those easily flammable woods and herbs, so he had to use dry horse dung. But it still served its purpose. As the smoke ascended in clumps, Braden watched, his eyes half closed. Yes. Braden responded softly. Is it to make the nearby cavalry garrison notice our movements? Quite right. Braden nodded. Not only one but several smoke signals were set. From what Ronnie mentioned, it seems the cavalry garrison has been struggling with training. Looks like there's hope. So if they notice these signals, they will definitely send people to investigate. We just wait for reinforcements. However, the first to arrive were not reinforcements, but Hobart and his men who had already set out earlier. Chaotic footsteps came from all 4 directions. General, what should we do? Why don't you get in the carriage first, and we'll escort you out? Braden paused for half a second, nodded, and agilely turned to enter the carriage. He trusted the skills of his subordinates. Once he was in the carriage, the surrounding 20-odd men immediately drew their weapons and escorted the carriage out. Screams and roars intermingled. Warm blood splattered onto the carriage walls. At this moment, the sky wasn't fully dark yet. A last ray of twilight lingered on the horizon. The carriage finally approached the main road. Braden lifted the curtain and looked towards the direction of the cavalry garrison.